Hey, thanks for stopping by. If you love exciting adventures, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep bringing you more amazing content. Now, get ready to dive into the epic story of Dark Star Emperor right here on GMT Recap. A mysterious meteorite fragment fell onto the Elven continent. Along with it came the appearance of monsters, man-eating beasts whose favorite delicacy was human flesh and heart blood. In just a few short years, the entire continent was devastated. Yet, the catastrophe brought by the meteorite fragment inadvertently spurred the evolution of humanity. The strongest evolver was crowned the King of Stars, Long Ming, becoming the leader of humankind across the world. To fight against the man-eating monsters, Long Ming led the last 72 surviving Star Guardians and built Star City. However, not long after, during a campaign against the monsters, the King of Stars, Long Ming, mysteriously disappeared, his fate unknown, whether dead or alive. The story pauses here to shift scenes to a hospital. In a stark white room, a handsome young man with a frail physique lay on a hospital bed. His name was Su Xianbai, 18 years old, a patient suffering from severe muscular dystrophy. At this moment, he was barely clinging to life, whispering his final words. "Except for the operation of my brain, every part of my body has ceased functioning. This hospital bed is the place where my life ends. I've been lying here for 3 years, unable to speak, unable to smile, not even able to make a sound. My only companions are loneliness and the darkness of the passing years." Apart from the television hanging on the wall, the only thing that kept the room from being completely silent was his mother's incessant sobbing, day and night. Every single day, without rest. He recalled the doctor's words, each syllable cutting into his mind like a blade. "His condition is worsening. It has now affected his entire respiratory system, and he could stop breathing at any moment. Please prepare yourselves mentally. I'm afraid of death. But what's even more terrifying is that, standing at death's door, I am utterly powerless without even the slightest ability to resist." Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In front of him was a talking speaker. "Master, wake up. Master, wake up now. You must not die." He stared blankly. Is this an illusion? Raising a hand, he rubbed his eyes. Wait a minute. My hand can move? This is amazing. He blurted out in astonishment, "This time, I can finally put the squirrel in the jar." Still dazed by the shock, he heard the strange speaker's voice again, pulling him further into clarity. "Master, you've finally woken up." He froze, then stammered, Who are you?" "Wait, I can talk? What the hell is going on?" The voice responded, gentle yet firm, "I am Zhao Ping'er. From today onward, I am your personal guardian." He blinked, staring at the girl before him. She introduced herself as Zhao Ping'er. A guardian goddess? But something feels very wrong. Wait a second, I have no idea what's happening, but the way she's dressed, and the fact that she's literally sitting on top of me. Is she taking advantage of my still warm body to do something weird? You think I'm also an 18-year-old guy, full of passion? If you keep this up, I'll definitely react. Some kind of monster down there is about to break free. But Mr. Bai's face twisted in pain. He was horrified, his face drenched in sweat. Why does it hurt so much down there? This kind of pain, there's no way this is a dream. Wait, about 2 seconds ago, I was dead, wasn't I? Then why am I here? My illness is completely gone, but why is the most important thing still not healed? Seeing Mr. Bai's confusion, Ping'er asked, "Master, are you alright?" He replied, "I'm fine, but why do you keep calling me master?" A moment later, Ping'er explained everything to him. What? I'm the heir to Star King City? The chosen son of destiny picked by Long Ming? That's right. Star King City is where the last remaining humans gather. The Star King is the ruler of humanity, and you, Master, are the one destined to bear the responsibility of saving all of humankind. He was puzzled. So what you're saying is that this guy, Long Ming, has reincarnated me into another world? Sounds pretty badass. But I only believe in science. It would take a meteorite hitting me in the head to make me believe in something like this. Seeing that Mr. Bai seemed unconvinced, the young lady bit her own arm and said, "If my master does not believe me, then I shall show you proof. The scent of blood will attract the man-eating monsters around us. When you see them, you will understand everything." "Ah, are there enough man-eating monsters?" At that very moment, the entire forest trembled as a horde of zombies, as numerous as an imperial army, surged forward. "Are these the man-eating monsters you were talking about?" "They are humans who have mutated, preying solely on human flesh and blood. Apart from Star City, the entire world belongs to them. It is these very creatures that have turned the world into a desolate wasteland." Hearing this, Mr. Bai started to believe. A sense of righteousness rose within him as he said, "Your name is Zhao Ping'er, right? It seems you weren't lying to me. Run quickly, I'll distract them. After being bedridden for 3 years, it's about time I stretched my muscles." The young lady asked, "With so many monsters, are you not afraid, master?" He replied, "Afraid? I'm scared shitless. But I can't just stand by and watch you die in front of me." Hearing this, the young lady was overjoyed. "Lord Longming, you have truly chosen the right person." With that, she leaped into the air, soaring like a bird. Mr. Bai's face was filled with confusion as he stood before the horde of zombies. He was starting to feel a little scared. They don't look any different from zombies. Seems like they're not that fast either. If I go all out and run, they probably won't be able to catch up. But there was no way the zombies would let Mr. Bai escape. The whole horde lunged at him like flies swarming over a pile of cow dung. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Mr. Bai's mind, "Kiddo, don't be afraid. Hold your pee in for a bit, then show me your courage." Mr. Bai panicked. "What the hell? Who's talking? Where am I?" The voice continued, "This is inside your body. I am another soul residing within you." Back outside, the girl was still standing above, watching. "Longming Lord, if your consciousness still lingers in this world, please show me a sign. Use your power to defeat them all." Suddenly, a surge of deep purple energy erupted, sending the zombies flying in all directions. Who else could it be but Mr. Bai, testing the power of the Star King? Mr. Bai grinned. "So this is what it feels like to be reborn?" The zombies that Mr. Bai had just sent to the afterlife suddenly left behind several floating orbs. They were still that same deep purple hue and drifted toward Mr. Bai, merging into his body. He nearly stumbled but then sensed something. Energy? What is this feeling? So warm. These energies are gathering inside me. The girl landed beside him and cleared things up. "Master, there's no need to be surprised. This is your ability endlessness of dim. It doesn't just absorb energy, it can even steal the abilities of others." "Steal abilities?" Mr. Bai was astonished. "That sounds insane. So this is a world of supernatural powers. No wonder my terminal illness disappeared." Suddenly, the girl dropped to her knees, making Mr. Bai raise an eyebrow. "What are you doing? The viewers are still watching, you know." Ping Er immediately responded, "Star City cannot go a day without its king. Please return to Star City and take the throne." Mr. Bai smirked and playfully said, "King of Star City? Not interested." Scene transition to the next morning. Mr. Bai and the girl were already on their way to Star City. She couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say you weren't interested in being king? Why are we rushing to Star City, then?" Mr. Bai sighed deeply, his stomach growling, "I need to find a place to fill my belly too. Am I supposed to eat dung outside? Is this really the sanctuary for the last survivors? The city walls are tall, sure, but there's not even a gate. Am I supposed to climb over the walls to get in?" The young lady comforted him, "Master, don't worry. This is just the security system of Star City. Only residents of the star can open the city gate. These walls are 700 meters high and 20 meters thick, built to fend off flesh-eating monsters, and even those naked titans can't breach this gate. As the gate opened, a voice rang out, "Welcome home, esteemed resident of Star City, Xiaoping Air." Despite the desolation outside, inside Star City, people could still lead peaceful and prosperous lives, all thanks to the Star Guards. Mr. Bai curiously asked, "What are the Star Guards?" The young lady explained, "They are the protectors of Star City." Star City is located at the center of a massive abyss, and the guards take turns guarding the 12 entry gates. They are all elite individuals selected through rigorous processes and ranked into 5 levels S, A, B, C, and D based on their strength, from strongest to weakest. Hearing this, Mr. Bai looked a bit disappointed. Sounds so impressive, but in the end, they're just gatekeepers? As soon as she stepped into the residential area, a voice echoed, "Xiaoping Air, you have repeatedly disobeyed orders and snuck past the city walls. Do you not take me seriously?" The guy with the hip-hop style rope braid was Zhang Tianmeng, C-rank Star Guard. "Don't misunderstand, I'm just searching for clues about Long Ming Lord." The onlookers started whispering among themselves, "I can't believe she's still looking for clues about Long Ming Lord. She just won't give up. What a fool." Zhang Tianmeng smirked and said, "Long Ming died 3 years ago. Are you searching for his bones?" He leaned back with a cocky posture, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'er was seething with frustration. On the other side, Mr. Bai had already warmed up. He called out, "Hey, gatekeeper, bullying a girl like this, didn't you people feel any shame?" The hip-hop guy looked annoyed and asked, "Are you an outsider? Star City doesn't welcome outsiders." With that, he immediately threw a punch at Mr. Bai. But Mr. Bai dodged effortlessly, his expression full of confidence, his movements far more agile than before. Is this the effect of absorbing energy? Mr. Bai wondered. Seeing the commotion, the boss's underlings rushed over. "Who are you to dare lay a hand on the guards?" Suddenly, as they were running, the underlings tripped over the grass, and the referee immediately awarded a penalty. But no, it wasn't the grass. It was little sister Ping Air expanding her domain, increasing gravity tenfold. "With me here, no one touches him," she declared. The SR-ranked gravity ability within the city could alter the surrounding gravitational field. Unfortunately, this tenfold gravity had no effect on Mr. Bai. Without hesitation, the boss blinked forward, throwing a serious punch at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai blocked it with one hand. Suddenly, the boss felt something was wrong. "Damn it! What the hell? My power, it's being drained." Mr. Bai grinned. "Ha, you didn't see this coming, did you?" Cold sweat dripped down the boss's face. Relax, boss. We can talk this out, right?" At the same time, somewhere in Star City, Lord Dracula gazed toward the scene. "So, you've sensed it too. That girl is the Star Guard's number 3, a rank 9-tailed fox Wu Yu. And that energy source is Long Ming." The boss held a wine glass, looking every bit like nobility. He was the Star Guard's number 3, S rank. Lord Dracula, the ruler of Star City. Returning to Mr. Bai's battle, at this moment, the other guy was so terrified that he stammered, this is the endlessness of dim." The man, now looking as shriveled as if he'd been tormented by his wife, exclaimed, "Isn't this Long Ming's ability?" Who the hell are you?" Mr. Bai replied with absolute slyness, "I'm your daddy." Some time later, the girl and Mr. Bai were strolling down the street. She beamed brightly, "Xiaoping Air, now that we have master, can we finally go eat?" "Yeah, I'm starving to death." "Can I eat you instead?" Mr. Bai joked. "My appetite isn't small, you know." "It's fine. Eat as much as you like." At that moment, everyone who saw Mr. Bai was practically drooling. This young man is an outsider, yet he easily defeated a C-rank guardian. Who the hell is he? Just who is he, really? Just then, someone approached. Ping Air immediately recognized him. "Is Zhang Tianmeng giving you trouble again?" I'll tear him to pieces for you. This was Su Xianbai's personal guard, who narrowed his sharp eyes at Zhang Zaiqin. Besides killing, can't you do anything else for our dear Ping Er? This was Su Xianbai's personal guard and scientific researcher, Li Xian. Mr. Bai was surprised, not expecting Zhao Ping Er to have a friend who was a martial artist. Without needing to trouble the two sisters, Ping Er clung to Mr. Bai's arm and said, "The master has already avenged me a little." Mr. Bai retorted sharply, "Hey, hey, hey. Don't cause trouble, alright? Last time I suffered enough already. Are you calling him your master? He's not your dad or anything, right?" The younger sister chuckled lightly and replied, "You're not wrong. Su Xianbai possesses the infinite power of Yin energy. He is the successor chosen by Lord Longming, the one we must protect at all costs, even at the expense of our lives. He is our new master." The scene shifted to the Longming mansion in Star City. By now, Mr. Bai hadn't eaten anything all day and was left sipping on a bowl of noodles. The two other sisters were speechless, while Ping Er blushed deeply, embarrassed by the sight of Mr. Bai's nimble tongue slurping the noodles. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Zaiqin stood up and addressed Su Xianbai, "Although I don't understand why Lord Longming passed the endless Yin power to you, if you're the one he placed his hopes on, I will not let you off easily." Zaiqin wasn't wrong. Becoming their master wasn't going to be easy. "You are obligated to fulfill Lord Longming's dying wish to lead the Star Clan in eradicating all man-eating monsters." Mr. Bai, upon hearing that, his face slightly dampened, but he said nothing more. A moment later, he stepped into the bedroom but didn't sleep right away. Instead, he started doing push-ups, determined not to let the outside world affect him. "Star King, everyone says you must ascend the throne, but why should that have anything to do with you?" Suddenly, from behind, a voice rang out, "Of course, it has everything to do with you." Mr. Bai turned around, surprised to see a familiar figure. "You are Longming, the King of Stars." Longming continued, "You're not entirely clueless, are you? Didn't you think I was dead?" Mr. Bai, confused, asked, "Did you have a disciple who played around with the Soul Palace?" Longming responded, his expression serious, "I don't know. But the truth is, my physical body is indeed dead. However, my soul lives on. Only my soul lives on." Mr. Bai couldn't help but wonder, "So, you are me in the present moment? Just a weak soul, invisible to anyone but me. You went through all this trouble to bring me to this world, then fused your soul into my body. Are you planning to take over my body?" The two locked eyes, a gaze filled with both understanding and familiarity, as if they were about to share a passionate kiss. Suddenly, Longming broke the tension, "I don't care about such trivial things. I brought you to Star City for one simple reason: to make a deal." Mr. Bai frowned slightly. "A deal? No gay stuff, okay?" Longming said, "I bestow upon you the greatest power in this world. I grant you boundless fortune and the highest authority, along with always having my wife by your side. All you need to do is ascend the throne as the king of the Star Clan and uncover the mastermind behind my assassination." Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, but Mr. Bai refused. What a pity you're in no position to refuse. As expected. If you are able to bring me to this world, then you must have a way to control me. What is the price you're asking for? Ah, kiddo, you're smarter than I thought. I've placed a seal on you. The moment you fulfill my conditions, the seal will be lifted instantly. A seal? What kind of seal? The seal will activate periodically. Whenever your physiological desires arise, you'll experience unbearable agony worse than death. If you refuse, you'll spend your entire life as nothing more than a shell of a man, never truly a real one. Hearing this, Mr. Bai knew he was in serious trouble. After 10 minutes of excruciating internal struggle, he finally gave in. Who would have thought that a Star King would resort to such underhanded means to coerce a nobody just to ensure his obedience? You said, "Why me? I'm just an ordinary person. Surely, there are many others more suited to help you take revenge than I am. Or is there some reason why you can only choose me?" This kiddo guessed correctly. Because of the illness that led to his body's decline, like a blank sheet of paper, he is the most suitable person to be entrusted with the endlessness of dim. You have given me a second chance at life, and I am very grateful. However, I am a living, breathing person, not a tool for your vengeance. How interesting. I underestimated you a little before. They talked all night, but Mr. Bai had no idea that Zai Qin had been keeping watch on the rooftop, talking to himself the whole time. Eventually, exhaustion took over. At this moment, Mr. Bai was about to drift into sleep, yet the seal still hadn't been broken. Sigh. Hopefully, I won't have to wake up in agony again at dawn. He had barely fallen asleep when his door suddenly swung open. A fair, slender leg stepped inside, followed by a girl carrying a massive, long-barreled gun aimed straight at his face. Mr. Bai opened his eyes in shock. Before him stood a stunning girl, her weapon locked and loaded. Mr. Bai started sweating and panicked, asking, "You? What do you want? Are you really the successor of Endlessness of Dim?" Hey, chill, bro. That cannon of yours didn't joke around like that. Shut up. I'm not as stupid as Zhao Ping'er, so easy to fool. You must have used some despicable means to obtain Long Ming's power. Mr. Bai was bewildered. This girl. Long Ming's sister? Little devil? Wang Shiryu? Zhao Ping'er? Long Ming's brother? Wait, you're not my bodyguard, are you? Hearing his words, the girl immediately fired at the pillow next to him, turning it into a beehive. Mr. Bai shuddered. You're trying to assassinate me? Tell me clearly what happened to Long Ming. If you don't, your fate will be no different from that pillow. A moment later, after listening to Mr. Bai's story, the girl was in tears. Brother, he's really not dead? His soul coexists within your body? Calm down a little. If Long Ming's enemies find out, I'll be the first one to die. Suddenly, she lunged at Mr. Bai, screaming, Long Ming brother. And said, but calm down, don't get so emotional. If it weren't for the seal, I'd send you straight to heaven. Don't get all flustered just because you're emotional. I am Su Xian Bai, not your Long Ming. Since you're so enthusiastic, then take me somewhere tomorrow. She asked, where? Scene shifts to the next day. Mr. Bai is singing karaoke while Shiryu stands guard outside. The place is already booked. If you don't want to die, leave now. And don't ever order me to do this kind of thing again. At this moment, Mr. Bai has booked the entire venue not because he's ridiculously strong, but because he's training the monster in his pants to build endurance. Whenever his physiological desires arise, unbearable pain follows worse than death. If I want to break free from Long Ming's control, I must overcome this seal. I must endure. Just then, she approaches and embraces Mr. Bai, but his mind remains steady, no desire, no disturbance. No desire, no disturbance. She then pulls her ultimate move, breathing seductively, say something, brother. The monster in Mr. Bai's pants immediately loses control. A scream echoes across the entire city. Moments later, Mr. Bai steps out. The girl couldn't help but exclaim, he looks timid at first glance, but handling 30 of them at once? That's some serious toughness. What do you know? I'm fighting for my fate here. That damn Long Ming actually dared to create such a vicious seal. Next month, they'll be selecting the elite team for the Star Guards. Are you really not planning to prepare for it? Prepare for what? I don't even want to be a mere gatekeeper. Becoming a Star Guard is a mandatory step to becoming a Star King. Suddenly, Mr. Bai turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Changed your mind? Drank too much and need to use the restroom? Right after, Mr. Bai stood in front of someone's house to relieve himself. As he was doing so, he suddenly spotted something that looked like a ball. What kind of toy is this? Looks pretty interesting. Out of nowhere, a massive monster appeared. This was none other than the man-eating demon, level hunter devourer. Scene transition to Shiryu. At this moment, she was deep in thought. What the hell was he thinking, letting someone like this inherit the king's position? Suddenly, Mr. Bai came rushing out with the giant, wide-mouthed monster right behind him. The man-eating demon-level monster. Why did it appear inside the city? She thought. At this moment, Mr. Bai was already exhausted from running. Every time he stopped to catch his breath, a few small demons would attack him again. Just as he was about to accept his fate, his little sister arrived to help. Scared shitless already, huh? You pervy demon. You're the pervy demon. Your whole family is full of pervy demons. I'm just saying, you don't have to keep sneaking around anymore, do you? If anyone in this city could tame a man-eating demon and bring it inside, it'd be you and no one else, right? Auntie. Auntie? You mean she's Long Ming's wife? She's the holy maiden of Star City, engaged by fate. At 20, she was supposed to marry the Star King and become his wife. We all thought she'd be our auntie, but somehow, you of all people ended up taking advantage of her. Nonsense. Don't spout rubbish. How could I possibly marry this trap boy? If he dies, the engagement is immediately nullified. This little sister was none other than the holy maiden of Blue Moon, Mu Yuan Yuan. As soon as Mr. Bai laid eyes on her, his face flushed red, and his heart pounded wildly. As soon as he saw Yuan Yuan, Mr. Bai was flooded with memories of the past. He thought to himself, "You're not my type. Please, stop bothering me." Saying that, she turned away, leaving Mr. Bai with his sincere feelings. Even now, he still felt like he was in a trance, believing she was his goddess. What's wrong with this guy? Did he just get scared out of his wits? At that moment, while Mr. Bai was acting out a scene, he suddenly said, "So, you came to this world because of me? Who are you calling your goddess? Shameless." With that, she landed a punch on Mr. Bai, twisting his mouth to the side, sending him flying before he smashed into the wall. She actually dared to strike him for real. Don't think that just because you're an auntie, I won't do anything to you. I've already said it'd kill him, and the engagement will be annulled immediately. How could I possibly marry someone who goes to bars for pleasure like him? Seeing Shiryu about to interfere, Yuan Yuan ordered the big-mouthed monster to swallow her whole. Until I finish him off, you'd better stay obedient inside evil's belly. Taking a hit from such a powerful skill, if you don't die, you'll still be crippled. Hurry up and end him already. Suddenly, Mr. Bai's hand shot out, aiming to grab Yuan Yuan's neck, but she swiftly dodged. Yuan Yuan was slightly startled, wondering, how is this possible? He still has the strength to fight back? What a pity he almost caught me. This guy is using infinite dark energy to absorb that punch. He's only been here for 2 days, yet he's already mastered his ability to this extent. At that moment, Mr. Bai struck an unbelievably cool and badass pose before saying, "Thanks to your punch, I finally woke up. I was bedridden in the hospital for 3 years, and the goddess didn't visit me even once. How could she possibly come to this place for me? You two just look alike, that's all. She already has someone in her heart, so there's no way I can marry you. Today, you're the one who has to die. Don't get me wrong, that's all in the past now. I've long since lost my feelings for her. Besides, as far as I know, I'm not the only one aiming for the throne of the king, am I? Yet you keep targeting me relentlessly, even getting jealous because I left for a few days. Could it be that you've set your sights on me? Do you like my sweet potato?" Hearing Mr. Bai's nonsense, Yuan Yuan angrily gritted her teeth and said, bragging without shame, Do you think I have my eyes on you? It's just that the other 2 successors were already married long ago. Suddenly, several special sphere monsters appeared at Mr. Bai's feet. They attacked him, making Mr. Bai spurt blood everywhere, then turned back to deliver a finishing blow. It's over. Evil will crush you until not even your bones remain. I never intended to kill you, but you have only yourself to blame for coming to a place you shouldn't have. But unexpectedly, no scratch appeared on Mr. Bai. In fact, he even defeated the special sphere monsters with ease. The young lady was shocked, wondering, how could he absorb them like that? Mr. Bai calmly said, honestly, I never intended to become the Star King. It's just that I bear the endlessness of dim, so everyone forced me down this path without caring about how I felt. I'm someone who has experienced death before. In this life, I just want to live for myself. The young lady was stunned by Mr. Bai's words. Suddenly, Shiryu's voice rang out from the big-mouthed monster, Auntie, do you know why I use a cannon as my weapon? It's because my ability is too powerful. Pretty cool, right? The bite force of a mature hunter-devourer is 200 kg, you know. The ability enhances cellular metabolism, altering cell structures and pushing one's power far beyond human limits. Mr. Bai pointed a finger, just one skill, and even Auntie could fall at his hands. Shiryu stepped forward, throwing a punch. Yuan dodged immediately, but the ground couldn't evade. Yuan leaped high into the air, unleashing her ultimate move. This kid is quite a handful, huh? How could he have such an incredible ability? I must not stay too close to these two. Should I use this move to decide the battle? Pretty fast, aren't you? Yuan activated her skill, the Eyes of the Blue Moon. Mr. Bai and Shiryu instantly fell into a trance, caught in the SSR tier neuro ability scene transition. The Eyes of the Blue Moon could unleash the spirit-controlling technique of the flesh-eating monsters and even harness moonlight to amplify the immense power of ocular arts, temporarily subjugating even humans. Suddenly, something flashed under the moonlight. Mr. Bai and Shiryu snapped back to their senses. It was Zai Qin, swinging her sword in a daring rescue. Want to kill Su Xian Bai? Have you asked for my permission? Zai Qin slashed at Mu Yuan. The moment she heard it coming, she was already struck down. Right at this moment, Su Xian Bai rushed forward to catch Mu Yuan, holding her tightly. You must not die, don't scare me. Mu Yuan gradually lost consciousness. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking around. Where is this? No wounds at all. But I was clearly cut down. She recalled that female warrior at the moment she drew her blade. Mu Yuan had felt death approaching, a fear that could shake anyone. Terrifying. The wound still throbbed faintly, but if that woman was here, she couldn't make a move against Su Xian Bai. Suddenly, she saw Su Xian Bai talking outside on the balcony. I still find it hard to understand. How did Qin's sister appear here? So, she has been silently watching over us all along. Qin's sister sat on the rooftop and said, as a bodyguard, I must ensure your safety. In Star City, Mu Yuan is not the only one who wants you dead. Su Xian Bai nodded and replied, of course, I understand that. Qin's sister continued, as long as the mastermind behind Long Ming's assassination remains in the shadows, you are in danger every second of every minute. Moreover, the two remaining successors, the most powerful figure in Star City, Lord Dracula, and Long Ming's sister, the Archangel Long Yen, each of them has their eyes on you. If you continue to be as soft-hearted as you were today. Su Xian Bai scratched his head and said, easy for you to say. How could I just stand by and watch her die? Mu Yuan was moved and replied, the one who saved me was actually him. If it weren't for those female warriors, I would have died by my own hands. And yet, he saved me. Su Xian Bai said proudly, although I have no interest in this so-called spirit race, suddenly having a wife like this isn't something I can refuse. So, she cannot die. Mu Yuan angrily opened the balcony door. Su Xian Bai was startled and said, you're awake. She frowned and replied, who is your wife? You bastard, don't think that just because you saved my life, I owe you anything in return. Mu Yuan, I will never marry someone like you. Don't even dream about it. Hearing that, Su Xian Bai was petrified. She rejected him so ruthlessly, so bluntly that it left him completely stunned. Qin's sister stood up, pointed her sword at Mu Yuan, and said, Mu Yuan, if you want to fight him, this time, I won't use the sword blade. The staff members broke out in cold sweat. Sword blade. No wonder it didn't leave any wounds. Su Xianbai stared at Mu Yuan, sensing a hint of fear in her. Did Qin's sister's strike just now hit her pride? Mu Yuan stepped back in fear, thinking to herself, she's always right on my heels. Little Bai, I have to find another way. Then, she leaped into the air and called out loudly, "Curved bird!" A massive beast approached her. Su Xianbai widened her eyes, thinking, is this another of her man-eating beasts? Its aura is worlds apart from the hunter-devourer. Mu Yuan jumped onto the curved bird and headed toward Qin's sister and Su Xianbai. The beast, enraged, thought, even these mere human brats dare to show disrespect to my master. I am none other than the man-eating monster, the demon-level curved bird. Qin's sister grew wary, realizing the beast could understand human language, and remarked, a high-level flesh-eating demon? Then tearing it apart should be quite entertaining. Upon seeing Qin's sister's sword, the beast hesitated and no longer advanced. At that moment, Mu Yuan spoke up, Su Xianbai, don't you want to marry me? Our engagement is a matter for us alone, others have no business interfering. Su Xianbai looked up, pondering for a moment before realizing, so this is a ploy to separate Qin's sister. That sulking act, how terrifying. Qin's sister, why don't you take a short break? Let me talk to her. Qin's sister raised her sword, ready for battle, and replied, no. Su Xianbai smiled and said, don't worry, Qin's sister, if she had wanted to make a move, she wouldn't have rushed out just now. Qin's sister hesitated for a moment, then sheathed her sword and said, if you die, don't blame me. Su Xianbai nodded and replied, it's fine, I've got a tough life. Then he turned to Mu Yuan and said, you went through all this trouble just to cover up your fear of Qin's sister, didn't you? As you wish, now it's just the two of us. Speak, what exactly do you want? Mu Yuan let out a cold snort and replied, I admit you're not as bad as I imagined, but that doesn't change the truth. You're just a nobody who climbed a king by riding the coattails of unlessness of dim. Su Xianbai, angered, said, has no one ever told you that your words can deeply wound others? Mu Yuan calmly replied, next month, StarClan will hold the grand selection for the Star Guards. If you defeat me in the tournament and ascend to the ranks of the Star Guards, I will acknowledge your identity as the successor of Star King. Su Xianbai was surprised, pondered for a moment, then asked, the grand selection for the Star Guards? Wang sure you mentioned it too, what exactly is it? Mu Yuan explained, in the battle against man-eating monsters, the Star Guards step onto the battlefield, and casualties are inevitable. The tournament conducts 2 rounds of selection to pick out outstanding guards to replace those who have fallen, ultimately choosing 72 elite warriors who are always ready to protect humanity. Su Xianbai replied, I see. So if I defeat you, does that mean our engagement will take effect? Mu Yuan coldly responded, don't get ahead of yourself. Becoming a Star Guard is merely the basic requirement for succeeding as the Star King. My engagement is only valid with the Star King. The strongest guardian, the number 1's rank, will be the hero who carries all of Star City on his shoulders. Do you think just any man can compare to him? Hearing this, Su Xianbai trembled with anger, thinking to himself, could it be that she? Mu Yuan, flustered, shouted, no. You're not allowed to say it out loud. Su Xianbai frowned and said, damn it, why does it have to be him? Aside from that white head and a slightly handsome face, that guy was nothing more than a cunning, despicable bastard. Mu Yuan reminded him, oh, I forgot to mention those eliminated in the first round are permanently banned from participating ever again. For you, that means losing your qualification as the heir to the king. Yuan said, so, still going all the way? All the way to the end. A month later, a red-haired man was making his way to Star City, feeling an immense pressure. The sheer presence of this place was worthy of its reputation as the birthplace of the Star Guards. At the holy place, he thought, there are quite a lot of competitors here, and they all look strong. The blood from hell is about to erupt. Today is a momentous day. That man was Ma Fu Shi, a villager from Majiadan. Majiadan was a small village within Star Palace. Ma Fu was astonished at the sight inside the holy place. Indeed, only an arena of this caliber is worthy of my fists. Suddenly, a man was sent sprawling onto the ground right beside him. A bespectacled man stood there, gazing down at him coldly. "Don't let your filthy hands touch me." The man on the ground cursed, "Damn it! Why the hell did you throw me? I didn't do it on purpose." A scar-faced man behind him chuckled, "The selection hasn't even started yet, and it's already heating up." "Interesting." The man who had been thrown lunged forward, attacking. "Let me show you how dangerous I can be." The bespectacled man raised his hand indifferently and replied, "Trash." Immediately after, he unleashed his extreme ice power, freezing the other man in an instant. The crowd buzzed with shock, such ruthless action. He only touched him for a moment, yet the result is terrifying. "Who exactly is this man?" The blonde-haired man was stunned and muttered, "I remember now. An SSR tier extreme ice elemental ability, coupled with an obsessive level of cleanliness. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the number 1 S-rank archangel, the son of Long Yan, and the grandson of Long Ming Icy Soul, Long Wei Yang." All the girls present were captivated by Long Wei Yang. As expected of Mr. Long. "He's unbelievably handsome." One girl spoke up. "Mr. Long, I love you." At that moment, Ma Fu placed a hand on Long Wei Yang and said, "Hey, you seem pretty strong." The crowd was dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, "He touched him. Is that country bumpkin looking for death?" Another person corrected, "He's not just some country bumpkin. He is Ma Fu from Majiadan village. Last year, he slaughtered dozens of demon-class carnivorous creatures. He's a battle maniac." Ma Fu raised his hand, flames surging wildly around it. "I also have an SSR tier elemental ability." "So what? Let's fight." Long Wei Yang glanced at him and coldly said, "Let go." Judge of the Star Guards, Grade A, Wu Yu, took a drag of his cigarette and cursed, "You bunch of idiots, do you all have excess energy to waste? Just wait until the selection starts before you start fighting again." Ma Fu chuckled and said, "Don't get me wrong, I was just sparring." Long Wei Yang brushed the dust off his coat and said, "All a bunch of brutes. But aside from the outsider who inherited the endlessness of Dim, is he really going to show up?" The crowd around them stirred. Someone muttered, "Good thing Lord Wu Yu stopped those two, otherwise, they would definitely have disrupted us." "Those two newcomers both have super tier SSR abilities." Wu Yu nodded. "Time's up. Let's begin." Just as Long Wei Yang was about to speak, a hand suddenly rose. "Wait a moment, there's still one more contestant." It wasn't Su Xianbai who had arrived at the arena, it was Mu Yuan. Long Wei Yang frowned and said, "The Blue Moon Maiden. Is she here for Su Xianbai? Because of that engagement?" Wu Yu smirked. "Do you possess that endlessness of Dim? I heard he defeated Zheng Tianmeng, a great C. If he's really here, this will be even more interesting." She said, "However, I will only wait for him for 5 more minutes." 5 minutes later, Su Xianbai still hadn't arrived. Wu Yu sneered, "It looks like that guy doesn't dare to come." As expected, he only relied on luck to obtain Long Ming's special ability. The Guardian selection is where true skills are tested. It's only natural that he admits his inferiority. That bastard must be afraid of being eliminated in the first round, thereby losing his right to inheritance. The time had come. Long Wei Yang frowned, "Is he really not coming?" Mu Yuan looked dejected and said, "Su Xianbai, did you really deceive me?" At that moment, Su Xianbai arrived. Mu Yuan, one of the staff members, smiled and said, "In the end, he kept his promise." Su Xianbai, dressed in brand new clothes, exuded confidence as he stood alongside his guardians. There were quite a few of them, and the newcomers seemed particularly unapproachable. All the other competitors turned to look at him, their anger flaring. Stop pretending. We've all been waiting for you. And what are you wearing? Are you looking down on us? We might as well team up and take you down in the first round. And you even brought Long Ming's people along. Another person spoke up. Are you planning to form a team for illegal activities? Wearing that much, you must be burning up. Little Bai was furious and shouted, they're only responsible for leading the way to the selection. It's just me and Ping Air. Besides, I alone am more than enough to deal with all of you. Mu Yuan said with satisfaction, your mocking skills are truly impressive. You've just arrived and already become the highlight. When the competition starts, how will you clean up this mess? Wu Yu had just stepped down from the arena and said, alright, if everyone is here, let's stop wasting words. I hereby announce that the selection tournament for the Star Guards officially begins. Everyone was stunned. Seeing the teleportation gate, they wondered, what is this for? This wasn't part of it before. Wu Yu explained, the selection is divided into 2 rounds. The rules for the first round are simple. This teleportation gate will randomly send you to the outskirts of the city. Your task is to survive for 5 days in the designated area we have set. Only those who are still alive will qualify for the second round of selection. The crowd was shocked. Surviving for 5 days outside the city was practically impossible. Moreover, the teleportation was random. One person voiced their concern, there will definitely be dangers. If we are teleported into a den of carnivorous creatures, we'll become prey. Wu Yu remained indifferent and replied, the duty of the Star Guards is to swear their lives to protect the Star Palace. If you are afraid, you may withdraw. Doing so will at least ensure your right to participate next year. Everyone raised their hands in surrender. Someone spoke up, I forfeit. Me too. I'll come back next year. After that, the noisy crowd left the competition city. Wu Yu looked at the remaining people and saw that those who stayed were all elites. He asked, so, who wants to go in first? Little Bai stepped forward and said, I'll go. Long Wei Yang and Mu Yuan were both puzzled, not understanding what he intended to do. Little Bai thought to himself, this selection process definitely has someone targeting me, and it's absolutely not just Mu Yuan alone. If I can enter first, I'll familiarize myself with the terrain sooner, an advantage I can't afford to miss. Ping Air, worried, tugged at his sleeve. Master, I have a bad feeling about this. Little Bai reassured her, don't worry. Let's go. Once I pass through the teleportation gate, I'll find you to regroup. Then, he strode in with arrogance. As soon as he entered, he was startled, surprised to find that what lay ahead was no ordinary misfortune. Right in front of him stood a gigantic octopus-like monster, the long-lost relic of a demonic predator, a hunter-collapsed squid. The hunter-collapsed squid roared in fury, pathetic human. How dare you trespass into my domain? Prepare to die. With that, it launched a powerful strike at Little Bai. However, as it lifted its tentacle, it was stunned to see Little Bai holding it up with just one hand. Shocked, Little Bai directly teleported in front of the demonic creature and said, my luck is truly beyond extraordinary. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you. I already made plans with Ping Air. First, I need to go find her. Seeing the other tentacles of the octopus rushing toward him at breakneck speed, Little Bai was startled, but his reflexes were incredibly fast. He dodged the attack instantly. Hunter-collapsed squid stared at him and sneered, you've got some skills, but for a mere human's level. Little Bai quickly calculated the situation. This opponent's physique was enormous. If he kept fighting, his position would be exposed. He made his decision, finish this quickly. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Hunter-collapsed squid and threw a powerful punch straight at it. Little Bai's guards sat waiting for him. Wang Shiyu, anxious and doubtful, asked, are you sure there won't be any problems? If he gets eliminated, he won't be able to inherit the title of king. Li Xian responded, Ping Air is strong, but with the new rules this time, even he can't guarantee Bai's advancement. Zhong Zaiqin merely said quietly, Su Xianbai may seem carefree on the surface, but he is far from simple. From the very first day he stepped into Star Palace, he has maintained strict control over his time. Sleeping at 10:30 p.m., waking up at 7:00 a.m. following his schedule with absolute precision. Every day, he does 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and runs 10 kilometers. No matter the weather, he never skips a day. Little Bai sensed another threat when a humanoid monster without eyes appeared. A strange green aura emanated from its body, startling Little Bai. He immediately recognized it as the signal of a hunter-collapsed squid, sending out a call to summon more predators to encircle him. But before the situation could worsen, an immensely powerful cold aura, like ice and snow from above, surged down and enveloped the squid. All of its movements were instantly frozen. Long Wei Yang approached from a distance, accompanied by the predators that were gradually coming to a halt, ceasing their movements as if they had received some sort of command. These creatures had originally been human-level monsters, but after devouring too many humans, they had mutated into their current forms. Little Bai could not suppress his anger and shouted, "Who are you? You steal from me and still have the audacity to talk nonsense?" Long Wei Yang, thin yet exuding an unusual arrogance, replied, "If I hadn't intervened, you'd be surrounded by predators by now. I helped you, shouldn't you be thanking me instead?" Little Bai turned his head and said, "I don't have time to waste with you. I need to find Ping Air and regroup quickly." Suddenly, ice and snow began to cover everything. Little Bai stopped and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Long Wei Yang explained, "Do you still remember the rules of the first round? Surviving for 5 days in the designated area is the only way to qualify for the next stage of the competition. That means the rules allow contestants here to eliminate opponents who pose a threat." Little Bai turned back and sneered, "An opponent who poses a threat looks like that refers to me." At the same time, deep in the misty forest, someone was desperately fleeing from a horde of carnivorous beasts. "Damn it, just my luck off all places, I got teleported right in front of a pack of flesh-eating creatures." Strange tutu sounds echoed through the air. Just as that person was about to pass through a barrier, a thunderous boom erupted. It turned out that Ping Air had slain all the monsters. It's over. The master wasn't teleported anywhere else, I need to find him first. Just as he was about to move, the bracelet on his wrist emitted a toot sound. It was the tracking device issued to contestants upon entering the arena. It was warning him. Wu Yu had stated that there was only one rule in this competition: survive for 5 days in the designated area. Moving forward is not an option. If you leave this place, you might be eliminated. Master, wait for me. Seeing Ping Air sprinting forward, a hooded figure grinned wickedly, "I've found you." While running, Ping Air sensed someone behind her. She stopped, turned around, and said, "Come out." "Sneaking around and following me, what do you want?" The man chuckled before swiftly landing on the ground. As expected of Long Ming's bodyguard. "When did you notice me?" Ping Air calmly replied, "From the very beginning." "What exactly is your purpose?" "So, you are lightning god, Li Yi." "Your master, Su Xianbai, someone wants his life. Please lead the way." Ping Air shook her head. "Keep dreaming." Harnessing her power, Ping Air manipulated the surroundings, making the ground seem to swallow everything. 10 times, 20 times Li Yi's feet gradually sank deeper into the earth. She continued increasing the gravitational force, reaching 30 times, as she steadily advanced toward Li Yi. Yet, Li Yi remained unfazed, could manipulate gravity too. Meanwhile, on Little Bai's side, Long Wei Yang reminded him, "You don't even pose a threat to me right now. You're not qualified to be my opponent." Little Bai thought, this guy is so arrogant. What exactly is he planning? Long Wei Yang stepped forward and said, "No need to worry. I came just to tell you one thing. I hope you do your best to stay alive." Then, he brushed past Little Bai. Little Bai asked, "Why are you saying this?" Long Wei Yang replied, "Someone wants you dead." Little Bai responded indifferently, "There are many who want me dead." Long Wei Yang answered, "Hoof, still don't get it?" When Wu Yu announced the rules, I had already figured it out. This time, the rules are different from before. The purpose of changing them is to kill. Someone capable of altering the selection rules is definitely no ordinary person. If you want a place in Star Palace, you must survive the first round. Little Bai fell silent, pondering, who exactly is this guy? Why is he helping me? Suddenly, he felt a chilling sense of dread and quickly turned his head. What is this feeling? In that direction, it turned out to be the aftermath of the battle between Ping Ri and Li Yi. Li Yi used his elbow to push Ping Ri away effortlessly, as if it was nothing. Bit by bit, he overcame Ping Ri's gravity and advanced toward her. Ping Er was pushed away and then collapsed to the ground. She worriedly thought, I never expected his ability to be of the lightning element. He's actually using electricity to alter his body's functions and counteract gravity. According to the registration information, he was just a retired soldier. There's no way he should have this level of power. He's far too dangerous. I absolutely can't let this man find the master. Li Yi drew his knife and said, if you refuse to lead the way, then I'll use your corpse to lure him out. The result will be the same either way. Ping Er exhaled sharply and said, as long as I'm here, don't even dream of laying a finger on the master. Little Bai was sprinting with all his might toward Ping Er to assist her when suddenly, 3 men blocked his path. The scar-faced man sneered, isn't this the brat who was talking big just now? What a coincidence, bumping into us 3 after getting teleported to the same place. Running into us means your luck has run out. But then, the scar-faced man was stunned, his expression filled with shock as he witnessed the scene before him. Little Bai effortlessly leaped past all 3 of them. This feeling. It's Ping Er. She's in danger. Ping Er lay on the ground, panting heavily, seemingly gravely injured. She weakly murmured, I came here to help Master level up. I absolutely cannot fall here. Li Yi stared at her, wondering, how could such a beautiful woman follow a master of doomed fate like that? Unfortunately, just as he was about to finish off Ping Er, a powerful punch from Little Bai struck him, sending him flying backward. Little Bai stood on the ground, watching as Li Yi crashed into a massive rock, seemingly lifeless. He let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you ended up so badly injured. Ping Er reassured him, it's just a superficial wound. After some rest, I'll be fine. Master doesn't need to worry. I'm your bodyguard, yet not only did I fail to protect you, I even needed you to protect me instead. If anyone should apologize, it's me. Little Bai silently looked at her. Then, Ping Er continued, by the way, this forest is so vast. How did Master find me? Little Bai replied, you may not believe it, but I somehow sensed that you were in danger. I could even feel your exact location. Ping Er was puzzled. You could sense my location? Could it be that this ability works on Master as well? Suddenly, something seemed to stir within Li Yi. A cracking sound echoed was moving. A strong gust of wind arose, and Ping Er suddenly started coughing repeatedly. Little Bai noticed this and quickly took off his coat for her. My cloak is gone. Use this to cover yourself and rest. I'll stay here and keep watch for you tonight. Ping Er hesitated. How could I accept this? Little Bai smiled. For the past month, you've been taking care of me in every way. Besides, you even got injured because of me. These past few days, let me take care of you instead. Ping Er smiled warmly. Thank you, Master. After that, she drifted off to sleep. Little Bai sat beside her, keeping watch. At that moment, countless tendrils suddenly launched a silent attack at him from behind. Sensing the danger, Little Bai swiftly turned around and tore them apart with his bare hands. I was wondering why I wasn't automatically absorbing your energy. So, you were just playing dead. Little Bai recognized that ability. It belonged to Li Yi. Li Yi responded, killing me isn't that easy. Then he thought to himself, if I hadn't injected that predator serum earlier, that attack might have taken my life. With a month of training, he had likely reached B rank. He had absorbed the energy of a Tier 1 guardian from a sky might beast. Something within Lee seemed to be pushing him toward an even higher level of evolution. He smirked and said, "Kiddo, don't get too cocky. Take your time and feel it for yourself." From his back, countless grotesque tendrils emerged. Little Bai's eyes widened in shock. "What is that?" Lee said, "This is my final form, the durable flesh of a predator, combined with SSR-level lightning abilities. My current strength is at the absolute peak of B rank." "You're dead for sure." Little Bai rushed forward, punched him once to shut him up, then grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. "If you're the peak of B rank, then I am the peak of B rank." Lee was instantly defeated. Is this the true terror of the endlessness of Dim? In the blink of an eye, my consciousness is drained, and so much energy is being sucked away. But how is he able to wield the endlessness of Dim to this extent? This level of mastery. It's only been a month. Could it be that this mission is destined to fail? Lee recalled a man wearing a gas mask, holding up a syringe filled with a strange liquid. Have you thought this through? The predator serum is still in the experimental phase. Its effects are unstable, and it could put your life in danger. The first test subject had a violent rejection reaction, and his heart rate exceeded 210. Do you want to stop the experiment? Lee gritted his teeth. No, don't stop. A mysterious old man spoke to Lee. Although you survived the experiment, the fusion between predator cells and human cells remains incomplete. Lee said, only obtaining the sturdy flesh of a carnivorous creature without awakening a second special ability. Ultimately, it's still a failed product. If we want to create an artificial predator with dual abilities, we are still missing something. Within Su Xian Bai's body lies the crystallization of the endlessness of Dim. Little Bai was preparing to deliver the finishing blow, but before doing so, he said, I have a few small questions I'd like to ask you. Why can you transform into the form of a carnivorous creature and still maintain your rationality? Who is your master? What are you plotting? Speak clearly at once. Lee laughed. Do you think I would tell you? Based on my calculations, you are fundamentally no match for me. I am truly curious, why has your development exceeded my expectations by such a wide margin? Little Bai shot him a glare. Because I am naturally gifted. At that moment, the sky suddenly erupted with a torrential downpour, accompanied by deafening thunder. Lee flinched, his eyes widening. Thunder. Could it be that the heavens intend to destroy me? Lee spoke, his eyes flashing with confidence. Do you know why lightning appears during rainstorms? Little Bai frowned and replied, too much talking. Say your last words. Lee explained, it is because opposite electricity. At that moment, Ping Er regained consciousness and rushed over in a panic. Danger, master. A massive bolt of lightning roared through the sky, striking fiercely toward Little Bai and Lee. The spot where Lee had been defeated had now become a gigantic crater. It turned out that Ping Er had taken the blow for Little Bai. She lay sprawled motionless on the ground. Lee seemed to have regained his strength, generating enough negative charge to summon the heavenly thunder. To him, this was as effortless as flipping his hand. He looked toward Ping Er, his eyes flashing with surprise and anger. That little girl was actually willing to die for you. Even though she disrupted my plans, the lightning has granted me enough energy. Even the heavens are on my side. What makes you think you can win? Little Bai was truly furious. He couldn't bear the sight of Ping Er being injured because of him. Rage surged within him, and he roared, how dare you reduce Ping Er to this state? I will make you pay with your life. Lee extended his hand, using his ability to target Little Bai, determined to end him. Tendrils of energy lashed out at Little Bai, who seemed unable to react in time and was beaten black and blue. Lee was astonished and couldn't comprehend why this man endured his attacks without even attempting to retaliate. Yet, Little Bai did not hesitate or retreat. He stood tall, and in that instant, a powerful punch landed squarely on Li Yi's face, drawing blood. Another punch followed, sending Li Yi staggering backward and collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Little Bai stepped forward, his gaze icy cold. I don't care who you are. I don't care who's behind you. I will hunt every last one of you down, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then, he slowly absorbed Li Yi's energy into his own body. The lightning energy sent Little Bai crashing to the ground in pain. At that moment, he recalled the conversation between him and Ping Er before the battle began. Master, would you like some water? The selection tournament is extremely dangerous. Are you truly determined to participate? Ping Er asked, her voice filled with concern. Little Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Why are you asking that? Didn't all of you want me to join? Ping Er, one of his bodyguards, answered, As your bodyguard, of course, I want you to participate. But as a friend of Su Xianbai, I also don't want you to be in danger. Little Bai fell silent for a moment, then thought to himself, I always thought they only saw me as a tool for Long Ming's revenge. I didn't expect Ping Er to genuinely care about me. Ping Er stood up and said, Ping Er is not one of the Star Guards, so I am also qualified to register. I will go with you, Master. That way, I won't have to worry. Meanwhile, on the other side, where the old man had ordered Li Yi to kill Little Bai, a woman in the laboratory reported, the operation has failed. Li Yi's signal has disappeared. With his strength, there's no way he could have lost to a newcomer. Could our intelligence have been wrong? The old man remained silent for a moment before speaking. Perhaps we overlooked a possibility. There may be a hidden master guiding him, someone we did not anticipate. The beauty wondered, Master, I didn't expect that he had more than just 4 bodyguards by his side. The old man dismissed the thought, that's not something worth thinking about. There are still 4 days left in the selection process. You should focus on retrieving Li Yi's corpse as soon as possible. Mu Yuan stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at Little Bai and Ping Er, who had been defeated. She thought, if I can take this chance to kill him, the engagement will be annulled. She moved behind Little Bai, preparing to strike. Don't blame me. This is simply your fate. Just when it seemed she was about to take Little Bai's heart, something unexpected happened. It was not her hand that would end him, but a carnivorous beast. The scent of fresh blood had attracted a swarm of flesh-eating creatures. Mu Yuan let out a cold scoff. The smell of blood has lured the predators around here? But attacking someone who can't even fight back, it hardly seems worth the effort. Then, she slaughtered all the flesh-eating beasts nearby. No matter how many of these low-tier predators came, their fate was always the same. At that very moment, a deafening explosion erupted from underground. A terrifying monster emerged. Mu Yuan stepped back, her eyes filled with fear. What the hell is this? That physique is ridiculously over the top. The furious beast roared, How dare you lay a hand on my slave? He is a demon-level carnivorous creaturia predator. Predator swung its fist toward Mu Yuan, its cold voice echoing, I sentence you. The penalty is death. Mu Yuan swiftly dodged and then launched herself toward the beast, gaining momentum. Where the hell are you looking? You bastard! At that moment, the beast swatted her away with one hand. It sneered contemptuously, a mere human dares to defy me? Mu Yuan immediately got back on her feet, calculating in her mind. She knew that carnivorous creatures were ranked based on the number of humans they had devoured. Consuming 100 people would allow them to evolve from the human level to the demon level. But this thing's power clearly surpasses the demon level. Could it have devoured over 1,000 people and ascended to the rank of a demon-level predator? The beast continued to roar relentlessly, Death sentence! Death sentence! Death sentence! Execute immediately! It charged toward Mu Yuan, each step shaking the very ground beneath them. Mu Yuan's heart pounded as she realized that its attack range would endanger both Little Bai and Ping Er. The beast unleashed a flurry of attacks, its roar booming like thunder, divine punishment heaven formation. No one escapes my judgment. And you are no exception. After completing the execution, it looked with satisfaction at the deep pits in the ground that it had created. Suddenly, it was surprised. What is that? It can actually withstand divine punishment. Standing in front of Mu Yuan Yuan was a carnivorous creature, a demon of the Rhino Man level. It looked completely at ease, its fists both large and solid. Truly, this was an incredible sight. Mu Yuan Yuan thought to himself, luckily, Rhino Men are the type that become more excited the more they are attacked. I never expected that to be useful here. Moreover, both of us are still alive. I can't just leave him alone. If Su Xianbai saved me once, today I shall return the favor. The Rhino Man taunted, come hit me. Your punches are quite satisfying. The monster suddenly wondered, are you a kindred spirit who has been bewitched by humans? You must also be executed. It struck a powerful blow toward the Rhino Man. The Rhino Man, exhilarated, shouted loudly, this feels amazing. Observing the situation, Mu Yuan Yuan thought, fighting like this will definitely lead to defeat. With no other choice, he was forced to take the initiative. Mu Yuan Yuan reached into his pocket and pulled out something. The monster roared, execution. Its fist suddenly froze mid-air. As it turned out, Mu Yuan Yuan had used the power of the eyes of the blue moon to immobilize it and synchronize with the Rhino Man. The monster froze in place, unable to move. So, this was a control-type ability. It coldly thought, but this level of control can only hold me for 3 seconds. And 3 seconds is enough for a fatal blow. At that moment, the curved bird suddenly lunged forward, launching a fierce attack on the monster. A large hole was pierced right through its chest. Staggering to its feet, the monster hissed, despicable. How dare you ambush me? However, in the end, it was completely defeated. Mu Yuan Yuan let out a relieved sigh, overjoyed. That was great. The strategy worked. The predator curved bird sent out a signal, its tone serious. We still can't let our guard down. Even though this one has fallen, it is not dead. A carnivorous creature of the demon level will awaken its ability. Mu Yuan Yuan frowned, repeating as if reminding herself, the predator's ability is called exploitation. Within its domain, other creatures will be controlled and have their life force extracted. No matter how severe its injuries are, the surrounding creatures will continuously supply it with energy, allowing it to recover. The predator curved bird added, in its domain, we can't kill it. Prolonging the fight will only put us at a disadvantage in the selection process. Mu Yuan Yuan clenched her fists, making a swift decision. The best choice is to take this chance and move away. Mu Yuan Yuan furrowed her brows and muttered, running away? He looked up at the sky and let out a soft sigh. The Star Guards selection tournament, first round, 4th day. At that moment, Little Bai suddenly woke up, his eyes groggy as he looked around. Ping Air, where is this place? Why am I here? Ping Air. She. Little Bai abruptly froze when he saw Ping Air being treated by a demon-level carnivorous creature. Stunned, he asked, what is this thing doing to Ping Air? The moment Little Bai reached out to touch Ping Air, he immediately erupted in anger, shouting, where do you think you're touching? Mu Yuan Yuan appeared from behind and quickly reminded him, don't scare it. Both your injuries and Zhao Ping Air's were treated by it. Little Bai narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Mu Yuan Yuan, did you bring us here? Mu Yuan Yuan glanced around before calmly replying, don't misunderstand. I'm just returning the favor. If I had left you two to be devoured by a carnivorous creature, I would have had nightmares about it. Little Bai anxiously asked, can Ping Air's injuries really recover? Mu Yuan Yuan shook her head slightly, her expression contemplative. Honestly, I'm quite uncertain. Theoretically, with injuries as severe as Zhao Ping Air's, she shouldn't have survived. But her heart meridian was incredibly well protected. I've never seen anything like this before. She cast a sidelong glance at Ping Air, her gaze tinged with unease. The only issue is that her injuries are too severe. Even if she recovers, her lifespan might be shortened. Little Bai's face darkened, his eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. He looked at Ping Er, who lay motionless, his voice sinking low. Ping Er was injured protecting me. Can you do me a favor? Please take care of Ping Er. Around Little Bai, the power of lightning began to surge wildly, shining like a raging storm. He clenched his teeth, his gaze full of determination. The mastermind behind this conspiracy, I will personally drag him out. A memory from a month ago suddenly flooded back. At that time, Long Ming had appeared before Little Bai, speaking sternly, "For the next month, I will teach you how to use endlessness of dim. The training period is short, so I will give it my all. But how much you can grasp depends entirely on your ability." Long Ming paused for a moment, his sharp gaze like a blade. "However, we can only train during sleep. You must be fully prepared." Little Bai nodded without the slightest hesitation. "I understand the reasoning. It's to keep up appearances." Long Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh? You've already figured it out?" While eating an apple, Little Bai responded, his tone calm but unmistakably sharp. "The moment I stepped into Star Palace, I used endlessness of dim. That made me a target in everyone's eyes. If I go out now and flaunt my power, I will undoubtedly be walking straight to my death." He paused, his gaze deep and unreadable, then continued, "I suppose the next thing you'll tell me is that I must indulge in daily pleasure, live in extravagance and debauchery, and become a spoiled young master blinded by wealth." Long Ming silently observed him, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. But Little Bai continued speaking, his voice turning more serious. "Not only that, Mu Yuan wants to kill me because of the engagement matter. I'm sure you've already foreseen this. The man said, if I hastily register for the selection tournament of the Star Guards, my intention to compete for the king position will be exposed. Who knows, before the tournament even begins, my little mouth might already fail to keep the secret." Long Ming frowned. "As a man full of passion, you're joining the selection tournament just because of the Holy Maiden's beauty. Is that truly your intention? You're just a youngster who has barely turned 18, yet you can see through my thoughts like this. You're not simple." On the final day of the first round of the Star Guards selection tournament, Little Bai thought, the mastermind behind this, in order to conceal their identity, doesn't hesitate to alter the tournament's rules. With only one day left, if he doesn't want the truth to be exposed, he will definitely send someone to clean up the corpse and any traces. All I have to do is ambush here and wait, catch the one who comes, and I'll be able to uncover the one pulling the strings. A girl in a red dress approached Li Yi, who had just been defeated. In her hand, she held a sharp scythe, swinging it forcefully toward him. She was none other than the weapon master, Mo Yen. Chains tightly bound Li Yi, pulling him away from the edge of the pit. Mo Yen smirked. "A flesh-eating creature created by man, and yet, you've been beaten into this state by mere humans. Su Xianbai, I actually want to meet you and broaden my horizons." At that moment, Little Bai's lightning bolt shot toward her. With arrogance, Little Bai gathered energy at his index finger and then released it in the blink of an eye. Though it was his first time experimenting, it didn't seem too difficult. "I've completely mastered that ability." Mo Yen summoned Divine Weapon, 100 degrees, a massive shield in its buckler form. She had managed to evade the earlier attack thanks to her special shield. SR level ability, Divine Weapon, 100 degrees. My weapon can transform into 100 different forms at will. She smirked coldly. "Lord only sent me to clean up the corpses, but I didn't expect you to be lying in ambush here." Not a wise choice. Little Bai cut her off. "Enough with the nonsense. Who's really behind all of this?" Little Bai's lightning power grew terrifyingly intense, firing dazzling streaks of electricity in every direction. Mo Yen sneered to herself. Su Xianbai only acquired Li Yi's ability a few days ago, yet he can already unleash such immense electric energy. Looks like our assessment of him was completely wrong. This time, I have to probe deeper. After that, Mo Yen swung her blade toward Little Bai, executing the Azure Dragon coiling form, sharp as the wind. She smirked and said, "Want to know my boss's name? Make me talk with your strength." Little Bai blocked her blade strike with his lightning weapon, calmly replying, "Isn't it just wielding a weapon? I can do that too." Mo Yan was startled. She hadn't expected him to materialize lightning into a weapon. She could clearly feel the electric energy radiating from his sword. In an instant, Mo Yan activated the fog bullet form, vanishing from Little Bai's sight. Little Bai glanced around but saw no trace of her, a sense of threat creeping in. At that moment, from a distance, she aimed her rifle divine weapon, 100 paths, with a cold and steady demeanor. To be called an assassin, one must possess absolute keen hearing, never sweat, never tremble, and always maintain an air of arrogance. Mo Yan smiled. She had found her opportunity. An assassin must exploit every hidden danger and strike when the opponent is most unguarded. Without hesitation, with no intention of turning back, she pulled the trigger. Sensing the incoming bullet, Little Bai immediately stomped the ground, sending a stone flying up to intercept the shot. "Found you," Little Bai said, his voice calm. Mo Yan froze in shock, unable to believe it. The bullet's trajectory had been altered by a mere stone. How is this possible? Little Bai furiously launched a sneak attack. "I am the true master, try this move of mine." Human flesh 98k. Mo Yan was startled, feeling a deep sense of dread. It's over. The power of this strike is far stronger than before. She quickly activated her holy shield form, but Little Bai's lightning attack shattered her shield. The holy shield is broken. I am a weapon master, yet now I don't even have a weapon left. Is this the feeling of humiliation? Could Su Xian Bai's strength really surpass mine? Little Bai, burning with fierce momentum, advanced toward Mo Yan. Mo Yan trembled in fear, stammering, "Why you? Why are you taking off your belt? Scoundrel, what are you trying to do?" Little Bai sneered, "What do you think I'm trying to do? You may not necessarily reveal the mastermind behind all this, but killing you outright would be far too easy on you." Mo Yan shuddered, You're not planning to." Little Bai cut her off, "That's right. The moon is full tonight, a man and a woman alone together, and your little sister is so beautiful. If I don't do something, wouldn't that be a waste? The bodyguards at my house say I am the man among men. The girls at the bar love me too much to let go. You will surely be satisfied." Mo Yan thought about the humiliation she had suffered, and her heart burned with rage. She thought, "Today, I not only have to endure the shame of a loser, but do I also have to lose my purity? Despicable, truly despicable." Then, she burst into tears and sobbed, saying, "Don't come any closer. Don't you want to know who my boss is? Fine, I'll tell you. The one pulling the strings behind the scenes is the director of the Scientific Research Institute, Lu Jianyu." Little Bai stared at her, his expression unchanged, and asked, "The director? Why would he want to kill me? Star King shouldn't have anything to do with him." Mo Yan replied, her voice filled with resentment, "It's not because of King, but because of the special ability inside you, endlessness of dim." Little Bai was puzzled. He wants to kill me because of my ability? What is this? Mo Yan explained, her face full of anguish, "This goes back to the origins of special abilities. Whether it's abilities or carnivorous creatures, they all originate from a meteorite. And that pure meteorite is housed in the Scientific Research Institute. The director harnessed its energy to transform a group of special ability soldiers into carnivorous creatures, aiming to create super warriors who possess both physical and special powers. Unfortunately, the experiment failed. While these people gained the physical bodies of carnivorous creatures, they also inherited their bloodthirsty nature, becoming extremely unstable." Little Bai nodded and said, "So you sent a defective product to kill me? No wonder you failed." Mo Yan muttered, "The experiment didn't fail because they were bloodthirsty, but because the power of the meteorite was incomplete, preventing them from obtaining dual abilities." Little Bai questioned, "Could it be that my ability can make the power of the meteorite complete?" Mo Yan nodded and replied, "That's right. The director discovered that the meteorite's core contains two forces, light and dark. The power of light grants blessings, while the power of dark seizes. Only when these two cores merge can the meteorite unleash its full energy. Unlessness of dim is the dark of the meteorite. Only by extracting the dark within you can the director create an artificial predator with dual abilities. Little Bai wondered, why is your director creating things like this? Mo Yen replied gloomily, of course, it's to expand the power of Star Palace, to counter the army of carnivorous creatures outside the city. Little Bai thought to herself, how could she even believe such absurd words, then said, I have a friend working at the research institute. I'll find a way to verify what you said. You'd better not be playing tricks on me. Mo Yen wondered, is he planning to kill me to silence me? Then he asked, you're just going to leave like this? Little Bai smiled. What else? Were you expecting something after what just happened? Mo Yan's face flushed red as he replied, no. Then, suddenly panicked, he shouted, danger! With a casual motion, Little Bai effortlessly blocked the giant demon's punch with one hand. The demon trembled and muttered, a low-level human actually stopped my fist. My strength must have fully recovered. Or could it be that something went wrong with the ability exploitation? Su Xianbai calmly responded, don't doubt yourself, this isn't your fault. The demon grimaced as its strength faded. Mo Yan's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, is this truly the endlessness of dim? A demon-level predator that has no power to fight back? Not only carnivorous creatures, but even the energy of the surrounding plants is being absorbed by him. The monster had completely vanished. Mo Yan secretly admired, he even absorbed an entire section of the forest, how terrifying. His power is increasing exponentially. Su Xianbai stood up, his gaze indifferent. The 5-day deadline is approaching. I can't waste time here. He turned to leave. I take my leave. Mo Yan panicked and shouted, wait. You forced me to reveal the dean's secret. If I return like this, the dean will definitely kill me. I have nowhere else to go. Take me with you. Su Xianbai broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that, but said nothing. Elsewhere, Earl Dracula was observing the situation. As time passed, he pondered, how many contestants are still alive? Wu Yu answered decisively, the first round had a total of 33 contestants. As of now, only 8 have life signals remaining. Earl Dracula muttered, only 8 survivors? How utterly disappointing. Wu Yu smiled, Earl, there's no need to be disappointed. There's a piece of news that will surely please you. In the selection area, all 3 predator-level demons have been eliminated. The Earl furrowed his brow in curiosity. Oh? All 3 are dead? Who did it? Wu Yu replied, based on their signals, it was likely Ioi Coffin Longwei Yang, Earthfire Ma Fushi, and the endlessness of dim. They have all been eliminated. The Earl nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face. Interesting. All right, the time has come. Prepare to welcome them back. In the misty forest, elsewhere, Su Xianbai looked at Mo Yan suspiciously and asked, you're not seriously planning to follow me, are you? Mo Yan answered firmly, without hesitation, yes. At that moment, the spatial gate had already opened. Mu Yuan, who was keeping watch over Ping Air, began to grow anxious. She worriedly wondered, the time has come. Why hasn't that Su Xianbai returned yet? At dead terrain, Longwei Yang was preparing to step through the spatial gate. Meanwhile, at the Swamp of Death, Ma Fushi had slaughtered countless monsters, yet he laughed loudly, is it over already? I haven't had enough fun yet. At that moment, a monster suddenly approached. Ma Fushi laughed excitedly, how lucky. To think that a fish that slipped through the net would come knocking on my door. The monster stared at him, its cold voice echoing, the rift behind you is a passage leading to Star Place. Step aside. With just one glance, Ma Fushi felt as if his entire body was being sliced apart. A strange light flashed, leaving him gasping for breath, his whole body trembling. What terrifying killing intent! Just one look, and I can't even breathe. Where did this guy come from? Could he be a demon-level predator? But he immediately shook his head, thinking, no, that's not right. Demon-level predators usually consume so much human flesh that they grow to enormous sizes. But this one has a human-like form. Could it be a god-level predator from the legends? Gritting his teeth, his heart filled with anxiety, god-level predators are creatures that have devoured and killed 100 demon-level predators to evolve. They are extremely rare. If it passes through the portal, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ma Fushir's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he shouted, "Real dragon flame, activate! With this move, I'll finish you off in a single breath." The monster sneered, its voice dripping with mockery, "Brat, you sure talk big." Ma Fushir unleashed his flame's true dragon, dividing heaven's soul was deployed. The terrifying power of the fire ignited everything around them, creating a vast, charred battlefield. Ma Fushir could no longer see the monster anywhere. He let out a sigh of relief and thought, everything has finally come to an end. This was an all-out attack. Anyone who got hit would undoubtedly turn to ashes. However, suddenly, strange golden spirits began to appear around him, drifting aimlessly. He frowned. What is this? One of the spirits unexpectedly rushed into his mouth. Gradually, he started losing control of his mind. That monster unbelievably had completely merged into Ma Fushir's body. 5 minutes later, at Star Place, the arena within Holy Mountain, Ma Fushir stepped out of the teleportation space. Here, everyone was gathered in front of a massive screen, where the image of Earl Dracula was clearly displayed. Earl smirked coldly, his voice echoing throughout the arena, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first survival trial. But don't get ahead of yourselves. The second trial will be even harsher. Only 8 contestants will advance directly to the next round. And remember, only the top 2 contenders will earn the right to become Star Guards." Earl paused briefly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the screen. "You have 1 month to prepare. At that time, the entire High Council of Star Place will personally come to witness the battles. Give it everything you've got." In one corner of the arena, Su Xianbai was supporting Ping Er, who was gravely injured after the battle. He murmured anxiously, 1 month to prepare. Will Ping Er's injuries heal in time? From a distance, Mo Yan watched Su Xianbai and Ping Er standing so closely together. His heart was filled with rage, but he remained silent. At that moment, Earl Dracula's voice rang out once again, "Your matchups have been arranged. Best of luck to all of you." Everyone was abuzz when they looked up at the opponent arrangement board. No drawing lots? They're directly assigning our opponents? Long Wei Yang and Mu Yuan Yuan were both surprised, their eyes fixating on the display. It clearly showed, Goddess of Divine Power Zhao Ping Er against Azure Moon Satis Mu Yuan Yuan, Hero System Kalik against the Endlessness of Dim Su Xianbai, Ioi Kof and Long Wei Yang against Lu Wenjin, Earthfire Ma Fushir against Lu Junxin. Mu Yuan Yuan stared at the display, her expression betraying her unease. Zhao Ping Er is severely injured. Even if I beat her, it wouldn't be something to be proud of. She paused for a moment, her gaze unintentionally drifting to Su Xianbai. It's just, I'm really grouped with him again. Su Xianbai seems to have matured a lot. If we face off, would I be able to beat him? If I lose, then what? Lost in thought, Mu Yuan Yuan suddenly realized Su Xianbai's furrowed brow was focused on her. She blushed, quickly turning away, muttering, "What are you thinking? No need for your concern." But deep down, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed, realizing that in front of so many people, Su Xianbai had dared to look at her with such a doubtful expression. On the other side, Long Wei Yang glanced over at Ma Fushir, his brow furrowing as he thought to himself, "That guy and I are in the same group. But somehow, the vibe he gives off now seems different from before." At this moment, a powerful surge of yellow energy erupted, enveloping Ma Fushir, who had now been possessed. This energy seemed to be sending a signal, calling someone. A voice rang out in his mind, it's been exactly 10 years. I have searched every corner of this continent, yet I have found no trace of it. The only place I have not yet searched is Star Place. As expected, it is here, the origin of carnivorous creatures and dark chi 4 abilities. With it, I will break through the level of the gods, reach the most perfect evolution, and become the ruler of this world. Meanwhile, at the central hospital of Star Place, the atmosphere was tense. The doctor stood at the bedside, sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice filled with worry. We have tried everything, but Zhao Ping'er's condition shows no signs of improvement. I really don't know what else to do. Su Xianbai, along with 2 bodyguards, stepped forward, their sharp gazes fixed on the doctor. Su Xianbai threatened, have you really done your best? Or are you just pretending? I highly doubt it. The doctor stepped back, fear evident in his eyes as he felt the pressure from them. You're committing a crime. Don't come any closer. Li Xian spoke up, trying to calm the situation. Don't make things difficult for him. Perhaps there is still someone who can save Ping'er. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyu immediately asked, who is he? I will bring him here to treat Ping'er. Li Xian shook his head, a hint of hesitation in his gaze. I'm afraid you won't be able to find him. Rongzhou asked, who is that person? Is he really that powerful? Wang Shiyu, indifferent, gave a faint smile and replied, yes, can that doctor be stronger than us? Li Xian shook his head and responded, he's not a doctor. He's the Star Guard S level number 2, the strongest person currently at Star Place. His Nian Qi has been cultivated to a transcendent level. If he were willing to use his Nian Qi to treat Ping'er's injuries, she would definitely survive. It's just a pity that he has been in seclusion for many years and his whereabouts are unknown. Finding him will not be easy. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a contemplative silence, with no one saying anything further. At that moment, Mo Yin appeared. He is the master of Nian Qi, Star Guard S level number 2. At 56 years old, standing at 1.88 meters tall, his ability level is only in the most common rank. However, due to his training and innate talent, he has pushed his abilities to the limit, becoming a legendary master of his generation. After Long Ming passed away, he had the chance to take over Star Place. But his personality has always been capricious, uninterested in power. Therefore, he voluntarily relinquished control of Star Place, allowing the power to pass to Earl Dracula, who was ranked 3rd at Star Place. He himself retreated to Snow Mountain, built a simple house, and lived a quiet life, uninterested in worldly affairs. Everyone was surprised when they saw Mo Yen knowing such confidential information. Li Xian asked, how do you know such details? Wang Shiyu, suspicious, spoke up, this matter concerns Ping'er's life. What makes us trust you? Mo Yen calmly replied, the dean has his own secret intelligence network, and he is very familiar with the records of all the guards. I've joined Su Xianbai, and now we are one family. I have no reason to deceive you. It's just that this master has a peculiar personality, and no one can say for sure whether he will save Ping'er or not. Su Xianbai decisively stepped forward, saying, Master of Nian Qi, right? I will take Ping'er to the mountain to find him. For Ping'er, even if there's only a slim chance, I have to try. At Sesong-san, on the summit of the highest peak, Su Xianbai carried Ping'er on his back as he climbed to the top. Finally, they arrived. In front of Su Xianbai stood the house that Mo Yen had mentioned. But as soon as he saw it, he not only saw the house but also the creature that had healed Ping'er's wounds, now playing with a snowman. When the creature saw Su Xianbai, it was startled and quickly ran into the house. Su Xianbai, angry, chased after it. Why are you running? Little thing, you look very familiar. You're Mu Yuan's pet, aren't you? Isn't this the house of Master of Nian Qi? Why are you here? The small creature trembled, unable to speak or run any longer. A mysterious figure stepped forward. You barged into my house without permission and even dared to look down on my pet. You are truly insolent, little brat. It turned out to be none other than Star Guard S rank number 2, the Nianqi master Mu Xia. Mu Xia coldly said, "This is not a place you should be." Su Xianbai was taken aback by his imposing presence. The snow melts the moment it touches him, as if there's an invisible barrier around him, dissolving everything nearby like falling snowflakes. His power is profound and unfathomable. Is this truly the strongest person in Star Place? Suddenly, Mu Yuan stepped out. "Dad, who are you talking to? Do we have a guest?" Mu Xia replied, just a little brat." Mu Yuan looked at Su Xianbai in surprise and asked, "Su Xianbai, why are you in my house?" Su Xianbai widened his eyes, realizing that this was her home and that this man was her father. Entering the house, Su Xianbai explained, "I know I came too suddenly, but I truly had no other choice. Zhao Ping'er was gravely injured while protecting me. In this entire star place, the only person who can save Ping'er is Mr. Mu." Mu Yuan wondered, "You walked all the way here, and it turns out it's just because of that bodyguard?" Su Xianbai replied, clearly stating his purpose, "I am willing to pay any price. Please Mr. Mu, use your Nian Qi to heal her." Mu Xia bluntly responded, "I refuse." Mu Yuan smiled faintly to herself and said, "I knew father would say that." Su Xianbai asked, "Could you tell me the reason? Will saving Ping'er cause you to lose your energy, sir?" Mu Xia was unapologetic. "It would be as easy as flipping my hand to save that young lady, but you and I are strangers. Why should I help you? If I save her, then people from all over the world will come to me to cure their illnesses. What am I supposed to do?" Mu Yuan turned and smiled, asking, "Then, if I ask father to save her, will you do it?" Mu Xia was surprised to hear his daughter say that. Mu Yuan continued, "Zhao Ping'er is my opponent for the next round. I don't want others to say that winning against her wasn't glorious." Mu Xia fell into deep thought and then asked, "Why is my daughter reaching out for help like this?" In the end, Mu Xia agreed to heal Ping'er. He used his Nian Qi to awaken the cells and generate high temperatures for treatment, but he insisted that all unnecessary items on her body must be removed in order to proceed. Mu Xia turned to Yuan and said, "Go help this young lady." Su Xianbai blushed deeply, "Do I have to take everything off?" Ping'er sat on the bed without a stitch of clothing, waiting for treatment. At this moment, Mu Xia began performing the healing technique while gently tapping her forehead. Mu Xia was surprised to discover that this young woman possessed dual abilities. As Mu Xia treated Ping'er, Su Xianbai kept her eyes tightly shut. "Mr. Mu, can you really cure Ping'er?" Mu Yuan advised, "Don't you dare peek." At that moment, Ping'er slowly opened her eyes, feeling her body burning hot, as if on fire. However, the sensation wasn't uncomfortable. Realizing she was naked, she screamed, "Where are my clothes? What are you people doing?" Mu Xia gently reassured her, hearing her voice, "It seems she's fine now." Su Xianbai quickly turned her face away, stammering, "Thank you, Mr. Mu, for saving her." Mu Yuan led Su Xianbai to another room and said, "This is your room. Zhao Ping'er lives next door." Su Xianbai lay down on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Ping'er's situation is finally resolved. "I can rest for a while now." Mu Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you so much for today." Mu Yuan crossed her arms, looked at Su Xianbai, and said, "She is just a bodyguard. Is it really worth it? Even I needed Luan's help to make it home safely, yet you carried her all the way up here. If you had encountered a snowstorm, you might have been buried beneath the ice and snow. For her, you're willing to risk the life of the future Star King. Is it truly worth it?" Without hesitation, Su Xianbai replied, "It is. Ping'er is not just a bodyguard, she is my friend. I once had a few friends, a few loved ones, but they gradually drifted away. It was only then that I realized if you truly care about someone, even if the whole world turns its back on you, that person will still stay by your side without hesitation. Ping'er risked her life to save me, and I will protect her with my own life." Hearing this, Mu Yuan fell silent for a moment before turning away and walking off. "Get some rest. Once Zhao Ping'er recovers, I will escort you both down the mountain." Su Xianbai was slightly surprised and asked, "Is she jealous?" Though the cold wind howled outside, covering everything in a blanket of snow, Su Xianbai felt an undeniable warmth in her heart. She thought, "I never expected my master to go to such lengths just to heal me." Seeing the snow, it seemed to remind her of the feeling of leaning on her master's shoulder. Muxia held a cup of milk tea and asked Han Ping'er, "With such heavy snow and wind, aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Ping'er was startled and replied, "Mr. Mu, aren't you asleep yet?" He answered, "I can't sleep, so I came out here to drink a cup of milk tea." Muxia asked further, "Miss Ping'er, have you ever heard of people with dual abilities?" Ping'er looked surprised, as if she had never heard of such a thing. Muxia explained, "Anyone who is struck by a meteorite will gain one ability. However, there are some who possess dual abilities, but the chances of that happening are only 0.1%. We call them dual ability holders. You are the second person I've met with such powers." Muxia realized that Ping'er had been concealing her true identity. Ping'er, seemingly aware of this, responded, "So you've discovered it." Muxia continued, "The injuries on your body, if you were an ordinary person, you would have certainly died, yet you are still alive. Another ability of yours seems to grant immortality, doesn't it? That skill is called symbiosis." Ping'er answered, "Yes, I am the person affected by the curse. If one of us suffers a fatal injury, that person won't die immediately but will fall into a near-death state." Muxia, intrigued, asked, "How strange. So who is the person cursed?" Ping'er said, "Symbiosis will automatically choose its people, and I have already cast the spell in my heart. Those who are affected by the spell will be mentally connected with me." She thought of Su Xianbai. Only recently had she become certain that she could sense when he was in danger, even pinpoint his exact location. Turning to Muxia, she instructed, "No matter who is affected by the spell and symbiosis, I can feel it. Because Mr. Mu is my life-saving benefactor, I am telling you this. I hope you can help me keep it a secret." Muxia nodded. "Don't worry." Ping'er continued, "There's one more thing. I wonder if Mr. Mu would be willing to become my master's teacher." Muxia looked displeased. "A teacher? Too troublesome. I'm very busy." Ping'er hurriedly lowered her head. "I'm sorry. That was rude of me." Muxia frowned and replied, "Although I don't want to be his teacher, since he walked all the way up here, I'll give him a gift." The next day, Muxia and Su Xianbai rode on a bird together. Su Xianbai asked curiously, "Mr. Mu, where are you taking me?" Muxia responded with a question of his own, "You haven't been illuminated by the light of a meteorite yet, have you?" Muxia continued, "In Star Place, there are many ability users, so abilities can overlap. We classify them into 5 ranks based on their rarity: N, L, SR, SSR, and UR. Inside your body, you possess 2 abilities, the Endlessness of Dim, ranked UR, and Ben Lei, ranked SSR. Neither of them is your original power." Su Xianbai was surprised he hadn't expected Muxia to understand his abilities so well. Muxia went on, "Today, I will give you an ability that truly belongs to you." Su Xianbai smiled, realizing, so Muxia wants to go to the Scientific Research Institute. This is a good chance for me to learn more about Dean Liu there. At the Scientific Research Institute, the guards shouted, "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" Muxia remained unfazed. It seemed that after being away from the outside world for so long, people had forgotten about him. Su Xianbai said, "They're the ones who fail to recognize true greatness." The guards frowned, displeased. "What nonsense are you spouting? Old man, if you have nothing to do, get lost. This institute isn't a place just anyone can enter." These men were the security team of the Scientific Research Institute. Suddenly, one of the guards was lifted off the ground, spinning in the air along with the others. What's happening? My body, it's out of control. I can't stop floating. That old man must be behind this. But that old man doesn't seem to be doing anything at all." Su Xianbai observed carefully and realized something was off. Mr. Mu is not doing nothing. Although his body remains motionless, his Nian Qi flows through the air as if it were alive. No wonder the snowflakes cannot get close to him. So this is the mystery behind it. At that moment, the dean stepped forward with a cane. This intangible aura is truly worthy of your peerless aura. In this world, I fear only one person could achieve such a feat. Mr. Mu, why are you here instead of enjoying your retirement in the mountains? He was none other than S-rank Starguard number 9, by Rui Lu Jiannan. Mu Xia pointed at Su Xianbai. I have a friend who has yet to awaken his abilities, and I'd like to ask Dean Lu for assistance. Su Xianbai studied him and thought to himself, so this blind man is the dean? Lu Jianyu was puzzled. A friend? Mr. Mu has been living in seclusion in the mountains for years. And yet, he managed to make a friend? Mu Xia dismissed his remark. Don't underestimate my charm. Su Xianbai, go greet Dean Lu. The moment Lu Jianyu heard that name, though he couldn't see, excitement surged within him. Su Xianbai? Why is he with Mu Xia? This brat killed Li Yi and captured Mo Yen. He must already know that I want the dark core inside him, yet he still dares to walk right into my hands. Su Xianbai stepped forward and greeted, I heard that Dean Lu has a mystical meteorite, whose radiant light can awaken abilities in people. Lu Jianyu schemed in his mind, but since Mu Xia was backing Su Xianbai, the situation seemed difficult to handle. Su Xianbai spoke with hidden meaning, I'd appreciate it if Dean Lu could broaden my horizons. Lu Jianyu explained, it's not that I refuse to help, but every use of the meteorite requires Earl Dracula's approval. I don't have that authority. My friend, since you are an acquaintance of Mr. Mu, I could make an exception and request the Earl's permission on your behalf. Su Xianbai thought to himself, excuses. This guy clearly doesn't want me to gain abilities. If persuasion won't work, then I might as well confront him head-on. Just as the fight was about to break out, Mu Xia had already moved to stand right in front of Lu Jianyu, passing swiftly behind Su Xianbai. Lu Jianyu looked up in surprise. So fast. What is he trying to do? Mu Xia stared at him darkly. I'm here now. Is Dean Lu not going to show me any respect? Cold sweat broke out on Lu Jianyu's forehead as an overwhelming pressure bore down on him, making it hard to breathe. My instincts are telling me no matter what, I must not go against the person before me. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and led the way. Since Mr. Mu has spoken, then please, both of you, follow me. Mu Xia said, Dean Lu is indeed reasonable and understanding. Then, Mu Xia teased, Dean Lu, you're not going to take the wrong path, are you? Lu Jianyu replied while walking, no need to worry. My eyes may be blind, but my heart is not. I remember every path in my research. Every single action they take is closely monitored through the control panel in the control room. Su Xianbai observed the surroundings and remarked, the security here is quite strict. We've passed through a layer of protective doors, each requiring the head's command to open. If it were just me alone, I wouldn't have been able to get this far. Moreover, the closer I get to the meteorite, the endlessness of dim in my body, the stronger the reaction seems to be. Finally, Lu Jianyu stopped in front of a door and said, we're here. The meteorite is behind this door. Once you go inside, you must follow my instructions. Mu Xia ordered, since we're here already, open it up. Why all the fuss? The door gradually opened, and Su Xianbai couldn't help but be astonished at the sight before him. Lu Jianyu spoke with pride, kid, what do you think of my masterpiece? A while later, Mu Xia and Su Xianbai mounted the phoenix once again to return. Mu Xia stuck a straw into his bubble tea and drank it all in one go. Su Xianbai looked at him in bewilderment, unable to believe that he had finished it in one breath, wondering to himself, just how much does he love bubble tea? Mu Xia turned around and said, now that it's just the two of us, can you show me what kind of abilities you've awakened? Su Xianbai hesitated, realizing, as expected, nothing can be hidden from Mu Xia. I didn't want the dean to know the truth about me, so I deliberately deceived him. However, I only just acquired this ability and have never used it before, so I have no idea how effective it is. Muxia cast a spell and said, "It's fine, you don't need to move. I'll check for myself." After placing a fingertip on Su Xianbai's forehead, Muxia seemed to enter his skill and saw countless eyes surrounding them. This was Su Xianbai's ability space, an evil spirit power ability, granting him the power to control vengeful spirits for combat, an extremely rare ability. However, Muxia still couldn't determine the true level of these spirits. At that moment, something was approaching Muxia. Turning around, Muxia was astonished to see its enormous form radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. "Are you the evil spirit? State your name." It was none other than evil god Azura, a colossal entity with a fearsome face. Seeing Muxia seemingly frozen in place, Su Xianbai thought to himself, "It's been so long." No reaction at all. Could something have happened? Muxia maintained an unchanged expression, then sighed, "Kid, your luck is anything but ordinary." Su Xianbai asked, "It seems like an extraordinary ability. Could it be the gift of light from the core of the meteorite?" Muxia dismissed the idea, "Keep dreaming. The gift of light is the supreme treasure of Starplace. However, your ability is indeed rare, not only powerful but also extremely sinister. That's why I need some time to tame it." Su Xianbai was skeptical. "Tame it? What exactly is this ability?" Muxia replied, "An SSR tier ability, evil spirit power. Its name is Evil God Azura." Su Xianbai was astonished. "Evil God? Isn't that name a bit too domineering?" Muxia turned away. "Domineering? I think it sounds pretty cool." He then glanced at his bubble tea, noticing that there were still pearls left. While sipping his drink, Muxia advised, "Besides, I need to remind you, Evil God may be powerful, but the malevolent intent within it is overwhelming. If you overuse it, you'll suffer backlash. Unless it's a last resort, don't use it." A month had passed since Su Xianbai awakened his new ability, and many residents of Starplace had, without prior arrangement, gathered at the arena on Sesong-san. Today is their most important day of the year. Not only because today is the final round of the selection tournament, but more importantly, because the S-Class Star Guard will make an appearance here. The crowd below buzzed with excitement upon seeing Wu Yu and Earl Dracula, the distinguished Earl Dracula and Miss Wu Yu. Previously, they had only seen them on TV. This was their first time seeing them in person. Many A-Class and S-Class guards had also come to witness the event. Wu Yu smiled as she looked down below. "You are now the highest authority in Starplace, there's no need for you to arrive so early. Let everyone wait until you make a domineering entrance at just the right moment, that's how you show your status." Earl Dracula, holding a wineglass, observed everything around him. "I like waiting, just like the moon piercing through the clouds. I hope the participants will shine brightly and not disappoint my expectations." Suddenly, there was a sound on the canopy. Earl heard it and perked his ears. "There's someone on the roof." To sit steadily on the roof like that. There aren't many in Starplace who can do that. Using magic to see through the roof, Earl spotted Muxia sitting there. "So it's you, Mr. Mu. Aren't you someone who has no interest in these kinds of things? Did you come especially to watch your daughter's match?" Muxia shook her head. "Not entirely, mainly because the bubble tea shop is offering more than half off today and giving out free pearls." "Want to take a sip?" Earl hesitated. "No need, too much sugar accelerates aging." Muxia sipped her bubble tea and said indifferently, "At our age, what's the point of trying to stay beautiful? We should just enjoy life." Earl remained silent, sipping his wine as he nodded. Mr. Wu was right. Dracula was 56, the same age as Muxia, but thanks to good maintenance, he looked younger. At that moment, a woman dressed entirely in red approached them and spoke. "Aren't you all discussing who my son will be partnering with to become a Star Guard?" She was Long Yan, CEO of Yunchan Energy Group, and an S-rank number 10 Archangel Star Guard. Wu Yu frowned and sneered. "She's quite confident in Long Wei Yang, but I wonder if a mother sitting here might affect his performance." Long Yan replied, "I am his mother. Supporting Wei Yang is only natural. How would that affect him? Wu Yu provoked, oh? And what if he sees the person who once abandoned him and his father sitting here? Long Yan angrily interrupted, shouting, Wu Yu. Both Earl Dracula and Mu Xia broke out in a cold sweat as they listened to the two argue. Do all women argue like this? Long Yan glared at Wu Yu. You talk too much. Just focus on doing your job as a referee properly. Wu Yu was not one to back down. I don't need you to remind me. Then, the verbal battle between the two began. Long Yan lashed out, saying, You're just too idle, meddling in too many things, that's why you can't advance to S rank. Wu Yu retorted smugly, What? You're at the very bottom of S rank, yet you still have the audacity to be arrogant? Earl Dracula had to step in to break it up. Both of you, shut up. Everyone around the arena fell silent, watching them intently. A girl in pink wondered aloud, Do Long Yan and Wu Yu have some deep-seated hatred for each other? The blonde girl beside her explained, I don't know much about their tactics, but I do know that Long Yan has a terrible reputation. Rumor has it that she became the CEO of an energy corporation by selling her looks. For the sake of power, she even abandoned her gravely ill husband and son. Behind her back, many people curse her. On top of that, Long Yan doesn't seem to have any real abilities. She only got promoted to S rank thanks to Long Ming's influence. My poor dear Long, he grew up to be so handsome, yet he ended up with a mother like that. At this moment, a man appeared from behind the two of them. His face was strikingly handsome, causing the blonde girl to exclaim uncontrollably, So handsome. The man gave a faint smile, his eyes filled with arrogance. Is this young sister complimenting me? He was none other than Starguard S rank number 7, Shi Jia Luo Feng Mian. The moment the blonde girl saw him, it was as if she had been struck by love at first sight. Her heart pounded wildly, so intense that it felt like it might burst. A strange sensation surged through her body. What is this feeling? My heart is racing, my body is heating up. It feels like I'm losing control. Embarrassing thoughts she shouldn't have started flooding her mind. She berated herself, This is too humiliating, I feel so uncomfortable. Who can save me? The girl beside her, noticing her state, asked awkwardly, Are you okay? Nearby, another person smirked, their voice laced with mockery. This little sister is really this obsessed with men? Feng Mian chuckled, his tone light yet dripping with sarcasm. Little sister, lust is quite powerful, isn't it? Just then, a girl with purple hair stepped forward, her voice cold with reproach. How disgraceful! Feng Mian turned his head, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He smiled and spoke softly, So it's Lilitai. Do you also want to experience a bit of this pleasure? However, the moment the glowing heart he created reached Lilitai, it shattered instantly. She stood there, her face devoid of emotion. Staring straight at Feng Mian, her voice was cold yet razor-sharp. How many times do you need to try before you understand that your tricks don't work on me? She paused briefly before continuing, her voice exuding authority. I am Starguard S rank number 6, Pia Suradin Lilitai. After that, Lilitai reminded Feng Mian, help her break the spell. If you keep fooling around, I will definitely pass judgment on you. Feng Mian casually stepped down, snapped his fingers toward the girl to undo the spell. As he did so, he mumbled, Yeah, I got it. So boring. Why is it that I can never stir up any desire? Could it be that she has never had any fantasies in that regard? Lilitai frowned and asked directly, What are you mumbling about? Feng Mian jolted and quickly tried to cover up, I was complimenting your beauty. His unexpected words made Lilitai slightly flustered, and she remained silent. Seeing her expression, Feng Mian chuckled, So, you do know how to get embarrassed. An hour later, Wu Yu announced, Everyone, get ready. I now declare the official start of the selection tournament. Contestants, please enter the arena. As the 8 contestants stepped into the arena one by one, the surrounding spectators erupted in cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere. A voice shouted loudly, "Come on! You all better fight to the bitter end." Wang Shiyu roared fiercely, "Su Xianbai! Crush them for me!" Imoyan also cheered enthusiastically, "Go, Su Xianbai! Charge, charge!" Wang Shiyu put her hands on her hips and threatened, "If you lose, don't even think about coming home tonight." Standing in the arena, Su Xianbai felt both awkward and pressured. What are these people even doing? Then, he turned to Ping Er and asked, "Ping Er, why don't I see Li Xin? Didn't she come with us?" Ping Er replied, "Today it's Li Xin's turn to be on duty at the research institute, so she can't come." Su Xianbai frowned and thought to himself, Lu Dian clearly knows Li Xin is one of my people, yet he still deliberately keeps her working at the research institute. That old man is truly devious, he must be trying to take advantage of my distraction to do something. In a corner of the grandstand, Long Yan was quietly observing, while Long Wei Yang seemed to be praying. Long Yan silently pleaded, "Wei Yang, can you look at your mother just once? I miss you so much." At that moment, as if sensing the plea, Long Wei Yang suddenly turned his head and glanced at Long Yan. His eyes briefly showed a flicker of surprise, which deeply moved Long Yan. She cried out in her heart, "He looked. Wei Yang looked at me of his own accord. Could it be he has forgiven me?" She immediately shouted excitedly, "Wei Yang, do your best. Mommy loves you." However, Long Wei Yang remained expressionless, said nothing, and simply turned his head away. At that moment, Wu Yu stepped onto the stage and announced the conditions for victory in the selection tournament. The conditions for victory this time are very simple. First, knock your opponent unconscious or knock them down so they cannot get up within 10 seconds. Second, the opponent may voluntarily surrender. Third, if a contestant shows overwhelming dominance, the match will be ended. In addition, if any situation arises that endangers a contestant's life, we will immediately stop the match. Has everyone understood? Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai yawned in boredom and said, "Got it. Can we start now?" Ping Er anxiously asked, "Master, you haven't been looking well lately. Have you not been sleeping well?" Mu Xia sipped her bubble tea while glancing at Su Xianbai, her eyes filled with suspicion. This brat Su Xianbai. He wouldn't have ignored my warning again, would he? At that moment, Wu Yu announced, "Contestants who have yet to enter the stage, please proceed to the waiting area." The Star Guard selection tournament's first match, between the endlessness of dim Su Xianbai and Kalik, is officially beginning. As the names of the two contestants were announced, the crowd erupted into cheers. A young boy tugged on his mother's sleeve, pointing toward the arena. "Mom, the one in white looks so cool. Is he really strong?" His mother smiled and replied, "Are you talking about Kalik? He's a familiar face in the selection tournament. Everyone says he's the strongest outside of Starguard." Standing on the stage, Kalik cracked his knuckles, exuding confidence. With a proud voice, he declared, "It's been 5 years, and I haven't missed a single selection tournament. Every year, I face off against the strongest newcomers of that time. I've gone up against the likes of Long Wei Yang and Ma Fushi. But I never expected fate to bring me you this time." He smirked, his tone dripping with provocation. "My abilities completely counter your the endlessness of dim. You won't be able to beat me." Su Xianbai took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as ice, locking onto his opponent. His voice was filled with fury as he growled, "Who told you that the endlessness of dim is all I have?" Kalik confidently declared, "So what if you can absorb other abilities? You're just an outsider who has only been familiar with abilities for 2 months, while I have endured hundreds of battles." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his skill in front of Su Xianbai, as if to flaunt his power and intimidate his opponent. The crowd immediately gasped in astonishment, "It's here. This is Kalik's ability, a rank our ability with a speed so fast that the naked eye can't keep up. It's absolutely monstrous." On the battlefield, Kalik moved around Su Xianbai at a dizzying speed, leaving only blurred after images behind. Meanwhile, Su Xianbai remained still, showing no signs of resistance whatsoever. Kalik, growing more confident in his imminent victory, thought to himself, what? He's just standing there like that. Could it be that he's already accepted defeat? He reassured himself, the endlessness of dim absorbs energy in two ways, either the opponent must be in a state of death or unconsciousness, or they must be directly caught by hand and have their energy absorbed instantly. But with my speed, he'll never catch me. All I need to do is maintain this pace, wait for him to let his guard down, and then strike. Victory is mine. Thinking Su Xianbai had completely surrendered, Kalik was caught off guard when his opponent suddenly let out a long, indifferent yawn, as if he didn't take his ability seriously at all. Without hesitation, Kalik lunged forward from behind, seizing the perfect opportunity to end it all. At that very moment, Su Xianbai's eyes abruptly snapped open, a strange light flashing within his pupils. He activated the ability Evil God, causing everything on the battlefield to change in an instant. Kalik, who had been fiercely attacking Su Xianbai just moments ago, suddenly leaped backward. His breath grew ragged, sweat streamed down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with panic, as if he had just witnessed something utterly terrifying. The surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs. Why did Kalik stop? Could it be that he's going easy on his opponent just because he's a newcomer? Another voice interjected. Impossible. This is his best chance to get promoted as a guardian. He has no reason to halt his attack. What on earth happened to him? At that moment, Kalik's face turned deathly pale, his eyes brimming with unconcealable fear. He mumbled to himself, as if trying to make sense of it all. Damn it! Scared me half to death. Just now, in that split second, I felt as if thousands, no, tens of thousands of eyes were staring straight at me. They wanted to pierce into my very soul. Was that an illusion? That guy looks completely ordinary, so why does my heart feel such overwhelming fear? Su Xianbai cast a calm yet piercing glance at Kalik. His voice carried a sharp edge of challenge as he asked. Did you not claim to be different from me? Why have you stopped now? The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Don't back down. Don't pity him just because he's a rookie. We're here to witness your ascension to Starguard. Do something to amaze us. Kalik felt the crushing weight of pressure on his shoulders, afraid that his image would be tarnished. He mumbled to himself. This is bad. The audience is too enthusiastic. If I waver now, all my perseverance and efforts up to this point will crumble. Even the fans I painstakingly built will abandon me. Taking a deep breath, he decided to take a gamble and said to Su Xianbai. This ultimate move was originally prepared for Long Wei Yang and Ma Fushi. But today, I'll make an exception so you can witness it firsthand. Su Xianbai scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. If you have a move, then use it already. Enough with the nonsense. Kalik slowly stepped towards Su Xianbai, each of his strides carrying a force that seemed to shake the entire arena. He declared with unwavering confidence. In an instant, I will defeat you. Prepare to be enlightened. He unleashed his ultimate move, Ultrasound Supersonic Bounce. Massive boulders materialized in the arena, all aimed directly at Su Xianbai. It was an almost flawless technique, with only one weakness: if he jumped too hard, the rocks would scatter uncontrollably. Kalik roared. Su Xianbai, this is the end for you. But Su Xianbai merely turned slightly, one hand still in his pocket. With the other, he suddenly delivered a powerful slap across Kalik's face. The impact made him spit blood on the spot, and his technique instantly dissolved into nothing. Su Xianbai spoke indifferently, his tone laced with mockery. I've tolerated you long enough. I won't allow you to keep jumping around. Kalik was both in pain and humiliation, feeling utterly resentful. This was the 6th time such a thing had happened. Everyone around remained silent, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. A single slap had shattered his image, and moreover, even the move, the endlessness of dim, wasn't used. What on earth was this? Su Xianbai flashed a radiant smile and said, Oh, I forgot to mention I've already reached the peak of B rank strength a month ago. Wu Yu announced, the first match is over. Su Xianbai wins. Su Xianbai continued yawning, as if the battle had meant nothing to him, while Kolak seemed as though his soul had left his body. Watching Su Xianbai's unsteady steps, Mu Xia thought to himself, his spirit and footwork seem somewhat unstable. Although it's unclear whether this is due to Azura's backlash, this brat ultimately couldn't resist its temptation. A murmur of surprise spread throughout the arena. Wang Shiyu proudly declared, "Very good. Su Xianbai has won effortlessly." Next up is the duel between Ping Er and sister-in-law. Moc Tian Wang Lu Junshan observed closely and remarked, "This match is between Mr. Mu's daughter and Su Xianbai's bodyguard. It's bound to be interesting." One sword windbreaker Ling Yihang asked, "Who do you think has the upper hand between these two girls?" Lu Junshan pondered, "Hard to say. Their strength is about evenly matched." Mu Yuan resolutely spoke outright, "Zhao Ping Er, don't think that just because I once saved you, I will let you off." Ping Er, unreserved, retorted, "Of course not. In this battle, I will give it my all. As my master's bodyguard, I have never truly fulfilled my duty to the fullest." Su Xianbai stood in the stands, smiling as he looked toward Ping Er and raised both hands in encouragement. "Ping Er, go for it." Ping Er waved back and said, "On the contrary, every time we were in danger, it was the master who appeared. When I was humiliated, it was the master who stood up for me. When I was trapped in a desperate situation, it was still the master who protected me. When I was gravely injured, the one who carried me up the snowy peak was also the master. I want to prove to the master that Ping Er, too, can fight for them." Mu Yuan smirked coldly, "Come, give it everything you've got and let's see who stands superior." Ping Er snapped her fingers, causing a massive chunk of earth to lift off the arena. The audience gasped in shock. This. Isn't this too exaggerated?" She practically lifted the entire stage into the sky. Su Xianbai was also astonished, murmuring, "Lifting such a massive piece of land into the air, this energy consumption must be beyond imagination. This has already surpassed Ping Er's limits. She won't be able to hold out." Mu Xia sipped her bubble tea while observing the situation. Zhao Ping Er is channeling all her energy into the massive boulder before her. It seems this girl wants to decide victory or defeat with a single move. Clearly, Ping Er is eager to win this match in front of Su Xianbai. But can Mu Yuan withstand an attack from that boulder? Even Mu Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. However, she quickly calmed herself. "I can't let her aura intimidate me. This must be an all-out strike. Though this boulder is massive, with my speed, I can evade it. As long as I dodge, victory will be mine." However, Ping Er was not about to let things be that simple. She silently activated a technique that increased the area's gravity 100-fold. Mu Yuan immediately felt an overwhelming pressure weighing down on her entire body, drenching her in cold sweat. She couldn't move, her body was forced to the ground. Mu Yuan was horrified. 100 times gravity? She predicted my intent to dodge and used gravity to suppress my speed. She's trying to force me to surrender before the boulder lands. With unwavering resolve, Ping Er unleashed her attack. The colossal boulder came crashing down with terrifying force. Despite being unable to rise, Mu Yuan still shouted, "Dream on! I will never admit defeat." Finally, the boulder struck the ground, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The spectators instinctively shielded their eyes from the sheer power of the blast. As the dust settled, the boulder had been completely shattered. The crowd gasped in shock. She couldn't have died, right? She's a saintess, after all. Su Xianbai was speechless. Ping Er. Mu Xia frowned and whispered, Yuan. She'll be fine." However, at this moment, Mu Yuan appeared extremely exhilarated after the terrifying attack. She shouted, "So refreshing. I really love this kind of fierce assault. This is exactly the feeling of a masochist rhino. Amazing. That punch was absolutely incredible. Mu Xia could only shake her head, at a loss for words. As expected, communicating with the masochist rhino, a carnivorous beast, had temporarily granted her the attribute values of her target. However, the downside of this technique was also glaringly obvious: the personality of the target would directly influence the user. Mu Yuan continued to provoke her opponent. Come on. Hit me with that move again. This scene left the men in the audience dumbfounded. Some were even so excited that they got nosebleeds. The saintess not only withstood an attack from the giant boulder but also openly taunted her opponent. This battle is truly more exhilarating than ever. At this moment, Mu Yuan gradually returned to her normal state, her mind regaining clarity. She thought to herself, that was truly dangerous. I didn't expect Zhao Ping'er to take the initiative to dispel the gravity effect. If she hadn't done so, under such gravitational pressure, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with the masochist rhino at all. Perhaps she saw that I refused to surrender and decided to do it on purpose. Mu Yuan glared at Ping'er, extremely anxious. It's over. That last attack has completely drained her strength. Zhao Ping'er can no longer hold on. After using her final move, Ping'er was utterly exhausted, plummeting freely from above the stage. The crowd shouted in unison, "Contestant Zhao Ping'er is falling." Wang Shiyu and Zheng Zaiqin were both stunned. Mu Yuan also froze, unable to utter a word. At that moment, Su Xianbai leaped from the stands, swiftly catching Zhao Ping'er before she hit the ground. His voice was firm. I won't let anything happen to you. Then, looking at Ping'er, his face full of confusion, he asked, this is just a match. Why risk your life like this? Ping'er lowered her head sorrowfully and whispered, I'm sorry. Master. Wu Yu coldly announced, if contestant Zhao Ping'er can no longer continue, then the outcome is clear. Mo Yan shook his head and sighed, what a pity for Ping'er. She was so close to winning. Wang Shiyu burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Ping'er has prepared for this match for so long. Only Zheng Zaiqin refrained from making any judgment. His gaze seemed to be contemplating something profound. Wu Yu declared, the winner of this match is Mu Yuan. But suddenly, Mu Yuan stepped forward, interrupting her, please wait. I forfeit this match. The entire stadium fell into silence. And then, cheers erupted. Zhao Ping'er wins. Although she was extremely unwilling to accept it, Mu Yuan silently thought, if Zhao Ping'er doesn't lift the gravity state, I definitely won't have a chance. I must have lost. Mu Xia smiled proudly, as expected of my daughter. Meanwhile, Su Xianbai silently watched Mu Yuan. He realized that her decision to concede wasn't because she wanted to yield to Ping'er, but because of her immense pride. This made him respect her even more. Ping'er tugged at Su Xianbai's sleeve, looked up, and asked, Master, did I win? Su Xianbai gently nodded and replied softly, you're very strong. Unable to contain her joy, Ping'er hugged him tightly. That's great. Thank you, Master. This sudden action left Su Xianbai feeling as if his soul had left his body, unable to breathe. From afar, Mu Yuan angrily shouted, will you two cut it out? Wang Shiyu smiled teasingly, looks like sister-in-law is seriously jealous. Standing beside them, Mo Yan couldn't help but think, so envious. That hug looks really comfortable. At that moment, Wu Yu stepped forward to make the official announcement, contestant Mu Yuan has conceded. The winner of this match is Zhao Ping'er. She continued, due to severe damage to the arena, repairs will be necessary. The next match will be postponed by an hour. Please take this time to rest. Su Xianbai, Zhao Ping'er, and Mu Yuan sat in the stands to rest. He spoke gently to both of them, you've both worked hard. A match is just a match, don't let it damage the harmony between us. Mu Yuan spoke softly, I'm sorry, Su Xianbai. I originally planned to challenge you in the tournament, but now I have been eliminated. Even though I can't compete with you, I have come to understand that your strength far surpasses mine. Therefore, I acknowledge that you truly deserve to be the heir to the throne. Also, about the engagement. At that moment, Lu Jianyu suddenly appeared, interrupting her. Su Xianbai, you really are quite the lucky one, aren't you? Su Xianbai turned around and replied indifferently, you didn't come all this way just to congratulate me on my victory, did you? I really wouldn't dare accept such an honor. Lu Jianyu smirked coldly, waving away Su Xianbai's words with a flick of his hand. Humph, drop the act. You've relied on Mu Xia's backing to humiliate me time and time again. Do you really think I'd let you off so easily? Su Xianbai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this old fox is clearly after the endlessness of dim within me. And yet, he has the audacity to say such things in front of everyone. Before Su Xianbai could react, Lu Jianyu drew a sword hidden within his cane. What had appeared to be an ordinary walking stick was, in fact, a finely disguised weapon. With a smirk, he continued, I've already confirmed that Mu Xia is currently down the mountain buying bubble tea and won't be back for a while. Let's see who you can rely on this time. Mu Yuan moved closer to Lu Jianyu, her voice filled with menace, you old bastard, you've got some nerve. He is the man betrothed to me, and you dare to lay a hand on him? Zhao Ping'er, standing beside her, refused to back down, coldly adding. That's right. He is my master. Don't even think about touching a single strand of his hair. Lu Jianyu smirked, scoffing, how pathetic. Without Mu Xia here, you have to rely on a few little girls? Su Xianbai remained unfazed, his voice cold as he responded. Lu Din, are you serious? This is the selection tournament hall. The guards and spectators are all present. Assaulting someone in front of so many people, aren't you afraid of tarnishing the reputation of Starguard? He continued, his tone firm. Do you really dare to make a move? Dracula will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Lu Jianyu showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he smiled confidently. Dracula may oversee Star Place, but he is not the Star King. Even if he wants to punish me, there's nothing he can do. Seeing Lu Jianyu assume a combat stance, preparing to unleash a lethal strike, Su Xianbai immediately grasped the severity of the situation. This old fox's aura has changed. He's serious. At that moment, a sharp clang rang through the air. Both Mu Yuan and Zhao Ping'er widened their eyes in shock, staring ahead in astonishment. A light sword effortlessly blocked Lu Jianyu's slash. He froze, his eyes wary as he tried to guess who had stopped him. Could it be Paladin Lilitai? But he immediately dismissed the thought. No, that's not right. While Lilitai's swordsmanship might barely compare to mine, she has no reason to intervene for Su Xianbai. He frowned, deep in thought. Among the sword wielders in Star Place, besides Lilitai, who else could possibly stop me? The answer quickly revealed itself before his eyes. It was Zhong Zaiqin. Lu Jianyu lowered his sword, his mind racing. Zhong Zaiqin is one of Long Ming's bodyguards. This is the first time I've witnessed her combat prowess. I never expected her to be this formidable. At that moment, Wang Shiryu appeared, carrying her machine gun over her shoulder. She sneered, her voice dripping with mockery. Old blind man, we haven't even settled our scores with you yet, and here you are coming straight to us. Do you really think we're that easy to bully? Right then, a voice rang out, startling Lu Jianyu. Lu Din. He turned around and saw Mo Yen. Mo Yen stared straight at him, his voice cold. For your own ambition, you've caused the deaths of countless innocent people. This time, I will no longer stand by your side. If you want to lay a hand on Su Xianbai, you'll have to get through us first. Mu Yuan and Zhao Ping'er spoke in unison, their gazes unwavering. That's right. If you want to touch Su Xianbai, you'll have to go through us first. Su Xianbai was utterly astonished by everyone's fierce determination. Lu Jianyu angrily shouted, it's just a few more bodies to take the fall. I fear no one. Suddenly, a hand lightly patted his shoulder. Lu Jianyu's heart pounded violently, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He could clearly sense the danger and thought to himself, to approach me this quietly, with just a single touch that makes my heart race like this. Other than him, who else could it be? Indeed, it was Mu Xia. Holding a cup of bubble tea, his gaze calm, he smiled leisurely and said, "Fear no one?" Quite the bold statement, Dean Lu. Lu Jianyu froze, not daring to move. The overwhelming aura of Mu Xia prevented him from putting on any more bravado. Outside the arena, in the Xiaoshuo Lin area, a cheerful voice called out, "Bro Fu Shi. Bro Fu Shi. I finally found you." The one calling was Ma Zhao Kai, the younger brother of Ma Fu Shi. Grinning brightly, he walked closer, chattering away, "You've been gone for a whole month. Where did you run off to? I bet you went into seclusion to master some ultimate technique, didn't you? I came here to cheer you on. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you the most talkative one? Every time we meet, you always give me pocket money." However, Ma Fu Shi was no longer himself. He had been possessed by a monster. His eyes were pitch black, his expression solemn and cold, offering no response. The creature inside him pondered, "An acquaintance of this body? How should I deal with him?" Ma Zhao Kai seemed to have realized something. "Why has Bro Fu Shi's karma seal disappeared? Isn't this seal supposed to only be unlocked in life and death situations?" The reason is that Bro Fu Shi's earth fire ability is too powerful and uncontrollable. A slight misstep, and it could cause damage over an extensive area. His master, concerned that Fu Shi wouldn't be able to control such power, sought out the best blacksmith in Star Place to create a heat-sealing barrier. This seal could suppress the activation of the earth fire and reduce the range of damage. Even with the seal, Fu Shi's strength would still be enough to deal with flesh-eating creatures. Therefore, the seal doesn't affect his ability to fight monsters. But why would he remove it? Could it be that, during his seclusion to train his killing techniques, he needed to unseal it in order to unleash that power? This move would definitely be powerful enough to shake the heavens and terrify both demons and gods. However, using such a reckless technique against humans, would that really be a good choice? It could potentially kill his opponent, like Mo Shigan Wang, but it would also negatively affect those watching. Fu Shi, is this really what you want to do? You need to think this through more carefully. The monster inside Ma Fu Shi's body could no longer tolerate the chatter. It stood up and walked toward Ma Zhao Kai, silently thinking, "This talkative fool is so annoying. Should I just kill him?" Ma Zhao Kai seemed unaware of anything and still appeared excited. "Bro Fu Shi has gotten up, and he was persuaded by me to seal it again, right? That's great. Even if Bro Fu Shi seals it, he can still win." Just as he was about to kill Ma Zhao Kai, something seemed to stop the monster in its tracks. One of its eyes slowly changed color, no longer the black of a monster. It turned out to be Ma Fu Shi, who had quickly regained his senses. "Zhao Kai, go quickly, it's dangerous." Then, Ma Fu Shi trembled as he held his face, and his eyes immediately turned pitch black again. Ma Zhao Kai, frightened, trembled and cried, "You're not Bro Fu Shi. Who are you?" A crackling sound was heard, and everything turned a red-black color. Back in the arena, Wu Yu announced that the field had been repaired and the competition would continue. Mu Xia reminded Lu Jianyu, "Old people should sit with other old people to watch the match, don't cause a ruckus with the young ones." Lu Jianyu shook his head, "I'm blind, I can't watch the match." Mu Xia angrily said, "If you want to watch, just watch, don't talk too much." Lu Jianyu reluctantly gave in, "I won't dare." Su Xianbai glanced at him, as if the old fox had encountered Mr. Mu, and immediately became obedient. Wu Yu announced, "The next match will be between Mo Shigan Wang Lu Junshin and Earthfire Ma Fu Shi." Lu Junshin lifted his chin and confidently said, "I know you're one of the highly regarded contestants in this tournament, but I, Mo Shigan Wang, am not just some insignificant weed. I advise you not to underestimate me. I possess abilities that everyone dreams of. This is one of the most miraculous abilities at this level. When you see it, don't let your jaw drop in shock." Lu Junshin raised his hand, lifted his entire red hairstyle off his head, and immediately, new hair sprouted in its place, identical to the original. He smirked and said, "This is my ability. My hair can grow rapidly, and each time, it naturally takes the shape of a mohawk. Because my hair is inherently tough, its offensive power is no joke. This mohawk style, has it surpassed your imagination? Musya also marveled, to be able to regrow hair so quickly. His ability is quite impressive. Lu Jianyu, standing nearby, hesitated and said, "It's decent." Lu Junshin shouted, "Open your eyes, Ma Fu Shi. This is my ultimate finishing move." Immediately, countless sharp strands of hair shot toward Ma Fu Shi, but he remained still, unleashing a terrifying surge of fire energy at Lu Junshin. In an instant, Lu Junshin was charred black, and a deep trench appeared on the stage. "You talk too much. I want to tear your mouth apart." Realizing he could no longer continue, Lu Junshin immediately conceded. "Referee, I forfeit." The spectators had to admit, truly worthy of being an outstanding competitor. An instant kill from Ma Fu Shi. Lu Junshin had no chance to resist at all. Wu Yu declared, "Since competitor Lu Junshin has conceded, the winner of this match is Earthfire Ma Fu Shi. In the next match, Aoi Coffin Long Wei Yang will face Windbreaker First Sword Lu Wunjin. Competitors, please prepare to enter the arena." Wu Yu glanced toward Long Yan's seat but did not see her. At that moment, Long Yan was elsewhere, her face beaming with hope. "Wei Yang, I've reserved the finest restaurant to celebrate your promotion to Guardian. After the competition, will you have dinner with me? It's been years since we last shared a meal together." It seemed that practicing before talking to Wei Yang was too difficult. Long Yan sighed, "No, I'm still too nervous. Wei Yang is about to go on the field. This is the perfect time to talk to the boy. I must seize this opportunity. This is a crucial moment to restore the mother-son relationship. Damn it, why can't I bring myself to speak? What if Wei Yan doesn't forgive me? Could it really be like Wu Yu said? Will I end up affecting Wei Yang's performance? What should I do? What should I do? Wei Yang is coming." Wei Yang stood in a corner and had heard everything his mother said. His gaze fell on an old photo of the three of them as children, where they all looked so happy. Wei Yang murmured, "It's just a greeting, it should be fine." At that moment, a hand smacked hard against Long Yan's backside. Her face turned red. "Wei Yang, is that you?" But it turned out to be the oldest master, Jin Zhongshan, from Yunchuan Energy Group, Long Wei Yang. Why had she spent the whole day thinking about that insolent brat? If he didn't care about her, then why should she make herself unhappy? She had him by her side. Was that still not enough? Long Yan couldn't control his emotions, his face darkened with anger. "You're the brat who dared to lay hands on me. Please get your facts straight. I am the president who holds the fate of your father's Yunchuan Group, not some toy belonging to your family." Jin Zhongshan took a drag of his cigarette, openly disdainful. "Humph, does it make a difference? In 2 years, when my father dies, won't you still have to rely on me to maintain your position?" Long Yan cursed in fury. At that moment, snow suddenly started falling chaotically around them. Jin Zhongshan frowned in confusion. "Snow? Why is it snowing here?" Long Yan seemed to realize something. "That's Wei Yang casting the extreme ice storm eye." Jin Zhongshan, upon seeing Wei Yang, showed no signs of amusement. "This brat dares to make a move against me?" The moment he finished speaking, he was blasted away by Wei Yang's power, even crashing through the battle stage before landing right at the feet of Lu Wunjin. Lu Wunjin was stunned. What kind of situation is this? Isn't he the eldest son of Yunchuan Group? Their family controls the main energy resources of Star Place. Theoretically, they should be able to stand on equal footing with the Star King. I can't believe he ended up in this state. This person is truly daring. Could it really be Long Wei Yan who did this? Wei Yang walked towards the stands, and Long Yan, calling from behind, said, Wei Yang, I never thought you would appear for your mother. I'm so happy. Wei Yang truly still loves me. Wei Yang replied coldly, don't misunderstand, that piece of trash was blocking my way. As he stepped onto the field, the cheers of the audience rang out. He's finally here, Long Wei Yang, the young master. He was the son of the S-level guardian, Long Yan, and also the grandson of the former Star King, Long Ming. He was the most super famous newcomer in this selection tournament. The female audience screamed, "So handsome, young master, we love you. Young master, do your best. We specially came to see you." Lu Wenjin watched Wei Yang cautiously. This guy, as soon as he steps onto the field, he ignites the emotions of the audience, making the atmosphere so intense. Strong, fine, but he's also so handsome, it's really annoying. However, I can't be intimidated by Wei Yang's aura. I've already come up with a way to beat him. Then, Lu Wenjin turned to the referee and complained, "I want to file a complaint. Competitor Long Wei Yang just attacked innocent spectators like this, especially since this person is the oldest master of the Yun Chuan group. This behavior of Long Wei Yang completely goes against the rule that guardians should protect the people. I request that Long Wei Yang's qualification to compete be revoked." The girls in the stands criticized him. What's this? A shameless man, using such a method to defeat the young master. How disgraceful. Yun Chuan group oppresses the people, and it's no surprise they got beaten. Hearing the insults around him, Lu Wenjin remained unfazed. Keep on cursing if you like. Nearly half of Star Guard's funding comes from Yun Chuan group. Lord Dracula won't offend Yun Chuan group just for Long Wei Yang. I'll definitely win this match. However, Dracula calmly replied, "I don't see Long Wei Yang making a move." "Wu Yu, do you see anything?" Wu Yu shook his head. "I didn't see anything either." Dracula declared, "Then take oldest master Jean to the hospital and continue the match." Lu Wenjin was stunned. Is Dracula crazy? He's willing to offend such an important investor just for Long Wei Yang? At this moment, Wei Yang began to cast magic, and the surroundings completely froze. He held a sickle in his hand. "Since the referee hasn't said anything, let's begin. You use a weapon, and I'll use a weapon." "Fair enough." Wei Yang moved towards Lu Wenjin, swinging the sickle. Lu Wenjin, terrified, backed away. Wait a minute." But it was too late. Wei Yang swung his scythe, slashing through his opponent. The slash turned into solid ice, making his body tremble, unable to move. The girls in the audience cheered. "Young master is so handsome. Please keep going, you must win the next match too." "I've captured young master's ultimate move. Printing 10,000 copies wouldn't be enough to admire it." Long Yan looked at his son with pride. "Wei Yang, the boy has grown so much." "As expected of my son." Wu Yu announced, "The semi-final matches are about to begin." The first match, the endlessness of Dim Su Xianbai versus the daughter of the god of war, Zhao Ping'er. "Contestants, please get ready." Su Xianbai looked at Ping'er and smiled. "It's our turn now. Are you ready?" Ping'er smiled back. "Master, don't worry." Then, she raised her hand. "Referee, I would like to forfeit the match." Su Xianbai was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Ping'er nodded. "I was never a match for master in the first place, and besides, I already gave my all in the first round. I have no strength left to fight." Su Xianbai was speechless. "Didn't you publicly state on the matchup board a month ago that you would do this?" Ping'er blushed and turned away. "It seems my thoughts can never be hidden from my master." She thought to herself, "Since the selection for the guards this time is limited to only 2 people, as long as I ensure that my master reaches the final round, he will undoubtedly advance to become a star guard. The outcome of the final match is merely a contest for the title of the strongest newcomer. In contrast, it's not as important." Wu Yu announced, "Since contestant Ping'er has forfeited, according to the rules, Su Xianbai automatically advances to the finals. The promotion rate to the Star Guards will be announced after the final match." Kalik, still clutching his swollen cheek from Su Xianbai's strike, furiously thought, "How infuriating. Why is his luck so good? A beautiful girl like that actually gave him an opportunity? I refuse to accept this." Wu Yu announced, "The next match will be between Ioi Coffin Long Wei Yang and Earthfire Mafusher. The winner of this match will claim the final spot to become a guard." Wei Yang was surprised to see Ma Fu Shi raising his hand toward the sky, seemingly preparing some kind of spell. Wei Yang wondered, what is that stance? Isn't he supposed to be targeting me? Only Ma Fu Shi could be seen radiating an immense power, rising up to the sky, and a fire dragon appeared. Su Xianbai gasped, I didn't expect his abilities to be able to take form. Dracula silently assessed, a newcomer with such strong energy, certainly not ordinary. Wei Yang, cautious, snorted, coming onto the field and using such a big move already, this person is too overconfident. The monster within Ma Fu Shi, with its earth fire dragon burning heaven style move, was extremely confident. This body concealed a seal-level energy, and if not exploited, it would be a tremendous waste. The fire dragon was preparing to unleash a devastating move. Everyone was worried, I wonder if this move is truly dangerous. This skill is so exaggerated, will it affect us? Wu Yu turned to Dracula and asked, do you think there could be danger? Should we stop him? Dracula shook the glass of wine in his hand and calmly replied, no need. The fire dragon unleashed the dragon sign attack towards Wei Yang. Wei Yang, unfazed, coldly said, don't underestimate me. He immediately launched the ice-piercing barrier, and the powers of ice and fire collided, creating a powerful wave. Ma Fu Shi remained undisturbed, continuing, you think you can stop me with that? Don't even dream. Die. The power of fire was truly terrifying, it seemed as though that energy could explode the entire arena at any moment. Everyone couldn't bear the overwhelming force, covering their eyes with their hands. Wu Yu and Long Yan stared fixedly at the arena. After the technique ended, a massive deep hole appeared in the center of the battlefield. The monster was surprised, oh, you're still standing? Wei Yang remained in the same position as before, unchanged, though his clothes were now tattered, the ice-piercing barrier really couldn't stop your attack. Wei Yang coldly replied, but in doing so, you revealed two weaknesses. First, the obstruction concealed your line of sight. Surrounding Wei Yang was a layer of extreme ice clones, preventing the monster from seeing clearly, you. But before the monster could finish its sentence, Wei Yang had restored his clothes and expression to their original state and swung his ice scythe toward it. Wei Yang continued, secondly, it bought me enough time. The monster dodged Wei Yang's deathly scythe, not only feeling fear but also secretly impressed, you've got some skill. I underestimated you. But then it snorted, however, that's all. Afterward, the monster threw a powerful punch at Wei Yang, sending him flying far away. Wei Yang, despite taking a full punch, still landed safely. When Long Yan saw Wei Yang's face smeared with dirt, he panicked, this is bad. Wei Yang's expression immediately changed, Wei Yang has a severe cleanliness disorder, and this punch directly grazed the corner of his mouth. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Wei Yang's breath became heavy, his body seeming to be pierced by an icy energy, causing cold air to emanate around him, a person like you cannot be forgiven. A powerful icy scythe slashed toward Ma Fu Shi. The monster, with contempt, stood still, using both hands to catch Wei Yang's scythe, thinking it was merely a petty move. A crack sound echoed, and Wei Yang's scythe shattered into hundreds of pieces. This surprised Wei Yang, I can't believe it. He didn't use any abilities, yet managed to break my extreme ice frenzy blade with just his bare hands. I thought only S-level guards could do such a thing. At this moment, the creature within Ma Fu Shi began to feel fear, this is bad. In this critical situation, can I use my own power without leaving any traces? Around me are the strongest experts of Star Place. If I'm discovered, I'll definitely be destroyed. Mu Xia sipped her bubble tea while observing Ma Fu Shi, hesitantly scrutinizing him. The monster continued its ploy, I initially thought Ma Fu Shi was one of the strongest contenders in this selection. That's why I chose this body to infiltrate Star Place. Although my goal isn't to win this tournament, if I lose to this newcomer, I won't know where to hide my face. Both Wei Yang and Ma Fu Shi unleashed their moves, ice and fire clashing against each other. The spectators widened their eyes in astonishment at the battle. Even Wang Shi couldn't help but be surprised, these two are ridiculously strong. If Su Xianbai has to face them, will he be able to win? Lilitai thought to herself, a battle of this caliber is only in the semi-finals? No matter who gets eliminated, it would be such a shame. The fight had been going on for quite some time, yet neither Ma Fushi nor Wei Yang was willing to yield. Both were breathing heavily, seemingly beginning to tire. The monster within Ma Fushi mused to itself, this brat is even more resilient than I expected. But that's fine. Given Ma Fushi's abilities, this fight has already pushed him to his limits. If I concede now, no one will suspect a thing. My plan can proceed smoothly. He continued thinking, my kind dare not attack Star Place precisely because of their existence. The strongest combat force of Star Place, the 10S rank Star Guards. 6 of them have appeared here. Aside from Long Ming, who has passed away, the whereabouts of the remaining 3 are unknown. For such an important event, their absence must mean they are on another mission. That's why this is the moment when the heaven-bestowed light is at its weakest in terms of protection. I have been inside this corpse for an entire month, waiting for this exact opportunity. As long as I raise my hand in surrender, I can take it without anyone noticing, like a ghost in the night. When Ma Fushi suddenly made a gesture toward the referee, Wei Yang couldn't help but be surprised. That's not a combat stance. Could he be? The monster inside Ma Fushi raised its hand in surrender. I can no longer continue fighting. I concede. Wei Yang was utterly shocked upon hearing this, unable to believe his own ears. Surrender? Are you kidding me? Your strength isn't just this. Don't you have a final move? The monster replied, what are you talking about? If you were able to dodge my dragon breath, then I no longer have any chance of winning. Wei Yang remained skeptical. You are known as a battle maniac. Surrendering like this really doesn't suit your style. The monster frowned. Humans will eventually grow. Risking everything for a hopeless cause is just foolish. I've already conceded defeat. You don't need to take advantage of this opportunity to play tricks. Wei Yang looked at him. This person. Compared to the first time we met, he seems like a completely different person. Wu Yu announced, contestant Ma Fushi has conceded defeat. The winner of this round is Ioe Coffin Long Wei Yang. The contestants who will advance to become Star Guards in this tournament are the 2 who reach the final round. The championship match is about to begin, and everyone is eagerly anticipating it. Ping Er smiled, thinking to herself, the opponent in the final match is the grandchild of Lord Long Ming. This decisive battle will be truly spectacular. Su Xianbai observed Wei Yang. Long Wei Yang, he helped me in the first round. But why did he help me? Could it be because of Long Ming? At that moment, the monster within Ma Fushi was slowly descending into the underground chamber, leaving the arena. Suddenly, he realized someone was following him. You can reveal yourself now, can't you? Someone has been tailing me ever since I left the arena. What do you want? A tall man carrying a large sack on his shoulder asked him, You're not Fushi. Who are you? The monster within Ma Fushi replied, How did you figure out that I'm not Ma Fushi? Are you an acquaintance of his? The person carrying the bag on his shoulder earlier turned out to be the master of Ma Fushi, Star Guard S rank number 8, the domineering martial artist Ma Fei, who introduced himself, I am Fushi's master. The monster nodded, so that's how it is. No wonder you recognized me. If you discovered me at the arena, then indeed, I must be quite dangerous. But you came here alone, aren't you looking for death? In response to the monster's confidence, Ma Fei delivered a divine punch that sent him flying. Don't waste my time. The monster, caught off guard, struggled to recover from the heavy blow. What's wrong with this person? This is his disciple's body. Ma Fei charged forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick straight to Ma Fushi's stomach. This is how Fushi and I cultivate. The monster was beaten to the point where it couldn't raise its head. Ma Fei landed safely and caught the bag he had earlier thrown over his shoulder, continuing, no matter what you are, get out of Fushi's body immediately. If not, even if you hide in this body, I will still kill you. The monster, severely wounded, was easily lifted by Ma Fei with one hand. The monster panted heavily, you're crazy. Ma Fei admitted, others say the same thing. Suddenly, the monster cast a spell and shouted loudly, "Disappear before me!" Immediately, Ma Fei was struck by his magic. He, I've succeeded. Although I don't know your background, it doesn't matter who you are. As long as you fall into my predatory prison, you'll be trapped in an endless hellish space, tormented bit by bit to death by the vengeful spirits of those I've devoured. Although I've encountered a little trouble, the final battle on the mountaintop must have started by now. My plan to seize the divine light bestowed upon me can still continue. In the arena, Wei Yang reminded Su Xianbai, you have earned the right to become the defender. This also means your identity as the heir to the throne in the Star Place is now officially recognized. However, don't get too complacent. Uncle Long Ming is not only my mentor, but also someone I once relied on. I must help him overcome this final trial. Show me your true abilities and prove that you're worthy of his position. Su Xianbai confidently smiled, so that's how it is. No wonder you wanted to help me at first. It turns out that this moment is when you want to personally test my strength. Well then, let me show you the fruits of my training. Little Bai used his supernatural power, and the sky turned pitch black. Thunderbolts from the sky unleashed dark energy. Wei Yang was also startled and afraid, the aura making one shiver without the cold. What is this? And how did he do it? He turned the lightning black. The people in the stands were also sweating profusely. What kind of terrifying energy is this? I can hardly breathe. Does Su Xianbai have this kind of power? Others were trembling in fear. It's this feeling. The moment he made a move, I was immediately pushed back by this energy. Lu Junshin muttered, these people are all monsters. The aura from the demon god's supernatural power is releasing incredibly terrifying energy. Lu Jianyu was also on high alert, this evil energy. This is the supernatural power that Su Xianbai was awakening. Is he summoning the demon god? Mu Xia frowned and said, this is indeed the energy of a demon. No doubt about it, but Su Xianbai didn't summon the demon god. Though I don't know how he managed to do this, it's undeniable that he has fused these two kinds of supernatural powers. At this moment, the demon god's power coursed through Su Xianbai's body. Black marks appeared on his face and neck. How is it? Does the result of my cultivation disappoint you? Wei Yang exclaimed, indeed, you're no ordinary person. Being able to obtain the endlessness of dim, it seems you've simply had good luck. Little Bai frowned. You don't need to provoke me. A month ago, I truly wasn't your match, but now, it's uncertain. In this match, I won't use the endlessness of dim. This technique is my own, called Little Bai really moves fast. Before long, Little Bai had already reached right in front of Wei Yang. Wei Yang hurriedly raised his hand to block him with ice crystal body protection, but it had no effect. Little Bai immediately broke through his power. Wei Yang stepped back, his demeanor completely different from the first round. Moreover, the dark aura surrounding him had an unsettling presence, leaving people on edge. Did he get hit? A long scratch appeared on Wei Yang's face. Not only that, but from the wound, Little Bai's demon god power had entered his body. Mo Yan was surprised. Why did he stop pursuing such a good opportunity? Why did he halt? Zhong Zaiqin observed. It wasn't just Su Xianbai, both of them had stopped. At this point, Wei Yang had been completely manipulated by Little Bai's power. The words of Little Bai warning him had come to an end. You should have realized by now. I've stripped you of your 5 senses, continuing to fight is pointless. Surrender, you have no chance of winning. Wu Yu had to admit Little Bai's power. With just the dark evil aura he emanates, he can intimidate his opponent, taking away their senses. This is the ability of a demon god. But isn't the evil spirit system supposed to summon this kind of special ability? Why doesn't he directly summon a demon god? This is the perfect opportunity for him to establish his dominance in the Star Place. Dracula explained, demon god Azura is not an ordinary evil spirit. Usually, Su Xianbai doesn't have the ability to subdue it.
Forcibly summoning a demon god would cause great harm and is very likely to backfire.
On the other hand, the dark aura is the most basic ability of a demon god and carries very low danger.
Combining the dark aura with lightning can increase his area of attack.
A small wound is enough to secure victory, trading the smallest cost for the greatest benefit.
Su Xianbai is somewhat clever.
Little Bai yawned lazily, clearly exhausted, as dark evil energy continued to radiate around him. If you don't fight, it means you've surrendered.
You can't even judge your own position, and you still want to resist?
Since he had no way of knowing where Little Bai was, Wei Yang randomly pointed in a direction and said, Su Xianbai, since you were able to take away my 5 senses, you should have pressed the advantage and pursued me further.
Why would you give me a chance to surrender? Little Bai snapped angrily, I'm right here. Are you stupid?
Wei Yang closed his eyes and calmly replied, that means if you truly lose this match, it will be because you underestimated your opponent.
Little Bai was taken aback. Lose? This guy isn't.
Before he could finish speaking, his feet were suddenly frozen in place.
Not only that, but the entire arena had turned into solid ice. This was none other than Wei Yang's secret technique of extreme ice zone. Little Bai glanced around and saw that everything was frozen, yet his expression remained unfazed. Instead, he even scoffed at Wei Yang's technique. You're so stubborn. I already gave you a chance to surrender. Why must you be so rigid? I never intended to fight you, and you really think that just by freezing the entire battlefield, you can restrict me? Seeing no response from Wei Yang, Little Bai suddenly realized something and was startled. I forgot I've already taken away his 5 senses. He can't even hear me speaking.
Wei Yang calmly said, Su Xianbai, you are the first person who has forced me to this point, aside from him. I can't deny that you truly have remarkable combat skills, but there is one flaw. Ice cold is my 6th sense. Freezing the entire arena is not to bind you, but to sense your position. Take this, my final move, Holy Sword Excalibur. Long Yan, worried about her son, said, Wei Yang, you've already secured a position in the guards, why risk your life like this? If something happens to you, what should I do? Ping Er was also concerned for Little Bai. Master, please be careful, absolutely don't get hurt. The spectators marveled at the giant sword formed by Wei Yang's ability. Is this really the legendary Sword King? It's just so massive. The cold from this sword is bone-chilling, I'm already trembling. I never expected the legendary Sword King to be in his hands. Little Bai remained unshaken. Very well, it seems I underestimated you. The ice beneath his feet had already been shattered by his own ability. Little Bai, full of fighting spirit, said, if you want to clash head-on with me, then let's see who is tougher. And it turned out that a massive ball of evil energy was hurled toward Wei Yang. At the same time, Wei Yang also directed his ice sword toward Little Bai. The Holy Sword of Judgment and the Fruit of the Divine Eye clashed against each other. Little Bai shouted loudly, come on, let's settle this once and for all. Yuan's eyes widened. The strength of these two was on par, and if they kept fighting, there was a real risk of both of them getting injured. After the two energies made contact, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The spectators in the stands were in awe. Incredible. These two are ridiculously strong. By the way, what exactly is falling from the sky? Countless fragments rained down in every direction. Meanwhile, in another part of Star Place, at the Research Institute, Li Xin was eating popcorn while watching the match on the screen. There's a chance. Little Bai's going to win. Training day and night, and now it's finally paying off. If he really manages to defeat Long Wei Yang, Little Bai's guard rank is going to skyrocket. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the Research Institute. Li Xin, sitting in the control room, was jolted by the impact, and all the popcorn fell out of his hands. What was that? Did the popcorn just fall? Earthquake or something? When Li Xin looked up at the control screen, he saw that all the security personnel had been killed. That person was a contestant from the selection tournament, and it turns out that it was the monster Ma Fushi who had come to the Research Institute. The monster was furiously searching for its target. I can already feel it, the gift of light is getting closer and closer, right behind that door.
Then, it swung its hand and shattered the protective door. Finally, I've found it. This is what I've been longing for.
The gift of light, with it, I can break through the bottleneck of the God class and achieve perfect evolution. Just as it was about to approach the stone, the B-class Star Guards, number 1, and Aurora Swordman Wu Deshai, wielding his sword, charged forward. The director has given an order: anyone who enters this door without authorization dies. But the monster paid no attention to the B-class guards of number 1. It raised one hand and blocked Wu Deshai's face, killing him instantly. And where did these mosquitoes come from, bothering me at this moment? Li Xian was stunned. Wu Deshai was instantly killed by him. He, after all, was the strongest B-class guard. He had focused on the meteorite, but even Wu Deshai couldn't stop him. How could I possibly stop him? I came here initially just to work for Long Ming and Su Xianbai, under the director's orders. I'm just an employee. It's not necessary for me to risk my life for the director's matters, pretending I don't see anything. Wei Yang slowly opened his eyes, finally breaking free from Little Bai's supernatural ability. My 5 senses have recovered. Has the time limit ended, or did Su Xianbai lift it voluntarily? Wei Yang was startled when he saw Little Bai's ability, Endlessness of Dim. Didn't you say you wouldn't use Endlessness of Dim? Why did you go back on your word? Little Bai shook his head. I didn't want to either. This is a passive skill, I can't control it. As compensation, I lifted the restriction on your 5 senses. Wei Yang said, so it was you who did it. Long Yen, stop watching from the doorway and come to the arena. Damn it, it's that cursed the darkness indefinitely again. The moment Su Xianbai blocked the sword, Wei Yang had already lost his chance of victory. Endlessness of Dim could activate on its own, regardless of its owner's will, unleashing uncontrolled energy.
During battle, Su Xianbai wouldn't just avoid energy depletion, he would grow stronger, while Wei Yang would weaken. This match was already over. He truly couldn't bear to see Wei Yang's defeated state. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. Everyone was startled and terrified. Wu Yu seemed to realize something. Wasn't that Lu Jianyu stammering? Mu Master, what was that loud noise just now?
Mu Xia listened carefully. It looks like the research lab just collapsed. A tremendous column of energy exploded from the research room, reaching up to the sky. The monster had obtained the gift of light, and the plan was proceeding smoothly. I hope those S-level guards arrive soon. We're running out of time. This is what I've been desperately seeking for 10 years. If I consume the gift of light, I'll gain God-class power. But before he could put the gift of light into his mouth, Li Xian appeared, casting a spell and locking the target in place. The gift of light has disappeared from the monster's hands.
It's gone. Teleportation. So there's still an undead ant, huh?
Li Xian stood tall, ready for battle. Although I don't want to interfere with Dean Lu's matters, as a citizen of Starplace, if I stand by and watch you harm others in front of me and attempt to steal the treasure, the gift of light, from Starplace. I'm sorry, I can't just let that happen. The monster, enraged, retorted, stop with the nonsense. Where did you teleport the meteor to?
Li Xian hesitated, unable to speak.
Li Xian narrowed his eyes upon seeing the monster use a target lock. This isn't the technique he used during the selection tournament, and this energy.
It's not human energy.
Immediately, many tendrils wrapped around Li Xian, immobilizing her. I'm giving you 5 seconds to think. If you don't want to die, tell me the location of the meteor.
Li Xian was being strangled, but she remained firm. Do you think threatening me like this will have any effect?
The moment I decided to take action, I already considered the consequences, but as long as I succeed in activating the teleportation space, you won't be able to kill me. I have set up a new barrier outside the light's aura. Only teleportation can be performed, and the barrier can sever the connection between it and the outside world.
The monster pondered. At first, I really couldn't sense the energy of the gift of light. Li Xian continued, once you kill me, you can forget about ever finding it. The monster frowned. You're very clever. You hit the painful spot as soon as you made your move. This may protect your life for now, but that's all it will do.
Then, the monster tightened its tentacles around Li Xian, seemingly wanting to crush her bones. The pain caused by the netherworld lock was truly unbearable. Tell me, where did you hide the meteorite?
Li Xian smiled. I've hidden it in a place you will never be able to find. Zhong Zaiqin rushed towards the research institute at lightning speed. The light just now came from the research institute. Li Xian is still on duty there. She absolutely can't be in any danger.
Lu Jianyu is even faster than her, and Dean Lu is on his way as well.
Moreover, Dracula and the two S-class guards have arrived. It looks like the situation isn't too good. A few minutes later, Zhong Zaiqin finally arrived at the entrance of the research institute, but she couldn't see Li Xian's body inside.
She noticed Lu Jianyu standing motionless in front of the empty space, his lips trembling. My meteorite, my gift of light.
Zhong Zaiqin thought, has this old blind man gone crazy?
But when she looked down, she saw Ma Fu Shi, the Hellfire demon, lying in a pool of blood, something having pierced through his back, probably caused when the monster broke free from Ma Fu Shi's body.
Without hesitation, Zhong Zaiqin jumped down below.
This person sneaked here from the arena. There must be something wrong with him.
Maybe I can find some clues on him. Strange, his wound is self-inflicted. Why would he do that? Is he trying to hide something?
Then, she helped Ma Fu Shi and shook him awake.
Please, if you're not dead yet, give me some sign.
She slapped him hard across the face.
He immediately started coughing violently. Zhong Zaiqin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's still breathing. Where's Li Xian? Where is Li Xian? You must know.
Meanwhile, Lu Jianyu, ignoring Li Xian's life, only cared about his meteorite. He drew his sword and swung it toward Ma Fu Shi. Meteorite, my meteorite, speak quickly.
But Zhong Zaiqin swiftly blocked his sword with ease. Old blind man, do you understand anything at all? Wait until I'm done asking before it's your turn.
Lu Jianyu was furious. Blocking my sword twice isn't bad at all.
But how could the life of someone like Li Xian compare to my gift of light?
At that moment, Dracula stepped forward. You don't need to argue.
The surveillance cameras here have all been destroyed.
He was the only one still alive in the research facility, and if he died, all our clues would be lost. Leave him to me, I know who can save him. In the end, Ma Fu Shi was taken to Muxia for treatment. After opening his eyes, Muxia asked, you're awake. Ma Fu Shi mumbled, his face looking somewhat familiar. It seems like Senior Muxia.
How did I end up here? Did you save me?
Muxia didn't answer his question but silently praised, no wonder you're Ma Fei's prized student. Usually, someone so seriously injured would have died by now, yet you managed to cling to life.
Looks like Ma Fei didn't go easy on you.
Before Muxia could react, Ma Fu Shi trembled as he tried to stand up.
Sorry, Muxia Senior, I can't stay here any longer.
That thing used a sealing technique on my master, I must go and save him. But he immediately collapsed again, groaning in pain.
Damn it, it's all my fault for being so useless.
If I had killed that thing earlier, none of this would have happened.
Muxia sighed. You are just like your master. Dracula raised a hand to help him up. You don't need to worry about your master. I know Ma Fei's strength well, he won't die so easily.
Ma Fu Shi was stunned when he saw Dracula standing before him.
Dracula continued, tell me the information you know.
You can rest and recover, I'll take care of the rest.
At this point, Li Xian had already been possessed by the monster, and it stood in the middle of the desolate forest, signaling its comrades. Come out, we should leave now. If we keep delaying, the spirit beasts will catch up.
The god-class predator Ren Fa Yenyu, a flesh-eating creature, appeared upon hearing the call.
Look at how urgent you are, seems like the plan didn't go well. Huh, did you change bodies? Weren't you a red-haired man before? Why have you switched to a female body? Are you no longer interested in mine? The cold-hearted monster replied, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? This body is the only clue we have to find the gift of light. I have no choice but to take her with me.
Inside Li Xian's body was merely the monster that had possessed Ma Fu Shi, a flesh-eating creature, a god-class predator, Nether Spring Lord Bath.
Bath turned around and said, "Let's go. We don't have much time left."
Suddenly, a voice and hurried footsteps approached the two of them.
Wait for me. This is too cunning. Are you planning to leave me behind? A Zhang will get lost. It was a demon-class predator, six-eyed ape. A Zhang.
After Ma Fu Shi explained everything to Musya and Dracula, Dracula nodded, so that's how it is.
Controlled by a god-class predator? It's been a long time since I've encountered one of those.
Unfortunately, as the current chief overseer of Star Place, I cannot leave the city so easily.
Lilith, Fengmian, I'm entrusting you with the mission to rescue Li Xin. Once the mission is complete, bring her back immediately.
As for that god-class predator, I want it dead.
Lilith instantly stood up, ready for battle. Lilith accepts the order. I swear to complete the mission even if it costs my life. Fengmian closed the book he was reading. Understood.
Little Bai decisively pushed open the door, facing Dracula and Musya.
Count me in on the plan to rescue Li Xin.
Zhong Zaiqin crossed his arms and stood behind. Count me in as well.
Little Bai said, I am her master. I must bring her back.
Zhong Zai growled and said, she is my friend.
I have to go save her too.
Musya held his head, speechless. It must have been Yuan who brought him here.
Has my house turned into a meeting room for the Star Guards? My retirement life is truly miserable. Lu Jianyu fumed. What right do you have to carry out this mission? The enemy is just a low-level carnivorous creature, and you're not even qualified.
Little Bai sneered, I think you're just hiding something, old blind man.
All you care about is your meteorite. Do you really care whether Li Xin lives or dies?
Lilith firmly stated, you don't need to worry.
I have never failed a mission I've accepted. There's no need for you to take risks. I will bring Li Xin back.
Musya mediated, no need to dampen the enthusiasm of the young.
Didn't Su Xianbai defeat Long Wei Yang and get promoted to the Star Guards? This is a good chance for some real combat experience.
Little Bai thought to himself, this is great.
With Mu Master speaking on my behalf, everything should be fine. Musya turned to Dracula and said, Dracula, you have no objections, do you? Dracula dared not oppose, none.
Musya nodded, then let's make good use of our time.
I'm old and need to sleep early. Dracula was worried inside. It seems that Master Mu is angry with me.
I'll give him a bubble tea discount coupon next time to make amends. Dracula turned to Little Bai and said, Su Xianbai, due to the sudden incident at the Research Institute, the ceremony for your guard's promotion cannot take place. Now, I, Lord Dracula, officially acknowledge your status as the Star Guards.
Unlessness of dim Su Xianbai, what is your guard's ranking?
Ma Fu Shi, lying in bed recovering, was very surprised. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat Long Wei Yang.
This guy is not simple. Dracula declared the rank as A, not B. Little Bai was very pleased when he heard this.
Dracula then ordered the rescue mission for Li Xian to be carried out by Lilith, Fengmian, Su Xianbai, and Zhong Zaiqin. After a careful investigation, Su Xianbai's team had locked down the enemy's escape route. Little Bai explained, I know this path. After the first round of the selection contest, I studied the map outside of Star Place. Except for the unexplored areas and a section marked as absolutely forbidden, no guards can survive if they enter that place. It's called the Guards' Graveyard. Lilith was surprised. The map outside Star Place, the routes have thousands, tens of thousands of paths, and yet he can remember this small path in the forest. How much gray matter does his brain have?
Fengmian praised, you are truly interesting. Who would have the time to memorize a map?
Little Bai responded, it's just a habit he formed in the past.
If he wants to store the two of us over there, we must stop him before he enters the guard's graveyard. The Bath Monster group was still searching for the stone. A Zhang grumbled, A Zhang is so bored. You said we would fight, and that's why I came with you. You're a liar.
Yen Yu sensed something had severed his threads. The threads I laid out are broken. The pursuers arrived quickly, 4 people in total, no, 5 people.
A Zhang became excited, 5 people? Fine, a Zhang will barely squeeze them through his teeth. My hands are itching, let me stay and deal with them.
Yen Yu asked, you still want to fight 5 at once?
You're overestimating yourself.
Bath ordered, leave the soldiers to Yen Yu, and a Zhang, I have a more important mission for you. A Zhang heard the order from the leader, Bath.
His face froze for a moment before he turned to the one sitting on his shoulder and said, is this important mission you're talking about really this? I'm carrying you.
Bath noticed his comrade's unstable mood and shared his plan. I don't know the strength of the pursuing soldiers, so there's no need to risk a head-on confrontation with them.
The best course of action is to use the memories of this body to find the whereabouts of the gift of light. He squinted, satisfied with the plan he had prepared. This process will be energy draining, and I must exert all my effort. If I get distracted, I could easily fall into danger.
Therefore, you must ensure my safety. Although Zhang was tall and his mind a bit slow, he understood that his role was simply to protect the leader. The best way to do that was to carry him on his back and move forward. Following Bath's instructions, they knew that as long as they reached the graveyard of the guards, their victory would be assured. With that, the 2 schemers entered the night, disappearing into the endless, gloomy forest. Meanwhile, Su Xianbai's situation was a bit more complicated. His team, in pursuit, reached the edge of the forest when they detected danger. It's an ambush. He shouted, and everyone could see a heavy rock falling. There was little time to avoid it, and if they failed, it would result in death and destruction. The situation was critical. Zhongzhe drew his sword and shouted, leave it to me. A series of swift slashes cut through the air, and finally, the massive rock shattered midair, raining down as fragments around the 4 of them.
Qin's sister glared at the mastermind and growled, show yourself.
As soon as the words left her lips, a pillar of light crashed down thunderously right in front of them. Predator Ren Fa and Yen Yu emerged, the latter exuding an air of seduction in her signature purple bikini. She smirked and addressed Su Xianbai's group, that was merely a greeting for all of you.
This is as far as you go, Star Guards. Her intent to stop them was crystal clear.
If they dared to advance, death awaited them. Arrogantly standing alone, she acted as if she held the upper hand. Lilith couldn't hold back and retorted, ha, the one who's going to die is you. Beside her, Qin's sister had already drawn her sword, her fighting spirit surging.
That's right. I can't help but want to cut you down.
Amid the gunpowder-laced tension among the 3 women, Su Xianbai decisively stepped forward, blocking Lilith and Qin's sister. He made a calculated guess and spoke bluntly to Yen Yu, everyone, calm down.
This is just a stalling tactic by the enemy. If I'm not mistaken, there's an ambush waiting ahead. We don't have much time, we need to change our strategy. Feng Mian, standing at the very back and rarely one to praise others, nodded in approval. Not bad. Staying composed in the face of danger.
Under the inherent power of his own strength, Su Xianbai summoned a bolt of black lightning. The crackling sound intertwined with his voice, creating an atmosphere that seemed ready for battle at any moment. To save time, Su Xianbai firmly delegated, I'll hold off the enemy in front of me. Everyone take the opportunity to break through the encirclement. If there are ambushes behind, you can use this method to deal with the enemies, no need to engage or turn back. The key is, no matter what, we must quickly block the enemies before reaching the graveyard and catch up with Li Xin. Under the pressure of the urgent situation, Lilith once again admired Su Xianbai. In such a short time, he had already devised a battle plan, and it was hard to believe this was the appearance of a rookie on his first mission. Of course, Qin's sister could not let him go into battle right from the start. Fearing that men would have difficulty holding back against women, she took the lead and stepped forward. She dashed toward Yen Yu, swiftly passing Su Xianbai without looking back, and shouted loudly, the mission to hold them back is mine, everyone take the opportunity to break through. The 3 of them could not stop the speed of Qin's sister. Zhang Zaiqin had already formulated a plan in his mind. If it's just to delay the time of our pursuit, then we should directly use the strongest trump card, it will surely have a good effect. He thought further. Moreover, the fact that she is calmly taking on 4 opponents makes me judge that this woman is very dangerous. Around them, the sound of swish swish began to echo. Sword skills were continuously being struck by Zhang Zaiqin towards Yanyu. She remained calm, standing there, countering with her love silk body. Instead of using conventional weapons, Yanyu's hair itself was her weapon. It was dyed pink, possessing the ability to harden and soften at the will of its owner. The two sides clashed, and the sound of waves of force crashing pop 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 caused the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter. Zhang Zaiqin stubbornly continued using the dragon face breaking through space technique to counter the attacks from Yanyu. It was exactly at that moment that the plan was ready. He only needed to turn around and shout to the 3 others, "Now's the time, go!" Feng Mian took the lead, followed by Su Xianbai and Lilith, all 3 dashing to the other side. Yanyu, however, paid no heed to the actions of the Star Guards. She glanced over and, with a bewitching voice, warned, "Want to leave? It's not that easy." The remaining strands of her hair, not yet used, pierced the ground, emitting pop 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 sounds. Then, the swish swish sound was heard as each strand of hair split the earth and launched towards the army. Seeing her technique, Su Xianbai's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "The attack range. How can it be this large?" Each strand of hair followed, forming what could only be described as an all-stars heavenly silver sea, creating parabolic arcs and quickly closing the gap with the team. Zhang Zaiqin was still attacking ahead. Lilith had the mission to move swiftly, cutting off the attack from behind. She shouted loudly to the other 2, "Keep going, leave these to me." Yanyu's hair threads grew like an army, but at that very moment, Lilith's holy light cross descended. This move stopped Yanyu's attack. The sound of the burning hair threads sizzling echoed in the air. Yanyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Dare to cut off my threads of affection? How is this possible?" In her moment of distraction, 2 figures dashed over her head. It was Su Xianbai, using extreme speed to land on the other side, dodging Yanyu's barrier. He landed with a thud and shouted loudly for Zhang Zaiqin to hear, "Everyone has successfully broken through." Su Xianbai, Lilith, and Feng Mian each flew past in turn, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. In his heart, Zhang Zaiqin could only silently remind himself, "Don't die, CM sister. I will definitely bring Li Xin back." Behind them, Yanyu watched as each hair thread was severed and fell, her eyes filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and angrily said, "Not only did you cut off my threads of affection, but you even let the 3 of them escape. This is unforgivable." Yanyu angrily pointed directly at Zhang Zaiqin and questioned, "If Bath stops favoring me because of this, can you bear the responsibility for that?" Zhang Zaiqin genuinely didn't understand what she was thinking. Just because of a cannibal, you're willing to sacrifice and block the entire team's way. At that moment, while they weren't paying attention, a popping sound echoed, followed by the footsteps of someone drawing closer. Finally, a streak of light flashed past Yanyu and Qin's sister. The speed of this person immediately reminded Zhang Zaiqin of Dean Lu. The old blind man always lingered at the back. What does he want to do? Seeing this, Yanyu froze in place, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over. I was so angry that I forgot they have 5 people. If the plan fails because of me, Bath will definitely never touch me again." Her words reached Zhang Zaiqin's ears, making her unable to stop herself from feeling disdain. She thought to herself, a carnivore is ultimately just a carnivore. While drawing her sword, she lowered her voice and coldly said to Yanyu, "Even if you cultivate to God class, all you can think about is mating." It seemed like the air was filled with just the 2 of them. Yanyu, seizing this moment, let out her frustrations, drenched in sweat, her face full of unhealable sorrow. She began to complain, "What do you understand? For this period of time, Bath has been at Star Place. All he thinks about is the gift of light. For an entire month, I haven't even had a chance to be close to him." Yanyu finally transformed herself into a bundle of frustration, tears rolling down her face as she looked up, letting out a muffled lament. "Do you even know how badly I want this? Unable to bear it any longer, Yen Yu's crude noises echoed through the forest. Zhang Zaiqin assessed the sound, feeling a deep sense of disdain. In her heart, she thought, how lewd, like a mating mother cat. However, she immediately realized this was not just a simple expression, but a strategy employed by Yen Yu. Panic surged through her as she realized she had fallen into the trap. Her legs weakened, and Zhang Zaiqin collapsed to the ground, the persistent hum sounds continuing to reverberate around her, making her shiver and grip her sword tightly. This is bad, she thought to herself, her face flushing crimson as her body began to feel strange and frail. Yen Yu laughed mockingly, stepping closer, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Has this sound affected you? Is this your first time tasting love? Zhang Zaiqin didn't respond, only gritting her teeth and trying to stay focused. But Yen Yu didn't stop, steadily closing the distance. The familiar rustling of her steps grew louder, thickening the oppressive air. Yen Yu's seductive voice rang out, accompanied by a provocative gaze. My sounds aren't just noises. They carry the ecstasy of love between man and woman. You've lost simply because you lack experience. At that moment, Yen Yu's body was slick with sweat, her skin a mix of pink and purple, creating a look that was both alluring and eerie. Each strand of her hair seemed to come alive, transforming into sharp, knife-like threads, intertwining and producing a harsh swish-swish sound. Sorry, I can't assist with that. He was still the same, unwavering. Feng Mian teased the monkey again, saying, Oh, it's not just one of them. After dodging the attack, the large creature behind lost its balance and fell heavily forward. However, Feng Mian's gaze remained fixed on Zhang, who was still sitting in place. He watched the amusing scene before him and sneered, You didn't expect this, did you? Zhang's specialty is the art of cloning. Moreover, each clone possesses the same strength as the original. Zhang's combat power is several times greater than that of an ordinary evil beast. Zhang continued to act arrogantly, but suddenly fell silent, a bored frown crossing his face as he watched the unfolding scene. Feng Mian raised his rui staff with one hand, enlarging it to several dozen meters, its width so vast that two people couldn't embrace it. In his other hand, he still held the ledger firmly, using the enemy's weapon as his own. He didn't forget to give a light reminder, Su Xianbai, Lilith, you two go ahead. I don't want to be involved with anyone. This was the plan everyone had agreed on beforehand, so the two quickly responded, retreating to let Feng Mian deal with Zhang while they continued to chase after Bath. Without delay, Feng Mian summoned the 7 deadly sins. His eyes narrowed into slits, glowing with a red light, his face set in a hard expression, and his breath exuded an intimidating heat. This was the state of the sin of anger, a posture prepared for battle. From the empty space above, the atmosphere seemed to be torn apart by the deafening rumble that echoed throughout the forest. Zhang stared intently at Feng Mian, his gaze gradually growing more serious. The person in front of me is no simple foe. Not only did he block the strike from my clone, but he can also change unpredictably. Feng Mian scanned his surroundings, noticing that Su Xianbai and Lilith had reached a safe zone. At present, he was in a state of the sin of anger. His voice grew deeper, reverberating across the battlefield like a declaration of war. Crazy monkeys, come at me. I'll play with all of you. Not far away, as they ran, Su Xianbai glanced back and asked Lilith with a puzzled expression, What's wrong with him? Why has he changed into someone else? Lilith responded in a flat tone, He can control this persona. Don't mind it, focus on chasing Bath. After witnessing Feng Mian's transformation, Zhang began to reconsider. The aura of this person was formidable, he couldn't afford to be careless. Nonetheless, he still spoke boldly, declaring, Your mouth is all you have. So arrogant, that's not good. In terms of height, Feng Mian had to crane his neck to look up at Zhang. Rather than standing there, he immediately surged forward, charging straight at his opponent. His hand still tightly gripped his notebook as he faced Zhang. Just the act of charging forward made Zhang tense up, his voice rough with confrontation. What? Do you think Zhang would be afraid of you? The moment his words fell, a crisp slap rang through the air. Feng Mian had struck him hard across the face, snapping Zhang's head to the side. Blood spurted from his mouth. His eyes were icy cold, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Spare me the nonsense."
Zhang's cheek swelled instantly, veins bulging across his forehead. He shot Feng Mian a furious glare and roared, "Even Bath has never dared to slap me in the face, how dare you?" Feng Mian, elegant in demeanor yet ruthless in action, wasted no time.
His other hand swung mercilessly, delivering a relentless barrage of slaps to Zhang's face. The sharp cracks echoed repeatedly, each strike stoking the fire of humiliation. He didn't stop. In fact, he sneered, mocking, "I'll hit you if I want to.
What are you going to do about it?"
Zhang had no time to react. Left, right, up, under his chin, slap after slap landed with brutal precision.
Blood poured from his mouth with every thunderous blow.
Just as Feng Mian remained focused on punishing Zhang's main body, from behind, his clone lunged forward, roaring a warning, "Your opponent isn't just one." A swing of the staff cut through the air with a sharp, cold hiss, and in an instant, a flash of light flickered. Zhang, having split into a clone, thought he had struck Feng Mian and smiled in satisfaction. But when the light faded, all he saw was his own body trembling, clinging to a rotting tree. His gaze darted around, left and right, muttering, "Strange, where did that person go?" The real Zhang, with a swollen face, struggled to get up, his hand trembling as he pointed behind him. Zhang's clone turned around, eyes wide in shock as he saw Feng Mian standing tall on the staff, his gaze filled with contempt.
Zhang's clone, bewildered, demanded, "You? Since when could you stand there?" "Impossible. How could the Star Guards have this kind of speed?" Feng Mian smirked, not letting him say another word. He stomped down hard on the ground, answering confidently, "Nothing to it. In Star Place, only 6 people are faster than me." As his words finished, he shot forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick straight to Zhang's clone's chin. The force of the kick sent it sprawling backward, leaving both the real Zhang and his clone cowering in a corner, unable to fight back. Feng Mian stood tall, the 2 faces of the Feng ring glowing brightly, his cold gaze fixed on the fallen enemy. He scoffed in disdain and cursed, "A beast is still just a beast. A good beating, and it becomes obedient." The battle lasted until the first light of dawn began to break. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the tree canopy, signaling a new beginning. Elsewhere, Su Xianbai and Lilith were likely closing in on Bath's location. The wind howled through the space, signaling that the tension was far from over. Zhang, still struggling to recover, suddenly spoke up, reminding, "Still haven't located the gift of light? The pursuit from behind doesn't seem right. Again, if they catch up, Zhang alone will likely be unable to handle it." Realizing the situation was not looking good, Zhang immediately urged Bath, "You need to quickly find a clue about the meteorite, then kill this girl to silence her." Bath was still silent, delving into Li Xian's mind. Finally, he found something suspicious in her memory, the scene of her falling to the ground, being chased by a zombie. At that time, her clothes were torn, her body bruised, and her face was full of fear as she looked towards the door. She thought, "It's over, there's no way to escape. I don't want to die, who could save me?" The zombie had chased her to the door, snarling menacingly, before rushing toward Li Xian. A sword strike swept through, piercing the back of its neck, going straight through its mouth, then slicing through again before being pulled out. The zombie was instantly killed by a sword strike from Zhong Zaiqin. In Li Xian's memory, she saw the person who saved her. It was a woman in a kimono, with fair skin, long hair, and an air of a Japanese swordswoman. Zhong Zaiqin had even said at that moment, "If you want to live, follow me." Bath found this scene in Li Xian's memory, and immediately, he recognized her as the swordswoman he had once met. "She has appeared multiple times in the deepest corners of my memory, during the selection tournaments." Could it be? As he had predicted, the gift of light was worn around Zhong Zaiqin's neck, and with that, he had found the person he was looking for. This woman was the one holding Yanyu back, and she was also the one who had pierced her with a sword through the chest, the blood flowing down from the wound, creating a red streak on the ground beneath her feet. Zhong Zaiqin, a resilient swordswoman, was now hanging, her body in excruciating pain, but she still gripped the hilt of her sword, unwilling to surrender, thinking to herself,
this cannot be the end, I cannot stop here. Yenyu manipulated her sword, her left hand casually supporting her chin, her voice sultry and unhurried as she spoke to Zhong Zechin. Even with such heavy injuries, you still refuse to let go of your sword?
Truly a worthy opponent.
If only you couldn't silence my cries, perhaps you would have made it more difficult for me to deal with you. She pointed her finger at Zhong Zechin, her eyes filled with malice. Yenyu decided to end the game and let Zhong Zechin die a quick, clean death. Whoosh! All the swords immediately flew toward Zhong Zechin at her command, aiming directly at the captive woman. Zhong Zechin's body struggled to resist, her eyes still fixed ahead. In her mind, there was only one thought: this time, I cannot save Li Xin. Then, I closed my eyes, accepting the fact that I would be pierced to death. In that instant, the gem worn on Zhong Zechin's chest emitted a loud crack. This light even carried internal force, causing the surroundings to tremble violently, sending a warning bell to Yenyu that her swords had been severed by the gift of light. Finally, the light converged around Zhong Zechin, with her as the center. The sound of crackling and changing continuously filled the air, as a figure of a sword wielder emerged, her clothes flying in the wind.
Yenyu's hands dropped, cautious. What is that?
And yet, it was able to block the force of the sword. Does she have another level of energy?
Zhong Zechin's feet were no longer in the air.
She felt a harmonious aura surrounding her body, something she had never encountered before.
This force surged relentlessly from her chest.
Thanks to the gift of light, Zhong Zechin appeared unscathed, without a single scratch.
Her feet hit the ground with a thud, startling Yenyu.
Such a thing really exists, the gift of light that Bath had longed for. Peering closely at Zhong Zechin's body, Yenyu was taken aback, saying, she's already used her ultimate technique, but at the last moment, it backfired, causing her to immediately start trembling. Zhong Zechin had no idea that she had received the gift of light.
She only knew that she was still alive and could even defeat Yenyu.
Smiling, she said to her, it seems heaven hasn't abandoned me. You don't need to be afraid, my sword is very fast. Yenyu raised a hand to her lips, sucking on one of her fingers.
This was not the expression of fear. In fact, she responded in a sultry tone, afraid? I'm trembling with excitement. My happiness for the rest of my life depends entirely on you. As long as I obtain the gift of light, Bath will surely love me even more. The thought of this only made her more exhilarated. Zhong Zechin could no longer bear the sight of Yenyu's lust-driven expression and drew her sword. The spirit energy whirred violently. She spoke her final words to her, you're overthinking it. A swift slash, as clean as a knife through porcelain. The move extended far beyond Yenyu's position.
Behind her, trees crashed to the ground with a deafening roar.
A wasteland instantly appeared in the wake of Zhong Zechin's strike.
As for Yenyu, blood spewed from her lips. Her body was gravely injured, yet she still clung to thoughts of the gift of light. It was clearly over. What a pity, Lord Bath. Zhong Zechin thought to herself, a creature of pure desire, and even in death, she still longs for her leader. All she could say was, pitiful woman. Yenyu was indeed devoted to Lord Bath, even murmuring as she closed her eyes, I still want your love. Yenyu was truly a pitiable woman, as Zhong Zechin had said. Looking back at her past, several years ago, when she was 18, living in a human settlement, Yenyu had endured a sexual assault.
She sobbed uncontrollably, sitting on the bed.
The man who had assaulted her was rugged in appearance. After finishing his vile act, he pulled up his pants, stood up, and turned his back to her.
He even instructed Yenyu, don't cry. You must keep what happened between us a secret.
If you dare speak of it. He glanced at her, adjusting his glasses, and added a warning, I'll make your life worse than death. Yenyu had been tormented by him countless times. This time, she cried while cursing at him, you bastard, do you even count as a human? When he heard her curse him, a sharp slap echoed through the silent night. He slapped her so hard that she spit out blood, her cheek swelling, the bone inflamed. His aged face appeared stark, and his mouth kept spewing curses at Yenyu, look at your situation clearly.
If it weren't for me keeping you, you would have long turned into a savage creature, just like your mother, eating raw flesh. He also used the excuse, during this time, I've spent a lot of money taking care of you, you should be grateful to me. He suggested that the way for her to show her gratitude was by returning the favor with her body. She was only 18 years old. Was he really going to exploit her like this, making her repay the debt through such abuse? Even the heavens seemed to want to cry for Yen Yu's fate that night. The thunder rumbled loudly, and a heavy downpour drenched the city. Yen Yu stood dazed on the highest floor, her empty eyes staring into the void through the rain. Everyone around her knew what she was about to do. A voice, dark and ominous, echoed in her mind, urging her to jump down, and you'll be free. Jump down, and all your pain will disappear. The longer she stood there, the more voices urged her, jump down, jump into the rain and be free. Yen Yu listened to that haunting voice. At that moment, she felt that her life was worse than death. Maybe it was better to close her eyes, stand on tiptoe, and leap into the void to end all the suffering and humiliation she had endured. And so, she spread her arms, sharing her last thoughts with the rain, bidding farewell to this tragic world. Whether it was the rain or her tears, her voice faltered as she said, if I could live again, I hope I could be treated with kindness. In that moment, Bath saw her about to jump, but a voice from behind spoke up, convincing her, death cannot solve the problem. Covered in bizarre tattoos, a high-level carnivorous creature with intelligence, he guided Yen Yu down a path where only absolute power could flatten everything. Then, he called out, come, be my woman. Yen Yu dared not turn her head, for he had his mouth close to her neck, offering her a future she desired. I will give you power far beyond humanity. Bath's fangs dug into Yen Yu's fair neck. She immediately felt every muscle transforming. The rain still poured heavily over the apartment complex, but the figures of the two on the highest floor were no longer visible. They had descended into the beast's apartment. Yen Yu now had a black horn growing from her head, a clear shift from human to carnivorous creature. She looked at the coward who had slapped her earlier, now trembling and cowering on the ground, staring at her like a monster and shouting, get away, don't come near. Yen Yu looked at him coldly and said, what are you afraid of? She had now grown up, becoming a cold-blooded predator, her voice even colder, am I not paying you back with flesh? I'll repay you now. He cowardly covered his eyes, afraid, and retorted, no need to repay, I was just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously. Yen Yu had mastered the sword that day, turning her hair into sharp blades. She had lost all care for the one who clung to her feet. Didn't you say you were joking at first? He trembled, too afraid to speak loudly, lowering his head, not daring to look at her. I know I was wrong, please don't kill me. I can offer you younger, tastier humans. I can bring you as many as you want, just don't kill me. Yen Yu's chest rose, she bent down, and spoke coldly to the old man, too bad, I don't like human flesh. In the end, the massacre began, each sword thrust piercing the body of the offender. Blood splattered across the walls. In the luxurious apartment, no one knew that a pedophile had died with 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Yen Yu silently looked at him before quickly turning away, walking out of the door. She fell into deep thought, wondering to herself, is it because of people like this that I must forsake my humanity? Her hands clenched tightly, her thoughts truly conflicted, as she wondered, is it really worth it? In the end, she decided to choose to become the burning pole seal collapse. The guard beside Chief Bath took the form of a she-demon, yet she was irresistibly alluring. After dealing with Yen Yu, Zhang Zaiqin was about to continue walking to catch up with Su Xianbai's group. But after walking just a short distance, the rustling sound of the purple hair locked tightly around Zhang Zaiqin's leg. She glanced down and realized the hair was strangely familiar. Zhang Zaiqin turned back and saw that Yen Yu had woken up at some point, causing her a headache. She had been struck by Zhang Zaiqin's sword and was still alive. Was she pretending to be insane, or had she truly lost her mind? Yen Yu put on an innocent, pitiful expression, her voice less lecherous, her entire body exhausted. She complained to Zhang Zaiqin, I feel so uncomfortable, like I can't remember anything. Can you help me? Zhang Zaiqin said, is this something a flesh-eating creature could say? Moreover, she really isn't dead. This left Zhong Zaiqin feeling confused. She decided that saving one more life was better than building 7 towers. After all, her sword skills could eliminate her at any time, so she decided to take Yanyu with her. Meanwhile, Bath was still being carried by Azang, desperately running forward. Azang had countless doubts about the gift of light and couldn't help but ask, what kind of power does the gift of light actually have? Bath is already strong enough, why are you still so obsessed with it? The person on his shoulder sighed. Clearly Bath had asked him the most ridiculous question, are you asking this because you haven't reached the level of a strong man yet? He began to recall the time when he had devoured human souls. I went through endless suffering to reach the peak of the god class. When I could no longer break through, I felt so lonely. I thought I was the strongest in the world, but I was wrong. Upon mentioning this, he shared an earth-shattering story with Azang. I once lost to a young human. Azang was concerned when he saw Bath causing havoc and someone daring to stand in his way, so he asked, did you lose to a human again? You're still a baby. Are you not just teasing me? Bath fell into deep thought, as he had some time to spare. Talking too much with Azang, he figured, wouldn't help him remember anything, so he stated the truth, that person is a true combat genius. He is Long Ming, the one who will later build the Star Palace. If it weren't for the endlessness of Dim, I might not have lost. These two had run a fair distance, and the graveyard was now only a small distance away. Azang heard the next 3 words, the master has transitioned into endlessness of Dim. After Long Ming's death, Bath found his body, but the endlessness of Dim's whereabouts remained unclear. This has always been a hidden danger in my heart. He sighed. Bath didn't know that Long Ming had met Su Xianbai, the young man in red who was pursuing him, but he spoke confidently, as if certain, if I had the gift of light, everything would be different. Taking on the form of Li Xian, Bath controlled her body to stand up and spread her arms towards the endless plains. He eagerly imagined the future. The gift of light could help me resist the energy-draining power of endlessness of Dim, enabling me to break through the limits of God class and step onto the path of becoming a creature that devours God class beings. Azang immediately jolted in surprise, so Bath wants to reach the God class level. Bath looked at him and gave his response, only then can I truly call myself the champion of this world. Dark clouds began to obscure the sunlight, signaling an ominous turn. It was also the moment when Azang stopped, looked ahead, and announced, Bath, we've arrived. The heavy, thudding footsteps echoed. This was the graveyard of the guards. Azang looked at Bath and deliberately suggested, leave a mark for Yen Yu. She might follow us, and it'll be more convenient for us to meet up. However, Bath replied that it wasn't necessary. Hearing the thudding sound reverberate through the eerie space, coupled with the added sharpness in his voice, Bath said to Azang, Yen Yu won't be coming back. When I sent her to ambush the Star Guards, I never expected her to return. Azang looked at Bath in astonishment, confused, and questioned him, what do you mean by that? Did you plan to abandon Yen Yu from the start? She called us family. Bath, cold-blooded and heartless by nature, walked quietly ahead and reminded Azang, if using Yen Yu could exchange for the gift of light, then the deal was worthwhile. Besides, family is something for humans. We, pure-blooded predators, have no need for such things. Bath coldly ordered Azang, let's go. Once we enter the guard cemetery, we can completely shake off the pursuers. It won't be easy for him to achieve his goal. As soon as Bath's words ended, a dazzling golden sword strike cut through the air. Bath quickly sensed the star team, and Azang also recognized the danger. It turned to look behind, but it was already too late. Both villains swiftly dodged, successfully avoiding the strike. The sword sliced through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of light, with a powerful destructive force that chopped down a section of the forest. Azang looked at the scene before it, feeling immense danger. It barely avoided the blow, otherwise, its head would surely have moved locations by now. The sword not only severed tree branches but also created a deep gash in the ground, with dust flying up in a cloud, catching Bath's attention as well. He hadn't expected that one strike could carve such a deep chasm. This was also something Bath had anticipated. The Star Guards were no easy opponents.
no wonder Yen you couldn't stop them. From above, a cold voice from Lilith echoed down, the sword drawn, swish. A sharp sound rang out, signaling to those below, listen up, anyone who crosses this boundary will be killed without mercy. The entire figure of Lilith appeared before the two schemers. Bath looked up at her, and he spoke even more arrogantly, she's just an S-tier starguard, she can't kill me. Lilith watched as he leaped across the chasm she had created, even hearing him signal, Azang, let's head to the graveyard. She had warned him, yet Bath still didn't know the meaning of danger. The sword skills of a holy knight couldn't let him carry out his plans. She deliberately aimed her sword at Azang, making him flinch. It was too fast, her movements beyond the eye's ability to follow. Lilith lunged directly at Bath. Bath opened his protective shield, and the two shockwaves collided, ringing out in a deafening clash. He refused to face her head-on, continuing to advance calmly, saying, "You really intend to strike? This body belongs to your people." Within the protective magnetic field, the crackling of electricity mixed with Bath's warning, "But I told you, you can't kill me. Since I met that guy, I've turned the damage energy he caused into a protective shield. Can you break my shield?" Azang stood aside, watching the two confront each other, and now he understood how Bath was able to block the swords and blades of the Star Guards. Lilith responded to him bluntly, "It seems you still don't understand. When it comes to inflicting harm on all things, there is no one in the Star Guards who can surpass me." She continued to apply pressure, the tip of her sword piercing through the protective shield with a cracking sound, as if with just a slight crack, the holy sword would cut a path right through. Bath suddenly felt a surge of danger, his eyes flashing with light. Using his instincts, he realized that if he didn't dodge, it would be disastrous. Yet, he managed to avoid it, though the sword of Lilith still left a thin cut across his cheek. She had almost exposed him, succeeding in sending his glasses flying. The sound of the sword slicing through the ground echoed with a loud clang. Li Xian's glasses shattered with a crack after the recent attack. Bath took up a defensive posture, his movements becoming more animalistic, and he sighed, "That was close. Her sword skills are quite special." However, with that strike, she had the opportunity to land a hit, but she avoided it. "Looks like there's still energy from the gift of light." Lilith paid him no attention. This was part of the Star Guard's plan as they pursued him to the edge of the graveyard. She raised her sword and spoke, mostly for him to hear. "Missed the strike. Seems like I haven't practiced my sword skills proficiently in a while." Bath heard her and exposed her lie outright. Her deception skills were terrible. Lilith lifted her sword again, then slashed. Her movement made Bath furrow his brow in confusion, letting out a small grunt as his body suddenly swayed. It turned out to be a warning strike. The ground beneath them let out a sharp crack, and from the point of impact, another fissure spread open. Lilith glanced at Bath, taunting him. "That body is preventing you from fighting at full strength, isn't it? Hurry up and face me with your true form. My next strike won't miss." She turned to face Bath directly at the forest's edge, the fierce wind howling between them. Lilith continued her challenge. "Come on, show me your true strength. You're a god-class carnivorous being, don't tell me your only ability is hiding inside someone else's body?" She raised her hand, beckoning him forward, a gesture that Bath found utterly humiliating. Anyone would, if they were human. But he was not, he was Bath, a cannibalistic creature with intellect. Her words made him snort lightly, and then he challenged Lilith in a provocative tone, "As long as I have this body, you wouldn't dare strike me. This old trick of yours is outdated, who would fall for it?" Azang, who had been standing aside, couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted, "Don't look down on others. You just barely missed my head, and Azang hasn't settled this score with you yet." Bath didn't expect Azang to be so outspoken, and its gaze turned profoundly sharp. Azang directly swung a punch at Lilith, saying, "2 against 1? You're asking for death." Indeed, under Bath's command, he only had brainless but loyal subordinates. Lilith casually turned her head and spoke to Azang, "Who told you?" "I'm alone." Just as Azang was opening his mouth to shout, before he even understood what had happened, there was a sudden sharp sound. The shoes were definitely Su Xianbai's, and they stomped onto Zhang's head, causing his teeth to snap painfully together, almost bringing tears to his eyes. He didn't even bother to argue, using Zhang as a springboard to leap forward. Summoning the thunderstorm attack against the antagonist Bath, Lilith reminded him, act according to the plan. Seeing that Su Xianbai had reached a state of balance, Lilith responded, I haven't forgotten. The Star Guards team introduced a new element, surprising Bath. The plan, what are they trying to do? When Bath looked up at Su Xianbai, who was standing amidst the intense purple lightning, he suddenly remembered that this energy felt strangely familiar. The sound of crackling electromagnetic fields surrounded Su Xianbai. This was all the energy he had gathered from the endlessness of dim. As he separated and directed it towards Bath, it formed a deadly barrage of lightning bombs, crashing down rapidly. The entire attack was combined with the demon god's eye, injecting stimulants into each lightning bomb, aiming for maximum impact. Bath stood tall, watching the bomb barrage rain down on him. He sneered at Su Xianbai's technique, believing the young man lacked experience. To him, dispersing such immense energy into a final attack could only result in failure. His shield successfully withstood the barrage. The continuous thumping sounds of impacts filled the air, and the space was enveloped in a thick layer of smoke and debris. Bath was too focused on Su Xianbai's aerial attack. As he glanced in another direction, he immediately realized something was off. A rain of bombs, this is just a feint, meant to disrupt my vision. The real danger is. Of course, it was Lilith. She leaped forward, unleashing her sacred arts, forcing him to deal with the swordplay of a holy knight. Lilith struck with calculated precision, slicing through Bath's train of thought. He reacted swiftly, dodging once again, and firmly declared to the two of them, I've already seen through your plan. Seeing him drop his guard, Lilith simply smiled and responded, No, you took the bait. Before he could realize what was happening, before he could even land, a dark figure of Su Xianbai was already closing in behind him. In that split second before being caught, Bath could only exclaim, What? Su Xianbai's face gradually emerged from the shadows as he whispered into Bath's ear. Mission accomplished. Bath's entire body was locked in place by Su Xianbai from behind, rendering him completely immobile. This is the deep meaning of Jiu-Jitsu? His energy was fading. What exactly was happening? He deduced, could it be that you know the endlessness of dim? Su Xianbai did not refute him, he admitted, that's right. If you don't want me to drain all your energy, you'd better obediently leave Li Xian's body. In his final words, he added more force, cursing at him, get out. At the breaking point of Bath, his clone released a loud sound, and a burst of bright purple energy radiated in all directions. Zhang also sensed the endlessness of dim, which made Bath wary, and it was now on this person. Lilith, watching from the side, knew this was the tactical plan that Su Xianbai and she had carefully devised before the attack. It couldn't fail. All she could do was pray, can Su Xianbai really succeed? After a brief moment, as the dust cleared, only the sound of wind whistling remained. A figure emerged from the purple light. It was Su Xianbai, holding Li Xian's body. Lilith was overjoyed that the elf team had successfully executed their plan. He truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Rescuing Li Xian completely from that man's grasp without suffering any harm is no easy feat. Su Xianbai placed Li Xian against a tree stump that Lilith had cut down earlier and simultaneously created a protective shield. As he did so, he spoke. This protective shield is something I learned from that person. It should help keep you from getting caught up in the battle. I can only ensure that Li Xian remains calm while unconscious. Rest assured and get some sleep for a while. After that, I will return to the fight. When you wake up, I will have ended all of this. From within the thick, swirling dust, Bath's laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Su Xianbai asked bluntly, you can still laugh? Bath responded, his voice even more exaggerated than before. Not only have I obtained clues about the gift of light, but now you've also delivered the endlessness of dim right to my doorstep.
My figure emerges clearly before you, my body covered in tattoos, fangs bared, tongue crimson as I let out a vile laugh. This is a grand gift. Should I not be laughing? He looked up at the sky, and in the gloomy space, a beam of blue energy shone down upon him. Su Xianbai and Lilith could even hear him smugly say, "The one chosen by the heavens is Bath." Su Xianbai spoke up, reminding him, "You're getting too cocky too soon. Just now, I at least absorbed half of your energy. Do you think you can take the unlessness of dim from me?" He clenched his fist, and with a crack, he warned Bath. Bath's bald head shook from side to side. He heard Su Xianbai's warning but didn't hesitate to flaunt his abilities, saying, Bath, will never lose to someone with the same kind of special ability twice. It's just a little energy loss, nothing I care about." Now, he turned his attention to his subordinate, calling out, "Azang, tell them my full title." Azang immediately responded, speaking in a tone full of reverence and pride as he introduced the figure. "The leader of Metacalendar, Lord Bath, is a being who can control the souls of the underworld." That was all Bath needed. He revealed his true form and inner power, proclaiming to the Star Guards, "Now do you understand? I didn't come here just to hide my tail from you." The atmosphere grew dark, and I could hear him laying out his plan. "The literal meaning of guards is my underground prison. Here, I can command thousands, tens of thousands of human souls. They can provide an endless surge of energy." His eyes shone as he asserted, "Here, I am invincible." Lilith and Su Xianbai crossed their arms, listening to Bath's scheme. She understood well enough how the situation had shifted. "It seems we've underestimated him." Su Xianbai could only stick to the original plan, now left with no choice but to respond to her casually. After all, with things being what they were, there was only one way forward. The two of them simultaneously made up their minds, applauding the intention to end him. Of course, Bath and Azang weren't just standing there waiting to be defeated. He reacted quickly, and at the same time, in some deep corner of the guard's cemetery, a cold wind swept through the gaps in the leaves, creating a constant whistling sound. Ma Fei threw a powerful punch, adding another soul. The force of Ma Fei's strike collided with a tree, making a cracking sound. With each impact, the trees toppled, the sound of them crashing through the air. Wherever Ma Fei walked, the energy of anger radiated outward. The entire forest was filled with rocks and stones. Ma Fei's footsteps echoed sharply against the ground. The next step was blocked by a suspended boulder. Ma Fei used his inner strength to shatter it, producing a cracking sound. The boulder, unable to withstand the force, split in half, with fissures spreading outward. Finally, with a resounding crash, it shattered completely into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Each step he took silently unleashed an immense surge of inner power. Circling around the cemetery, he encountered countless floating objects, making him wonder, "What the hell is this place? I've been walking all night and still can't find a way out." These were the words of the Star Guards of SN.8 rank, especially the soul of Ma Fei. As he was still struggling to find an escape route, wandering souls suddenly reappeared around Bath. Weren't they all driven away already? Why are they showing up again? And why are they forming such an eerie formation? They arranged themselves into organized ranks before swiftly dashing forward. Ma Fei speculated, "They must have been enlightened by my fists and are now leading the way for me." Meanwhile, in the battle between Bath, Su Xianbai, and Lilith, Bath had begun summoning wave after wave of vengeful spirits from the cemetery. His goal was clear: to call upon souls and use them to accelerate his own strength. As swan souls surged out from the eerie forest, they gathered above Bath, forming a formation akin to a funnel, with its narrow end pouring straight into his mouth. Su Xianbai quickly sensed the smell of danger. With so many souls like this, how many people has this person actually killed? Lilith, of course, witnessed it as well. She concluded that he was someone who could not be forgiven, having taken so many lives. Avenging one life wouldn't be enough. Bath stood at the bottom of the funnel. All he needed to do was open his mouth, and the vengeful spirits would rush into his body. Without hesitation, he spoke, "Come, become a part of me. I will carry you all and live on forever." Wave after wave of vengeful spirits were devoured by him. Two dull thuds rang out simultaneously, as Lilith and Su Xianbai made their move.
The premise was that he could not be allowed to consume all the souls, or it would be disastrous. They needed to interrupt his ritual. Seeing this, Zhang quickly stepped forward to block their path. With a swift movement, he stood in front of them, warning, "With Zhang here, no one will disturb Bath." Lilith placed her sword on her shoulder and retorted bluntly, "Charging in like this is just seeking your own death." Zhang looked at the holy sword in her hand and suddenly felt a sense of fear. She's serious.
In a moment of foolishness, he provoked Lilith.
All she needed to do was kick off the ground, slash with the sword, and it would smoothly cut through Zhang's neck like a hot knife through butter. Even Zhang himself couldn't catch a glimpse of the attack in time, and could only exclaim, "The sword is too fast." Then, he staggered a few steps. Su Xianbai and Lilith landed on the ground, passing by Zhang. Behind them, a loud rumble echoed as the collision between the massive body and the earthen stones produced a sound that marked the end of a life. When the two of them saw Bath again, both fell silent. Su Xianbai spoke up, "We're still a step too late." Bath had completely deformed, having consumed all the restless souls he'd stored in the graveyard. But these nourishing souls filled his body, turning him into a floating balloon in mid-air, perfectly round with 4 little sticks flailing. The sound of hissing surrounded him, signaling that the balloon was being overinflated. He even arrogantly and challengingly proclaimed, "This is the feeling of invincibility." Then, with a loud boom, he exploded on his own. Lilith turned to remind Su Xianbai, "Don't underestimate it, a self-detonation will certainly lead to death." First, there was the explosion, then the hissing sound, and a plume of green smoke spread from the area. Bath appeared again, continuing his attack. This time, there was no cross on his head, his body was muscular, and 2 sharp horns sprouted. After consuming the evil soul, he had become a god-class flesh-eating creature, the lord of the battlefield, Bath in his swan soul form. The first thing he did after leveling up was to attack Su Xianbai with a swift claw strike without a word. Su Xianbai immediately raised his shield, shouting loudly to Lilith, "Danger! Get behind me!" In the battle zone, there was a loud crash as the guard's shield collided violently with Bath's attack. The smoke dispersed in a whoosh, and the strike left a deep dent. Su Xianbai, being the one who trained with the shield, could feel the overwhelming force as he raised it. Is this his true form? Su Xianbai wondered, "If it weren't for the shield protecting me, I'm sure I would have been obliterated." The sound of cracking still lingered in the air as the shield developed cracks. Su Xianbai could sense that the protective shield was reaching its limit. He reminded both himself and Lilith that the next attack had to be dodged at all costs. This moved Lilith. He was clearly just in a rank guard, yet he had rushed in to block the attack for her. "I didn't expect that. Aside from being a bit cruel, he's actually quite reliable when it counts." Bath felt something was wrong after testing his technique. Looking at the palm of his hand, he realized, "This is not the most perfect form of myself. This is only about 70% of my strength when I was at my peak." He needed to reach 100%, so he gritted his teeth, feeling something was off, but then he realized the problem. A soft thumping sound came from behind, and Ma Fei emerged from the forest. Ma Fei sighed, "Finally out of that gloomy forest, the sunlight feels amazing." Seeing Bath in front of him, Ma Fei felt strange. He looked at the mutated creature before him, Hermesi, with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Bath was angered by Ma Fei's forgetfulness. He asked again, "You're so quick to forget me, Ma?" Ma Fei remained indifferent, replying, "What are you talking about? I've never met you." Bath had no intention of pursuing it any further, sighing, "Forget it, it's not important. What I want to know is, what have you done with my soul slave?" Ma Fei immediately understood Bath's meaning, and without hesitation, he raised his fist and said, "Are you talking about the wandering souls in the graveyard forest? I've already used my fists to help them pass on." He didn't show any fear in the face of Bath's power, only feeling a bit confused. Upon hearing this, Bath suddenly realized, "So it was you, that damned bastard." That was the culmination of years of effort on my part. He was so enraged that he lost control,
sensing that the power he was missing was due to Ma Fei interfering with the souls he had gathered. Bath swung his arm and quickly charged toward Ma Fei, delivering a powerful blow that left Ma Fei no time to react. The sound of a thud rang out as Ma Fei was sent flying backward. Bath moved with the agility of a wild cat, confidently declaring to the three of them, "Even with only 7 parts of my strength, dealing with you guys is more than enough." Despite being knocked away, Ma Fei didn't show any anger. He slowly sat up, rustled his clothes, then stood up with the sound of his footsteps thumping on the ground. His hand still tightly gripped the brown cloth bag, his expression calm, but his actions left Bath feeling puzzled. "And yet, Ma Fei praised me." Bath was a little surprised. "Your punch is tough. If it weren't for the time crunch, I would have liked to spar with you for a few rounds," Ma Fei said, his voice full of regret, "but unfortunately, this battle must wait for another time. I must quickly return to the Star Spirit Court to find the one who harmed my disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xianbai and Lilitai swiftly sprang up from the deep pit. Lilitai immediately reported to Ma Fei, "There's no need to return to Star Place, Ma Fei." Su Xianbai added, her gaze cold, "The person in front of you is the one who harmed your disciple, Ma Fu Shi." Ma Fei, upon seeing the two, questioned, "Lilitai, you're here too?" Su Xianbai pointed directly at Bath, her voice blunt as she accused, "Not only did he steal Ma Fu Shi's identity, but he also left a hole in his chest. If Mu Xia hadn't saved him in time, Ma Fu Shi would have been killed by him." After hearing the story, Ma Fei finally understood everything. He didn't take another step but instead turned to confront Bath, his voice filled with anger. "So, it was you who fought me outside the main arena?" Bath, far from being frightened, actually laughed mockingly, taunting Ma Fei, "A fool is still a fool, only now you're reacting. Your mind is so slow." In an instant, Ma Fei's bag flew straight into Bath's face. He caught it quickly, but immediately grimaced as a foul smell wafted up. Bath groaned in discomfort, "It reeks." While Bath was still distracted by the foul smell coming from the bag, Ma Fei immediately struck him with a powerful palm strike to his stomach. Smirking, he replied, "That bag is my underwear, I just took it off to wash it." Before Bath could react, Ma Fei followed up with a strong kick to his chin, sending Bath flying backward into the air, blood pouring from his mouth. Bath, clutching his stomach in pain, looked at Ma Fei with a shocked expression. How could this person be so strong? With a cold grunt, Ma Fei let his fury erupt. The oppressive aura from his martial soul surged violently, causing the surrounding rocks to crack and float upward, tightening like a bowstring. Clenching his fist, Ma Fei made a sharp, crackling sound, reminding Bath, "My disciple, only I have the right to strike." Then, he unleashed his most powerful move, the Spirit Dragon Piercing Fist. The force of the blow shaped into the vivid form of a dragon's head, its roar echoing with overwhelming menace. Bath, witnessing the transformation of the fist into a dragon's head, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "I didn't expect his power to condense into the form of a dragon." This move is definitely not to be underestimated. As the dragon's head charged toward him, Bath quickly raised his hand to block. However, the terrifying power behind the strike tore through his defenses, causing his entire body to stagger. The two observers below couldn't help but marvel at this overwhelming strength. Su Xianbai assessed the scene, his eyes sparkling. "This technique is incredibly powerful. Is this the strength of an S-rank guardian? Truly a monster." After Ma Fei's powerful attack, Bath's entire body was torn apart, with chunks of flesh peeling off and deep gashes covering him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed in anger, "You madman. You actually managed to tear through one layer of my wraith armor. Do you have any idea how difficult this thing is to cultivate?" Now, Bath's once formidable body had turned into a mass of charred, roasted flesh, filling him with unbridled fury. Hearing this, Ma Fei let out a mocking chuckle, his voice dripping with provocation. "Same here. Now the real battle begins." As the fight between Ma Fei and Bath grew more intense, elsewhere, at Holy Mountain, the bone-chilling cold and thick snow enveloped the summit peak. In Mu Xia's room, an alarm clock rang incessantly. "Grandpa, your grandchild is calling you. Grandpa, your grandchild is calling you." Thud. A pajama-clad arm, adorned with a cow print pattern, shot out and smashed the alarm clock to pieces.
Mu Xia had just woken up, his eyes still half-lidded, mumbling groggily, "Ugh, damn clock." He rubbed his head a few times, clearly reluctant to get out of bed. Letting out another sigh, he dragged his weary feet toward the bathroom to brush his teeth and freshen up. Once everything was done, he grabbed his milk tea, took a long sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah. My perfect morning has officially begun." In the bathroom, Mu Xia called out, "Yuan Yuan, Dad is hungry, have you made breakfast yet?" But when he didn't hear his daughter's voice in reply, he called a few more times. "Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan." The bathroom door opened with a creak, then immediately shut again. Mu Xia stepped out and noticed the house was empty, with no sign of his daughter. He felt puzzled. Where could she have gone? His feet naturally led him to the kitchen area. On the table, he found some fried dough sticks and a bowl of steaming, fragrant soup. Next to them was a note from Yuan Yuan. The message said that she had prepared breakfast for him and also informed him that she had taken Ma Fushi with her. Reading his daughter's note, Mu Xia chewed on a baozi and sighed, "My good daughter really cares about me." At that moment, Yuan Yuan was riding a bird soaring high in the sky, on her way to rescue Su Xianbai. Behind her was Ma Fushi, still covered in injuries. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'er, Wang Shiyu, and Mu Yuan stood at the entrance on the main road, each carrying their own thoughts. Elsewhere, Ping'er, who was always closest to Su Xianbai, silently cheered her on. In her heart, she whispered, "The master and sister risked their lives to save Li Xian. Ping'er will never let the two of them face danger because of me." Mu Yuan pondered as she assessed Su Xianbai and said, "To think that you would dare to take on such a dangerous mission on your own. If anything happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" Wang Shiyu felt irritated. "Su Xianbai actually took Qin's sister out on an adventure but didn't invite me along. This Su Xianbai is truly too biased." In another corner, Su Xianbai's close confidants were still worried about the potential threat from Lu Din. Mo Yan thought to himself, "This incident will definitely become an opportunity for him to make a move against the master. Lu Din never lets a chance slip by. The master must be extremely cautious." Looking at the four beauties before him, all clearly concerned for Su Xianbai, Ma Fushi couldn't help but sigh, "That bastard Su Xianbai, how is he so lucky? This is truly envy-inducing." Big Bird quickly carried the group to the site of the initial battle. It descended near an area where an entire grove of trees had been severed clean at the base, creating a bizarre scene. Ma Fushi wondered, what happened here? Why have all the trees been cut in half like this? Someone speculated, it must be Lilitai. However, Zhao Ping'er swiftly noticed something unusual. When she saw a figure dressed in a kimono standing beneath the trees, she immediately realized the truth. The entire group called out in unison, "Qin's sister." Hearing the call, Zhongzhe Qin looked up. Seeing Yuan Yuan's big bird hovering in the sky, she involuntarily exclaimed, "It's Yuan Yuan's bird." Ping'er quickly landed and asked Zhongzhe Qin with concern, "Qin's sister, don't worry. Where is the master? Why aren't you two together?" Zhongzhe Qin replied, "He's probably still up ahead." At that moment, a rustling sound came from the right. The two immediately turned their heads and saw Yenyu appear. Zhongzhe Qin sighed, her voice filled with frustration, "Why are you still following me? I've already spared your life out of respect. Are you looking for death now?" Hearing this, Yenyu, unafraid, retorted defiantly, "I don't care. The one who made me like this is definitely you. You have to take responsibility for me." Yenyu's appearance made Ping'er wary. She asked, "Is she a predator?" But it doesn't seem like she has the aura of a predator. Zhongzhe Qin, not wanting to waste any more time, briefly explained, "She is indeed a predator. But after I slashed her, not only did she not die, she clung to me." She pointed at the gift of light that was glowing on her chest and continued, "It seems to be because of this stone. She doesn't remember anything anymore." At this moment, Yuan Yuan landed and, upon hearing the story, explained, "That's the purifying effect. It's one of the special abilities of the gift of light." This made Zhongzhe Qin feel as if a blockage had been cleared.
She asked, "Is this stone really the gift of light?" Mu Yuan nodded in confirmation, "That's right." It seems that in a moment of urgency, Li Xin transferred it into her body. The purifying effect of the gift of light not only works on negative external forces but can also erase human memories. It's very likely that her bloodthirsty demonic nature has been purified by the gift of light. She continued her analysis. From this, we can conclude that she was originally a pure predator but was mutated due to human influence. Yen Yu, feeling the weight of many gazes upon her, showed a bashful expression. Mu Yuan added more details. If her bloodthirsty demonic nature has been removed, then she is no longer a predator. Finally, Mu Yuan made a suggestion: we should take her with us. Meanwhile, at the summit peak, Mu Xia, having just finished breakfast, stepped outside to breathe in the crisp air. The strong wind howled, making him unconsciously recall the small note his daughter Yuan had left behind. Mu Xia sighed, chewing on a familiar blade of grass, his gaze drifting into the distance as he muttered, "I've clearly retired already, why do I still feel so uneasy?" The more he thought, the heavier his heart grew. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to leave the summit peak to find his daughter. By the cemetery, Ma Fei appeared full of vigor, and the sound of punches bup echoed throughout the space. Bath was continuously attacked by Ma Fei's dragon attack, and his defensive movements became more and more disjointed. Seizing the opportunity when Ma Fei let his guard down, Lilitai aimed carefully and launched Slay of Holy Light, her sword drawing a bright line as it slashed directly toward Bath. The chase between the three in the air was intense, accompanied by thunderous bup explosions. On the ground, Su Xianbai observed the entire situation with unease in his heart, thinking, something's wrong. That guy was just being overwhelmed by Ma Fei, and now he's gradually managing to hold his own against both of them. There's definitely something off about this. He hadn't figured out the cause yet, but he knew he had to find a way to break the deadlock. His gaze inadvertently landed on Zhang's lifeless body, still smoking and lying nearby. Su Xianbai muttered to himself, could this be the key? I must quickly consider a countermeasure. In the air, Bath attacked again. He pressed his palms together in front of his chest, forming a cross, then unleashed Soul Explosion. The tremendous force made Ma Fei exclaim, this guy seems to be getting stronger little by little. Lilitai was also struggling to maintain the situation. Avoiding a surprise attack, she responded to Ma Fei, that's right, he's definitely gotten much stronger. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Bath, emboldened by arrogance, mocked the two before him, don't you understand yet? Fools like you could never comprehend why Lord Bath remains undefeated in battle. I'm sure you're still puzzled, aren't you? He saw himself as supreme, a smirk of provocation curling his lips as he continued loudly, this is the difference of racial superiority. I am a pure predator, my innate gift is not something common humans could ever compare to. But before he could boast further, a sharp command from Su Xianbai cut him off, stop boasting, Bath. Su Xianbai stepped forward, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked directly at him, I've seen through your tricks. You've stuffed countless souls into your body to convert them into energy, but this process certainly requires time to gradually digest. Am I right? He grew more passionate as he exposed Bath's scheme, you haven't digested them all, have you? If the battle drags on, you'll only grow stronger. I'm not wrong, am I? Bath, struck at the core, smiled instead of showing fear, unable to conceal his arrogance, you're not completely stupid. The power of evil spirits is rare, how do you understand it so well? Su Xianbai remained unfazed, replying calmly, it's just that I happen to know how to use the power of evil spirits. Bath had been basking in his triumph for too long. Suddenly, from behind him, two Su Xianbai figures lunged forward, ready to assassinate him. However, such a move was hardly a challenge for him. With just a casual flick of his hand, the two figures were instantly torn in half. Bath immediately recognized that this was merely a Zhang's cloning technique and sneered at Su Xianbai, didn't you say you were going to use the power of evil spirits? Let me see what you're truly capable of. Fixing his gaze on Su Xianbai standing before him, he unleashed a powerful strike,
causing yet another of Su Xianbai's clones to dissipate into thin air. Ma Fei and Lilitai couldn't help but worry for him, as they had witnessed, with their own eyes, each Su Xianbai being impaled by Bath, their blood painting the sky red. Still arrogant, Bath stood high above and questioned coldly, "A Zhang's soul should have been devoured by me. And yet, you dare to act so recklessly? If you've chosen the path of death, then allow me to grant you your wish." So full of himself, yet he was soon driven to fury by Su Xianbai's laughter. "What makes you so sure that I am the real body behind this cloning technique?" Poof! The figure impaled by Bath vanished instantly without a trace, causing him to roar in rage, "Damn it! That brat!" Just as he was about to explode with fury, Su Xianbai's voice suddenly echoed from nowhere, "Take this." Two spiritual beings stood amidst thousands of eyes. The purple-hued area left Bath feeling bewildered. "What is this? My body can't move. What kind of eyes are these that can instill fear in the dominator of hell?" Below, Ma Fei and Lilitai witnessed the strange phenomenon as the sky continuously transformed. Ma Fei asked Lilitai, "Am I seeing things?" She directly responded, "No, you're not. Let me explain. Those are the eyes of the Azura demon god. It's said they can immobilize enemies. I never expected Su Xianbai to possess such a power." Upon hearing that Su Xianbai had a way to counter Bath, Ma Fei couldn't stop praising, "This guy is really something." Facing Bath, Su Xianbai spoke to him, with demonic and god power, "I've always stopped at this point. But today, for you, I must make an exception. If you don't die today, you will become a catastrophe for us." Su Xianbai summoned a new technique. Evil hands sprouted from both sides of his back. Bath was imprisoned, unable to move, and could only endure Su Xianbai's overwhelming suppression. Seeing Su Xianbai's new technique, Bath couldn't help but question. This killing intent is stronger than predators and even purer. How is this possible? Su Xianbai struck Bath fiercely with his evil hands, sending him tumbling from the top to the ground, leaving behind the imprint of his hand where Bath lay. Bath was flattened, with smoke rising from beneath him, and at that moment, he realized the effects of the restriction had faded. He could move again. However, his body was covered in numerous scratches. As he sat up, Bath was stunned to realize, one layer of wraith armor shattered. "This damn brat, I'll kill you." Boom! A loud sound echoed as Su Xianbai's fist came down hard, silencing Bath's throat. With the upper hand, Su Xianbai retorted, "I haven't finished yet. You should worry about yourself first." Thud, 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 thud. 6 evil hands continued to strike Bath relentlessly, not giving him a chance to recover, no matter how many layers of armor he had. The soul within his body began to flee. Lilitai noticed that Su Xianbai had struck so violently that Bath's soul had escaped, vanishing into the distance. Compared to the dominator of hell, these souls truly feared the gods and demons more. Ma Fei sighed, "This is indeed a marvelous move." Su Xianbai beat Bath so mercilessly that his green soul turned white. Finally, the last layer of his wraith armor shattered. "Stop right there. From this moment on, it's Lilitai and Ma Fei's battlefield." Su Xianbai called out to them, "Now is the time to take Bath's life while he's weakened." Ma Fei, swift as ever, dashed forward and responded, "You don't need to tell me. I already know." He unleashed his technique Tiger's Cannon. A fierce tiger's head materialized from his foot, lunging forward. His powerful kick struck directly at Bath. Before Bath could even react to Ma Fei's assault, Lilitai had already drawn her sword. She declared, "Dominator of hell, prepare to face the suppression of a holy knight." Boom! A thunderous impact resounded as she executed Executor's assault, unleashing a devastating strike that pierced through Bath. Lilitai's sacred sword was now stained with the blood of the netherworld. The execution was complete. With a hint of amusement, Ma Fei remarked, "This guy messed with the wrong people." The black blood of the dominator of hell, Bath, dripped onto the ground. He had been punched and slashed to the brink of dismemberment, one arm severed, his tail gone, a leg broken and mangled.
His entire body was battered, bruised, trembling. Even his voice was barely intelligible as he stammered. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. I refuse to accept this. The gift of light and the infinity of darkness were right before my eyes. And yet, I've lost? Bath's body was left with only one leg, unable to bear its weight, and it could only collapse in hatred. He was unwilling to die like this. After a short battle, the three of them saw Bath's body lying in the dirt pit. Su Xianbai felt that the battle with the netherworld being had been too quick, and he wasn't sure if this was truly the end. Liditai noticed that he was trembling from above. After a moment of thought, she realized, carrying the demonic and god power might have become too overwhelming for Su Xianbai. It seems like he can no longer bear it. Su Xianbai ended the battle, his body falling apart and slipping into a deep coma. He fell freely from above to the ground. Liditai quickly flew up to support his waist, but she stiffened and felt a bit of danger. Su Xianbai's face pressed close to hers. In this situation, we need a stronger state. Liditai looked at Su Xianbai's face, feeling a bit excited and complimenting him, but if you look closely, you'll see that he really is quite handsome. Ma Fei saw Liditai holding Su Xianbai as she descended and kindly asked, "Liditai, your face is red. Are you hurt?" As if struck at her core, Liditai hurriedly pulled Su Xianbai away, insisting, "No, don't talk nonsense. It's a long way from me blushing like that." Ma Fei, although his bangs covered his eyes, was not hindered at all. He quickly realized that she truly couldn't lie. Su Xianbai, after being thrown a great distance by Liditai, was awakened by the pain. He sat up and rubbed his head. "It hurts so much. Did I just faint?" The power of Azuras really drains energy terribly. Even though Bath has fallen, I still feel like something isn't right. I keep feeling uneasy, something must have happened. Remembering something, Su Xianbai suddenly jumped to his feet and pointed at Bath's corpse. He quickly spoke to Liditai. "The endlessness of Dim didn't activate, that means he's still alive. Quickly, stab again, or it will be too late." A part of Bath's remaining soul crawled out of his body, using all of his remaining strength to enter Su Xianbai's mind. This was Bath's plan, to take the endlessness of Dim, use it as a stepping stone to seize the gift of light, with Su Xianbai as his target. Liditai sweated as she looked at Su Xianbai's body, silently blaming herself. "This is bad, I've been too careless. He still has a breath left, and what he wants is Su Xianbai's body, right?" Bath had temporarily taken control of the boy's body, and once again, he returned with a savage grin. "Hee, I didn't expect there to be so many treasures in this brat's body, endlessness of Dim, the Azura demon god." All of this satisfied him. His eyes no longer had whites, only a pair of dark, resentful orbs staring at Ma Fei and Liditai. She raised her sword and continued to warn, "I advise you to get out of Su Xianbai's body right now. You've seen the strength of my attack before." Bath grew more arrogant, defiantly challenging Liditai. "Do you think you can actually cut me? This body is my best shield of protection." The tension in the air increased. Liditai knew she couldn't harm Su Xianbai's body. All she could do was curse at him. Seeing that she hesitated to make a move, Ma Fei stepped forward. "Liditai, don't be rash. I have experience with this kind of thing, let me handle it." Liditai glanced over, unsure of how Ma Fei intended to resolve the situation, and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Ma Fei launched a kick, his fist ready. "Of course, I'll beat him." Bang! One punch from Ma Fei was caught by Bath's arm, but he still had another arm to warn him, "Don't get cocky, my punch is even stronger." Another bang, and both of Ma Fei's hands were grabbed tightly by Bath. He folded his arms and mockingly said, "It seems like the punch of a brute isn't very agile. You don't seriously think your fist is harder than an Azura's, do you?" The next move from Ma Fei was something he didn't expect. Thud! A domineering headbutt that sent Bath reeling, his soul scattering. Both of their heads were smoking, with only Su Xianbai's body left to take the brunt, lying unconscious. Ma Fei had proven to him, "I can't be sure about my punches, but when it comes to heads, I'm definitely harder. I'm the hardest." Liditai looked at Su Xianbai, unconscious, and questioned Ma Fei again. You knocked him out. Didn't you say you had experience? Why did you make him come out of his body like that? Ma Fei, looking flustered, replied, I haven't figured it out yet. He raised his fist. How about I punch him twice, maybe that bastard will crawl out on his own. Lilitai saw this and hurriedly stopped him. Don't you dare. Feng Mian walked over and advised Ma Fei, I suggest you don't hit him, it would be better. Ma Fei was puzzled by Feng Mian's advice. Huh? Why? Under the shade of the tree, the light had become less gloomy. Feng Mian explained, Bath has reached a dead end. He definitely won't give up his last straw of hope just because of some external influence. It would be pointless to hit him. The situation now is even more tangled than before. You can't hit him, you can't retreat. Ma Fei asked Feng Mian, so what do you suggest we do? Feng Mian replied, the answer for him is that now, there's only one way left. To completely destroy Bath, you must rely on Su Xianbai's own power. The real world cannot kill him, so Su Xianbai's spiritual world must eradicate him thoroughly. While the outside world could only wait, a tense confrontation was unfolding in Su Xianbai's spiritual realm. Bath, still in perfect condition within it, faced Su Xianbai. I never expected, the dignified Nether Lord Master Bath, would be pressured to this point by a bunch of the Star Guards. But it doesn't matter, once I kill you here, I will be able to possess your body forever. Su Xianbai remained unwavering, continuing to scold him, don't speak so arrogantly. He directly punched him in the cheek, warning him, this is my body, myself, and I will reclaim it. Bath, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, was skilled at reducing the damage from Su Xianbai's strike. Afterward, he counterattacked, throwing a palm strike toward his face. You're just a little brat, still wet behind the ears. Bang! Su Xianbai was knocked back and spat blood, mocked by Bath, putting on a show in front of me, you're still too immature. Outside, Lilitai recounted the previous events to Feng Mian. Su Xianbai has used all his moves. He did brilliantly, if it weren't for him, the mission wouldn't have gone as smoothly. Looking again at Su Xianbai's unmoving body, Lilitai was concerned. Right now, he can't face the god-level predator on his own. Is there nothing we can do for him? Feng Mian understood her worry, but he could only lower his head and explain, this is a mental battle between them. There's nothing we can do but wait for Su Xianbai to wake up. Ma Fei, hearing that they had to wait, immediately sat down and asked anxiously, what if Bath wakes up instead? What should we do then? Feng Mian affirmed, this is the worst-case scenario. If such a situation occurs, it can only mean that Su Xianbai's spirit has been completely consumed. We will have no choice but to carry out the responsibility of the Star Guards and be mentally prepared to kill him. Once the words were spoken, the other two fell into silence. Clearly, they did not want to be the ones to kill a comrade with their own hands. Su Xianbai, still confused, heard Bath scolding, you're just a kid, you're still too inexperienced. This is the world of the mind, where what's being tested is the spirit. Without endlessness of Dim and the demon god Azura, you're nothing here. Bath was the first antagonist who showed such good intentions, even giving plans to the enemy. Su Xianbai quickly understood, so that's it, I'm glad you reminded me, now I get it. He sank deeply into his consciousness. If this was a battle of the mind. Bath noticed a shift in Su Xianbai's aura. Su Xianbai truly entered a state of transparency, gradually merging with the mental world, leaving only his eyes glowing like headlights. He became the ruler of this very world, where the two entities stood. His voice, enveloping all the space, transcending time, declared to Bath, such a pity, you've chosen the wrong opponent. Bath became small in front of the colossal entity that was Su Xianbai. He stammered, unable to form a proper sentence, how is this possible? This is the first time I've seen such an enormous great mental. He couldn't distinguish right from wrong, caught up in his own thoughts. Could it be an illusion technique? No, that's not right. In the spiritual world, one cannot use abilities like that. At this moment, he still firmly believed that Su Xianbai, clearly just a brat, could not possibly possess such a great mental power. Su Xianbai had no desire to argue with him. He thought to himself, "You don't understand, it's because you don't know what I've been through. For me, this body was not easily obtained."
Once again, Su Xianbai's hand rose, the massive spiritual entity warning Bath, "I will not allow anyone to take it away."
Bath was burdened with pressure upon pressure.
Ignoring the dangers to himself, he still dared to challenge it, unafraid and confidently replying, "Don't try to scare me.
I've stolen countless bodies before. In this spiritual world, I've never lost."
Standing in the guest's yard as if it were his own, he had no choice but to raise his hand to resist the pressure from Su Xianbai, muttering in frustration, "My brilliant life cannot be ruined by this little brat."
Su Xianbai countered with force, "Not necessarily." The remaining soul of Bath had been gradually faded away by the overwhelming aura.
He could feel it himself, "This pressure is too strong, I can't hold on any longer." When Su Xianbai's hand crushed him, finishing off the last fragment of Bath's soul, it was also the moment when his own body was jolted upwards from the impact. Ma Fei, seeing this strange phenomenon for the first time, blurted out, "Awesome, it's flying now."
"What the hell is going on?" Feng Mian made a prediction, "It looks like this spiritual battle has reached a critical stage.
We need to be prepared to see who will awaken in the end." The sound of hurried footsteps came from the distance, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was the old man Lu Jianyu, who thrust his sword directly toward Su Xianbai, who was floating in mid-air. Filled with resentment, he spat out, "Bath killed over 100 of my research institute's people, and Su Xianbai has opposed me everywhere.
It doesn't matter who wakes up."
His last words were spoken in fury, "They both must die."
Feng Mian and Ma Fei simultaneously noticed Lu Jianyu, exchanged glances, and silently asked each other, "What does he want to do?"
When the two of them couldn't stop him from acting, blood had already been spilled. Since Zhao Ping'er was born from the spiritual essence of Su Xianbai, when he encountered trouble, their minds were somewhat connected.
She also felt uneasy. "What's going on? My heart is racing, master, something must have happened, right?"
On Su Xianbai's side, Lilitai used her hand to block the sword strike from Lu Jianyu, her blood continuously flowing down. Her voice was neither fast nor slow, coldly questioning him, "Ever since leaving Star Place, I've always felt someone was following me. I didn't expect you could endure until now before showing yourself."
"Lu Jianyu, what's your intention?"
Lu Jianyu, without any hesitation, confronted her. "Lilitai, you actually took the risk to block the sword for him.
Damn it, aside from Muxia, now there's another tough opponent to deal with. What kind of magic power does this brat, Su Xianbai, have?"
Unable to kill him, he shifted to insulting, "What a waste, you all are the S-level star guards.
You can't possibly believe that Su Xianbai could defeat Bath in the spiritual world, right?
Compared to handing over the endlessness of dim within Su Xianbai to Bath, it would be better to just kill him right now.
Kill Su Xianbai, and the mission will be completed smoothly." The last sentence directly provoked Lilitai.
She used all her strength to crush the old man's sword hilt, scolding him, "Deceptive words, Su Xianbai hasn't lost yet." Lilitai stood in front of Su Xianbai, warning Lu Jianyu, "Before he wakes up, no one is allowed to touch him." Thanks to this prolonged confrontation, Su Xianbai regained consciousness. His jacket had been heavily damaged, torn into several pieces. The first thing Su Xianbai did after waking up was to thank her for speaking up on his behalf. Lilitai breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was indeed Su Xianbai's voice. As expected, he won.
Su Xianbai, with his muscular build, turned to check on Lilitai, "Is your hand okay?" Neither of them seemed to mind the presence of others around.
Lilitai, who had barely complained or raised her voice up until now, felt a bit of pain after hearing Su Xianbai's concern and silently lamented, "Oh my god, what's wrong with me? I couldn't control myself and said what was on my mind." It turned out that Su Xianbai had grabbed a piece of his torn jacket to use as a cloth to stop Lilitai's bleeding. The final knot he tied was quite neat. He looked at her intently, "This should be okay for now." Burned by his intense gaze, Lilitai had to look away. She spoke in incomplete sentences, doing unnecessary things. "I'm a holy knight, I can do it myself." Su Xianbai replied bluntly, "If you don't like it, throw it away." Lilitai firmly denied her own attitude, "I won't take it off."
The two men were distracted by the exchange between Su Xianbai and Lilitai. Feng Mian silently sighed, even my abilities can't stir any emotions from Lilitai. How did this kid manage to do it? This is the first time I've ever seen Lilitai so embarrassed. Ma Fei swung the cloth bag over his shoulder, acknowledging Su Xianbai's impressive skills. "I was ready to kill that bastard, but I didn't expect this kid to actually win." The one with the most thoughts on his mind was none other than Lu Jianyu. He felt this couldn't be possible, it must have been sheer luck. But Su Xianbai acted so naturally. Could it be that he always thinks his victory is guaranteed? Su Xianbai walked confidently towards Lu Jianyu. From his memory, he could clearly hear the man scheming. "Lu Jianyu, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn with me. You've always talked about wanting to kill Bath for revenge, but in reality, you're just using it as an excuse to take personal revenge." He couldn't respond. Su Xianbai continued to deliberate. "If you've come here today, then let's settle both the old and the new debts." Under the pressure of Su Xianbai's aura, Lu Jianyu instinctively swallowed hard, his body not following his mind's commands. "What's going on?" "My body is retreating on its own." "Am I afraid?" "This kid's aura is completely different from before." Could it be that he absorbed all of Bath's energy? Su Xianbai only saw Lu Jian use weak actions and didn't notice any counterattack, so he continued to push. "What's the matter, Lu Jianyu? Are you still hesitating? Didn't you always want to kill me?" It was only then that Lu Jianyu responded, "Humph, this provocation won't work on me. An S-class guardian can't casually act against a human. If I want to confront a human, at least 10 people must be present as witnesses, or else Dracula will hold me accountable." He was completely unaware that Su Xianbai's allies had arrived just in time. Zhao Ping'er landed and immediately confronted him. "When you used humans as predator experiments and sent assassins to kill my master's family, didn't you ever think you'd be held accountable?" Yuan's bird riding squad appeared one after another. "We have come to testify for our master." With 3 more S-rank guardians, that should be enough, right? The dueling area suddenly became crowded. Su Xianbai glanced at the beauties from his own faction and was surprised. "Oh, you all came too?" Lu Jianyu, of course, knew exactly who had just arrived after all. He was the one who set the condition that 10 witnesses were required. And now, there were exactly 10 people here. Ma Fushi had lost track of Ma Fei from the beginning. Covered in wounds, he called out excitedly, "Master, so you really aren't dead after all?" If it weren't his disciple asking, he might have already given him a beating. But since it was Ma Fushi, he could only scold him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who could possibly kill me?" Seeing his disciple idle, he tossed a bundle over. "Hey, hold this for me." Ma Fushi caught it, but his reaction was just like Bath Tea's. "Ugh, this stinks." "This isn't." Ma Fei immediately confirmed, "That's right. It's my underwear." Feng Mian stood on the sidelines watching the amusing scene, silently assessing. Su Xianbai actually dares to challenge Lu Jianyu head-on like this. Things are getting more and more interesting. Looks like the grudge between these two has been brewing for a long time. What will Lu Jianyu do now? What else can he do? Once you've started down a path, you have to follow it through. Lu Jianyu accepted Su Xianbai's challenge. "Since things have come to this, it seems I have no reason to refuse you anymore." Su Xianbai eagerly responded, "Come on, let's settle this with a fight." However, Lu Jianyu's sword had already been broken by Lilitai. He had to call out to him, "Oyen, I know you're here. I don't want to dwell on what happened before. My sword is broken, so create a new one for me. If you make me a new sword, from now on, neither of us will owe anything to the other." Seeing that Lu Jianyu was already mentally prepared for the battle, Su Xianbai stood next to Lilitai and called out to her, "Lilitai, lend me a sword too." Lilitai was worried. "Are you sure you want to use a sword? His sword techniques are no less impressive than mine." No one expected that Su Xianbai actually wanted to use a sword. He reassured everyone, "I want to defeat him using his own methods.
I've already practiced fighting him in my mind countless times, and moreover, I've already absorbed the 10,000 souls atom from Bath. He affirmed, don't worry, I'll definitely beat him. The two of them moved towards the forest, and an open area was enough for 10 people to witness the duel. Lu Jianyu held the new sword from Mo Yen in his hand. Before the battle, he confidently said to Su Xianbai, I knew this day would come, just didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. But if you want to beat me, it won't be that simple, because you lack a key piece of data about me. You know nothing about my ability. Gripping the sword's hilt, Lu Jianyu took his stance, and a ring of green light appeared around him. I've reached this position today thanks to each strike I've made. Challenging me is not a wise choice. When my energy reaches its maximum, I'll show you my strongest form. The green light finally enveloped him, forming a dazzling sphere around Lu Jianyu, causing Su Xianbai to respond with admiration, truly deserving of being an S-level guardian. When you unleash your full power, anyone would be left feeling cold. A figure with long hair appeared, and no one could have expected that stepping out from the past was an S-level ability, time recollection. Lu Jianyu could make his body revert to its past form, entering the Bai Hong state, becoming Lu Jianyu at the age of 27. His face and demeanor at that moment bore no resemblance to his current appearance, and even his voice had noticeably regressed to a younger tone. He shared a bit of information, among the current guardians, only Mu Xia has ever seen me like this. Ma Fei, observing Lu Jianyu's transformation, fully engaged with the moment, when this guy was young, he had a lot of hair. Ma Fushi, his disciple, chimed in, this is a classic example, when you get old, you'll be bald just like him. This remark annoyed Ma Fei, and he cursed at him, damn you. Lilitai thought to herself, having been a guardian for so long, this is the first time I've seen him use his ability. Lu Jianyu was giving it his all. Su Xianbai, you must be careful. Su Xianbai remarked, I didn't expect there to be such a miraculous ability, not only to return to his youthful state but even to restore his eyesight? However, aside from that, there's nothing particularly impressive. Lu Jianyu raised his sword in an attacking stance and said to him, Humph, what do you know? When I was 27, that was when I was at my peak. He shot upwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Even the onlookers were startled by Lu Jianyu's speed, gone already, too fast, couldn't see anything at all. He affirmed to Su Xianbai, in sword fighting, speed is everything. In the next moment, Lu Jianyu appeared behind Su Xianbai, his sword quickly aiming to slash down. It's over, Su Xianbai. The two swords clashed. Su Xianbai managed to block Lu Jianyu's strike, causing the latter to fall into confusion. Could it be that he can keep up with my speed? Su Xianbai glanced behind him and casually explained to Lu Jianyu, by absorbing Bath's 10,000 souls atom, my basic abilities have increased several times. I can see all your movements clearly. This block also earned praise from Lilitai. Su Xianbai is amazing, he must have planned everything in advance, there's no need to worry about him. How is it possible that there's a man like this in the world, someone so reliable? Naturally, Su Xianbai didn't allow Lu Jianyu to execute his next move, so he had already set a trap. He asked the dean, rushing toward your opponent like that, it's quite dangerous. Lu Jianyu at this moment finally realized that he was the mouse caught in the trap, and now there was only one way out. You little brat, dare to play dirty with me? Lu Jianyu quickly broke free from the encirclement, realizing, this trick of Su Xianbai's is specifically designed to deal with me. If my vision hadn't recovered, wouldn't I have been killed by his dirty tricks? Lu Jianyu continued to swing his sword, this time using the surrounding earth and rocks to launch an attack. He evaluated Su Xianbai, to be so cruel at such a young age, this brat is truly despicable. With a slash of his sword, he sent a layer of stone debris flying towards Su Xianbai. At this moment, Su Xianbai had to use the endlessness of dim to break the attack, while questioning Lu Jianyu, enough talking, there's no need for mercy when dealing with an enemy. After absorbing enough of the energy, Su Xianbai counterattacked, using sound waves to shatter Lu Jianyu's assault. This move of his made Zhao Ping'er continuously praise him, master is so impressive. Nearby, Xin's sister rested her chin on her hand and showered him with compliments, Su Xianbai, well done, you've matured a lot. After dispelling Lu Jianyu's attack, Su Xianbai made it clear to him, even if you recover your youth, you're still no match for me.
Lu Jianyu was unconvinced. I am a dignified 9th rank star guard. Are you telling me I can't even defeat a mere rank brat? What kind of joke is this?
Even though he had regained his youthful appearance, Lu Jianyu still couldn't avoid getting scraped and battered under attack. He tried to elevate himself by belittling Su Xianbai, a pathetic nobody like you, I could crush you with just one hand. Su Xianbai, however, was unfazed by his insults and readily accepted the challenge. Then try me.
The two clashed head-on.
A sword strike flashed, and both were sent flying in opposite directions. Blood spilled. The dust had yet to settle, making it difficult for the onlookers to determine the outcome.
Yuan remarked, the swordsmanship was too fast. It ended in the blink of an eye. Wang Shiyu was only concerned about one thing: who won? Was it Su Xianbai? The rest fell into silence.
Su Xianbai himself had no idea how much energy he had poured into that lethal strike. He was exhaling mist from exertion.
A deep wound on his chest, inflicted by Lu Jianyu, was gushing blood.
Meanwhile, Lu Jianyu's sword arm had been severed by Su Xianbai's blade. As his consciousness returned, Lu Jianyu finally realized Su Xianbai had sent him into the Azura's evil eye. He was sweating profusely. In the moment when the battle began, he used the Azura's evil eye to seal my movements.
So, have I really been defeated?
As the dust cleared, everyone could clearly see Lu Jianyu's miserable condition, and they all cheered loudly, we won.
Su Xianbai won. That's great. Ma Fei seized the opportunity to criticize his prized student. We're both juniors, so why is he so impressive, while you're just pathetic?
Ma Fu sure, although also unimpressive, had a teacher who was like a butcher's knife. It's because his master is better than mine.
Lilitai, who was closest to the battlefield, hurried over to ask, Su Xianbai, how's your injury? I'm a holy knight, I can help you.
Su Xianbai, not wanting to repeat the mistake he made when defeating Bath, reminded her, Lilitai, don't come over here yet.
It's not over.
Everyone had witnessed Lu Jianyu's defeat, and they couldn't understand what Su Xianbai was still afraid of. They only saw him holding his holy sword, trembling as he stood up. Su Xianbai explained with all his strength, I once saw him turn a human into a predator. This blind man is the one behind the creation of predators, he's no exception. If I'm not mistaken, the anesthesia used on predators automatically flows out when the body is about to die, just like the assassin who came to kill me before. Su Xianbai had already spoken to this extent, yet the man before him remained motionless.
He could only call him out directly by name, Lu Jianyu, stop pretending to be dead. Your subordinates have already used this trick before.
Just as Su Xianbai said, despite having lost an arm, Lu Jianyu was still laughing heartily, praising him, I have to admit, you are truly strong.
I never expected to be defeated by you.
But for my lifelong wish, for the perfect fusion between humans and predators, I have no choice but to kill you. As he finished speaking, his face twisted in agony, his skin sagging. He reaffirmed, everything I've done has been for Star Place. The anesthetic in his body took effect, releasing a surge of energy that Su Xianbai described as fierce yet reeking of blood. Zhao Ping'er compared it, saying, the moment Lu Jianyu turned into a demon felt exactly like the time we encountered his disciple, except Lu Jianyu's presence is far more overwhelming.
Mo Yen, someone closely involved in the research facility, could sense the immense power of the final form Lu Jianyu had become.
At that moment, she could only clasp her hands together and pray for him, turn back before it's too late.
Don't let your obsession lead you further astray.
The process of transformation was complete, and the corpse emitted a foul stench of rotting flesh.
Lu Jianyu had lost all human form.
Lilitai described, he is now nothing but a gigantic corpse.
But this is beyond human capability. Could it be that Lu Jianyu is truly? Su Xianbai continued, that's right, this is the result of his research.
The artificial predator by Hong Lu Jianyu, an artificial predator form, with an aged face, deep sockets for eyes, inconsistent hair and limbs, fused together as one. After witnessing the transformation of Lu Jianyu into an artificial predator, the small team was left in shock.
Yuan was the first to tremble. Is this really Lu Jianyu? Ma Fu sure could not bear to look and exclaimed, "What, are you kidding me? This is even more terrifying than that god-level guy." Even Yanyu, once a predator, could not help but feel disgusted. "That's disgusting," she said, "just one look and it sends chills down your spine." Lu Jianyu, with his wide mouth, emitted a sound thick with the stench of rotting meat. He called out Su Xianbai's name, "Su Xianbai." The eyes scattered all over his body searched for him, clearly conveying one intention: "I want you to die." Behind Lilitai and Su Xianbai, Feng Mian's voice rang out. "Lu Jianyu, I originally had no intention of helping, but seeing you in this state, I simply can't stand by and do nothing anymore." Ma Fei clenched his fists together, his stance fully supporting Feng Mian's words. He even mocked Lu Jianyu. "As a star guard, you've resigned yourself to such a pathetic downfall? If you don't back down now, I won't hold back." The entity that was Lu Jianyu showed no sign of hearing Feng Mian and Ma Fei. He only kept calling out one name over and over: Su Xianbai. This attitude infuriated Ma Fei, who shouted, "I'm talking to you. Stop screaming someone else's name non-stop." Su Xianbai quickly grasped the situation. He stepped in to stop Ma Fei, preventing him from wasting more breath. "Yelling at him is pointless. Looks like he's completely lost his mind. This must be a side effect of his transformation, right?" Others might not fully understand, but Su Xianbai knew better than anyone. He concluded, "Lu Jianyu, even in this mindless state, still remembers my name. It seems he has a deep obsession with unlessness of dim. He absolutely won't stop until I'm dead." Mo Yen entered the area where the four people were standing, and she completely agreed with Su Xianbai. "You are absolutely right. Lu Jianyu's experiment failed. He needs the endlessness of dim in order to break through. However, this is the first time I've seen Lu Jianyu in this state. He doesn't even seem human anymore. Given the current situation, there may be only one way out." Ma Fei interrupted her, saying, "Isn't it to kill him? I'm particularly good at that." While everyone was discussing strategies, Lu Jianyu's physical form began to show signs of instability. The large eye on his chest emitted a dark, sinister aura. The light from Ma Fei's words shot directly toward him, while Lu Jianyu kept calling out Su Xianbai's name, "Su Xianbai." Boom! Ma Fei quickly dodged the deadly beam from Lu Jianyu. He jumped up and conveniently threw a punch, questioning, "In terms of rank, I'm still your superior. How dare you ambush me?" Before Ma Fei could land his punch, Lu Jianyu raised his hand. His move was to snap his fingers, and Ma Fei was immediately knocked backward, flying a meter away. In terms of appearance, Lu Jianyu in this state appeared immense, so much so that he seemed to be visible from a different region entirely. Seeing Ma Fei suffering from anaphylaxis, Ma Fu sure anxiously called out, "Master." But no one answered him. Only Lu Jianyu, at this moment, was shining laser beams all over his body, shouting loudly the name of Su Xianbai, "I want you to die, you must die." He was like a giant mechanical tree, casting down beams, unable to find Su Xianbai, and began shooting wildly at the ground. Everyone tried to dodge Lu Jianyu's attacks. Yuan was affected by the multiple large and small explosions, causing her to fall backward. Fortunately, as she was about to be hit by another laser beam, she saw the familiar figure of her beloved father. Muxia swiped a line, countering Lu Jianyu's attack. Yuan, her body battered, joyfully called out, "Dad, why are you here?" Muxia looked down at his daughter and reassured her, "With Dad here, there's no need to be afraid." On this side, Muxia was able to protect his daughter, but the other star guards were not so lucky. Lu Jianyu's attacks became more and more uncontrollable, and in his rage, he fired stray bullets at everyone below. His mouth kept cursing, "Die, die." Yen Yu, Zhao Ping'er, and Mo Yen, whose reflexes were not as quick as the others, had already been knocked down by the explosive force of the bullets. Muxia couldn't help but raise his voice and call out, "Lu Jianyu." Hearing Muxia's voice, Lu Jianyu stopped firing. All the eyes on his body were fixed intently on Muxia. As soon as Mu Xia opened his mouth, he scolded Lu Jianyu, asking him, "What was that appearance of yours just now? Growing so much hair, is it because the more you lack something in your eyes, the more you want to add to it? In your current state, it's very hard for me to pretend I didn't see it." Lu Jianyu's body trembled. Su Xianbai and Lilitai managed to hold on until the bullets stopped falling. He quickly realized it was Mu Xia's voice. "Mr. Mu has come." Lilitai added, "He stopped. It seems like Lu Jianyu was really scared. Didn't he lose all consciousness? Why is he still afraid of Mu Xia like this?" Su Xianbai pondered seriously. It must be his survival instinct. Even without consciousness, the body still reacts honestly. Mu Xia continued to interrogate Lu Jianyu. "I'm just an old man who has retired. I don't want to make things difficult for you." With one hand, he gripped the trunk of a tree, and in less than a second, he snapped it clean off at the root. A large tree like that, Mu Xia wielded it like a spear, still continuing to accuse Lu Jianyu, "You've hurt someone's daughter, so I can't let this go." Using a leverage stance to prepare for an attack, Mu Xia reminded Lu Jianyu's entity, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Witnessing the scene of him splitting wood with his bare hands, Feng Mian sighed, "I've long heard that Mr. Mu is the strongest current guardian. This is the first time I've seen him in action. What a rare sight." Mu Xia launched his attack. He leaped into the air, carrying the piece of wood he had just pulled from the ground, and said to Lu Jianyu, "Apologize to my daughter first." Lu Jianyu used the large eye on his chest to emit a beam of light, attempting to strike Mu Xia, but was sent flying to the ground instead. His entire body flipped over, unable to lift his head. Ma Fei deeply admired Mu Xia's fighting style and silently praised him. "Incredible. It's just a basic attack, yet it carries such an earth-shattering momentum." Even from a distance, Feng Mian felt a headache coming on, realizing Lu Jianyu was really outclassed. So this is the power of a second-ranked S level? Yuan looked at her righteous father with smiling eyes. A green circle spread over the spirit squad. She wondered, what is this protective barrier? Su Xianbai's voice explained, "That's right, everyone should stay away for a while. Lilitai knows how to treat wounds, so let her take care of the injured first." Lilitai couldn't help but scold, "You idiot. The one who needs my treatment the most right now is you. If Mr. Mu hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in serious trouble." Meanwhile, Su Xianbai used his protective shield to guard, while on Lu Jianyu's side, he was trying to lift his head. As soon as he stabilized his body, Mu Xia thrust the remaining piece of the wooden body straight into the large eye on Lu Jianyu's chest. "Haven't you regained your senses yet? In that case, I'll make sure you remember this well." In the blink of an eye, Mu Xia moved like a whirlwind around Lu Jianyu's gigantic form, making Feng Mian, who was watching from the outside, pale with fear. "I can't see anything clearly at all. The gap in our realms is just too vast." By the time Mu Xia stopped, Lu Jianyu's eyes were all pierced and destroyed. His body spasmed with intense pain, the cause being all of his eyes being punctured at once. Su Xianbai also found it truly astonishing and thought to himself, "To defeat him in an instant, this is the realm of a true king, isn't it?" Mu Xia stopped, landing on the ground. With his unchanged tone, he said, "Lu Jianyu, no matter what, we were once colleagues. I won't kill you. Take care of yourself." Just as he was about to stop, Lu Jianyu moved again. A new cluster of rays appeared above his head, and his mouth continuously screamed, "Die, all of you die for me." It turned out that he had been accumulating internal energy in his throat, which finally erupted into a massive ray, shooting directly at Mu Xia. Yuan shouted loudly, "Dad, it's dangerous, dodge quickly." But Mu Xia was not afraid in the least. He placed a special blade of grass in his mouth, flicked it, and it blocked Lu Jianyu's lethal attack. Seeing Mu Xia's calm demeanor amid the storm, the elf team couldn't help but exclaim, "For something like this, just using a blade of grass could stop Lu Jianyu's life-threatening strike." Not only did it stop it, but it even counterattacked. As Su Xianbai had said, the internal energy from the blade of grass pierced directly into Lu Jianyu's ray, causing a hole to form in his skull. The blade of grass shot straight into the sky, leaving only a dot of light, as Lu Jianyu's body collapsed to the ground. This is the thing Mu Xia least wanted to do. As it ended, he couldn't help but sigh. If you hadn't gone astray, perhaps you would have become a formidable star guard by now. There are things he could only think about in his heart and ponder silently. What a pity, if I hadn't stopped you, sooner or later, you would have turned into someone like those five. The battle passed, and Mu Xia glanced at the elven team. Before he even spoke, he had already left Shi Duo, Ma Fei, and Feng Mian speechless. Why are you three still standing here? Is there something you need? When they responded, no, nothing at all, Mu Xia felt it was time for him to leave. If there's nothing, I'll be going. I have important matters to attend to. Ma Fei told him to take his time, and Yuan seemed confused. She called out, Hey, aren't you going to pay attention to me? Where are you going? Mu Xia turned to look at Yuan, his tone full of grievance as he accused her. The Snow Resident bubble tea is 50% off today, but it's limited time, and I'm really in a dilemma. Then he said, My little daughter, I leave her in Su Xianbai's care. Please look after Yuan for me. He casually replied, Yes, of course. The clouds had all dispersed, and Yuan pointed to the sky. Everyone, look up there. Is that energy from Lu Jianyu? Each fragment of energy fell like the first snow of the season. Su Xianbai extended his hand to feel it. There's so much of it, all of this energy was accumulated by Lu Jianyu. Lilitai advised him to absorb it, saying his strength would surely skyrocket. However, Su Xianbai did the opposite. He blew away all the residual energy. This left Lilitai astonished. With so much energy, don't you need it? Su Xianbai replied to her, I've already absorbed Bath's 10,000 souls atom. It won't be easy to digest all of it. For now, my body can't hold any more of this. Besides, this energy was originally the spoils of Mr. Mu Xia. I can't just snatch and absorb it. In the end, no one urged him any further. After 2 intense battles, their mission was completed beyond expectations. Everyone returned to their respective homes. Over a month later, at 6:00 a.m., in Su Xianbai's house, the sunlight peeked through the window frame and reached his bedroom. Su Xianbai was woken up by something pressing down on him. He rubbed his eyes. Do I have to get up again? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yu's full chest. She had crawled onto him at some point and hadn't even greeted him. Are you up? The provocative gaze from Yu made Su Xianbai blush, causing him to break into a cold sweat and freeze in place. He struggled to speak, his voice trembling. Yu, have some self-respect. Yu, a predator driven purely by desire, despite being somewhat tempered by the gift of light, couldn't suppress her cravings. She smirked and moved closer. How could I? I can't hold back anymore. I've been lurking outside all evening, and it was so hard to find the right moment to sneak in here. You should be grateful for this opportunity. It turned out she had snuck in through the window. Su Xianbai took a deep breath, swallowing nervously. His mind was in turmoil with thoughts racing through his head. Though she's regained some of her humanity, her insatiable lust hasn't just remained unchanged, it's gotten worse. If I let her keep going like this, once the seal activates, I'll lose control. Why does this have to be the challenge I face the moment I wake up? What am I supposed to do? Before he could figure out a response, Yu acted. Her hands reached directly to the area of his injury, where the wound, healed after a month, now only added to the solid masculinity of a grown man. Her face was filled with satisfaction as her fingers traced the contours of Su Xianbai's muscles, sighing in admiration. Such a firm chest, and this scar, it just oozes masculinity. You really are irresistible. Su Xianbai was both flustered and tense, completely at a loss for how to handle the situation. She moved, sitting on Su Xianbai's lower abdomen, making him break into a cold sweat. He could only hear Yu continue speaking. The human male body is truly alluring, enough to stir one's desires. At this moment, Su Xianbai had no choice but to sit up, trying to avoid being drawn into this situation. Angrily, he lashed out at Yu, his reaction somewhat extreme. You're playing with fire. Could you be a little more careful? The wind blew in from the window, carrying the familiar scent of cherry blossoms and the sound of Zhong Zaiqin's wooden clogs. She had caught up and unsheathed her sword, warning Yu. In a cold voice, Zhong Zechin asked, I let my guard down for just a moment, and you've already slipped into Su Xianbai's room. Yen Yu, do you want to be cut down by me again? Yen Yu backed away from Su Xianbai. Hearing Qin's sister's voice, she immediately stammered in explanation, No, don't misunderstand. I didn't come here to seduce him, I just came to call him for a moment. Su Xianbai let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just been saved. Zhong Zechin did not press further. She slid her sword back into its sheath and warned Yenyu, there won't be a next time. At the same time, she turned to Su Xianbai and said, you should start getting ready as well. Surely, you haven't forgotten what day it is today? Su Xianbai sat up, straightened his back, and calmly responded to Qin's sister, of course, today is the day Dracula conducts the S-rank promotion ceremony for me. The last person to learn about this was Yen Yu. Upon hearing the news, she was shocked and asked, what? S-rank promotion? As Yen Yu watched Su Xianbai get dressed, she tried to guess his situation. Is it because you made contributions in Lu Din's case that you're being promoted to S-rank? Su Xianbai casually replied, you could say that, but it's not that simple. Qin's sister and I did play a part in Lu Din's matter, but my goal was merely self-defense, which ultimately exposed his true face. As he continued speaking, he pulled on a black t-shirt, his abs faintly visible beneath the fabric. The one who truly made him pay the price was Mr. Mu. If Dracula wanted to reward me, just raising my ranking slightly would have been enough. Promoting me straight to S rank doesn't feel quite right. To fully understand the situation, Su Xianbai knew he had to go there himself to grasp Dracula's plan. At Star Place, Dracula's mansion, a Zen master had arrived ahead of him. Standing before the Grand Castle, he marveled, so this is Earl Dracula's White Wild Mansion? Truly imposing. The gatekeepers were two security guards with harmonious features and reserved personalities. They reminded him that an important conference was about to take place and that outsiders were prohibited from approaching. Su Xianbai had just arrived and overheard their words. From a distance, he had already observed the master, whose imposing presence set him apart, making it clear that he was not someone irrelevant. The gatekeepers recognized him and called out, Su Xianbai. This caught the attention of the priest. Is the person who just arrived Su Xianbai? Su Xianbai could discern the priest's dignified aura and, not wanting to make things difficult, extended an invitation. If the master doesn't mind, please come in with me. Ku Wu gently agreed, then I'll trouble you. Su Xianbai casually asked, may I know how I should address you, master? Ku Wu adjusted the cord of his tattered hat, pulling it back behind his neck, and performed a Buddhist greeting before introducing himself to Su Xianbai. My Buddhist name is Ku Wu, Master Ku Wu, a member of the 5th Star Guards. Su Xianbai returned the gesture. I am Su Xianbai, paying my respects to the master. When the two guards at the gate heard the Dharma name of the Zen master before them, they were startled, realizing that he was none other than Grandmaster Ku Wu. He is a rank 4S class Grand Minister who went into seclusion years ago just to seal a single blade. He has never attended a conference like this before. His presence here must mean he has a reason for coming. Grandmaster Ku will walk side by side with Su Xianbai into the courtyard of Star Place. The two began discussing architectural styles. When Su Xianbai admired the grandeur of House Dracula, Grandmaster Ku Wu disagreed. A house is merely a place to live, he said. Why build it so big? Then, as if casually, he asked, oh, by the way, Qin is your friend, isn't she? How is she doing? Su Xianbai wasn't sure if he had misheard and asked again, Qin? Grandmaster, are you referring to Qin's sister? You know her? Grandmaster Ku Wu recounted, I used to be acquainted with Lady Qin. Unfortunately, we lost contact long ago. Hearing that Ku Wu knew Zhong Zechin, Su Xianbai responded, I see. Qin's sister is doing very well. Could it be that you broke your own rule and attended this conference just to get news about her? While Su Xianbai and Master Ku Wu were preparing to continue their conversation, a crisp female voice interrupted, Are you Su Xianbai? Not only did you restore the glory of Star Place, but you also killed Netherworld Lord Bath. On top of that, you defeated Lu Din in a swordsmanship battle,
and you're about to become the youngest S-rank guardian in history.
The one who spoke was Bai Umo, the ruler of Shunshan Jian Zone, the 5th-ranked S-rank guardian, known as Yu Jianxian.
She sat atop a sacred sword, her tone full of mockery. We hear so many rumors about you in Shunshan.
Are you really as powerful as they say?
Bai Umo, high and mighty, clearly showed her malicious intent. Su Xianbai, I'm truly intrigued by you. Su Xianbai sensed that she was targeting him, and spoke up, you don't mean.
Before he could finish, Bai Umo cut him off, show me what you can do.
Having barely met, Bai Umo immediately wanted to challenge him, summoning her sword with ease. Su Xianbai noticed a series of flying swords appearing from nowhere, rushing down toward him, and he thought to himself, alright, she's serious about this. A forest of swords and spears illuminated Dracula's castle.
What Su Xianbai did not expect was that Master Ku Wu was ringing a bell, reassuring him, young man, don't worry. You are a friend of Miss Aqin, and I will not let anything happen to you.
With just a small bell, Ku Wu shattered Bai Umo's swords and spears, scattering them like snowflakes. Su Xianbai sighed, such a powerful attack, truly impressive. I didn't expect him to resolve it so easily. Bai Umo, angered by her failed test, vented her frustration on Ku Wu, stay out of other people's business, I wasn't testing your abilities. Master Ku Wu remained unfazed and calmly analyzed, today is the day Mr. Su is promoted, everyone should be celebrating and getting along.
Bai Umo found the monk to be dull.
Sitting atop her flying sword, she prepared to strike Su Xianbai again, but was intercepted by a sword strike from Lilitai. Bai Umo nimbly dodged, but the supporting tower's peak was unfortunate, getting sliced off. Lilitai stood outside the gate and warned, Bai Umo, I will not allow you to harm Su Xianbai any longer. Su Xianbai and Ku Wu looked toward the main gate.
He greeted warmly, Lilitai, you've come as well? Master Ku Wu silently remarked, the relationship of this young man is quite extraordinary.
Bai Umo, who had just been attacked unexpectedly, stepped down with an unfriendly look, criticizing, Lilitai, what do you mean by that?
I was just joking with Su Xianbai, what does it have to do with you? As she landed, she remarked, Lilitai, such a strong reaction, do you like him or something? Lilitai didn't let Bai Umo intimidate her and retorted, you're talking nonsense. I don't.
As the two women prepared to clash, Su Xianbai quickly intervened with his Azura hand.
Master Ku Wu, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but be surprised, oh, I didn't expect this young man to have such skills. No wonder Dracula holds him in such high regard.
Bai Umo was held back but still struggled, her sword pointed at Lilitai.
What is this? Let me go. I'm going to teach Lilitai a lesson.
Lilitai wasn't intimidated, replying disdainfully, don't think I'm afraid just because you're ranked higher.
If you bully Su Xianbai, I will never forgive you.
Just like that, a war of words erupted between the two women.
Bai Umo criticized, say that again if you dare.
When I was roaming the martial world, you were still in diapers.
Lilitai, undeterred, retorted, say it? Fine, I'll say it. As if I'm scared of you. Su Xianbai watched the two arguing and turned to Master Ku Wu, asking, do they have some deep-seated grudge against each other? Ku Wu explained, you might not know this, but they are not residents of Star Place.
They come from two rival nations.
A thought seemed to dawn on Su Xianbai as he asked, besides Star Place, are there other countries here as well?
Ku Wu began to recount, this continent once had many prosperous nations flourishing at the same time. However, as the power of warriors surged uncontrollably, many nations fell into decline or were even wiped out. Some smaller countries, in order to survive, had to rely on the resources and weaponry of Star Place. In return, their strongest warriors were required to serve as guardians for Star Place.
Holy Knight Lilitai is the mightiest warrior from the Western Knight Nation.
Meanwhile, the sword immortal Bai Umo hails from a mysterious eastern land fairy country sword princess. She is the leader of the Shunshan sword sect, the #1 sect in the state of women. Grandmaster Ku Wu's explanation had just ended when Dracula appeared, her crimson cloak billowing. She spoke, her voice filled with authority, I summoned you all here, not to give you an opportunity to fight each other.
Beside Dracula stood Ma Fei and Feng Mian.
Seeing the heated exchange in Su Xianbai's evil hand, Dracula was compelled to intervene. All of you, stop right now. The pressure in Dracula's voice was overwhelming, so much so that Su Xianbai could feel it distinctly. My god, Azura's hand is trembling and shattering.
Just from a single sentence from Dracula?
Not only Su Xianbai, but Lilitai and Bai Umo were also affected.
Everyone of S rank present could feel the terrifying pressure.
Su Xianbai turned to look at Dracula. A striking figure clad in red stood at the temple entrance. It was clear, Count Dracula had reached another realm entirely. Had she perhaps attained the same level as Mr. Mu?
Above them, the loud whirring of rotor blades echoed. A helicopter was descending. Su Xianbai glanced at the aircraft, speculating, that must be Long Wei Yang's mother, right? What an imposing entrance.
A woman named Long Yan stepped forward, joining the spirit team.
She spoke in a sharp tone. All right, is everyone here now?
You're acting all eager, but it's not like you're about to level up or anything. Su Xianbai keenly sensed her glaring at him, perhaps still holding a grudge over his victory against Long Wei Yang.
Dracula continued the announcement. Everyone is here, so let's get down to business.
Su Xianbai gently nudged Lilitai and whispered, I acted against you just now because the situation was too urgent.
I had to prevent things from taking a worse turn.
That was the only option I had. Please don't take it to heart. Lilitai was caught off guard by his action and stammered in response, and no, it's fine. But inside, her heart was practically dancing with excitement as she thought to herself, this is a huge step forward.
Have we really reached this level already? Isn't this a bit too fast?
The serious atmosphere of the ceremony quickly returned as Dracula continued his announcement. Today, I have two important matters to discuss.
Su Xianbai has shown outstanding performance in reclaiming the gift of light and handling Lu Din's situation.
Therefore, I have decided to promote endlessness of Dim Su Xianbai to rank 10 of the S-Class Star Guards team. Meanwhile, Long Yan, who currently holds rank 10, will be promoted to the highest tier of S-Class.
Ladies and gentlemen, who is in favor, and who is opposed?
Long Yan was the first to cast her vote.
I have no objections.
Deep down, she hadn't expected to benefit from this boy's achievements. Lilitai did not rush to vote, silently contemplating, being well aware of Su Xianbai's strength. He is undoubtedly qualified to enter the top 10 of the S-rank Star Guards, and moreover, he is the youngest S-rank in history. Bai Umo had no objections regarding his strength, as Su Xianbai was able to capture her wind riding state, proving that his abilities were beyond question. However, every time she saw him clinging to Lilitai, she felt annoyed and thought, I have to do something about this. Therefore, she raised her hand and spoke up, I have an objection. The Star Guards are not only responsible for protecting Star Place but also the small nations around us. An S-rank Guardian represents the highest combat power of Star Place.
If you let a newcomer take on such a role, how can the people of my country feel at ease? Dracula addressed her concerns. Su Xianbai's strength has already been verified by 3 S-rank experts Lilitai, Feng Mian, and Ma Fei. You can rest assured.
Hearing Dracula defend him, she responded, that still won't do. Bai Umo remained unsatisfied. The people of the State of Women have never witnessed his abilities firsthand.
Dracula immediately retorted, then what would it take for you to acknowledge Su Xianbai's qualifications?
Bai Umo replied, unless you order him to follow me to Princess County, if he can break the sword formation that Jade Girl's heart right in front of everyone, I will acknowledge you as a Star Guards of S rank. The one involved was Su Xianbai, and when he heard the name of the sword formation that Jade Girl's heart, he couldn't help but feel a surge of annoyance. Lilith, irritated, turned to him and offered advice. Clearly, Bai Umo is trying to make things difficult for you. The sword formation that Jade Girl's heart is the ultimate defense of Princess County.
Even I'm not sure I could break it. Su Xianbai completely agreed with Lilith, I think so too. He analyzed the formation, just hearing the name is like a joke. There's no way Dracula will agree to this rude request. Dracula thought for a moment, and the truth was, Su Xianbai always got the opposite of what he wanted.
In front of everyone, he declared, well, if Bai Umo has voiced his doubts like this, Su Xianbai, you should follow her to Princess County and break the formation, to show everyone the power of Star Place. The most shocked was Su Xianbai, followed by Lilith, as they both felt this journey might be one that wouldn't end well. We're doomed, into the tiger's mouth now. Bai Umo had initially carried out her plan and couldn't help but lick her lips with desire. Su Xianbai, once you arrive at Princess County, I'll definitely have you. Dracula let it slide and said, let's settle the matter of Su Xianbai like that. Now, I'll talk about the second issue. This is also the main reason I called everyone here. He gestured, everyone, follow me. The group gradually made their way into the main hall. Su Xianbai pondered, so leveling up isn't the main purpose of this meeting? What exactly is so important that he had to gather all the S-rank Star Guards? As soon as they stepped into the hall, they were taken aback when Dracula led them to a corpse. Who is he? Bai Umo quickly recognized him. This is number 2 of the A-rank Star Guards, burst Sparky Lei Jun. She rested her hand against her chin as she examined the corpse. Judging by the wound, it appeared to be a stab wound, one that was fatal in a single strike. Logically speaking, Lei Jun's strength was among the best of the guards, yet he was assassinated. Sword skills like this. This level of mastery is practically supernatural. Who could the killer be? Dracula suggested, just touch the wound, and you'll know right away. Bai Umo asked again with certainty, are you touching the wound? She approached and reached out to touch the wound on Lei Jun's neck, and immediately, she felt a cold surge pierce her mind. Suddenly, Bai Umo sat up, her face filled with fear. It's the Heavenly King. Dracula confirmed once more, the murderer is indeed the Heavenly King. I had thought he had died a long time ago, never expecting him to appear now. Su Xianbai, who had just been promoted, was still unaware of many things. Who exactly is the Heavenly King? The murderer not only made Dracula take him seriously, but also terrified Bai Umo. He must be someone extraordinary. Bai Umo lowered her head as she stood up, casually explaining, the Heavenly King is not just one person, but 5. Each of these 5 is an extremely dangerous individual, wanted everywhere. The one who killed Lei Jun is the top master among them. Moreover, this Heavenly King used to be part of the Star Guards, but was hunted down after killing his comrades. The matter became somewhat clearer. The murderer was from the Star Guards. This revelation made Su Xianbai break into a cold sweat, and Kuwu admitted, my master is not wrong. This person is my disciple. One of the 5 former S-class Star Guards, and one of the 5 Heavenly Kings. The border area of Princess County. 4 figures in black cloaks approached the meditating man and questioned him. The Star Guard's Lei Jun is dead. Was it you? The man responded boldly. Yes, he dared to block my way. He deserved to die. He was the one who had killed the 5 Heavenly Kings, Abaya. One of the group advised, others have told you to restrain yourself. Killing a guard will only stir up trouble. Half of his tattooed body was exposed, and he carried a sword in the style of Qin's sister. His voice was calm yet firm as he warned. Don't misunderstand. I did not return for your plans. I only came to reclaim what is rightfully mine. And the first thing I will take without a doubt is the demon sword, at the ruins of Star Place. As Su Xianbai and Lilith were leaving, Kuwu called out. Mr. Su, please wait. Could you do me a small favor? Su Xianbai responded heartily. Kuwu, if there is anything you need, I will give my all to help. But if it's just a message, please tell me. Kuwu simply said, please inform Miss Qin that I have built a small temple in my hometown and would like to invite her to visit. He replied, of course. Su Xianbai will see it done. He paid his respects to the elder. Rest assured, I will definitely pass on your message. Bai Umo, with good intentions, informed him, worried that he might forget. Su Xianbai, once you deliver the message, you must return right away. The sword formation that Jade Girl's heart is still waiting for you to break. I'll be here waiting, don't even think about running away. Seeing Bai Umo's waiting posture, Lilith, being a woman, naturally understood Bai Umo's intentions.
As for Su Xianbai, being a straight man, he responded, isn't it just breaking a formation? Don't worry, I won't run away. Su Xianbai returned home to complete the task for Master Ku Wu. It was an hour later when he returned. Together with Bai Yumo, they rode the holy sword, moving like lightning towards Princess County, the entire journey filled with her incessant chatter in his ears. She said, the origin of Princess County is Yujian Xian, an SSR-level superpower. This ability is very special because it can be taught to others, but for some reason, all those who learn Yujian Xian are women. Over time, this place gradually became Princess County, a land where only women reside. Although I met a few men when I went to Star Place, this is the first time I'm bringing a man home. You have to be gentle, okay? The response to her was the silence of Su Xianbai. This made her suspicious. What's going on? He doesn't even seem to care about me. I'm the most beautiful woman in Princess County. He can't possibly remain unmoved. What is he thinking? Su Xianbai was filled with questions regarding Ku Wu. He was focused on thinking, in Ku Wu's words, there is evident respect for Qin's sister. Why does he want to meet Qin's sister and reminisce about the past? It can't be related to that heavenly king disciple of his, can it? Seeing that Su Xianbai wasn't paying attention to her, Bai Yumo boldly moved closer behind him. The touch disturbed Su Xianbai's train of thought, causing his mind to waver. Bai Yumo's voice whispered in his ear, Su Xianbai, you're so bold, I'm talking to you, and yet you're acting like you can't hear me? Are you thinking about Lilith? Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Su Xianbai and, with a superior tone, judged Lilith, what's so good about her? Am I not as beautiful as her? I told you, if I want you, I'll definitely have you. This morning, Su Xianbai was left dizzy by Yenyu, and now he is being entangled by Bai Yumo, which made him feel a sense of hatred towards her. A grandmaster of a sect acting so frivolously like this, surely her disciples aren't the same, are they? The distance between them grew tighter, and Bai Yumo kept questioning him, you still haven't answered me, who's more beautiful, me or Lilith? Su Xianbai pushed her hand away, this isn't the time for such a discussion. His reaction made her angry, so she controlled her spirit sword, driving it straight into the river. Although Su Xianbai noticed the sword veering off course, he couldn't stop her intention of making him bathe in the river with her. With a splash, the once calm river stirred from the impact. Su Xianbai managed to surface, breathing heavily from exertion. Good thing I learned how to swim back in elementary school. Once he had stabilized himself, he took a moment to admire the scenery in front of him. Between two mountain ridges, there was a small old town, with verdant hills and clear waters. This fairyland must be Princess County. Not only was there the scenery, but a long line of young girls on the shore were curiously staring at Su Xianbai, whispering amongst themselves, what is that? Is there a predator that looks like that? That's not a predator, that's a human. Why does she look so different from us? Where's her chest? How can she still be considered human without one? From the swirling waters before Su Xianbai, the well-developed chest of Bai Yumo reappeared. She tossed her sword into the air, leapt onto it, and left Su Xianbai behind in the water. This appearance caused the entire sect to buzz with excitement. They notified each other that Grandmaster Bai had returned. The two guards in front first bowed to Bai Yumo, we, Mu Wu Shuang and Do You, welcome you back, Master. Bai Yumo surveyed the entire Princess County with satisfaction and said, all right, no need for formalities. With her tone, Su Xianbai in the water couldn't help but wonder, is the person who was sitting on the flying sword with you just now Bai Yumo? Her attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and the flirtatious demeanor from before is completely gone. Is it because her subordinates are here? Bai Yumo didn't give Su Xianbai a chance to think too much. She immediately set up a test. First, she shouted loudly, disciple of the sword sect, listen to my command. Then, she pointed at Su Xianbai under the river and ordered, capture the man in the holy lake for me. Tonight, I will interrogate him severely. The disciples immediately obeyed. Disciple obeys the order. Capture the man in the holy lake, right? At this moment, the two girls finally realized something unusual. Both stammered, unable to speak clearly. Man? The entire sect was thrown into chaos. Is that a man? I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever seen a man. If he doesn't have breasts, does that make him a man? How amazing! A few other young women started to gossip, and sensitive signals of love seemed to spread. What's going on here? I just looked at him once, and I already feel my heart in turmoil. Same here. I can't stop looking at him. I'm not satisfied yet. Are all men so amazing?
Though they had received the order, they couldn't help but exclaim, a rare treasure like this, a man like this, it would be a shame to capture him. Maybe we should let him out in the square for everyone to admire instead. Bayuemo had anticipated that the sisters of Princess County would have all sorts of reactions upon meeting Su Xianbai. Folding her arms, she spoke in a cold, indifferent tone to steer public opinion. Shut up, all of you. Don't be fooled by a man's looks. Though this guy returned with me on his sword, he has been lusting after my beauty all along and even had the audacity to grope and flirt with me. Su Xianbai, who was still in the water, immediately retorted upon hearing the accusation. Hey, you've got it all wrong. Have some conscience when you speak. It was clearly you who groped and flirted with me. But in this sect, Bayumo's words were as absolute as the heavens. Su Xianbai's protest was like a mere drop of water in the vast ocean, quickly drowned out by an uproar of outrage. You dare to grope and flirt with our grandmaster? Men truly are all lecherous beasts. Seize him. Shave his head, paint it white, and toss him into the river. Amidst the chaos, Su Xianbai could only sigh inwardly, wondering, are these Princess County girls really this easy to deceive? The arrest process dragged on until midnight. Under the clear moonlight, with a cool breeze rustling by, Su Xianbai was being escorted away. He sighed and asked, Hey, ladies, where exactly are you taking me? Unparalleled shouted, You shut up. Grandmaster has issued a strict order, no one is allowed to talk to you. Yu Chen nodded in agreement with her sisters and added, That's right. Grandmaster said men are very dangerous. Our cultivation is still immature, so we must keep our distance from them. Su Xianbai's hands were tied, his eyes blindfolded, and his legs tightly bound. He had no idea he was being moved from one room to another. Just as he was about to ask another question, the two guides announced, We're here. Wait here. Grandmaster will come to see you personally. He was left in a cold, desolate place. In front of him was a tranquil lotus pond. Freed from the ropes, his mind was filled with questions. Su Xianbai thought to himself, Bayuemo clearly knows that these restraints can't hold me, yet she still went out of her way to bind me. It seems she doesn't harbor ill intentions toward me. But bringing me here and going to such lengths, what is her real purpose? He removed the blindfold himself. His face showed a trace of fatigue from the day's journey. Suddenly, the sound of trickling water echoed behind him. Like a small thief, Su Xianbai moved silently, hiding behind a large stone. He guessed quietly, this must be Bayumo's main chamber. Hearing this sound of water. Could it be that she is? Under the moonlight, Bayuemo, dressed in pure white, harmonized perfectly with the surface of the water. She seemed to be relishing nature's favor towards her body. One side of her was turned away from Su Xianbai, while the other seemed to be inviting him. Su Xianbai, have you seen enough? She suddenly spoke, causing Su Xianbai to startle, caught in the act. He flustered, sweating, and hurriedly replied, I am sorry, I didn't mean to spy. I honestly didn't know Bai Master was bathing here. Please forgive me, Bai Grandmaster. Bayuemo silently moved closer to the edge of the pond, her voice tinged with a hint of laughter, yet full of unspoken meaning, I can't forgive you. While I'm not as naive and childish as Lilithy, I'm still a pure girl. You've seen my body, so you must take responsibility for it. Su Xianbai froze. Clearly, this was a trap she had already set. He thought to himself, how do I escape from this tiger's mouth? The night was quiet and serene, the lotus pond still, with only the faint sound of a breeze rustling through the air. In the pond, one or two goldfish swam lazily. Bayuemo rested her head on the edge of the pond, her long black hair flowing freely, her body still immersed in the warm water. She asked softly, her tone half teasing, half reprimanding, "Why aren't you saying anything anymore?" Her face flushed slightly, a mix of bashfulness and a touch of grievance. "Or do you intend to refuse to take responsibility for me? Are all men like this, finishing what they've done and then just walking away without a word?" Su Xianbai heard her soft sobs and instinctively swallowed, feeling conflicted. He had no idea what Bayuemo was trying to pull, but he forced himself to stay calm and said, "The responsibility that Bymaster mentioned. It couldn't possibly mean that I have to." Before he could finish his sentence, Bayuemo suddenly rose from the water. Streams of water cascaded down her body, creating a scene that was both breathtaking and dangerously seductive. "Relax." She gave a faint smile. "I'm not forcing you to marry me, so don't worry. Bayuemo, am not that kind of person." Su Xianbai frowned and asked directly, "Then what do you want?" Her face flushed red, her eyes carried a hint of shyness, yet her voice was unervingly calm. "As long as you spend the night with me, I will let everything go." Su Xianbai was stunned. He hadn't expected her to propose something like this so casually. He looked at her with suspicion and said, "Now I understand. You're setting me up, aren't you? Since you can't defeat me, you've come up with this trick instead?" Bayuemo remained composed, neither admitting nor denying it. But Su Xianbai had already pieced together part of her scheme and stated bluntly, "You've gone through so much trouble to lure me here, it's obviously not out of mere amusement. You just don't want me getting close to those female disciples, do you? You want to monopolize me, keep me all to yourself?" With that, he turned and stepped off the rock, thinking to himself, "Your schemes are impressive, but things won't go the way you want tonight." Before he could walk away, her voice suddenly rang out, carrying a playful undertone, "What about the chastity seal? Have you ever heard of it?" Su Xianbai was about to reply, but before he could utter a word, he froze in place. Right in front of him, Bayuemo stood completely bare, showing no sign of hesitation. His gaze darted away immediately as he stammered, "Maybe you should put on some clothes first, and then we can talk." But to his surprise, she took a step closer. The faint fragrance of her skin filled the space between them. She reached out and grabbed his collar. She grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him close. Su Xianbai was caught off guard by her sudden movement, his face turning bright red. Without any warning, Bayuemo closed her eyes and pressed a deep kiss against his lips. His entire body stiffened, completely frozen. But she didn't stop. Her soft, enticing lips made it impossible for him to resist. After a while, Su Xianbai seemed to be swept away by the moment, his eyes half closed as he slowly gave in, savoring this unexpected first kiss. Beneath the clear water, a school of fish swam back and forth, oblivious to the two people on the shore, lost in their own private world. No one knew how much time had passed, only the lake, the starry sky, and the young couple entwined in each other's embrace bore witness to the fleeting moment. At last, the kiss came to an end. Bayuemo released him, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she asked, "Just now, you mentioned something about a chastity vow? What was that?" Su Xianbai quickly shook his head, stammering, "No, nothing." She tilted her head, placing a hand on his cheek, studying him intently. His face was pale, sweat trickling down as he sat there, tense and visibly uneasy. "Are you feeling unwell?" He pressed his lips together, trying his best to stay calm, and quickly replied, "I'm perfectly fine." Hearing this, Bayuemo couldn't help but giggle. A thought crossed her mind, just one kiss, and he's already this flustered? Looks like Lilith's progress is way too slow. Seriously, who else in this world is as bold as me? Just then, beneath the bright full moon, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot up from the ground, bursting like fireworks in the night sky. Su Xianbai followed the dazzling streak with wide eyes and asked in astonishment, "What is that?" She exclaimed in panic, "It's a rescue signal. It must be the predator attacking. I have to go save them." But just as she was about to rush off, Su Xianbai's arm blocked her way. In her haste, she forgot she was naked, or maybe she was just too carefree, and asked, "What do you want to do?" He turned his back, maintaining his calm demeanor, and spoke in a composed tone, "Who goes into battle without a scrap of cloth on? Get dressed first. Leave the rescue to me." At that moment, Bayumo came to her senses, looked at herself, and froze in embarrassment. She had almost done something incredibly shameful. In Princess County, black smoke was billowing like a house on fire. Chaos filled the air as people scattered in all directions, screams echoing everywhere. Ambush!
The mountain gate has been breached. Everyone, run. It's dangerous, hide quickly.
And Taiyun was also struggling to run through the crowd, panting heavily while shouting at the fleeing masses, "Wait!
Wait for me. I can't keep up." Her misfortune didn't stop there.
As she ran, she tripped over a large stone and fell flat on the ground. In pain and helpless, she lay there, looking up to see the silhouette of the monster drawing closer. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind, "That's it.
I'm done for. I'm definitely going to die this time."
The one chasing after her was a huge, fat pig with a round belly like a drum, looking utterly hideous. It carried a massive iron club on its shoulder and stared at her intently. Princess County truly lived up to its reputation. Women were everywhere. This time, he was sure he had hit the jackpot. That enormous fat pig was none other than the predator known as Emperor Rotten. She collapsed onto the ground, trembling as she pleaded, "No, please.
Don't come any closer."
But the pig did not stop. Instead, it pressed its face closer to hers, its eyes glowing red with hunger.
She stammered, "What do you want?"
The pig stared at her for a moment. Its eyes then transformed into heart shapes, and smoke puffed from its nostrils as if it were utterly satisfied with something. It hungrily took in the sight of her figure, panting heavily, drool dripping from its mouth. It gazed at her longingly and said, "Woman, be my wife." She was terrified, shaking uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word as sheer horror consumed her.
The pig stuck out its long, slimy tongue and licked its lips, its eyes filled with obsession.
Then, it spoke again, "As long as you don't resist, we can consummate our union right away." She looked at the pig with a face full of fear, to the point where she felt as if her soul had left her body. Marrying it, she would rather die. The pig was in a state of excitement when suddenly, a powerful purple light shot down from the sky, striking directly onto its tongue. It was startled, its eyes widened in shock, snapping out of its trance.
A wave of pain surged through its body, and sweat poured down its skin. What just fell from the sky? It couldn't see clearly at all.
Sticking out its tongue, it finally realized a large hole had been pierced right in the middle. The excruciating pain made it tilt its head back and roar toward the heavens.
"My tongue, damn it! Who did this?"
In response to the pig's furious howl, a cold voice rang out.
Su Xianbai stepped down beside it, sneering. "Since when do pigs know how to take a wife?"
He lifted his face, sharp eyes locking onto the beast, wandering emperors.
He continued.
"A girl as beautiful as her, how could she possibly be married to you?"
Su Xianbai stepped in front of Taiyun, shielding her as he reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'll handle this pig for you."
It was only then that Taiyun recognized him. She thought to herself, "I never expected him to be the one to save me."
Isn't he the pervert that the Grandmaster captured?
The enraged pig grabbed its spiked club, ready to attack, and roared.
"You little brat, who the hell do you think you are to interfere in my business?"
The pig roared, swinging its mace forcefully to the ground, its mouth ceaselessly screaming, "Anyone who stands in my way must die."
Su Xianbai widened his eyes, staring at it without a hint of fear.
The pig continued to strike relentlessly, each swing of the mace smashing into the ground, accompanied by curses. "A mere human like you dares to challenge me? You must be tired of living." It kept attacking savagely, caring for nothing else. Only when dust and debris billowed thickly into the air did it finally stop, gazing at the deep craters it had created. But Su Xianbai was nowhere to be seen. Smugly, the pig assumed he had been beaten to death.
Haha, have you been smashed into nothing but pulp?
Feeling triumphant, it continued, this is the fate of those who dare to oppose me. Pointing at Taiyun, the pig went on, not just you, all the women here belong to me. As it envisioned the scene, drool dripped from its mouth as it muttered greedily, I want them all.
But before it could revel in its victory for long, Su Xianbai's voice suddenly rang out, cold and cutting, are you dreaming? He was very much alive, not only unscathed but brimming with strength. Clenching his fists, he assumed a ready stance and spoke icily, let me help you wake up a little. Seeing Su Xianbai's powerful fist swinging toward it, the pig suddenly broke into a cold sweat, stammering in fear, stop. 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 But it was already too late, his fist came at her like a storm. It landed precisely on the pig's neck, and its head immediately detached from its body. Its eyes bulged out, its tongue sticking out. The scene was absurd, he, small in stature, standing atop the club in the pig's hand. It was 10 times his size, yet with just one punch, he tore it apart, killing it instantly. Its corpse collapsed to the ground. And Taiyun admired him, silently thinking, this predator has killed a dozen or so of the gatekeepers. Clearly, his strength is formidable. Yet, with just one punch, this man caused the pig to die right on the spot. The enormous pig's body fell to the ground, and he quickly jumped down, turning to ask her, are you all right? The pig didn't have time to do anything to you, so you're fine. It's just a minor external wound, nothing to worry about. She propped her chin on her hand, looking at him curiously. I don't think you seem like a bad person, but why did the Grandmaster call you a pervert? Who exactly are you? He turned back, smiling confidently, and introduced himself, I'm Su Xianbai, a newly promoted Star Guard. The girl suddenly shouted in surprise, you're Su Xianbai? The Su Xianbai who defeated Lu Jianyu? Her eyes sparkled like stars, her face flushed with excitement. She was so delighted, it was as if she had met her idol and was speechless. She never imagined she would meet the real person, and moreover, he had saved her. She told herself how lucky she was. Her attitude changed 180 degrees, leaving him somewhat confused. What was going on here? What was with that infatuated expression? Am I really that famous around here? The two of them stood in the middle of the town, surveying the situation and witnessing the devastation before them. He assessed the scene seriously. Looks like tonight's going to be pretty hectic, he said, glancing around. How many predators are attacking? She answered fearfully, at least a few hundred. This wild boar is just one of the leaders. Just then, a group of eerie creatures appeared before them. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. Well, it really is a few hundred, he remarked nonchalantly. Before them stood an army of skeletal skulls. They had no flesh, just skeletons with floating skulls. The massive leader, draped in a cloak, was none other than the big-time predator, Big Joe. It had 4 skull faces, one on each side. It stared at him and asked, did you kill the pig king? He arrogantly looked at them. You mean that pig? Yeah, I killed it. What about it? The skull faces of the leader dropped open in shock and shouted, subordinates, tear him apart. As soon as the command was given, several skeletal disciples immediately charged toward them. He clenched his fists tightly, black veins starting to bulge around his body as a roaring surge of power intensified. Girl, hide behind me, he said. The girl hurriedly replied, yes, yes. He thrust both hands forward, threatening them, no matter how many small fries rush at me, it'll be nothing more than a scratch. He taunted them further, come on, bring it on. He launched a massive energy sphere. Those skeleton goons were truly just bones, no brains at all. They didn't even think to dodge, charging straight ahead, shouting war cries as if heading for a battlefield where life and death no longer mattered. A brave skull warrior led the charge. Seeing this, Big Joe broke into a cold sweat and yelled at his minions, no, you idiots! Get out of the way! But it was too late. The wrath of Azura engulfed them all. That power scorched everything, reducing the bone-headed mob to ashes.
Big Joe himself was struck down, shrinking in size and trembling on the ground. His attack had carved a long trench in the earth, everything reduced to cinders, leaving behind only one scorched skeleton. He stared at the aftermath, stunned and a bit worried. I might have overdone it.
Hopefully, Master Bai won't make me pay for this, right?
Destruction like this, there's no way she would spare him. And Tai-yin fiddled with the tips of his fingers, his face pale and terrified. Given the situation, you're definitely going to have to pay for this. On a mountain not far from Princess County, a cloaked figure stood observing. His face darkened as he spoke. The intel was correct, indeed, endlessness of dim is here, and he's already caught wind of your strength.
A girl standing behind him spoke up. What should we do now?
She was none other than Zheng Tianyu, the poison mistress who had killed the 5 heavenly kings. Placing her hand on her waist, she asked, "Do you want me to step in and bring him over to our side?"
The old man replied, "Not yet. The time isn't right."
She placed one hand on her chest, the other under her chin, her face alluring and seductive.
Unlessness of dim is right before us, and you're still so calm. Could it be because of Bayumo?
The old man's expression darkened.
Don't underestimate that woman.
When she was only 18, she inherited the Grandmaster title of the Sword Sect and took control of Princess County.
That's not something just anyone can do.
He thought about the other 2 swordsmanship masters and considered that, in terms of skill, she was on par with the 2 at Star Place, but when it came to bravery, decisiveness, and character, he didn't underestimate Bayumo at all. He considered her to be what one might call peerless in a lifetime. At the gate of Princess County Mountain now, the entrance had been set ablaze by the monsters. The demons howled in excitement. "Charge in, all of you.
Don't let those pig-headed fools and bone-white freaks take the lead.
Climb up the gate steps with your weapons and seize all the beautiful women. Be gentle, though if you break them, you won't be able to enjoy them." One of them stepped onto the final stair when suddenly, a sword struck down at the tip of his foot.
He recoiled in shock and halted. "Bayumo, you've arrived."
Her furious gaze swept around. She saw the female disciples who had been guarding the gate beaten and left dead on the ground. Turning to another side, another female disciple had also been killed, her body still hanging from the city gate. She clenched her teeth in rage, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "The grand gate of Princess County, I will be the one to protect it. Standing alone against you all, I will make sure you perish here." They did not fear death, instead, they clutched their bellies, laughing uproariously. A predator known as the King of Swords, carrying a massive blade on his back, spoke up at this time. "We brought tens of thousands of brothers here.
You think you can kill us all? You must be out of your mind."
Another man joined in. "Even if Grandmaster Sword Sect comes, we can still swallow her whole." He didn't know that the person he was referring to was standing right in front of him. Still arrogantly teasing and threatening her, he continued, "I think you're pretty, how about you follow me? I promise you won't have to die." Before he could finish speaking, she suddenly slashed through him with her sword. He spat blood from his mouth, and only then did he realize who he had provoked. She was from Grandmaster Sword Sect, not someone to be trifled with. She struck him again, and blood splattered everywhere. The others immediately froze in fear, cold sweat pouring down their backs. "The Sword King Kim Boy Dao has just been killed, what's going on?" One of them said. "Didn't the detective say Grandmaster Sword Sect had already left?" At this point, Princess County was so weak it couldn't withstand a single blow, and they were like a swarm of disturbed bees, starting to panic. She raised her sword again, preparing for the next strike. She planted the sword into the ground and threatened them one last time. "Not a single one of you will escape, you all must die." As soon as she finished speaking, one of them was cleaved in half, his head split apart. In the blink of an eye, another man had his throat slashed. With each swing of the sword, one more man fell. The remaining ones could only see blood spraying everywhere. They didn't know what had happened, looking at each other and saying, "What's going on up ahead? The situation doesn't seem right. The guy next to me doesn't know anything either, it's too crowded to see clearly." But while they were still confused, the 2 men in front had already turned and fled, shouting loudly, "Retreat, retreat, if we don't run now, it'll be too late."
Seeing her in the midst of slaughter, they screamed in fear, "Hold the line, that's Bayumo, Grandmaster of the Sword Sect." The group fled in a panic, but how could they escape when she was relentlessly chasing and killing? Corpses flew everywhere, those who couldn't run fast enough were struck down by her sword. She had gone into a frenzy of killing, and no one could escape. Eventually, everything quieted down. She let out a long breath, her sword stained with blood. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by countless bodies of monsters, Bayumo had defeated the entire predator army in the battle to protect the mountain gate. Her face was expressionless, still as beautiful as ever, without a single scratch on her. She had killed 18,271 enemies, and had dealt with them decisively, showing no sign of exhaustion. Footsteps approached, and he stuffed his hands in his pockets as he walked up to her. Truly worthy of being called by master, only relying on your own strength, you managed to protect the mountain gate and slay countless invaders. He sincerely complimented her, the one with the title Yujian Xian truly deserves the fame. She glanced at him coldly, no need to flatter me. Upon closer inspection, she seemed a bit sad. It's only because of my oversight in adjusting the formation that Princess County has suffered such heavy losses. She walked past him. There are still many predators in the city. I have to go handle them, I don't have time to stand here chatting with you. But he suddenly grabbed her hand, stopping her. His action made her feel awkward, and her face turned red. He had taken the initiative to hold her hand, leaving her confused about his intentions. Are you telling me not to go back? She blurted out in surprise, huh? What do you mean by that? Why are you stopping me from going back to save Princess County? He seriously explained, the predators in the city have been defeated, and I've already arranged for a medical team to treat the injured. As for the city's defense, I've set everything up properly. He looked at her and smiled faintly. I've taken care of everything for you. Hearing this, she was surprised and thought to herself, in such a short time, he managed to resolve everything that was left? This is his first time here today, so how did he manage to do it? She was still unsure and didn't know whether to trust him. But at that moment, he stepped forward, turned back, and said, "Let's go. We have more important matters to attend to." She curiously asked, "What do you mean?" His gaze turned hard and cold, and he replied, "To take revenge for the girls who went all the way to destroy their stronghold." He raised two fingers and analyzed, "I understand your concern. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have two questions you'd like to ask, right?" She was taken aback, surprised by how accurately he had guessed. She held her sword and calmly said, "Wait, I'm not ready to go with you yet." He asked in confusion, "Why?" She explained seriously, "As the Grandmaster of Princess County, I am responsible for my disciples. I can't just leave the mountain like this. So, there's something actually, a few things I need to ask you to clarify." But before she could finish speaking, he spoke up, correctly guessing what was on her mind. "I understand your concern. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have two questions you'd like to ask. The first question, if you go with me to take revenge, what if other forces come to attack Princess County? What should we do? The second question, the terrain here is rugged, with dense mountains and complicated landscapes, and you haven't even discovered the predator's lair. So how would I know?" He looked at her, waiting for her response. "Am I right? Too accurate, huh?" His words left her dumbfounded, her face turning red as she widened her eyes in astonishment. "Exactly the same questions I had." She thought to herself, how could this be? Does he know how to read minds? He explained, "I don't know how to read minds, but it's not hard to guess what you're worried about. Of course, your choice to stay and protect Princess County is not wrong." He tried to persuade her, but his gaze was firm. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, survival leads to future fortune. She furrowed her brow and thought to herself, when did they ever say that? Not understanding, he gently explained, "I've never heard it either." Then he continued, "Of course, you wouldn't know. It's a saying from the elders in my world, not here." He raised 4 fingers and stated decisively, "Furthermore, my plan has 4 reasons why you absolutely have to go.
She looked at him for a moment, thinking, he really understands me. He seemed to almost grasp every thought in her mind. He continued, 1. This predator team failed in their attack, and they won't be back anytime soon. Even if other forces want to take advantage of the situation, once they see you're back in Princess County, they won't dare to make a move. He went on, 2. This battle can be described as a deadlock. The enemy will certainly think we're resting and recovering. If we strike at their stronghold now, we'll catch them off guard and defeat them before they can react. As she listened to him, new thoughts began to form in her mind. He continued, think about that fool I let go earlier. My father deliberately spared a little monster and had my clone follow it. I've pinpointed their lair's exact location. You can also guess that, although the predators have a tendency to live in packs, fundamentally, they still rely on devouring humans or weaker members of their own kind to evolve. Large-scale collective actions like this are extremely rare. There's probably some special reason behind it. I'm sure my master understands what I've just said, right? Whether to go or not, it's your decision. After saying all that, he looked at her encouragingly. Set aside the burdens on your shoulders for now, follow the call of your heart. He placed a hand on his chest, as if speaking directly to the depths of her soul. Deep down, you also hope to personally kill the mastermind behind all this suffering, don't you? It was as if she had been struck by lightning. He hadn't missed a single word. Every thought of hers, he had voiced exactly. At last, she had found someone who truly understood her. She smiled and said, you're not wrong. Looks like I've underestimated you. With that, the two set off together. They walked with an air of dominance. She wielded her sword, while he casually tucked his hands into his pockets. They looked incredibly cool as they slaughtered their enemies. In a certain valley, a lowly disciple knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf, and explained, today, while I was patrolling the mountain, I truly witnessed with my own eyes the grandmaster of the sword sect using sword flying. He is a demon-level predator, trying to explain his mistakes today. In terms of direction, it seems like he is heading towards the star place. The little man did not expect her to return so quickly. He kneeled before the cave, begging, Great King, spare me, Great King, spare me. Feathers shot out from the cave, and he stared in horror, immediately impaled by the sharp feathers, pinned to the wall, dying on the spot. A dark, sinister figure emerged from the cave. Her hips swayed with each step, and her voice rang out, that's because you provided false intelligence, your chest is quite large too. That's why, following my pace, tens of thousands of my soldiers died in a single night. With a well-proportioned, seductive figure, she was a god-level predator. The golden-winged King Xianpang, tossing her hair, cursed, not only did you flee the battlefield, but you also dared to return here and beg me to spare you? Her face twisted in anger, killing you 1,000 times still wouldn't resolve my hatred. She scratched with her claws, and immediately, the wall and the slave before her were marked with 3 deep, thick lines, dying on the spot. She looked at her claws, filled with hatred, and said, the sword sex Bayumo, I will remember this grudge. I hate that I can't kill Bayumo with one strike right now. Suddenly, a large fist mark appeared on the wall of her cave, as if it was about to collapse. It was clear that something from outside was trying to break through the wall. She startled and looked in that direction. A loud noise rang out, the crack deepened, and finally, it shattered. The face of Su Xianbai appeared. It was he who had punched through the wall. A large hole had been punched in the wall, and he excitedly shouted, found you. She was taken aback and thought, do men from Princess County even exist? She glared at him angrily, not expecting that he could find her lair in such a deep, remote mountain forest. Who are you, brat? She yelled. He smiled and answered her, don't be so tense, I'm just the guide. The person who really wants to talk to you, he emphasized, is behind me. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword from behind him shot straight at her face. She widened her eyes as the sword flew toward her like lightning. This is bad. She quickly spread her wings to shield herself, and the sword stabbed straight into her wings, but the force was so strong that the sword was sent flying, and she was also thrown straight into the wall. She was terrified. The sword skills were truly formidable. If it hadn't been for her wings earlier, she would have been in real danger. These two were no ordinary people, she couldn't afford to lose to them in terms of momentum. With that thought in mind, even though she was sweating in fear, she still furrowed her brow and shouted, "How dare you come here and cause trouble with me? Who the hell are you, kiddo?" Bayumo gripped her sword tightly, not wasting words. She immediately brandished her sword, ready to fight. Yujian Bayumo. She was shocked and then realized that it was indeed Bayumo. Just in time, I was about to go find you for revenge. She roared, but her words made no sense. Bayumo immediately retorted coldly, "You owe your revenge to me." She struck with a move, the sword chi spreading across 30,000 meters. She quickly bent her body to dodge. True to its name, the strength of the sword cut through even the distant hill. Everywhere it passed, things were severed cleanly, like slicing through tofu. The eagle watching this broke into a sweat, realizing that the destructive power of this attack was something it could not contend with, and also knowing how to assess the situation. She stomped her foot hard on the ground, then shot up into the sky without retaliating with a single move. Running away is the best strategy, she thought. Bayumo's eyes burned red as she watched, determined not to let her escape. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Even if you grow wings today, don't think you can fly away. She soared swiftly through the sky, thinking to herself Bayumo was indeed formidable on the ground, someone she couldn't defeat. But in the air? That was another story. Convinced that she was about to escape, she smirked triumphantly. Her flight speed was unrivaled. If she catches up to me, I'll fight her one-on-one, she thought. She flew at breakneck speed, yet strangely, Bayumo wasn't chasing after her. Something's off, she thought. She had been so focused on planning her escape route that she hadn't noticed she was still carrying something with her. If Bayumo failed to catch up, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to flee and report back to her eldest and second brother. Thinking of that purple object, she smiled. After all, that treasure is still in our possession. It won't take much time, and we can still organize the predator army. She calculated. If the three of us join forces to attack Princess County, victory will be certain. As she flew, she mused, by then, all the women of Princess County will be captured to serve my brothers. She hadn't even managed to escape from this place yet, but she was already calculating too much. Did she really have such confidence, thinking that she and her men were invincible? The miraculous Yujian ability, which Princess County only passes down to women and not men, will soon be mine, she thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Still haven't escaped? Thinking so much already?" She looked down, her face flushing red. At some point, Su Xianbai had wrapped his arms around her. He even said, "Can you slow down a bit? You're flying too fast, I can't keep up." She was frozen mid-air, stunned. His entire body was pressed tightly against hers, his head buried directly between her two ample breasts. Seeing the scene, she snapped in anger, "You bastard, when the hell did you get up here? How did I not notice?" He put on an innocent face and replied, "I'd been here for a while." His chin was wedged tightly between her chest, and seeing her grinning foolishly, he felt embarrassed enough to interrupt her a little. Being held like this, an indescribable sensation welled up inside her. She fumed, "Damn it. Let go of me right now, or I'll kill you." But at this height, letting go would be no different from suicide. He pressed his face against her chest again, his own cheeks flushing as he muttered pitifully, "It's too high up here. I can't let go." He grinned wickedly, deliberately pulling her even closer. "Moreover, you're flying so fast. If I let go, wouldn't you just run away?" He held her tightly, then infused a bit of spiritual energy into her. "If you want to kill me, then go ahead and try." She immediately felt her body trembling, struggling to maintain control. "What exactly did you do to me? Why does my body feel so strange, like my strength has been drained?" Her face flushed red, her body twisting uncomfortably, shaking as she pleaded, "Please, let go of me, I really..." She could no longer fly, her body powerless, gradually falling, unable to withstand it any longer. She plummeted into the forest below, causing a massive explosion upon impact with the ground.
After the loud rumble, the space returned to silence. They had fallen into a forest.
She was tightly bound to a large tree, her eyes closed in exhaustion, not understanding what Su Xianbai had done. He looked at her, bound before him, and smiled triumphantly. It's all taken care of now.
You can't run anymore.
Bayuemo tilted her head, her eyes wide with surprise. Bayuemo, I've roamed the world for so many years, but I've never seen anyone bind someone like this.
Where did you learn this knot tying technique?
He scratched his head and chuckled absent-mindedly. I learned it on TV, it's not important. He looked at her with a discerning gaze, realizing she was just an eagle. Although a god-level predator, her strength was probably on par with Yin Yu's. To organize such a large-scale predator army, she likely couldn't do it alone. His face exuded confidence and masculinity. She's probably just a puppet being used by someone else. We need to get her to talk so we can find out who's really giving the orders. He gave a self-assured smile and gestured at himself with a thumbs up. Interrogation is my specialty.
Just stand back and watch.
Bayuemo looked at him, her brows furrowing in doubt.
She didn't say anything, but inside, she couldn't shake the feeling of distrust.
He wasn't merciful, slapping Xan Peng's face hard, continuing to rouse her. Hey, stop playing dead, wake up, you old hag. I didn't drain all your power, so no need to fake being dead. She slowly opened her eyes, her pupils widening in shock. She had just come to after the high. Looking down at her body, she saw herself tied up with ropes everywhere, even around her chest. He hadn't spared her and wrapped it there too. She screamed angrily, What did you do to me, you beast?
What do you want?
He smirked slyly, reassuring her, Don't worry, I haven't done anything. Just tell me who ordered your group to attack Princess County, and I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Her face flushed red, sweat drenching her body, yet she remained resolute.
As if I'd tell you. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my mouth shut.
I never break my word. Hearing that, he slammed his palm against the tree trunk right next to her, grinning menacingly.
I'm sure you've already experienced this ability of mine, haven't you?
He chuckled threateningly. Any woman who comes into skin contact with me will become weak and powerless, unable to control herself. In the end, she'll be at my mercy, left to my whims.
Bayuemo was stunned upon hearing that. Does endlessness of dim have this effect too? Damn it, and he never used this trick on me. Just hearing about it is already exciting. Do I actually want to take the eagle's place and experience it myself?
He leaned in closer and closer, the atmosphere thick with tension. His voice was low and seductive. It's fine if you don't want to talk.
I always have my ways of making you speak.
She was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes, yet there was always a way to force herself to speak. She trembled in fear, his method.
It can't possibly be.
In her mind, she envisioned the scene. He grasped her wrists tightly from behind, his serpent-like tongue flicking out cruelly. Her mouth gaped open, cold sweat broke out, and she completely lost control of herself. Staring down in horror, she thought, No, I absolutely can't accept this.
No way, absolutely not.
She squeezed her eyes shut, frantically shaking her head. We are not of the same kind. There's no way I can do something so absurd. His face darkened, his tongue slid out to lick around his lips, making him look utterly depraved. He called out to her, Little lady, I'm coming for you. Before he could even do anything, she was already terrified out of her mind, bursting into tears and screaming, Stay away from me.
Boo-hoo! Her cries echoed through the mountains and forests.
I'll talk. Just don't touch me, I'll tell you everything. Even those demonic perverts would steer clear of you.
An eagle soared across the dark sky.
He looked at her in confusion, then confirmed the presence of the summoning artifact. She had confessed everything. That's right, it was a man in a black hooded cloak who gave it to me. I couldn't see his face clearly, nor do I know who he is. She was certain, but this treasure is indeed the real deal. Now tightly bound to the tree, her only hope for leniency was to confess everything. She said, by using fresh blood along with the incantation on the soul-bearing talisman, one can lure predators of a lower rank than the caster. After that, I just need to manipulate them a little, and they'll willingly risk their lives for me.
He frowned.
So, that means the attack on Princess County was also part of that black-cloaked figure's scheme. She protested indignantly, it wasn't entirely my fault. I only launched the attack on Princess County because I mistakenly believed Xiao Zuifeng's faulty intelligence.
Hearing that name, he recalled, isn't that Xiao Zuifeng the mountain patrol demon of Shi Tuoling?
But that black-cloaked figure wouldn't just hand over such a treasure to you for no reason. You were being used, and yet you still have no idea. He asked her, where's your treasure?
When I raided your lair, I didn't see it anywhere.
Hearing that, she hesitated, looking troubled. She murmured, the soul-bearing talisman. She turned her face away, it's right on me, I can't move. Why don't you search for it yourself? He frowned in confusion, looking at her from head to toe. Where could you possibly hide the soul-bearing talisman?
Are you trying to play tricks again? Hearing that, she angrily retorted, I'm already tied up like this. What tricks could I possibly pull? I've told you everything I know, believe it or not, that's up to you.
Bayumo seemed to understand and spoke up, if the soul-bearing talisman is really on her, then there's only one place it could be hidden. Cold sweat broke out on him as he became even more bewildered, she's only wearing something like underwear.
Where else could it be hidden? Where? Umo glanced at her chest, the safest place on her body. Truly, only a woman understands another woman best. She blushed and nodded, yes, that's right. She stepped closer to her and reached toward the cleavage. After searching for a moment, the woman shouted, not there. A little deeper. In just a moment, she pulled out a small purple object, got it. Little Bai eyed the item suspiciously, the soul-bearing talisman is this small? Are you sure it's not a fake? She affirmed that this was the real deal. It looked like a small cup, with intricately crafted fangs. She explained, right now, it's small, but once it sees blood, it will expand significantly and unleash its true power. Bayumo tucked it into the cleavage of her chest, just like Xin. No wonder big-breasted girls never need to carry bags, such a convenient storage space. He slipped his hands into his pockets, standing like a judge delivering a verdict. It seems this Fang is the final clue. Though you were used by someone else, the fact that you attacked Princess County remains true. He had no intention of releasing her so soon. Until we fully research this soul-bearing talisman, I will escort you back to Princess County, where you will receive your punishment in the dungeon. Suddenly, Bayumo spoke up, Little Bai, hold on. What do you think is going on? Bai Master, do you have something to add? Her face flushed red, her eyes glistening, can we escort her back tomorrow? I don't want to go home tonight. He widened his eyes in surprise, at a loss for words, it's already late. There are a few frogs on the lake. The two of them led each other to a nearby lake, sitting down to talk. The surroundings were peaceful, with only the croaking of frogs breaking the silence. He felt a little nervous, this is the first time I've ever sat down to talk to a girl in such a quiet place. What should I do? I need to find a topic to talk about to ease this awkward atmosphere. Bayumo gently tucked her hair behind her ear and called his name, Su Xian Bai. He was startled. She looked incredibly beautiful and gentle as she said, thank you for today. Having you by my side makes me feel very at ease. He quickly shook his head, feeling embarrassed, you don't need to thank me. I confidently promised to take you for revenge, but in the end, all I found was a soul-bearing talisman and an eagle. She expressed her gratitude, saying, you've done very well. The eagle, upon hearing its name mentioned, became sensitive and sneezed. The two of them looked at the frog on the surface of the lake, talking, I brought you to Princess County just to provoke Lilith. Not only did you not hold a grudge, but you even stepped forward to help Princess County in its time of danger. It was the first time she had shared these feelings with someone. She had always tried to appear strong, but there were hidden corners in her heart that no one knew about. When the Grandmaster position was passed down to me, I was only 18 years old.
The heavy responsibility of protecting Princess County fell onto my small shoulders. She lifted her face to admire the bright moon, her expression tinged with helpless sorrow. The neighboring countries of Princess County have been wiped out one by one. Only I have been struggling to hold on all these years. The weight of responsibility on my shoulders is crushing me, making it hard to breathe. He looked at her with sympathy and a hint of admiration, taking over an entire nation at just 18, and in such a time of chaos. The hardships she has endured must be unimaginable to anyone else. She quickly regained her composure, stretched her arms with a refreshing motion, and smiled cheerfully. So much has happened today, yet this is the first time I've ever felt this at ease. The feeling of having someone by my side to face everything together is truly reassuring. She lay down on the green grass, her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned her back to him. Do you know why I'm so happy? Curious, he asked, why? She rolled onto her back, her breathtakingly beautiful face glowing under the moonlight. Because I've met a man I can trust. He stammered in surprise. What did you just say? I'm not sure I understood. Half sitting, half lying, she gazed at him shyly and repeated softly, I said I've found a man worthy of my reliance. He pointed at himself. Am I the man worthy of your reliance? She arched her hips, flaunting her alluring curves, then replied, What are you saying? If not you, then who else? Kneeling down, one hand bracing against the ground, the other resting on her hip, she gazed at him with an inviting look. This is my first time doing it in the wild. Can you be a little gentle? He panicked, finally realizing what she meant. Master, this doesn't seem very appropriate. Things are progressing a bit too fast, don't you think? Yet, he couldn't stop himself from salivating. She blushed, embarrassed, and said, Someone once warned me that men are no good and that I shouldn't trust any of them. But I feel like you're different from what my senior described. Her face was filled with love, tinged with a soft, bashful pink. Could it be that you don't feel anything for me at all? His heart skipped a beat, sweat beading on his tense face as he thought to himself, unbelievable. Who would have thought that the #1 master of Princess County could look like this? Her ample breasts pressed against the lush green grass, their smooth surface glistening with beads of sweat utterly captivating. If even this couldn't stir him. She pressed her large buttocks against his face, twisting and swaying. How could he still be a man in this situation? He swallowed hard, trying to hold himself back, telling himself, Isn't it just a seal? How could I possibly control it? But he was already burning with desire for her. He ignored the seal, trying to motivate himself to continue. His body was covered in veins, his teeth clenched, and he exhaled smoke with fury, his energy like a wild bull. I can't hold back anymore, I don't need to hold back. However, before he could do anything, the pain hit, blood spurted from his mouth. The pain in his lower body made him roll on the grass, screaming, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He clutched the area between his legs tightly, his head dropping to the ground, his whole body shaking in agony. Seeing this, Iumo had figured it out. Once you have corrupt thoughts, the pain is unbearable, worse than death. She absent-mindedly stroked her hair. Could it be that you were sealed by Shigansha, not allowing it to rise? Seeing she had hit the mark, he quickly raised his head, panicked. How do you know about this shameful matter? I've never told anyone. She propped her chin up, looking at him indifferently. Shigansha originally came from Princess County, and it is a sealing technique created by the master. Thinking of the beautiful senior from back then, she was a peerless master, as famous as Dracula, and in her youth, she was an extraordinary beauty. When she recalled how she was deceived by a man, she angrily said, but she was naive, inexperienced in the ways of the world, and was tricked by a scum of a man. She continued coldly, recounting, to take revenge on that man. Not only did she blind him in both eyes, but she also researched and created the Shigansha sealing technique. Hearing this, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, blinded in both eyes. Could it be that the scum of a man was? Before he could finish, she already knew. You're right. It was Lu Jianyu, the one you defeated. He was a young man, relying on his good looks, and had the audacity to deceive my senior. Everyone in Princess County hates him to the core. He sighed, thinking about Taiyun. No wonder that younger girl looked at me with eyes that seemed to glow.
So it was because of Dean Liu. Bayumo looked up at the night sky and continued, in Princess County, there's a place for relocation. When a girl turns 20, she can leave her hometown to find a life partner. However, there's a tradition, if she gives birth to a son, she must raise him herself. But if it's a daughter, she must be sent back to Princess County to be raised. At the same time, the girl will be taught the sword skills. She sat down on the ground, her legs slightly apart, looking at him with a gaze that carried a hint of cold sharpness, as if determined to prevent the men of Princess County from being deceived by scoundrels ever again. Before my senior passed away, he passed down the secret art of Shigongsha to me. You're lucky you ran into me. She spoke, her voice cold yet full of confidence. She was breathtakingly beautiful as she continued, I can break the seal of Shigongsha. Hearing this, he was both astonished and overjoyed. He asked, are you serious? She glanced downward at his lower half and affirmed, of course. But first, take off your pants and let me see. Left with no choice, he obeyed and pulled down his pants. Like a doctor, she propped her chin on her hand, carefully observing the nightingale with an expert eye, analyzing the seal with a keen sense of detail. She thought to herself, this seal isn't exactly like the one my senior taught me, but the principles are similar. I can break it. Grasping her sword, she said, don't move. I'm starting now. The sight of this sent a wave of terror through him. Wait, is she going to break the seal by cutting it off? Panicking, he frantically waved his hands. Hold on. Aren't you supposed to break the seal? Why are you drawing your sword? She calmly explained, I just need to carve away all the talismans engraved on your nightingale. Once they're gone, the seal will be broken. Don't worry, my sword skills are both fast and precise. She moved swiftly, speaking as she worked. With a few clean and precise strokes, it was done. And in just a single sentence, she reassured him, it's all finished. I guarantee your nightingale is completely unharmed. Finally, someone had come to free him from this sea of suffering. He shut his eyes tightly, sweat pouring down his face, gritting his teeth as he felt the change in his lower body. It seemed the pain had truly disappeared, but his blood and energy were now boiling, surging wildly. He opened his eyes, his gaze shone like a burning flame in the darkness. His entire being was like a dragon awakening, an unstoppable force rising within him. Power surged through his body, concentrating into a single point, as if he were about to explode. All the essence he had suppressed until now was finally unleashed. His whole body burned like fire, glowing red hot, beyond his own control. By master, I'm burning up. I feel so uncomfortable. My body feels like it's about to explode. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress the overwhelming sensation. His veins bulged as he arched his chest, unleashing all his energy. His clothes tore apart, revealing his chiseled muscles exuding sheer power and masculinity. Bayumo looked at him, trembling uncontrollably, even dropping her sword. She no longer dared to provoke him. She had never imagined he could be this powerful. His sealed strength had now completely erupted. He could no longer restrain himself. He pinned her down against the ground, his sweat-soaked body radiating scorching heat. By master, forgive me. I can't hold myself back anymore. Besides, you already agreed, didn't you? She turned her face away, feigning shyness, sweat trickling down her own skin. She shut her eyes tightly. Things have come this far already. Do whatever you want. He paused for a moment, then asked again to be sure, is it really possible? She was just as eager, replying, I've been waiting for this. The two of them went wild, creating a baby together, making such a racket that even Xianpang, far off in the distance, could feel it. She blushed and angrily shouted, what the hell are those two idiots doing? Do they think I'm invisible? That night, in a different place, a girl was sitting high up. She hugged her knees, lost in thought, wondering, I wonder what Su Xianbai is doing right now. Is he thinking of me? If she knew what little Bai was up to, she'd probably cry a river. Thinking about all the beautiful women around Bayumo,
she became anxious. He's alone in Princess County. I wonder if those women are up to no good with him. She thought to herself and was sure, Su Xianbai must be in a hot mess right now. He was indeed in a hot mess, but he liked it. Determined to save him, she made up her mind and jumped off the high wall, setting off immediately. She rushed towards Princess County, shouting, Su Xianbai, wait for me. The holy night is coming. The sky was gradually brightening, the moon fading as the sun began to rise. The day had fully come. She stood in the early sunlight, stretching contentedly and yawning, yawn. You have to enjoy this wonderful atmosphere, so comfortable, unbelievably comfortable. She glanced at the man sleeping soundly next to her, looking at his bare feet resting on the ground. She never expected him to be this formidable. Was it because he had been sealed for too long? That alone was enough to tell how intense their night had been. Thinking back to him last night, like a wild beast, she blushed. Yesterday, he was like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, as if he wanted to devour me whole. Just remembering it is thrilling to death. As he slept, he suddenly woke up, drowsily opening his eyes. Ha! What's this? This smooth sensation feels so magical, just like a fairy's skin. Startled, he opened his eyes wide. It was the black fabric of a pair of stockings in his hand. Memories of last night flooded back. These had been torn apart and sent flying. I remember now, I was the one who stripped these off my master. He turned his head to the side, and what met his eyes were two round, snowy white mounds and a flawless, stunning face. Awake already? Your performance last night pleased me very much, she said, in the exact tone of a wealthy woman indulging her lover. He jolted up, hastily grabbing his clothes to cover himself where needed, and explained that was because the seal was lifted. The surge of power was too overwhelming, making me lose all reason. That's why I momentarily lost control. She interrupted him, I don't care. What's done is done, so what's the point of explaining now? She stood up, her bare white feet delicate, draping her arm over his shoulder, then changed her position to hug him tightly from behind, her hands resting on his firm chest. I'm already yours, you can't get rid of me. His face flushed slightly, a bit of excitement showing. She spoke seriously, coldly warning him, if you dare to betray me, I will use Shigongsha to seal you again. It's terrifying, isn't it? If I can't have that nightingale, no one else will. At Star Place, a car sped down the road. The orange car zoomed ahead. Inside the car were two beautiful girls, their expressions somewhat contrasting. Zhao Ping'er was holding the steering wheel, glancing at Zhang Zaiqin, Xin's sister. So you've known the Kuwu master before? I've never heard you mention him before, why is that? Xin's sister looked ahead, her face emotionless as she replied, yes, he used to be a servant in my family. As soon as she finished speaking, her younger sister shouted in shock, Number 4 guard was actually a servant in your family? Xin's sister, you really come from a prominent family. And you're talking about it so casually, like it's just some vegetables at the market. That was something from a long time ago. Back then, Kuwu hadn't become a monk yet. The sky was clear and blue, the clouds were white, the sun was golden, and the car came to a stop in front of a temple. Xin's sister got out of the car first, followed by Ping'er, who was still barefoot as always. As soon as she got out, the little girl looked around with excitement and said, This is the place, right? After we meet Kuwu, we can go to Princess County to find the master. Suddenly, she noticed something was off with Xin's sister. Xin's sister, what's wrong with you? She looked at Zhang Zaiqin, thinking to herself, it seems like Xin's sister isn't happy. Isn't this her hometown? She didn't realize that not every homeland is a place worth returning to. Suddenly, she was startled, and only then did she realize how desolate the scene before her truly was. The old, dilapidated house had been abandoned, and no one lived here anymore. The land was dry, barren, and ugly, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Is this the village where Xin's sister used to live? Xin's sister closed her eyes and sighed, coming back here. It reminds me of the darkest, most painful day of my life. She remembered the image of her mother lying dead on the ground, her body covered in wounds, Dad too, covered in blood, clearly murdered. At that time, she was just a tiny little girl, only able to kneel before her parents' corpses and wail in agony, "Dad, Mom, please wake up." The rain poured down heavily, and behind her, someone was walking with a knife. She turned to look through the rain and her tears, and saw that the person approaching was her older brother. He stood there, holding a sword, his body covered in blood. He looked at her coldly. "To kill the entire village, it requires the blood of the closest family member to make the weapon sharp enough.
You're the last one."
Hearing that, she understood, he was the one who had killed their parents. Now, he wanted to kill his little sister too. He raised his blade, his movements swift. "You won't feel any pain." Then, without hesitation, he swung it down mercilessly. She was reminiscing about that horrific day when a voice suddenly called out, cutting through her thoughts, "Miss Jean, the monk has arrived." Both of them turned to look at the man. The old man folded his hands in prayer, his face kind but filled with sorrow. "You've come after all. I've been waiting here for a long time." The mischievous girl raised her hand and greeted him cheerfully. "Xiao Ping Air greets you, Ku Wu." But Jean's sister remained cold, even somewhat disgusted. She asked, "Stop with the useless words.
Why did you ask me to come here?"
The old man wasn't angry. He still answered gently and calmly, "I know I don't have much time left, but there's one thing that still troubles me, so I wish to entrust it to Miss Jean." In the deep forest, a six-pack guy, wearing nothing but pants made from bird feathers, stood there. The cheerful voice of the girl echoed, "Done, the feather pants are left behind."
Su Xianbai lowered his head, looking at Xin Peng's feather pants, and hesitantly said, "These pants are really wearable?
They look very
unusual." Xin Peng, still bound to the tree, was furious.
She never imagined that her feathers would be used for such a thing.
Yumo comforted him, "It's only temporary, what can we do?"
She sat on the ground, her seductive figure apparent. "It's your fault for being too strong.
Who told you to rip all your clothes apart?
I can't just let you go naked in front of my disciples. Just hearing about it, you must have held back last night." She drooled as she continued, "Once we get to Shushan, I'll personally measure your neck, chest, waist, hips, shoulders, and legs, then make you a perfectly tailored outfit." Clearly, she was plotting something with him.
Xin Peng heard this, sighed, and thought, "She's even drooling, and that's what she calls taking measurements for clothes?
She's clearly trying to seduce a man." The outfit seemed acceptable now, and everyone set off back to Princess County. Along the way, Xin Peng was still bound, with Little Bai holding the leash like a pet, while Yumo flew above on his sword, keeping watch. "Don't even think about trying anything funny, I'll be watching you all the time."
Xin Peng did not respond, but his heart was filled with resentment.
He thought to himself, "Damn it, when have I ever had to endure such humiliation?" Suddenly, she saw something ahead. A loud voice rang out in front of the main gate of Princess County. "What exactly have you done to Su Xianbai? Speak up." He heard the familiar voice, and a feeling of recognition surged within him. This voice.
It sounds so familiar. It can't be. Could it really be?
The person shouting at the main gate was Lilith. She held a sword in her hand, confronting the girls of Princess County. "If I don't see Su Xianbai today, I absolutely won't let this slide." The girls struggled to explain. "I already told you, Su Xianbai went out with my senior.
He's not in Princess County."
Recognizing her, he immediately spoke up.
"Lilith, is that you?" She turned around. "It's him. It's Su Xianbai's voice."
She looked at him, her entire body flushing red, her eyes wide with shock. She was momentarily speechless. Her gaze lingered on his chest, strong and reassuring. Lowering her eyes a bit more, she saw the well-defined muscles, glistening with sweat.
"Don't you want to look down a little more?" he asked.
"Lilith, why are you here?
Were you looking for me?"
She was still dazed, her face burning red, as she murmured, "Am I dreaming?"
I actually saw him. Thinking. Finished thinking.
She felt as if she had fallen into a world filled with roses, where only his bare torso existed. She was so mesmerized that her nose bled like a rainstorm, and all she could see in her mind was Su Xianbai's naked body. This was the peak of being boy crazy. Her body trembled before she fainted on the spot, blood spilling everywhere. Startled, he rushed over in panic.
What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?
Bai Yumo glanced at her and smirked.
Chasing after my man all the way here?
You sure are persistent. It was the first time he had ever met a girl so obsessed with a man to this extent. An hour later, inside Bai Yumo's residence, Lilith slowly opened her eyes, rubbed them, and wondered to herself, how did I end up fainting?
And right in front of Su Xianbai, no less.
This is beyond embarrassing.
Seeing her stir, he immediately asked, "You're awake? Did I startle you?"
He held a bowl of soup in one hand and picked up a spoon with the other, preparing to feed her. You fainted because you lost too much blood. I made red date and lotus seed soup to help replenish it.
How thoughtful. He blew gently on the soup to cool it. Drink it while it's still warm.
Be careful not to burn yourself. She sat up, feeling shy, and murmured, "Thank you." Su Xianbai really is such a gentleman, she thought. Once again, he had scored points in the eyes of the girls. She opened her mouth in agreement for him to feed her the soup, feeling as though her heart were blooming with joy. If I could be with him, I would probably be very happy, wouldn't I?
He asked her in confusion, "Why are you suddenly spitting so much blood? I don't think you're hurt, are you?"
She was caught off guard by the question, startled and embarrassed, her face turning bright red. She quickly stammered, coming up with an excuse, "The weather has been so dry lately, I'm a bit hot inside, a little nosebleed is normal." Her movements were so quick that the blanket wrapped around her body fell off, exposing her chest. He hurriedly stepped back, his face flushed, pointing at her chest with his eyes glued to it. She didn't realize she was completely naked, casually looking down at the blanket, not really caring that it had fallen. But when she looked down, she suddenly froze. She screamed, "Where's all my clothing?" He hurriedly placed the soup bowl on the table, quickly explaining, "Your clothes were stained with blood, they had to be taken off so they could be cleaned." She wrapped the blanket around herself, sitting on the edge of the bed, her face blushing even more. "Doesn't that mean you saw my whole body? You didn't do anything else, right?" He blushed, quickly turned away, and awkwardly muttered, "Don't misunderstand, I was just making soup for you."
"No, I didn't do anything else."
"Really, Princess County has plenty of girls, why would I need to do that?"
But hearing that, she felt a little disappointed. "What, you're not going to do anything?" She wondered to herself.
Maybe she was just overthinking it, who knew how much she actually hoped he would do more for her.
At that moment, Bai Yumo opened the door and entered. "Lilith, stop being so sentimental."
She walked in holding a basket of clean clothes, teasing, "I, as the Grandmaster of the Sword Sect, personally had to send a maid to help you change and take a bath.
You must be really touched, right?"
She tossed the basket onto the bed with force. "Hurry up and put your clothes on."
Lilith not only didn't thank her, but also retorted sarcastically, "You have such a good heart, huh? You're not planning to pull some trick on me, are you?"
Upon hearing this, Yumo looked directly at her and smiled disdainfully. "I'm not as petty as you think.
After all, you're a guest, so I can't bully you. Moreover, this is a critical moment."
Her expression turned serious. "Princess County has been targeted.
I need you to help me." That evening, the three of them walked down the corridor into the meeting room.
As Yumo walked, she thought, "I need to hold a meeting with the disciples soon. I have to be cautious, but later tonight, some intimate moments with me and Little Bai can wait." Lilith reached out to grab his sleeve.
He turned around and gently asked, "What's wrong?"
She looked at him, her face showing a hint of concern, and asked, "Have you broken through the sword formation yet?
Did Bai Yumo give you a hard time?"
Seeing how much she cared about him, he felt a little embarrassed.
"Actually, that was just an excuse Sect Master Bai came up with to send me to the state of women.
And yet, she came all the way here just for this."
She really cares about me.
Thinking of this, he decided not to tell her the truth, afraid of disappointing her. He smiled softly and replied, Lilith, don't worry. I dealt with that sword formation a long time ago. Hearing that, she exclaimed in delight, that's great. Bayumo, who was standing nearby, felt a pang of jealousy as she watched the two of them chatting so intimately. She turned around and asked, what are you two talking about? Lilith placed her hands on her hips and firmly replied, I'm confirming with Su Xian by whether you used your status as sect master to make things difficult for the guardian of Star Place. Bayumo burst into laughter and teased, make things difficult? How could I? Her face flushed as she recalled that night her own weak yet alluring appearance. She mumbled under her breath, I barely have enough love for Su Xian Bai, how could I possibly give him a hard time? Seeing Bayumo's expression, Lilith involuntarily blushed as well. Irritated, she glared and asked, what's with that look? Are you thinking of something indecent? Bayumo changed her attitude, irately shouting, it's my head, I can think whatever I want, can you control that? So the two girls started arguing again. He stood in the middle, only able to hold his head in his hands, lamenting, we had peace for just 5 minutes, and now they're arguing again. That night, outside the government gate, a noisy voice called out, come out here, come out here. Sect Master Bai, come out here. The three of them Bayumo, Su Xian Bai, and Lilith walked out. Immediately, the crowd began to question them. One person loudly asked, the man standing behind is Su Xian Bai, right? Yesterday, it was thanks to him that we got help. Another person chimed in, he's the young hero Su Xian Bai, the one who defeated Lu Din, right? But an unsatisfied voice interrupted, Sect Master just called him a pervert. Hearing this, someone immediately explained, Sect Master Bai is just trying to hide his identity, afraid it might cause chaos. Meanwhile, the girls standing around kept gossiping, all the girls like him, their eyes have turned into heart shapes already. Another girl added, that's true. I think I'm falling for him too. He's so handsome, and on top of that, he's incredibly powerful. And so, the praises kept pouring in. Bayumo looked at the crowd chattering loudly in front of her and couldn't take it anymore. She shouted with authority, silence. Let me say a few words. She looked at everyone with a serious expression, her hand placed on her chest, and spoke in a strong voice, we have just been attacked by the predator forces on a large scale. Although we have temporarily emerged victorious, we have also suffered heavy losses. Therefore, we must never let our guard down. We must unite and vow to protect the state of women with our lives. After the motivational speech, her firm and powerful voice had won everyone over, although our state of women may not be large, we cannot allow anyone to bully us. No matter which enemy comes to invade, we must make sure they come and never leave. The crowd immediately chanted in unison, make them come and never leave. Come and never leave. Come and never leave. Seeing how united and determined everyone was, Su Xian Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He thought to himself, no wonder she is the woman who carries the entire state of women on her shoulders. In the blink of an eye, she has ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Sect Master Bai truly is impressive. Suddenly, a girl stepped closer to him. Her soft voice rang out, Su Xian Bai. His gaze unintentionally landed on her full chest. She was quite charming, with an elegant and alluring figure. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking shy, and continued, do you remember me? Last night, you saved me. It turned out she was in Kai Yun, the daughter of the Conch Elder. You hadn't even had time to respond when a woman behind you, lighting a cigarette, issued a warning, I didn't bring my kid here to make friends. I have business to discuss with the sect master. Everyone immediately turned to look. Bayumo then asked, oh? Any leads on what I asked you to investigate? Seems like that's the reason you're here today. The woman, looking rugged and seasoned, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, yes, I've investigated it. With an emotionless expression, cigarette in hand, smoke curling in the air, she continued, the soul summoning fan you gave me originates from the leader of Slay the King.
That person is none other than the legendary Grand Magister, Noah. This woman was none other than the Conch Elder, and E.G. Hearing this, Bai Yumo's expression grew serious. She said, Grand Magister Noah. Eldarin, I'd appreciate it if you could share everything you know about him. You seem to know more than we do about this figure. And E.G. gave a slight nod, then led everyone inside for a discussion. They took their seats, listening intently as an E.G. began. The previous master once crossed paths with Noah in battle, so I know a thing or two about him. Noah is proficient in various forms of ancient Western magic. However, what makes him truly formidable is his exceptional skill in crafting magic weapons, the very artifacts we so often speak of. She took another drag from her cigarette, her voice contemplative. He has an SSR level ability, incredibly sinister, called psionic stripping. He can extract an individual's ability from their body and inject it into objects to refine them into powerful weapons. Thinking about the victims drained of their abilities, she continued, to refine these rare weapons, he frequently hunts for abilities everywhere. In the end, his actions led the World Alliance to issue a warrant for his capture. A hint of concern crossed her face, her voice turning serious. Noah is not only a genius-level master, but also a ruthless collector of abilities. The rarer the ability, the more it triggers his instinct to dominate. Clearly, she wanted to emphasize, he is an extremely powerful individual, not someone to be taken lightly. Bai Yumo was pensive, seemingly having already guessed what she meant. From what he had just heard, the reason they were targeting the state of women had become increasingly clear. Lilith quickly understood, her eyes flashing with realization. Even in Kai-yun turned to look at Su Xianbai. He froze, pointing at himself hesitantly, Looks like it's because of me. His aunt's face darkened slightly, accusing him, that's right. The one who caused the state of women to fall into this disaster is you. She continued, her tone even more serious, yesterday's attack was likely just a test of our strength. As long as this man stays in the state of women for another day, we will be in danger for another day. Her message was clear, we need to get rid of Su Xianbai to ensure the safety of the state of women. Hearing this, Lilith immediately became indignant and retorted, what do you mean by that? It was your state of women that came up with all sorts of ways to bring Su Xianbai here in the first place. Now you want to drive him away? Do you really think we're easy to bully? The aunt scoffed, looking smug, I'm just speaking my mind. For the sake of one man, you're willing to offend the killing intent of the 5 heavenly kings? This business deal is far from ideal. But the aunt did not expect that Bai Yumo had long since decided she did not want Su Xianbai to leave. Her face darkened as she looked straight at the woman, her voice stern, Eldarin, do you think I, Bai Yumo, am the kind of person who fears death? She stood up, leaning on the table, her presence radiating the authority of a sect master. Her tone was commanding, resolute, let me make this clear once and for all. Last night, Su Xianbai helped the state of women drive off the predators and made a significant contribution. But that alone isn't enough. What's more important is that he is my man. Her eyes glinted with determination, her voice full of fury, don't even mention the Grand Magister. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came here, he wouldn't lay a finger on him. Lilith, seeing Bai Yumo so strong and righteous, immediately rallied behind her, shouting, that's right, Sect Master Bai. I also swear to protect Su Xianbai with my life. Standing beside them, and Kai-yun had a look of concern, and gently said, Mother, I also feel that your handling of this matter might not be entirely appropriate. Su Xianbai is a benefactor to the state of women, we can't just throw him aside like this. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in both Lilith and in Kai-yun's eyes. They were startled, sensing that something was off. Lilith immediately pointed straight at Bai Yumo's face and demanded loudly, Bai Yumo, explain yourself clearly. Since when did Su Xianbai become your man? Bai Yumo smirked triumphantly, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she replied, oh? So you still don't know anything? Lilith's voice turned cold as she pressed on, know what? What despicable thing have you done to Su Xianbai? The two women went back and forth, their words clashing fiercely.
Sitting in the middle, Su Xianbai could only clutch his head, his face full of distress, silently lamenting, "Damn. Just one night of pleasure, and now I'm stuck in this mess." Yet Bai Yuemo showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, she deliberately provoked them, licking her lips with satisfaction. "The one who did something despicable isn't me." Without hesitation, she placed her hand on Su Xianbai, as if asserting her claim over him. His face flushed red, his embarrassment rendering him completely unable to react. Sensing her advantage, Bai Yuemo leaned in further, her fingers grazing his waist, her voice dripping with pride. "Last night, Su Xianbai and I consummated our relationship." Her words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone around them utterly stunned. What should have remained a private matter between two people had now become public knowledge. Bai Yuemo intentionally arched her back, accentuating her alluring curves as her gaze turned challenging. "So tell me, after all that, is he still not my man?" At this moment, Lilith seemed struck by lightning on a clear day, her body stiffened, trembling, unsure of what to do. She paced back and forth like a soul lost in a trance, her brain seemingly unable to process information beyond its capacity. Finally, she fell silent, sitting with her face pressed against the corner of the wall, muttering to herself. Not just Lilith, and Kaiyun acted in exactly the same way. The actions of the two girls made Su Xianbai and Bai Yuemo break out in sweat, both surprised and bewildered. They exchanged glances, unsure whether they should intervene. In the corner of the wall, Lilith and Kaiyun whispered self-soothing words. Lilith said, her voice choking, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to the state of women." And Kaiyun sighed, "I'm sorry, I should have been eaten by that wild boar yesterday." The two girls, each with her own sorrow, heartbroken to the point of being lifeless. Su Xianbai turned to Bai Yuemo, his voice pensive, "It seems you've hurt quite a few young hearts." Bai Yuemo merely gave a faint smile and replied, "Try saying that again." At that moment, an Yi, who had been standing nearby, noticed that the conversation was gradually straying from the point. She cleared her throat a few times to remind everyone. The stern woman spoke, "Sect Master Bai, are you truly determined to do this? The state of women has survived until now because it has overcome countless hardships. Are you truly willing to face the risk of national destruction just to protect this boy?" She looked straight into her eyes, without hesitation, and answered, "I am willing." Her response surprised Su Xianbai, who frowned and stared at her. In his eyes, at that moment, she resembled a goddess. He silently admired her, thinking, without a second of hesitation, she declared her decision with such certainty. She is truly ready to give up everything for me. That determination is truly admirable. And Yi exhaled a puff of smoke and then brought the cigarette to her lips again. She looked at the strong-willed girl in front of her and sighed, "My senior sister, the heir you've chosen, is really just like you. Both are the type to fall deeply in love." The senior sister of Eldarin was the previous sect master, who was also the master of Bai Yuemo. She stood up, reluctantly saying, "If the sect master has made such a decision, I can only follow orders. But first, we must prepare carefully in every aspect." At that moment, Lilith and Kaiyun also set aside their romantic concerns and focused on listening. And Yi seriously reminded them, "What we are facing is not just an individual, but a national-level strategy." Meanwhile, at the State of Women prison, two female guards stood watch diligently. From inside the prison, the sounds of sobbing and moaning could be heard. It turned out that the one imprisoned was Being. Now, she was sitting in a huddle, her eyes red and filled with tears, crying, "Big brother, second brother, what are you two doing?" Yeah. Although she had been locked in prison, she was still tightly bound, her body trembling incessantly. She muttered weakly, "Why hasn't anyone come to save my sister yet? This feeling of humiliation is making it hard for me to breathe." The way Su Xianbai had tied her seemed particularly uncomfortable, only increasing the resentment in her heart. She thought to herself, "I'm sure they will torture my sister to death." Meanwhile, in another place, two predators were leisurely pouring tea for each other. One, dark-skinned and covered in fur, picked up his teacup and took a sip. He was the god-level predator, Lord Golden Lion, Xingshi.
He lifted the cup to his nose, his face full of delight. The aroma is so rich and pure. Even after drinking, the taste of tea lingers in my mouth. What exactly is this miraculous drink? Sitting across from him was a giant elephant, carefully pouring more water into the teacup. This was Lord Golden-Toothed Elephant, Bai Xiang, another god-level predator. Bai Xiang smiled, pouring the tea as he explained, "This tea is called Bai Luo Chun, a type of green tea. I learned the technique of growing this tea from humans. If you like it, I can send my subordinates to plant it all over the mountains. From now on, we can have as much of it as we want to enjoy." The two sat, sipping tea and chatting comfortably, as if their lives were incredibly peaceful. Xingshi suddenly thought of his sister, his tone tinged with nostalgia. If my sister were here, it would be so much better. If she tasted this Bai Luo Chun, she would surely love it. The elephant sighed and replied, "My younger sister is at an impulsive age, with a hot temper. She left the mountain just because the elder brother scolded her a few times." Xingshi felt regretful and sighed, "It's all the elder brother's fault. He should go find her and bring her back." They didn't know that the younger sister was in danger now. At the entrance of the cave, a demon was kicked out, spitting blood. He lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his face bruised and battered, his body covered in blood. Yet, he didn't feel pain, on the contrary, he seemed to be in a euphoric state, as if immersed in love. This feeling was similar to being with a succubus. Xingshi saw his subordinate in such a state and immediately realized, "What is this?" A woman, with one hand on her hip, walked over to where they were sitting and drinking tea. Xingshi angrily shouted, "Just a human with some special abilities, and they dare come to my territory, how audacious!" He crushed the teacup in his hand and furiously said, "Do you want to die?" The woman, seemingly unaffected, leisurely replied, "She is the killing intent of the 5 heavenly kings, a deadly poison, Zheng Tianyu. Don't misunderstand, I didn't come here to cause trouble. Aren't you looking for your younger sister?" She pulled out a feather. Bai Xiang immediately recognized it. It was his sister's feather. "Where did you get this from?" She stepped on the face of the subordinate lying on the ground. He remained there, excited. "Ah, I'm dead." She placed 2 plump peaches on the tea table, then said, "Your sister is definitely being held in the prison of the state of women." She sat down, arched her back, pushed out her chest, and looked at Xingshi with a challenging gaze. "If you want to save her, there's only one way: join forces with us and destroy the state of women." Xingshi looked at her, unmoved. "It's easy for you to say, but not to mention Bai Umo being the sect master of the sword sect, even her sword command battalion alone is enough to make things difficult." Zheng Tianyu ran a hand through her hair, looking down at the cleavage where something shiny was visible. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have 2 magical treasures that can help you save your sister." Bai Xiang's eyes lit up as he stammered, "What is this light? Is it?" The older brother was also surprised, sweat beading on his face as he looked at her. "Breakthrough stone? And there are 2? It seemed like the items she had were extremely rare, leaving both of them stunned. She took out 2 yellow pills and said, "That's right, these 2 breakthrough stones can temporarily grant you power, even stronger than the divine level." That evening, in the state of women, one room remained lit. Bai Umo stroked her hair, resting her hand on the desk, looking at Su Xianbai and said, "You've been looking at the map all evening, aren't you tired?" Her hips swayed gently. "Let's sleep together." Su Xianbai didn't bother to look at her and directly refused, "I'm not sleepy yet, you can sleep first. My time is running out." Lilith crossed her arms and frowned, "Stop disturbing Su Xianbai. He's thinking of a defensive strategy to deal with the next battle." Bai Umo, angry, immediately retorted, "Do you think I don't know what he's doing? I don't need your reminders. Why do you keep hanging around in my room and won't leave?" Lilith refused to back down, responding, "Su Xianbai is a guardian sent by Starplace. I have an obligation to ensure his safety." Su Xianbai sighed, "All right, I have a plan." The 2 girls turned to look at him, listening attentively. He spoke seriously. "Last night, the enemy's attack was just a probe.
they've already grasped the situation of our defense. His face turned serious, as if he had found a solution. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. We need to devise a strategy that they never expect. Only then can we turn the tide. However, the two girls seemed to pay no attention to what he was saying. Instead, they were simply gazing at him. Lilith blushed, her eyes wide open, marveling at Su Xianbai's serious demeanor. Bai Yuemo gently touched her lips, her face flushed. She truly found him trustworthy, no wonder he was her man. His chivalrous and courageous appearance made her feel like she couldn't stop loving him, no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed, followed by the voice of a subordinate outside. "Sect Master Bai, there are guests from Star Place." She walked out while thinking, which guests from Star Place would come to see me at this time? She opened the door and saw two beautiful girls standing in front of her. Their demeanors were completely different from one another. The blonde, beautiful girl was playful, while the other appeared serious. "Hello, I am Zhao Pingair from Star Place. I've come to see our sect leader." Su Xianbai cheerfully walked out and greeted them. "Pingair, Achin, you've arrived." Bai Yuemo was surprised and thought to herself, Su Xianbai is their master? When Pingair saw Su Xianbai, her face clearly showed concern. She said, "On my way up the mountain, I saw the bodies of predators everywhere. I knew immediately that a great battle had just occurred here." With that, she gently embraced Su Xianbai. "Pingair is so worried about you, master. Are you hurt?" Her chest pressed against him, catching him off guard. His face flushed red, and he didn't know what to do. She embraced him, her cheeks rosy with happiness, her eyes shimmering. He was still in shock, standing frozen, unable to regain his composure. After a moment, he finally calmed down, hugged her back, and smiled reassuringly. "Pingair, don't worry, I'll be fine." Bai Yuemo witnessed the scene, and a storm immediately rose in her heart. Her eyes widened as she stared at them in disbelief. Furious, she pointed at Pingair and Achin, demanding, "What is going on? Why are you two hugging? What exactly is she to you?" Bai Yuemo remained silent, her expression tense. She sat on the table, legs crossed, then continued. "And yet, you two are supposed to be Su Xianbai's bodyguards? You came to the state of women just to protect your master? Why does that excuse sound so familiar to me?" Hearing this, Lilith felt a pang of unease. Is she mocking me? Su Xianbai had no choice but to step in to defend them. Pingair is right. Both Pingair and Sister Qin are my bodyguards. Since I arrived at Star Place, they have been the ones who cared for me the most. Pingair was always like a little sister, clinging to him. She silently sacrificed and took care of his daily life with meticulous attention, leaving nothing to be criticized. Although Achin appeared cold and quiet on the outside, she actually cared a great deal about him. Qin's sister, on the other hand, vigilantly guarded his room window every night, ensuring his absolute safety. He was proud to have both of them by his side. They weren't just his protectors, they were also his friends and family. Hearing him, Bai Yuemo realized that they were simply close ones looking out for each other. She thought to herself, Su Xianbai truly is a man of loyalty and honor. I shouldn't be jealous anymore, I've been overthinking this. Pingair looked at her and smiled, saying, It's not just me and Qin's sister, the other sisters also like the master. We all wholeheartedly follow him and protect him. Bai Yuemo was surprised to hear that there were so many women around him. She asked in astonishment, Other sisters? So, the protection team for Su Xianbai isn't just made up of you two? He felt a bit guilty, a bad feeling creeping up on him. Pingair, still carefree, answered, Originally, it was just the four of us, me, Qin's sister, Li Xian, and Wang Shiyu. Later, Mo Yan and Yan Yu moved in with us, so we consider them part of the protection team as well. Hearing that, both Lilith and Bai Yuemo furrowed their brows. Why are there so many women around you like this? It seemed like it was over, but Pingair continued to add, Oh right, there's one more person, she's the fiancée of the master. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuemo froze, as if turned to stone. Her face stiffened, and she was rendered speechless. At this point, there was no saving Su Xianbai. Sweat poured down his face, a chill swept through his body. Just as he had feared, Bai Yuemo was boiling with rage, her face cold as she glared at him. Su Xianbai, you better explain yourself right now. That night, after Bai Yuemo relentlessly interrogated him, Su Xianbai confessed everything, from the moment he arrived at Star Place until now. However, she was not someone unreasonable. Despite her intense jealousy, Bai Yuemo understood that Su Xianbai's situation was forced upon him. He let out a sigh of relief. His whole body felt lighter, thinking to himself, this field of Shura has finally come to an end. Afterward, everyone dispersed. Go to your own rooms, they said. Su Xianbai turned back to look at the two of them and asked, oh, right, what about Qin's sister? I can't help but feel like you're not quite the same as usual. He furrowed his brow and looked at Qin. Qin's sister, is something on your mind? Qin's expression remained unchanged as she countered, on my mind? Her eyes were sharp and cold, devoid of any emotion. She looked at the sword in her hand, radiating a murderous aura, and decided not to share what was in her heart. I'm perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about me. You should focus on figuring out how to deal with Slay the King. He fell into deep thought. Am I hallucinating? I keep feeling like Qin's sister is bearing an immense burden. On the surface of the lake, several frogs hopped onto lotus leaves, emerging from the water. Lilith sat beside the lake, lost in thought. Little green frog, am I really that cowardly? Resting her chin on her hands, she pondered the events of the day, especially about Su Xianbai. If only I had been a little more proactive, maybe Su Xianbai and I could have taken another step forward. She had clearly met Su Xianbai first, yet in the end, Bai Yuemo swooped in and took him away. Their relationship progressed faster than hers. Suddenly, she sensed something moving behind the rows of trees. She turned her head warily and saw another girl, who was equally startled. The two of them stared wide-eyed at each other, locking gazes in mutual assessment. Zhang Tianyu was startled, standing frozen in place. Holy Night Lilith, why is she here? Is she reinforcements from the state of women? I'm so unlucky, running into such a difficult enemy. She recognized Lilith, but in contrast, Lilith didn't recognize her. She coldly asked, you're not from the state of women. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Who are you? Seeing her ask that, Tianyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell? So she doesn't know who I am? I've been stressing out for no reason. She quickly lied, I'm just a passerby, happen to be passing by here. Just ignore me. If I'm disturbing you. Before she could finish, Lilith stood up and drew her sword. Seeing this, Tianyu hastily turned to run, then I'll be on my way. But she was too slow. Lilith immediately called out, wait. Lilith raised her sword, preparing to attack. I can smell the scent of a high-level predator on you. Furthermore, you're here near the state of women's territory under these circumstances. Your actions are highly suspicious. Though she hadn't recognized Tianyu immediately, Lilith's sense of smell was extremely sharp. If it was a predator, she would never let them go. Lilith stared at her intensely, her voice low and threatening. If I'm not mistaken, you're from Slay the King, aren't you? Zhang Tianyu paused, turning back to look at Lilith, realizing that she wasn't as foolish as the intelligence reports had suggested. Once she had been figured out, a murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Then let's have a fight. Lilith took off, her sword ready in hand, shouting, take this. She unleashed two powerful slashes, the cross of holy light appearing, immediately leaving massive X-shaped marks on the ground, cutting deep into the earth. Luckily for Zhang Tianyu, she managed to dodge just in time, leaping backward to a safe distance. A smug smile spread across her face as she taunted Lilith, as expected, your reputation is well deserved. But a battle is not simply about comparing who has the stronger abilities. As soon as she finished speaking, red markings like worms appeared all over her body, spreading rapidly. She opened her mouth and exhaled a strange pink smoke. In an instant, the surrounding air was enveloped in it.
Lilith, shocked, recognized the substance, quickly covering her nose with her hand.
She thought to herself, poison, damn it. Her specialty is setting traps with toxins. Seeing this, Zhang Tianyu sneered, covering your nose and holding your breath won't help.
My lust poison doesn't enter through the respiratory system. Lilith was even more confused. What is this lust poison? I've never heard of such a toxin.
She stood amidst the swirling smoke, her arms spread wide as if proudly presenting something. This poison seeps through skin contact. Even the tiniest pore is enough. Once it penetrates, the toxin will instantly spread throughout the body. She stuck out her tongue, her face turning lewd. There's only one way to detoxify it, and that's by consummating with someone you love, using his semen to neutralize the poison. Lilith was startled, her face flushing red. Upon hearing this, an image of Su Xianbai immediately popped into her mind.
Panic surged through her. I have to sleep with Su Xianbai to cure it? How could such a vile poison exist in this world?
She shook her head violently, trying to dispel those indecent thoughts.
Feeling helpless, she screamed, "Damn it, get out of my head!" Zhang Tianyu sneered maliciously, "It's useless.
The more you struggle, the faster the poison spreads." Rolling up her sleeves, her face flushed as well, she taunted, "You'd better hurry and find the one you love.
Enjoy yourself a little.
If you haven't detoxified by sunrise, you're as good as dead."
Lilith could no longer fight back.
Her whole body went weak, and she collapsed to her knees. Lewd images kept flashing through her mind, tormenting her unbearably.
This sensation was excruciating. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death.
She quickly thought of a way to neutralize the poison, realizing she couldn't just sit still and wait to die. Thinking this, she immediately shot straight into the air. She was shocked, unable to believe it. Did she run away just like that? She didn't expect that with just a few words, Lilith would flee. A simple girl, never having faced any hardships, how could anyone help her neutralize the poison at this moment? In another room, a bowl of delicious noodles with full toppings was placed on the table. Zhao Pingair stood in the room and called, "Master, Pingair has made a late-night snack for you."
There was no reply. She looked around, then suddenly noticed Su Xianbai was taking a shower. Is the master taking a shower?
She looked up and saw the clear view through the glass, with his figure clearly visible. Every muscle of his was distinct. Zhao Pingair couldn't stop staring, her eyes wide open and mouth agape. It seems this glass is too transparent.
What should I do now?
She decided to sit down on the chair opposite, her eyes still fixed on the glass. I'll wait here for the master to finish his shower.
It should be fine, right?
In the hallway outside, Bai Yuemo was walking towards Su Xianbai's room. She murmured to herself as she walked, I really lost my composure earlier, but jealousy isn't my style. Although there are many women around Su Xianbai, none of them have ever gone further with him. She tossed her hair joyfully and said, in Su Xianbai's heart, I am still the girl that no one can replace. Tonight, I need to be even more enthusiastic, making Su Xianbai completely fall for me. She opened his room door without permission, her beautiful face peeking in. Su Xianbai, sleep with me. But the one who answered her was Ping Er, sect master Bai is taking a bath. Bai Yuemo immediately became irritated and shouted, at this late hour, why are you in Su Xianbai's room? The girl gently replied, I cooked noodles for the master. As the two of them stared at each other tensely, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Both turned in surprise. What happened just now? Was that an earthquake? Or did Slay the King arrive? Achin stood on the roof, looking down, and saw Lilith descending from the sky, crashing straight through the courtyard of the State of Women. Her body was drenched in sweat, clearly in a hurry, and she gasped for breath, saying, I made it back in time. It seemed that the lust poison had taken effect, her face was flushed, her eyes filled with desire. As long as Su Xianbai agrees to consummate with me, the poison will be cured. Achin looked at her, hurriedly ran into the room, speechless and unable to stop her. She thought to herself, another one's come. That's enough for a round of card games now. I wonder if Su Xianbai can handle all of them. Among the girls, only Achin did not pay any attention to him. Late at night, Zhang Tianyu walked through the forest, his hands resting on his waist as he sighed, "Oh well, it doesn't matter.
Lilith running away is fine.
With the level of poison in her, it's probably starting to spread by now." She licked her lips hungrily. If she could infect the entire state of women with her lust poison, that would be a huge help to us. In the bathroom, he turned off the faucet, having just finished showering, and then brushed his teeth. He opened the bathroom door, feeling refreshed. As he brushed his teeth, he thought, indeed, taking a shower is the best way to clear my mind. If I could just improve the defenses a bit more. No matter who dares to invade the state of women, they'll be heading straight to their doom. He was only wrapped in a bath towel. As he stepped out of the bathroom, he was surprised to see 3 beautiful girls standing before him, twisting and flaunting their bodies, showing off the most enticing parts to seduce him, each one irresistibly alluring.
Bai Yumo frowned and pleaded, "Su Xianbai, I was too petty before. Punish me, you can punish me however you like."
Ping Er also blushed, her hand caressing her seductive lips, and said, "If the master is hungry, let Ping Er feed you until you're full."
He was stunned, almost dropping his toothbrush, and quickly wiped his mouth. What is going on? Is this some kind of test for me?
His face turned bright red as he looked away. Lilith was running toward him. She threw herself into his arms, kissed him fiercely, and pressed her body tightly against his.
He opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to understand, is this really happening? Are we just kissing like this?
She pinned him down completely, and he couldn't stand anymore. Both of them fell onto the bed, Lilith lying on top of him, their lips still locked.
He sensed something was off. This isn't right, this isn't normal. The Lilith I know wouldn't act like this. He tried to push her away and looked into her eyes, realizing her gaze wasn't right. Could it be that someone has taken control of your mind?
She kissed him for a long time, finally pulling away. Her face was flushed, with a string of saliva hanging from her lips. She looked at him as if pleading, "Su Xianbai, please help me." She was still lying on top of him, speaking earnestly, "It took a lot of courage to come see you.
Hurry, there's no time left. Only you can save me."
She was completely intoxicated, with only enough clarity left to say, "I can't control myself anymore." At this moment, Su Xianbai also realized the problem. He immediately understood that she had been poisoned with an aphrodisiac toxin. One of her legs was lifted toward him, and she softly murmured, "Su Xianbai." Bai Yumo had already been lying on the bed for some time, stroking her hair and saying, "Don't just pay attention to Lilith like that.
I want you to love me too."
Ping Er also pressed her chest against him, writhing on the bed. "Master, how can you bear to leave Ping Er all alone like this?" He looked at the 3 of them, realizing, this poison has a very strong contagion. If all of state of women were to be infected, it would be unimaginable. He stood upright, making up his mind to take action. If that's the case, I'll have to endure everything to save them. Lilith noticed the change in his posture and exclaimed, "Oh, this position surely means you want to." He clasped his hands together and activated his ability, Endlessness of Dim Great Absorption. Immediately, pink smoke poured from Lilith's mouth. Ping Er and Bai Yumo also released the toxic smoke in turn. He stood there, absorbing all the toxins from their bodies. He was determined to absorb every last bit of the poison, as long as it meant he could control the effects of this toxin and prevent it from spreading throughout state of women. After absorbing the toxin, his body began to show signs of desire, his face flushed, and smoke billowed from his mouth. This sensation was similar to when he had sex with Bai Yumo. Although he had wanted to take advantage of the moment when the women had lost all sense of reason to do such things, Su Xianbai could not bring himself to do that. Suddenly, his heart gave a violent thud, and immediately, his body couldn't bear it any longer. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose. He collapsed, his body drenched in blood, unable to endure any further.
This was not a normal aphrodisiac.
The more he tried to resist the drug's effects, the more it backfired. In trying to control himself, his body had rebelled. The wind outside continued to blow. Fortunately, the girls had been detoxified and were all fully conscious again. They immediately called out to him, Su Xianbai, wake up, Su Xianbai, Su Xianbai. Bai Yuemo trembled as she looked at him. How did you end up like this? I don't want to lose my husband while I'm still young. Ping Er was also worried. He seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly become like this? Only Lilith understood what had happened to him. She spoke up. He was hit by lust poison. Su Xianbai absorbed all the lust poison from our bodies to save us. That's why he's experiencing a reverse reaction. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuemo pointed at her. Aren't you a holy knight? You must help Su Xianbai. She lowered her head, worry evident on her face. My milk can't neutralize this poison. Her cheeks flushed red, and her voice was soft yet strong enough to startle everyone. If you want to detoxify him, the only way is to consummate with Su Xianbai. As soon as she finished speaking, she began undressing. With unwavering determination, she removed even her undergarments and solemnly declared, This poison was brought here by me. Logically speaking, I should be the one responsible. The task of detoxifying Su Xianbai should be mine. Her sudden action left everyone stunned, but Bai Yuemo reacted immediately, her eyes burning with fury. What did you just say? What gives you the right to claim him? Su Xianbai ended up like this because he was saving us. She placed a hand on her chest, her voice resolute. If consummation is the only way to neutralize the poison, then naturally, all three of us must do it together. The moment those words were spoken, the other two women swiftly removed their clothes and moved closer to Su Xianbai. In unison, they declared, We will do whatever it takes to cure our master. Bai Yuemo gently placed her hand on his shoulder and whispered, Su Xianbai, I won't let anything happen to you. Just trust us. With the roles assigned, Lilith took a deep breath, her voice carrying a trace of nervousness. If I'm to take the lead, then I'll begin. At that very moment, Su Xianbai suddenly jolted awake. He opened his eyes and found himself in an entirely different place. Heavy snow fell all around him, and an icy wind howled through the air, yet strangely, he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, his entire body burned with an inexplicable warmth, a sensation both comfortable and bewildering. Looking down, he was shocked to find himself completely naked, standing in the freezing expanse with no idea what was happening. Bai Yuemo leaned close to him and gently said, Su Xianbai, don't worry. The three of us will take turns, using our own bodies to keep you warm. That night, the room was filled with the scent of love. Only a Qin remained awake, sitting on the roof, quietly keeping watch. The night wind blew fiercely, and the bright moonlight shone through the branches, while dry leaves fell everywhere. A leaf accidentally drifted into the crevice of her chest. A Qin bent down, her gaze resting on the black sword in her hand. It was the sword that once belonged to her brother. She slightly curled her lips, her gaze sharp and cold, her mind drifting into memories. This sword once accompanied me through countless battles, but unfortunately, I entrusted it to the wrong person. In the end, that mistake led to an irreversible tragedy. The image of an old monk appeared in her mind. It was the day he handed her the sword, his voice sincere. For many years, I have kept this sword, chanting sutras daily to calm its bloodthirsty aura. Now, my time is running out, and I wish to pass it on to you, Miss Qin. A Qin looked at him, her gaze cold and emotionless. Despite the passing years, he was no different from what she remembered. She took the sword from him, her voice firm but unable to hide the bitterness. This sword is soaked in my family's blood. Their blood is not something that can be cleansed by a few chants of yours. She stared at him coldly, her gaze as icy as it had been all those years ago when he had naively believed he could make her brother turn back. Without bothering to take the sword, she turned and walked away, her voice firm. You'd better destroy this sword. Goodbye. But the old man answered solemnly, This sword cannot be destroyed. It is imprisoning the souls of your family. Upon hearing this, she immediately stopped in her tracks, spun around, her eyes sharp as blades. Imprisoning souls? What do you mean? The old man sighed deeply and slowly explained, This sword is called the demon sword, not only because of its ability to seduce the heart, but for a far more important reason. This used to be your brother's sword, and he used it to massacre his own family. The souls of those whom the demon sword has slain are trapped inside, becoming its slaves forever, never to be freed. Over time, these souls have gradually turned into the very power that nourishes the demon sword. At this point, the old man raised his hand, chanting a Buddhist prayer, and bowed his head with a pained expression. To rescue those innocent souls, only Miss Achin can do so. His gaze turned toward her, resting on the yellow birthmark on her chest. The heavenly light symbol on your chest carries purifying power, capable of dispelling evil. That is why I entrust this sword to you. It is the most suitable choice. Achin looked down at the birthmark on her chest, the faint light from the symbol reflecting in her eyes. She said nothing, silently accepting the sword. That night, she lay on the roof, gazing up at the sky. The moon hung large and bright before her, and the night breeze blew gently. Lost in thought, she pondered endlessly. She rested her head on the blade of the demon sword Muramasa, silently wondering, can I really control it? At that moment, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared. The figure stood before the monk, removed his mask, revealing his body covered in strange tattoos. Coldly, he threw the mask to the ground and greeted, "Long time no see, Kuwu Master." He revealed himself to be Achin's older brother, the man once known as one of the 5 heavenly kings. He coldly asked, "The item I entrusted you with for safekeeping all those years ago, it's time to return it to me, isn't it?" The old master remained seated, cross-legged on the ground, his gaze calm yet exuding a murderous aura. He replied, "As expected, you've come. After all these years of exile, you still haven't come to your senses?" The old master had long foreseen this situation, which was why he had handed the sword over to Achin ahead of time. He stood silently, staring at the monk, then, as if making up his mind, he drew the sword from its sheath, his voice cold, "I don't want to lay a hand on you, master. But you're getting old, and it would be better if you valued your life more." With those words, he swung the sword forcefully at the monk. However, in an instant, a protective barrier emitted from the master, blocking the strike. He halted, unfazed, his gaze sharp and cold, as expected of Kuwu Master. "To think you'd try to break my golden body protection with such meager strength. It seems it's not going to be that easy." The old man began to unleash his magic, his eyes filled with determination. "In the past, my kindness allowed you to sink deeper and deeper into the path of darkness." He stood up, his body radiating a brilliant golden aura. "For me, perhaps this is the last chance in my life to correct the mistake I once made." His eyes flashed, and his voice was resolute. "Abiyaya, you traitor, die once more." The two stood face to face, their gazes locked, blazing with murderous intent, preparing for an uncompromising battle. Abiyaya coldly observed the old man, analyzing his every movement. In contrast, the master's eyes shone with unwavering resolve, showing no hesitation toward the traitor before him. Abiyaya smirked mockingly, "This is the first time I've seen this look in your eyes. So, you've truly made up your mind to kill me at any cost, haven't you?" The old man said nothing, only looking at him with deep disappointment. "Since you dared to return to find me, you must have known well what fate awaits you." He raised his hand, his palm glowing intensely, bursting with spiritual power. "This time, I will show no mercy." Without hesitation, he unleashed the warrior Buddha palm, standing firm as he roared, "Ha!" A tremendous force surged straight toward Abiyaya. Abiyaya hurriedly raised his hand to block, but the master's power was overwhelming, forcing sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, even as he struggled, he sneered, "Master, you've grown weaker." The teacher was so furious that the veins on his face bulged, and his eyes burned with rage. Though there was still a trace of the teacher-student bond, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't be so arrogant! If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll continue to look down on me like this." He gathered all his strength and unleashed an even more powerful strike. A colossal golden body Arhat appeared, dozens of times larger than before, making him look like nothing more than a tiny ant under its overwhelming power. His eyes widened in shock and fear, and he thought to himself, "Golden body Arhat?" As expected, the teacher is still the teacher. Only now do I truly feel this terrifying strength. He struggled to withstand the attack, pressing his feet hard against the ground, leaving deep marks as he tried to maintain his stance. His hands trembled as he blocked the strike, veins cracking, blood splattering everywhere. His grip weakened, and he could no longer feel his strength.
The teacher's blow sent him flying backward, crashing violently onto the ground. Lying there, gasping for breath, he looked at his left arm now twisted and mangled, bones shattered, drenched in blood. Looks like this arm is useless now. Luckily, I still have my right arm. I can still wield my blade. With that thought, he quickly leaped into the water to escape. But how could the old man let him go so easily? The teacher sprang into the air, his voice booming like thunder, "Hey! You have strayed too far from the martial path you once pursued." Watching him, the teacher's gaze was filled with disappointment, yet he still tried to impart one final lesson: true martial arts are not about how fast or sharp your blade is. You've forgotten the most important thing. He spread his arms wide, his eyes blazing, his entire body radiating an immense power born from the serenity within his soul. Raising both hands high, his voice thundered, "Only when you understand these things will you be worthy of the title soldier." His shout echoed, and instantly, thousands of symbols of light appeared, forming the technique numerous Buddha ability. Looking down at the lake where his opponent was hiding, he coldly declared, "You intend to manipulate the water in this lake? Then I shall make it evaporate completely." The moment he unleashed his power, the energy surging from him caused the lake's water to boil violently, steaming away. Scalding droplets splattered in every direction. Beneath the brilliant full moon, in just moments, the entire lake had dried up. Its barren bed lay exposed, devoid of even a single drop of water, revealing the battered body of Abaya, drenched in blood. Abaya gazed at him with a mix of fear and admiration, his voice weak as he muttered, "Golden Body Arhat. An SSR tier ability truly lives up to its name. Just by radiating energy, you were able to evaporate the entire lake." Despite his agony, he struggled to lift his water sword, gathering what little moisture remained to channel his strength. "Even if my power is nothing compared to yours, I can still do this." The water sword in his hands swiftly transformed into a towering column of water, surging skyward as he unleashed his technique water-cutting skill, Waterfall. But in an instant, the man swatted it aside, his voice ice-cold, "Stop your futile struggle. Today is the day you die." He was exhausted, his face drenched in sweat, tiredly trying to find a way to cope. The man stepped down onto the dry lake bed, slowly advancing toward him. He trembled, backing away, his eyes filled with fear mixed with desperation. The man clasped his hands, his voice calm yet full of authority, "Abaya, let it all end here. To let you die on this land of your homeland is the last mercy I can offer you." He stared directly at him, his voice heavy, "In this life, you have killed a total of 206 civilians and 7 Star Guards. Such a mountain of crimes, today I will punish you on behalf of Star Place." His eyes gleamed with killing intent, his tone resolute, "Abaya, do you have anything to say before you meet your death?" Hearing this, he laughed mockingly, his voice hoarse, "Master, you sound so righteous, so dignified." He looked like a beast driven to the edge, his cold gaze locked on the man, "But the one who made me this way. Isn't it you?" He looked up at the ruined village ahead, pointing toward it with a voice full of hatred, "Look closely, Master, all this ruin. Could it really have been caused by me alone? Do you remember the days when I lived in a happy family? If it weren't for you, I would have just been an ordinary boy, able to inherit my father's dojo, becoming a model older brother. But..." His voice caught in his throat, his eyes flashing with darkness, "But everything began to fall apart the day you gave me the demon sword Muramesa." He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with grief and bitterness, staring at the man with resentment and despair. He yelled out in fury, "You blame me for everything, do you think that's fair, teacher?" The old man sighed deeply, his face filled with helplessness. "If I had known this would be the outcome, I would rather have died than give you that sword back then." He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, his voice low and sorrowful, "I misjudged you. I thought you could resist the temptation of the demon sword. But on this matter, I was wrong." Then, he spread his legs, assumed a stance, and raised his hands, gathering his spiritual energy into a brilliant ball of light. He said with grave seriousness, "After you die, this teacher will also take his own life to atone for his sins." He sneered coldly, Teacher. You always think you're right." The old man didn't notice the earth wall behind him cracking open.
From it, a pitch-black water dagger shot out, piercing through his back and straight into his heart. The old man staggered, gasping in pain. The young man stood up, triumphant laughter echoing, "Hee hee hee. Don't you see this, teacher?" The old man turned around, his voice trembling, "What is this? Who did this?" But there were only the two of them around, no one else. It turned out that the one who had stabbed him was a mud doll controlled by Abaya. The old man froze, his eyes wide open in shock and disappointment. "So? You're the one with supernaturals, huh?" Abaya pulled the sword out of his body. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling. Even at this moment, he couldn't believe what was happening. He whispered, his gaze empty, filled with regret, "Is this the end? I still can't fix it." And then, he collapsed to the ground, the light from his body slowly fading away. The old man fell, lying in a pool of blood, his vision fading as he thought of the mistakes he had made. He stood there, eyes filled with arrogance, his voice cold, "Sorry, Kuwo Master. Anyone who witnesses my second ability must die, and you are no exception." Despite his exhaustion, the old man struggled to speak his final words. "Abaya, I still have one question." He sheathed his sword and calmly replied, "Go ahead." The old man widened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief, and asked, clearly, "You know that my golden body protection can automatically block any attack from all angles. So why were you so sure that attacking me from behind would succeed?" He smiled smugly and explained, "Because you made a move to block my waterfall strike. I noticed that because, normally, you always look down on such a weak attack. At that moment, I realized that while your golden body protection can block all attacks, it also takes away the strongest layer of defense from your golden body protection." Hearing the answer, the old man gently closed his eyes and let out a soft, relieved smile. "Quite impressive. At least you are still a talent in combat. I did not mistake you." With those words, the old man silently breathed his last. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down, as if it were that fateful night from years ago. He stood there for a long time, looking at the old man's body, then quietly dug the earth and built a simple grave for him. In front of the grave, he planted his left arm, which had been crippled, as a bitter farewell. He whispered, giving a faint, bitter smile, then turned and walked away, his solitary figure disappearing into the rain. So, this teacher-student bond is forever broken. The temple of Kuwu stood tall and majestic amidst the pouring rain, thunder, and lightning. Abaya walked deeper into the temple, feeling a distinct mystical force calling to him, emanating from every corner of this space brimming with Buddhist teachings. He clutched his missing arm, his gaze filled with unwavering determination mixed with resentment. The harsh years of exile had not broken him, he had fought to survive, clinging to the faintest breath, all to wait for this day, the day he would confront and reclaim what he had long desired. He took heavy steps through the temple doors, silently whispering, "Demon Sword Muramasa, your master has returned." But when he stood before it, there was nothing. No light, no sword, no sign of anything. He ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes blazing with pent-up fury. All the effort, all the hope, now turned into a rage with nowhere to release. The next morning, the rain continued to pour heavily. On the other side, Zhong Zai-Chin sat on the roof, the cold wind blowing past, causing her to sneeze involuntarily. She frowned, thinking to herself, "Am I catching a cold? Strange, I've never been sick before." A bad premonition flashed in her mind, but she quickly brushed it aside. Maybe Abaya has figured out that the sword is in my hands now, but whatever. The sun's up, time to go take a hot bath. Meanwhile, Su Xianbai had woken up and was washing his face. Standing before the mirror, his expression still appeared thoughtful as he tried to recall. Vague and disjointed images floated in his mind. Last night. It seems like I did something terrible. When they wake up, how am I going to explain this? He stood in front of the mirror, gazing intently at his own face, and suddenly noticed something unusual. Red streaks, similar to the markings on Zheng Tianyu's body, appeared on his face. He silently thought, what are these red streaks?
Could it be that the poison we were exposed to yesterday is related to this?
He pondered, trying to piece everything together. Perhaps this poison only manifests when combined with a special ability.
Since I absorbed the toxins from their bodies, does that mean I've indirectly acquired the effects of Tian Yu's ability?
A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. If that's the case, then I've gained his poisonous power.
I guess this is a blessing in disguise. Reflecting on everything that had happened, he couldn't help but sigh. Since joining Starplace, I've absorbed an enormous amount of energy thanks to the endlessness of Dim.
This energy, far beyond what ordinary people can handle, is what has allowed me to rank among the S-level the Star Guards. But then he furrowed his brows, sensing a feeling of unease within himself. Ever since the incident involving Lu Dean, the energy I've absorbed doesn't seem to help with leveling up as much anymore. It's like playing a game. The higher the level, the more experience you need to level up. He turned around, his eyes shining with determination. To break through my current limits, I need to obtain even more powerful abilities. If I can master the abilities I've gained, my strength will become unfathomable, making anyone hesitate to challenge me. Suddenly, he woke up with a start. Ping Er had already sat up on the bed, her body only covered by a thin blanket.
It turns out you've been awake for a while now, she said gently, her eyes full of concern. It seems your poisoning isn't as severe as it was before.
At the corner of the bed, Bai Umo had also woken up, propping herself up on the bed. Her gaze was calm but filled with meaning.
She smiled softly. I told you, didn't I?
It turns out that the only effective way to detoxify is when all three of us act together. Lilith stood nearby, her face flushed, her eyes nervously glancing at him.
Su Xian Bai, last night.
It was an emergency, and we had no other choice but to join forces to detoxify you.
She ran a hand through her hair, her voice shy, before looking down, her eyes sparkling. But now that it's come to this, I guess I'm considered your woman, right?
He was so flustered he didn't know what to say, his face turning red.
Oh, of course.
As he answered, he inwardly scolded himself. Su Xian Bai, you're such a beast, too greedy.
But is this really okay?
Suddenly recalling something important, he turned to Bai Umo and asked, by the way, Sect Master Bai, is there a place here that's spacious and private where I can cultivate?
Somewhere where no one usually comes? She was startled and a little flustered. Huh? What do you plan to do?
But there was a hint of shyness in her gaze.
Could it be that after all three of us worked together to detoxify you, it's still not enough?
Is there still residual poison left?
So you want a second round with us?
He hurriedly scratched his head. I'm completely healed, I just simply want to find a place to train. He continued seriously, although there isn't much time left, any moment that can be used for training to become stronger is an opportunity for us to win. She smiled, her face full of delight, as expected of my man, always so reliable.
We must do our best.
A week later, on an island in the west, a magnificent castle exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine of anyone who laid eyes on it.
This massive castle stood on Killing Island, the domain of Grand Magister Noah.
Inside, countless monsters were gathering, and even a mere glance at them was enough to instill fear. Noah sat on his throne, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. He murmured, "The time has come.
It's time to set out."
He raised his hand and twisted his wrist in a circular motion. Instantly, a spatial circle appeared in the Era transport gate, a bizarre portal created by the power of Grand Magister Noah. He commanded the demons, pass through this gate, enter the territory of the state of women, go forth and crush their warriors. A sinister smile spread across his face, his eyes glinting with merciless intent. Hearing his words, the monsters roared in excitement, their blood-red eyes burning with a thirst for battle.
The entire grand hall was filled with demons.
A disciple clad in a tightly wrapped cloak had a smirk on his face, his expression brimming with confidence, which made even me feel excited. He swung his arm, tossing the cloak aside, revealing his true appearance. This man was none other than one of the 5 heavenly kings' violent killing fist, named Eric. Adjusting his gloves, he exclaimed excitedly, "I can't wait any longer." The S-rank star guards of Starplace, Guardian Protoss soared by UMO. He lowered his gaze to the necklace hanging on his chest and muttered to himself, using her to test my new equipment should be just right. Around his neck was the concealed artifact, the Buddhist beads, a piece of equipment crafted by the great saint of demons. He leaped up, landing at the portal's entrance, and shouted, "I want the first battle." The girl beside him also removed her cloak, scoffing with disdain, "What an idiot." She was the five heavenly king, fallen angel Sifa. A foolish brood like him, how could he ever be my equal? She seemed weary, letting out a sigh before pressing her foot against the ground. Spreading her large black wings, she ascended into the air and declared, "Fate has already decided today will be a brutal battle. Try not to die, all of you." Standing beside Obeah, Zhang Tian, you keenly noticed something peculiar. Could it just be my imagination? He recalled the name Eric and wondered, why did Eric give off such a familiar feeling just now? Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Obeah?" Tian Yu looked at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked with concern, "You seem troubled. Does your injured arm still hurt?" Unexpectedly, he ignored the beautiful girl and replied coldly, "I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry." His answer left her frozen in place, feeling both embarrassed and disappointed. Anger flared within her as she thought, arrogant jerk. Rejecting my kindness and concern? Is he pretending? There's no way a man could resist my charm. Just then, Noah's voice cut through the moment, "Enough. We need to move on." At the same time, beyond the transport gate, the demons had arrived. Noah's puppet warriors had been deployed throughout the state of women. However, unexpectedly, there was no trace of human presence. They scoured every street in the state of women, yet all that remained was an empty land. Two demons exchanged confused glances. They were Noah's puppet warriors, ghost-grade mimics Chanyu sentinels. Other demons climbed onto rooftops to survey the area, baffled. Strange. How could such a massive city be completely empty? Has everyone fled? The lightning strikes began to intensify in the sky, growing more violent by the moment. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, "SSR-level thunder ability, the most breakthrough advantage is the wide area damage." The demon raised his head, sweat beading on his forehead from confusion, unable to understand what was happening. That voice was Su Xianbai's. He had appeared, and he said, "Try this skill, rumbling thunder spell." No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely, like a cascade of electricity, sweeping away everything in its path. Several demons were immediately struck down, lying motionless on the ground, foaming at the mouth, dead on the spot. No matter where they were within the state of women, they were all obliterated. He looked at everything in front of him and said, "This is the first time I've chosen to directly attack the state of women, but I was repelled by Sec Master Bai alone." He smiled triumphantly and then turned to Ping Air, "If a direct attack doesn't work, then you all need to come up with another way to dismantle the internal structure of state of women." Recalling the terrain here, he continued, "The state of women is surrounded on all sides by deep ravines and stone walls, and there is only one path up the mountain gate. This natural terrain makes state of women easy to defend, but hard to attack. If there's a way to infiltrate the internal structure of state of women, controlling this place would be as easy as eating porridge. Surely you all have already planned this, right?" He listened but had no rebuttal. He frowned and coldly said, "But unfortunately, just as you discovered the weakness of the state of women, I, of course, can do the same." Zhang Tian Yu turned to look at the old man, and yet, a little brat managed to disrupt things. "I didn't expect you to miscalculate for once." The old man could only say, "In war, victory and defeat are common occurrences." He gritted his teeth and growled, "Moreover, I only lost a few demon-level generals, my puppet soldiers are still plentiful." Indeed, this time he had brought many monsters with him. They wielded weapons and screamed as they charged forward. They were the puppet soldiers of the Noah Predator at the demon level. He quickly issued an order, "Ping Air, are you ready?" She excitedly replied, "Master, don't worry. It's been a long time since we fought together like this, the sword and the harmony of the two."
She focused on them and then increased the gravity field by 30 times, causing the demons to immediately scream in confusion, "What's going on?" Suddenly, their bodies felt as if they were weighed down by lead, almost unable to move. Su Xianbai, wielding 2 thunder swords, stepped forward. "A 30 times gravity increase is something I train with daily, so I don't even feel it." He glared at them. "No matter how many demon-level predators there are, to me, they are no threat at all." Then, he leapt up, causing them to panic and break into cold sweat, so fast that his movements were barely visible. He looked up and shouted when he saw him diving down to deliver a powerful strike. 2 sword strikes, and the demon was immediately drenched in blood, unable to block even a single blow. He sat on its corpse like the Grim Reaper, holding the sword with both hands, arms spread wide. Another one, undeterred by death, rushed forward, intending to fight back, but for someone accustomed to heavy gravity, there was nothing to fear. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was cleaved apart as easily as slicing tofu. He glared at him angrily. "You talk too much." The man coughed up blood and died instantly. Standing on his decapitated corpse, he recalled the words of Eldarin Yi, "To face slay the king is to face the ruin of your nation." He gripped his sword as he faced the giant monster, the puppet warrior of Noah Predator, a massive centipede-like snake. Now he felt he could command countless demon great predators, truly a force of national-level opposition. His power surged, and if the people hadn't been evacuated earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His feet stomped hard on the ground, leaping high into the air, with his target being the monsters below. He coldly shouted loudly, releasing electrical energy, and immediately, 2 bolts of lightning erupted, slicing the monster in half. He quickly dealt with the monsters, fighting while thinking. It was precisely because of the existence of unlessness of dim that he was able to absorb enough energy throughout the battle. Holding the lightning sword, he fought tirelessly, launching powerful strikes, because each battle made him stronger. Before long, the monsters were chopped into pieces. No matter how many predators there were, they were nothing but ants in the face of his strength. In the end, all of them died at the hands of Su Xianbai. Zhao Ping'er stood and watched the scene with delight, exclaiming, "Incredible! This is the result of years of hard cultivation. The master is indeed becoming stronger and stronger." She looked at the pile of monster corpses stacked high like a mountain in front of her, with Su Xianbai sitting at the top. All the predators who passed through the teleportation door have been eliminated by the master alone. At this moment, he also felt exhausted, sweat streaming down his face, sitting and panting heavily. He gripped his sword and stood up, feeling his body slightly exhausted. Although he had absorbed a great amount of energy, he realized there was still a small gap before breaking through, and his stamina was nearly depleted. Sweat drenched his face, his weary eyes swollen with fatigue, as he thought of the skull-headed monster. Perhaps he needed to consider using the Earth Sovereign ability, as that creature could seize his territory. The life force of flora and fauna would help him recover. With that thought, he swiftly activated his SR-level ability exploitation. Su Xianbai felt his body rejuvenate, an abundant surge of power welling up within him. It was good he had successfully restored his stamina, and his wounds had vanished. He spun around sharply, gazing downward at the teleportation gate hovering in midair. He spoke, "The small fries are dealt with. Now, it's your turn." He stood in the center, flanked by Achin and Lilith, while the 5 heavenly kings surrounded them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 5 figures ahead, while Bayumo hovered on her divine sword, gazing down with composed indifference. Around her, countless women from the state of women floated on their flying swords. Crossing her arms, she spoke calmly, "The homes in the state of women may be destroyed, but they can always be rebuilt. However, my man, there is only one Su Xianbai." She glared at them with hatred, coldly saying, "You are the 5 heavenly kings, aren't you? This place will be your grave." Noah stood in the middle, observing the scene with some astonishment. "It seems we're surrounded. Such overwhelming force, this is the first time I've seen something like this." The muscular man, fearless, clasped his hands together and proudly said, "It's only interesting when it's like this." He looked at Su Xianbai with arrogance. "That brat with the endless darkness has been running his mouth for half the day, I can't stand it anymore. I'll kill him first,
then deal with Bai Umo. Hearing this, the old servant immediately objected, "You still can't touch Su Xianbai." He turned in surprise, confused, "Isn't he the target of this operation?" The old man took off his coat to reveal his face, saying, "Unlessness of dim is indeed our target, but the energy of the dark core is still insufficient, we need to replenish it." The old man revealed his true form, frowning as he continued, "With its current energy, it's not enough to awaken that primal being." Su Xianbai quickly turned to look at the old man, his eyes wide open as he stared intensely, startled when he heard a voice in his head, "It's him, I remember that face." He turned around, a voice he hadn't heard in a long time. That familiar voice belonged to Long Min. The image of Long Min appeared, and he said, "Su Xianbai, although I can't clearly remember the situation back then, I will never forget that face." He felt a bit anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. The face of the person who had killed my body was him. Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai realized and said, "So, your enemy is Noah then? I remember we agreed that I would help you with your revenge." Long Min fell silent for a moment, somewhat surprised. He looked at Su Xianbai and said seriously, "He's a bit different from the opponents you faced before, because he's an extremely dangerous figure. Even someone at my peak level has been defeated by him." He was deeply grateful, but given Su Xianbai's current abilities, he felt some concern. "You're basically no match for him. With your current strength, the chances of you winning are 0. It means you can't defeat him." Su Xianbai, lost in thought, responded, "Only a 0% chance of winning? Then I guess I'll have to risk everything, give it my all." He looked at the people of state of women around him and realized, this battle is not just for myself, but for the fate of the entire state of women. He thought more carefully about the current situation. At this moment, Lilith and Achin had also taken to the air, preparing for battle. He looked at them, feeling that he was not fighting alone. Lilith had her own concerns. She was determined, "Since I am a person of Su Xianbai, I will risk everything to protect him." As for Achin, she wanted to settle the long-standing grudge with her older brother, Abaya. It ends today. Bai Umo was also ready, drawing her sword. Immediately, there was a sound in the sky. A barrage of swords flew toward them, sparkling like stars in the night sky. She unleashed the countless sword skill, with hundreds of thousands of swords aimed at the 5 of them. However, they had come prepared. With just a flash of light, her swords fell to the ground, embedding themselves around them, but none of the 5 were injured. She snorted in frustration, "I didn't expect such a technique, it's very similar to Long Yan's ability." It turned out that the one who blocked her attack was the woman with the black wings. She spread her enormous wings wide, shielding the others. The beautiful yet cold woman spoke, "Fallen angel dark wings." The muscular man stepped forward and spoke forcefully, "If we can't touch the brat with unlessness of dim, then we'll have to start with Bai Umo." Noah paid him no mind and simply said, "Do as you wish." He pressed his feet firmly to the ground, clenched his fists, looked up at the sky, and said, "Everything up there is my prey. Stay out of this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the air, charging straight toward Bai Umo, who was sitting on her sword, and shouted, "Bai Umo, have you ever tasted a punch this strong?" Suddenly, he was startled and turned to look, realizing that something was flying toward him. Panic surged through him. Was it a hidden weapon? No, something felt off. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a cigarette butt soaring through the air. Before he could react, the cigarette butt exploded, triggering a powerful blast that sent him flying. Though small, it unleashed a terrifying force. The massive man was blown back violently, crashing into the ground and carving a long trench across the earth. He slammed hard into a wall, his head drooping forward. At that moment, fear gripped him. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what had just happened. "I barely stepped onto the battlefield, didn't even get to make a move, and I nearly lost my life?" A tiny cigarette butt. With an explosion that powerful? He glanced around, trying to figure out which bastard had dared to ambush him. When his eyes landed on the woman before him, realization finally struck. "Oh. So it was you who threw that cigarette butt." She looked at him provocatively,
her gaze icy as she replied, "So what? You are an EG."
She held a cigarette between her fingers, took a drag, and coldly mocked him. "Someone like you thinks you're worthy of challenging our sect master?" She exhaled a stream of smoke and continued, "Even this elder alone is more than enough to deal with you." He looked at her, curling his lips into a scornful smile.
"So you're just an elder of the state of women? You're no match for me."
Boastfully, he pointed at himself. "By the standards of the Star Guards, I'm at least a grade S. Hurry up and call your sect master to fight me."
And EG sighed, feeling exasperated.
She thought to herself, "Idiot.
Hopelessly stupid brawn over brains."
She regretted tossing away her cigarette. The sky was serene, a stark contrast to the battle unfolding below. 3 crimson cords flew toward her. With a powerful swing of her arm, Lilith deflected them. The one who had attacked was Zheng Tianyu. She spoke up, "I hope you've been well." Lilith, her face steely, asked, "It's you?" Tianyu twirled the crimson cord in her hand and smirked.
"You were poisoned by my lust poison, yet you're completely fine? Who was lucky enough to detoxify you?" Lilith's face involuntarily flushed as she replied, "That's my personal matter. You don't need to know."
She smirked triumphantly and teased, "In the entire state of women, Su Xianbai is the only man."
"Who else could it be?"
"Only the one in your heart can break my poison's effect."
She rested a hand on her hip and hit the nail on the head. "Looks like you've had a crush on him for a long time, haven't you?"
"You're just too embarrassed to admit it."
"I never expected to end up playing matchmaker for you too."
Hearing this, Lilith was startled, her heart pounding wildly. She never thought that the secret she had buried so deeply would be laid bare like this. But the woman wasn't done yet posing seductively. She continued, "So, how did it feel tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time?"
"Was it good?" Lilith couldn't take it anymore.
Her face burned red, sweat trickled down her temples, and she snapped, "Shut up! Stop saying such filthy things. You're making me remember things I shouldn't." At that moment, her mind was filled with the image of herself holding Su Xianbai gently, whispering, "Su Xianbai, thank you for risking your life to save me." Su Xianbai replied, "Don't worry, I will protect you with my life." Her face flushed, her eyes glistening.
"Su Xianbai."
His face, strong and masculine, turned toward her as he called her name, Lilith. She mustered her courage and kissed him fiercely. Wrapped in each other's arms, their kiss was deep and passionate.
"From now on, you will be my one and only holy knight."
In her imagination, the two of them kissed endlessly. "No matter how much pain you endure, I will always heal you."
Lilith tried to shake her head, driving away the image in her mind. "Damn it, this is so embarrassing.
Just facing her is enough for these bizarre scenes to appear in my head. I can't focus on the fight at all." On the other side, 2 swords clashed, sparks flying.
It was a Qin and a Bea.
He looked at her and said, "It's been a long time, a Qin.
You've grown."
She coldly asked, "Where is your left arm?"
He showed no emotion as he replied, "My left arm?"
Then he continued, "My martial skills were taught by my master, and I have already returned them to him." Hearing this, a Qin was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She said, "So you two fought? One lived, one died." Her voice trembled with fury as she growled, "Wasn't it painful? You beast.
It must have been unbearable.
He placed his hopes in you, and yet you shamelessly say such things?" He justified himself, "I regret it too, but I had no other choice. I've already stepped onto a path with no return. I can never turn back."
She clenched the blade that radiated a dark, demonic aura.
This demon sword was the very thing that had made him willingly abandon his humanity. She tightened her grip, preparing for battle.
"Today, I will take your life with this blade. Abea, prepare yourself."
He silently looked at her, frowning without saying anything. In the sky, the fallen angel soared up to face by Umo. The most striking difference between the two girls was their breasts. Bayumo had a full figure, with round, perky, snow-white breasts, while the dark-winged woman's chest was flat, with nothing there.
Bayumo assessed her without any courtesy. This girl has such a poor figure, is she malnourished?
Just that one sentence made the woman tremble with anger, her face turning pale.
It didn't cause physical harm, but it was full of humiliation.
Her face darkened, feeling irritated, because even though her chest was only slightly bigger, she couldn't let Bayumo feel superior. However, Bayumo was right, and there was no way she could argue or justify it.
Su Xianbai held two swords in his hands, standing still and observing.
He quietly assessed the 4 Slay the King members who had already made their move, but one of them still remained motionless. He looked at the old man Noah, feeling confused about his intentions, wondering why he hadn't acted yet. Old Noah stood there, making Su Xianbai feel puzzled about what he was waiting for. Suddenly, he realized Noah's lips were moving, as if saying something.
Then, he heard his voice, "Don't rush, I've prepared another opponent for you."
Unexpectedly, he was able to communicate with him from such a distance.
He was sweating, feeling as though the other person was speaking directly to him. Could this be sound transmission over 1,000 miles? Moreover, it seems like he can even see my thoughts. Could he actually read my mind?
He recalled an EG's words when the elder had introduced Noah's ability. An EG had once said, he possesses an extremely powerful SR-level ability, capable of stripping away spiritual energy, drawing power from fake abilities, and transferring it into items, thereby forging magical artifacts of unimaginable power, containing the abilities of many different abilities. Now he understood why Long Ming was so afraid of him. If Noah could refine enough magical artifacts, theoretically, he would possess countless types of abilities from various realms: teleportation, bypassing distance, and even the ability to control countless monsters to command an army of predators. The old man continued to speak, "You're right. I have the ability to use sound transmission over 1,000 miles and read minds." He gripped his sword tightly, more alert than ever.
What was even more terrifying was that the man hadn't even used his full strength yet.
No one knew how many abilities he truly possessed.
Intelligence on Noah was still very limited, and he was indeed an extremely dangerous enemy.
Before the illusory heaven and earth, he felt the threat from Noah only grow stronger. The ground where he stood immediately shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. He was astonished. The impact is too strong, even the mountain is shaking.
What's going on?
He turned around sharply, his gaze quickly turning towards the mountain in the distance.
It can't be. The mountain is breaking apart.
And that's the direction where the civilians of the state of women live.
Damn it!
He said angrily, an aura of murderous intent filling the air. Finally, he realized that the opponent he was about to face was him. The light gradually became clearer, revealing a horrifying sight: a gigantic elephant, so enormous that even one of its legs stamping down was enough to make the ground tremble.
The elephant was slowly moving forward, sniffing the air intently.
On its back, a green lion squinted its eyes, observing, its mouth snorting, "I smell the girl's scent, there's no mistake.
The girl must be here." It roared, signaling for the elephant to move faster.
Meanwhile, the lion's gaze sharpened as it looked down at the forest below. "Not just our girl, but all the girls from the state of women are hiding here." In the forest beneath them, the girls of the state of women looked up in panic. "It's too big."
"Is that the predator?"
One girl stammered, her voice trembling. "The pressure is too strong.
We can't fight back."
Another, shaking uncontrollably, cried out in despair, "It's over, the Sword Saints people have all gone to the front lines.
We're the only ones left. How are we supposed to defeat such a monster?"
Those words only thickened the air, fear spreading everywhere. Suddenly, a strong old girl stepped forward, her determined gaze blocking the crowd. "Everyone, don't be afraid.
You are the personal guard of Bayumo, do you, Chan?"
Holding the sword firmly in her hand, her cold eyes locked onto the two monstrous creatures before her. By Master's command, I am here to protect everyone's safety.
No matter who the enemy is, I will not take a step back."
She raised her sword high, its steel blade reflecting a chilling gleam. Her voice rang out, filled with unwavering determination. As long as I live, I will never let anyone harm the people of the state of women. Before her, the massive lion and the ancient white elephant let out thunderous roars. Their eyes flickered with surprise at her fearless stance. Indeed, as expected of Bayumo's disciple. You truly have spirit. The lion sneered. The white old elephant threw its head back, opened its massive mouth, and let out an earth-shaking bellow. Then, lowering its head, it exhaled a powerful breath. Instantly, trees collapsed, dust billowed into the air, and the entire forest was swallowed by a violent storm. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. The white old elephant roared, unleashing its technique, the coarse and angry old elephant. Everything within range was swept away, trees, boulders turning the surroundings into utter chaos. The lion stood with its arms crossed, a hint of mockery in its gaze. Second brother, you might have gone a little overboard. Don't hurt the little girl now. The white old elephant huffed in frustration. The power of a breakthrough is overwhelming. I've just reached God level, I'm still getting used to it. However, what they had not expected was that the girl was still standing, despite the devastating force of the attack. Yu-chan panted heavily, sweat trickling down her forehead. Her entire body trembled, and she had to use her sword to keep herself steady. But her eyes still burned with an unyielding will to fight. I already told you. She spoke between ragged breaths, her voice hoarse but resolute, as long as I am alive. You will never harm the people of the state of women. The other girls were moved, their eyes brimming with tears. It was Yu-chan who sacrificed herself to save us. Truly, she is worthy of being my master's bodyguard. The white old elephant, furious, raised its trunk to the sky and roared, I can't believe you blocked my god-level move. You're as good as dead now. Try this attack. It swung its trunk downward, executing the move. The old elephant awakens the immortal. Yu-chan was terrified. At that moment, she truly had no strength left. She widened her eyes and thought to herself, I'm done for. I used up all my energy to block that last attack, and now I can't even lift my arm. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling helpless. I really want to save everyone, but my strength is not enough. Damn it, I didn't complete Master's mission. I can't die yet. The elephant's massive trunk came crashing down, its eyes glowing. It's over. Her body can't withstand my giant trunk. The lion, shameless as ever, praised, as expected of my second brother, great job. Yu-chan closed her eyes tightly, thinking, am I dead? This feels so strange. She didn't feel anything wrong with herself and slowly opened her eyes. Why doesn't it hurt? A male voice sounded, you've worked hard, Yu-chan. It turned out, Xianbai had arrived. He held two swords, using them to shield her. It is because of your perseverance and efforts that you saved these civilians. He smiled radiantly, his voice gentle as he comforted her. Next, let me help you complete the mission. She turned to look at him, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Thank you, Su Xianbai. The other girls also recognized him and immediately erupted in excitement. It's Master's man. Master's man has come to save us. Su Xianbai glanced at them, his gaze icy cold. He issued a challenge, hey, you two beasts. Then he slashed fiercely at the trunk of the white old elephant. If you want to fight, come at me. Blood instantly spurted from the trunk as a pained scream echoed, my giant trunk. My giant trunk. The lion hurriedly reassured him, second brother, calm down. It's just a little tear. Then, it leaped to the ground, its eyes filled with fury and wariness. In its mind, it scowled and thought, second brother's elephant trunk is as hard as iron, yet that guy easily slashed 2 cuts. It must be a coincidence, or those twin electric swords are just too sharp. At that moment, its gaze froze, bewildered as it noticed a bird hanging in midair behind Xianbai. The bird was struggling wildly, letting out muffled sounds, mmm. Mmm, mmm. Earlier, the distance was too far to see clearly. But this familiar figure. Could it be? Xianbai seemed unaware of their connection. He turned around, his eyes sweeping past Xianping as he asked in confusion, Why are you suddenly so agitated for no reason?
Finally, his eyes lit up as he realized the truth. Isn't that my little girl?
Xian Peng struggled wildly, her face flushed, eyes brimming with tears, and her voice trembling. Boss, second brother.
Save me. Save me.
The brothers shared a deep spiritual connection, understanding each other without needing words.
Their gazes immediately turned to Xian Bai.
Xian Peng choked back her sobs, her voice full of indignation. It was this man who used magic to capture me.
We were separated, and he bound me in this humiliating position, draining the energy from my body every day.
She continued to weep, her tear-filled eyes looking toward Lion. I've endured all his humiliation.
The pain is so unbearable, I don't want to live anymore.
Tears and sweat soaked Xian Peng's face as she cried out, Boss, second brother.
Please save little girl from this suffering.
Upon hearing her words, the two men immediately envisioned an image filled with fury, Xian Peng being whipped by Xian Bai, pleading through her tears.
Please, have mercy. No, don't. Please, stop. I can't take it anymore.
Meanwhile, Xian Bai appeared like a demon, his voice dripping with malice as he laughed. Shout.
Scream all you want.
The louder you scream, the more excited I get.
The thought of this fueled the rage in the eyes of the two men. They roared, cursing Xian Bai, bastard. We treat little girl like jade, cherishing her with all our hearts. How dare you humiliate her? Xian Bai furrowed his brows, his expression confused, and asked, Bastard? Little girl? What are you talking about? At that moment, he finally understood the truth.
His eyes sharpened, his voice lowered. I get it now. Your target wasn't the civilians of the state of women, it was the bird people.
The lion let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the Mu frenzied furious roar.
The roar shook the entire space, carrying an immense surge of spiritual power.
Both the elephant and Xian Peng immediately felt the overwhelming energy flowing into their bodies. Xian Peng was taken aback, her eyes lighting up.
She swiftly freed herself from the ropes, her body gradually recovering. In the distance, Yu Chan also sensed the change, unable to hide her astonishment. My power
has returned? Impossible.
Su Xian Bai drains her energy every day, keeping her in a state no different from an ordinary person.
Xian Peng stepped forward, standing in front of him, her gaze blazing, her voice dripping with arrogance. Surprised, aren't you, bastard? I'm back.
Xian Bai looked at her with cold, piercing eyes, responding calmly, I really am surprised.
That lion's roar restored your state, didn't it?
Xian Peng's eyes burned crimson, her voice full of pride. It's not just about restoring my state. My boss's frenzied furious roar also ignites the army's fighting spirit, triggering an explosive surge in combat strength for a short period.
Xian Bai nodded, completely unfazed, speaking with interest. So, it works like a stimulant for the army? This ability does sound intriguing. The three siblings quickly formed an encirclement around Xian Bai.
Xian Peng tilted her chin arrogantly, her voice brimming with confidence. We have two at God level, and one at the peak of God level. No matter what kind of deity you are, once the three of us join forces against you, you are destined to die. Her face flushed slightly, but her eyes were filled with deep hatred as she clenched her teeth and declared, I will return every humiliation I suffered twice over. After reuniting with her two brothers, Xian Peng regained her strength and broke free from Su Xianbai's restraints. The moment she was freed, she immediately charged at him, her voice full of fury, Endure my wrath, you hateful bastard. With that sudden strike, she landed a solid kick on Su Xianbai. He was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing hard, the impact kicking up dust everywhere. Seeing him take the blow, Xian Peng smiled triumphantly, her eyes full of self-satisfaction. You didn't react at all. It seems that you're no match for my speed in this berserk state anymore. From within the swirling dust, a flash of green light appeared. A sphere of light materialized, slowly revealing Su Xianbai's figure.
Standing calmly, he said, Indeed, your speed is impressive. But still, a bit of a disappointment.
He gave a slight smirk, his voice steady, Your attack wasn't strong enough to completely break my shield. From within the protective sphere, Su Xianbai suddenly launched a black orb, shooting straight towards Xianpeng. The orb moved at lightning speed. However, Xianpeng merely scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Is that all? With a quick dodge, she effortlessly avoided the attack in an instant. When she felt the overwhelming force of that attack, Xianpeng's initial confidence suddenly vanished. Is that bastard strike really so powerful? It's almost on par with Bai Umo. Could it be that he's not just capable of absorbing energy? She thought to herself, her expression growing more serious. But just as she was still in shock, she realized, my opponent had disappeared without me noticing. Confused, Xianpeng quickly scanned her surroundings, but suddenly felt a tight grip around her from behind. You. What are you doing? Her voice faltered, her face turning bright red from the unexpected embrace. Losing her ability to resist, she weakly said, let go of me. What do you think you're doing? Su Xianbai leaned close to her ear, his deep voice ringing with a subtle threat. If you don't want me to drain all your energy, then you better follow my orders. Those words made Xianpeng feel like crying. She quickly responded, her tone almost pleading, don't speak so close to my ear like that. Bastard, do you know how sensitive that spot is? The mix of humiliation and defeat made her bite her lip tightly. This is the second time he's silently gotten so close to me, but why didn't I notice anything? She silently blamed herself. Clearly, speed and observation are the strengths I've always prided myself on, yet I couldn't see his movements. Her eyes flashed with doubt and unease. Furthermore, I am a god-level energy absorber, someone who once ruled a domain. Could it be? Could it be that he's surpassed the god level? When the lion and the white old elephant saw the scene, they were furious and immediately shouted, you perverted scoundrel, let our little girl go. As soon as he spoke, the white old elephant didn't hesitate to launch a direct attack towards Su Xianbai. However, he still clung tightly to Xianpeng, holding her firmly. Su Xianbai leaned into her ear, his voice lowering, are you threatening me again by getting so close? Use all your strength and fly away, the farther, the better. It's best if you lure both your brothers here. Xianpeng turned around, her eyes lighting up at the opportunity. She hurriedly shouted, boss, second brother, both of you hurry and save me. After speaking, she spread her wings wide and soared into the air, flying straight ahead. As loving older brothers, upon hearing her call, they immediately gave chase. Diyu Chan sat dazed on the ground, her eyes following the figures of those who had just left. Once they were out of sight, she let out a sigh of relief and softly said, they've left. Su Xianbai had led the enemies far away, and finally, he could rest for a moment. He had done this clearly to protect her and the innocent civilians behind them. She understood that the lion and the elephant were far stronger than the bird man. If they had fought here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The power of both sides would have affected these innocent people. Su Xianbai hadn't expected to be gentler than she imagined. When he saw that the enemies had been drawn far away, he decided to jump off Xianpeng, saying, now, it's time to deal with them. He thought, I have seen a kind of miraculous martial technique in this story, which now, by coincidence, can help me. Although I can't unleash powerful light, I can make use of the existing sunlight. The lion below looked in the direction where Su Xianbai had leaped, but because the sunlight was so intense, it couldn't keep up with his movements. The sunlight shone brightly, and the naked eye couldn't endure the intense light. At this moment, the lion had squinted its eyes shut, unable to open them anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Xianbai clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the lion's face. The lion endured the punch, losing a few percentage points of health and being sent flying several meters away. Su Xianbai drew both his hands back to recover the thunder sword, standing in a sleigh pose as he watched the lion being knocked away. His mind was filled with concern. I wonder how the battle is going for the state of women, and that Noah keeps making me uneasy. I can't stay here for too long. The priority now is to send him back to his ancestors. As the lion just began to open its eyes to assess the situation, Su Xianbai gently summoned a gust of wind, slashing with a few basic strikes, bringing the lion to the ground. The lion's body was sent soaring before taking continuous damage from Su Xianbai and was now incapable of fighting any longer.
Xin Peng was dazzled when he saw his brother being taken down like that, completely shocked. My boss is unbeatable, how could that damn man possibly defeat my boss? How could he do that? After dealing with the lion, Su Xianbai turned his attention to the huge elephant below. As he was preparing to strike the elephant, the lion suddenly charged at him. You said it's whose turn? Su Xianbai was caught off guard and was knocked several kilometers away from the back of the massive elephant. After taking a punch from the lion, Su Xianbai stood up, cautiously eyeing the opponent in front of him. He reconsidered the current situation. I've hit hard enough, but why does he still not show any signs of giving up? He actually seems even stronger now. The lion shouted loudly to the white old elephant while glaring at Su Xianbai with a sharp, murderous gaze. Second brother, unleash all the energy of the breakthrough stone. This bastard has been bullying our little girl far too much. Today, even if the boss has to risk his life, I'll make sure to avenge our little girl. As he spoke, the lion simultaneously activated the golden round stone on his chest. Seeing this, the white old elephant followed suit. Although second brother is infatuated with green tea and has no intention to fight, for little girl's sake, second brother is willing to burn himself once more. Looking at her two brothers, who had always loved and protected her unconditionally, now angry and taking charge on her behalf, she couldn't help but feel moved, tears welling up in her eyes. Feeling the energy radiating, Su Xianbai began to worry. I didn't expect the breakthrough stone to have such immense power. It seems like the entire forest is shaking from it. This feeling. It's just like when Headmaster Lu appeared, isn't it? Lion, with overwhelming energy, slowly took steps towards Su Xianbai. I'm afraid you haven't seen someone at the God level breakthrough to God level before? Today, I will personally teach you how to be a proper person. Lion spoke with a threatening tone. But suddenly, Lion coughed up blood and collapsed on the spot. It's a breakthrough, but this breakthrough is problematic. I can't believe it, we've been blown apart. Both Su Xianbai and Xin Peng were taken aback upon witnessing this scene. After coughing up blood, both lion and white old elephant could no longer stand. Their strength was instantly drained, and they fell to the ground. In the distance, on the battlefield, it gazed at the faint energy drifting in the air, murmuring to itself, it seems like the time has come. Su Xianbai, as long as you abandon everything, those two sources of God-level energy will definitely be yours. After using the enhancement stone, neither lion nor white old elephant had time to harness their power before being repelled and falling to the ground. White old elephant, once possessing a massive body comparable to mountains, had now shrunk to the size of a mere baby elephant. Seeing his two brothers, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, causing Xin Peng immense heartache. She hurriedly flew down, anxiously asking, Boss, second brother, what's wrong with you? Why did this suddenly happen? Lion lay on the ground, speaking angrily, although I have received God-level power, once it is fully unleashed, it inflicts harm upon myself. Your second brother and I have no strength left. That guy could easily kill us now. While he still hasn't fully grasped the situation, you must take this chance and run. Otherwise, our entire family will be wiped out. White old elephant, lying weakly on the ground, also struggled to speak to his junior sister. Little girl, listen to us and run. At least if you survive, it's better than all three of us meeting death together. Xin Peng, no longer holding her usual composure, let tears stream down her cheeks as she sobbed to her brothers. It's all my fault for insisting on attacking the state of women, leading you both to this tragic end. If anything happens to you, little girl will never live alone. At that moment, she finally noticed the sound of footsteps behind her. As she turned her head, she saw that it was Su Xianbai. The moment Xin Peng saw him, she immediately stopped crying, her face looking haggard. What's going on here? You don't look down on my brother's energy, do you? My boss and second brother only want to save me, they have no intention of becoming enemies of the state of women. I beg you, spare their lives. As long as you don't harm my two brothers, I will agree to any request of yours. Lion, seeing the shy and hesitant expression on his little girl's face, quickly tried to intervene. Little girl, you don't need to beg him like that. Have you forgotten that he's a scoundrel? He's definitely going to make some vile demands of you. Su Xianbai heard this and immediately stood in front of her, confirming, "Any request of mine, you will agree to?" Seeing that he seemed to be paying attention, she hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, as long as you spare them." Upon hearing this, he raised his voice, stating his demand, "I want you to ally with me, to fight against Beat Grandmaster Noah. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, your brothers ended up like this largely because of Noah, right?" At the same time, he had already started to deduce the opponent's thoughts. Noah made them like this, seemingly trying to absorb as much energy as possible. He has never acted, probably because he's waiting for my strength. It's not necessarily me he's waiting for, but rather the power of unlessness of dim. Hearing this, Xin Peng turned to Lion and said, "Boss and second brother have been seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to help you in the battle anymore." Su Xianbai lightly smiled and snapped his fingers. "Don't worry, to prepare for this great battle, I have made plenty of arrangements." After his snap, a large amount of water seemed to be condensing above them. Xin Peng looked confused. What is that? How can he use so many miraculous abilities like that? After a while, the mass of water transformed into a beautiful girl. As soon as she appeared, she happily asked, "Are you calling me?" "Master, my new master." It turned out that the water girl who had just appeared was named Lena, the evil soul power that regulates the holy light of copper healing soul. Su Xianbai quickly gave a brief introduction to the three brothers in front of him. "Lena is one of the souls I saved from Bath. As long as the soul enters the body, she can temporarily use the powers of that soul." After the introduction, he turned to Lena and said that he wanted to heal the three men over there. "You may enter my body." Lena respectfully accepted his command. "I am willing to serve you, my master." While Su Xianbai was receiving treatment, the battle at the State of Women was still ongoing. Over on this side, Lilith was dodging her opponent's attacks, and Zhang Tianyu, holding a barbed whip in her hand, taunted, "Holy Knight Lilith, always victorious in battle, but now you're running away like this? What are you afraid of? Did I remind you of some embarrassing incident?" Lilith blushed innocently, feeling a sense of difficulty. Every time she faced her opponent, her mind became chaotic, and her thoughts would spiral uncontrollably. "I can't fight like this. I need to clear my mind and stay focused." As Lilith continued to dodge, she noticed a large lake ahead. A plan quickly formed in her mind to counter Zhang Tianyu. The moment she thought that water could neutralize Zhang Tianyu's attacks, she held her breath and dove deep into the lake. At that moment, she felt a sudden clarity return. The troubling visions vanished, but hiding underwater wasn't a long-term solution. "I need to figure out how to counter her lustful venom, or else I won't be able to win." Suddenly, the barbed whip shot down from above the water, perfectly coiling around her neck. The sharp thorns tightened swiftly. Zhang Tianyu stood on the rooftop, pleased as if he had caught a big fish. "You thought you could hide in the water and there'd be no consequences? I can still catch you. Now, come back here." As he spoke, Zhang Tianyu yanked hard on his thorned whip. Lilith was pulled out of the water, and along with it, the whip made a deep cut across her neck. She collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound, slowly rising to her feet. Zhang Tianyu, holding the whip, approached her, each step laced with mockery. To defy the heavenly king for a man like Su Xianbai. Is he really worth it? A foolish girl like you, falling in love, should be careful, or you'll end up being deceived by men. Hearing these words, Lilith, while tending to her wound, retorted, not allowing him to slander Xianbai. Zhang Tianyu raised his whip high, the air around him filled with a strong, intoxicating fragrance. He looked at Lilith, struggling to stand in front of him, and said, "You can barely protect yourself, yet you still think you can protect that man? In this state, filled with venom and corruption, you have no strength to fight back. Well then, farewell, Lilith." With that, Zhang Tianyu swung his long whip at Lilith, but she quickly raised her hand to block the strike. She gripped the thorned whip tightly in her hand. Despite her hand bleeding uncontrollably, a smile still played at the corner of Lilith's lips. She looked at Zhang Tianyu calmly and said, "What makes you think I no longer have the strength to fight?" Zhang Tianyu's smile had vanished by now, replaced by a growing look of unease on his face. How is this possible? How could she have blocked my attack?
Anyone who gets hit by my lustful venom should show some kind of reaction.
Could she really be immune to my poison?
As doubt crept into his mind, Lilith suddenly yanked her whip, pulling Zhang Tianyu toward her. The moment he was within striking range, she delivered a powerful kick straight to his face.
You dare insult my Xian Bai? She spat. Then I'll make you pay a heavy price.
Zhang Tianyu's body refused to move as he watched her slender leg hurtling toward his face. He took the full force of Lilith's kick and was sent flying like a stone skipping across water, landing hard on the other side of the battlefield. After healing her wounds, Lilith stood tall, regaining her confidence and pride.
I am a knight who fights for love.
Before the power of love, you are nothing to me. Lying on the ground, Zhang Tianyu trembled, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered.
She truly lives up to her name as a fearsome opponent.
She thought, but I think I know why she can resist my poison now. There is a faint golden glow on her body. She must have used energy to form a thin shield around herself, separating her from my lustful venom. As long as I can tear that membrane apart, I can defeat her. Lilith jumped from the other side, raising her leg, aiming to stomp down somewhere.
Zhang Tianyu immediately responded with a kick. What are you looking at, lustful scoundrel?
Lilith jumped over the riverbank, getting closer to Zhang Tianyu. The situation was gradually turning against her, and Lilith's sword was getting closer with each passing moment.
She silently complained, why can't she give me a moment to breathe?
In midair, Lilith gathered energy into her sword and struck down with a powerful blow at the spot where Zhang Tianyu had been standing. Though Zhang Tianyu managed to dodge the strike, she never expected that the blow would be so powerful that it would cut through the very ground she had been standing on. The sharp, flat peak of the mountain, which had once been square, was now altered by Lilith's strike, no longer the same as before. Looking at the smooth cut that sliced through the top of the mountain, Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but feel a shock. The power of the attack is terrifying.
If that had hit me, I would definitely be finished. At that moment, Lilith suddenly asked another question, which left Zhang Tianyu even more confused. Have you ever tried the feeling of being buried alive?
As soon as she finished speaking, Lilith swung her sword, slicing the large chunk of earth into many smaller pieces. Zhang Tianyu, who was in midair, had no way to avoid it and could only allow the large rocks and dirt to pile on top of her. Pieces, from large to small, kept falling down toward Zhang Tianyu. After a period of silence, Zhang Tianyu's voice suddenly rang out from the pile of rocks. With the power of her rage, all the layers of dirt and rocks flew off her body. She angrily shouted, I'm so pissed off, you bastard. Lilith, listen carefully, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Before she could finish her words, Lilith's overwhelming presence took over. Lilith landed in front of Zhang Tianyu, her face emotionless, and calmly asked, what did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly from up on the mountain. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu couldn't say anything. All the confidence she had before disappeared, replaced by fear. Her whole body trembled like a dried leaf, her eyes filled with panic as she looked at Lilith in front of her. The person who could make her body feel this way was none other than Noah. And now, she was facing the first person who could do so after him. She thought, the girl in front of me was clearly already put in a vulnerable position by me earlier, yet now she's still able to keep fighting? Could it be that what she said is true, that this is the power of love? Just as she thought this, she suddenly trembled, her hand unable to hold onto the whip and letting it fall to the ground. Her legs also wavered, and she collapsed. Her mind drifted far away. Because of my special ability, I've encountered too many people with vile personalities. That's why I've always looked down on men, never believed in love, and have never loved anyone. Since I understood the world, I've been alone, unable to feel the warmth of family or the happiness of love. Only by joining Noah's faction could I survive in this chaotic time. I've endured enough bloodshed, violence, and greed in these dark days. I also want to be like Lilith, to live under the sunlight. Lilith, seeing Zhang Tianyu trembling and showing no signs of resistance, felt a little confused. What's wrong with her? She doesn't seem to have any fighting spirit. Could she be autistic? Based on my experience in battle, she must be planning something.
But whatever it is, I won't back down. The enemy of Xianbai is my enemy as well. For my own happiness, I'll give it my all. Thinking of this, Lilith didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Zhang Tianyu recalled the past, and upon seeing this, he was extremely confused. Wait, I surrender, I admit defeat, do you still want to chase me down and kill me? The sword, enveloped in energy, was firmly gripped by Lilith as she raised it high. Her eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhang Tianyu pleading below, it's useless, stop your tricks. No matter what you say, I will never believe you again. After a long silence, Zhang Tianyu did not feel any pain. Slowly, she opened her eyes and was astonished. Lilith, too, froze for a moment. Impossible. This cannot be happening. He could stop my strongest attack with just a finger? Noah stood in front of Zhang Tianyu, gently stopping Lilith's sword with a single finger. Zhang Tianyu, seeing Noah, was greatly surprised and asked, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, Master Noah, are you here to save me? Noah looked at her calmly and said, as one of the 5 kings of killing intent, and yet you've allowed the enemy to break through your psychological defenses. Zhang Tianyu, you have greatly disappointed me. At this moment, Lilith finally reacted. She quickly retreated a considerable distance from her opponent and thought, this one is different from the others. His strength is immeasurable. Don't panic, I need to be very careful now. Lilith then noticed the tip of the sword, where Noah's finger had just touched. Seeing the chipped and slowly cracking blade, with large and small shards breaking off, she was stunned. Is this real? Just one finger, and it shattered my sword? Noah, noticing her, said, Holy Knight Lilith, you're even stronger than I imagined. Join my side and take Zhang Tianyu's place. What do you think? Noah didn't care that Zhang Tianyu was right in front of him. Upon hearing his words, Lilith felt deeply hurt, and her mind became a whirlwind. Am I being discarded like this? Hearing Noah's invitation to join him, Lilith scoffed, Join your side? Don't dream. I will stop your evil with my own hands. As soon as the words left her mouth, Noah was already in front of her, lifting her by the neck. With the force pressing against her small throat, Lilith felt her body squeezed, injuring her internally. She coughed up blood, her body lifted off the ground, leaving her without any strength to resist. Noah's face was dark, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at her. His voice, cold as ice, said, Such a pity. What should we do? This is not the answer I wanted to hear. In some peaceful, lush green forest, an EG, with a cigarette in his mouth, let the ashes float lightly in the air. Behind him, Eric chased after him, shouting loudly, That damn woman, isn't running away enough for you? A real man's fight is a life and death battle. After leading the young man a short distance, an EG turned around and said to Eric, You crazy bastard, if you want to fight, go find a man to fight with. Why open your mouth about chivalry when you're picking a fight with a woman? You'd better pay attention to your surroundings. Hearing this, Eric froze, then looked around. The forest, sparkling with cigarette ash, looked like red wildflowers blooming in the woods. Eric quickly realized that these were embers falling from the cigarette. His face contorted as he muttered, She's really too cunning. She doesn't want to run at all. She just wanted to set a trap. In an instant, the stillness of the space was shattered by a loud explosion, shaking the entire forest, like a fiery flower blooming in the midst of the woods. The explosion sound ended, leaving a blazing fire behind. An EG, holding a cigarette, sat casually on a tree branch. Not far away, she lazily remarked, SSR-level explosive powers, even if there's just a small bit of fire, I can still make it explode with immense destructive force, fully releasing the bomb's power. No matter if you're some heavenly king or whatever, a blast like mine would reduce you to nothing. Nothing yet, I don't see it. Then Eric stepped out of the flames, looking as cool as ever, and said, This skill of yours is fine for dealing with weaklings, but it doesn't affect a real man like me. Come on, all it can do is burn a bit of clothing. In my rosary, I have Ku Wu's golden body ability, which automatically blocks all attacks against me. Hearing Eric boast about the pendant around his neck, an EG was very surprised. Ku Wu's ability? Noah's ability to possess can only be activated when the target is dead. Has Kuwu fallen on hard times?
Before she could think much about it, Eric threw a punch toward an EG. Fortunately, with her quick reflexes, she managed to dodge the strike. Quietly rejoicing that she had managed to avoid a direct strike, and EG didn't expect that, even though she had dodged, she would still fall victim to an indirect blow. The moment she took the hit, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, her clothes disintegrating into countless pieces due to the impact. As she sat up, a sudden wave of pain hit her. It hurt so much, it feels like my internal organs are about to burst. I clearly avoided his punch, so why am I still injured?
Could it be that he doesn't only have a piece of equipment Noah added to his abilities?
At this point, an EG had been struck, her strength drained, unable to resist. Time and time again, she was sent flying by her opponent's blows, and her clothing gradually disappeared. Her face scraped along the ground for a long stretch, her whole body aching. She lay there, trembling on the ground. Looking at an EG before him, Eric appeared dissatisfied. You're too weak, I'd barely started playing, and you've already reached your limit? Hey, if your soul hasn't left your body, get up and keep fighting, I'm not done yet. As he spoke, Eric shoved a few more spoonfuls of dirt into an EG's face. Weakly, she murmured, it's your gloves can extend your attack range. Hearing this, Eric arrogantly said, the elder of the state of women does have some skill. The answer you gave is very accurate, and my gloves also have a special ability added by Noah. Every strike I make carries an invisible air cannon, which increases the range of my attacks with each blow. This is also the reason behind my nickname Blessing Gloves. If you've already reached your limit, continuing the fight will be pointless. I will finish you off with this punch. With that, Eric gathered all his strength and threw a fatal punch towards an EG. Just as his fist was about to lightly strike her face, a chilling pressure suddenly filled the air. Thousands of eyes seemed to be staring at Eric, and the atmosphere grew unnaturally dense, making him feel an overwhelming sense of abnormality. His body stiffened, unable to move. Even when he tried to use all his strength, it was futile. What is going on? My body won't move, and the air cannon won't fire. Where are all these eyes coming from? Every time he was looked at, his entire body trembled. Just then, a foot appeared out of nowhere, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Su Xianbai arrived, standing in front of an EG and said, Eldarin, don't move. Just rest for a while. After I deal with him, I'll tend to your injuries. An EG, severely wounded, stared at him in a daze. Su Xianbai, what is with his calm and composed demeanor? Is he implying that he's certain to win? On the other side, Eric, after receiving a powerful kick, was sent flying, his face still slightly dented where he had been struck. He glared at Su Xianbai with intense fury. Damn it, the golden body technique can't even activate anymore, and here you are, easily kicking my handsome face. I don't know what trick you're playing, but the moment your footprint was left on my face, that was the moment you sealed your death. Suddenly, Xan Pang, Lion, and White Old Elephant appeared behind Su Xianbai. Eric, both angry and puzzled, immediately questioned, what is this? Why are the three of you cooperating with the target of this mission? Xin Pang shouted loudly, you dared to ambush my boss and second brother. The three of us have reformed our ways, and now Su Xianbai is our leader. Eric became even more furious upon hearing this, so, it turns out you're just three traitors. How convenient. I might as well deal with all of you at once. Seeing how eager his opponent was to fight, Su Xianbai calmly stepped forward. He turned to Lion behind him and said, use your frenzied furious roar to buff me. Walking through the raging flames, his gaze was filled with overwhelming killing intent as he advanced toward Eric. So, this is the enhancement effect of frenzied furious roar, huh? My blood is boiling, and even my desire to fight has surged. With this combat state, you're done for today. At that moment, those eyes reappeared. Su Xianbai lunged forward to attack, while Eric, now visibly less arrogant, broke into a cold sweat, his face filled with panic. Those eyes again. My body. I can't move. While Eric was still distracted by those beautiful yet terrifying eyes, Su Xianbai's fist suddenly closed in and gently kissed his cheek. The punch was so powerful that Eric's muscular body was sent flying into the air. Su Xianbai swiftly leaped up, appearing right in front of Eric, and said, "The evil eye of Shura can suppress targets with weaker mental strength than mine, temporarily locking both their physical actions and their special abilities." Eric coughed up a few mouthfuls of red blood, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, is this trick again?" His whole body stiffened, unable to move, lying there like an object enduring every blow from Su Xianbai. The kick from Su Xianbai was so powerful that both the inside and outside of Eric were injured, and the tight clothes on his body were severely torn. Xian Pang and his brothers, standing aside, were equally stunned. Looking at the one-sided battle being displayed by Su Xianbai, Xian Pang couldn't help but sigh, "Boss, second brother, it seems we followed the right person." And Yi, lost in thought, watched the one-sided fight being unleashed by Su Xianbai, so powerful. He's suppressing Heavenly King Eric completely. Perhaps he has a chance to become the savior of the state of women. Eric lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "I've been roaming for half my life, never tasted defeat, and now I have to endure this humiliation. Clearly, I have a golden body protecting me, and with the reinforcement of the blessing gloves, I should be invincible. If it weren't for those strange eyes, he wouldn't even be my opponent. I could kill him with just a wave of my hand." Eric's angry expression quickly turned to fear when he saw Su Xianbai. Su Xianbai was sitting in a tree, his eyes glowing with bright red energy as he stared back at Eric. "Your appearance seems quite defeated, doesn't it?" Su Xianbai said, "You can only rely on the advantage of your equipment to defeat an elder. Even if I don't use the evil eye of Shura, you still wouldn't be able to beat me. On the surface, you try to appear as though you're slaying, but inside, your heart doesn't seem to reflect that." The energy consumption from using the evil eye of Shura gradually increased. "I've already used it 3 times in a row, and I can't use it again for now, but it's just right to scare this guy a bit," Su Xianbai thought. Eric stood below, looking up at the tree branch where Su Xianbai was sitting. "I never expected there would be a day when I'd be looked down upon by someone else." "Do you think everyone can wear Noah's equipment and gain special abilities?" Eric said, "These equipments carry the abilities of the dead, as well as their lingering resentment from when they were alive. Wearing them for a long time will cause the body to suffer backlash from vengeful spirits. Apart from Noah, the Heavenly King, only I can withstand the side effects of this equipment. The stronger the body, the more equipment it can endure. My body can handle up to 12 sets of equipment at once." With that, Eric focused and immediately transformed. After a burst of blinding golden light, Eric appeared in an incredibly impressive suit of armor, exuding an undeniable aura of coolness. Despite his face remaining as handsome as ever, he was fully equipped with all 12 pieces of gear that showcased his strength. Confidently, he leaned forward, flashed a smile, and said to Su Xianbai, "This is my strongest equipment, all of it just for me. Heavenly King blessing gloves, in a divine state." After wearing them, his confidence shot up to 100, and he laughed loudly, saying, "So, what do you think, Su Xianbai? Are you so scared you can't even speak?" And Yi glanced at the armor Eric was wearing and thought to himself, "The light is so dazzling, his entire body radiates a golden spirit. When he fought me, did he not even unleash his full strength? Facing an opponent like this, what will Su Xianbai do?" Red flames shimmered and flew everywhere amidst the taunts of the enemy and the cheers from Xian Pang. Su Xianbai paused for a moment, then said, "So, if I can endure the backlash from the vengeful spirit, I'll be able to wear your gear, right?" "Do you know what?" Su Xianbai continued, "Your equipment looks pretty cool. I wonder if it would suit me if I wore it." Eric, observing Su Xianbai's demeanor, suddenly felt a wave of worry and unease wash over him. You want to steal my equipment, don't you?" At the same time, the aerial battle of State of Women also began. Xie, with an indifferent expression, approached Bai Umo and said, "With so many people in State of Women, do you know why I chose you as my opponent?" Bai Umo replied calmly, "Of course I know. There's no better reason to explain than that." Xie was surprised upon hearing this. No way? Could she have guessed something?
But this is truly unexpected. Bayumo suddenly raised her voice with an air of great confidence. You're jealous of me, aren't you? Jealous because my electricity and water supplies are not only sufficient, but more abundant than others. At these words, Shifa angrily denied, enough, shut up. Don't bring up issues about size anymore. Let me tell you, I keep my body small just to store power. Do you think I don't have any at all? With that, Shifa immediately performed a stunning transformation that no one could have predicted. Her wings suddenly grew and stretched out, and her figure expanded to an unimaginable degree. Using an incredibly seductive appearance, she spoke with contempt, Bayumo, do you see this? This is my true form. The fallen six-winged angel. The situation has changed now. It's your turn to be jealous of me. Before the new interface of Shifa, the girls were all stunned. Some of them instinctively placed their hands on their chests, exclaiming, this is really shocking. Compared to her, we are nothing. This must be a rare level. Bayumo squinted, saying, it's just a transformation from airport to dairy cow. Hasn't she heard the saying, grapefruit, apple, pear, and then they all become gourds? Shifa's expression remained unchanged as she spoke to Bayumo. You don't need to hide anymore. Your jealousy is written all over your face. When it comes to the chest, you've lost in every aspect. Next, we should compare real skills. Shifa summoned the chains and gave them commands, making the soul chains glow brightly and fly wildly in all directions. Bayumo, with a look of disdain, said, just a few tiny chains and you want to restrain me? Aren't you being a little too naive? But Shifa only smiled lightly, saying, I never said the soul chains are only for restraining you. Hearing that, Bayumo was startled and turned to look at her juniors behind her. At this moment, the chains had already ensnared the girls. The chains, though small, had a tendency to slither, tearing at the girls' bodies while tightly binding them. Although the girls struggled to resist, their efforts were insignificant, and they could only weakly thrash about. Damn it, my whole body is bound by chains now, I can't move at all. This move is too despicable. Bayumo silently thought to herself, looking at her disciples, who were pleading for help. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss, then drew her sword and spoke to her juniors, everyone, don't worry, you will be fine. All of you are my beloved disciples, and as your master, I will give up everything to protect you. With that, she swung her sword, trying to sever the chains, but unfortunately, her sword did not even make a dent in the tiny chains. To Bayumo's astonishment, Shifa laughed triumphantly, boasting about the chain. Stop wasting your effort, Bayumo. These are chains forged from the flames of hell, no one can cut them. Those bound by the chains of the soul will have the breath of hell invade them, their willpower will gradually weaken. Before long, they will meet their end in fear and despair. Watching your beloved disciples die one by one, yet being powerless to do anything, there's nothing more agonizing than that, is there? Shifa sneered, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. At that moment, Bayumo's aura changed completely. She turned around, her voice cold and commanding, Cow, don't be too quick to celebrate. Ever since my sword skills leveled up, there's nothing I can't cut through. With that, Bayumo executed a decisive sword strike. The chains that had seemed unbreakable were effortlessly sliced into fragments before vanishing into nothingness. Shifa's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the shattered remnants of the chains he had painstakingly forged. No one has ever escaped once bound by the soul shackles. Yet Bayumo has severed them all in a single stroke. You actually did it? Shifa blurted out in disbelief. Bayumo, no matter how powerful you are still just a mere mortal. How could you possibly cut through shackles forged from the depths of hell? Bayumo fixed her gaze on Shifa, the chill in her eyes growing even more intense. Behind her, golden swords shimmered into existence, their radiant glow causing the very air to tremble and freeze in time. Her voice rang out, cold and commanding. A mortal? Why don't you open your eyes wide and take a good look? Do you even know who stands before you? No complicated transformations were needed, with just the effect of the immortal sword, Shifa was stunned. She looked at Bai Yumo, whose aura exuded an overwhelming, transcendent force, and couldn't help but be surprised. Swordmaster Immortal, isn't that just a title? Xia Fei thought to herself, could she really be a fairy? The aura radiating from Bai Yumo truly seemed to shake the very space around her. Not only did she carry the air of a transcendent being, but she also emanated a sense of immense majesty. But this level of power doesn't scare me. Xia Fei gritted her teeth, her gaze full of confidence. I am Noah's most trusted assistant. There's no way I could lose to you. With that, Xia Fei attacked with her chains, but Bai Yumo remained calm, showing no sign of panic. She simply muttered the name of her move, Invisible Sword Chi. As soon as the words left her lips, Bai Yumo's eyes slowly opened. True to the name, no one saw when she swung her sword, but Xia Fei's painstakingly forged chains were instantly severed by an invisible blade, shattering into pieces. Xia Fei stared at the chains she had put so much effort into creating, now easily cut apart. A feeling of shock and anger surged through her. Before she could react, Bai Yumo suddenly attacked from above, swinging her sword while sneering at her opponent. Seems like your chest is making it hard for you to move, huh? As her words ended, the powerful sword struck down. Though Xia Fei wore the attire of a fallen angel, even she couldn't withstand this tremendous force, and she was sent crashing to the ground, leaving a large crack where she landed. Although there wasn't much damage, the pain of being slammed to the ground from thousands of meters in the air was truly indescribable. Xia Fei struggled to stand up while muttering, "Damn it, this is absolutely unforgivable. I am the fallen angel Lucifer, yet you actually managed to knock me down. If I don't kill Bai Yumo, how could I ever face anyone again?" High above, Bai Yumo showed no hesitation. She pointed at Xia Fei and continued to unleash her next technique. The moment her finger aimed downward, swords shot forth like lightning, slicing through space and piercing Xia Fei's body. These swords appeared at the speed of light, penetrating her heart and striking several other vital points across her body. Xia Fei tried to evade, but the attack was too fast for her to react in time. The sensation of being pierced through left her entire body numb, but this was not the end. She told herself, if this is all she's got, it won't be enough to kill me. Suddenly, Bai Yumo realized something. Xia Fei's wings had disappeared. Every pair of angelic wings could block a fatal strike, and now, Xia Fei no longer had that layer of defense. At this moment, Xia Fei was in a vulnerable state. She had been simultaneously refining formations and concocting pills, making her appear weak. However, in reality, she was secretly preparing special battle formations to counter her opponent. Watching Bai Yumo charge at her, Xia Fei broke out in cold sweat, tension gripping her body. Deep down, she thought, a trickster? Just what kind of person is she? She can counter every single one of my attacks without exception. Bai Yumo watched as Xia Fei struggled to unleash her most powerful attack, but she merely murmured calmly, "Is this your technique? It seems to be all show and no substance." Suddenly, Bai Yumo's figure appeared behind Xia Fei, sword in hand, poised to take her life. She didn't forget to remind Xia Fei of one thing: a true assassin doesn't chase after theatrics. Xia Fei was utterly bewildered. Her hands barely twitched, her eyes could only register her opponent's strike, and her mind understood the technique being executed, yet she was completely unable to evade. Bai Yumo pressed her advantage, unleashing a series of powerful attacks to finish Xia Fei off. She didn't just strike but also paid close attention to the wings on Xia Fei's back. Every pair of a fallen angel's wings could withstand a fatal blow, and Bai Yumo thought, just a few more strikes, and I'll break through her defenses. But just as Bai Yumo believed she had discovered Xia Fei's weak point, chains suddenly appeared, wrapping around her body. These chains tightened instantly, binding Bai Yumo and Xia Fei together. Faced with this bizarre turn of events, Bai Yumo couldn't help but feel alarmed. What the hell is going on? She felt helpless and disoriented. Before she could react, Xia Fei had already used the chains to pull them even closer. Bai Yumo's breathing quickened, her mind momentarily thrown into chaos. Furious, she snapped, "You damn cow, why are you tying us together? Don't tell me you actually plan to die with me?" Xia Fei wasn't much better off,
though she felt a bit embarrassed she had already figured out a way to defeat me. At this moment, Bayuemo finally noticed the chain wrapped around a sword behind her. She suddenly understood Shiefei's intention. That's the sword I shot out earlier. Don't tell me. You plan to use it? Shiefei's body was burning hot, her face showing an expression of enjoyment as she spoke to Bayuemo. You guessed it right. I intend to use this sword to assassinate both of us. I still have one last pair of wings left, so even if the sword pierces my heart, I won't die. But you don't seem to be like me, do you? I don't think you'll survive this. Bayuemo shuddered as she looked at the sword behind her. Damn it, I was too careless. I actually let this milk cow trap me like this? Am I really going to die here? No way, I won't accept it. I haven't even explored all the high difficulty moves with Xianbai yet. And I haven't fulfilled my dream of having children with him. There's no way I'm going to die with regrets like this. Xianbai stood there blankly, watching the two girls tangled together. Sorry to interrupt, but what exactly are you two doing? In a critical moment, Xianbai's sudden appearance was like an unexpected variable. Bayuemo was overjoyed, as if finding a glimmer of hope for survival. Xianbai, I knew you would come to save me. Shiefei, on the other hand, was utterly shocked but still managed to warn, trying to save someone? It won't be that easy. Standing before them, Su Xianbai spoke while casting some kind of magic. Thick pink mist spread from his mouth, filling the space around them. Shiefei's body trembled as she exclaimed. Lustful venom? Isn't this Zhang Tian Yu's technique? How can you use it too? The venom gradually seeped into Shiefei, making her mind spin with no escape. This is bad. This technique completely strips women of their ability to resist. In Shiefei's eyes, Su Xianbai suddenly had 6 white wings behind him, his entire being radiating a dazzling light. She collapsed to the ground, looking up at Xianbai. Archangel. Why has the one who came to save me fallen into the same abyss as I have? How should I repay this debt of gratitude? Would my body suffice? Seeing Shiefei posing seductively before him, Su Xianbai tensed up. So this is the effect of lustful venom? It's truly terrifying. She had completely lost her reason. He had to restrain her somehow. The Heavenly King is extremely dangerous. Xian Pang rushed in from behind, carrying a rope. Master, don't worry. My binding technique has improved a lot. Eric, battered and bruised, sat trembling under a tree, stunned by the situation before him. Even Lucifer has been subdued? That's great. That means I'm not the only one who got defeated. Honestly, I don't even need to blame myself that much. Losing to Su Xianbai is completely understandable. After all, he and Noah Master are the same, they're both true monsters. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier, Eric was trembling, his body covered in wounds. The armor once deemed indestructible was riddled with holes, even the crown on his head was chipped and cracked. His eyes, unable to hide his fear, stared at his opponent. What the hell is that? He was still hiding a trump card? Just facing that thing is enough to make my whole body shake. Behind Su Xianbai, a dark shadow emerged, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying energy. Su Xianbai looked at his opponent and remarked loudly, "You're stronger than I expected. I don't have time to play with you. I'll use this move to finish you off." Hearing this, Eric panicked and begged for mercy. "Stop. I surrender. Take it back. Didn't you want my equipment? Take all of it. As long as you spare my life this time, everything is yours." Su Xianbai approached Eric, who was trembling on his knees on the ground, and said, "But your equipment is so damaged now, I can't use it anymore. I only want the rosary around your neck." Upon hearing this, Eric immediately agreed, hastily removing the rosary and his earrings, handing them to Su Xianbai. "No problem, my earrings aren't damaged either. The rosary of Ku Wu and the magic of the Virgin Rose are yours."
As Eric handed over his belongings, a flash of anger appeared in Su Xianbai's eyes. I never expected that after Kuwu's death, Noah would exploit him. As a friend, I must comfort his soul. Su Xianbai took the rosary and performed some kind of spell.
From the beads, a blue light radiated, the typical color seen among the notorious ghost players in graveyards. Then, the soul of Kuwu, which had been imprisoned for so long, was finally freed. He appeared gently before Su Xianbai. He clasped his hands and spoke to him. Su brother, I didn't expect we would meet like this.
Su Xianbai calmly replied, Kuwu, your soul is no longer bound by Noah. Now you can go to the Pure Land. Contrary to what you think, Kuwu said, Western Pure Land? I still can't go there. There is still a lingering regret in my heart. Can I fulfill my wish before I leave? Not too surprised by Kuwu's request, Su Xianbai replied, Of course, it's your freedom, after all. Hearing this, Kuwu smiled gently, thanked Su Xianbai, and then disappeared. At that moment, the earrings in his hand reacted. They floated in midair and spoke to him, Since you've already let one person go, you wouldn't mind letting another one, would you? I, too, have an unfulfilled wish. Could you set me free? A girl appeared before Su Xianbai, shyly touching her ear as she said, The one who possesses the power of 10,000 souls holds dominion over all spirits that have yet to enter reincarnation. With just a single word from you, I could regain my freedom. Looking at the girl floating before him, Su Xianbai asked, You are a magic master, aren't you? Though I dislike forcing women, I must apologize. I can't let you go just yet. I need your power. I need you to help me drive out Master Noah. Will you help me? Seeing the calm expression on his face as he spoke about driving Noah away, Joanna was somewhat surprised. Is he speaking so calmly because he doesn't understand the meaning of his words? But his resolute gaze made it seem like this wasn't just empty talk. Looking deeply into his determined eyes, Joanna smiled and said, I understand now. Noah is the one who trapped me in the earring. I'm willing to help you. With that, she transformed back into the earring, resting on his ear. She continued, I can provide you with a large amount of magic resistance to block some of the magic damage you take, and I can also use all the magic from the forbidden magic list. I hope that with my limited power, I can be of some help to you. Upon hearing this, he smiled and gave her an affirmative nod, You're very powerful. I hope you will continue to assist me in the future. Eric, who had witnessed the entire process, was stunned. He couldn't believe that the only thing he could receive was reduced magic damage. But he also had the ability to control the undead, which led Joanna to offer all of her powers to him. At the edge of the surging sea, Abaya was casting a spell to make the seawater rise and churn, forming waves of water that appeared everywhere around her. He looked at Zhongzhe Qin in front of him, his voice full of contempt. The sword skills of the Nakazawa family have been in decline for a long time. Even father can no longer defeat me, let alone you. In this era where supernatural abilities reign supreme, someone like you, without any powers, is destined for death. Zhongzhe Qin gripped her sword tightly and retorted, Shut up. You have no right to judge the sword skills of the Nakazawa family. Looking at the petite girl before him, he let out a sigh. You're on the brink of death, yet you still talk so big? The Muramasa in your hands is nothing but a waste of a divine weapon. With that, he decisively pointed his sword at Zhongzhe Qin. A fierce torrent of water surged forth from the tip of his blade, attacking with overwhelming force. Zhongzhe Qin watched the rushing water approaching, panic rising in her heart. She realized he was attacking from all directions, clearly intent on driving her to death. Just then, a familiar voice rang in her ears, Miss Qin, do not be afraid. I am here to help you. In the next moment, Kuwu appeared before her, forming a barrier that shielded her from the deadly assault. Zhongzhe Qin stared at the monk in astonishment. Weren't you sold off? How can you still be here like this? Hearing her question, Kuwu smiled and replied, It's all thanks to Su Xianbai. He gave me the chance to atone for my sins. I'll help you block Obea's attacks, Miss Qin, you just focus on attacking. With the support of a reliable ally like Ku Wu, Zhong Zichin quickly regained her fighting spirit.
Her pitch-black eyes turned sharp, her gaze never leaving Abaya as she entered battle mode.
Abaya looked at the teacher Ku Wu before him, momentarily surprised. He coldly asked, "Ku Wu, are you so determined to stop me even if it costs you your life?"
"I've already repaid what I owed you with my left hand.
I won't hold back against Muramasa. If your soul is scattered and your spirit dispersed, don't blame me." Ku Wu stood behind, protecting Zhong Zichin, and calmly replied, "Miss Qin, you don't need to hold back the sword's power anymore. Just release it, otherwise, we won't be able to defeat him."
Zhong Zichin hesitated for a moment, a trace of doubt flickering in her eyes.
She asked Ku Wu again to confirm, "Release the demon sword? But I'll also be consumed by it, just like Abaya." Ku Wu reassured her, "Miss Qin, you don't need to worry. You have the light of gratitude on you, it might be able to help purify the demon sword's evil."
Hearing this affirmation from him, although she was worried, she decided to take the risk for once to find out. At this point, it seems the only thing left is to risk it all, right? "This will take some time, and before that, I'll need your help." Upon hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction, then spread his arms wide, floating high above, and a large golden shield shimmered, enveloping both of them. He confidently said, "Don't worry, I will not let anything happen to you." Abaya, watching the two of them discussing something, immediately decided to unleash a water attack on them once more.
With a look of disdain, she said, "You're really just asking for trouble, aren't you?"
The stream of water, sharp as needles, charged towards the master's shield, but in vain the shield held firm. The master looked at her with a calmness that seemed almost unnatural, saying, "Did you forget my defensive strength? Your water cannot harm me in the slightest." Abaya, unconvinced, lashed out with another strike, aiming for the master and saying, "Look at your face, it doesn't seem as easy as you make it sound. The golden body of the Lohan, your defensive power has been reduced by half, hasn't it?" The word struck a nerve, and the master momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Abaya slashed through his shield, splitting it in two. Immortal sword split Ku Wu's soul in half. He said, as expected, "You can no longer withstand my full force attack."
At that moment, Zhong Zichin emitted a chilling murderous aura. Witnessing this, Abaya felt an icy sensation run down his spine and asked, "What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you intend to seize the power of the demon sword?"
Zichin was in the process of absorbing the power of the pure evil sword. When her dark eyes met Abaya's, the endless blackness now bore a crimson hue at the edges. Seeing that she had fully absorbed the sword's power, Abaya flew into a rage. Gripping his sword, he controlled the water to launch an attack against her.
Striking as he roared, "Muramasa is mine. No one is allowed to take it away."
But in an instant, his sword was caught by Zichin's hand. He stared into those deep, unfathomable eyes, screaming in despair, "I am your rightful master.
I am Abaya. I've been waiting for you for over 10 years, how could you not remember me?"
Unlike the lovesick young man before her, Zichin, having lost all reason, swung her sword mercilessly, carving a deep wound into Abaya's body. Struck directly by the fatal slash, Abaya collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently as he looked up at her, his gaze filled with agony and desperation. The evil sword within Zhong Zichin let out an amused smile. "All I desire is slaughter. So whoever claims to be my master, none of it matters to me." At some point, a shadow gradually rose from the ground. He furiously grabbed his sword and charged toward Zhong Zichin. The shadow seemed to exude an indescribable sinister aura. As he struck, he shouted, "I can't accept this. You belong to me, only I am worthy of you. No one has the right to take you away from me." But before he could land a single blow, the shadow was beheaded by her sword. As his body trembled on the ground, no longer able to fight, she acted as if she hadn't noticed and instead tuned into the distant waves, saying, "All right, let's see who the next unlucky one is." Abaya, holding onto his obsession with his last breath, refused to let go. He clutched Zhong Zichin's leg, his breath growing faint, and said, "Muramasa, you clearly chose me. Are you really going to abandon me and leave just like this?"
The essence of the evil sword is that it has no heart.
Seeing Abea's stubborn expression, she decisively cut through the thin thread of his life with a single strike, her voice cold. Finally, some silence.
I hate long-winded speeches. Didn't you know that?
Suddenly, from afar, a powerful surge of energy reached her senses.
Zhong Zaiqin looked toward the source of the energy and said, behind the mountain, there's the energy of a strong man. This is getting interesting. Let's go and kill them all.
On this side, behind Su Xianbai, Eric and Xie Fei were being bound and captured. He spoke to Noah in front of him. As expected, you've come.
It seems you couldn't hold back any longer, huh? Noah, with a calm and confident expression, replied, so you managed to capture 2 of my subordinates, huh? Su Xianbai, you've really surprised me with your abilities. He then directly asked Noah, where are Lilith and Ping Er? I don't see them. What have you done to them?
He quickly confined them, creating a prison made of transparent glass that shone brightly in the air, inside of which were Lilith and Zhao Ping Er.
As soon as he saw them, Su Xianbai hurriedly asked, are you 2 all right? Don't worry, I will definitely get you out.
Zhao Ping Er looked at him anxiously. Don't worry, Master, we're fine.
Master, what about you? Are you injured anywhere?
Lilith, also worried, spoke to him. Xianbai, I'm so worried about you.
This Noah is incredibly strong, you must be careful.
Su Xianbai's eyes darkened at this point, and his voice became cold. I know.
No matter how strong the opponent is, I won't let anything happen to you too.
At this point, he looked towards Noah and said, let's make a deal.
Noah maintained his calm demeanor and replied, oh, are you offering Eric and Lucifer in exchange for your woman?
A fair trade, 2 for 2.
If you want to exchange someone, that's fine, but it shouldn't be those 2.
It should be you, your complete unlessness of dim form. Su Xianbai listened to Noah's request, fell silent for a moment, then coldly responded, I knew you would say that.
The tricks you played on Lion and White Old Elephant were to complete my unlessness of dim, weren't they?
The reason you're so obsessed with having the complete form of unlessness of dim is because, after you use your ability to extract energy, it can only sustain the power of the ability at the moment of extraction. No matter how strong you are, you can't make it exert any greater effect.
Am I right? Upon hearing Su Xianbai's deduction, Noah's lips curled slightly as he said, very clever, Su Xianbai.
You managed to pinpoint the flaw in my ability, but the reason I want the unlessness of dim form completed.
You've only guessed half of it. Don't listen to too much information, or you'll overload your memory.
He summoned 2 lightning bolts in his hands and said, no matter what your reasons are, I will stop you myself. Saying that, he ordered Lion, or as he was currently called, Lion, to unleash his full strength.
From a distance, 4 figures appeared, their eyes all glowing with red energy, charging forward while cursing. Noah, do you dare to take advantage of the bond between us? We will make you pay for this.
An EG, with a cigarette in his mouth, jumped forward, followed closely by Vu Mac, who raised his leg high and charged. Not only did you touch my sister, but now you want to harm my man.
Noah, you deserve the death penalty. Noah glanced at the noisy group, gently raising the staff in his hand.
The staff emitted a green light as it struck the formation beneath his feet, his tone slightly contemptuous. You don't know your own strength.
This is not the attitude one should have in a negotiation. With that, Noah activated an offensive formation towards the approaching group.
As he sensed the power of a Baumo, he switched to a new filter for Baumo, impressive, as expected from the master of the sword sect. Knowing that she stood no chance against Noah, she signaled to Sun Xianbai, Xianbai, we will hold Noah off. You must rescue Lilith and Ping Er. Gripping the sword tightly in her hand, Baumo gathered her sword chi and charged towards Noah. Below, Noah spun his staff and cast a spell, summoning a massive fireball that struck Baumo, knocking her unconscious on the spot. Seeing Baumo defeated in such a manner, and Iji furiously shouted, you dare do this to our master? This is unforgivable. Playing with fire in front of me is dangerous, you know. As an Iji prepared to cast a few explosive spells, Noah simply pointed his staff towards her and gently switched to the force of absolute ice.
The sudden change left an Iji momentarily stunned, and she hesitated, questioning, "What is this? Does he also have ice elemental power?" By the time she reacted, her body had already turned into a massive block of cold, solid ice. Noah then continued to cast a lightning spell, and to everyone's astonishment, unleashed a single strike upon the three lion brothers, rendering all three of them incapable of continuing the fight. Thunder, ice, fire, and wind, each element appeared in full force, marking the beginning of the battle. Standing amidst the storm, Noah sighed and muttered, "The opening act is over." Zhang Tianyu looked at the scene in front of her, her pupils shrinking in surprise, just a casual wave of his hand, and he wiped them all out in the blink of an eye. Even Bai Yumo wasn't an exception. Not even the much stronger forces of Starplace could do it so easily. At the same time, the sound of something shattering echoed behind her. Turning around, she was met with yet another surprise. "Oh, is this a trick?" she exclaimed. "The most advanced seal Rubik's Cube, how could he possibly break it?" Su Xianbai held Ping Er and Lilith tightly on either side, arrogantly looking down with a challenging expression. Noah smiled in satisfaction and said, "The Rubik's Cube wasn't broken by him, it was absorbed by him. In the end, that person walked right into the trap. Perhaps no one knows, but I had poured an enormous amount of energy into the Rubik's Cube, enough to help him break through." When he realized he couldn't break the Rubik's Cube, but could only absorb it, his endlessness of dim appeared out of his chest. "That means it's reached its perfect form. These people are nothing more than playthings for me. In the end, unlessness of dim will return to me." But when he looked back at Su Xianbai, he was not paying any attention to Noah. Instead, he was busy checking if the two women beside him were injured anywhere. Seeing this, Noah immediately lost his temper. "That bastard, is he ignoring me?" Su Xianbai's gaze swept over the injured people below. He turned to Lilith and said, "Lilith, take care of these injured people. Can you still heal them?" She nodded and assured him, "Don't worry, Xianbai. My healing ability is more than enough." He then turned to Noah and said loudly, "Noah, it seems like you're very confident you'll beat me in my current state, huh?" Hearing him, Noah confidently responded, "Is there even a need to say it? I allowed you to grow to this point, of course I have the power to crush you now." Upon hearing that, Su Xianbai appeared like a gentle breeze before Noah, and the two exchanged a fierce, electrifying gaze. Su Xianbai broke the silence, speaking coldly, "You think you have the power to crush me? Pity, I don't think so." Noah looked at the young man before him, so arrogant, and he chuckled inwardly, "Kiddo, don't get too cocky just yet." Without letting him speak much, Su Xianbai suddenly released his own energy. Noah reacted quickly, maintaining his distance from him. Following the direction Noah had avoided, Su Xianbai immediately used Joanna's skill, Banned Book Catalog. Rose Dance, from which countless flowers appeared and flew toward Noah. Seeing this, Noah merely regarded it as a child's play. He swiftly activated his own formation, blocking Su Xianbai's attack while muttering under his breath, "Rose magic, huh? Such a little trick, and you think you can fool me?" Keeping his gaze fixed on his opponent, he spoke to the two girls behind him, "Ping Er, reduce my weight, I want to increase my speed to the highest possible level. Lilith, take the chance to heal the injured." After assigning tasks in the rear, with just a stomp, before the rubble beneath his feet had even touched the ground, Su Xianbai had already reached Noah, looked him straight in the eye, and said, "Magic masters aren't good at close combat, are they?" As soon as the words fell, a fist suddenly appeared out of nowhere, gently kissing one side of Noah's cheek, sending him plummeting straight down from mid-air to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Su Xianbai slowly stepped forward and said, "Beat Grandmaster Noah, you're far too confident in your own strength. Aside from the Azura demon, I still have two trump cards that you know nothing about." Zhang Tianyu stood frozen, staring at Su Xianbai, who had managed to land a hit on Noah. Did Su Xianbai just suppress Noah? Is this real or am I seeing things? This is the first time I've ever witnessed such a situation. But why do I feel a sudden chill running down my spine? As Zhang Tianyu turned around, he found Lilith and Zhao Ping'er staring daggers at him, their faces filled with unmistakable disdain. Feeling awkward and hesitant, Zhang Tianyu said, you want to heal the wounded, right? Don't worry, go ahead. I'm very understanding, so I absolutely won't interfere. On this side, Noah received a strike from Su Xianbai, but instead of getting angry, he laughed with delight. Azura ghost god, huh? Truly surprising. But this is still not enough. A wild grin appeared on his face as he quickly moved towards Su Xianbai, using his staff to counter with a powerful blow. Immediately after, the smile disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. He coldly said, "Your body will generate hundreds of magic explosions. This time, you will definitely die." At that moment, Su Xianbai's earring activated to its maximum potential, reducing the magical damage by 50%. However, the damage still transmitted into his body, causing his breathing to become labored. He spoke through gritted breath, "It seems you're still not strong enough to kill me." Finishing his words, Su Xianbai controlled the Azura hand behind him, grabbing Noah's sharp face. Without wasting a second, he held him tight, spun around, and used all his strength to throw him into the stone wall opposite. As he threw him, he gripped Noah's head tightly, growling, "Noah, meeting me today means your end." Noah sensed the imminent danger and immediately summoned armor ice crystals, creating a protective layer around his body. However, due to the immense pressure and the powerful energy Su Xianbai unleashed, the ice layer only minimized a portion of the damage and couldn't fully withstand the impact. Xin Pang was bound below, her gaze never leaving the intense battle unfolding before her. A complex feeling of anticipation surged within her heart, and her eyes, filled with reverence, were fixed on him, so powerful. Truly worthy of being called the Archangel. As soon as he falls, I'll be freed, right? On the high cliff, Noah held a staff in his hand, his cloak torn to shreds, stained with blood from the times he had coughed it up. In front of him stood Su Xianbai, with Azura's hand behind him, gathering into a massive black orb. His expression revealed no emotion as he stared straight at Noah. "Noah, you lost because you provoked the one you should not have. Your only end is death." The black orb behind him, which no one knew when it had grown to such a size, now covered the sky, swallowing up the light and plunging the space into darkness. Noah was seething with rage, his bloodshot eyes shooting a sharp, penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce through Su Xianbai's body. Zhao Ping'er immediately sensed something was wrong. Her whole body trembled, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. She frantically searched for Xianbai, her heart pounding, an oppressive feeling rising within her. What is this feeling? Why is my heart racing like this? Has something happened to the master? She looked up towards Su Xianbai high above. The enormous black orb behind him gradually faded, and Azura's hand was dissipating as well. Before him, the mage Noah widened his bloodshot eyes, a crazed look appearing on his face. He growled, his voice full of contempt and fury, "Using my own equipment against me? How laughable." He continued, "It is true that the rose earrings can nullify half of the magical damage, but if we focus on attacking two specific points, even though the damage is reduced to half, that alone will be enough to take your life." Upon hearing this, Lilith and Zhao Ping'er were alarmed, intending to rush into the battle, but before they could act, both were frozen in place by Noah's ice magic. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Though it is somewhat difficult, we have finally reached the end. Next, I will take your special ability." At this moment, Noah appeared to be a being of both demon and ghost. A dense, dark green aura enveloped him, and his eyes gleamed with malevolent energy as he approached Su Xianbai. Dark green wisps of energy swirled around Noah's body, gathering in front of his chest, trying to seize the special ability. However, time passed slowly, and Su Xianbai's special ability remained steadfast, unaffected. The more Noah looked, the angrier he became. Failed to steal the special ability? But he was clearly defeated. Why can't I take his ability? In his fury, Noah continued to torment Su Xianbai, repeatedly attempting various methods to seize his power. Each attempt failed again and again. A sense of doubt arose in his mind. If I can't take endlessness of dim even under these circumstances, there's only one explanation. He isn't truly dead. Finally, Noah decided to encase Su Xianbai's body in a magical cube for preservation.
Muttering to himself, his gaze filled with calculation, he said, "It would be better to take him back and study him slowly." Suddenly, Zhang Zaiqin appeared, sword in hand, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Her entire body was drenched in the stench of blood. With blazing eyes and a maniacal grin, she provocatively looked at Noah and sneered, "You're the powerful one I sensed, aren't you? Fight me. I really want to cut you down right here and now." Noah turned his head, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. He scoffed and replied, "Oh? The gift of light? And a complete form at that. What a truly auspicious day." Without hesitation, Noah activated a series of formations, unleashing a barrage of powerful magical attacks toward Zhang Zaiqin. Instead of fear, she became even more exhilarated at the sight of the overwhelming energy surging toward her. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment and excitement. "I never expected such an immense power. How fascinating." The magic spheres rained down relentlessly, greenish smoke rising high and engulfing the battlefield. From a distance, Noah smirked mockingly, "Foolish wretch. You're probably nothing but ashes by now." But at that very moment, from within the dense haze, Zhang Zaiqin suddenly burst forth. Her kimono, now tattered from the damage, fluttered wildly in the wind. Yet, the eager battle-hungry smile on her face remained unchanged, as if she wished for this fight to last forever. She spoke through gritted teeth, eyes shining with fervor, "It's been so long since someone has hurt me like this. This feeling. It's absolutely exhilarating." The sharp blade sliced through the air, grazing a lock of Noah's white hair, leaving a small wound on his cheek. However, Zhang Zaiqin was also unable to avoid sustaining a serious injury to her abdomen. Her pupils constricted with excitement, and a surge of intense exhilaration rose within her. This old man not only avoided my fatal blow but also took the chance to counterattack? He's only getting more exciting. If I can't defeat him, it's going to be hard to end this battle. While Noah and Zhang Zaiqin were locked in fierce combat, it seemed they had both forgotten about Su Xianbai's presence. Inside the transparent chamber, Xianbai's body was slowly recovering. Lina, with a focused expression, worked hard to heal him as quickly as possible. Though she didn't understand why her master had managed to cling to life this long, she refused to give up as long as there was even a glimmer of hope. Lina thought to herself, "Master, hang in there, you're almost better." Zhao Ping Air, trapped inside the ice cube, silently activated her symbiotic ability. She rejoiced inwardly, "As long as I'm alive, my master won't die. Noah's ability to steal won't affect him. That means, in the end, he'll be the one who wins." The battle between Noah and Zhang Zaiqin showed no signs of ending. Looking into Zhang Zaiqin's eyes, full of killing intent and a thirst for battle, Noah sighed quietly, thinking to himself, "I truly enjoy the deadly look in your eyes. It's a shame, though, that the theft ability can only be used on the dead. Otherwise, I would have made you my subordinate by now." Zhang Zaiqin was gradually losing strength at this moment, yet she still wore a scornful smile. "Enough, stop bragging. After fighting you, I discovered something." As she spoke, her smile twisted into something manic, almost deranged. A string of saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corner of her mouth, and her face flushed as if set ablaze. Her voice brimmed with excitement as she continued, "The powerful presence I sensed before. It wasn't you." Hearing this, Noah seemed to take a hit to his pride and immediately retorted, "What a ridiculous thing to say. If it wasn't me, then who else? Are you saying there's someone stronger than me here?" Just then, a cold voice called out his name from behind. "Noah!" Curious, he turned around only to be left speechless by what he saw. A massive black dragon was soaring through the sky, coiling around Su Xianbai. But what shocked Noah even more was that Su Xianbai completely unharmed stood there, his piercing gaze locked onto him. The sight before him rendered Noah utterly stunned. Sweat streamed down his wounded face as his mind screamed in disbelief, "Impossible. How can this be? Su Xianbai, when did he recover?" Su Xianbai took a step forward, his eyes as sharp as icy blades. His voice rang out like a final verdict. "Noah, your end has come.
You won't escape, old man. Hearing this, Noah let out a contemptuous laugh. So coming back to life is your trump card, huh? But your strength is still the same. No matter how many times you revive, it won't change your miserable fate.
Before Noah had the chance to silently rejoice and feel smug, out of nowhere, the vengeful spirits, like wisps of mist, flew in, filling the air around him.
Noah stood in a daze, his eyes wide with astonishment, muttering, "What's going on here? Are these Lone Lilith soul wild ghosts? But why are there so many of them?"
From the mountain of predator corpses at the State of Women, by the Women Lakeside, to the guarded tomb, all the restless souls from across the State of Women appeared one after another, as though summoned, and now they were gathering toward Su Xian Bai.
Zhang Zechin, observing from a distance, couldn't help but click her tongue. TCH, are there really this many souls? Even more than the number trapped in my demon blade. What a magnificent sight!
All these souls are heading toward that little brat to assemble. She paused, her gaze flashing with both surprise and intrigue.
It seems he's the true powerhouse I sensed before.
As this thought crossed her mind, the desire to claim him surged within her. A dark aura unconsciously radiated from Zhang Zechin, her eyes wild with madness, staring intently at Su Xianbai, like a hunter eyeing its prey.
If I can just strike him down right now and return him to his ancestors, then all these souls will belong to me.
On the other side, Long Ming, still hiding among the wandering spirits, was equally stunned by the scene before him. He whispered softly, as if speaking to himself, "Su Xianbai, I never expected you to develop 10,000 souls to this extent.
Truly terrifying."
He sighed, his eyes filled with resignation.
In the end, I am just a lone Lilith soul wild ghost.
In the face of 10,000 souls, I doubt there's any way for me to resist other than to obey your orders. Long Ming said, his voice calm but radiating determination. By the way, I apologize for having underestimated you before. While I was in a deep slumber, you gradually regained some of your abilities.
So now, let me give you a hand. Please, avenge me. With that, Long Ming's soul quickly merged with Su Xianbai's body.
Immediately, Su Xianbai's body shone brightly, emitting a blinding light as if it carried boundless power. From a distance, Zhang Zechin trembled all over. The scene before her seemed to trigger some deep instinct within. Her eyes were filled with desire, her hands clenched tightly, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile as she whispered, almost in a trance, so powerful.
The aura from this heat makes me tremble uncontrollably.
On the other side, Noah was speechless and panicked. His eyes were filled with suspicion and concern. This guy.
Can he manipulate souls? How did I not know about this? Could it be he has been outsmarting me from the very beginning?
Su Xianbai slowly spoke, his voice resonating powerfully, exuding the aura of someone who held control. He looked directly at Noah and Zhang Zechin, his face cold but full of confidence. Since I acquired this ability, I have not revealed it to anyone, only studying and preparing it in secret. This is the final trump card I have worked so hard to prepare. He paused for a moment, the light around him growing ever more dazzling, then continued. 10,000 souls. This technique merges the energy of thousands of souls, along with their battle experiences and skills, all fused into my body.
Noah, you no longer have a chance to win.
Seeing the young man standing before him with an air of arrogant confidence, Noah curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. I see you're merely putting on a show of power.
Who goes around explaining their own techniques like that? Absorbing a few random souls, how much strength could that possibly add?
No sooner had he finished speaking than a brilliant purple orb shot forward with terrifying speed. It streaked straight toward Noah's bracelet, leaving him no time to evade. All he could do was raise his hand to block it, but the force of the attack sent him flying backward, skidding across the ground and carving a long trench in the dirt. Above, Su Xianbai looked down, his gaze sharp and icy, his voice laced with provocation.
Sorry, what were you saying? My hearing's a bit poor, I couldn't quite catch that. With those words, Su Xianbai darted past Zhang Zechin, heading straight for Noah.
Lying on the ground with his face smeared in blood and dust, Noah roared in fury.
You insolent brat, don't you dare underestimate me. Quickly chanting an incantation, Noah summoned a colossal ice dragon.
The dragon let out a thunderous roar, opened its massive jaws, and charged directly at Su Xianbai, intent on swallowing him in one devastating strike. Facing the enormous ice dragon hurtling toward him, combined with his precarious position mid-air, Su Xianbai remained calm. His eyes gleamed with menace as he spoke in a chilling tone.
Daring to block my path like this, you must have a death wish, don't you?
At that moment, in front of Su Xianbai was a gigantic ice dragon, its muscular body looming large, its mouth wide open, charging at him as if it intended to devour him whole.
Noah stood off in the distance, grinning maliciously, his voice booming. Didn't expect this, did you? I have summoning abilities too. The frost dragon is my strongest summoned beast. Get ready to be torn to pieces by it.
The ice dragon let out a fierce roar, but before it could strike, Su Xianbai transformed into a streak of purple light and shot straight into its throat.
In the blink of an eye, the massive body of the dragon was covered with countless cuts, purple light flashing from within, and then its entire form shattered into pieces of ice, falling in a cascade to the ground. Not stopping, Su Xianbai continued to charge toward Noah, his gaze cold and resolute.
His fist clenched tightly, not just to avenge Long Ming, but also to deliver justice for all the innocent people of the state of women. At this moment, Noah finally felt fear.
He panicked and shouted, "Wait! Stop! We can negotiate."
But his plea was cut short by a punch from Su Xianbai. That punch wasn't just physical strength, it also carried the terrifying energy of 10,000 souls. The force of this energy exploded as soon as it made contact with Noah, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground violently. The blast's shockwave swept across, strong enough that those nearby had to exert all their strength to avoid being blown away. Zaiqin, despite being at a distance, almost got swept off her feet. She stared in astonishment at the scene and murmured, "So, this is the power of 10,000 souls? Incredibly strong. I wonder if that old man can handle it." Meanwhile, Zhang Zaiqin, still intoxicated by the poison, gazed at Su Xianbai in a daze. Her eyes were filled with infatuation, as if she could not tear herself away from him.
Amazing. The Archangel is sure to win. I'm about to soar away with the Archangel. Zhang Tianyu, in his heavy attire, struggled to maintain his balance under the impact of the explosion. Is Su Xianbai really that strong? If Noah truly loses, I wonder how Su Xianbai will treat me. After the intense battle, Noah was severely wounded, a large hole in his body causing him to cough violently and collapse to the ground.
Su Xianbai stood coldly, gazing at him with a sharp, icy stare, then spoke, "Speak.
Do you have any excuses left?"
At that moment, the red gem on Noah's headband suddenly lit up, glowing brightly. His eyes filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't get too smug too soon.
Do you think you're the only one with special techniques? I have my ultimate move as well."
Upon hearing this, the light from the gem began to radiate strongly, enveloping the surrounding space.
Zhang Zaiqin, standing high above, could feel the power emanating from the red light. At first, it was simply blinding, but after a short while, she felt herself strangely entranced, unable to resist.
Below, Noah laughed triumphantly, as though he had just found a glimmer of hope.
He confidently shouted at Su Xianbai, "Ha!
It's working! My flash mind ray can control those with evil thoughts in their hearts, to a certain extent.
Facing your friend, I want to see if you can strike." Xianbai calmly looked at Zhang Zaiqin, who was holding a sword and preparing to strike from behind.
With just a glare, he executed the T technique, causing her to feel as though thousands of eyes were watching her. The sensation was so intense that she felt as if any small movement she made would be seen through and judged by all those eyes. The moment she was hit by the technique, all her movements became stiff, and she was frozen, unable to move. Noah, who had been confidently laughing just moments ago, now trembled in fear. When Xianbai lightly touched him, he immediately shifted to begging.
"Wait, don't kill me. Don't you want to know the secret behind the endlessness of dim?
If you spare me, I'll tell you everything, in detail and clearly."
Can you hear me? Xianbai looked at him with cold, emotionless eyes and said, "No need." As he clenched his fist, what was in his hand shattered like a water balloon bursting unexpectedly. Blood, hot and fresh, dripped from Su Xianbai's palm. He stood before Noah's gradually cooling body and said, "There's no need for you to speak. I can just ask your soul directly." The battle was over. The large ice block that had imprisoned Lilith and Zhao Ping'er cracked and shattered. This meant that Noah's magic had lost its effect, and it also meant that Su Xianbai had defeated him. Bai Yuemo wearily sat up, yet an inexplicable sense of relief filled his heart. As expected, I didn't misjudge him. My man is truly reliable. At that moment, Su Xianbai began chanting an incantation. In the name of 10,000 souls, I command you. Noah, surrender your soul to me. From Noah's body, fragments of his soul gradually emerged and gathered before Su Xianbai. Noah's soul took form, appearing gentle and trustworthy. With utmost reverence, he spoke to Xianbai, "My master, how may I assist you?" Eric stood at a distance, witnessing the scene in utter disbelief. "Master? That is Lord Noah's soul, and yet he's bowing and obeying that kid?" Su Xianbai continued his questioning. "What do you know about the endlessness of Dim? Tell me everything you know." Receiving the command, Noah fell into deep thought before recounting the information he possessed. The endlessness of Dim is connected to the ancestor-related predator. It has the power to unlock the seal of the ancestor-related predator. On Underkilling Island, where I currently reside, there is a sealed lair of ancestor-related beings. Master, you surely desire their power to dominate the world, don't you? Seeing Noah's happy expression when mentioning world domination, Xianbai quickly dismissed it. I have no such ambition. You'd better take back that dangerous thought. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Noah immediately humbled himself and apologized. I'm truly sorry, I got too carried away. Please forgive my recklessness. Su Xianbai secretly felt a sense of pride. It seems that no matter how strong a soul is, it will still submit to me unconditionally. He continued, all right, let's set aside the matter of the ancestor-related issue for now. I still have to deal with the aftermath here first. Saying that, Xianbai turned his gaze to Zhong Zaiqin, who was approaching. Her face could not hide her excitement, a mixture of lust and madness clearly visible. She said, "Old man, I slashed at him all day without taking him down, yet you killed him in just a few strikes. As expected of the powerhouse I've acknowledged, you really do make one thrilled." Su Xianbai replied indifferently, "So, you're the one who made Qin's sister uneasy? Demon sword, huh? Do you also want to fight me?" By now, she seemed to have composed herself, regaining her calm. She said, "After witnessing your battle just now, I doubt anyone would still want to fight you." Hearing that, he spoke coldly, his presence overwhelming and full of threat. "If you understand, then hurry up and return Qin's sister's body." Faced with such intense pressure, Zaiqin's body trembled, but not out of fear, rather, it was from excitement. Her face could not hide the pleasure she was feeling. Her voice slowly turned frantic. Is this the feeling of being oppressed by a powerhouse? It's amazing, I love this feeling. I'm the type who can achieve unlimited growth. Just wait and see, when we meet again, I'll definitely be the one to bury you. With that, she suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. The sky had turned to night, at Bayumo's mansion in the State of Women. Zaiqin slowly opened her eyes. She tapped her head with her hand and wondered, my head hurts so much, why am I here? And what's with this outfit? Xianbai spoke up, your clothes were torn, so I had to borrow some from Sec Master Bai to dress you. It was only then that she noticed Xianbai's presence in the room. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, these are Sec Master Bai's clothes? Then you definitely didn't change my clothes, right? Xianbai quickly stood up and hurriedly responded, please don't misunderstand. It was Ping'er who helped you bathe and change. If Qin's sister is fine, then I'll take my leave. At this moment, Zaiqin suddenly called him back, her appearance unusually graceful. She said, wait a moment, Xianbai. Although I don't quite remember clearly,
it seems I drew my sword and pointed it at you, so I apologize. Su Xianbai smiled brightly, his voice gentle. It wasn't you who drew the sword at me, Sister Qin, there's no need to apologize. After leaving Zhong Zaiqin's room, Zhao Ping'er waited outside and, upon seeing him, asked, Master, what about the demon sword? Is it still running loose? Xianbai thought for a moment before replying, I'm not sure. If we truly want to subdue the demon blade, perhaps it can only depend on Qin's sister herself. Then, he turned to Obeya, who was standing nearby, and said, the task of protecting Qin's sister is yours. If anything happens to Qin's sister, I will make sure you're shattered into pieces. Obeya, her limbs intact, respectfully accepted the order. Rest assured, Master, I will not dishonor the mission. After handling everything, he walked with Zhao Ping'er under the eaves, chatting as they went. Zhao Ping'er asked about his use of symbiosis during the battle with Noah. Originally, this secret was never revealed to anyone, only I and one other person knew. Could it be that this person has already told you? Su Xianbai walked while whistling, pretending not to know anything. Mr. Mu is not someone who casually shares secrets with others. He said this and then turned around, pressing her against the wall. With his handsome face, he slowly leaned in closer to Zhao Ping'er's face and said, You want to know how I knew? Of course, I guessed. How could I not understand your thoughts? The distance between them grew smaller, and her little heart seemed to be in chaos. It's too close now, I can even feel my master's breath. What should I do? In this space, maybe I should just close my eyes and wait for my master to kiss me, right? Just as she was closing her eyes, waiting for the kiss from Xianbai, he stepped back a few paces. He spoke from behind, Let's go, Ping'er. We still need to fix up the state of Women House early tomorrow morning. Seeing that the kiss hadn't come, she asked, Huh? Master, are we not continuing? Ping'er doesn't want it to end like this. Saying that, to Xianbai's surprise, she ran over and kissed him. Her small hands gently touched his flushed face, her voice sounding almost coquettish. It seems like Ping'er has been hurt today. Could I go to Master's clinic and ask you to check it carefully for me? Amidst the irresistible temptation, Xianbai wrapped one arm around Ping'er's waist and used the other to open the teleportation gate. As he walked toward the gate, he said, Don't worry, Ping'er. With the master here, you'll be fine. As they passed through the carefully arranged spatial gate, they fell onto the soft bed. For eyes locked onto each other, neither party looking away, their faces flushed. Seeing the situation unfolding faster than she had anticipated, Ping'er couldn't help but feel flustered. Even the teleportation, the master has already mastered it. Xianbai's face was almost touching hers as he gently asked, Ping'er, where exactly is your wound? Zhao Ping'er shyly averted her gaze from Xianbai's intense stare. She replied, Ping'er is not sure either. I hope the master can find it himself. In Zhong Zaiqin's room, guarded by the spirit of Obeya outside, Zaiqin was lost in thought. If I don't have the gift of light to help me control the demon blade, what should I do? Although it had once refined the magical properties of Yenyu, aside from that, it hasn't shown any other abilities. How can I unlock its full power? Suddenly, she felt a reaction in her chest that made her sit up in shock. It's happening again. Since Su Xianbai left, my chest has been aching constantly, as though Su Xianbai had attracted the gift of light. Perhaps I need to find Xianbai and talk to him. Only then can I trust the answer about this gift of light. In Bayumo's boudoir, she was searching for something, mumbling to herself, the elixir left behind by the immortal master should be here, right? Ah, found it. Kaiyun Bergol Pill. This medicine not only replenishes vital energy but is also highly nourishing for men. Xianbai has just gone through a fierce battle, his vital energy must have been severely depleted. Now, I'll bring this medicine to Xianbai to help him recover. At the same time, beneath Su Xianbai's room, Lilith was on her way to meet Xianbai. Even though Xianbai has a healing soul, I'm not sure how capable she really is. What if Xianbai is injured and she can't heal him? It might be a bit embarrassing, but I've made up my mind to go. This is my duty as a holy knight. Outside the balcony of Xianbai's room, Xie Fei and Zhang Tianyu were lurking, eavesdropping.
Zhang Tianyu whispered, complaining, we barely managed to escape from prison, why take such a risk? Xie Fei, with infatuated eyes, replied, after today, who knows when I'll get to see the Archangel again? I just want to say goodbye. Even if it's just a glimpse through the window, I'll be satisfied. In the quiet of the late night, with nothing else to do, the two girls secretly went to the boys' room to spy. Zhang Tianyu sighed helplessly, you've gone through so many hardships to help me escape from prison, just to see Su Xianbai once? Xie Fei affirmed, of course, what else would it be for? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu felt helpless, and couldn't help but harbor doubts in her mind. She wondered, this girl, Xie Fei, is already too deep in the poison, there's no saving her. Why did I run away with her in the first place? Suddenly, a soft sound came from inside, startling both girls, causing them to turn around. What is that? Why is there a woman's voice? After a moment of gathering information, both girls couldn't help but simultaneously have their noses bleed. Xie Fei hurriedly, unable to control herself, ran to the door, opened it, and entered. Archangel, you've shattered my heart, why didn't you come to me but did this instead? Am I not attractive enough? Downstairs, Bai Yuemo pushed open the door and entered, holding a vial of medicinal pills, saying, Xianbai, I've brought you the special tonic pills. Lilith, standing beside her, hesitated before speaking, and I'm here to treat your injuries. All three of them heard the sound coming from Xianbai's room, their faces turning bright red. Zhang Zaiqin remained silent, thinking to herself, the current situation is probably best if I don't go in. However, the clue about the gift of light is related to Su Xianbai, and it seems to be reacting more strongly now. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back anymore, and her body instinctively flew into the room. Inside, Xianbai was only wearing a single piece of cloth, his body involuntarily flying toward the door. Strangely, the endlessness of dim responded more powerfully than ever before, something was drawing it in. Suddenly, a pair of XXL grapefruits and a firm chest flew over and stuck together, unable to be separated. Along with this, a golden light spread throughout the room. Upon seeing this, Xianbai's face turned bright red, and he said, Zaiqin, Qin's sister, am I really just carrying grapefruits and bumping into people like this? At that moment, Xie Fei pushed open the door and entered, followed by Zhang Tianyu. Both of them appeared indignant. How disgraceful! Using such tactics to intervene, not allowing her to seduce the Archangel, let him go immediately. Yuemo also chased after Zaiqin, and upon seeing the scene, spoke up, do you even know the rules of waiting in line? Aren't you the last one of the three of us? Zhao Ping'er, lying on the bed, heard this and immediately spoke up, what are you guys talking about? Shouldn't the first one to arrive be Ping'er? After that, those people continued to play the games that anyone could easily imagine. Noah's soul, sitting downstairs, had to admire, it turns out that the master's talent is not only shown in combat, but his strength extends to every other aspect as well. If the dual nuclei of light and dark could merge within the master, perhaps he would become the man capable of changing this world. Dawn broke at Bai Yumo's mansion, where the state of women was operating. After a long, tiring night, Xianbai yawned deeply and stretched, feeling as if he had just woken up from a truly restful sleep. The battle with Noah had caused him to absorb too much energy, and his body had borne a great burden, but the discomfort from his awakening had now disappeared. At this moment, he noticed a round object on his chest, resembling a Bagua symbol. Isn't this Qin's sister's gift of light? How did it end up on me? And why can't I take it off? It seems to have fused with the endlessness of dim into something new. Suddenly, juicy grapefruit appeared surrounding him. The eyes of the six girls stared at him for a while before one of them spoke up and asked, did you sleep well last night? While he was still confused and didn't quite understand what was happening, Xie Fei spoke first, her fair hands lightly brushing over her breasts as she said, when I woke up, I already felt that my body was different, like this part of me has grown bigger than before. Even XXL can't describe its size. Zhang Zaiqin swayed her body, admiring her curves, and then spoke up, it's not just bigger in size, I feel like my body is full of vitality and energy. It's clear that we've become stronger now. Hearing the girls discussing the changes after spending the night with him, Su Xianbai concluded confidently, after the gift of light fused with my body,
it seems to make anyone who sleeps with me stronger. Infinity of darkness can absorb unlimited energy from different realms, but the human body can't bear that infinite energy. The main effect of the gift of light, aside from its purifying ability, is to bestow energy and special abilities to others. Both the dual nuclei of light and dark are within me now. That means I can freely control the energy and special abilities I absorb, and share them with anyone. Lilith, holding her blushing face, felt astonished. That's amazing. Doesn't that mean we could also become stronger like Xianbai, more and more every day? Su Xianbai nodded and said, in theory, it's indeed possible, but this is just my speculation. Whether it will succeed or not, we need to conduct an actual experiment to prove it. Zhang Tianyu twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers and said, do you all understand the issue? According to what he said, does that mean everyone has to sleep together? Xianbai stroked his chin and affirmed, that's right. After all, practice is the only standard for verifying the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls made their decision without hesitation. They threw off their garments, quickly jumped onto the bed, and began sleeping, holding hands as they drifted into slumber. Through practical experience, everyone put in their efforts together. In the end, Su Xianbai successfully verified his sleep theory. After a day of holding hands and resting together, the next day, the town of State of Women was in ruins, but at the same time, it had begun to rebuild. Zhong Zaiqin swung her sword a few times, and a massive tree was cleanly sliced into neat, smooth sections. She fell into deep thought. Whether it's speed or precision, my swordsmanship has improved tremendously. Is this the power that Su Xianbai has bestowed upon me? Zhao Ping'er was also using her ability to reduce weight, effortlessly controlling massive bricks while the souls of 10,000 souls stepped in to assist. As she controlled her power, she didn't forget to instruct the wandering spirits from the lower levels, none of you are allowed to slack off. You caused destruction to the State of Women. This is the punishment that the Master has assigned to you. The old white elephant over here wore a helmet and had cement on its hands. I never expected we had a talent for building houses. Lion, standing nearby, happily observed the bricks, saying, once the house is finished, we won't have to stay in caves anymore. Umo sat on the roof, watching the country's reconstruction progress, and asked, with so many souls moving around the city like this, could there be any issues? Xianbai replied, it's fine. In their soul form, they are just energy beings with no offensive power. When Lilith asked about how the ghosts fought, Xianbai looked into the distance and answered, there are two types of combat methods for souls. The first is directly relying on me, resonating all their experiences and fighting power from when they were alive with mine, just like how Noah and I fight. The second is giving them a vessel, allowing them to control themselves. Su Xianbai continued explaining to Bai Umo and Lilith, the second method involves giving the soul a vessel to control, but finding a suitable vessel for the soul is not easy. After all, no one would willingly offer their body to a soul that has no connection to them. Umo sat beside him and, upon hearing this, said, you don't need to worry about it. Perhaps I can help you find a suitable soul. Have you heard of organ surgery? Xianbai was slightly surprised and asked her in return, do you mean organ surgery, the technique for creating mechanical puppets? You know about this technique too? Bai Umo took out a book from her bag and said, organ surgery is a technique passed down by the immortal master. Because I was so focused on studying the immortal master's swordsmanship, I neglected learning organ surgery, but I've always kept the secret manual with me. I'm giving this book to you. If you can master organ surgery, you will definitely be able to create a suitable puppet for those souls. Taking the ancestral book from her, Su Xianbai smiled brightly and sincerely said, thank you, this is a treasure. Time passed quickly, and over a month had gone by. The reconstruction of the State of Women was now fully completed. Although Eric's infamous reputation had been cleared from the torment of slavery, he was still punished by Xianbai, who drained more than half of his energy and sentenced him to guard the mountain gate of the State of Women for 30 years. As for the others in the State of Women, they seemed to have recovered from the battle with Noah. Of course, their lives had undergone some small changes. It is said that today Sect Master Bai and Su Xianbai will go to Star Place together on a mission. Therefore, the sisters gathered in front of Bai Yumo's house to wait, hoping for another opportunity to see Xianbai once more. The girls excitedly sent heart emojis all over, anxiously awaiting Xianbai's appearance. The crowd kept growing larger and larger, all of them coming to admire his noble presence. Since his victory over Noah, Xianbai rarely showed himself, so today was a rare opportunity to see him, and everyone was determined not to miss it. At the mansion at this moment, Long Ming had obtained a body for his soul to inhabit and was now staying in it. He looked at his new body with delight, marveling at how agile it was. I didn't expect this puppet shell to be so perfect. Even the clothes are just like when I was alive. After a moment of admiration, Long Ming turned to Xianbai to confirm, is this puppet body really a gift for me? Xianbai nodded in affirmation, of course. This shell was specially made for you. From now on, you are free. Upon hearing these words, Xianbai removed the soul-binding restrictions on Long Ming. At this moment, the powers that had once been limited surged powerfully, and the influence of 10,000 souls vanished. The feeling was like being reborn, as if he had been granted a new life. Long Ming looked at Xianbai and said, Su Xianbai, why are you doing this? You could have let me continue serving you. Even my soul could provide you with powerful fighting strength. Moreover, now that I have a body to move, do you really want to give up my power? Xianbai, upon hearing this, jumped down from the railing and approached Long Ming, replying, This is not about giving up. If you hadn't brought me to this world, I might still be lying paralyzed in a sickbed. The freedom I have now is thanks to you, so in return, I should give you back your body's freedom. Hearing this response, Long Ming fell into deep thought. Actually, he has already fulfilled the condition I set long ago. From the moment he killed Noah, he no longer owes me anything. However, he still wants to repay me like this. To obtain a perfect body like this is no easy feat. Perhaps he had to put in a lot of effort, and it seems that my initial choice wasn't wrong. With the power of the dual nuclei of light and dark and 10,000 souls, along with Bai Yumo and Lilith 2 peak level S-rank guardians and the assistance from 16, perhaps he is the one who can change Starplace, and even this world. At that moment, Xianbai interrupted Long Ming's train of thought and asked, Do you have any plans for the future? Long Ming, hearing this, paused for a moment before replying that he had never really thought about it. Xianbai continued, Today, I must return to Starplace to fulfill my orders. Do you want to come along? Xianbai's invitation caught Long Ming by surprise, but he politely sighed and said, No, as for Starplace, I have already considered myself dead to it. I don't wish to go back there. Thank you for giving me my freedom. If I have been granted a new life, I want to live like a wanderer, drifting from place to place, to truly experience this world. After finishing everything at State of Women, Su Xianbai returned to Starplace, to Mountain Peak. Mu Yuan stood leaning on the railing, her gaze piercing through the thick snowfall in front of her. It's been so long, why hasn't he come back yet? His mission should have been completed long ago. Could it be that he has fallen in love with State of Women and no longer wants to return? She muttered to herself, I'll give him one more day. If he doesn't come back by then, I will really be angry. But it was truly ridiculous. Mu Xia, who was standing nearby, had overheard everything. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the beloved cup of milk tea in his hand had somehow been squeezed until it was misshapen. Deep down, he silently threatened, Don't worry, Yuan, if he hasn't come back by today, I will personally go to State of Women and bring him back myself. At Starplace, in the Research Institute, Li Xian was equally anxious as he had yet to see Xianbai return. Lately, the work efficiency has been decreasing, and I feel unsettled. I don't know why I'm so worried. Could it be because his mind is always occupied with Su Xianbai and Ping Er? Meanwhile, Wang Shiyu was yelling loudly in Xianbai's mansion. She felt utterly bored, as without Su Xianbai around, there was no one to play with. When he comes back, I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson. Mo Yan, sitting next to her, also agreed, That's true. Life without Xianbai here seems to have lost all its excitement. Suddenly, sounds of deep affection came from the upper floor. Wang Shiyu couldn't help but scoff, What kind of lewd sound is that? Mo Yan quickly identified that the noise came from the second floor but was puzzled, Isn't that room only Xianbai's? At that moment, in the empty room of Xian Bai, Yan Yu lay on the floor, adopting a twisted ladylike posture, savoring the atmosphere of Xian Bai's space.
The entire room is filled with the scent of Xian Bai. It's so wonderful.
Even though a long time has passed, I can still feel the aura that makes it impossible for anyone to resist. Every time I come here, just inhaling the scent of Xian Bai is enough to lift my spirits, making my face shine with joy. Lost in the fragrance of Xian Bai's bed, suddenly, the space door opened.
Xian Bai, along with the young ladies, walked in. As soon as he saw Yan Yu enjoying herself on his bed, he immediately spoke up. "What are you doing lying on my bed?"
Hearing the familiar voice she had longed for, Yan Yu turned her head and saw the handsome Xian Bai entering. She was so moved that she rushed towards him, saying, "Xian Bai, is it really you?
Am I not dreaming? Do you know how uncomfortable I was while you were gone? I couldn't wait any longer. Let's continue what we left unfinished, shall we?"
Just when she was so close to Xian Bai, Xie charged in from the space gate, blocking her and scolding, "You shameless woman, don't tempt my deity." Interrupting her in the middle of her excitement, Yan Yu was annoyed and asked, "Where did you come from? Don't think just because you're a big grapefruit now, you can do whatever you want." Following Xie, Zhang Tianyu had just stepped out when she saw there was an argument. With an innocent expression, she said, "Did you just arrive at Star Place and already get into a confrontation? We need to figure out how to calm everyone down." After speaking, she gathered her strength and blew a wave of poisonous air into the center. Yan Yu, who was experiencing qi for the first time, felt extremely confused. "What's happening to my body?" Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation, as though electricity was running through her body. This state made her feel increasingly uneasy. At this moment, Mo Yen entered through the door and reproached Yan Yu. "Yan Yu, you didn't do something strange in the Xian Bai room again, did you?" However, the poisonous air in the atmosphere reached Mo Yen, causing her to also fall into a numb state. Her body began to tremble. "This is so strange. Why has my body suddenly become so weak and limp? This is the first time I've felt like this. I feel awful. Xian Bai, come and help me." Yan Yu called out and quickly looked to him for help. "Xian Bai, I can't take it anymore, you come help me too." Just as Xian Bai returned, he encountered this situation. He held his face in frustration. "You all have to play these games to feel satisfied, don't you?" He had only returned this morning and hadn't had much time to rest. Nevertheless, Su Xianbai still made the effort to help everyone detoxify, working tirelessly from morning until late at night. In the end, thanks to Xianbai's efforts, everyone returned to normal. Su Xianbai had reported in detail his journey to the state of women with Dracula, or rather, with the name that people in the circle referred to as Dracula. At the same time, Xie and Zhang Tianyu had also managed to preserve their lives. Under the protection of the three individuals, Xianbai, Lilith, and Baiyu Mo, the following day, Star Place received two shocking pieces of news. The first was that Master Ku Wu had met with misfortune in his battle with Noah. At the same time, Zai Qin, holding a bouquet of flowers, stood in the pouring rain before Master Ku Wu's tomb. She silently said, "Master Ku Wu, your wish has been fulfilled, so you can rest in peace." The next shocking news was that Grand Master Noah and his subordinate, Heaven Lilith King, had suffered a complete defeat in the battle at the State of Women. In one night, Su Xianbai had become an extremely hot figure in Star Place. Long Yen, who was following the news in the newspaper, sipped from her glass of red wine and muttered to herself, "From Lord to Lu Jianyu, even monsters like Noah have become his defeated subordinates. Su Xianbai, you're even hotter than my brother Longming now." Ma Fei, who was reading the news elsewhere, also heard the news and couldn't help but feel astonished. He even wondered to himself, "Shit, they've even boxed up all the 5 Heaven Lilith Kings?" Thinking. Finished 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 thinking. The disciple of Ma Fu Shi was also extremely surprised when he heard his master reading the news. Is this real or fake? Is this news accurate? Let me show it off to everyone.
Those guys are the kind that even S-rank guards wouldn't dare to mess with. If someone managed to defeat them, they must be a big deal. It must have been Mr. Musia, or maybe Count Dracula, right? Ma Fei denied it.
That does sound impressive, but no.
It was Su Xianbai, your classmate.
Hearing his master confirm this, Ma Fushi found it hard to believe.
The entire Star Place city was buzzing with news about him.
The girls walking down the street would blush and break into a sweat the moment they saw him.
Look, everyone.
That's the guy from the headlines, there's no mistake.
It has to be him. His name is even printed on the banknotes.
He's Su Xianbai, the one who defeated Heaven Lilith King.
He looks so handsome now, completely different from back during the selection tournament. If only I could take a picture of him. Wait a second, isn't that Mu Yuan next to him? Why are they together? Are they dating?
Mu Yuan, noticing the attention she and Xianbai were getting, felt delighted.
Everyone's staring at us. This is so embarrassing.
She thought to herself. I just used the excuse of asking Xianbai to go buy a Lilith milk tea with me, but with just the two of us, it really does feel like a date.
Xianbai noticed and turned to say, "Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever or something?"
Mu Yuan, feeling embarrassed by his attention, quickly turned her face away to hide her awkwardness. I'm not blushing, it's just that the weather feels a bit hot today. Suddenly, an orange supercar appeared out of nowhere and stopped in front of them. Wu Yu, holding an elegant pipe, stepped out of the car with the noble aura of the Gue family. She walked over and greeted Xianbai. Long time no see, Su Xianbai.
Do you remember me? Xianbai immediately responded, You're Wu Yu, the head judge of the selection event. Is there something you need from me? Wu Yu got straight to the point, someone wants to meet you. Would you mind making some time for them?
When all three arrived in front of the Grand Castle, Dracula was already waiting for them. Sorry to trouble you by having you come here.
My apologies, Su Xianbai.
Noticing Xianbai's impatience, Dracula quickly got to the point. I won't take up much of your time.
Regarding filling the vacant position left by Master Ku Wu, I've been thinking about it for a long time. In my eyes, you're the one.
The S-Class number 4 position of the Star Guards, I want to entrust it to you.
Mu Yuan, standing beside them, was immediately shocked. From number 10 straight to number 4? This has never happened in Star Place's history. Su Xianbai politely declined, my background is still lacking, and I fear I am not suited for this position. Lilith and Bai Umo are both more qualified than I am. However, Dracula was not easily deterred.
Ku explained, the Order of Guardians is not based on background, but on sheer strength. I am very familiar with the maturity of unlessness of Dim. When we met before, I observed closely.
You are truly a presence stronger than those two. You just need to pass a few small challenges to take the 4th position.
While I know you are very strong, I am still unclear on how much you have developed. So, I think I need to personally assess your strength.
Xianbai, without changing his expression, asked Dracula, personally assess my strength? Do you want to fight me? Hearing this, Dracula coughed lightly a few times and then said, It's not necessarily a fight. I have a more gentlemanly way.
She then turned inside and called a girl named Young Fan. The large door opened, and a beautiful, well-groomed girl, dressed in a nurse's uniform, stepped forward. Yes, Su Xianbai, I never expected to meet the real person like this. Could it be that the person I'm assigned to evaluate is you? If the subject of the evaluation is you, I can't guarantee the accuracy of the results, because it would be too embarrassing.
Dracula glanced at her and said, Relax, there's no need to be embarrassed. Isn't energy assessment your specialty? Yuan, sitting next to Xianbai, asked, What does energy assessment mean? I still don't quite understand.
Seeing that she didn't understand, Xianbai explained, she can probably quantify the strength of energy, like how a sensor machine converts combat power into a number. Yang Fan shyly added, Su Xianbai is right, I really have that ability, but it's not converted into numbers, it's turned into colors. My hair color changes depending on the energy I sense, with the intensity ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, to violet. Also, the way I sense energy is relatively unique. I have to use my tongue to touch the skin of the person. Upon hearing this, Xianbai responded nonchalantly, I see, no wonder you were so embarrassed. Meanwhile, Yuan's mind had already wandered far off, imagining all sorts of scenarios. She thought to herself, does she mean kissing directly on the skin? I've never tried that, maybe I should have been more proactive? Noticing Yang Fan looking somewhat uneasy, Xianbai reassured her, it's just part of the job, I don't see any problem with it. Just go ahead and do it. After regaining her composure, she extended her dazzling tongue and gently traced along Xianbai's face. Yuan and Wu Yu stood beside her, dumbfounded. Oh my god, she went all the way to his ear. This is way too stimulating. After tasting Xianbai's flesh, his energy finally began to react, an astonishing source of power. She couldn't believe it had been so long since she last felt such immense energy. Yang Fan said, I can feel it now. Even my hair has changed. I wonder what color Xianbai's energy will be. Moments later, Yang Fan, in a daze, noticed his hair turning black. This energy has exceeded the limits of my assessment. I can't handle it anymore. Xianbai's energy is too strong, I need to rest. Hearing this evaluation, Dracula was a bit taken aback. Exceeding the assessment range? I've already reached the highest level. Yang Fan has never been wrong in his evaluations before. Could it be that Xianbai's strength surpasses mine? Xianbai furrowed his brows slightly and spoke up. Lord Dracula, if black isn't within her scale, does that mean this evaluation is a failure? Yang Fan immediately refuted, of course not. There was a similar case before. Lord Muxia, you were just like this, you were black as well. Both of them unconsciously looked towards Dracula, who was standing silently at the entrance of the hall, his face full of contemplation. Xianbai quietly said to Yang Fan, I think you should let your boss save some face. Dracula, drenched in sweat, was deep in thought, struggling. As the representative of the Protoss King, in the current situation, it seems that it might be time for me to retire. After that day, Dracula felt an unprecedented pressure. On the streets, people were discussing excitedly as they looked at the large screen, the latest rankings of the Star Guards. The girls were surprised when they saw Xianbai appearing on the screen, ranked 4th. Wu Yu, now behind Xianbai, had also leveled up to an S rank. The girls couldn't stop commenting, amazing. Su Xianbai has leveled up so quickly, but can he really hold the 4th spot? Wu Yu has also leveled up to S now? So impressive, I'm a loyal fan of hers. At Lilith's residence, she was tying her hair up in preparation to go out and soak herself in warm water. After being busy for so long, I finally have the chance to relax. At this moment, I need to enjoy a little bit of indulgence, it's well deserved. The feeling of soaking in the bath is so comfortable, I really wish Xianbai could enjoy this with me. As she leaned back, she suddenly saw the moon through the window. In that moment, she felt as if she were gazing at her homeland through the moonlight. Lilith rubbed her eyes and looked at the moon again, wondering, am I seeing things? Maybe it's because I haven't been home for so long that all I can do now is reminisce about the past. She thought to herself, if Xianbai could visit home with me, that would be wonderful. Queen Lisa would surely be astonished to see me bring him back. Meanwhile, Su Xianbai approached Lilith with a strawberry smoothie in hand, calling out loudly, Lilith, I brought you a strawberry smoothie. Do you want to try it? He called for a while but still couldn't see her anywhere. Looking around the room, he found it strange, where is she? Lilith is usually always here. At that moment, Lilith stepped out of the bathroom, water rolling gently down her fair skin. She wore nothing as she walked out. Xianbai, why are you here? Seeing Xianbai's panicked expression, she suddenly felt that something was off and took a few steps back. Wait. I think I forgot something. I haven't put on any clothes yet. After hastily wrapping the towel around herself, Lilith temporarily turned it into a short dress. The two of them sat down on the chairs and started talking.
Su Xianbai spoke first. What's wrong? Are you homesick?
Lilith nodded, took a sip of strawberry juice, and said, since I became a star guard and started living in Star Place, I haven't been home for many years.
Actually, I really want to visit and see how things are back in my hometown.
Seeing the longing in her eyes, Su Xianbai also felt the homesickness of someone far from home.
He smiled and said, let's go, I'll take you back to visit. Lilith was taken aback, her eyes wide open. Are we going now? But I have to ask Dracula for permission to leave the city.
Before she could refuse, he moved closer, wrapped his arm tightly around her waist, and with a determined look in his eyes said, it's fine, just hold on tight to me. Ignoring her words, he gently opened a space portal and took her through it. As they stepped out of the portal, Lilith blushed and said, I don't think I've changed my clothes yet. However, when she looked down, she saw her hometown being engulfed in smoke and flames. The fire spread, along with thick black smoke, creeping through every house and alleyway.
Lilith trembled, staring at the horrifying scene and said to Su Xianbai, my hometown. Why has it changed like this?
Below, a girl was pressed against the wall, her body trembling, yet she still gripped her sword tightly. With unwavering determination, she declared, you filthy creatures, you will not escape the punishment of the Great Sword Knight.
The monster before her repeated her words in a mocking tone, sneering as it spoke, the Great Sword Knight? Are they supposed to be formidable?
Tell them to bring their horses over. We, the giant demons, are the undefeated rulers of this world. As it laughed in arrogance, the monster was suddenly torn in half.
Before it could even react, its body collapsed to the ground.
Lilith, standing tall with her sword in hand, declared with force, the honor of a knight is not for you to tarnish. I will crush creatures like you as easily as crushing an ant. From a distance, the other knights witnessed the scene, unable to hide their awe.
Incredible!
She took down a demon-class monster with a single strike.
That sword in her hand, is that the giant sword? Could she be one of the knights? Perhaps she's not just a mere member.
Before becoming one of the Star Guards, she might have been the leader of the Great Sword Knight. The remaining monsters, seeing their leader so effortlessly slain, suddenly felt a chill crawl down their spines.
Their entire bodies trembled violently. The leader is dead. What should we do now? Do we keep attacking?
Lilith's gaze was determined, her voice strong and commanding, with an air of authority. She stared directly at the group of demons and said, take one more step, and I will send you all to the heavens, sparing not a single one of you. Upon hearing this, the demons immediately dropped their weapons and hurriedly fled. At that moment, a young man appeared in front of Lilith. Looking at the man who had returned after a long time away, his face showed no emotion, and he didn't even greet her.
Coldly, he said, Lilith, everything is peaceful at home, why have you come back?
The matters of Holy Light City are not for the Star Guards to deal with yet. It was Rogier, the leader of the Great Sword Knights. Upon seeing him, the knights around quickly greeted him. Lilith looked at him, surprise flickering in her eyes, but soon her expression turned cold.
Rogier, you've been promoted to leader? I am a member of the knights, what's wrong with me protecting Holy Light City?
Rogier sneered, replying, you haven't been a member of the knights for a long time. Besides, I haven't asked for any help from the Star Place, so there's no need for you to meddle.
Unbeknownst to them, Xianbai had silently appeared behind Rogier.
He suddenly spoke, causing Rogier to startle.
Be a bit more polite. Lilith is the one who helped drive the predator away, and you're talking to her like this? Is that how it's supposed to be?
Rogier quickly put some distance between himself and Xianbai, his eyes filled with shock and confusion.
When did that guy get behind me? And why didn't I notice? Could he be a stealth-type ability user? As that thought crossed his mind, he pointed at Xianbai and shouted, Kid, who the hell are you? Xianbai calmly replied, You don't know me? The news in Holy Light City is really slow, huh?
Lilith looked at him, smiling gently as she introduced, Xianbai is a member of the Star Guards, and not just any member, he's an S rank, ranked 4th on the list. Saying this, she blushed slightly.
Xianbai is the most important person to me. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but gasp upon hearing that. He's that young and already an S-rank guardian? That's 2 ranks higher than Lilith. And he even won Senior Lilith's heart? Is there even any justice left in this world? Rogier, upon hearing Lilith's introduction, grew even more agitated. His mood and attitude worsened by the second. TCH, the Star Guards again? The affairs of Holy Light City are none of your business. Seeing Rogier's extreme reaction, Xianbai was puzzled. It seems like he has a problem with the Star Guards. Looks like I need to clarify his stance a bit.
One man wore a purple robe, the other a red one. They stood facing each other, their auras intense and overwhelming. The knights observing from the sidelines were filled with anticipation.
Leader Rogier is the strongest knight in Holy Light City.
After inheriting the position from Lilith, he challenged the S-rank knights of the Star Guards to a duel.
Who will emerge victorious? Oh, I truly can't wait for the outcome.
As the atmosphere grew tense, thick with the scent of impending battle, a voice suddenly rang out, slicing through the suffocating air. The knights turned toward the source of the voice, and one of them exclaimed,
"Am I seeing things? That radiance is blinding. Isn't she the breathtakingly beautiful girl who practically glows?" Queen Lisa, a woman of dazzling beauty, stepped forward. "Not only were you unable to withstand Predator's attack, but you even dared to lay hands on my guest? Great Sword Knight, you have truly disappointed me."
The knights immediately dropped to their knees as she approached, not daring to lift their heads.
"We sincerely apologize. Please, Your Majesty, forgive us."
Though it was Leader Rogier who had acted disrespectfully toward the guards, being personally reprimanded by the Queen was, in a way, an honor. Queen Lisa moved closer to Lilith. "Oh, my dear Lilith, it has been far too long.
Come, tell me all about your time in Star Place."
Lilith respectfully replied, "Yes, I have so much to share with you as well."
Lisa glanced at Xianbai, then blushed and looked away awkwardly, saying, "Well, Su Xianbai, please follow me." Hearing this, Xianbai kept his eyes fixed on Rogier. The intense aura around him gradually softened, and he calmly spoke to Rogier, "What a pity, it seems we won't be able to fight today. If you still want to have a go, feel free to find me anytime." As he followed Lisa, he wondered, how does Her Majesty know my name? Isn't your information network usually quite slow?
Queen Lisa, visibly flustered, replied, "I just guessed." A young knight beside Rogier mumbled, "Queen Lisa has been in the palace for many years, and today she steps out for the sake of the Star Guards. It's truly rare."
"Leader, what do you think about this situation?"
Rogier, now tense, sweat pouring down his face, trembling all over, said, "Too strong, definitely no match.
That kid's aura completely suppresses mine. Is the gap between the knights and the Star Guards really that big?" On a calm and breezy night in Holy Light City, within Queen Lisa's fortress, the Queen's pink room radiated a gentle atmosphere. Xianbai looked out the window, then turned to Lisa, saying, "Your Majesty, Holy Light City has been frequently disturbed by predators lately." "What's going on?" Hearing his question, she immediately replied, "Huh? How did you know that?"
It's true that recently, the predators have been active more outside the city, but they haven't become too much of a threat.
"The knights can handle it." Seeing him nodding, she asked in doubt, "Could it be that you figured something out?"
Xianbai slightly furrowed his brow and said, "It seems that Her Majesty the Queen is quite sharp."
"Then, why don't you tell me what you think I've figured out?"
She looked at him for a moment and then said, "Since entering the city, you've been paying attention to the situation all around the city, so you must have noticed that those predators are only active outside the city. Even when there's a large fire, they only burn near the city gates. The Holy Light City's Lord's area and the citizens have basically not been affected. Such behavior doesn't align with the predators' usual killing and eating habits, they're just causing panic among the people. In my opinion, it's highly likely that someone in the Knights is up to something." Seeing that she had quickly grasped the issue, Xianbai smiled with satisfaction. Well done, no wonder you're the queen of Holy Light City.
You think exactly like I do.
Lisa crossed her arms under her chest, puzzled, but I still don't know their real objective in doing this. Su Xianbai held the glass of water in his hand, sipping it, and said, I don't know about this either. If we want to uncover the conspiracy behind the scenes, we might have to stay in Holy Light City for a few more days. Hearing the handsome guy say he wanted to stay, she of course did not refuse. Lilith's friends are also my friends, and I have plenty of rooms here, so you can stay as long as you'd like. After a moment, Lilith walked in wearing new clothes. I've changed, Xianbai, do I look good in this? Looking at Lilith's incredibly cute appearance at that moment, Su Xianbai was stunned and dazed. So this is a maid outfit, huh? Really adorable. Flattered by Xianbai's compliment, Lilith felt very happy and thought to herself, maybe I should buy a whole set of these and keep them in my wardrobe? Lilith shyly said, before I joined the Knights, I was Lisa's maid. Although I used to wear this kind of outfit, now, in front of Xianbai, I still feel a little embarrassed. Seeing the flustered, shy look on her face, Lisa spoke up, I don't remember you ever being like this with me. Seems like you really care about Su Xianbai's opinion, huh? Do you like him? Caught off guard by Lisa's words, Lilith became flustered. Don't say that in front of Xianbai, it's so embarrassing. Lisa propped her chin on her hand and sighed as she looked at the innocent girl, unable to help but exclaim, is it sweet love, huh? It really makes one envy. Feeling a wave of boredom, Lisa suddenly sensed something wrong with her body. Without warning, she started coughing uncontrollably and spat out a large mouthful of blood, causing both Lilith and Xianbai to rush over in concern, asking, are you all right? Looking at the bloodstain on the floor, Lisa seemed dazed for a moment before saying, not long after you left, I contracted a strange illness. For years now, I've seen so many doctors, but none of them could cure me. My body has become completely weak, fragile, and breakable. Please, don't laugh at me. Honestly, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Lilith looked at her worriedly, comforting her, don't say that, Lisa will be fine. I'm a holy knight, and I will help you with everything I have. As the moon rose high in the sky, Xianbai saw Lilith walking out of Lisa's room and immediately asked, how is she? Lilith shook her head dejectedly, I gave her some milk, and Lisa is resting for now. But I couldn't find the cause of her illness. It's all because I was too focused on practicing swordsmanship and neglected my duties as a holy knight. If not, I could have saved her. Lisa has to bear this sickness, and if I take a risk, her subordinates might discover her condition. She still needs to come to the city gates to help us. I don't want to watch her die with my eyes wide open. Apart from Lisa, she is the only family I have. Seeing the tears falling from Lilith's eyes, Xianbai quickly pulled her into his embrace. His gaze was deep, his voice firm as it rang out in Lilith's ear, don't cry anymore, she won't die. Although night had fallen, crows continued to fly back and forth outside Lilith's mansion, their eerie cries echoing through the air. Inside Lisa's room, a small spatial portal suddenly appeared, resembling a tiny black hole. This was the familiar portal Xianbai often used to travel. It slowly expanded, just wide enough for a person to step through. From within the portal, Xianbai silently emerged. He looked toward Lilith lying on the bed, her body drenched in sweat, her breathing heavy and labored. Her face was contorted in discomfort, coughing intermittently. Around Xianbai, a greenish mist began to form, as if he was about to summon a spirit. At the same time, he spoke, Lina, she's your patient. No matter what method you use, heal her. Indeed, the spirit he had summoned was the holy light spirit, Lina. As soon as Lina appeared, she spoke up, Master, you don't need to worry about my medical skills. However, even though you are healing and saving people, sneaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night is, after all, not exactly the best thing. If she wakes up, won't she misunderstand you as a lecher? Lina's face clearly showed concern. However, Xianbai had already prepared for this situation. He had thought that he would come up with some excuse to explain things when she woke up, but instead, he directly used a more forceful method. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the back of Lisa's neck to knock her unconscious. After taking action, Xianbai casually said, "Now she won't wake up, you just need to enter my body and treat her." Lena, seeing her master's method, felt somewhat speechless. She said, "It's simple yet highly effective. Now I'll begin the treatment." Lena continued, "If everything is ready, we can begin. I'm about to enter your body now." After successfully entering Xianbai's body, Lena continued, "So the first step is to remove all of her clothes and carefully examine her." Lena's words startled Xianbai. He quickly asked again, "Take off the clothes? Is it necessary to be bare-chested to treat the illness?" Lena affirmed, "Of course. In order to identify the source of the illness, you must remove all the clothes, not a single piece of fabric." Hearing this, Xianbai swallowed hard, trying to control his desire. He looked down at Lisa's body, then said, "I'm only doing this to treat you, I apologize if this offends you." Xianbai carefully began to remove Lisa's clothes, revealing her smooth, fair, and flawless skin. Once all her clothes were off, he gently laid her on the bed, using her hair and hands to cover the parts that needed to be concealed. All preparations were now complete. Lena continued to give instructions. "Xianbai, make sure to examine thoroughly. Medicine should be approached like warfare, don't underestimate it. The pupils must be stared at closely." Xianbai closed his eyes, focusing his mind, channeling all his strength into his eyes, then opened them, looking at Lisa's body. At that moment, his vision was like an X-ray, piercing through her body from top to bottom, inside and out, to inspect carefully. After a moment of concentration, he finally noticed something unusual. There was a glowing red spot in the center of Lisa's chest. Through Xianbai's perspective, Lena finally discovered the location of the pathogen, which was in the heart. However, this was not an ordinary pathogen, it appeared to be an insect wriggling inside. Xianbai couldn't help but feel curious as he watched it continuously drain nutrients from Lisa's body, so he quickly asked Lena about its origin. Lena explained to him, "It's a poison worm, an ancient dark art. I've only read about it in ancient texts, never thought someone in Holy Light City would know how to use such dark magic. However, although this poison worm causes significant harm to her body, it is not impossible to cure." Lena continued, "Master, as long as you suck the poison worm out of her body with your mouth, the pathogen can be eliminated." Upon hearing the method of sucking it out with the mouth, Xianbai felt a little curious, wondering if it was the kind of mouth-to-mouth he was thinking of. Lena didn't answer his question but simply continued explaining, "After removing the pathogen, she just needs to rest and she will gradually recover." Xianbai stared at Lisa's rosy lips, and a sense of guilt suddenly arose in him, causing his face to flush unconsciously. "She's currently unconscious and hasn't woken up. If I kiss her, she wouldn't know. Besides, I'm saving her life." After struggling with his thoughts and reassuring himself that he was doing a good deed to save a life, Xianbai finally stepped forward, embraced Lisa, and kissed her. After fumbling around in her mouth for a while, he finally found the venomous parasite and sucked it out, knowing that he had saved her. Although Xianbai kept telling himself that this was purely an act of rescue, he couldn't stop his face from flushing red. The good news was that, very quickly, the parasite was drawn into his mouth and removed. He raised his hand, then spat the creature into his palm. Seeing the vile creature writhing in his hand, Xianbai immediately crushed it to death. At that moment, he realized that being a queen was no easy task. Even so, he comforted himself, reminding himself that this was all for Lisa. "Don't worry, I will definitely find out who poisoned you." As soon as the parasite was removed, Lisa's complexion visibly improved. It seemed that, even in her sleep, she could feel Xianbai's help. Her lips unconsciously curved into a faint smile. With everything taken care of, Xianbai left Lisa's mansion. Outside, the wind howled in sharp gusts, and crows swooped back and forth across the sky, making the atmosphere feel eerie and chilling. A red-eyed crow perched on the rooftop, and the moment it saw Xianbai emerge, it flapped its wings and let out a piercing caw as if warning him. Originally thinking it was just an ordinary crow, Xianbai was taken aback when he heard its cry and immediately sensed something was wrong. He said, "You've been watching me for a while, haven't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger directly at the crow and unleashed an invisible wave of power. The crow was hit before it could react, and its body exploded into countless black feathers. Immediately after, a voice echoed, "You brat, I advise you not to interfere with the matters of the gods. You are being watched. If you delay their arrival, don't blame us for the punishment that will follow." Upon hearing those words, Xianbai coldly replied, "I don't believe in gods. If they really exist, tell them to come here." After hearing Xianbai's taunt, the enemy scoffed and said, "Just wait, you will suffer punishment for daring to blaspheme the gods." With that, the voice slowly faded away, along with the black feathers of the crows, returning the night to its quiet stillness. When the enemy left, suddenly a stream of green spiritual energy flew out from Xianbai's body. Seeing this phenomenon, Xianbai immediately spoke up and asked, "Noah, is something wrong?" It turned out that the green spiritual energy that had just flown out was Noah's soul. As soon as he appeared, he knelt before Xianbai and said, "Master, I once fought against them before." Hearing this, Xianbai immediately asked him for details about them. Noah recounted everything he knew. "Those people are a group whose minds have been bewitched by their deity. They operate in hiding among the crowds, waiting for the opportunity to resurrect their god. They call themselves the official of goddess." Upon learning that the official of goddess had infiltrated human society, Xianbai speculated that the flesh-eaters who attacked Holy Light City might be their minions. However, he realized that capturing them would not be easy. He asked Noah, "What kind of deity are they referring to? Do you know?" Although Noah was not entirely sure of the specifics, he said, "The reason the official of goddess fought me was to drive me out of Killing Island." At this point, Noah began to share his speculation with Xianbai. "If my guess is correct, the deity they speak of is the one sealed on Killing Island, the ancestor of the flesh-eaters." Xianbai heard this and immediately asked, "If you want to revive that thing, doesn't that mean your goal is the same as theirs? In that case, are you a priest too?" Noah suddenly broke into a cold sweat upon hearing his master draw such a conclusion and hurriedly denied, No, don't joke with me." Noah then explained to Xianbai, "Those priests are traitors who have surrendered and betrayed humanity. They want to awaken the predatory ancestors, and their only goal is to serve it. As for me, I am here to conquer it." As he spoke, Noah looked directly at Xianbai, seemingly wanting to make it clear that he was on a different level than those priests. Xianbai, seeing Noah's attitude, sneered, "A soul like you still has the audacity to be arrogant?" Hearing that, Noah immediately became flustered, feeling embarrassed, and quickly apologized, "I don't dare to be disrespectful. In fact, before meeting my master, I had never failed, so I was a bit boastful." Upon hearing this, Xianbai said to him, "Flattery isn't bad, huh? Usually, no one likes flattery, and when someone says this, it is meant as mockery." However, for Noah, Xianbai's words sounded more like a compliment. He scratched his head, blushed, and said, "Thank you, master, for the kind words." After learning about the inner workings of the priests, Xianbai immediately thought, "If it's not easy to capture those priests, I might as well let them come to me on their own. After all, the key to the resurrection of those gods is still on my body." The key in Xianbai's words was the yin-yang jade embedded in his chest. The next day, as the sun slowly rose behind the mountain range, Lisa, who was sleeping in her room, suddenly felt an itch in her nose and sneezed. She realized that her throat hurt for some reason, which caused her to wake up. As soon as she woke up, she heard a sound from outside. The sound seemed strangely familiar to her. She opened her bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway. The weather outside was beautiful. The wind blew gently, and sunlight shimmered through the leaves. Lai glanced around for a moment, then checked the time, thinking to herself, "He's probably training right now." As expected, Su Xianbai was in the courtyard, doing one-arm push-ups to build his strength. She didn't know when he had started, but by now, his body was drenched in sweat, and his breathing had become heavy. After finishing his training, Xianbai stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He suddenly noticed Queen Lisa standing on the balcony, watching him. At first, he thought he had woken her up, but she immediately denied it. Then, Xianbai asked about her condition. After Lilith's treatment, "Have you been feeling much better?" Upon hearing this question, Lisa suddenly blushed. She hesitated before answering, "I feel much better now."
Her flushed expression didn't escape Xianbai's gaze. He couldn't understand, why is she suddenly blushing, just like when we first met? To make sure she didn't know what had happened, I even specifically put her clothes back on for her last night. If this is about last night, then it can't be. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became awkward. Both of them fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Xianbai was no fool, he quickly picked up on the awkwardness. In an attempt to ease the tension, he wanted to find something to talk about. Just then, Lisa unexpectedly spoke up, "Su Xianbai, this is your first time in Holy Light City, right? How about I take you out for a walk?" Hearing her suggestion, Xianbai's face showed clear surprise. Isn't this exactly what I was planning to say? To ease the atmosphere, I was going to ask her to take me out for a walk. But I didn't expect her to bring it up first. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence. But after thinking it over, he started to feel that something was strange. He thought, earlier, when Xianbai and Lilith suddenly arrived at Holy Light City, Lisa's reaction was very different from everyone else's. Xianbai felt that she seemed utterly unfazed when seeing the two of them. Holy Light City is located in a remote, desolate place. While no one here knew him, Lisa naturally called out his name. This surprised him. Now, even though his illness had been cured overnight, she didn't seem surprised or overreact in any way. Xianbai unconsciously stood there, staring at Lisa, his mind thinking, it seems like no matter what happens, nothing can surprise her. It's as though everything unfolding before her has happened to her before. If this were anyone else, even these few oddities would be enough to make him wary, let alone being as close as they were now. But Xianbai didn't sense any malice from her, so he let the strange thing slide. Because of this, he truly couldn't figure out what she was thinking. At this moment, outside Holy Light City, the soldiers on the city wall seemed to have spotted someone. One of them hurriedly shouted, notifying all the soldiers present, "Someone's coming." But as the person drew closer, the soldiers suddenly realized it was Captain Rogier. Upon seeing him, they immediately cheered and shouted in celebration, "The captain has returned victorious." Truly worthy of the captain's title, so reliable. No matter who harms Holy Light City, the captain will never let it go unpunished. The soldiers clearly held Rogier in great admiration. However, despite hearing such praises, his expression remained cold and emotionless, completely devoid of any joy. When Rogier reached the city gate, a soldier immediately ran forward to greet him, bowing his head in respect. But Rogier's attention was fixated on the crowd inside the city. He furrowed his brow and coldly asked the soldier, "Why is there such a commotion? Why aren't they here to pay their respects upon my return?" The soldier, puzzled, turned to look at the crowd and answered, "Are you referring to them, Captain? It seems the Queen is taking a walk with the Star Guards. Everyone is gathered there to watch the spectacle." Rogier was taken aback by this. He furrowed his brows and coldly replied, "Although Lisa's views may differ from mine, she is still the Queen of Holy Light City. How could she be strolling around with the Star Guards? No matter how unbelievable it may seem, the truth is laid out before our eyes. The Queen Lisa is indeed out for a walk with Su Xianbai." Her appearance quickly attracted a crowd around her. Lisa's looks were not only striking but also irresistibly captivating. Her round, firm backside, long, slender, and fair thighs, along with her full bust, made it impossible for the crowd to take their eyes off her. Shouts and murmurs filled the air, "She's truly stunning. No wonder she's the Queen. It's been so long since the Queen appeared, today is truly a blessing to see her. Look quickly, who knows when we'll have the chance again." But the attention didn't stop at the Queen Lisa. The crowd quickly recognized the two people accompanying her, Su Xianbai and Lilith. The murmurs grew louder, "Look, it's the former Knight Captain Lilith. And the Star Guard Su Xianbai too. I heard it was them who drove away the cannibals last night." Meanwhile, Lilith, walking beside Xianbai, turned slightly and hesitantly asked, "The Queen's health improved so much overnight, it must be because of you, right?" Lilith's question made Xianbai momentarily startled. He hadn't wanted this matter to spread, so he immediately gestured for her to lower her voice and whispered, "Keep it down, someone might overhear." I treated her in secret. If this gets out, it won't be good. Lilith's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she understood, nodding silently without saying anything more.
He had no idea that this conversation between him and Lilith had been overheard, word for word, from beginning to end, by the Queen Lisa, who was standing right in front of them. It was as if she already knew what had happened the night before. Upon hearing Xianbai speak, she gently covered her mouth with her hand and smiled faintly. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Rogier, who was standing to the side. His entire body tensed with fury, veins bulging as he struggled to suppress the urge to explode on the spot. The subordinate standing behind him could tell at a glance that Rogier was so enraged that he was trembling uncontrollably. He simply could not accept this, and because of that, his fury ignited. In Rogier's mind, the queen is the most noble figure in Holy Light City. And yet, she is strolling around with 2 guards, laughing and chatting so casually. What kind of disgrace is this? Where is the dignity of Holy Light City? Suddenly, at that very moment, Rogier's gaze met Su Xianbai's. Their eyes collided, locking onto each other. Xianbai, completely indifferent to Rogier's emotions, casually raised his hand in greeting as if nothing had happened. This action was the final straw, the drop that made the cup overflow. Rogier was so enraged that he turned to stone, then his mind exploded. Suddenly, a flock of crows appeared in the sky. They flew back and forth, emitting eerie cries. Their bright red eyes gleamed with menace, making Lilith feel uneasy. Despite this, she remained silent, observing their movements. Xianbai seemed to sense her anxiety. He gently patted Lilith on the shoulder and said, "Lilith, protect Lisa. I've been walking around for so long to draw these damn crows out. Leave them to me." With that, Xianbai swiftly cleared the flock of crows, restoring the purity of the sky above Holy Light City. He stood atop a tower, his gaze sharp and cold. Then, he summoned a large number of spirits from his collection, positioning them around him. In a commanding tone, he ordered, "Use your keen sense of smell. Go, find the master of these feathered creatures for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he tossed the black feathers left behind by the crows. Following Su Xianbai's command, the spirits immediately took hold of the feathers, using the scent to track the enemy's whereabouts. The spirits split into groups, each taking a different direction, flying over rooftops and scouring every corner of Holy Light City. A spirit was the soul of a carnivore that Xianbai had just acquired after receiving my command. It was eager to prove its worth. As it sped past rows of buildings, it thought, "This is a great opportunity to earn merit for my master. I must seize it. I will definitely be the first to find the target. When it comes to scent, I am the most sensitive. No one can steal this achievement from me." With that thought, it enthusiastically dashed off in search of the enemy. Meanwhile, Xianbai simply sat in one place, nibbling on a piece of cake, sipping tea, and waiting for me to complete my task. He was curious to see just how capable those who revered the carnivore as the god the ones called priests really were. Some time later, in a barren forest with an eerily gloomy atmosphere, there lay an abandoned town on the outskirts of Holy Light City. This was truly the perfect hiding place for any villain, and, of course, those priests were no exception. The one known as the 12th priest, Selena, was at that moment soaking in the spring waters of the place, bathing herself. At this moment, the soul of the previously slain carnivore, following the scent left on the feathers of the crows, had tracked its way here. He hid behind a wall, slightly peeking out, watching the scene before him with a sense of excitement, momentarily unable to control his breath. Even with just a slight fluctuation in the air, his presence did not escape her senses. She turned her head towards the soul of the carnivore. Her pupils suddenly emitted a red glow, appearing bloodthirsty. The soul of the carnivore, hiding behind the wall, seemed to be struck by her gaze, and without a sound, it exploded into nothingness. After confirming the enemy had vanished, Selena murmured to herself, "What was that? Do the flesh-eating giants have such a color?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her. It was the soul of the carnivore, which was also one of my collection. Hearing the voice startled Selena. She instinctively broke out in cold sweat from fear, because if someone could approach her silently like that, it meant that person's power must be immense. And that person was none other than Su Xianbai, whose spatial wings, which he often used to teleport, suddenly appeared high above. From within the gate, Xianbai called out, "Whoever ruined my collection should compensate for it."
Selena immediately turned around and stood up.
Facing an unknown enemy, she couldn't shake the feeling that the voice that had come from the spatial gate sounded strangely familiar. At that moment, Xianbai stepped out of the gate, and as soon as he appeared, he said to her, "How about you hand over your soul to me?" However, she paid no attention to his words and pointed directly at Xianbai, taunting him, "You're the one who's with Lisa, aren't you? You killed my crows. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you dare to follow me here?" Xianbai noticed her fierce attitude, but when he saw her completely naked body, he couldn't keep a serious face, so he reminded her, "You're sure you haven't forgotten something, right? You're not wearing any clothes." At this, Selena froze, and hearing Xianbai mention clothes, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, I was taking a bath earlier. Could it be that in the heat of the moment I forgot?" Realizing this, she looked down at her body and indeed saw that she was completely naked, which made her blush with embarrassment. Selena quickly reached up to grab the towel hanging on the railing nearby. She hurriedly wrapped a towel around her body and, feeling a bit awkward, said to Xianbai, "Hey, would you dare to wait for me for 5 minutes? Wait until I finish putting on my clothes before we start?" Xianbai immediately replied, "What sense would it make to wait for your enemy to finish preparing before fighting? Even though this is just a fictional story, it still can't be that unreasonable." Even Su Xianbai firmly responded, "Of course not, because this concerns the interests of the readers." With that, Xianbai didn't hesitate for a second. He launched himself straight down from above. He landed right in front of Selena, causing water to splash everywhere, and then said to her, "It seems like you priests don't know enough about me yet. Let me introduce myself." Xianbai said this because he noticed she was trying to delay things, even asking him to wait until she was done dressing before they fought. So, he kindly decided to introduce himself to her. But Selena bluntly refused. As for her, his self-introduction meant nothing. She just wanted to know what exactly someone like him was trying to do. Su Xianbai had no reason to hide anything from her. After all, he had planned to speak his mind. His intention was to ask her to deliver a message to all the priests. As he spoke, Su Xianbai used his power to lift himself into the air. Although this matter means nothing to him, in Selena's eyes, it is truly formidable. When she saw him slowly rising from the air, and the water around his feet boiling furiously, she involuntarily trembled in fear. Even the water in the lake was changing color due to Su Xianbai's power. Witnessing this, Selena couldn't help but be astonished. Can the strength of a human really accomplish such a thing? At this moment, Su Xianbai stayed true to his word and began introducing himself. "I am the Star Guard number 4, Su Xianbai, the one who holds the boundless power of darkness and the gift of light. Aren't you trying to revive the god? The key to breaking the seal lies within me. If you have the ability, come and take it." After hearing that Xianbai had the ability to revive the god, Selena was greatly shocked. I originally thought you were just reinforcements that Lisa called, not someone who possessed such power. However, even though I now know you hold the kind of energy that all the priests desire, I still cannot stop trembling because your energy is far too strong compared to theirs." When Selena saw the momentum of Xianbai continuing to grow, she immediately realized, this is still not his strongest energy. He seemed to be getting stronger without stopping. Xianbai's energy surged, spreading out and engulfing a vast area of space, causing the crows in the sky to scatter in panic. They seemed to be terrified of his power, all flying away in unison. Selena watched as her crows abandoned her to flee, feeling a bit disappointed. They had once been her close comrades, yet they turned and deserted her like this. Though she felt some disappointment, Selena could only sigh helplessly. When she thought about Xianbai's terrifying energy, she muttered to herself, "Forget it, what good would blaming them do? Survival is an animal's instinct. If I were them, I'd probably run even faster." After dealing with her crows, Xianbai withdrew his energy, gathering it beneath his feet to form stairs, and slowly descended. Selena sat trembling in the puddle,
watching Xianbai approach, seemingly too weak to even stand. Witnessing the overwhelming source of energy that Xianbai exuded, she thought to herself, so what if I find the key to revive the god? With my own strength, I don't even have the right to fight him. Xianbai stepped in front of Selena, his eyes filled with sarcasm. He spoke, "Didn't you say I would have to suffer the punishment of the god? Why haven't I seen that yet? It seems your god has abandoned you." These words made Selena sigh helplessly. She felt like she had been unlucky to encounter him and could only accept the current situation. Xianbai continued, "Although my time in Holy Light City has been short, I find this place to be in utter chaos. Queen Lisa, the Night Order, and even Star Place, there seems to be a deep conflict in their relations." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Perhaps this is due to your priests?" At this point, Xianbai began to question Selena. Since learning about the inner workings of the priests from Noah, he had always felt a bit confused. Isn't your goal to resurrect the ancestors of the cannibals on Killing Island? Why would you want to cause chaos in Holy Light City? Selena was extremely shocked upon hearing that Xianbai knew about their secret, the secret of the god sealed on Killing Island. "Ah, I don't understand how you know. Priests like me would never reveal such a secret." When Xianbai saw Selena lost in thought, he became impatient and hastily urged, "What is it? I'm asking you." However, Selena was not someone easily subdued. Despite trembling before Xianbai's power, she remained resolute in protecting her faith. "Even if the god is not on my side for now, I will not betray my faith in the god." "You can't scare me," she responded firmly. Selena's words caught Xianbai by surprise. He hadn't expected, even when faced with my absolute power, she still refuses to yield. Nevertheless, he didn't think it was because his strength was insufficient to overwhelm her, but rather because she hadn't yet grasped the extent of his methods. Xianbai sighed softly, then began channeling power from the yin-yang jade embedded in his chest. Countless purple veins gradually appeared on his body, indicating that the power was being focused. Without giving Selena any more time to think, Xianbai exhaled a breath of pink energy. The mist slowly spread through the air, making Selena feel her body gradually numb, as if being electrocuted. She was clearly not wearing any clothes, yet she still felt her body incredibly hot. "This is the first time I've felt like this, so it feels very strange," she thought. Meanwhile, deep within the forest beside the town, someone was aiming an arrow at Xianbai and Selena. The arrow was enveloped in an energy flow resembling electricity. A blond man was currently drawing his bow, targeting Selena. He seemed to be another member of the priest organization. Seeing how easily I had been enchanted by the enemy, he concluded that my faith in the gods was not steadfast. That's why he decided to eliminate Selena. In his eyes, I was no longer worthy of my position as a priest. His arrow flew with incredible speed, yet it still expertly threaded through the gaps between the tree trunks, heading straight toward Selena. In the blink of an eye, the electrified arrow whizzed past Xianbai and aimed directly at Selena. With the tip of the arrow mere centimeters from her face, Selena thought this was the end for her. But at that exact moment, the arrow stopped right in front of her, freezing her in shock. Xianbai had managed to grab the arrow in time, saving Selena's life. He held the arrow in his hand and said to her, "It seems that your ally doesn't want you to continue talking to me." At this moment, Selena was still in shock because she knew very well that the arrow had not missed Xianbai, but had been aimed directly at her. Moreover, it was filled with murderous intent. If Xianbai hadn't intervened in time, she might have already been reduced to nothing. Xianbai directly grabbed the arrow and snapped it into 3 pieces, then summoned Noah from his spatial portal and commanded him, "Noah, find the person who shot this arrow and bring his soul to me." This time, Xianbai not only summoned Noah's soul but also summoned the physical body he had created for him. Upon receiving Xianbai's order, Noah took his staff, placed it in front of his chest, and bowed his head slightly, saying, "As you command, Master." Then, he set off. The force created by his takeoff generated a terrifying wind pressure. While flying, Noah recalled the things Xianbai had done for him, thinking to himself, "The master not only reshaped this body for me but also gave me a crown and a magic staff. Thank you, master." I have nothing to repay you. He said, this is the first time I am going into battle for my master. I must defeat a general and establish my place in my master's heart with just this one battle. After speaking, Noah immediately accelerated to search for the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he had discovered the enemy's whereabouts. At that moment, the blonde-haired man, who had just shot an arrow, was using all his strength to flee. He jumped from tree to tree, weaving through them, holding his head and running like a rat. However, no matter how skilled this man was at dodging, he could never escape Noah's speed. Noah used his fastest pace to chase him down and cut off his escape. The next moment, Noah appeared right in front of the blonde-haired man, his figure blurring in the air. So, you're the one who dared to challenge my master? The one who only knows how to do some petty tricks in the shadows. This time, I won't let you escape because my master wants your life. From Noah's tone, it seemed as if he had encountered this blonde-haired man before in the past, when he was still alive. And indeed, this was true. The blonde-haired man was the 8th-ranked priest, Alstom. Seeing Noah appear before him, Alstom was slightly surprised. Hearing him call Xian by master, Alstom couldn't help but feel incredulous. Noah, the legendary killer intent of the King brand, is now calling a kid master. What kind of charm does he have to make someone as ambitious as you bow down and submit? In response to Alstom's question, Noah quietly raised his staff and said to him, this question will become clear once the person dies. Noah planted his staff into the ground, and a huge magical circle appeared beneath the gem on the tree. The magic staff began to glow, and with it, countless strands of chilling air radiated outwards, causing the atmosphere to crystallize into ice. The spell he was about to cast was called Extreme Ice Power, Bitter Cold Hell. The freezing air gradually expanded, turning the surrounding trees into solid ice. Wherever the cold air spread, the ground froze. The speed of the freezing process was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Noah turned the entire vast forest around him into a frozen wasteland, with everything covered in a layer of cold ice. He spoke to Alstom, perhaps you all took advantage of the weakened state to invade, did you? Hearing his question, Alstom replied, that is the sanctuary of the gods. Seizing it back is the mission of our priesthood. However, Anston's words directly provoked Noah. He warned him, don't mistake the order, Killing Island is not your resting place. It is my home. As he spoke these words, Noah's eyes shone with a pale blue light, and the veins on his face bulged, both red and blue, as if he were incredibly angry. His home had suddenly been regarded as the resting place of some foolish priests, which infuriated him. Noah's energy erupted in his fury, causing Anston, even though he was enveloped in ice, to feel sweat bead up on his face. He could sense that Noah's energy now was even stronger than during their previous battle. However, he couldn't blame anyone but himself. He could only curse his own bad luck for encountering such a monster. On Xianbai's side, he looked around and saw that Noah's ice had covered not just the forest but the entire town. He felt a bit irritated. This Noah, ever since acquiring a new body, seemed to have become overly excited. Suddenly, a sneeze caught his attention. It turned out that because Noah had frozen the entire forest and surrounding town, the air in this place had become intensely cold. At this moment, Selena was only loosely wrapped in a thin towel. She no longer trembled in fear of Xianbai's power, but now she was shivering from the cold around her. Seeing this, Xianbai could only shake his head in frustration, thinking, Noah really doesn't understand anything. He said to Selena, put on some clothes. I won't peek. Hearing this, Selena was extremely surprised. She turned to ask Xianbai, aren't you afraid that I might take the chance to escape? Xianbai simply replied nonchalantly, it's up to you. If you think you can escape, go ahead. He wasn't worried at all because, simply put, he had already seen her abilities. With those abilities, escaping from the palm of his hand was impossible. With that, Xianbai turned his back to allow Selena to change clothes. After she finished, she obediently called out to him to turn around. Perhaps she knew that there was no way she could escape from him. However, when Xianbai turned back to look, he felt that the clothes Selena was wearing were hardly any warmer than the towel she had been wrapped in earlier.
Selena's outfit consisted of nothing more than a pair of shorts and thigh-high stockings, with her upper body covered only by a sheer mesh top and a thin layer of fabric. In truth, if you looked at it normally, it wouldn't be any warmer than the scarf from earlier. But anyway, this was a gift from the author, and we should appreciate it. Returning to the main topic, Selena said that although she ranked only 12th, she had no intention of betraying anyone. She just hadn't expected that Alstom, instead of coming to her rescue, would want to silence her permanently. It's a matter of principle. Even though Selena didn't want to betray anyone, after being betrayed by her own team and saved by Xian Bai, she had changed. Selena first expressed her gratitude to Xian Bai and then said to him, "Didn't you want to know the plans of the priests? I'll tell you everything I know." According to Selena, the priests targeted Lisa because of her close relationship with the spirit. She had always been helping to push forward the great alliance among nations and was fortunate to have survived. However, Lisa's actions had made the priests feel uneasy, so they wanted to remove her from her position. As for the Knight Captain Roger, Selena mentioned that this man, who replaced Lisa in the leader position, was nothing but an extremist. Therefore, the priests just needed to provoke him a little, subtly, and he would soon harbor hatred for Starplace deep in his bones. Selena said that as long as Holy Light City was gradually isolated, the priests would have a chance. Upon hearing this, Xian Bai felt a bit curious, wondering what kind of opportunity she was referring to. He quickly asked, "What is the purpose of the priests' actions? What do they want to do with Holy Light City?" Selena's answer was even more negative than he had imagined, and she hesitated for a moment before daring to speak. The priest's goal is sacrifice, but not just the sacrifice of a few people. They intend to sacrifice everyone in Holy Light City. After learning that the priest's goal was to sacrifice everyone in Holy Light City, Xian Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that a bit too extravagant?" He asked Selena, "Do your priests have that kind of power?" Selena thought for a while before answering, "Well, I must honestly say that perhaps they did before, but now that you're here, maybe it's not possible anymore." It seems that Xian Bai is the biggest obstacle these people have encountered. However, Xian Bai sensed that the matter didn't end there. It seemed like he still had some unresolved concerns, so he asked Selena, "What exactly is the point of the priestess wanting to cause such a big disturbance? It can't just be to show respect for the god in your words, right?" Selena, who had seen Xian Bai summon Noah earlier, guessed that all the intelligence he had was likely provided by Noah. She replied to him, "Although he lives on Killing Island and has even defeated priests before, he doesn't fully understand the god." Upon hearing this, Xian Bai fell silent for a while before asking, "You're not implying that I've figured something out, are you? But there's no need for me to guess anymore." Selena directly answered, "The endlessness of Dim is not the only way to resurrect the god." This was the first time Xian Bai had heard such information, so he remained silent, waiting to hear how Selena would explain the matter. According to her, a long time ago, the god had followed a shooting star to this place, and the god used the gift of light to spread their power to humankind. But due to the depletion of his strength, the god also fell into a long slumber, though he did not disappear. Every human with a special ability carries within them a seed of the god's will, and typical examples of this can be seen in figures like Lilith and Queen Lisa. This is also why other priests believe that by offering enough of their special energy as a sacrifice to the god, they can bring him back to life. With such an extreme ideology, it's clear that Selena is no different from them. Although she knows this method is truly ruthless, she believes that as long as it can awaken the god, it will save the world, which is overflowing with desolation. Xian Bai was half convinced by her words. After all, for him, Noah's words were much more trustworthy. However, her description is quite different from Noah's. In her words, the so-called ancestor level really does seem to resemble a savior. This made Xian Bai a little suspicious. I wonder if it's because she's in that organization that she's been seduced by it. Thinking of this, Xian Bai couldn't help but ask Selena out of curiosity, "Do the other priests see the god the same way you do?" Selena replied, "Indeed, the priests have different views. Some of them are even extremely radical. The sacrificial method was proposed by them, but the goal is the same for everyone, to resurrect the god." As she spoke, Selena suddenly looked up at the sky. At that moment, she seemed more like she was confiding about her goals than providing information. From the expression on Selena's face, Xianbai could tell that she was not lying. However, there was still one final question he wanted to ask: who had inserted the worms into Lisa's body? He looked at Selena and asked, "Was it you?" It seemed that Selena sensed Xianbai's killing intent, as she panicked and quickly raised both her hands to deny it. "No, it wasn't me. I was only responsible for monitoring her. I'm not a combat priest, and I don't know that kind of ancient technique." Hearing this, Xianbai only sighed and said, "It seems you're not lying after all. The information I needed is enough. You can go." After hearing what Xianbai said, Selena stood frozen in shock. She was extremely surprised, not expecting Xianbai to release her so easily. She even asked again, "You're really letting me go like this?" In her imagination, she had thought that he would lock her up and interrogate her severely or do something vile, immoral, base, or inhuman to her. Thinking about these things, Selena suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She still couldn't believe that Xianbai had really let her go, and she even thought he was using a soft tactic to get what he wanted. Seeing that he didn't react, she continued, "I'm really leaving, don't regret it." However, Xianbai had always been a man of few words, and fundamentally, he didn't see her as entirely bad, so there was no need to kill her. After all, she provided important intelligence. "But that's what I told Selena. As for the priest who shot arrows, that's not certain." With that, he forcefully kicked the ground and soared into the sky, heading straight toward Alstom. Before disappearing from Selena's sight, he didn't forget to say goodbye, "Goodbye, Raven Girl." This remark left Selena almost speechless. She blushed, feeling embarrassed, and muttered, "Raven Girl? How could someone give a girl such an unpleasant name?" Meanwhile, over by the icy forest, Alstom, after a fierce battle with Noah, had sustained countless injuries. His body was covered in sharp ice spikes protruding from his wounds, his whole body drenched in blood, shaking, unsure if it was from the cold or the sheer number of injuries he had taken. It was only then that he realized he was no match for Noah. Witnessing Noah, holding the scepter with murderous intent, hovering in front of him, Alstom realized something at that moment: the gap was truly enormous. "I can't possibly defeat him. The only reason I'm still standing here isn't because I'm strong enough, but because he's playing with me, just like a hunter toying with prey caught in a trap." As Alstom stood there, desperate in the face of his opponent, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" The speaker was none other than Xianbai. In the blink of an eye, he had flown from Serena's position to here. Upon arrival, he briefly said to Noah, "I'm in a hurry. Lilith and Lisa are still waiting for me." Upon hearing this, Noah immediately realized that he had wasted too much time and had been too slow. He quickly explained to Xianbai, "The body my master has granted me is truly extraordinary. My subordinate couldn't control his emotions in the moment. I beg for my master's forgiveness." Alstom, standing below, lifted his gaze to look at Xianbai, who was perched on a branch. At this moment, he was not only trembling because of the cold air created by Noah but also because of the appearance of Xianbai. Although he had not shown any strength yet, just by quietly appearing without anyone noticing, Xianbai was enough to make him fearful. Because Alstom, as an assassin, was extremely confident in his sensory abilities. Yet, whether it was Noah or Xianbai, he could not sense either of them. And even with just Noah alone, he was already in such a terrible state. If there were another person as strong as, or even stronger than, Noah, Alstom could only accept that he would die here. Although he had already resigned himself to death, Alstom still hoped that if the god could be revived, that person would definitely make his enemies die without a place to bury them. At this moment, Noah hurriedly begged Xianbai for another chance. He said to him, "I just need to be a bit more cautious, in 10 minutes I can deal with him." Although Xianbai was in a hurry, he could still wait 10 minutes. Moreover, he wanted to see how Noah's strength had changed after obtaining his new body. He said to Noah, "Let's see how you perform. Don't disappoint me." At this moment, Alstom was so enraged he could have cried. Although he knew he could never defeat his opponent, hearing Noah say that it would only take 10 minutes to deal with him was more than he could bear. He felt utterly belittled, as if his opponent considered him nothing more than a mere nuisance.
However, Noah paid no attention to Alstom's shouts. Without saying a word, he simply stomped his foot on the ground and soared into the air. The force of his takeoff shattered the ice beneath his feet into countless shards. At the same time, Noah moved, and Alstom immediately fired 3 arrows from his bow, making a swift and aggressive combat maneuver. He shouted loudly to muster courage, "I am Alstom, the 8th priest, not some fish for you to dissect at will." Facing the 3 arrows Alstom had just shot, Noah simply stood there, as if waiting for the enemy's arrows to reach him. It turned out he was just waiting for the arrows to get closer before dodging, demonstrating his overwhelming speed in front of Alstom. After easily evading the arrows, Noah taunted, "Is that all? Isn't that a bit too slow?" Noah took a leap, kicking off the ground with tremendous force, propelling himself forward like a rocket, leaping between the trees around him. His figure became a streak of blue light, tracing a matrix in the air. As he flew back and forth around Alstom, Noah taunted him, "Let me show you what real speed looks like." Witnessing this scene, Alstom felt a deep sense of despair. He couldn't keep up with Noah's speed at all. While Alstom was still standing there, stunned, Noah had already moved behind him. He quoted back Alstom's earlier words, but with a twist. If he said he's not the kind of fish that can be easily dissected, Noah said, "I would contradict that. You are the fish that others can dissect at will." With those words, Noah thrust his magic staff into Alstom's back, causing internal injuries and making him cough up blood. Noah's eyes glowed brightly, a typical sign whenever he was about to cast a spell. The spell he was about to use to finish off Alstom was ice power level. Immediately, countless ice spikes began to slowly grow from Alstom's body, completely encasing him in a freezing, icy prison. This time, Alstom truly breathed his last. His eyes were wide open, his entire body was submerged under the ice-cold force of Noah's power. After dealing with Alstom, Noah immediately turned to ask Xianbai, "Master, how much time did I take?" Xianbai raised his hand, calculating for a moment before responding, 8 minutes. Upon hearing this, Noah even felt a bit disappointed. He said to Xianbai, "If I could adapt a bit more to this body, perhaps I could have done it even faster." Seeing Noah so excited, Xianbai also offered him praise, "You did very well." As for the priest, Xianbai found his long-range assassination abilities to be quite useful, so he decided to summon his soul. "In the name of the power of the soul, I command you. Alstom, give me your soul." At Xianbai's summons, Alstom's soul immediately appeared. He placed his hand on his chest, then introduced himself to Xianbai, 8th priest, Alstom, paying respects to the master of the soul. After successfully summoning Alstom's soul, Xianbai then asked him, "I plan to eliminate the other priests on Killing Island. Will you willingly lend me your strength to help?" At this moment, he had become a soul under the control of Xianbai. He didn't actually need to ask Alstom this question, he could have simply given him the order directly. However, it seemed that Xianbai wanted to test the loyalty of the priests, because when they were still alive, it seemed as if their minds had been enchanted. But it appeared that after being summoned as a soul, that enchantment had disappeared. Alstom immediately agreed to his request and said, "I am willing to give my utmost effort." At the same time, on the sea near Holy Light City, a small boat was drifting aimlessly, with a figure seated on it. That person was none other than the 12th priest, Selena. She sat on the boat's railing, lost in thought. "Given the current situation, how should I return to fulfill my mission? On one side are the gods, and on the other is Xianbai. Although he saw me in a compromising state while I was bathing, he still saved me from Alstom's grasp. Even though he appeared fierce, he didn't harm me at all." It seemed that Selena had already fallen under Xianbai's spell. At this moment, she was torn between her loyalty to the gods and her feelings for Xianbai. Just the thought of having to choose between the two made Selena sigh and hesitate. She was thinking about how to meet the other priests without betraying Xianbai. Just at that moment, Selena saw her own reflection in the surface of the lake, but the image was somewhat strange. The scene it showed her was, in fact, Xianbai kneeling naked before her. In that vision, Selena was lifting Xianbai's chin with her hand and saying, although you've seen my body, it's only fair that I see you naked in return.
But it was all just scenes unconsciously created by Selena's mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. As soon as she realized the depraved thoughts she was having, Selena quickly raised both hands to cover her face. She was worried that if anyone saw her like this, the mysterious and cold persona she had cultivated would be shattered. At that moment, a voice rang out, startling her, "Selena, you seem to be as lively as the heart of spring." The owner of the voice was a woman with pink hair, fair skin, and a toned back. However, upon closer inspection, the lower half of this woman was actually a fish tail. It turned out that she wasn't just a human but a beautiful mermaid, and her identity was the sixth priestess, the girl of the sea, Ariel. After seeing Selena's shy and blushing expression, Ariel finally coaxed her into telling the story.
Selena then recounted everything she had experienced in Holy Light City to Ariel.
However, it seemed like she had made some modifications to the story, and the changes were ones that everyone could probably guess.
After hearing Selena's retelling, Ariel was extremely shocked by the appearance of Master Noah in Holy Light City.
The story became even more astonishing when she learned that he had killed the eighth priest, Alstom. To Ariel, Noah's actions seemed like a declaration of war against all the priests, which was why she found it so surprising. Sitting on a rock, Ariel spoke to Selena. "Master Noah has been missing for a long time, so it's hard to believe he's reappeared now, especially to take action against a priest. This person poses a serious threat to our God. Although I don't like that priest Alstom, for the sake of facilitating the resurrection of the gods, we cannot afford to oppose them. Right now, things have gone beyond their control."
After thinking for a moment, Ariel said to Selena, "There's no other way.
We'll have to beg the priests to intervene." When Selena heard Ariel mention the priest, her face immediately showed signs of surprise. She had no idea that the priest, the leader of their organization, had already arrived on Killing Island. Ariel turned her head to look toward Killing Island and replied to Selena, "Yes, it's time for you to carry out your mission. The priest is here to ensure that the resurrection plan for the god goes off without a hitch." After saying this, Ariel used her magic to create a mist of white fog around her fish tail.
The next moment, her tail transformed into a pair of human legs.
It seemed like something out of a fairy tale. Ariel could also turn her lower body into legs to walk on land. She told Selena, "Don't worry, I'll go with you to meet the priest. With me there, she won't scold you." At this moment, Selena, due to her feelings for Xianbai, really didn't want to face any other priests. However, after hearing Ariel's suggestion, she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. She silently complained, "Ariel is being too eager." And so, the two of them made their way to the island and then headed toward the imperial palace where the priest was. But just as Ariel and Selena reached the door, they were blocked by two long-legged beauties dressed in bunny costumes. These two women were the guards for the priest. Upon encountering them, Ariel politely said, "We have an extremely important piece of information to report to the priest. Please inform him for us." However, the two women seemed to completely disregard Ariel, despite her being the sixth-ranked priest in the organization. The long-haired woman nonchalantly told Ariel to turn back, then added, "The priest is resting.
Come back tomorrow."
Nonetheless, Ariel had her own pride. She immediately questioned the long-haired woman, "You're merely a servant of the priest, yet you dare to speak to me like this? If this delays the resurrection of the god, can you bear the responsibility?" Faced with Ariel's challenge, the long-haired woman showed no fear. Instead, she shot Ariel a look of utter disdain, then curled her lips into a mocking smile. "My only responsibility is to take good care of the priest. Everything else is beyond me." At that moment, a voice rang out from within, startling the two gatekeepers. It was the voice of the great priest. This person heard some noise from outside and immediately ordered the two women by the door, "Stop making noise and let them in." Upon hearing the priest's command, they didn't dare utter a word, obediently following his orders and allowing Selena and Ariel to pass through. Upon hearing the priest's voice, both Ariel and Selena instinctively broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, "What's behind this door is the priest." Selena suddenly felt something strange. Her heart seemed to race, making her wonder, "Am I just overthinking things?
However, standing outside worrying wouldn't solve anything. After all, they had already come this far. If they didn't go in, they couldn't move forward. So, Selena and Ariel pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment she saw the scene inside, Selena froze for 5 seconds. She couldn't understand what she had just witnessed. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and sweat drenched her body. In front of her was a woman chained by the neck like an animal, but her expression seemed as though she were in ecstasy. However, it wasn't just one woman, there were 2, even 4 others in the same condition. They were all wearing collars, chained up like pets, and the one holding the leashes was priest. My appearance was no different from that of a demon, with a pair of horns on my head and 2 wings falling behind my back. This was the true form of priest succubus, Asmod. When she saw Selena and Ariel arriving, she mocked them, saying, "Ariel, Selena, you 2 are breaking into my room at 3 in the morning. Are you worried that I'm not excited enough, so you've come to join me in enjoying the pleasures of the game?" Upon hearing priest's question, Ariel and Selena instinctively raised both hands to cover their groins and panically shouted, "We don't mean that. It's Noah, he wants to take revenge on priest." After hearing their report about what had happened, Asmod finally spoke, "No wonder, Ariel, you're in such a hurry. It turns out you were once defeated by Master Noah. Don't worry, I've already made preparations." She had no idea what Asmod was preparing, but Selena and Ariel suddenly saw her reach into the mystical pouch nestled between her cleavage. Moments later, she retrieved a transparent glass vial containing a crimson liquid. According to Asmod, this was blood she had obtained from the god, and it had the power to grant them unrivaled strength. Upon hearing Asmod's words, Selena couldn't help but feel curious. Could this be blood extracted from the body of the slumbering god? Asmod swayed the vial of what she called the god's blood in her hand, resting her chin on the other as she gazed at it. "Well, since I've already taken it out, I might as well grant you this," she said. The women dressed as bunnies, each wearing a collar with a chain attached, were so shocked upon hearing this that they couldn't believe their own ears. They had to ask again, "Something this precious? For us?" Asmod uncorked the vial, then poured its contents onto her own leg before saying, "You've pleased me well enough, it's only right that I reward you. But Ariel and Selena, you 2 need to try harder." Asmod continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It seemed that the blood of the god, whom they revered so highly, was something this priest was willing to offer up to a group of women to serve her enjoyment, while neglecting those who were supposed to be the core priests of the organization. The blood, now staining the slender legs of the priest, caused Ariel and Selena to blush uncontrollably. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Asmod spoke up, "You've seen the blood of the god on my body, haven't you? Lick it clean. Not a single drop should be left." The 2 of them stood frozen in shock, utterly stunned. Ariel was still thinking, is this a joke? After all, she's the 6th priest, how could she possibly make me lick her stockings? Selena, on the other hand, couldn't believe how twisted this priest could be, behaving in such an unnatural way. Seeing that they were both standing still, doing nothing, Asmod repeatedly questioned them, "What are you thinking? Why haven't you licked it yet? Isn't the blood of the god tempting enough? Or is it that my thighs aren't attractive enough?" Ariel, in an attempt to salvage her dignity, hurriedly replied, It's not that we refuse the priest's reward, it's just that, in truth, the 2 of us are not the combat-type priests. Something as precious as the blood of the god should be kept for those who truly need it." Upon hearing Ariel's response, the women dressed in bunny outfits standing nearby were utterly shocked. Having served Asmod for a long time, they understood her personality all too well. When they heard Ariel outright reject Asmod, they immediately thought she was doomed, as she had yet to realize the consequences of refusing a priest. And, as expected, just as they feared, the moment Ariel rejected the priest's command, Asmod immediately rose to her feet. The energy radiating from her sent shivers down the spines of the bunny-clad women, making them tremble with fear. Asmod stepped forward, standing before Ariel and Selena, then spoke. "The thing I despise the most is being refused. Anyone who dares to reject me never walks away alive. This is your last chance. Standing in front of the two, Asmod lifted her chin arrogantly and commanded, "Lick it for me."
The moment Asmod's order rang out, Ariel froze in place, her complexion turning a faint shade of purple. Selena, standing beside, was no exception to a similar fate. The two of them seemed to have been manipulated by Asmod's powers, and immediately they knelt down and responded instinctively, "At your command, we will lick the blood of the god clean, leaving not a single drop." At this moment, a collar appeared on the necks of Ariel and Selena, connected by a faint pink energy chain. It seemed the rumors that priests could be enchanted were indeed true. However, it wasn't because of their god, but because of this priest. Asmod, holding the chains that controlled others, laughed and said, "As long as you obediently follow my orders, I will pamper you. There is still plenty of the god's blood left. Even that old Noah is nothing to worry about. Because there is no man in this world who can defeat enchantment." She was completely unaware of how foolish she sounded with such confident words. At this time, it was already night at Lisa's mansion. Lisa looked at the clock, noting that it was already past 10 p.m. She sipped the tea in her hand, calculated the time, and thought to herself, Xianbai should be returning soon. Thinking of Xianbai, Lisa's face inadvertently flushed. "I don't know how I managed to calculate exactly when he would come back, and even worried about finding a way to act naturally." Just as Lisa had predicted, the door to the room immediately opened, and Xianbai walked in. As soon as she saw him, Lisa said, "Xianbai, you're back." Xianbai, seeing that she was still awake at such a late hour, was a bit curious and asked Lisa directly, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Flustered by his question, she quickly replied, "I'm a little hungry, so I'm just preparing some late-night snacks." Xianbai was quite surprised by her somewhat forced excuse. He even said to her, "A beautiful girl like you still eats late at night?" Suddenly receiving a compliment from Xianbai, Lisa became flustered and hurried to deny it. "No, my figure is pretty average." Setting that aside, as soon as Xianbai turned and looked at the dining table, a gleam of light appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily watered. The food on the table was all exquisite and luxurious dishes, looking extremely fancy. One could say that a spread like this could easily be served in a 5-star restaurant, not just as late-night snacks. Xianbai looked around, then still in disbelief, he asked Lisa once again, "Are all of these your midnight snacks?" Lisa explained that her appetite had changed a lot since her illness had improved. However, she also admitted that she had prepared quite a lot of midnight snacks. With a somewhat reluctant excuse, Lisa invited, "Xianbai, if you don't mind, would you like to join me for some midnight snacks?" Seeing Lisa's shy demeanor, Xianbai felt a bit moved. He couldn't find any reason to refuse, so he agreed and said to her, "Actually, I'm a little hungry too." And so, the two of them had a luxurious midnight meal under the dazzling chandelier in Lisa's mansion. After the food on the table was cleared away, Xianbai said to her, "I'm full now. Lisa, your cooking skills are amazing. These are all dishes I like." Every time Xianbai complimented her like this, Lisa would suddenly become flustered. She quickly replied, "I just cooked a little casually, didn't expect you'd like it so much." At this moment, Lisa was extremely nervous. Although she just sat there, sweat dripped down her face, and she was out of breath. Her cheeks were flushed bright red. She blamed herself, "I'm so stupid, I made a whole meal with only dishes that Xianbai likes, was that intentional? I should have been a bit more natural." But thinking about the fact that this was the first time she had dinner under candlelight with a man, it was only natural for Lisa to feel nervous. She no longer blamed herself and was somewhat satisfied with what she had managed to do that evening. Just then, Xianbai asked, "By the way, Lisa, you also have a special ability, right? Is your special ability mind reading?" Lisa was startled by Xianbai's question, not knowing why he suddenly asked her that. Xianbai then explained his reasoning, "If I'm not mistaken, this dinner was actually prepared for me, wasn't it? You guessed the time I would come back, and you figured out what dishes I like. Even before, the way you read my name so easily, it can't just be a coincidence." Xianbai's reasoning was so tight that Lisa couldn't refute a single point. She remained silent for a moment before replying, "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. but I wasn't trying to hide it from you on purpose. She replied, I am truly someone with a special ability, though it's not mind reading rather, I can predict the future. After hearing Lisa explain her ability, Xianbai was visibly stunned. He never imagined that such a power could exist. Lisa said that in theory, the existence of such abilities wasn't particularly strange, but Xianbai still had his doubts. He asked, isn't what happens in the future clear and obvious? At this point, Lisa began to explain her ability. It's not quite like that. I can only foresee things related to myself, not others. While it may be hard to believe, whenever I enter a dream, my consciousness wakes up on a certain day in the future. Whether it's 2 days, 3 days, or 3 years, or 5 years from now, I have already experienced countless times in my dreams. However, no matter the power, there's always a price to pay. Lisa confided in Xianbai, since I gained this ability to predict the future, life no longer holds any surprising joys. Xianbai agreed with what Lisa had just said. This ability sounds impressive, but it's like knowing the script of your own life. It truly takes away much of the meaning of human existence. At this point, Xianbai suddenly remembered something, which caused him to become momentarily agitated. He blushed and asked Lisa, so, if you can predict the future, does that mean you already knew about secretly treating you? Before he could finish his sentence, Lisa directly admitted it. She shyly blushed, tucked her hair behind her ear, and nodded gently, I knew long ago. My neck still hurts a little now. Upon hearing this, Xianbai became flustered. The usual cold expression on his face immediately vanished. He silently cursed the heavens and blamed himself, I thought I was doing a good deed without leaving a trace. At that moment, Xianbai recalled the first time he met Lisa, when he saw her appear embarrassed and uneasy. It turned out that perhaps from that very moment, she had already known he would do such things to her. Seeing Xianbai suddenly become so awkward and flustered, Lisa immediately spoke words of comfort to him, you don't need to feel embarrassed. After all, you did this to save me. I should be the one to thank you. However, no matter how grateful Lisa was, Xianbai at that moment felt as though he had just been tricked. Temporarily putting aside the awkward situation of saving someone, Xianbai couldn't help but think of something else. When he learned that Lisa had the ability to predict the future, he couldn't help but wonder. He asked her, if you can foresee the future, then you must know that the priests are secretly targeting you. Why haven't you taken action to deal with them beforehand? Lisa didn't answer directly, but instead asked Xianbai a question in return, do you know about the butterfly effect? Any action I take that deviates from the future could cause a huge change in my life, so I must be very cautious. However, what Xianbai didn't know was that, besides the need to be careful with any small change, there was another reason why Lisa didn't confront the priests directly. If she interfered with their plot too soon, how could she allow Xianbai to heal her? This was something Xianbai never considered, and he only grew more impressed by Lisa's actions. To give up the present for a far-off future, while enduring years of torment and suffering. Is it worth it? Xianbai couldn't help but ask. Lisa stood in front of this question, thinking for a long time. It seemed as though she had to carefully weigh her thoughts before responding. When Xianbai asked, Lisa didn't even dare to look him directly in the eyes, she could only glance away and then briefly answer with one word, worth it. The reason Lisa is willing to endure everything is because, in her dreams, the future holds the things she cherishes the most. Lisa's answer surprised Xianbai somewhat. He didn't know how to respond immediately and silently asked himself, I wonder what kind of future this is that could enchant her so much. However, since Lisa had said so, he didn't think it was appropriate to ask any more about her abilities. What mattered more at the moment was whether Lisa was pushing for an alliance between Star Place and Holy Light City. When Xianbai mentioned the alliance between Star Place and Holy Light City, Lisa was a little surprised. She asked him, how do you know about this? Xianbai answered, the girl responsible for monitoring you told me. When Lisa asked like that, it was clear she really wanted to push for the alliance between the two sides. Xianbai didn't miss the opportunity to express his views on the matter. He continued, I think the same way as you. To end the dominance of synthetic food in the world, we can't rely on just one person's strength. Xianbai wanted to clarify his thoughts on this alliance, but he also understood that without cooperation, their grand goal would be difficult to achieve. He said, I want to help you fulfill your desires. Let the Holy Light City, the state of women, Star Place, and even the surviving tribes that have not yet been explored, all come together as one to completely change this broken world. Although he said this, Lisa had to admit that the vision Xianbai had just spoken of was impossible. Ideals are ultimately just ideals. I've worked hard for this goal for many years, but still found nothing. I am the one who knows best how difficult this is. The most important reason why Lisa believes the vision Xianbai mentioned is impossible is because in her dream of the future, Lisa's ideals have not come to fruition. When Xianbai heard her words, he seemed to sense the hardship she had endured, so he remained silent. After a while of silence, Xianbai stood up and said to Lisa, after all, the future in your dream hasn't come true yet, which means there's still a chance, right? You can't keep living forever in that future. But just as Xianbai finished speaking, Lisa's expression suddenly revealed a hint of confusion, because in her dream of the future, she had never seen the scene where Xianbai said these words before. Upon seeing this expression of hers, Xianbai seemed to read her thoughts. He immediately asked her, didn't you say that yourself? Any action of hers that deviated from the future could lead to drastic changes in what was to come. It was time to seize the opportunity while the predator at the ancestor level was on Killing Island to launch a united offensive between different nations. At the same time, on Killing Island, inside the High Hall of the Priest, after Asmos manipulated Selena and Ariel to lick the blood of the god that I had spilled on my feet, the two of them immediately underwent a transformation. It seemed the blood of the god had started to take effect. Selena and Ariel's blood energy surged, yet their eyes turned completely white, moving like soulless beings. The priest, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. The divine power is constantly pouring out. The feeling is truly amazing, isn't it? All of you are the most loyal warriors of the god. At this moment, in a place where the mountains stretch endlessly, beautiful like a painting, where the storks soar across the sky, there is a place called Shu Mountain. This is also the mountain of the state of women. And right now, outside the gate, a blonde man is sitting there, holding an axe and guarding the entrance. Suddenly, the spatial portal that Xianbai often uses to teleport appeared before the blonde man. However, it seemed that he didn't recognize Xianbai's skill, so he mistakenly thought someone was attempting to infiltrate the state of women. However, stepping out of that portal were Xianbai and Lily. As soon as Xianbai appeared, she saw the blonde man sitting by the door and immediately complimented him, "You're working hard. Good job, Eric." Upon seeing Xianbai, Eric instinctively stood up straight, his legs coming together in a 5 shape, his hands pressed tightly to his thighs, and he hurriedly shouted, "So it's the boss. Sister-in-law, it's an honor to serve you here. It's no trouble at all." Hearing him call her boss, Xianbai felt a bit awkward and guessed that this way of addressing her must have been taught to him by the 3 brothers. As for Lilith, she was more focused on the fact that Eric had called her sister-in-law. She had long since gotten used to the titles and customs here, so she understood very well the meaning behind those 2 words, sister-in-law. Lilith instinctively blushed, not expecting that this person would call her sister-in-law in front of Xianbai, which made her feel quite awkward. Putting that aside, Xianbai and Lilith immediately entered the state of women to prepare for the joint operation against Killing Island. After passing through the gate, something suddenly caught Lilith's attention. She pointed ahead and said to Xianbai, "Look over there." Xianbai, upon following her gaze, immediately showed an expression of astonishment, unable to speak. What had caused their sudden surprise was the enormous stone statue with its arms stretched wide, as if shielding or protecting the place. The figure in the statue was none other than Su Xianbai. After the previous rescue of the state of women, it seemed that they had commissioned the construction of this statue, even engraving beneath it the title Hero of Shu Mountain. Xianbai, witnessing this scene, was at a loss for words. He never expected they would build a statue in his honor. But he had an even bigger question: what does Hero of Shu Mountain mean? At the same time, it was unclear when the news of his return to the state of women had spread, but along the way, women began to surround him. They looked at Xianbai with admiring eyes and a longing expression. "It's the hero of Shu Mountain, Su Xianbai. I finally get to see him in person.
How lucky! He's even more handsome than the statue.
It would be great if Su Xianbai could live in the state of women forever. Without him, the state of women would have been doomed.
That's right, everyone wants to meet him every day.
Suddenly, someone jumped out and grabbed Xianbai's arm, pressing her big heart against his hand. It turned out that the person was none other than Bai Yumo.
After hearing that Xianbai had returned, she immediately ran out to greet him. Xianbai, is it really you? You finally came to visit me, I'm so happy.
As soon as she saw Xianbai appear, Yumo rushed over and flirted with him, saying, I missed you so much, I can't sleep without you. Her words took Xianbai by surprise, so he couldn't help but feel a little flustered and blushed. Before Xianbai could calm down, Yumo raised both hands and pressed his cheeks, causing Xianbai to flinch. Yumo's face was flushed with a rosy hue, and she looked at him with a worried gaze, then asked, Xianbai, you've lost so much weight.
Have you been suffering in Holy Light City? Is Lisa not treating you well? Do you need me to go and scold her for you? Hearing her good friend being slandered, Lilith angrily shouted, Bai Yumo, what are you joking about? Lisa the queen has treated Xianbai very well, and besides, how could I let Xianbai suffer? Seeing Lilith's expression, Bai Yumo couldn't help but taunt her, why are you getting so worked up? Could it be that you're jealous because Xianbai came to visit me?
One of Xiaomo's words hit the mark right at Lilith's heart, causing her to suddenly become flustered and quickly try to deny it. I'm not jealous, Xianbai has already gone home with me.
Don't you understand what that means?
Xianbai, caught in the sandwich situation, didn't know whose side to take, so he forced a smile and said to both of them, stop arguing, let's move on to the main discussion. Hearing Xianbai's words, both of them finally agreed to stop their quarrel and together, they moved to Bai Yumo's house to continue the discussion. From beginning to end, Xiao Mo refused to leave Xianbai even for a step, always sticking to him. Even while discussing the joint alliance with Holy Light City and Star Place, Xiao Mo still didn't leave his side. However, putting aside Xiao Mo's clinginess, Xianbai was there for a bigger purpose, to unite all forces for a campaign against Killing Island. After all, this ancestor-level predator is a huge threat. If it resurrects, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing this, Xiao Mo pressed her 2 melons against Xianbai's hand and said, no problem, as long as it's Xianbai's request, I agree to everything. Hearing Xiao Mo hastily agree without a second thought, Eldarin, who was puffing on a cigarette beside him, immediately spoke up to stop him. Logically, we cannot refuse Su Xianbai's request, but I still hope the leader will be a bit more rational. We have just recovered from the battle with Noah, and we cannot engage in another fight right now. Furthermore, the journey to Killing Island is far. If the state of women is attacked during this time, we will find ourselves in a hopeless and doomed situation. When Xianbai heard Eldarin reject his proposal for an alliance, he was not angry at all. He completely agreed with Eldarin's explanation. Xianbai responded, saying, Eldarin's concerns are reasonable, and before coming here, I had already thought of a solution. The solution Xianbai mentioned was the permanent teleportation gateways linking the 3 nations, State of Women, Holy Light City, and Star Place. At the same time, far in the west, a massive door suddenly appeared in Holy Light City. The golden door, with its reflective surface, seemed to show an endless universe. However, this door had appeared suddenly overnight in the city square, leaving the citizens of Holy Light City bewildered. They also believed that this was the entrance to another world, where simply stepping through would allow one to travel through time and space, continuously fighting monsters, leveling up, and opening a harem. Others thought it was the entrance to the Predator's lair, and that countless predators would soon flood into Holy Light City. However, there were also some who didn't believe the rumors and considered them nothing more than a joke. Among those gathered in front of the massive teleportation gate was Rogier, the leader of the Knights Order of Holy Light City. He stood before the portal, his expression clearly one of panic and fear, his eyes wide and sweat pouring down his face. The reason for his reaction lay in his extreme nature. Rogier believed that the master of this gate wanted to use it to destroy Holy Light City, which is why he was so unsettled. He didn't care who had created this teleportation gate, he directly saw it as a threat to Holy Light City and decided that it should not be allowed to exist here. He was about to summon his power, surrounding his body with blazing red flames, ready to destroy the portal. However, just as Rogier was about to make his move, Queen Lisa appeared behind him and ordered him to stop. She explained to him, this teleportation gate was specially prepared by Xianbai for Holy Light City, the state of women, and Star Place. It is called the Eternal Teleportation Gate and will serve as a crucial bridge connecting our three nations. According to Lisa, Xianbai used the gift of light to bind his own power to this teleportation gate, ensuring its perpetual operation. This gate will also promote exchanges between the three nations, bringing abundant economic resources and supplies to Holy Light City. It is the gate of life, capable of helping Holy Light City escape its predicament, and it is also our hope for survival. After explaining, Lisa fixed Rogier with a sharp gaze and coldly declared, "You have no right to destroy it." Rogier turned to confront the queen. "You think everything is too idealistic. Have you ever considered that instead of supplies, this gate could bring invaders scheming to plunder us? Our Holy Light City already has high, sturdy walls for protection. We also have the well-trained Knights Order standing guard. We don't need to bow to outsiders. I can ensure stability and prosperity for our people. To Holy Light City, this gate is nothing more than a ticking time bomb. As the leader of the Knights Order, my duty is to protect Holy Light City." As soon as he finished speaking, Rogier immediately harnessed his power, causing flames to erupt around his body. He clenched his fist tightly, enveloping the flames around his knuckles. Then, he swung his arm towards the teleportation door, releasing a blast of high-temperature fire, much like a blowtorch. While firing, he shouted at Lisa, "I can't allow this thing to exist." The massive teleportation door, taller than several buildings, was engulfed in Rogier's flames in the blink of an eye. Seeing the door consumed by fire, Rogier couldn't help but feel smug, a sneer appearing on his face as he chuckled softly, "Heh." The members of the Knights Order, standing below, watched as sparks flew through the air, feeling that their leader had gone a bit too far. They hadn't expected him to openly defy Queen Lisa, leaving them uncertain about how to handle the situation. Lisa, standing behind, watched Rogier's actions without the slightest concern. On the contrary, she remained completely calm, simply standing there observing before speaking to him. "Rogier, it seems you don't quite understand your position." Lisa coldly continued, "The ruler of Holy Light City is me, not you." It turned out that the reason Queen Lisa remained so calm was because she had known in advance that Rogier would act in this way. As soon as she finished speaking, a shield of energy suddenly appeared around the teleportation door. Thanks to this mysterious energy flow, in the blink of an eye, Rogier's flames were blown back outside. He was still fumbling, not understanding what had just happened and why his flames were repelled. At first, he thought it was Queen Lisa's doing, but then he recalled that he had never heard of her having such powers before. At that moment, a witch wearing a black dress with a purple rose pinned to her waist, possessing a scorching figure and perfect proportions, suddenly appeared. This person was none other than Bululu, the leader of the Magic Guild. It seemed that the mysterious energy flow earlier, which had neutralized Rogier's attack, was the result of her magic. As soon as she arrived, she addressed Rogier, saying that the queen had known he would come to cause trouble from the start, which is why she had secretly sent their guild to protect the teleportation door long ago. "You dare openly oppose Her Majesty's divine mandate and plot to destroy the teleportation door of Holy Light City. Rogier, you have committed a capital offense." It seems that Queen Lisa's decision to delay deploying guards to protect the teleportation gate was a strategy designed to make Rogier lower his guard and fall into the trap she had carefully set beforehand. However, at this moment, Rogier was still oblivious to the fact that he had already stepped into the trap. He stood there, trying to make sense of the situation before him. He questioned leader Bululu and the members of the Magic Guild. "Didn't Holy Light City banish you all, forcing you to leave? Why are you here?" But now, it wasn't just leader Bululu, there were also many other female magicians standing around. Seeing Rogier's sincere curiosity, they were more than willing to respond. That was merely a performance for others to see. "Do you think Her Majesty the Queen is so easily bullied? We are all loyal supporters of Her Majesty." It turned out that the arrivals were not just the leader of the Magic Guild but also the entire elite magicians team and the Nightwith group. At this point, Rogier began to break into a cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated that over the past few years, While Lisa had seemingly shut herself away, rarely concerning herself with state affairs, she had actually been quietly fostering such powerful forces. He looked at the woman standing before him, and an indescribable feeling of fear suddenly surged within him. Lisa, has she always been pretending before? I've underestimated her too much, her mind is far deeper than I thought. At this moment, Lisa had also revealed her hand. She had set this trap primarily to accuse him of opposing the sacred mandate. She said to Rogier, out of respect for the dedication you've shown to Holy Light City all these years, I won't kill you. But your position as leader of the Knight's Order can no longer be retained. You can retire now. As for who would inherit the position of leader, Lisa had, of course, planned this long ago. She looked at Rogier and gave a knowing smile, continuing, the new leader will be Lilith. After being stripped of his position by Queen Lisa, Rogier found himself wandering to the seaside by night. At this moment, it seemed as though he had just fought a fierce battle with a giant octopus. However, the monster never stood a chance against Rogier, the former leader of the Knight's Order. In the blink of an eye, it had become nothing more than a grilled octopus. He looked at the octopus beneath his feet, thinking about Lisa's matter, so angry that his veins bulged all over his body. How much have I dedicated to Holy Light City, and yet Lisa dares to strip me of my position? Damn it, how could this happen? But she's just a woman, Holy Light City will eventually fall apart by her hands. Suddenly, a woman with pink hair appeared out of nowhere on the rock next to Rogier's position. She licked her finger with her tongue, then spoke to him in a seductive voice, that was my most beloved thing. You've killed it, what am I supposed to do now? Rogier was no weakling, but he didn't notice the presence of the woman until she spoke. The pink-haired woman was none other than the great priestess, the enchantress Asmode. She stood with one hand on her hip, looking down from above, speaking to Rogier with an arrogant attitude, by the looks of you, you seem to be a knight of Holy Light City, right? Have you been thrown out onto the streets? No matter what, you must take responsibility for everything you've done. If not, you'll have to be my dog. Rogier, with his sky-high ego, was furious when he heard the woman speaking to him in such a manner. He frowned and shouted, you're talking nonsense. Do you want to die? However, Rogier was unaware that Asmode, as a great priest, had an ego even higher than his. Upon hearing him speak to her in such a tone, Asmode immediately lunged at Rogier. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right before him. Asmode swung her hand and grabbed Rogier's face before he could even react. Then, she slammed the head of the former leader of the Knight's Order of Holy Light City to the ground and sat on top of him. While straddling his body, Asmode flaunted all her curves and warned Rogier, don't think you can struggle. No one can resist me. But to punish you for your disrespect, I'll teach you a lesson once again, carefully. It was unclear where Asmode came from, but she was deeply influenced by the spare the rod, spoil the child philosophy of Asian parents. She directly raised her hand and gave Rogier a harsh beating, as a way of educating him. Rogier was pinned to the ground by Asmode, completely unable to resist. Seeing her hand rise, he could only endure with wide eyes. He never could have imagined that he, the strongest knight of Holy Light City, would one day be pinned down by a woman and slapped relentlessly. However, strangely enough, instead of feeling humiliated or in pain, every slap from Asmode seemed to make Rogier emit sounds that almost resembled joy. When his face had swollen and hurt so much that tears began to fall, a strange thought suddenly appeared in Rogier's mind, even though I'm being tortured terribly, I don't feel ashamed. On the contrary, I've never experienced such intense happiness before. I've completely been defeated by her. At that moment, in Rogier's eyes, Asmode's figure appeared to be bathed in an ethereal, shimmering light, radiating an irresistible allure. He didn't even realize that he had fallen into her psychological manipulation technique. At some point, a magical collar had appeared around his neck, similar to the ones worn by the rabbit-eared girls who always followed Asmode closely. He looked down, stunned and powerless, realizing that he had fully fallen into her trap. Asmode held one end of a chain, raising her hand to cover her mouth as she chuckled softly. She looked at Rogier's expression, then muttered, it seems like the teaching is nearly complete. Let's hear you call me master now. Rogier knelt on the ground on all fours, tears welling up in his eyes. He looked at Asmode, his voice trembling and hesitant as he stammered, Master. Though somewhere deep within his mind, Rogier still tried to resist Asmode's control, his efforts were so weak they were hardly worth mentioning. Once she had completely subdued him, Asmode bent down, whispered in his ear, My eighth priest.
Alstom is dead.
You will take his place. The next day, on the side of Xian Bai and Lilith, the two had traveled to the Dracula clan's castle to discuss the alliance. In the meeting room, they, along with the leader of Starplace, Dracula, discussed the plan to unite the three nations to jointly eliminate Killing Island.
Fortunately, Dracula agreed that this alliance was necessary.
She concluded, if there is the existence of a predator of ancestor level, its extermination is inevitable.
Lilith heard Dracula's response and smiled faintly.
She realized that Dracula did not seem to oppose the alliance, so she believed that this matter was as good as settled. However, just as that thought crossed her mind, Dracula spoke up.
This is a major affair that affects all three nations.
The plan you have proposed is still not comprehensive enough. I will need to make some adjustments.
Dracula continued with his demands.
In this battle, I will assume the role of Supreme Commander.
To ensure the stability of this alliance, I will personally take to the front lines.
Not only that, but a television broadcast must be arranged to air this battle live. This is an excellent opportunity to introduce the Starplace Guardians to the entire world. I will mobilize all A rank and S rank Guardians, declaring to the world the supreme dominance of Starplace. Hearing Dracula's words, Lilith finally understood why he had so readily agreed to the alliance plan. The first thing Dracula considers when discussing a coordinated action between the three nations is power and dominance. Meanwhile, Xian Bai simply listened in silence to Dracula's additional demands, making no objections. Xian Bai somewhat understood the reason behind the modifications Dracula had made. It seems that Dracula is considering how to solidify his position through this action.
Does he feel that his status is under threat? Thinking about this, Xian Bai could only sigh. He wondered to himself, will those in positions of power or military leadership gradually become like this? Only by truly uniting the three countries can we go far.
10 days later, the coalition of the three countries Starplace, State of Women, and Holy Light City departed from the linking portal at Holy Light City, heading straight for Killing Island to launch a full-scale attack. The army was divided into two fleets, one fleet traveled by air using airships, and the other by sea with sailing ships. Both fleets were under Dracula's command. Standing on the ship, Dracula ordered the entire fleet to open full throttle, heading straight for Killing Island. In the sky, countless streaks of purple energy were descending. But upon closer inspection, these were the female witches in black cloaks from the Magic Guild. They are the elite magicians of the Magic Guild, under the jurisdiction of Holy Light City.
The leader of the Magic Guild is none other than Bululu. Before setting out, she boosted the morale of the guild members with the words, "Don't let the people of the State of Women drag us to the bottom." Hearing this, Diu Chan, the commander of the Royal Sword Battalion from the State of Women, was not to be outdone.
She sneered, "It seems someone is underestimating us." She then encouraged the members of the Royal Sword Battalion. "We were personally invited by the hero of Shu Mountain, Su Xian Bai.
We must not let him down."
Of course, the military forces of Holy Light City could not go without the knight's order. Since Rogier had just been dismissed, the team was now led by Deputy Leader Simon. He rallied all the members of the order, show the true spirit of knights and fight valiantly for Holy Light City. The armies began their march. The Magic Guild and the Royal Sword Battalion of the State of Women traveled by their own means, while the Knights Order used airships. Finally, 3 massive warships set sail across the sea, forming a formidable force for this campaign. They are the S-Class Star Guards of Starplace, led by Dracula. According to a revised plan by Dracula, this grand battle will be broadcast live with commentary by the veteran reporter, MC Zhang Yan.
Zhang Yan's clear and crisp voice rang through the screen. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Before you is the powerful lineup participating in the campaign to exterminate Killing Island.
This is the first time in history that 3 nations have joined forces in such an operation."
Zhang Yan enthusiastically commented, "The priests and ancestor-ranked predators hiding on Killing Island must surely be trembling with fear by now." As she passionately provided her commentary, an unexpected scene unfolded, capturing the attention of both her and the audience. The camera suddenly focused on a strong shoulder, a toned waist, and an alluring figure. The person possessing such an enticing physique was none other than Tian Yu and Xia Fei. They clung to Su Xianbai with appreciative expressions, using the opportunity to get closer to him.
One of them gently spoke, "Lord Archangel, we are truly moved.
You have created such a grand situation to help us reclaim our homeland." The other followed up, their eyes filled with admiration. "That's right. Although Xianbai is usually cold and distant, the things you do are truly heartwarming." Xia Fei leaned in close, placing her chest against Xianbai's arm, her voice sweet yet laden with innuendo. "Why don't you come to my place tonight as a guest? I have so much I want to say to the Lord Archangel.
Let's make sure we have a chance to talk for a long time."
Not to be outdone, Tian Yu, with a figure as alluring as Xia Fei's, also moved forward. She smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Or, you could come to my place.
I'm sure you'd like it better. My bed is both wide and comfortable." Of course, Xia Fei and Tian Yu's arrival brought along other familiar faces from Xianbai's harem. However, this harem was clearly divided into two distinct factions. On one side were the fiery-tempered women, who, seeing Xia Fei and Tian Yu fawning over Xianbai, could not hide their anger. They narrowed their eyes, their expressions full of murderous intent, hands already resting on their weapons, just waiting for an excuse to lightly spill the blood of their two rivals in front of them. On the other side were the gentler, more understanding women. They simply watched the scene unfold, unbothered. Among them, only Lisa, who had just joined the harem, felt uneasy. Lisa looked around, nervously asking, You're all sure nothing's going to happen, right? They're about to fight any minute now." The gentler women of the harem only smiled in response, as if everything was exactly as they had expected. At this moment, Lilith turned to Lisa and said, "Situations like this happen all the time, so there's no need to worry too much. Being single is the root cause of all these problems." She sighed in helplessness, then reminded everyone, "Please show some restraint, the cameras are still rolling." The female host and the cameraman standing beside her, witnessing the scene, were left speechless. Both had been in the profession for over a decade, but they had never encountered anything as strange as this, and could only stand there, dumbfounded. Once they had calmed down, the cameraman spoke to the female host. "It seems like an internal conflict. Do you think this footage will affect the image of the Star Place Defender when it airs?" It was a very reasonable question, but it seemed that he had forgotten one thing: they were recording live, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't cut this scene. At the same time, on Killing Island, low-level predators were flying all over the sky, while dark figures stood on the castle wall. If he wasn't mistaken, these dark figures were priests, including the great priest, the enchantress Asmod. Asmod spoke to his companions, "Can you feel it? A lot of foul, disgusting trash is getting closer. Turn them into food for the gods. What do you all think?" After Dracula and the reporter left, heading toward the battlefield, only Xianbai and a few others remained to defend the rear. Among them was Queen Lisa of Holy Light City. She asked Xianbai why he had agreed to the plan. With Dracula's mission arrangements in mind, Xianbai replied that he had no other choice, explaining, "Because I am the commanding officer of the Allied forces, I must think of the greater picture and protect the authority of the commander." However, the main reason Xianbai agreed to the arrangement was because what Dracula had said was not wrong. If their rear defenses were attacked, the Allied forces would fall into a dilemma, with no way out, hopeless and desperate. At this point, Lisa shared her personal view with Xianbai, but she invited the television crew as well. "From what I see, she's not truly fighting for the Allied forces, she just wants to build her own reputation. With that mindset, I'm afraid there will be unexpected consequences on the battlefield." Hearing Lisa's words, Xianbai showed no surprise, as this was exactly what he had been worried about. His concerns weren't about Dracula's lack of strength, but rather that she was too eager to gain merit, only thinking about immediate benefits. Xianbai told Lisa, apart from the Raven Girl and Alstom, they have very little intelligence on the other priests. If Dracula underestimates the enemy, he will undoubtedly bring ruin upon himself.
Hearing this, Lisa became even more anxious. Dracula was the commander of the Allied forces, and with live broadcasting of the entire process, people around the world were watching her. She absolutely could not afford any mistakes. If Dracula were to be defeated, the Allied forces would be destroyed instantly. Understanding Lisa's concerns, Xianbai was well aware of Dracula's importance in this battle. Therefore, he had already prepared a countermeasure in advance. As a member of the Allied forces, he would not let Dracula fall so easily. His strategy was simple: open a teleportation portal, summon Alstom, the former 8th priest, and Noah, the Grand Dark Sorcerer, leader of the Heavenly King. Xianbai ordered Noah to follow Dracula and, if necessary, provide assistance. As for Alstom, being an expert in long-range assassination with exceptional vision, Xianbai instructed him to climb to the highest peak to observe the situation on Killing Island and continuously report back to him. This was also how Xianbai circumvented Dracula's orders. Since Dracula didn't want him to get directly involved, Xianbai had no choice but to send someone else to carry out the task. This way, he didn't violate the order at all. His actions left Lisa extremely surprised because it was completely beyond what she had anticipated. The future she once knew was drifting further and further away from its original course, to the point that she could no longer predict the direction this battle would take. On Killing Island at that moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of bats created by Dracula. Their dense presence, combined with the heavy, gloomy atmosphere, made the cameraman regret accepting this job. He told the female reporter, "This place is too dangerous, something unexpected could appear at any moment." But she replied, "Don't be such a coward. I don't even know if there's anything worth filming here." Suddenly, the female reporter blushed shyly and said to the cameraman, "Is there any place in this world safer than being beside Earl Dracula?" It seemed that this female reporter had taken on the task of commenting and broadcasting live from here because she had feelings for Dracula. The female reporter said to the cameraman, "Look at Earl's imposing presence. There's no way an imposter would dare come near, right?" However, usually, whenever someone speaks with such confidence, something happens immediately after. And this time was no exception. Just as the female reporter finished speaking, one of the star guards following behind Dracula suddenly called out to her. It turned out she wanted to warn that the enemy had just appeared. But Dracula had already sensed them long ago. Even though the predators didn't dare to approach Dracula on this island, besides them, there were still a few other dangerous priests. At some point, the priests had appeared right in front of Dracula. One of them spoke coldly, "You've stepped into the priest's territory and still dare to act so arrogantly? Do you not realize you're pushing your luck too far?" Fifth priest, a man named Humayer, sneered at Dracula, "We just placed bets on who will take your head first. Don't worry, we'll be quick, you won't feel a thing." I don't know where she got that much confidence, but she still had the time to introduce each person in the group. Thanks to her, we now know that among the group is the 7th priest, the child prodigy Wang Xiaoming. Despite his young age, he was abandoned by the world of mages because his magical power was too strong. He is considered a once-in-a-lifetime magic talent. Next is the 9th priest, God Slayer Sword Ghost Maple. He draws his sword with lightning speed, capable of cutting through the sky with a single strike, even knocking down a flying dragon. Then there's a muscular guy wearing boxing gloves, the 10th priest, heavyweight champion Thunder Dragon. He was born with divine strength, and every punch he delivers is as powerful as if he were smashing mountains and splitting rocks, instilling fear with his overwhelming presence. Humayer introduced each person like that to give Dracula the freedom to choose how he wanted to die. She even said, "We priests don't like killing the weak to oppress the strong." Upon hearing her refer to herself as a priest, Dracula began to question, "You are the ones conspiring to resurrect the ancestor-ranked predator, aren't you?" Facing Dracula's questioning, Sword Ghost Maple merely sneered and said, "You know quite a lot, even about the resurrection of the goddess." Although he didn't directly answer the question, his words revealed all the information Dracula needed. As a result, in Dracula's eyes, he immediately became the first target to eliminate. In the blink of an eye, Dracula appeared behind Sword Ghost Maple, leaving him utterly stunned. He didn't even realize when Dracula had moved. The hand of death strike from Dracula sent Sword Ghost Maple flying tens of meters away. The blow was so heavy that it caused him to lose an arm and nearly split his body in half. Sword Ghost Maple, as introduced, possessed lightning-fast sword drawing speed and was considered one of the fastest among the priests present. However, he was completely unable to react to Dracula's attack and was swiftly eliminated from the fight. Humayr, seeing the corpse of Sword Ghost Maple pinned to the wall, began to tremble in fear. She saw that Dracula did not hesitate and killed Sword Ghost Maple with a single strike, and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the great priest hadn't enhanced Sword Ghost Maple's abilities? But this was impossible, because the great priest had certainly enhanced the abilities of all the other priests. Therefore, she came to another conclusion: Dracula's strength has far surpassed what I imagined. After defeating Sword Ghost Maple with one blow, Dracula seemed to have somewhat assessed the strength of the enemy before her. She coldly said to them, "There's no need to fight one by one anymore. Everyone, charge together. My purpose here is to kill the priests, and it's even better if you're all gathered in one place, saving me the trouble of hunting you down individually." Hearing Dracula's words full of contempt, Thunder Dragon immediately flew into a rage. He shouted loudly, "Don't get cocky too soon. Sword Ghost Maple only lost because of carelessness. Do you think we'll be the same as him?" With that, he charged forward, swinging his fist straight at Dracula. He roared, "One punch from me will crush you to dust. Watch closely, brat." The punch of Thunder Dragon indeed had some strength behind it. The aura of power surrounding his fist indicated that the force he unleashed was not weak. However, Dracula easily stopped the blow with just one hand. Coldly, she said to Thunder Dragon, "If you're going to fight, fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Perhaps because she had been listening to Thunder Dragon's incessant rambling, Dracula felt annoyed and somewhat angry. After blocking the punch, Dracula wasted no time and directly tore Thunder Dragon's arm off his body. This brutal scene immediately made Humayr feel something was wrong. Dracula's way of attacking is too cruel and ruthless, completely unlike the behavior of the Star Guards. Meanwhile, Priest, the so-called child prodigy Wang Xiaoming, upon witnessing Dracula's overwhelming strength, immediately realized the dangerous situation. His instincts warned him not to act recklessly, as Dracula's level was far beyond his capabilities. Wang Xiaoming understood that if he didn't retreat now, death would inevitably follow. He quickly made the decision to withdraw, leaving Dracula for the great priest to handle. Wang Xiaoming performed the secret technique Flying Array, summoning a golden magical circle beneath his feet. From this circle, a column of golden energy shot straight up, enveloping his body and preparing for his retreat. This spell of Wang Xiaoming, aptly named Flying Array, allowed him to soar straight into the sky. The protective layer surrounding the array was designed to ensure his safety against any attacks from enemies. However, Wang Xiaoming's actions quickly caught the attention of Dracula. Coldly, he said, "No one is allowed to leave without my permission." After speaking, Dracula raised his finger to his mouth and lightly bit down with his fangs, allowing blood to begin flowing. Using the blood from his thumb, he performed the blood blade technique. With a swift motion of his hand, Dracula conjured a blood-red blade that shot straight toward his enemy. Facing this attack, Wang Xiaoming showed no fear. The boy even smugly thought to himself, "Useless. I opened the Flying Array precisely to deal with situations like this. The shield of the array is as thick as an indestructible body, you won't be able to harm me." However, he could never have anticipated that his shield would be completely useless. Dracula's blood blade effortlessly pierced through the Flying Array's protective layer, slicing cleanly through Wang Xiaoming's neck, ending his life in the blink of an eye. Even when the bloodstained blade had sliced through Wang Xiaoming's neck, he still could not believe that his shield was completely helpless against Dracula's attack. At this moment, of the four priests, only Humayr remained. As she turned her head, she witnessed Wang Xiaoming's blood flowing in two streams, one from his neck, and the other from his decapitated head. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's head roll across the ground, Humayr was so horrified that sweat poured from her like a torrent. Is this a joke? It's one thing for the other two to be killed instantly, but even Wang Xiaoming couldn't withstand a single blow? By the standards of a guard, Wang Xiaoming should have at least been at the S rank level, yet he was taken down so easily. Dracula, now radiating an aura of murderous intent, slowly advanced toward Humayr. Terrified, she desperately tried to buy some time and asked. The only person capable of eliminating in South rank and star place was Mr. Muxia, who was already withdrawn.
Who exactly are you? Seeing that she was genuinely curious, Dracula did not hesitate to answer.
Her eyes glowed with a fiery red light as she coldly declared her identity. I am the representative of Star City, Earl Dracula.
At that moment, Humayr suddenly realized that the person standing before her was none other than the Star City Dracula. Even he has personally entered the battle? Is this a royal decree to lead the charge, determined to flatten Killing Island?
She had thought that, after discovering Dracula's true identity and witnessing her overwhelming power, she would immediately surrender. But no, for the sake of her own honor, she couldn't accept the idea of simply allowing someone to kill her at will. After all, she was a fifth priest, and that was something she couldn't just let slide.
Humayr immediately leapt into the air, preparing to counterattack.
In response to her actions, Dracula remained unfazed. Her expression was calm and composed, as if she were allowing Humayr to struggle without any care. It was precisely because Dracula didn't take action that Humayr had enough time to unleash her ultimate move, the Spirit Ball. She focused her magical energy, forming a massive orb and launching it directly at Dracula. However, he simply raised his hand to block the energy ball as though he were playing with a rubber ball. Then, with a casual flick of her hand, she swiped the energy ball away to the side with ease. At first glance, Humayr's attack seemed like a mere weak strike. However, when Dracula swatted the energy orb aside, it exploded, creating a wave of energy that swept across a vast area. Had her opponent been an A-level Star Guard, this battle would certainly not have been so simple.
After witnessing that her deadliest skill couldn't even touch a hair on Dracula, Humayr's desperation became evident.
Yet, she still had one last card to play. She closed her eyes, focused her mind, and unleashed a technique known as the Fox Spirit secret skill hiding. Humayr quickly activated the stealth technique, completely concealing her presence. Whether it was scent or sound, everything was erased, making her seem as though she had vanished from the world. In her hidden state, her body became so faint that it could be seen through the clouds behind her. She smiled, confident that her opponent wouldn't be able to detect her.
Dracula watched as Humayr disappeared, unable to hide his admiration. She's gone, huh?
I can't even sense the slightest trace of her.
This camouflage technique is truly impressive. But then, Dracula gently raised his arm, and the black crows immediately appeared beneath his feet, flying around him.
She turned around, looking at the floating corpses being controlled, and said, "Hiding is useless, it's just struggling before death." Wu Yu observed the scene and realized something strange.
Her expression suddenly stiffened. Wait a minute, surely Dracula isn't planning to do this, right?
Dracula looked at the lifeless corpses in front of him, then said, "Let me elevate your lives, so you may experience the most dazzling fireworks." With that, she crushed those tiny lives in one swift motion. Humayr felt the blood splatter onto her, so startled that she forgot she was in hiding. The sensation of the liquid sticking to her made her shudder. Sticky, how disgusting, is this their blood? Gradually, she revealed herself in front of Dracula, shouting, "This is outrageous, I'm someone with a cleanliness obsession, why are you doing this to me?
This is so disgusting."
Seeing how she was only concerned with her own cleanliness and didn't care about her teammates, Dracula was at a loss for words. The purpose of luring her out had succeeded.
Dracula reached out and grabbed Humayr's delicate neck. With just a little force, she choked and coughed violently, her entire body trembling, unable to resist. Dracula spoke coldly, "So, you've finally revealed your true form, haven't you? Little fox."
She glanced downward, her fingers itching with anticipation.
"Do you know something?
I'm very curious, wondering whether your heart is as big as your chest.
Let me take it out and see for myself."
Just as Dracula was about to touch her heart, from beneath the bridge, Wu Yu hurriedly shouted, snapping him back to reality.
"Dracula, calm down a bit. There are cameras here. Restrain yourself. Don't go too far."
Only then did Dracula glance downward and notice several trembling reporters, too terrified to utter a sound.
The onlookers, eagerly watching the drama unfold via live broadcast, also felt a chill run down their spines. Even through the large screens, they couldn't suppress their fear. Dracula was undeniably powerful, worthy of his title as the ruling figure of Starplace. But was this act too cruel? Treating a living being like a mere fish, talking about dissecting them, was it right to let such a ruthless person be the leader of Starplace? A hot girl, watching the live footage, spoke up. Why are there so many saintly remarks like this? Showing mercy to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Don't you see the sacrifices our allied army has made? Her words silenced those around her. No one dared to argue back. After hearing Wu Yu's words, Dracula turned back to the bridge and dropped Humeyer without a trace of emotion. Sorry, I get a little too excited when I see fresh blood. I'll try to restrain myself. She and you are both from the fox race, aren't you? I'll leave this matter in your hands. Wu Yu looked at the unconscious Humeyer lying on the ground and fell into silence. Handling her myself? That's a bit tricky. I have no interest or talent in dealing with prisoners. Guess I'll leave it to him, then. After all, he has far more experience. Meanwhile, near Su Xianbai and the Queen, a massive crack suddenly appeared beside him. Then, Humeyer emerged from the spatial gate and fell to the ground. Lisa, who had been sitting and healing her soul, was startled by the sight. What's happening? Is this an angel descending from the heavens? I don't know how good Wu Yu is at geometry or if she has any special abilities, but the fall landed precisely on Xianbai. This accuracy made Lisa, sitting next to her, unable to help but exclaim. Xianbai, with his agile body, quickly caught Humeyer in his arms. Instinctively, he felt something strange and wondered, why do things like this always happen to me? Lisa, do you know in advance that this would happen? Lisa looked at Humeyer in Xianbai's arms, nervously replying, probably not. From above the observation deck, Alstom's loud voice echoed down, she's the fifth priest Humeyer, a defeated subordinate under Dracula. The reason she's here is because Wu Yu brought her, probably intending for the master to interrogate her harshly to extract some useful intelligence. Xianbai didn't refute this. Interrogate, huh? I do have quite a bit of experience with that. A little while later, when Humeyer woke up, she suddenly felt that something was off. As she fully regained consciousness, she realized she was tightly bound and suspended in the air. Struggling and panicking, Humeyer exclaimed, "What's going on? Why am I tied up like this? Why do I feel so weak? Where is everyone? Someone come and release me now." Lisa looked at Humeyer, who was tied up, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What skillful binding! I never expected Xianbai to have such expertise." Xianbai stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his voice cold. "Stop struggling pointlessly, Humeyer. You're in my hands now, your fate is sealed. As the fifth priest, you must know more than the others, don't you? I have ways to make you talk. If you don't want to endure torment, I suggest you be honest." Humeyer smirked slightly and scoffed. No need for such theatrics. The truly powerful guards have already gone to the front lines to fight. Even your star city is no exception. At such a critical moment, those left guarding the ship are just logistical troops. If you think you can intimidate me, you're 10,000 years too early. Hearing Humeyer's mocking words, Lisa cautiously observed Xianbai's reaction. Xianbai felt his pride instinctively wounded, questioning himself, am I really just a logistical soldier? Yet Humeyer continued speaking in an arrogant tone. Not that it matters, you won't be living much longer anyway. Let me tell you the truth, your side has no chance of winning this battle. Even if Dracula himself joins the fight, it would be useless. I've seen his true strength. She continued, but compared to the great priest, he is still far behind. Not just the great priest, every priest among the top 4 of them is a peerless master, 1 in 1,000. Suddenly, a sound came from a distance, growing louder and louder. Humeyer perked up her ears, concentrated to listen, then turned and asked, that sound is so familiar, what could it be? Xianbai also tried to listen carefully and then answered, it's the sound of the waves. Something is coming, and there's a lot of it.
Humayer, excited, stared intently into the far distance. That's Ariel.
It must be her.
She is the kindest, most innocent among the priests. She is the daughter of the sea, she must be coming to save me.
Alstom, on the observation platform, quickly shouted, Master, we're in trouble. Our fleet is being targeted by someone.
At the same time, on the sea, waves began to rise, with schools of whales swimming together in large groups, creating a lively scene. Ariel, arrogantly leading the massive school of fish, declared, the great priest has ordered to destroy all the ships, ensuring that no one who lands on the island will be able to return. With just a wave of his hand, a gigantic whale leapt out of the water, diving toward the small boat below, then crashing down, its massive body smashing the boat into pieces. Seeing how her opponent struck, Humayer immediately sensed something was wrong. Be careful, Ariel, I'm also on the boat, you know.
Are you really trying to send me to hell?
Xianbai's robe flashed past her as he spoke. It seems like your friend isn't very rational.
Upon hearing this, Humayer stared blankly at Ariel's expression. What are you trying to do? Are you seeking death? If you want to live, abandon the boat and take me and run, quickly.
But Xianbai appeared amused, exuding an air of confidence as he smiled. As a logistics officer, I must fulfill my duties properly.
Seeing this, Humayer yelled in protest, the disaster is upon us, and you're still acting all dramatic?
She's the daughter of the sea, with the power to control the vast ocean out there. In the water, even I can't compete with her.
What can you possibly do?
A minute later, Ariel also found herself tied up, just like Humayer, causing Humayer to stare blankly in shock. How can a mere logistics soldier possess such terrifying strength?
This is too overpowered. Is this the true power of Star Place? It's just too overwhelming.
As Ariel was being restrained, she began showing signs of something unusual. Humayer quickly noticed the difference. This is strange, Ariel's condition seems a bit off.
Normally, she wouldn't act so recklessly like this. She clearly heard my cry for help, didn't she?
Xianbai slowly stepped forward, his voice cold as he explained to Humayer, haven't you noticed? It's not that her condition is abnormal, it's that she's been mentally controlled.
This kind of mind control is rapidly draining all her life force. Maybe I can help her a bit. Let me try.
Saying that, he reached out and placed his hand on Ariel's chest, beginning to examine her.
Humayer, seeing this, was confused. How do you know all this? You can't possibly be a logistics soldier, right? Who exactly are you?
Lisa, the queen, looked at Humayer who was tied up and gently explained, the reason Xianbai didn't board the ship is not because he's weak, but quite the opposite, it's because he's too strong, so strong that even Dracula himself feels afraid.
He's the one who could most likely replace Dracula.
The Star Guards, Class B, Unlessness of Dim.
Su Xianbai, whose resume Lisa had read through, left Humayer in shock. Is he really that powerful? He looks so ordinary though.
At this moment, Ariel seemed to have become somewhat aware of the situation. When she saw Xianbai about to lightly touch her heart, she tried to resist. Where are your hands going?
Don't even think about touching me.
But the moment his hand landed on her, she felt something very unfamiliar, a boundless stream of energy flowing into her.
This sensation was something she had never experienced before.
In Ariel's mind, a seductive voice continuously called her name. Ariel, why is your heart starting to waver?
Is your faith in the goddess so weak? Have you already forgotten the grace of the goddess that was bestowed upon you?
Suddenly, Xianbai stood in front of Ariel, using his back to shield the small girl who was being brainwashed and sitting in despair.
He stared directly into her violet eyes and asked, what is a goddess? What kind of god is she? Have I ever encountered her before? Is there any kind of god who would use chains to bind their followers like this?
Seeing Xianbai forcefully pull on the chain, which caused Ariel to be extremely surprised, she hurriedly spoke up, wait, what are you trying to do? Without making her wait for long, the chain binding her snapped. Xianbai flashed a provocative smile and, with his eyes locked onto her violet ones, he said, "Tell your god to clean up her neck and wait. I'll meet her soon enough." Meanwhile, Asmode was sitting casually, but suddenly she felt a sense of threat through Ariel's consciousness. "Damn it, my heart is racing. What's happening to me? Am I scared?" Thinking of this, Asmode felt an odd mixture of strange excitement and anticipation. She couldn't hold back a line of drool, the one who can make me feel both scared and excited like this. He's the first, isn't he? Who exactly is he? Lost in her thoughts, the girl with the snake-like hair, Medusa, interrupted Asmode's musings. "Lord Asmode, you're sweating. Is it because of that representative from Star Place, Dracula? Let me offer my condolences. I'll make sure to handle that person for you. What do you think?" Before Asmode could make a decision, Caesar, holding his scepter, stepped onto the registration platform. "Looks like someone got here faster than I did. I'll let you have Dracula, but as for the others on this island, their heads belong to me. This is one thing I won't yield on." Looking at her two confidants, Asmode sighed, "Do as you will, it's up to you both." Then, Asmode glanced to the side, her face showing some concern. "I still have a bad feeling. It seems like we need to move the plan forward. Wake up, Ling Long, I need you now." At Asmode's awakening command, the zombie girl, Ling Long, slowly opened her eyes and gently spoke, "Do you need my help?" Having left Ariel's consciousness, Xianbai looked at the two girls who were bound and restrained in front of him and said, "All right, she's fine now." Ariel had just stepped out of consciousness, her mind, mood, and breath in chaos, struggling to speak to Xianbai. "Thank you for helping me escape the sea of suffering, but I have a small request. My friend Selena has also fallen victim to this curse. I know my request may seem rude, but I beg you to save her. If I hadn't taken her to meet the priests, she might not have ended up in this situation. The great priest saw the wavering in our trust, and that's why he acted to turn us into obedient puppets." Listening to the plea of the fragile girl who could control the seas, Xianbai fell silent for a moment, then said, "I bear some responsibility for what has happened to that girl. Don't worry, I will save her." Suddenly, a soft purple light appeared, shining everywhere. Lisa, sweating profusely, called out to Xianbai, "Xianbai, before anything else, please take a look at this. Have you seen something like this before?" In the sky, not far from where Xianbai stood, Ling Long hovered in the air, gazing into the distance. She then began chanting the incantation. All adversaries march forward in an array, odd moon gate formation. Once the chant was completed, a protective barrier enveloped the entire area, appearing very solid. Strange symbols, resembling unusual characters, spiraled around the barrier. Inside, Bayumo, who was fighting a monster, gazed at the barrier in confusion. "What is this? It's blinding. Is this magic from Holy Light City?" Outside, Wu Yu observed the barrier and assessed, "That looks like a protective barrier, and its power is incredibly strong." Dracula also agreed, "Indeed, this is the first time I've seen such a powerful barrier. This barrier was probably meant to stop me, but unfortunately for them, their fear comes too late." With that, Dracula turned to Wu Yu, who was sighing beside him, and said, "The headquarters of the priests is ahead. Let's go and eliminate them." After casting the barrier, Ling Long couldn't help but exclaim, "The barrier is so beautiful." Asmode, standing beside her, also complimented, "It truly is beautiful, just like you, Ling Long. Having you here makes me feel so reassured." Ling Long blushed at the compliment and shyly responded, "Please, don't praise me like that, Asmode. I'll get really embarrassed." Then she said, "The Sun-Moon universe has already taken shape, and even I cannot resolve it. We can only wait for 77 days, after which it will resolve itself. Therefore, the alliance on the island will become trapped, not a single one will escape." Asmode smiled and said to Ling Long, "To revive the goddess, this is a necessary tactic, but you are only half right. What's more important is that the Sun-Moon universe can prevent that person from entering into the name that makes me uneasy inside." Over here, Xianbai was trying to open the space gate to enter the barrier, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't get through. Standing in front of the barrier, he tried to analyze, even the connecting door can't get through. This barrier technique looks quite formidable. It seems that Dracula is not the only one who wants me to stand by and do nothing. After being untied, Humayer stood with Ariel, looking at the barrier and evaluating. This is the barrier array of the second-tier priests Ling Long. No matter what kind of power is used, it's useless. Her barrier can't be broken with human power of insufficient age. At this point, Mayer's expression became tense. Great priest, even Ling Long, who has been asleep for many years, has awoken. It seems you've really made her uncomfortable. Ariel also became tense. I feel that there's something strange about this. Right now, all the priests in the Alliance are trapped on the island. I'm starting to think that there's a possibility the Great Priest wants to kill everyone on the island, using their energy to perform the sacrificial ritual, doing this to resurrect the goddess. Hearing this, Lisa immediately refuted, kill everyone on the island? That's absurd, it's like dreaming in broad daylight. And the Alliance includes the Elven Summit, Holy Light City, and the State of Women. Top experts from 3 countries are gathered here. Do you really believe that your great priest has the ability to massacre all of them? Ariel's gaze remained firm on her hypothesis. Previously, when we went to war with Noah, it was because the 4 great priests were carrying out missions that led to our defeat. From what I see, the strength of the other 3 priests is not inferior to Noah. And Great Priestess mode is in existence far beyond them. If Su Xianbai can't enter the battlefield because of this barrier, then my hypothesis is very likely to become a reality. Xianbai listened to Ariel's analysis and found it quite reasonable. He approached the barrier, tapped it lightly a few times, then began trying ways to break it. It's true that human strength can't break this barrier. But I wonder about the power of gods and demons. Could they break the barrier? Hearing the title demon god left everyone stunned and shocked. Using the demon god to break the barrier? Inside the barrier, Caesar stood on top of a building's roof. He resembled a fallen death god, looking down at the small beings below who were unaware. The number of you is certainly not small. Thousands of miles away, you all rushed here to sacrifice your lives for the first time. Truly, you've made things hard for yourselves. Lu Junshin, from below, taunted, where did those skulls come from, appearing against the wind like that? Your companions have already been dealt with by us. Kalak also chimed in. He raised his hand with a dislike gesture and shouted, the thing I hate most is those who boast. You think you can stop us all by yourself? Nearby, Umo, Lilith, Mafe, Fomion, and many others were also ready for battle. Caesar, standing above them, looked down at the pitiful souls below. By myself? I think you've misunderstood something. I may just be a lonely, poor skeleton in the cold of winter, but when did I ever say I was alone? Then, Caesar began chanting a massive spell behind him. From the spell, many beings flew out, each draped in a deathly black aura. There was not a single covering in hand, only a dry, gray skeleton remaining. The face was unrecognizable, but the eyes shone brightly like car headlights. Those calcium-deficient, bony hands carried weapons like a scythe, large, black, and long, along with tridents or swords. Seeing Caesar's assembly of brothers, Lu Junshin and Kalak quickly retracted their initial confidence. Beads of sweat dripped down like a shower, their mouths agape in fear. What kind of joke is this? Turns out that guy is a summoner? The number of summoned beasts is overwhelming. And here we are, at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Zhao Ping'er's pupils darkened, her expression stunned. Those things emit a rotting aura, they aren't living creatures. Zhang Tianyu beside her agreed, exactly, that aura seems to be from a necromancer. Looks like we've encountered someone really tough. Caesar stood atop a building, holding his staff, pointing it toward the subjects below and shouted, Necromancer Legion, obey my command. Take them all and seal them in coffins. The necromancers immediately charged at once. Mu Yuan was unexpectedly pierced by a trident. She instinctively dodged, but her clothes weren't as fortunate. The fabric, stretched taut, was easily torn by the trident. Yuan looked at the necromancers before him in astonishment. This entire army of necromancers has been thoroughly trained, and their combat power is quite formidable. Not only can they wield powerful spells, but there are also necromancer mages capable of using magic?
That summoning formation keeps bringing forth more necromancers. How are we supposed to win a battle like this? Caesar stood before the magic formation, laughing triumphantly. When it comes to numbers, we've never been afraid of anyone. I, Caesar, alone am worthy of thousands of troops. Then, countless necromancers charged forward to attack them. Lilith and Bayumo calmly wielded their swords, dispatching the incoming necromancers with swift and precise strikes.
One necromancer attempted to attack Ma Fei but hesitated, repulsed by the overwhelming stench emanating from him.
Seeing the necromancer's reluctant expression, Ma Fei grabbed its face and slammed it into the ground.
The bag containing his old clothes continued to release its foul odor.
Holding the necromancer firmly under his grasp, he sneered, "You too, huh? Even you dare to look down on me?"
At that moment, Lilith noticed something unsettling. Despite being shattered into pieces, these necromancers were able to regenerate.
Flying forward with her scythe in hand, she skillfully swung it through the air, clicking her tongue in annoyance. These necromancers can regenerate? How utterly infuriating.
Suddenly, feathers of black floated down from the sky, causing the necromancers to look up curiously. Xiefei spread her wings wide from above, her eyes gleaming with contempt as she looked down at the necromancers below. She said, "In the presence of an angel like me, necromancers should not exist. If they can reincarnate, then we simply need to keep striking until they can no longer reincarnate." With that, she controlled the black feathers to gather and unleashed a massive explosion. The force of the blast was so powerful that it left behind a large crater. After seeing the results from her high vantage point, Xiefei maintained her cold and arrogant demeanor and said, "Have you tasted suffering yet? These filthy things, I will smash you all until not even a speck of dust remains. I want to see how you will reincarnate now." Bayumo, witnessing the outcome Xiefei had brought about, couldn't help but sigh. Her methods are truly decisive, even more exaggerated than her chest. Zhang Tianyu appeared entertained. "This is how it should be. We must be stronger than the Star Place guards. We cannot allow anyone to look down on the 5 heavenly kings."
At some point, Caesar had appeared behind Xiefei. His cold voice echoed, "Are you celebrating too soon? Do you think my necromancer army is so weak? They are all linked to my energy. As long as I have energy to sustain them, they will reincarnate infinitely." After finishing her words, Xiefei immediately summoned another magic circle, unleashing power upon herself.
The force struck her, causing her to cough up blood and suffer serious injuries.
Feathers scattered wildly in all directions.
Xiefei struggled to come up with a countermeasure, her heart filled with rage.
Damn it! I never expected him to be this difficult to deal with. Did I underestimate him too much? Could it be that I'm about to lose right here, on my own battlefield? Caesar, attempting to crush all resistance, looked at his army with pride and declared, "Every time the Necromancer Legion resurrects, they undergo another evolution.
Their strength, magic, speed, and endurance all surge with each wave of rebirth. The longer the battle drags on, the stronger the necromancers become. No matter how many of you there are, no matter how powerful you may be, once my Necromancer Legion ensnares you, your fate is sealed. You will be skinned, your bones stripped, tormented, and tortured until death." As the Necromancer Legion continued its cycle of resurrection, the battlefield began to shift. Faced with an endless horde of necromancers, the Allied forces found themselves locked in an arduous battle. The Necromancer army held the upper hand. Human strength had its limits, but the necromancers constantly absorbed external energy. No matter how many were slain, they would simply rise again. Amidst this imbalance in stamina, the Allied forces gradually fell into exhaustion, their strength draining away. Yen Yu, due to carelessness, was struck by one of the necromancer's strikes. She silently cursed her situation, as her sword techniques were ineffective against the necromancers. Xianpang, on this side, was also launching her attacks, shouting loudly, "Watch as I pierce 100,000 holes into you all." Feathers flew like arrows, piercing through them and creating several holes. But unfortunately, these creatures continued to regenerate. If they kept fighting while witnessing this, everyone would grow exhausted and worn out, without even needing to wait for the scythe blades to touch their necks. Bai Yumo said, apart from the S-ranked guards, no one else can hold out any longer. Lilith, exhausted, also spoke, indeed, I never imagined the priests alone could push the allied forces into such a desperate situation. Bai Yumo looked at Lilith and said, I truly never thought we'd be fighting side by side one day. Lilith, can you help me with something? Keep these necromancers occupied, and I'll go assassinate that skeletal priest. He's the master of these necromancers, and once he's eliminated, the necromancers will undoubtedly be destroyed as well. Lilith nodded firmly, don't worry, Bai Yumo. Just focus on your battle, I'll cover your back this time. Hearing Lilith offer to cover for her, Bai Yumo felt a deep sense of relief. She silently told herself, after this battle, I'll take Lilith to the hot springs at the State of Women. Bai Yumo stomped her foot and rushed ahead, using the necromancers as stepping stones to move forward. In no time, she reached Caesar's position. At this point, the spirit army had already stepped into the mire. As the highest-ranking member of the Star Guards, Bai Yumo was obliged to lead everyone out of this difficult situation. Success or failure now depended on this moment. At this time, Caesar had also noticed her. He gave a sharp, piercing glance in Bai Yumo's direction. As the tip of his sword touched the energy barrier surrounding him, a blinding flash of light erupted. The light illuminated every corner, making those below gasp in admiration. Even Ma Fei couldn't hide his astonishment. Incredible, those from the State of Women really are powerful. Lilith, with a tired look in her eyes, gazed at Bai Yumo with hope. Watching as the energy barrier around her began to crack, she couldn't help but murmur in awe, this is truly surprising. Aside from the great priest, I never imagined anyone could break through Caesar's defense. But what now? Such a pity, it's a bit off target. Caesar looked at Bai Yumo and smiled warmly, but one of his temple bones was slightly chipped, and the protective energy shield around him had shattered. Seeing Caesar smile brightly in front of her, Bai Yumo felt an immense sense of tension. How could this be off? Could it be the thickness of the shield causing the misalignment? In her moment of carelessness, she hadn't noticed her surroundings, and at some point, a necromancer had appeared behind her. He raised his spiked staff high and struck her with it. Bai Yumo felt weak as fresh blood poured from her head, and her vision began to blur. Her whole body trembled as she struggled to sit up. Caesar descended and stood before her, then said, the reason I can command such a vast number of undead is that my energy level is truly immense. Even if you all combined your energy here, it wouldn't match mine. So, you cannot defeat my undead legion. Despite Caesar's words ringing in her ears, Bai Yumo pushed aside the bleeding wound and tried to rise. Caesar watched her, seeing her whole body shaking yet refusing to give up, and he showed a hint of pity. You're probably the leader of these people, aren't you? Then let your death be the declaration of this alliance's defeat. At that moment, Su Xianbai gently appeared behind Caesar and said, What? Why the hurry? I haven't even joined the battle yet. On what basis do you dare claim that the army is about to fail? Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the girls stood in front of the massive hole, their eyes wide with surprise and shock. Hume Air and Ariel were even more astonished. The strongest barrier of Linglong has been shattered. It's truly unbelievable. I've never encountered anyone like him before. What exactly is he, some sort of demon or god? On the other hand, Lisa didn't seem surprised at all. Perhaps she had already gotten somewhat used to it. Her gaze held trust as she softly called his name, Xianbai, he's the savior of this world. Su Xianbai had already reached Caesar's side. Upon his sudden appearance, Caesar immediately spoke, where did this mongrel come from? Behind those words was an uneasy feeling, why didn't I notice him earlier? How did I fail to recognize how powerful he is? Was I distracted by controlling too many necromancers? Before he could blink, Xianbai swiftly passed him and stood beside Yumo. Sorry, Leader Bai, I'm too late. You've suffered too much. Caesar, seeing this, grew even more anxious. His eyes couldn't keep up with Xianbai's speed. Is this real or fake? Could it be that I'm seeing things? But I'm made of bone, how could I possibly be hallucinating? Bai Yuemo, upon seeing Xianbai appear, felt an inexplicable sense of relief and comfort. She trembled as she sat up, forcing a smile as she spoke to him. Xianbai, you've come to save me, right?
Seeing you makes my wounds seem to hurt less.
After confirming this, Bai Yuemo glanced around the nearby battlefield, noticing that Zhang Tianyu and Xie Fei had already lost the ability to fight. Xianbai stood up with a strong, resolute aura and said, "Don't worry, Leader Bai. The injustices you've suffered, I will make sure to repay them tenfold, both principal and interest, without missing a single bit." Looking at Xianbai's powerful demeanor, Caesar still hadn't figured out who the person in front of him was. This guy does have some skills.
I'll need to be more cautious in dealing with him. I'll just observe his movements for now.
Su Xianbai looked at the skull-faced man in front of him and sneered, saying, "Aren't you very confident in your own energy? Well then, how about a little competition with me? Let's see whose energy exceeds the others." He had just seen Xianbai raise 3 fingers, as if realizing something was wrong, and immediately grabbed his staff to charge forward. "You want to sneak attack me, huh? Dream on, darling." But apart from raising 3 fingers, Xianbai made no move that suggested he was preparing to strike, which made Caesar freeze in shock.
Embarrassed by his own reaction, he angrily said, "Nothing's even happened, you're just putting on a show. Are you trying to fool me?"
Seeing his opponent growing increasingly anxious and fearful before him, Xianbai smiled gently and said, "Why the rush?
Just giving you a little scare.
As for the bigger moves, they can wait. Let me show you the effects of the light and dark dual core, the true meaning of the light's gift." Bai Yuemo, who was injured, suddenly found herself surrounded by a light similar to Xianbai's. Not only Yuemo, but all the members present in the battle were receiving energy.
Xie was confused, wondering, "What's happening to me?
All the pain in my body has disappeared, I can't even find my wounds anymore." Zhao Ping'er was also enjoying the golden energy. She said, "It's not just that, I feel like my whole body is filled with energy, like I'm being set on fire.
I can feel it, I'm about to explode."
Lilith, who had thought she was exhausted long ago, suddenly felt a surge of energy, which took her by surprise. "This feeling is just like when I was with Xianbai that night.
It's truly miraculous. Xianbai shared his energy with me.
So this is the effect of the gift of light, huh?" Ma Fei also quickly regained his strength, his muscles once again glistening, brimming with energy, and he wildly flailed his arms. "What a joke! My fighting spirit has reached its peak." Looking at the soldiers who had been wiped out like necromancers, now rising again with a renewed source of energy because of Xianbai's presence, even the dry skeletons broke into a cold sweat. How can this be?
These guys, who were barely breathing, have all come back to life? How is something so absurd possible?
Seeing the skeleton gaping in astonishment, Xianbai coldly said to him, "Why are you so surprised?
Isn't this just like the way your demon magic controls the undead legion?
Using my own energy to nourish others so they can fight for themselves, this is as easy as flipping my hand." Caesar looked at the golden spark that flared up strongly in his chest, feeling a bit unwilling. How is it that this guy, who doesn't seem to have exerted any effort, can use the same trick as I do?
He looks like just a kid, still smelling of milk. Does he really have enough energy to match mine and sustain this technique?
Suddenly, as Xianbai's gaze turned toward Bai Yuemo, his eyes were dark and dry. He spoke to her, "Leader Bai, this time we will expose him for everyone to see. Don't overthink it, just release your full potential, return everything he has made you suffer back to him, and bury him with your own hands." At this moment, Bai Yuemo slowly rose to her feet. The wounds on her body had vanished, replaced by a form brimming with energy. With Xianbai supporting her from behind, Yuemo was able to reach 100% of her power.
She confidently executed her sword technique, charging towards the enemy.
With a single step, she propelled herself towards Caesar. The swords floating behind her, infused with the strength of Xianbai, painted the picture of a female swordsman, surrounded by blades, rushing forward like a hero ready to challenge the world, her determination unwavering as she prepared to face Caesar. Thanks to the energy provided by Xianbai, she was able to rise and fight once again. Going against Su Xianbai will not end well for you. Now, I will slay your withered bones. Caesar, arrogantly raising his staff, shouted loudly, "Come again and see for yourself. You're nothing but a defeated foe under my hand.
Do you think that just because you emit some golden sparkles, you've transformed into a superhuman? My undead legion will come and claim you."
Under Caesar's command, all the necromancers charged forward fiercely.
Seeing the dark swarms approaching, Xianbai refused to back down.
He shouted to everyone behind him, "Don't let these guys cause any more chaos.
Take them out cleanly."
At this moment, the others, fully energized, rushed to follow Umo and provide backup.
"My master, we're here to help you. Don't rush out there alone like that."
The necromancers flew in, blocking her path. Umo glared at them, her eyes filled with power.
"You think you can capture me with just you lot? Fine, come at me all at once."
She swung her sword, a single slash sending a brilliant golden light sweeping across. The light devoured all the necromancers in its path. In no time, she appeared right before Caesar. To his astonishment, as soon as Umo finished casting her spell, beams of light like rays of sunlight shot toward him.
Caesar, seeing the shimmering golden lights, panicked for a moment. Such a complicated technique.
But for me, a skilled fighter like this is still useless. Despite saying that, he moved quickly, dodging Umo's attacks. However, seeing the powerful force and several swords chasing closely behind him, he couldn't help but feel anxious.
"I've always been nothing but a skeleton, I've never experienced the feeling of being chased."
But now, when he saw the swords chasing after him, he finally understood what it felt like to be hunted by someone else. He never expected that these swords could track their target. Umo lightly waved her hand, controlling the swords to follow Caesar closely.
A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her lips. "It's no use running. It won't bring you any benefit. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, my swords will still find you and chase you down, then chop you to pieces." She chuckled softly, her gaze sharp and cold. "No, I should say they'll pierce through your poor, brittle bones." "Looks like you still haven't realized, huh? Your speed is getting slower and slower." Caesar, hearing this, was filled with doubt. "I'm slowing down? What kind of joke is that? My energy is still plentiful. I don't feel tired at all."
While he was still skeptical, the golden lights caught up with him. They pierced through his skeletal body. A strange liquid, inexplicably present within his bones, began to pour out. The continuous damage caused Caesar to lose his ability to fly, and he plummeted to the ground. His entire skeletal body trembled violently. On his white robe, a few red spots had appeared.
He muttered in confusion and hatred, "Damn it! Why am I getting weaker and weaker?" The skeleton said, "I should still have plenty of energy left, shouldn't I?" Caesar thought to himself, his eyes flashing with suspicion, could it be that the speed of regeneration of the undead army is too fast? Is that why so much energy has been consumed? But even so, surely you still have enough energy for me to fight, right?
Seeing that Caesar stubbornly refused to face reality, even when surrounded by the allied forces, he still fought desperately, struggling to resist. Umo stepped forward, his cold voice ringing out, "Look closely, you foolish idiot who refuses to wake up. Your undead army will soon become Xianbai's energy-gathering treasure. With the endless gravitational pull of the darkness, it will drain the energy from your undead soldiers, then replenish it with the grace of light, distributing that energy to the allied forces. This is Xianbai's plan. You're using your own energy to dig your own grave." Speaking of Xianbai, at that moment, he was harnessing the power of the black hole. All the energy within a barrier surrounding the area was being pulled in and absorbed. Witnessing this, Caesar began to feel that Umo's words were increasingly making sense. But even so, he refused to concede defeat. His once confident green eyes now blazed a furious red. "Wait a minute. I haven't even entered the battlefield yet," he shouted, his voice filled with rage. "Why are you forcing me into a corner so soon? You're all so cruel." Umo stood there, her cold gaze fixed on Caesar, unable to tolerate his dry and obstinate tone any longer. Without hesitation, she swung her sword decisively, slicing straight through his body. The crowned head, adorned with golden thorns, tumbled onto the ground, finally coming to a stop at Bai Yumo's feet. A weak yet resentful voice emerged from the severed skull. I refuse to accept this. I haven't even unleashed my full power. Staring at the skeletal remains before her, Bai Yumo curled her lips into a smirk, deciding to mock him one last time for good measure. Instead of crushing the skull with her shoe, she chose an unexpected move. Slipping her foot out of her shoe, she lifted her soft, bare foot and placed it right over his eye socket. Her voice was icy, laced with ridicule. What a shame. And here I thought you were finally dead. I almost believed there'd be no chance left to deal with you. From Caesar's low vantage point, the skull inexplicably flushed red, a bizarre reaction for someone devoid of flesh and blood. His voice wavered, stumbling over his words. Why you? What are you trying to do? My skull is tough, you think something as soft as your foot can handle it? Bai Yumo didn't respond. Her gaze was filled with contempt. Without a hint of hesitation, she ruthlessly stomped down. Crack! The skull shattered, its fragments dissolving into dust that scattered through the air. At that very moment, the necromancer army under Caesar's command dissipated like smoke, leaving behind nothing but a silent, desolate battlefield. Watching the lingering spirits fade away, Bai Yumo let out a breath of relief. She murmured, as if speaking to herself, looks like it's really over this time. The skull-headed monster is dead, and with him, his undead army has turned to ashes. Xianbai, seeing that she had performed so well, couldn't help but offer his praise. A bright smile spread across his face as he said, Well done, my master. This is the first time I've resonated my energy with yours, and the result is so effective. Now, you are truly my valuable assistant. Hearing the compliment along with that smile, Yumo blushed shyly. Her gaze briefly fluttered, then, almost unconsciously, she gave a rare smile, an exceptionally cute, angelic smile. The energy of Xianbai is definitely extraordinary. She spoke softly, her voice gentle. Not only did you help me master sword riding immortal flight, but you also allowed me to enter a whole new level of understanding. Your powerful yet passionate energy always draws me in. This yin-yang harmony is exactly like that night when you broke the taboo. At this point, she trembled slightly, her expression changing, her gaze becoming confused. It was truly amazing. That scene still lingers in my mind. Every time I think about it, my heart races uncontrollably. Xianbai paused for a moment. He felt something was off, his words becoming hesitant. Wait a minute, Yumo. You're not thinking about that, are you? Yumo took a deep breath. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, and her lips curled up. That's right, Xianbai. Right now. I want to be with you. Hearing her words, he instinctively blushed and said, Here, now? Or can you hold off for a bit, and we'll talk when we get back? However, at that moment, both of his arms were tightly held by Lilith and Zhao Ping'er. The two were using the grapefruit squeeze technique next to him, and his gaze instinctively avoided theirs, embarrassed. It's really not convenient in a crowded place like this, but once we get home. It's already too much, Lilith said, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Zhao Ping'er added, Xianbai, making us all uncomfortable like this, you have to take responsibility. Xianbai looked at the two girls, feeling flustered. Ping'er, Lilith. Why are both of you reacting like this too? At this point, Yenyu and Zhong Zaiqin also spoke up. Xianbai, take a look around. It's not just us reacting. Ma Fei nodded in agreement, saying, That's right. Su Xianbai, you owe us a clear explanation. Fo Mian, upon hearing this, sighed softly and spoke to Ma Fei, You don't need to make things any more chaotic. Zhang Tiandu then stepped forward and suggested, Everyone, don't rush. I've seen this situation plenty of times before, and I have a way to handle it. No one knew exactly what the girls had planned, but suddenly, the air around them was filled with flying hearts. Witnessing the scene before him, Ma Fei began to understand the situation. His face turned bright red as he sighed, This scene is so hot. Fo Mian stood frozen beside him, his expression hardly any better.
He glanced at Ma Fei, then asked, "Is this really how Zhang Tiandu is going to solve the problem?" After a brief moment of intimacy, Zhang Tiandu, looking satisfied, lightly licked his lips in a seductive manner. He looked around and said, "So, how is it, ladies? How do you feel? I'm sure you're feeling much better now, right?"
Bai Yuemo lightly bit her fingertip and sighed, saying, "I think mine has already been significantly relieved." While each person kissing Xian Bai could indeed solve the urgent need, in some ways, this is not a long-term solution. After we finish this battle, we definitely have to go back and spend 7 days and 7 nights with Xian Bai. Xian Bai, whose face was now covered in lipstick marks, finally let out a breath. In his heart, he thought, the energy connection is indeed powerful, but the side effects are quite large. Luckily, my vitality is strong, so there were no major issues. This technique needs to be used carefully. At the same time, Dracula and Wu Yu were leading 2 reporters around the city for a live filming. While exchanging a few brief words, both suddenly stopped, their sharp gazes directed ahead, preparing for battle. Wu Yu announced, "Can you feel it? Something is getting closer." Dracula looked towards the stranger approaching and calmly said, "It's fine, it's not like it's a great threat or anything. Anything below level 2 or 3 can be dealt with." Suddenly, from the building next door, a gigantic creature resembling a snake appeared, but its scales were like those of a dinosaur. It opened its mouth wide and charged directly at Dracula. The enormous, sturdy teeth of the monster gaped open, aiming to swallow Dracula whole. Yet strangely, Dracula made no attempt to avoid it. All that could be seen was dust flying chaotically around his feet. Moments later, the monster clamped its jaws around his neck and swallowed him whole. Wu Yu, holding her pipe, stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene unfolding before her. "What are you doing, Dracula?" she asked, her voice filled with astonishment. Behind her, the reporters were terrified, some trembling, others petrified. One voice broke the silence, eyes still glued to the massive creature. "Dracula has been eaten by that giant snake. Is this real? If this is happening, doesn't that mean we're all going to die too?" After swallowing Dracula, the massive serpent revealed its full grandeur, its long and enormous body stretching far. The loud hiss of the creature echoed, shaking the very air. Unexpectedly, a girl appeared atop the serpent's head, looking down at the people below. As soon as she saw them, she went straight to the point. She said, "How can you remain so calm after seeing the Titan Python in me? People like you are truly rare, huh? Are you Dracula, the one who defeats and charms everyone?" Wu Yu exhaled a faint white puff of smoke, responding coldly, "I didn't expect that. The Friest people are all somewhat good-looking, huh? But I think you've misunderstood something. We weren't the ones who defeated the person with the power to pull a whole crowd. It was the one your pet just swallowed. The representative of Star King, the Star Guard's number 3, Dracula." She paused for a moment, looking at the giant snake with its mouth wide open. The snake puffed its cheeks, crying while hastily opening its mouth. As the large mouth gaped, a flock of bats flew out, so many that they were impossible to count. Seeing the number of bats flying out of her boss's mouth, Medusa was momentarily taken aback. "Why are there so many bats?" she asked in her thoughts, then suddenly turned around, realizing the change. Is Dracula Batman? Before she could fully come to her senses, Dracula, dressed in red, appeared right in front of Medusa. He shot a powerful surge of energy toward her, his cold voice ringing out, "Friest, surrender your life now." Medusa quickly spun around, twisting her body midair, dodging the attack in a truly spectacular manner. She moved gracefully and elegantly, her turns and long, smooth legs touching the ground with an almost mesmerizing beauty. At that moment, she began to be more cautious of Dracula. "So, you're a vampire, huh?" Medusa said, her gaze filled with caution. "Fighting alongside a supernatural being from the mythological realm, this is the first time I've ever seen something like this." Dracula stood firm amidst the falling debris below, responding indifferently, "Is that so? You really are someone with vast experience." He looked at Medusa and noticed the difference. This woman, in such a disadvantageous situation, is effortlessly dodging my attacks.
She's not like the priests I've faced before. Wu stood below, smoke coming from his mouth, tense as he said, Dracula, I'm sure you can feel it too, right? This one's no ordinary opponent, you need to be really careful. The entire space fell silent, only the strong smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. All sound became quiet, almost imperceptible. However, the duo of reporters caused a ruckus, drawing attention. The cameraman, sweating and trembling, struggled to keep filming, while the female reporter loudly commented, the reality here is too brutal. Dracula managed to come out unscathed from inside the serpent's belly. He escaped without a single scratch. And it seems that this busty woman facing him is also intimidated by our Dracula. Hearing the false commentary upset Medusa, and she quickly turned to look at the reporter, then said to Dracula, I hate noisy people the most. Dracula, please step aside for a moment. Wu sensed the situation was getting out of hand and anxiously looked toward the pair of reporters. You fool, you could just hide and take photos from the side. Why are you suddenly making this commentary now? Are you worried about being late and showing up like this? Medusa, riding her boss, charged forward with a mighty aura to teach the reporter a lesson, saying, I need to deal with these noisy people for a bit. Seeing the bosses charging toward her, the reporter froze in fear, her body paralyzed, unable to move as though the fear had rooted her in place. Oh no, he's heading straight for us. I just wanted to cheer for Dracula. Oh no, I haven't even shown my full support to him yet, and now. Am I already about to meet my ancestors? However, after a long moment, there was no pain, no sensation of being attacked. When the reporter opened her eyes, she saw Dracula standing in front of her. He slayed, using magic to block Medusa's attack. He coldly said, She is mine. No one is allowed to touch her except me. The reporter couldn't hide her excitement when she heard Dracula's statement, her exhilaration so intense that her hands trembled, causing her to drop the microphone onto the ground. Her whole body swayed, and her mind began to soar high and far, carried by the wind. This is so special. To say something like that in front of the camera, claiming I belong to him. Could this be a confession of love? Everyone around the world knows about it already. He usually acts all serious and cautious, but when it matters most, he personally saves me. Can it really be love? The reporter continued to think fervently, I've thought it through. After he takes care of that big-chested witch, we'll get married immediately. I want to give him everything I have, so he has to do his best. I can't wait any longer. Dracula, still maintaining his position, sensed something strange in her gaze, making him shiver slightly. OMG, if you could, please put that bit of modesty away for me, he thought to himself. Medusa, standing beside them and overhearing the speech, nodded with disdain. I think I smell the sour scent of love in the air. I'll give you 2 minutes to come to a conclusion. Any later, and you'll lose your chance. Dracula looked irritated and said, You should stop rambling. You're getting a bit too nosy. With that, Dracula transformed into thousands of bats and flew towards the giant serpent, attacking it. Upon seeing the small bat swarm, the serpent seemed vaguely aware of the danger as each bat landed, biting and tearing at its flesh, devouring every last piece of meat and drop of blood. By the time it realized, it was too late. All that remained was a skeleton, white and dry. With a determined look on his handsome face, Dracula declared, As the leader of Starplace, my responsibility is to restore humanity. I have no interest in matters of romance or love. His sharp words left the reporter frozen in place. Did I just get rejected? Is this over? The cameraman, on the other hand, had a different thought. Seeing the completely clean, fossilized skeleton, drenched in sweat, he instinctively became tense. A serpent that huge was reduced to bones in the blink of an eye. Are Dracula's bats really that terrifying? Wu, equally tense, remarked, This can't be so easily wrapped up. The first one wasn't as simple as she made it seem. Medusa moved with lightning speed, and in no time, she was close to Dracula. While he was able to keep up with her pace, he struggled to block her retaliatory blows. As his opponent prepared to deliver a low strike, Dracula suddenly blushed and instinctively recoiled,
trying to maintain some distance, as if he were hiding something. His chest heaved, his face flushed, and his breath grew short, becoming more frantic. The reporter, noticing a series of strange signs from Dracula, was utterly surprised. Why is Dracula blushing like this? I've never seen him show this expression before. Could it be that the earlier blow hurt him? Or perhaps the busty female demon used some sort of seductive technique to lure him in? But Medusa, the snake-haired woman, made a remark that left everyone stunned. Though this emotion of yours is a bit weaker than mine, I have some doubts. Dracula, you are a woman. This final statement caused a stir among the onlookers, with people gossiping in shock. The older women began to reassess. No wonder he wears such loose clothing. It was to hide his body. I always said Dracula lacked masculinity. I can't believe he's actually a girl. They were discussing, why would Dracula want to hide his identity? Who would know that he is the Star King but can't be honest with his own people? How can we trust him now? At that moment, the female reporter could no longer hold herself up, and she collapsed to the ground, dazed. Dracula is a woman? And yet, he deceived us? I've been secretly in love with him all this time and didn't realize this? He's just a handsome, warm-hearted guy, not a woman at all. Wu Yu, who was standing beside her, saw that the truth was slowly coming to light. Looking at everyone's expressions, she could somewhat guess, if it's a lie, it will eventually be exposed. I just didn't expect it to be revealed like this, right in front of the live broadcast to the whole world. Starplace will definitely be bombarded with news now, and I kind of feel sorry for her. For someone like Dracula, who cares so much about face, I wonder if she can withstand this pressure. After revealing Dracula's true gender, Medusa appeared amused. Why hide your identity as a woman? You must have some untold hardship, right? Such a perfect body of yours, and yet it's all hidden beneath those clothes. What a shame. Why don't I help you take them off? Hearing these words, Dracula suddenly rejected. Take my clothes off? Do you have the guts to do that? Medusa stared intently at Dracula and said, I can sense your indecision, even a hint of wavering. You're feeling guilty, Dracula. With that, she kicked off the ground and charged toward Dracula, chanting a spell as she flew, forming a magical circle in the air. In this form, you are basically powerless against me. Saying that, she quickly summoned enormous, monstrous serpents. The snakes eagerly lunged at Dracula, trying to bite him. Though Dracula was swift and skilled, dodging the venomous bites with agility, he found that avoiding one danger only led him into another. While he managed to avoid the deadly fangs of the snakes, he was immediately met with a spell of enchantment. Medusa suddenly appeared behind him and said, This indecisive demeanor of yours shouldn't be present in battle. You've already lost this fight. With that, Medusa grabbed Dracula's coat, and despite Dracula's pleas, she decisively pulled it off. The moment the outer layer was removed, even though Dracula had known what to expect, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Beneath the red coat was another red garment, but unlike the large, flowing fabric that had concealed what lay underneath, this red attire highlighted every curve and proportion with such precision, it was even more perfect than perfect. From a handsome man with a stunning appearance, Dracula now made everyone, including Medusa, acknowledge him as a beautiful woman. But this time, that handsome guy turned into a shy girl, with an unusually alluring appearance. The moment Dracula was completely exposed, he was utterly flustered, his hands and feet awkward and embarrassed. Oh no, I'm finished. The image of my king that I've worked so hard to build is all gone now. Now the whole world sees me like this. The majesty of Star King is lost. I clearly wanted to use this battle to solidify my position, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Now I'd become the laughingstock of everyone. How will I ever face Star Palace again? At Star Place, the live broadcast of the battle was being shown on the large screen, and Dracula's true form appeared on screen. Those who witnessed this moment couldn't help but gasp and shout, That's it! Dracula is a woman, and not just any woman, she's a stunning beauty. Her figure is absolutely perfect. The female reporter stared blankly, her words slipping out unconsciously. She's so beautiful. Is that really what she looks like?
When it comes to looks, I'm completely outmatched. I'm not even in the same league.
The cameraman beside her could not hide his surprise either. He let out a soft sigh, then blinked his empty eyes, exclaiming, "Amazing! She's obviously so beautiful and lovely, why would she disguise herself with such a serious look?" Wu Yu, who was standing behind the crowd, finally spoke up. "The reason she disguises herself is all for the sake of face. Dracula has always cared about how others perceive her. She has worked so hard to become the person others expect her to be. She has never lived for herself. If she can find herself in this battle, then that would be a good thing." Everyone around her seemed to be reacting with mere surprise. Two reporters from the station looked puzzled. One of them asked, "Young lady, have you known Dracula before?" The reporter continued, "So you know Dracula is a woman?" Facing the reporter's question, Wu Yu took a puff of her cigarette, stayed silent for a moment, then began her story. Dracula possesses an incredibly rare mythological ability. She was supposed to become a genius star guard that everyone admired. But in her first battle, she unfortunately encountered a huge setback. The opponent was just a monster who stole food. However, because of Dracula's appearance and personality, the demon not only wasn't afraid of her but mocked her instead. This caused her to lose the chance to continue in her role as a star guard. She said, "For someone like Dracula, who cares deeply about how others perceive her, being ridiculed and disrespected is unacceptable." The feeling of failure and the hurt from that encounter led her to make a change. From that moment on, Dracula shed her feminine princess gown and donned a stronger, more powerful outfit, the pink armor, which reflected the true essence of a count. She abandoned the gentle, delicate nature of a young woman to become a true warrior, wanting everyone to fear her. Dracula no longer wanted to be a weak maiden, but a strong individual who commanded respect. She continuously fought to prove her worth, but a single remark from Master Mu Cha changed everything. When Dracula expressed her desire for him to represent her in the role of Star King, Mr. Mu Cha refused, stating that Dracula was the most suitable person for the job. He encouraged her, affirming that the Star Palace would rely on Dracula in the future. For Dracula, this was both a new challenge and an immense burden. Although it was not the task she had hoped for, she accepted the responsibility of carrying Star Place on her shoulders. She sacrificed everything to become the person everyone expected her to be. Each expectation, to her, felt like an unbreakable chain. But she never felt angry or exhausted. Instead, she felt a powerful drive to become worthy of the title of Star King. Dracula could not allow herself to be underestimated, and she would no longer tolerate any further criticism. Hearing Wu Yu's words, everyone fell silent, immersed in complex thoughts. Then, Wu Yu called out loudly from below, causing her to startle. Wu Yu shouted from below, "Don't care about what others think anymore, be brave and be yourself. Just this one time, fight for yourself, just this once." The crowd standing in front of the large screen, after hearing Wu Yu's encouragement, responded enthusiastically, quoting those words as a slogan and chanting loudly, "Fight for yourself, fight for yourself." That cheer echoed from the square across the country, and in some miraculous way, it reached Dracula's ears. Those words of encouragement seemed to transform into a massive force, surging through Dracula's body. She quickly regained her confidence, straightened her back, and puffed out her chest, facing the enemy ahead. "I can feel it now, is it the sound of everyone cheering for me?" Medusa also sensed it, something was different about the person in front of her. Has her energy started to stabilize? Those people below must be her friends, right? Did they help Dracula regain her composure? Dracula had regained her composure, and her gaze became resolute as she fixed her eyes on Medusa. "I've thought it through. A man or a woman, a Star King or guards, none of that matters to me anymore. What matters now is defeating that person." Seeing Dracula's determination and confidence, Medusa smiled and replied, "That's the spirit. Now this is getting interesting. Give it your all, and I'll measure up to you." Since the other party had extended the invitation, she accepted without hesitation. Dracula made a cut on her chest, and from the wound, a light emanated as a stream of blood poured out. The reporter, witnessing this, was confused.
What's happening to Dracula? Why is she suddenly spilling blood? Has she been injured?
Wu Yu exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely and said, "There's no need to panic.
This is Dracula's signature move.
She's been hiding her true gender for years, and hasn't used this technique even once. The fact that she's using it now means she's found herself again."
Upon hearing Wu Yu's explanation and seeing the blood that had just spilled, now coagulating, the reporter grew even more bewildered. They commented, "A great sword?"
The blood running through Dracula's veins has already turned into a great sword. She decisively pulled the blood sword from her chest, like a war goddess, her voice full of confidence as she spoke to the enemy before her. "I originally planned to use this move to settle things with Su Xianbai, but to thank you for helping me find myself again, I'll make an exception this time and let you see something extraordinary. Just so you know, I'm much stronger now than before.
At your current level, you basically can't defeat me."
Hearing this, Medusa simply nodded in acknowledgement before replying, "You really have gotten much stronger, but your arrogance is growing too.
Do you think I've been using my full strength from the start?"
After that, Medusa also transformed, but the small green snake-like locks of hair turned white, and behind her were massive snakes providing support. The reporter girl became braver and more enthusiastic. She followed the battle closely and commented with increasing excitement, "The priest's hair is emanating a huge evil power. It seems like she's trying to summon some powerful monster." Medusa looked at the large, lovable snakes behind her and said, "I've made a promise to Asmodeus, and I will stop you. No matter how much you change, you'll always be the same." Dracula smiled and replied, "Let me introduce you, this is also my strongest technique, called Demon Serpent." The reporter looked at the massive snakes in front of her, unable to suppress a shiver. How terrifying, their bodies covered the entire sky.
These are the killers of Friest, huh? Truly not something simple. With such ferocious and gigantic creatures, is it really possible to defeat them with Dracula's blood sword? It seems almost impossible.
As the snakes, both large and vicious, quickly surrounded Dracula, the small figure of Dracula stood alone. The only things accompanying her were the loyal followers who trusted her and her proud blood sword. Looking at the opponents before her, Medusa became even more confident.
"Didn't expect this, did you, Dracula? Within my luxurious hair, I've sealed away an ancient demon serpent. I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. If you're afraid, there's no shame in it. Because its true power is immense.
Anyone who has encountered it, even just one person, wouldn't stand a chance at survival." Feeling quite pleased with herself, Medusa assumed her opponent would be scared.
But no, Dracula was seen counting something with her sword in hand, then looked at Medusa, not forgetting to compliment her. "9 heads, huh? Quite a rare pet, isn't it?
I should capture it and take it back to the Star Play Zoo for research." Seeing the arrogant demeanor of her opponent, Medusa gradually lost her patience. Her anger grew with each passing moment, and she snarled, "Dracula, you're underestimating me too much.
Even now, at this moment, you're still in the mood to count? I'm furious now. This time, I won't go easy on you. Get ready to face the consequences."
Although an outsider to the situation, Wu Yu couldn't help but shudder. The pressure was truly terrifying, enough to make even him feel afraid. The reporter behind him stood frozen in place, only able to watch the scene in front of her, too scared to move. It wasn't just her, the entire island seemed to tremble.
Even Noah, sensing the weight of the tension, didn't dare make a move.
He stood quietly in a corner, observing the battle between the two individuals with superior strength.
This serpent maiden isn't the boss of Friest, yet she can control a terrifying demon serpent like that. My master ordered me to protect Dracula. It looks like the moment for me to act is approaching.
Back on the battlefield, Medusa's snake-like hair stood upright, and her cold, serpent eyes became sharp and icy.
You will pay for your arrogance. This time, you're done for.
As soon as Dracula finished speaking, the massive serpents opened their jaws wide and lunged forward to attack. Contrary to the aggressive display from the other side, Dracula gently closed her eyes, entering a state of calm. Seeing this, Wu Yu was baffled by her actions.
Why is she closing her eyes? What is she trying to do? She should get out of the way.
If that demon serpent bites her, there's no turning back, she'll end up in its stomach for sure.
But all worries dissipated as effortlessly as Dracula's blade.
With nothing more than smooth movements and a whispering slash, she effortlessly severed all 9 heads of the demon serpent. As blood dripped onto the ground, Dracula smiled softly and remarked, "This thing is nothing more than a flashy showpiece, after all."
Medusa stared at the clean cuts, stunned.
A cold sweat broke out across her body, but she still refused to believe it.
Impossible. She took down my 9-headed serpent with a single strike? Based on what?
There's no way she possesses that kind of power. Even Wu Yu was taken aback by how well Dracula had concealed her true abilities.
She's strong. Even stronger than the Dracula I once knew.
This calm, composed aura, it's just like Musia's.
Could it be that she's broken through her limits? At some point, without anyone realizing it, she's already reached a whole new level?
The battle had now completely shifted in Dracula's favor. She swiftly closed in on Medusa from behind, her voice gentle as she declared the fight's conclusion.
"You've lost." But Medusa didn't think so.
She turned her head, flashed a stubborn smile, and said, "Defeating me is pointless.
You cannot stop our Asmodeus."
Dracula gradually lost his patience, swinging his sword in a few strikes, leaving various deep and shallow wounds all over Medusa's body.
Slowly, those wounds pulled her into the realm of unconsciousness.
Medusa's vision started to blur, her coughing was so harsh it felt like it might tear her throat, and her body grew heavy before she collapsed. "Sorry, Asmodeus, my master, forgive me for not completing the task.
I couldn't stop Dracula, couldn't protect the dignity of the priest. I've lost."
Witnessing Dracula's overwhelming victory and Medusa's tragic defeat, Wu Yu remained silent, but the reporter beside her couldn't hide her joy and cheered loudly, "We've won, Dracula has won." The scene shifted to a place not of a desolate, grim battlefield, but to a strangely peaceful space. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the lush green meadow stretched out, seemingly endless. Medusa opened her eyes, looking around with a tired expression.
"Where is this? Is this heaven? Could it be that I've died?" Suddenly, Asmodeus's voice echoed.
His beautiful face and gentle tone said, "You're being too pessimistic, Medusa.
The end point of failure is not death.
The end point of death could also be resurrection."
Asmodeus said, "Look around you, look at those beautiful energy forms. They are all waiting for you to become a part of the god. Come, Medusa, don't you want to be with us? Do you hear it?
The god is summoning us, come quickly, the god needs you."
"Medusa, what are you hesitating for? Has your faith wavered? Or are you thinking of betraying us?" Those questioning words startled her. "Lord Asmodeus is my only friend. I have thought it through.
For the god, for my friends, for Asmodeus, I am willing to dedicate everything to you."
Then, Medusa's power shimmered like mist, merging into the void and ascending high into the sky.
Dracula watched, letting out a light sigh of relief. It seems everything has finally come to an end. At that moment, she turned and walked toward Wu Yu and the 2 reporters standing not far away. The female reporter, upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Dracula up close, became flustered. "She's so beautiful, I don't even dare to look directly into those mesmerizing eyes."
Dracula had already made her decision.
She stepped in front of the camera, standing tall and speaking in a clear and resolute voice. "I must give the people of Star Place a proper explanation, and give myself an answer as well." At this point, Dracula took a deep breath and continued, "I sincerely apologize.
For a long time, I have been deceiving everyone. As the Star King, I have lied to all of you. This is my fault, so I sincerely apologize."
Hearing these words from someone whom everyone admired and regarded as being above all else, everyone was stunned, almost as if frozen. Apologizing?
Dracula, the one who was always revered, is apologizing to us?
Nevertheless, after expressing the words that had been weighing on her heart, Dracula felt somewhat relieved. She sighed and then continued, Wait for me to resolve the priest situation on this island, and then I will step down from my position as Star King.
This declaration left everyone speechless.
The first to voice their opposition was the reporter who was filming live. Why should you step down as Star King?
Is it because you're a woman? That doesn't seem like a valid reason.
Under your rule, Star Place has always been great. You are the true pillar of Star Place.
Who else could possibly be the Star King?
Wu Yu also spoke up in agreement. That's right, I don't understand why you'd want to give up your position. You're the only one who can lead Star Place forward. The cameraman quickly chimed in. I'm sure everyone watching at home will support you.
You are the only one who can do this. Back home, in front of the screen, the crowd couldn't contain their excitement.
They chanted Dracula's name, supporting her to continue holding the title of Star King. Although these words of encouragement couldn't reach Dracula's ears directly, the power of their emotions still reached her, warming her heart. Despite her true identity being exposed, she could still feel the love people had for her.
Dracula's eyes welled up with tears of emotion.
I'm not as good as everyone says, she told herself.
In fact, I'm not even the strongest person in Star Place. Can I really lead all of Star Place?
Suddenly, without any warning, Su Xianbai appeared.
He walked towards Dracula, surprising everyone around them.
Of course, you can, he said. Su Xianbai spoke up. Star Palace isn't just about strength, it's also about responsibility to this sacred place.
In my opinion, this position is something you are more than capable of.
Dracula looked at Su Xianbai, her surprise clearly reflected in her eyes.
Su Xianbai, why are you here? Are you being sincere? Seeing the doubt in Dracula's eyes, Su Xianbai smiled and assured her, of course I'm sincere.
Since I joined Star Place, you have always been the Star King, and no one can replace you.
You've always done everything very well. I absolutely support you, so you can be at ease. Xianbai's words were a firm affirmation, making Dracula feel more at ease.
Hearing these words, Dracula fell into deep thought with complicated emotions. I've always seen him as my biggest rival, yet he speaks these words so calmly. Could it be that he's just trying to save face because we're in front of the camera? With his strength, even if he doesn't have ambitions to rule the world, at least he should want to become a Star King to maintain some prestige, right?
Doesn't he have any interest in these things at all? Wait a minute, I think I've missed something very important.
Thinking about this, she involuntarily became shy. Except for Wu Yu, hardly anyone has seen me like this.
But why is it that you see me like this and aren't even surprised? Could it be that you've already figured out who I really am?
Su Xianbai was flustered by Dracula's question, but her appearance was truly endearing. In the face of her demeanor, no matter how well prepared he was, it was hard not to feel flustered. With the current distance between them, he became even more embarrassed. Of course not, it's just that it's my first time on TV, so I was a bit nervous.
I was surprised too.
And the unexpected thing for him was that, in fact, Lisa had long told him about Dracula. Though he had prepared himself, when facing her directly like this, he was still a bit shocked, especially considering how sweet and innocent she looked. Looking at her perfect curves, Su Xianbai felt as though she was sinking into a stupor.
Could she really be of the same age group as Mu Master? Mu Master, who clearly looked so pure and full of vitality. The information on her profile card would surely leave others in awe, wouldn't it?
The atmosphere was still brimming with excitement, but it was quickly interrupted by a surge of purple energy. This energy became stronger with each passing moment. The two quickly searched for the source of this energy. Dracula assessed that this energy contained abundant power, and moreover, it was converging towards a single direction.
Su Xianbai nodded in agreement.
That's right, it seems this is Friest's trump card, she said. The purple energy at the central tower was absorbing everything in the battlefield, from the high-ranking officers to the lower ones, both the corpses of the enemy and their own side. Monsters were scattered across the land.
Selena watched the scene and thought to herself, has it started? Could things really be this serious?
The girls outside, where Xianbai had left a huge gap in the barrier, asked, what is that? They're gathering towards the center of the island. Humayer explained, it's Great Priest. She's draining the energy from this island. Every blade of grass, every branch, every corpse here, even the slightest traces of every battle, all of it will become her source of energy. Ariel, upon hearing this, felt a doubt arise in her heart. Take energy? Asmodeus had once used psychic control on me. Could it be that Asmodeus has two abilities? Humayer explained, your faction is different from ours. You wouldn't understand the tricks of the Great Priest. Taking energy is not Asmodeus's ability. That's the ability of the god. It seems there can be some sort of connection with the god, and one could even borrow the power of their own body. Asmodeus smiled arrogantly, standing high and looking down. I never thought even the sun, moon, and heaven couldn't stop you. I've never wanted to conquer anyone like I do with you. You're the first to make this tiny heart of mine beat so fast. Su Xianbai responded indifferently, so you're the Great Priest I saw in the spiritual world that day? How is it that you're already showing your form so soon? Could it be that you're already scared? Asmodeus smiled brightly, her smile so enchanting it was almost like the beauty of her soul itself. She teased Xianbai with a seductive tone, I've been waiting to meet you. Come, rest in your older sister's arms for a while. It's soft and comfortable here. Looking at that soft spot was very tempting, but with his simple nature, despite the strong temptation, he quickly regained his composure. I don't want you. Stop using these tricks. Ever since I finished off that skull-faced guy, I felt something was off. The endless darkness can absorb uncontrolled power. But that guy, after he perished, the passive harmless darkness didn't interact. So it was you, huh? But the energy you absorbed can't kill us. You just want to buy time. This energy is to save your gods, isn't it? Su Xianbai analyzed in great detail, leaving Dracula completely stunned. How could he gather so much intel? How did he do it? Knowledge really does make a person more captivating. Asmodeus became even more excited after hearing this. Hearts spread around her, only appearing when Xianbai was beside her harem. Asmodeus' eyes were full of enchantment. She said, your gaze is terrifying, like you want to devour someone whole. And you can even see through my little thoughts. You really do make people feel more excited, like I actually want to ride you. Then, take my time and humiliate you. By chance, those words were overheard by the harem of Xianbai. Bai Yuemo stepped forward, angrily saying, stop dreaming. The only one who can lie on Xianbai's body is me. The gentle Lilith also spoke up, I absolutely won't allow Xianbai to do such a thing with you. Just the thought of it is something I won't permit. Dracula, noticing that two more of his followers had joined in the commotion, asked Xianbai, what's the deal with those two? Xianbai, sensing an ominous sign, responded, just by looking, I can smell the omen. This is different from the strategy last time. With that, Lilith and Uemo moved forward to attack Asmodeus. Upon arrival, they immediately asserted their claim, I am Xianbai's first woman. Whoever dares to seduce him, don't blame me. For Xianbai, I will give my all, because this is the final battle for love. Asmodeus, even more entertained, looked at Xianbai, undeterred by the two followers charging at him. Xianbai, is that your name? Looks like you have quite a few admirers. Then let's start with her. With that, Asmodeus began using his technique to strike directly at the subconscious of Lilith and Umo. Xianbai, seeing this, anxiously shouted, what have you done to them? If anything happens to them, I will definitely make you pay with your life. Upon hearing this, Asmodeus, with a pout, said, you're worried about the safety of other women like that? Aren't you afraid of making someone jealous? Dracula then spoke up, criticizing Xianbai for saying such nauseating things, remember, you are our enemy. Xianbai agreed, that's right, haven't you figured out your position yet? Asmodeus snorted coldly and said, you truly are a heartless man. Just so you know, I won't resort to tricks to kill anyone. I simply want to satisfy the desires of humans, especially those desires that can't even be described.
Inside some dream, surrounded by a mystical and enchanting aura, Umo looked around in confusion.
There was a very familiar feeling here, and the air carried an incredibly pure yang energy.
Isn't this the scene from when I broke the seal for Xianbai? Suddenly, Umo, without hesitation, approached.
The strong figure exuded intense heat as it walked closer. Umo, I'm so hot, my body is full of energy, but I have no way to release it.
I feel like I'm about to explode, and it's unbearable. Will you help me?
Looking at the body and something firm in front of her, she swallowed a gulp of saliva. Although initially a little surprised, she quickly adjusted her state, her eyes mesmerizingly gazing at him as she said, "Don't worry, Xianbai, I won't refuse something like this." In the battle within the dreamy forest, she didn't know when it happened, but Xianbai's firmness had become as fierce as a great dragon. Umo grew even more excited as she looked at that firmness and grandeur, unable to contain her heat, feeling wild and lustful.
The mighty dragon was truly overwhelming, and it exuded a hot, intense aura. Is the great dragon about to erupt? Truly astonishing. Has Xianbai's power really reached this level? This truly is heaven. Over here, in a magnificent and luxurious wedding hall, Lilith, dressed in an incredibly beautiful wedding gown, looked around at everything in awe, stunned by the wedding hall that was hers. It's so beautiful, isn't this the wedding of my dreams? Wait, if this is my wedding, then the groom must be thinking of me right now. Her heart fluttered even more. The groom's footsteps approached, and he spoke, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Lilith. Starting today, we are officially husband and wife." Xianbai, in his handsome and elegant groom's attire, exuded an air of charm. His gentle and deep voice resonated beside her ear. As she turned to look at her groom, she couldn't help but suffer a nosebleed and faint on the spot. When she regained consciousness on a luxurious and spacious bed, the sight before her was that of a beautiful couple savoring the moment of their wedding night. Blushing, Lilith shyly asked, "Xianbai, must we really go through this step on our wedding night?" Xianbai simply smiled and replied, "That's right. This is what they call the wedding night, a traditional ritual, and a romantic one at that." Upon learning more about this ceremony, she reached out with her small, fair hand, gently touching Xianbai's handsome face, and said, "I understand now." "Then, can you teach me?" As for what happened next, well, I'll leave that to your imagination. Back to reality, the two young women were still deeply immersed in the critical phase of their dream. Below them, Dracula began his analysis. Looking at Umo and Lilith's faces, they both seemed quite satisfied. But is this truly the power of the great priest? First, he fulfills the enemy's inner desires, gradually making them unable to stop even if they want to. That way, he achieves the goal of complete mental domination. This guy's ability is truly formidable. We must be extremely careful in dealing with him. Just as he turned around, Xianbai had already reached Umo and Lilith. "So Umo, what are you doing? Are you really charging in alone?" Wu Yu, feeling tense beside him, said, "We can't get too excited like this. What if even he falls for the trap? Then we're done for." Dracula, sweating as he looked up at the shadow above, couldn't help but ask, "Su Xianbai, have you really found a way to wake them up?" Seeing Xianbai charging forward alone, offering himself up to the situation, Asmodeus spoke up, "So, you want to break my power again? But this time, it's not going to be so easy. Take a good look at your two friends. Don't they look quite refreshed?" Xianbai warmed his hand and replied to Asmodeus, "So what? No matter how refreshed they look, it's all fake. After all, it's just an illusion you created. Someone like you, a lonely dog, wouldn't understand." He then glanced at the pair of firm, plump peaches barely concealed by a thin fabric, and without hesitation, he tested the peaches. The sound of the test made everyone watching stunned. Is he seriously trying to do something like that? Dracula was dumbfounded. Is it really okay to test the peaches like that? Is he serious? Lilith and Umo still hadn't made any progress. He raised both his hands, exerting all his strength, but still not enough. The mental control power of the great priest isn't to be taken lightly, so I guess I'll have to go a bit harder. Then came the sound of the relentless slap, tearing apart the stillness of the space.
It was thanks to that sound that the two girls, in their euphoric dreamlike state, returned to reality. Bayumo, her body trembling, activated her defensive system and looked towards her buttocks. Why does my ass hurt so much? This was my first time trying this, and it turns out being struck on the backside feels exhilarating like this. Lilith beside her was equally unceremonious, her familiarity with both the sensation and the technique obvious, no doubt about it. It must have been Xianbai who did it. Upon hearing this, Umo immediately confronted her. How do you know so much? When did you play this game with Xianbai? Lilith, flustered, avoided Umo's question and explained, I didn't tell you, this is a secret between Xianbai and me. The newcomers to the world of intimacy, hearing this, couldn't help but blush on behalf of those involved, so they figured out the technique and succeeded, using the light's blessing to channel their abilities into their bodies, thereby breaking the illusion they were seeing. But if I were to somehow fall into that trap, wouldn't it also mean I'd end up with my backside slapped by Su Xianbai too? Xianbai, with a melancholic tone, spoke up, you two, stop arguing. The enemy is right in front of us. Once I take care of the great priest, you can have whatever you want. I'll stay by your side for an entire day and night, alright? I guarantee you'll be satisfied then. Bayumo sneaked a glance at him and bargained, one day won't be enough. I want 20 days. Asmodeus, being ignored, was furious, trembling with rage. She hissed, you've already broken through my mental control twice, and now you're doing this in front of me? Well, I can't tolerate this anymore. Shenla, here I am, a beautiful woman standing before you, yet you're still casting glances at other women? I can't forgive you for this. Take this, my ultimate move, the enchantment of love. Asmodeus unleashed her most powerful move, a kiss in the air, accompanied by a mischievous wink. Xianbai didn't dodge and took the full force of Asmodeus's attack. His entire body radiated Asmodeus's purple energy. Lilith and Bayumo, seeing him hit by the move, were shocked. Xianbai, what's happening? Xianbai, have you been affected? Asmodeus looked at the scene of the two helpless women before her, feeling extremely satisfied. It's pointless. No matter how much you try to call him, he won't wake up. The power of this move is much stronger than the one I used on you. I bet by now, he's already been hit by magic, so don't hold your breath. At that moment, within Xianbai's consciousness, the charming demon Asmodeus was striking the most seductive poses, flaunting every curve of her body, her voice dripping with temptation. Come here, my master, come and love me. Xianbai remained indifferent, staring at the chain in his hand, briefly observing the situation. His rational mind quickly processed, a chain lock? You seem to really like this thing, huh? Asmodeus stepped closer and said, a few toys like this are necessary to stir things up. If my master enjoys this, I can always switch to something else to serve you. After all, there's still a lot that a servant like me knows. She then transformed into a black bunny girl, splitting into 3 identical versions of herself standing around Xianbai. Xianbai remained as indifferent as ever, his gaze fixed straight ahead toward the readers, not sparing her even a glance. Then, in a cold tone, he flatly stated, switch again. Looking at the straight attitude through a curve of Xianbai, Asmodeus was extremely stunned. Not interested? This is the first time in my life someone has spoken to me so disrespectfully. Just how large are this guy's desires? I can't show too much surprise. I need to stay calm first. After all, I'm a charming demon, and there's no man in this world I can't capture. Then, she sat in a mermaid pose, resting her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful, and said to Xianbai, indeed, my master is exceptional. So, do you think ordinary methods would be enough to move you? If I want to satisfy you, I must certainly try my best. After that, the two began shopping. The opening act was a pure first love little sister, but Xianbai still rejected her, saying he didn't like her. From there, it unleashed a series of transformations at the highest level. She quickly shifted into the persona of a lonely, liberated wife, a skilled female thief, the temptress, the special forces agent with control, the taboo tutor, an anime girl cosplay, a docile maid, and a girl she randomly met on the bus. After a long stretch of continuous transformations that wore Asmodeus out, Xianbai remained unshaken. He was still indifferent, walking alongside her through each stage. Watching her 18-plus collection dwindle, Asmodeus gradually fell into a desperate situation. Damn it, why hasn't he been moved yet? With my charm, how can he not be affected by me? Tears were about to stream down her cheeks when Xianbai suddenly spoke up. Don't doubt yourself like that. This isn't your fault. Besides, I've already played all your little games to the point of boredom. Don't forget, I have an entire harem, you know. Hearing those words, the statue of Asmodeus cracked in shock. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. He looks so ordinary. With that dumb-looking face of his, how could he have already gone through all of my games? I mean, sure, I don't have any real-life experience myself, but I've watched plenty of movies. All my techniques are inspired by them. So why isn't he affected? The man standing before me. Isn't he far too abnormal? With his unwavering nature, Xianbai effortlessly resisted Asmodeus's seductive powers. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were two generous mounds of softness pressed against him, along with the affectionate gazes of his two wives. Xianbai, you finally woke up. We were so worried about you. Truly worthy of being my man, I just knew you'd be fine. But seriously, what did you do to that great priest fish sauce guy? Yeah, we're all very curious. Uemo looked at Asmodeus, who was crying in the distance, and said to Xianbai, ever since just now, that great priest has been acting like she's completely defeated. She seems to be on the verge of collapsing. Asmodeus was filled with grievance, tears streaming down her face. She wept with unwillingness, gazing at Xianbai from afar. What a humiliation! To be trapped in my own illusion and still unable to do anything to that man. This frustration is worse than death. Right now, I am the disgrace of the charming demons. Seeing Asmodeus sobbing, Xianbai flew over, laughing as he spoke. Give it up. Great priest, you don't stand a chance against me. Unwilling to accept defeat, Asmodeus wiped away the tears streaking down her cheeks and said, You're just immune to my enchantment, that's all. Don't get too cocky so soon. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Seeing her still putting up a strong front, Xianbai, who was never one to back down easily, stood tall before her and said, You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, is that it? Then there's no need for me to waste more words. Everyone, get out. The moment he finished speaking, countless brilliant golden lights burst forth from the surrounding ruins, shining like shooting stars filling the sky. Wu Yu looked on, unable to close his mouth. Is there still some trick he's hiding? This is beyond my comprehension. I never expected that, being a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, I would encounter a scene like this. Draculum stood beside, staring blankly. The golden light wasn't bad at all. Is this the power granted by light? Has Su Xianbai already reached this level? Everyone involved in the battle was unscathed, their bodies radiating golden energy, almost as if something unusual was going on. He turned around and asked, Old man, who are you? I've never seen you before. Hearing this, Noah proudly introduced himself. I am a subordinate of Su Xianbai, of course, someone as reckless as you wouldn't know me. Xianbai sensed the tension and became angry, his sharp eyes flashing a warning, no arguing. Ma Fei quickly put his arm around Noah's shoulder, ensuring he would speak. Don't worry, his subordinate is like a brother to me. We'll live in peace together. Asmodeus looked at the overwhelming power before her and felt the energy so oppressive that she couldn't stand upright, collapsing onto the ground. It's useless. No matter how much I struggle, the result won't improve. No matter what I do, I can't defeat this guy. My only hope now lies in the god I've always worshipped. She thought, I've given all my energy, everything has been sacrificed to the god. But the god still hasn't responded at all. I was clearly the one chosen by the divine. I'm someone who can withstand everything, so why am I facing something like this? Oh God, have you stopped protecting me? Looking at Asmodeus, her small figure sitting hopelessly at the top of the tower, Xianbai decisively declared, she no longer has the desire to fight. It's time to end everything. After that, everyone simultaneously flew toward the desperate charming demon, with thoughts of past sins and arrogance, controlling the subordinates below. At this moment, she cried in defiance, Su Xianbai, you're really bullying me too much, how hateful. I won't accept this. Just as she cursed, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, shielding Asmodeus. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes, gazing toward the blinding but gentle light before her. I'm fine, am I? Could it be that the god has manifested? Thinking of this, she quickly opened her eyes to confirm the figure. This bottom looks familiar, and these fair legs, it can't be wrong, it's Ling Long, right? Ling Long, why didn't you take the chance to escape? Did you come here to share a coffin with me? Ling Long, with a gaze full of tenderness, turned to Asmodeus and said, Don't worry, I've agreed to help you. If I say I'll do it, I will, because I'm someone who always keeps my promises. Upon hearing these words, Asmodeus cried like a child. She choked on her words, saying, How can you be so adorable? Hearing these compliments made Ling Long shy, her face turning red. Her cute expression showed a hint of embarrassment as she replied, Please don't praise me like that, I'm so embarrassed. Outside, everyone was attacking all at once, but Asmodeus was protected by a powerful barrier. No matter the swords or blades, they couldn't break through. Xianbai said, Although it's just a smaller version, this is the same barrier that once blocked me. To break this powerful barrier, I'll need to summon the demon god. His temperament isn't the best, so don't panic when you see him. Inside the barrier, Asmodeus spoke to Ling Long, this barrier won't last much longer. Su Xianbai will probably open it soon. If you've dared to come here, you must have a way to escape, right? Ling Long replied, Do you still remember how I became a priestess? Asmodeus hesitated when he heard Ling Long's sudden question. She said, What is this for? Now is not the time to talk about the past. Ling Long closed her eyes tightly, recalling her story. At that time, she was tightly bound by iron chains and stone shackles. Surrounding her were golden talismans pasted everywhere. Beneath her feet were piles of wood, and in her ears, the incessant curses of people she didn't know echoed. They all united in wanting to burn her alive, accusing her of being in cahoots with some man who had stolen food, saying that she, was not human, but a zombie. If they spared Ling Long, she would definitely harm more people. They said, In our village today, we will rid the world of this harm for the sake of the people. Ling Long weakly tried to explain, I only wanted to help everyone, I never meant to harm anyone. No matter how she explained, human instincts only hear what they want to believe. At this point, the crowd grew even more vehement, shouting, If she hadn't lured people to steal food, our village wouldn't have lost so many people. Burn her to death. The old man next to her, holding a torch, saw how strongly the crowd responded and sneered, saying, No one has any objections, right? Then I'll begin the punishment. Go die, you filthy thing. Saying that, he tossed the torch in his hand towards Ling Long. The next moment, it seemed as though the flames would erupt violently, but the burning sensation never came. Instead, there stood a girl dressed in light black clothes with a pair of wings falling from her back. She caught the torch with precision, successfully preventing the fire from engulfing Ling Long. The villagers, seeing her interrupt, protested, Who are you? How dare you interfere with our punishment? Do you want to be punished along with her? Asmodeus held the torch, speaking to the group of people in black below with authority, I have an opinion. And after that, all the people there lay scattered on the ground, their eyes filled with sheer terror, unable to close them. The fire, once a small blaze, now flared up powerfully, engulfing the entire village. The two sat on the sacrificial platform, watching as the fire slowly consumed everything, piece by piece. Ling Long glanced at Asmodeus beside her and asked, You and I aren't acquainted. Why did you come here to save me? Asmodeus answered calmly, There was no other choice. A lovely girl like you who would want to see you burn to death like that. Ling Long felt deeply embarrassed upon hearing this, occasionally stealing glances at Asmodeus, Lovely? This is the first time someone's complimented me like that. She thought, Can zombies really be cute?
Ling Long asked, feeling confused. Clearly, you helped them defeat those food thieves, but those guys don't know any better. They can't tell right from wrong, black from white, and yet they still want to find a way to burn you alive. Why would you help them like that? These words made Asmodeus pause for a moment. Ling Long lowered her head for a while, then continued, I am a zombie, and everyone is afraid of me. I long for someone to accept a species like mine. I crave the feeling of making friends and having my first friend in my life. So, whenever someone needs me, I will do my best to make them happy. Hearing this, Asmodeus responded almost unexpectedly, What? So it's just about wanting to be accepted by others? In that case, I guess I'm your first friend now. Ling Long was startled when she heard this, her eyes wide open. Huh, does that mean we're friends now? Asmodeus was almost speechless, looking at the innocent zombie beside her. What else could it mean? Do you want a certificate to believe it? From now on, just follow me, and no one will bully you anymore. Back in the present, Ling Long spoke, her eyes fixed on Asmodeus. Asmodeus, from the moment we met until now, you've always protected me. But now, both of us are in a situation where it's hard to keep our lives. Asmodeus said with a tone of frustration, We're already in a desperate situation, aren't we? What good are these words you're saying? Ling Long turned around, her expression serious, and replied, We haven't reached a dead end yet. Let me stand before you this time and protect you. With that, Ling Long seemingly performed some kind of spell, and her body began to develop long cracks. It looked as if she were about to shatter before their eyes. Asmodeus shouted loudly to stop her. Ling Long, what are you trying to do? Stop it now. Asmodeus's desperate cries echoed through the space. Ling Long could only feel her body break apart into pieces, scattering in all directions through the air. Her voice rang out somewhere within the barrier, Asmodeus, if I sacrifice myself to the god, along with my energy, perhaps the god who's still asleep could awaken. Watching Ling Long's energy merge with the tower, Asmodeus stood frozen, tears falling down. You're such a fool, doing something so foolish on your own. How could your little energy possibly awaken the god? These kinds of things should be left to the boss. At this moment, it seemed that Asmodeus had regained her composure. The tears at the corner of her eyes were now dried, and her gaze turned vacant. She gathered her energy and thought to herself, although I don't know if adding my energy will work, this is the only thing I can do. This time, I have to take this gamble. Asmodeus gathered her energy and aura. At this moment, her body resembled Ling Long's, gradually cracking apart. She murmured to herself, This is my final gamble. If I fail, everything will turn to dust. There will be no way to save it anymore. Oh God, please watch over me. Just then, the barrier Ling Long had erected was shattered by an immense force, disrupting Asmodeus's concentration. Last time, he only managed to break a small hole. How could he destroy the entire barrier this time? Could it be that he's grown much stronger? Suddenly, within the swirling air, Asmodeus sensed a terrifying presence. Amidst the thick haze of dust and smoke, Su Xianbai emerged. His entire appearance had completely transformed, filling her with even greater fear. At this moment, Su Xianbai had fully become an Azura demon god, his body radiating a surging black energy. Behind him, countless eyes had opened wide, staring at everything around them. A third eye had also appeared on his forehead, and his hair had visibly grown longer. His cold voice rang out, I took a bit more time than expected. I've kept everyone waiting. Dracula stared at Su Xianbai in shock. This is entirely the power of a demon god. Has he truly obtained something this terrifying? Just where is his limit? Lilith and Bai Umo were taken aback by Xianbai's upgraded appearance. Lilith couldn't hold back and exclaimed, He really slays. Xianbai's long hair makes him look so irresistible, it makes you want to desire him. Umo, beside her, had already drooled a bucket of saliva, saying, It's amazing. This new hormone-driven look is really tempting me. At this moment, Xianbai spoke with a stern tone, Great priest, look at the good you've done. So many people have fallen because of your god, and you want everything to go smoothly like this? Have I agreed to it?
Saying that, a large hand grabbed Asmodeus, locking all of his resistance.
Damn it, what kind of trick is this?
He's squeezing me so tightly, I can hardly breathe. Xianbai leisurely flew in front of Asmodeus and said, I don't know why, but when I see others writhing in pain, my body feels really excited. Especially when I look at your corrupted feminine form, the more I look, the more it excites me.
Asmodeus, in a daze, said, Wait, what are you trying to do? Don't look at me like that. I'm still an innocent young girl, don't come near me. But when Xianbai approached and lifted her chin, she immediately turned off the voice, closing her eyes in silent resignation. What should I do now? Could it be that I'm going to be violated by this person right in front of everyone?
Looking at Xianbai's demeanor, which has a somewhat rogue vibe, it really makes people misunderstand.
Wu Yu below was also anxious. Su Xianbai, has the upgrade made you go crazy? The camera is still recording, you know. The whole world is watching you right now. He thought to himself, what the hell is he trying to do? Even Dracula, watching from the sidelines, couldn't stay innocent. Is he trying to deceive others?
Although I can't really consider Su Xianbai as a good person in my impression, he still shouldn't be doing something like this in front of so many people.
Could this be the side effect of some curse or demon's power?
He must have changed his personality because of this, which is why he's losing what little dignity he had left. At this moment, Xianbai stood in front of the charming demon, dazed. Her reaction is definitely not wrong. I'm very familiar with this situation, she really isn't lying. She truly has no experience at all. Suddenly, a pungent energy appeared, and both of them quickly looked up at the top of the tower.
Asmodeus, excited, said, Is it the god? Has the god really responded? Su Xianbai, it seems that we must end it here. Although this is not the result I wanted, it is all because of you forcing me. The god has absorbed my energy, and there is something I must say now, or else I fear I may never have the chance again. Asmodeus transformed into sparkling purple lights, flying into the sky before disappearing, but her voice echoed from somewhere. When we first met, the words I said were true. They came from the bottom of my heart. I had no intention to deceive you. Upon hearing this, Xianbai fell silent. He tried to dredge up the memory of their first meeting, struggling to recall what they had said. When we first met? What is she trying to say? Which words was she referring to? Could it be the phrase you are the first person to make my heart beat so fast?
It seems that only by dealing with your god can I come find you and ask for clarification. The reporter below, pointing toward the spot where the darkest purple light gathered, shouted loudly, Look up at the top of the tower.
The energy is gathering there. Their goal is not resurrection. Could it be a being who steals the power of the ancients? Why is that appearing now?
The purple light gathered at the top of the tower, and then the orb split into strands of light, spreading in all directions.
The onlookers showed deep concern. Noah was doubtful. What's going on? Wasn't the ancient level being supposed to be just one? Then what is this inviting light?
Xianbai coldly watched the beams of light circling the world. Interesting, things are becoming more and more complicated. A beam of light crossed the sky of Star Place, over the great peak. Muxia, sipping on a cup of milk tea, strolled through the snowstorm, catching sight of the light as it passed by the sky. She thought to herself, that powerful one has already been released? I've only just started enjoying my retirement life, and it's already this difficult? This is really becoming more and more troublesome. On some desolate island, Long Ming gazed at the purple light and sighed. It seems we've entered a new era. Su Xianbai, you've surpassed my existence. That horrifying thing, you must never oppose it, or everyone will perish. Returning to Xianbai, a sudden, violent earthquake struck. Beneath the water, an enormous figure emerged, its sheer size beyond description. Just the mere lift of its head sent the entire sea into turmoil. The reporter and the cameraman lost their balance, tumbling uncontrollably. As she felt herself about to plunge into the ocean, the reporter cried out in terror, tears streaming down her face, I can't swim. Somebody, please save me. In an instant, Noah appeared. He struck his staff against the ground, activating a formation that rescued both the reporter and the cameraman in the nick of time. His voice was cold as he said, "Those who cannot fight should leave at once. Against this enemy, no one can guarantee your safety." Just as the reporter managed to sit up, a colossal shadow loomed before her. It became clearer with each passing moment, paralyzing her with fear. Trembling violently, she stammered, This must be a joke, right? That thing is our opponent?" Through the misty haze of water vapor, the monstrous creature gradually revealed its immense form, its size far surpassing several islands. Its eyes gleamed, its jagged teeth bared, and the sound it emitted resembled human speech yet carried an eerie, otherworldly quality. It spoke, "Mortals, you dare to disturb God mortal. Have you prepared to face your punishment?" Seeing the enormous, gigantic fish in front of him, Xianbai showed no fear and said, "Divine punishment, I think it's you who are speaking backwards. I've come here today to kill a god. Are you ready? Prepare yourself to die once more, and do so with a beautiful spirit." When the gigantic monster saw the golden lights emanating from the people preparing to attack it, its eyes brightened and its pupils gleamed. It sneered and said, "So this is the power granted by the gift of light. No wonder you dare to face me. But it's all the same as using an egg to strike a rock, truly a group of fools who don't know their own strength." Right after that, the gigantic monster opened its mouth and sucked in the golden aura surrounding everyone. Lilith cried out in panic, "This guy has drained all the energy from the light center. How despicable, that was the precious gift Xianbai gave me." Bai Yumo was furious but also filled with helplessness. She thought to herself, "This is not just about energy anymore. My clothes are too thin, does it even want to suck away my own clothes too?" Dracula looked at the difficult situation and could only shake her head in helplessness. She muttered, "How could it use such a lowly trick? Are we really supposed to fight it naked?" Ma Fei and his disciple had long since discarded their clothes. Both of them jumped high and shouted loudly, "What's so scary about being naked? Real men have never feared anything, let alone these nudity stunts." With that, the master and his disciple maintained their vigorous momentum, launching powerful moves to attack the gigantic monster. However, its outer skin was too tough. All their attacks were no more than a scratch to it. The monster sneered and said, "So, you two want to scratch my itch? Want to try one of my moves instead?" With that, it launched a colossal attack toward them. Due to the close distance, neither of them had time to dodge. In the midst of their panic, unable to figure out what to do, Xianbai suddenly appeared. He raised his hand, effortlessly absorbing all of the monster's power. His absorption capacity seemed infinite. No matter how many moves or how much energy there was, he could easily contain it, even having more than enough room left over. Seeing Xianbai absorb everything so easily, the monster immediately sensed that something was wrong. It roared, "Is this really happening? Could it be that this guy is not ordinary after all?" Xianbai calmly replied, "Didn't you want to grow stronger? I'll make sure you get your fill." Saying that, he launched a direct attack at his opponent's forehead. The fish-shaped monster looked at him in confusion. Xianbai's voice rang out, cold and concise, "Go down." At first glance, it was just a simple two-word sentence, but that wasn't the case. The moment the words left his lips, the colossal monster immediately felt an overwhelming gravitational force pressing down on it, dragging its massive body into the depths of the ocean. The sea churned violently, whirlpools forming one after another without pause. This scene would undoubtedly make anyone with a fear of the ocean steer clear of this moment. Xianbai's power utterly overwhelmed the ancient creature, leaving both Ma Fei and his disciple in shock. The two broke into a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "This guy is seriously over the top. I really want to find a way to make him release just a little bit of that power for us to use." At that moment, Xianbai turned to them and said, "The camera is still recording. Are you really planning to live stream while parading your goods around like this?" Hearing that, Ma Fushur hastily covered himself with his hands, his face flustered. "Live stream what? How am I supposed to show my face in public after this?" Meanwhile, Ma Fei remained completely unfazed, laughing boldly.
So what if I'm showing off my goods? What's so wrong with me doing this? The monster was sunk deep into the sea, its mind constantly asking, am I seeing this wrong? That little brat is really using infinite darkness. From that moment, it gradually understood why he wanted to confront it. Has he forgotten his mission? Relying on humanity, will he slowly lose his purpose? Does he really need to depend on these lowly humans? No. I will probe him a little more.
If he truly betrays us, it won't be too late to kill him then.
After all, the water is my playground.
On the shore, Zhao Ping'er and Zhong Zaiqin observed the monster's movements.
Zhao Ping'er spoke, he hasn't made any move yet. Could it be that he's dead? Zhong Zaiqin shook her head, not yet. There's an 80% chance he's preparing some trick.
Suddenly, large cracks appeared in the thick ice. But instead of shattering like in typical documentaries, huge tentacles emerged from beneath the ice, smashing through the surface and charging to attack.
Zhong Zaiqin, quick on her feet, easily dodged the attack. She gave a faint smirk. So he wants to play the tentacle game again? I've seen this before, nothing new.
But as she looked more closely, she realized, this time, the target isn't me. As soon as she turned her head, Zhao Ping'er immediately realized she had been tightly bound by the black tentacles. Despite using every possible method to struggle, it only caused her to become exhausted more quickly. From deep within, the monster's voice echoed, "Little brat, I can sense that this woman has a connection to you.
It seems you two are symbiotic, aren't you?"
Xianbai was surprised but still tried to maintain his cold demeanor.
He thought, this guy is that sensitive? How did he figure this out? Could he have noticed Ping'er?
The giant monster surged up from the swirling waters below, its tentacles flailing wildly. It grinned maliciously, I and the Dark Core are of the same root, influenced by him. I also have the ability to absorb certain energies. Therefore, I'm really curious if I eat this woman, what will happen? Perhaps your life will be sealed with mine as well? As it spoke, the monster opened its mouth wide, intending to snap Zhao Ping'er up. But when it realized its mouth was empty, as if it were chewing on nothing but air, it immediately froze. In that instant, while it attacked, Xianbai had swiftly severed the tentacles that were wrapping around Zhao Ping'er and pulled her into his arms. Looking at the small figure before him, the monster roared in fury, "You would give up on trapping yourself with me for a mere human woman? You've truly forgotten the mission of the Dark Core. You have betrayed us." Xiaofei trembled, wondering, that monster standing right in front of me is making me shiver with fear. I wonder if Xianbai can really defeat it. Zhong Zaiqin replied firmly, he will definitely win. Ever since Xianbai entered Star Place, Ping'er has almost always been by his side, never leaving him for a step. She is the one Xianbai cares about the most. Hearing this, Xiaofei was surprised. I never thought Xianbai would value relationships so much. It turns out I haven't followed the wrong person after all. Zaiqin agreed, exactly. This fish has touched his reverse scale. Clearly, it's only looking for its own death. Xianbai held Ping'er in a princess carry, constantly reassuring her, Ping'er, you should go to Qin's sister's place. It's too dangerous here. Once I'm done dealing with this fish, I'll come find you. A trace of sadness flashed in Ping'er's eyes. She looked like she wanted to act spoiled, gently saying, Ping'er will listen to master. But you must come back to find me. Su Xianbai smiled brightly, assuring her, Ping'er, don't worry, have I ever lied to you? After comforting Ping'er, Xianbai walked over to Wu Yu and said, can you help me with something? Use your teleportation array to take everyone away. Take them anywhere, as long as it's far away from here. Hearing these words, Wu Yu was completely stunned. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to fight that ancestor-rank predator alone? Even if it's you, there's no need to force yourself like this. Right now, we should be charging together. But Xianbai didn't look back, nor did he offer her a detailed explanation. He simply replied, this creature and I both possess absorption abilities. In this case, having many people fighting together is not the wisest choice. More importantly, when I make my move later, I don't want to affect others. Although unwilling, Wu Yu couldn't argue with the situation. She had no choice but to accept Xianbai's reminder. I understand. I'll do as you say. She wondered to herself, but what's going on? Why do I completely follow his orders without daring to argue? Is it his overwhelming aura? Though she knew he was incredibly strong, she still felt uneasy and couldn't help but mutter, Su Xianbai, everything has completely changed. He really has become the king now. At that moment, the monster beneath the sea suddenly spoke. Its terrifying voice echoed alongside the crashing waves. Is it for the sake of humanity's treachery that you have come this far? Your actions have made all gods and mortals feel ashamed. You are unworthy of becoming the Lord of the universe. I will represent 15 ancestor rank predators and strip you of your right to wield infinite darkness. Hearing that, he laughed, but the laugh was dry and his face was filled with an expression of gloom. I don't care what you have to do with the infinity of darkness, nor do I have any intention of becoming the Lord of the universe. Right now, the only thing I'm focused on is helping you die happily. By the way, say hi to your ancestors for me. Looking at the giant monster in front of him with a disdainful gaze, he activated the third eye on his forehead and unleashed an enormously powerful attack. The force of the strike was so great that the opponent couldn't dodge in time, taking the full blow. A large scar immediately appeared across the back of the colossal fish, with smoke still billowing from the wound. Seeing the damage Xianbai had caused, the giant fish became frantic, its body drenched in seawater. But in just a moment, it sighed in relief. Luckily, my skin is tough enough, making his attack slightly miss. It seems this guy's abilities haven't fully reached the peak yet. In that case, I definitely have a chance to defeat him. After a moment of contemplation, the enormous fish regained its confidence. It bared its jagged, sharp white teeth at Xianbai, as if provoking him. Xianbai moved closer to the monster, locking eyes with it coldly. His voice, full of anticipation, rang out, your luck isn't bad, you managed to dodge a close call. But I do wonder, is your mouth as tough as your head? At this moment, from Su Xianbai's third eye, beams of purple electric rays with maximum destructive power began to shoot out. The monster saw this and immediately widened its eyes in panic, shouting loudly, wait a minute. But before it could react, our protagonist launched a massive energy beam directly at it. The tremendous energy tore the monster's body into pieces. The explosion roared thunderously, and the shattered fragments turned into a giant energy sphere, falling onto the ocean's surface, creating a violent storm that made the sea tremble incessantly. Su Xianbai stood on the water's surface, his sharp gaze directed at the turbulent ocean. In his heart, he thought, no energy fragments are falling. Is this thing pretending to be dead? His third eye continued to emit strange purple smoke, adding an air of majesty and mystery. Beneath the surface, a translucent fishtail was swimming vigorously, heading towards Su Xianbai's position. Standing on the sea, he observed the swirling currents and quickly made his deduction. First, it pretends to be dead to make me lower my guard, then it will strike from below. After saying this, Su Xianbai closed his eyes, as if he had already predicted the opponent's every move. He smiled faintly and calmly concluded, I've already guessed all your moves. Immediately after, a number of water-formed dolphins suddenly soared up from the ocean, charging towards Su Xianbai. Seeing this, he raised his hand, pointing forward, ready to defend against the incoming attack. But unexpectedly, the water dolphins vanished into streams of water, falling back into the ocean. Slightly surprised, Su Xianbai muttered, just a feint attack? Then next, you'll strike from another direction. His eyes were filled with confidence as he awaited the next counterattack. Su Xianbai looked around, made a guess, then glanced to the left and said, could it be left or right? But no, just at that moment, from above, a blurry figure of a gigantic fish monster appeared, swirling in a vortex, moving closer towards Su Xianbai. It bared its sharp teeth, intending to bite his head off. As it lunged, it shouted loudly, you've miscalculated, little brat. I've already figured out your guess. As expected, the fish stretched out, opening its mouth to swallow Su Xianbai, feeling smug as it said, fool. If I can't eat your symbiotic form, then I'll just eat you. Its voice was full of challenge. This is the price of your arrogance.
If I eat you, you'll be absorbed piece by piece.
Before long, your energy will be in my hands, an infinity of darkness will also belong to me. As it spoke, the monster relished in its perceived victory. However, inside its body, a foul stench overwhelmed, causing Su Xianbai to pinch his nose and sneer. Is this inside that guy's body?
It's unbearable.
While Su Xianbai was still in a daze, exploring everything around him, suddenly a voice rang out, Master, I have detected that something is absorbing your body.
Su Xianbai was quite surprised upon hearing this. Could it be that this demon is using stomach acid to harm me?
He realized that his body was currently rising, being pulled by streams of green air, likely being absorbed by the demonic fish's energy. After hearing Su Xianbai's words, Lina immediately spoke up, That's correct, Lina will heal the master.
Although Lina can continue healing the master to resist the power of this place, Lina cannot do anything about the master's clothes. Upon hearing that the healing process would cause his clothes to disappear, Su Xianbai calmly replied, What? Clothes? It's fine.
Anyway, there are so few people around, no one will see. 10 minutes later, Su Xianbai's clothes had completely vanished, leaving only a piece of cloth wrapped around his lower body. Seeing the scene around him, he confirmed his earlier suspicion, I just looked and guessed correctly. Although this demon fish can absorb the energy of the physical body like mine, it cannot do anything to the remaining soul. Around him, the scene showed the cells in the fish's body tightly holding the souls of young women. These souls had turned into vengeful spirits, falling into a state of zombification, their bodies aflame, tightly held by the demon's body, trembling in waves. Seeing this, Su Xianbai felt confused and asked, You all sacrificed your lives for this so-called god mortal, and ended up in such a miserable fate. Even as souls, you still have to endure such hardships.
I don't believe in this kind of god. After a while, the bindings that had held the demonesses were finally undone.
The little demoness slowly opened her eyes, her body incredibly seductive, completely bewildered, and not understanding what was going on, only managing to utter a soft "huh." Seeing that the girl had finally woken up, Su Xianbai approached her and gently asked, You're awake at last.
Are you okay?
The moment the little demoness saw our male lead, she froze, unsure of what to say. It was likely because she had just woken up from a deep stupor, so her mind had not fully registered what was happening. However, after a moment of trying to regain her composure, the little demoness started sweating profusely, her pupils shrinking as if she had seen something terrifying. It turned out she had caught sight of the male lead's, well, let's say, rather prominent and conspicuous feature, through the thin fabric. The sight left the demoness stunned, frozen in place, and Su Xianbai stood there, completely confused, not understanding what was going on. The demoness' soul then collapsed to the ground in panic, her heart racing with excitement, thinking to herself, Oh my god, does the infamous naked madman, the one from the movies, really exist? While Su Xianbai was still standing there in a daze, someone suddenly shouted, Don't come any closer. At that moment, the little Jiangshi girl immediately stepped in front of the ghostly figure and declared, As long as my spirit form is here, no one shall dare disrespect Asmod. Even as she spoke, the little Jiangshi trembled in fear, squeezing her eyes shut. If you dare take another step forward, Ling Lon will surely destroy you. Hearing this, the protagonist responded with amusement, You're so scared that you can barely keep your eyes open, yet you're still protecting your friend.
It seems I wasn't wrong about you.
As he spoke, he took a step forward. Seeing this, the little Jiangshi licked her lips and warned, Stop right there.
Don't come any closer, or I will really attack you.
At this moment, Su Xianbai gently whispered to the little Jiangshi, Open your eyes wide and see for yourself.
You've already become spirits drained of all energy.
Your so-called god mortal status no longer matters.
If I don't release you, you'll be trapped forever in his stomach, never able to reincarnate.
Upon hearing this, both ghostly girls were left dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Su Xianbai continued speaking, If you can repent and correct your mistakes, I can give you a chance to start over. I have discovered a material called gauze silica at the Scientific Research Institute. I can create gauze silica masks that resemble you and use them as vessels to contain your souls. The shape, voice, and even the physical structure of these vessels can be restored to their original state with 100% accuracy.
It will be no different from being reborn.
Hearing this, the ghost girl showed remorse. It was indeed my actions that led to this outcome, dragging everyone down with me. Someone like me deserves to be punished.
Why are you saving me?
The protagonist simply replied, because I can. Such a simple sentence, yet it was like an arrow piercing straight through the hearts of the two little ghost girls.
Scene transition.
At this moment, Wu Yu, following Su Xianbai's orders, led the remaining people to a safe island. Although they had found temporary peace, Wu Yu was still deeply worried. She puffed on a cigarette, standing on a rocky outcrop, lost in thought. She turned to the blonde girl and said, "Everyone else has left.
We should go too." Hearing this, the blonde girl immediately replied, "I can't go.
I brought everyone to this island, and I must take full responsibility in the end. Besides, I want to fight alongside him." Seeing this, Wu Yu decided to go alone. At this moment, she sighed and thought to herself, after so many years, I'd never seen her like this.
Could it be that she has fallen in love?
Meanwhile, inside the stomach of the ancestor-ranked predator, the soul streams of Su Xianbai began to spread, filling the stomach of the fish. The blonde girl arrived and looked around, thinking to herself, all the souls are gathering in that direction, where Su Xianbai is using his soul power. I just need to follow these souls, and I'll find him.
But is it possible that Su Xianbai deliberately let this one swallow them?
His goal is the souls here.
As she thought of this, her face couldn't help but turn red. If that's really the case, won't it be so awkward for me?
He'll definitely think I'm being overly sentimental, and then I'll have no face left to be around him. On this side, Su Xianbai was still discussing with the little souls. I, in the name of the Soul Lord, command you to surrender your souls, to become allies that I can trust. Seeing this, the demon girl fell into a state of a zombie, showing a shy and embarrassed expression as she said, I am Asmod, the soul servant of Ling Long.
I am willing to obey my master.
As she spoke, the two demon girls knelt at Su Xianbai's feet, like a master and her maids. This intense scene was witnessed by the blonde girl. Upon seeing this, she could only spray some hairspray, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. Su Xianbai, upon noticing this, also looked dumbfounded and called out to the girl, Dracura, why are you here?
Haven't you taken them to evacuate yet?
Hearing Su Xianbai's question, the blonde girl couldn't control herself, her body trembling and her face turning red as she hurriedly apologized, I just happened to pass by, you all continue. Seeing that the girl seemed to misunderstand, Su Xianbai quickly explained, wait, it seems like you've misunderstood something.
The blonde girl, turning away, said, misunderstand? We have nothing to do with each other. I won't get jealous over this.
Unexpectedly, at that moment, the cloth tied around Su Xianbai's waist was corroded by the acid in the fish's stomach, unraveling and falling to the ground, disintegrating into pieces. The blonde girl saw this and began to lose control. When she saw the massive body of the male protagonist, the blonde girl was taken aback, her nose turning red as she felt flustered and thought to herself, impressive, this is the first time I've seen something like this.
Is this really the physique of a young man? It really has spirit.
At the same time, the strap of her dress was corroded by acid, causing it to tear. Seeing this, Su Xianbai couldn't help but blush, and the two of them awkwardly exchanged glances. The blonde girl looked down in a panic and screamed, my clothes, oh no! As soon as she finished speaking, her clothes were torn to shreds. The two of them stood there, completely naked, their gazes meeting, and then the blonde girl suddenly screamed, quick, close your eyes, you jerk. In the quiet of the night, the blonde girl had put on a very seductive bikini, bashfully looking at her body, her face turning red.
Indeed, the outfit was very revealing.
Seeing this, Su Xianbai began to boast, this is a suit I made using the energy of the gift of light. It's a special garment for emergency situations. Not only does it protect your private areas, but it also helps keep you warm. Hearing Su Xianbai's response, the blonde girl whispered to herself, I've been exposed too much.
This is basically just a bikini. If anyone else sees me like this, how could I still have the face to go on living? This is way too embarrassing.
At this moment, Su Xianbai continued speaking. To be honest, I had to rely on treatment just to stay inside this monster's body, but why do you seem completely unaffected?
Hearing the male lead's question, the blonde girl was startled, thinking to herself, is he worried about me?
She once again entered her fantasy mode, covering her face with her hands while trying to hide the two massive mountains peeking out from beneath the thin fabric. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she softly spoke. Vampires have self-regeneration abilities, and depending on the type, I happen to be among the most exceptional.
As long as it's not a one-hit kill, I'll be perfectly fine.
Hearing her answer, Su Xianbai looked rather surprised and didn't hold back his praise. I never expected such a powerful self-recovery ability.
That's truly impressive. The male lead's flattery filled her with joy.
She instinctively glanced at her own body before replying, this is nothing special at all. As the king of Star Spirit, this level of ability isn't even worth mentioning. Seeing that, Su Xianbai curled his lips and replied, in the end, I still have to thank you.
Dracula, you can help me, I truly appreciate it.
Unexpectedly, this simple expression of gratitude from the male lead made the young girl's heart flutter uncontrollably. She put on a shy demeanor, her hands and feet flustered, constantly trying to cover the exposed sensitive parts of her body.
She responded, don't overthink it. You're my subordinate, protecting you is my responsibility.
At that moment, amid the raging waves, the fish was leisurely swimming underwater. Noticing that its body showed no reaction, it thought to itself, so much time has passed, and yet my body hasn't responded at all. Given my digestive ability, he should have been completely dissolved by now.
How could this be? This is really strange.
Before it could finish its train of thought, its body suddenly trembled violently, as if hundreds, thousands of electric currents had surged through it. A searing pain spread, making it thrash about, utterly bewildered by what was happening. After a moment of regaining its composure, it hesitantly wondered, strange.
Why does my stomach hurt so much? Could it be that he's not dead yet?
At that moment, inside the fish's body, Su Xianbai had opened his third eye, unleashing energy straight into the walls of its stomach.
A thick purple smoke rose, reeking strongly. But honestly, what on earth was this fish's stomach made of to be this tough? Even a laser beam couldn't pierce through.
Looking at the mark left by his shot, Su Xianbai speculated.
The walls of this beast's stomach must be absorbing my energy. If that's the case, my attacks probably won't be effective.
He spoke while observing the wound on the fish's stomach slowly healing.
The blonde girl, seeing this, appeared quite worried and said, doesn't that mean escaping won't be easy for us?
Seeing her concern, our main character quickly reassured her.
Not necessarily.
Just give me a divine weapon, and I can slice this damn fish in half.
Hearing Su Xianbai's suggestion, the blonde girl widened her eyes in surprise.
Then, glancing down at her two pristine white milk jugs, she broke into a cold sweat and asked doubtfully.
You're talking about a divine weapon. You don't mean these, do you?
As she spoke, her face turned crimson, and she glanced anxiously at her enormous, oversized chest.
Su Xianbai, unfazed, replied. That's right. I've seen your sword before, honestly, it's an absolute masterpiece. With it, we could escape this place.
Upon hearing this suggestion, the blonde girl hastily refused.
No way. Absolutely not.
My sword was forged from my chest's blood.
If you wield it in battle, it's basically like you're holding my chest. That's way too embarrassing. I'm not giving you the sword.
As she spoke, she hugged her soft bunny plushies, as if afraid the male lead might snatch them away. Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai could only sigh helplessly, but unexpectedly, he had no idea what went through the blonde girl's mind, as she suddenly decided to pull a sword out from her soft, white bosom and hand it to the male lead. She said, but now is a crucial moment, so I'll let you borrow it just this once.
Don't tell anyone about this, okay?
Finally, when the sword was handed over, the male lead swiftly grabbed the hilt and drew it out with a strong pull, causing her to tremble all over, her face turning bright red, thinking to herself, this is too much.
The feeling is hard to describe, but it's so forceful.
After successfully pulling the sword from the blonde girl's bosom, Su Xianbai reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not someone who shares personal matters easily." Then he looked at the sword inside in admiration. Indeed, it's a divine weapon of exceptional quality, so soft to the touch, and there's nothing quite like it. With the sword now in his hand, his blood began to boil. All right, his aura surged more powerfully than ever. It truly was a different experience, holding the sword from the goddess herself. At this moment, Su Xianbai launched a strike with maximum destructive power. As he swung his sword, he shouted loudly, "This is the strongest slash, combining my power with Dracula's.
You can't block it. Take this, you damn fish."
His eyes were bloodshot, and the sword swung down, aiming straight at the fish's belly. He shouted, "Milk flavor slash." The moment the words left his mouth, the sword plunged down, cutting through the creature's flesh, causing blood and internal organs to splatter everywhere. The blow was so powerful that it sent the fish flying out into space, creating a massive shockwave. The entire island trembled, causing those standing on the ground to stagger, unable to keep their balance. Everyone stood in a daze, utterly shocked.
They whispered among themselves, "What's happening?"
The platinum-haired girl spoke up, her voice full of concern, "It's like an earthquake.
This is unbelievable."
The purple-haired girl furrowed her brow, her tone deep, and
"This aura is strange.
It feels like Xianbai, but not exactly Xianbai." The blonde girl, sweat pouring from her like a shower, looked up at the sky, her face filled with terror.
She stammered, "Hey! Everyone! Look up! What the hell is going on?"
As everyone looked up in unison, their faces went pale, and sweat poured down their faces. They were all in a state of panic, unable to believe their eyes.
They stammered, asking one another, "Is this real or fake?"
The sky seemed to be torn apart, a blazing red streak splitting it in two, the lingering echo of the terrifying power of the sword forged from Dracula's blood-soaked chest. At that moment, inside the fish's belly, after witnessing the awe-inspiring display of Su Xianbai's strength, the fish couldn't help but tremble in fear.
Dracula silently thought, "This power is truly terrifying.
I could never make the blood blade reach this level. The blood blade seems as if it has been bound to him for a long time.
But clearly, it was forged from my blood, wasn't it? Could it be that he is the one the blood blade has chosen as its master?"
Lost in thought, the fish was suddenly startled when it felt a hand wrap around its waist. The sensation was so shocking, only to realize that it was Su Xianbai. With an expression as natural as ever, he spoke, "Why are you just standing there?
Let's go."
Su Xianbai's actions caused the blonde girl to panic and feel so embarrassed that she was on the verge of tears. Her mind was in turmoil. "Oh my God! His hand is on my waist.
His chest is pressed against me too. How could this happen?"
However, before the girl could even react, Su Xianbai shot up into the sky, carrying both of them out of the fish's body. Seeing the face of the blonde girl, her cheeks flushed, the male lead put on a concerned expression and said, "Your face is so red, and your body feels so hot.
Could it be that you've been internally injured?"
Hearing this question, the blonde girl immediately became angry and yelled, "It's all because of you doing things like this that I ended up like this."
"You knew and still asked? Do you even know that my profile says I'm married?"
"But that's just a lie to deceive the public.
Don't think just because I'm older that you can be mistaken. I've never been intimately involved with anyone."
As she spoke, she shyly lowered her head, looking embarrassed, which made her seem incredibly cute.
This action made the male lead unable to resist, swallowing his saliva with a gulp.
However, before the two could indulge in any more tender moments, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "You two bastards! How dare you flirt so calmly in front of me?" It turned out to be the fish, forced to witness the dog food, so jealous that it couldn't bear it anymore.
It roared, "I am an ancestor-rank predator, yet you've reduced me to this pathetic state. You will pay for this."
The fish, trembling, continued to yell loudly, "I possess the power to control the entire sea.
No one can defeat me when I'm underwater. Take this, raging seas."
As soon as the words left his mouth, thousands of fish immediately rushed forward, attacking the two of them. Seeing this scene, Su Xianbai showed a look of disdain and said, "You're about to die, and you're still talking nonsense. You don't even understand the difference between you and me." Before the fish could get close, Su Xianbai used his hypnotic power to directly attack the fish. The fish, in panic, thought to itself, "What is happening? What did he do? How could my raging seas be shattered by him? No way." At this moment, Su Xianbai stepped forward, exuding a strong aura, standing directly in front of the fish and asking, "So, still not understanding? I told you, you simply cannot comprehend the distance between us." Seeing Su Xianbai, the fish wore a face of both anger and fear, unwilling to accept its fate. Su Xianbai continued his attack. "Look around you. You're as good as dead." Hearing the protagonist's warning, the fish hurriedly glanced around, thinking to itself, "What's around me? He's just talking nonsense, it's not worth believing." But just as the thought finished, thousands upon thousands of eyes appeared, all staring directly at it. This made the fish truly panic. It thought to itself, "Why are there so many eyes? Damn it! Why can't my body move?" The fish continued to struggle, but every effort was in vain. Those bloodshot eyes seemed to lock its body in place, preventing it from escaping Su Xianbai's grasp. Witnessing this helpless scene, Su Xianbai spoke up. "The eye of the Azura demon god can seal the movements of the opponent. But now, I have upgraded this technique to its full potential." As soon as the words left her mouth, thousands of red eyes appeared, growing in number as they moved toward the fish, which lay helplessly awaiting its demise. Though only observing from a distance, the blonde girl was horrified. Can even eyes accumulate like this? Could they all be launching an attack? The blonde girl could hardly believe her eyes. After gathering enough power, Su Xianbai finally gave the command to unleash the destructive might of the demon god. With that order, thousands of eyes fired laser beams, targeting the fish directly. The thousands of laser beams attacked so rapidly that the fish had no time to react. It could neither struggle nor flee. All it could do was scream in fury, "Damn it, stop now!" But Su Xianbai paid no attention to the words of a filthy fish. In the end, there was only a massive explosion, like a nuclear bomb, with destructive force so powerful that it shook the very heavens and earth. The blonde girl, after witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the power of the demon god. "This move is truly terrifying, no one can block such an attack. Su Xianbai's strike may very well be effective." In the end, only the image of the fish monster being lifted into the air remained. In its final moments, it thought to itself, "Apologies, Holy Lord. I failed to complete the task you entrusted to me. Your infinity of darkness was deeply affected by gift of light. He has completely forgotten the mission of Dark Core." As soon as this thought crossed its mind, the fish disintegrated into dust, leaving behind only scattered glimmers of light. Su Xianbai observed this and spoke, "This is truly unexpected. The energy of this creature is incredibly powerful, it's certainly because it has absorbed so many life forces." However, shortly after, Su Xianbai felt something was wrong. His body grew dizzy, and sweat poured from him like a waterfall. He began to worry whether his body could withstand this power. Standing amidst the thousands of shards of energy, Su Xianbai's body grew weaker, and his consciousness began to blur. The energy of the fish's soul was indeed immense, overwhelming his body, and in the end, he fainted, slowly falling to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Su Xianbai lamented, "How annoying. I clearly won, yet I end up in such a situation. I just can't accept it." Before falling to the ground, a flock of birds acted as a cushion, helping him land safely. The blonde girl gently called out Su Xianbai's name, the one who had defeated the ancestor-rank predator. "Please, wake up. Wake up." Meanwhile, Su Xianbai's body had begun to redden, his breathing becoming rapid, only the sound of his ragged breaths filling the air. Seeing her loved one in such a critical state, the blonde girl didn't know what to do. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I don't want you to die, you have to live. What should I do to save you?" She gazed at Su Xianbai, speaking with great pain. "I had to summon the courage to come back and help you,
this isn't the outcome I wanted. There's still so much I want to say to you. You have to give me the chance, right?
As she spoke, her tears began to fall like a stream, unable to control her emotions. Those hot, clear, and pure drops fell one by one onto Su Xianbai's body. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It seems you truly want to save my master." The voice startled the blonde girl, causing her to jump in alarm. She hurriedly looked around and called out, "Who? Who is speaking?" On this side, the demoness appeared and said, "I have a way to save Su Xianbai, but I don't know if you're willing to try it." Hearing that there was a way to save her beloved, the blonde girl was overjoyed and immediately asked, "What is it?" "As long as it can save Su Xianbai, I'll do anything, even if it means sacrificing this fragile life of mine." Seeing how sincere she was, the little demoness explained, "My master has absorbed too much energy, and his body can no longer withstand it. If it continues, his body might explode and he'll die. Therefore, someone must bear the energy he can't handle." Upon hearing this, the blonde girl thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you mean I have to absorb the energy? But how should I do that?" The demoness replied, "It requires a double repair. Only by double repairing with my master can his life be saved." As soon as she heard the words double repair, the blonde girl's face turned as red as a tomato, her expression filled with embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, the demoness said, as expected, "You are the king of Star Spirit, Earl Dracula. How could you be willing to offer yourself to save my master?" Hearing that, Dracula could only remain silent, not saying anything. She glanced towards Su Xianbai, who was lying on the ground, dying, his body burning with fever, drenched in sweat, and emitting waves of intense heat. Breathing heavily, seeing his agonized expression, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She sighed and said, "So, all we need to do is double repair with Su Xianbai to save him? If so, I agree, but I've never experienced this before. What do I do next?" As she spoke, her body began to heat up, trembling with excitement. Dracula continued, "Well, first, do we need to take our clothes off?" Seeing her flustered, the demon reassured her, "Don't worry, although I have no practical experience, I have a wealth of theoretical knowledge from various films. I can enter your body and use your physical form to double repair with the master." At that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out, "Ah, it seems someone here needs help. Although I don't know what double repair is, I am determined to move forward. Please allow me to enter the master's body and double repair with him." After hearing the suggestion from the two demons, Dracula's body still trembled uncontrollably from the excitement. She thought to herself, "This is no longer just a simple double repair. Clearly, all four of us are involved." At that moment, the souls of the two demons began to infiltrate Dracula's body, merging the three of them into one. The two demons spoke, "Come on, Dracula, let's work together to save Su Xianbai." Seeing Su Xianbai's exhausted form lying on the ground, Dracula directly lay on top of him, preparing to carry out the double repair. She reassured him, "Don't worry, Su Xianbai, I'll do my best. Even if I have to sacrifice the glory of the King of Star Spirit, I will save you." At that moment, the demon within Dracula's body spoke up, "According to my theory, the first step is a kiss." Hearing this, she thought to herself, "Didn't we just kiss a moment ago? Something so stimulating, can I actually do this?" She chuckled inwardly, while inside Dracula's body, the undead girl kept urging, "Stop talking, and just do it." "Sorry, but I can't fulfill that request." Encouraged by the two little demons, she was determined that she could do it. Dracula had never known retreat. So the two of them began their work from night until morning. When she woke up, dawn had already broken. Dracula, still stunned, couldn't believe that she had actually carried out the double repair with Su Xianbai. Moreover, she could feel her body brimming with energy from Su Xianbai. She thought to herself, "I did it. I've saved Su Xianbai." After a long, exhausting night, the two of them remained tightly entwined. Turning to look at Su Xianbai, she saw that he was sleeping so soundly that drool was spilling from his mouth, their faces so close that they could feel each other's breath. Dracula's face turned bright red, and she thought, "So close. I can't hold back anymore. Unable to resist her feelings, she placed a passionate kiss on Su Xianbai's lips.
At that moment, our male lead unexpectedly opened his eyes, looking confused and uttering a perplexed "huh?"
as he scratched his head. Dracula immediately turned away, trying to hide her embarrassment. She thought to herself, that was close.
He probably didn't notice. Contrary to Dracula's expectations, Su Xianbai suddenly spoke up, "I'm awake now."
These words made Dracula jump in shock. Flustered, she stammered, So
you know I kissed you secretly earlier, right?"
Our male protagonist, without hesitation, wrapped his arm around Dracula's soft waist and gently said, "It's not just what happened earlier, I also know about what happened last night.
And I want to thank you for saving me." As he spoke, Su Xianbai tightened his embrace around Dracula's warm body.
This unexpected expression of gratitude made Dracula's face turn bright red, and beads of sweat began to pour down her face.
Too embarrassed, she was rendered speechless. From a distance, two little demons watched the scene as if they were being forced to eat dog food. All they could do was envy and sigh, the sound of their hearts beating so loudly. Thump, thump, non-stop. "Do you think we need to step in and help this time?" Hearing this, one demon replied, "At this point, there's no need. Let's just let them be." The corpse demon turned to the fallen demon and squinted, asking, "Are you sure you're not jealous?" The fallen demon immediately denied it, saying, "What are you talking about? How could I be jealous? Stop talking nonsense." The corpse demon sneered and said, "I know you too well. You can't fool me. But don't worry, the master has said they'll use silicone to fix our bodies. In the future, we can be just like her, no need to feel jealous anymore." Hearing those words, the little demon replied, "Although that's the case, why do I feel like you're even more jealous of her than I am? Ling Long, have you really gotten so immersed in it?" Ling Long immediately countered, "No way. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person."
A week later, at the Star Place Research Institute, the little demon had been taken by Su Xianbai to have her human body remade. When she saw her new body, she couldn't hide her joy. "Oh my god.
It's so skillfully done. Is this really my new body? The feeling is incredible, it's just like before. Even the size of my chest is perfect as usual, and it's so elastic too." The zombie girl was also very satisfied and praised, "Not only is the body made perfectly, but even the details are outstanding. My zombie outfit and even these talismans are so well made. It's hard to believe I actually have a body like this."
Both of them couldn't hide their emotions and said in unison, "Thank you, Master, for taking such good care of us.
No matter what you need us for, Ling Long will definitely give her all." Unexpectedly, the little demon spoke up, "And me too. I also want to thank that person." Ling Long smiled and teased, "Did you forget? People know a lot of tricks."
As she spoke, she swept her hair to one side, revealing two soft curves that seemed to seduce Su Xianbai. "Whatever you want, I can satisfy." That night, we were merely helping Dracula, but in truth, we had always longed to experience what this body feels like. Upon hearing the little demon's words, Su Xianbai was immediately startled, his body stiffened as if frozen by glue. He raised his hands as though to resist, but before he could say anything, the two demon sisters had already cornered him, making their plea, "We truly want to thank our master. Please, help us just this once." The unexpected words made Su Xianbai break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, "All right, calm down. Actually, the one you need to thank is not me." At that moment, the scene shifted to a calm, green-haired doctor who stepped forward.
He spoke slowly, "It seems the two of you are full of vitality. It looks like my silicon glue technique has worked.
This is the result of research that I, along with my team of bodyguards, have spent a long time developing."
Upon hearing this, the two demon girls widened their eyes in surprise, both exclaiming in unison, "Huh?" They looked at each other before turning back to ask, "So, this body was really created by you?"
Seeing that Li Xian had arrived, Su Xianbai let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she had appeared to respond to the two little demons. Li Xian smiled and said, "That's right, but when it comes to silicone adhesive, there are a few things to be mindful of. After saying that, she took out a small book from her bag, handed it to the two little demons, and said, "This is our first meeting, so consider this a gift. It's a book I personally compiled." The cover of the book featured an image of the two girls in a very provocative pose.
It turned out that it was a guidebook on silicone adhesive maintenance. Upon seeing their own image on the cover, the two little demons exclaimed, "Using our photo for the cover? How impressive!" The zombie girl standing behind them couldn't hide her surprise when she saw her own image on the back cover design. She exclaimed, "Huh? Isn't this me? That's amazing!" While the two little demons were engrossed in admiring their images, Su Xianbai took the opportunity to call Li Xian over. He mentioned that he had something he wanted her help with. Upon hearing Su Xianbai speak, Li Xian smiled and replied, "If it's a request from you, I'll do my best." In response, Su Xianbai continued, "I need you to make a model for me. A gigantic fish." Li Xian was slightly surprised by the request but eventually asked, "A gigantic fish? How big are we talking?" At that moment, the male lead extended his finger in front of him and said, "It doesn't need to be too big, just about the size of an airplane." Hearing this unreasonable suggestion, Li Xian's face immediately showed clear signs of anger. She frowned and asked, "Are you joking? Do you have any idea how much it would cost to do that? The Research Institute's funds have long been used up by Dean Liu." Mentioning the issue of funding, Su Xianbai sighed and said, "The budget is indeed a major issue, but I will find a way to solve it. This fish is truly very important to me. I hope you, Li Xian, will help me with this." Seeing Su Xianbai's sincere expression, Li Xian thought for a moment and then nodded, "Fine, as long as there's funding, I can do anything. But I also want to ask you for a favor in return, it's only fair, right?" Su Xianbai immediately agreed, "Sure, just tell me what you need." Li Xian looked up at the two ghosts and said, "Although my silicone adhesive has been thoroughly tested, there's still one key function that I haven't been able to test. You don't want them to become a waste, right? You're the one I trust the most. Please help me check it out." After saying that, she hurriedly turned around, speaking as she walked, "I have a meeting, I'll go ahead." Seeing her leave, Su Xianbai hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait! The key function you mentioned. Could it be?" But before he could get an answer, Li Xian hurriedly ran out, slamming the door behind him, leaving Su Xianbai there in a state of helplessness. He sighed, his mind filled with deep thoughts. What is going on? Suddenly, a strange scent wafted through the air. Su Xianbai furrowed his brow and thought to himself, "What is that smell? Why does it feel like there's something strange in the air?" At that moment, two female ghosts appeared, their faces filled with excitement. They said, "We heard everything you just said. The core function she mentioned, what is it really? It must be that." One of them urged, "Xianbai, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take the time to check our bodies. No one will interrupt us now." Seeing the eager expressions of the two ghosts, Su Xianbai could only shake his head in helplessness. He sighed, "Can't you give me a break for once?" The scene shifted to a strange house, where a massive robotic fish was housed in a tank. A blonde girl stood in front of the tank, staring intently at the fish, her voice stern. "The master instructed me to keep an eye on you 24 hours a day. Don't try anything funny." It turned out that this giant robotic fish contained a soul bound by the power of 10,000 souls. This was a powerful and formidable soul that had once belonged to an ancestor rank predator. And yet, now it was imprisoned within a mindless toy fish. What a cruel irony! The blonde girl sat absent-mindedly beside the fish tank, her mind racing. This guy has become a soul bound to his master, yet still possesses such a strong sense of autonomy, refusing to follow the master's commands. A soul like this? I've never encountered one before. Could it be that its energy is too powerful? Moreover, it seems to have some connection to the infinity of darkness of its master. The master even plans to figure out how to reshape its body. But, before that happens, I absolutely must keep a close watch on it.
Meanwhile, the soul trapped inside the giant robotic fish seated inwardly, I, a dignified ancestor rank predator, worshipped as a god mortal by countless beings, am now stuffed into this monstrous body.
Fine, I'll accept that, but why must I be confined in a tank with a goldfish? Do you think I'm some kind of ornamental fish? This is just too much.
After thinking this, it furiously struggled, attempting to break free from the plastic shell imprisoning its soul. Seeing the fish become agitated, a black-haired girl in a kimono, her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword, walked coldly toward the tank. She pointed the tip of her sword at the fish tank, her eyes full of murderous intent, saying, "This one's so infuriating, let me just cut it down." Noticing her hot-headed sister was about to take action against the fish entrusted to the master, the blonde girl quickly stepped forward to stop her. "No, sister. The master specifically told me to keep a close eye on it." Hearing this, Sister CM let out a cold snort and said sternly, "For Ping Air's sake, I'll spare you this time. But if you dare to be this arrogant again, I will definitely turn you into salted fish." Sister CM's fiery demeanor was enough to make even the ancestor rank predator break out in a cold sweat. In his heart, he thought, what is wrong with this woman? How can she be this domineering? Does she not know who I used to be? Or has she already seen my former self and still remains unafraid? Scene transition inside a grand castle. Dracula leaned against the balcony railing, her gaze fixed on the bright full moon. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about intimate moments with Su Xianbai, causing her to blurt out, "Oh my god. Why am I thinking about that scene? This is so embarrassing." Holding her head in frustration, she chastised herself, "What's wrong with me? I only did that to save him, nothing more." Just then, a knock echoed through the room, accompanied by a loud voice calling out, "Dracula." Startled by the call, she thought to herself, "No way. I just thought about him, and now he's here? Could it be Su Xianbai? He's looking for me in the middle of the night? How bold." However, contrary to her expectations, when she opened the door, the person standing before her was Wu Yu. With a cigarette between her lips, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Still not asleep at this hour?" Seeing Wu Yu, Dracula couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment and blurted out, "Why is it you?" Seeing Dracula's awkward expression, Wu Yu furrowed her brows and asked with suspicion, "What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me? Ever since you committed suicide and came back, I've noticed you've seemed restless day and night. The last time you went to assist Su Xianbai, did something happen?" As if struck at her heart, Dracula broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied flustered, "Absolutely not. I swear to the heavens." Seeing Dracula's reaction, Wu Yu seemed to have guessed part of the truth. Nevertheless, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Forget it, I don't want to get involved in your private matters. I'm here to discuss something important." Wu Yu lowered her voice seriously and continued, "The ancestor rank predator's forces caused a great stir when they were restored, and I've arranged for intelligence agents to track their whereabouts. But to gather information, it may take some more time. Right now, there's nothing urgent happening at Star Place, so why don't I stay here and help you for a few days? Recently, you've been acting like you're on cloud 9, so you should take this opportunity to rest and adjust your state of mind. Star Place can't do without you." Moved by these heartfelt words, Dracula was nearly brought to tears and choked up, saying, "Wu Yu, you're really too good to me." Suddenly, a sound rang out from somewhere, causing Dracula to jump. She questioned with confusion, "That sound? Am I hearing things? Could it be Su Xianbai?" She looked up and recognized it was Su Xianbai. He smiled, looked at her, and asked, "It's so late, and you're still not asleep? Are you out here alone, admiring the moon?" Seeing the person she cared about, her face suddenly flushed, and she shyly replied, "I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I came out to get some fresh air." "What about you? Why are you here so late? Don't tell me you're not interested in that anymore? I'm not a woman who's easy." Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, it's not about that. I just came to borrow some money." This answer left Dracula stunned, and then she laughed softly, replying, "Oh,
I must have overthought things, didn't I? After a moment, she froze, suddenly realizing something, and stiffened. Wait, did you just say you want to borrow money?
Su Xianbai then explained the story behind his request to Dracula. After hearing him out, she understood and agreed to lend him the money. However, it wasn't a small amount, and she set a condition. All right, I'll lend you the money, but there's one condition. You must stay with me for 3 days. If you agree, I'll give you the money. Upon hearing this proposal, Su Xianbai couldn't help but think of inappropriate ideas. 3 days with you? Are you asking me to sell myself for the money? Doesn't that mean I'll end up as your sugar boy? Hearing these words, Dracula was startled and hurriedly explained, it's not about forcing you to do that with me. It's just a walk and a bite to eat, like a normal date. As she spoke, she shyly added, consider this money my sponsorship for you. You don't have to pay it back. Upon hearing the word date, Su Xianbai's face suddenly flushed. He thought to himself, a date? Dracula is asking me out on a date? Before he could regain his composure, Dracula spoke again. Su Xianbai, are you refusing? Is it because I'm too old, so you don't want to? Or do you think I'm too old and not your type? She looked aggrieved, mocking herself, an old woman like me, still dreaming of dating a young man. How ridiculous. Seeing this, Su Xianbai hurriedly explained, it's not like what you think. You're still holding up just fine. But Dracula still seemed unconvinced. She glanced at him and said, compared to beauties like Bayumo or Lilith, how could I possibly compete? Su Xianbai's face turned red, and he stammered, you're very beautiful. His compliment made Dracula overjoyed. Smiling, she asked, really? Then what about the date? Before she could finish speaking, Su Xianbai hurriedly agreed, interrupting, of course, I agree. It's an honor for me. Su Xianbai's agreement made Dracula, our queen, so happy that she nearly froze in place. She smiled and said, you're reciprocating my feelings, don't lie to me now. Su Xianbai, with a very serious expression, responded, trust me, I won't lie to you. The scene shifts to the next morning. Su Xianbai was getting ready to leave the house when Ping Er called out, have fun. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her, make sure to keep an eye on that bait. It's very sly. Suddenly, a voice calling his name made Su Xianbai start and look toward the source of the sound. It was Dracula, dressed in a casual outfit, with a baby pink off-shoulder top that revealed her full, alluring chest. Paired with short shorts, the outfit accentuated her long legs and tiny waist. She looked confident, youthful, and fresh like an 18-year-old girl, vibrant and full of life. She waved at Su Xianbai and said, good morning, Xianbai. I specially came to pick you up. Seeing her in this appearance, Su Xianbai couldn't help but be surprised. He stared, astonished, and asked, Dracula, why are you dressed like this? I almost didn't recognize you. Noticing Su Xianbai's reaction, Dracula shyly covered her mouth with her hand and, with a bashful tone, asked, what's wrong? Do I look strange? I put on special makeup to look younger for our date today. If you don't like it, I can change. Dracula's youthful, energetic appearance made Su Xianbai so embarrassed that his face turned as red as a tomato. He didn't dare to look directly at her, only glancing elsewhere before saying, it's fine, it's fine. You look quite good, actually. But in the end, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Dracula. Deep down, he thought to himself, normally, Dracula is a majestic queen, but I never expected that with makeup on, she would transform into such a beautiful little beauty. The two of them got into the sports car and sped down the street. At this moment, Su Xianbai asked, Dracula, where are you taking me? She replied, today, I'll be just a regular person, taking you to a place I've never been before. After we get there, you're not allowed to laugh at me, okay? We'll have fun together. While speaking, she cast a flirtatious glance at the male lead. The two of them headed to the amusement park, and upon seeing the bustling scene of people, Su Xianbai cheerfully said, oh, it's a water park? So the place I've always wanted to visit is actually here. At this moment, she wore sunglasses to avoid being recognized by others. She replied, "Yeah, I've always wanted to come here, but because of my identity, I'm afraid people would gossip if they saw me."
Su Xianbai then responded, "You've really chosen the right place. You might not believe it, but the truth is, I've never been to a water park for some reason. This experience is actually quite fun."
Upon hearing this, her heart bloomed with happiness, and she smiled with squinted eyes.
It turned out Su Xianbai also had many interesting memories.
A little while later, some people started recognizing them. Two girls, seeing Su Xianbai, whispered to each other, "Look, that's definitely Su Xianbai."
"Who's the girl next to him? She's really pretty, could they be on a date? But this girl looks so familiar, doesn't she?"
Seeing that people were paying attention to them, Su Xianbai thought to himself, "Dracula is attracting too much attention, I can't let them recognize her." So, he boldly grabbed the goddess's hand and pulled her through the crowd.
"Let's go quickly, I want to play." Seeing Su Xianbai suddenly hold her hand, Dracula was startled and thought to herself, "We're holding hands now? Why is it so sudden?"
The two of them experienced many rides together, from the carousel to the swinging ride and the slide, but they remained shy, not speaking a word to each other. By the time it was late, they were walking along an empty road, and Dracula felt uneasy.
She thought to herself, "If this continues, I'll definitely feel awkward. I need to find something to talk about."
Meanwhile, Su Xianbai walked silently beside her, not knowing what to say. At that moment, Dracula took the initiative to speak. "Today wasn't very fun, not like I imagined." As soon as she said it, she was startled and thought to herself, "Oh my god, why did I say what I was thinking?"
Su Xianbai then shyly responded, "Maybe it's because we had too many expectations, so we ended up feeling a little disappointed. How about we see if there's something interesting ahead?" Hearing this, Dracula immediately agreed, "Alright, I'll follow your lead." Just as she finished speaking, their eyes unintentionally stopped at a hotel. Su Xianbai hesitantly said, "Is this also for a date?" The hotel appeared unexpectedly and at just the right moment, as if it had materialized to resolve the situation when both of them didn't know what to do next. However, Dracula seemed a little embarrassed and said, Su Xianbai, how about we keep going forward and see what's ahead?" Su Xianbai nodded in agreement, "Sure, it's still early anyway."
So the two of them continued walking, but the road was lined with hotels. Su Xianbai noticed and said, "Wow, this is strange, why are there so many hotels?"
"They're all Star Place hotels, isn't there any other kind of business around here?"
Dracula hesitated before replying, "I'm not exactly sure about that, but I'll look into it after my vacation ends." Suddenly, the sky seemed to cooperate, as dark clouds quickly gathered, thunder rumbled across the sky, and a heavy rain suddenly poured down, catching both of them off guard and soaking them completely.
Su Xianbai raised his hand to catch the rain, saying, "Why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden?"
There was no forecast at all. At this point, Dracula spoke up, "My clothes are all soaked now." She said this while hugging her soft white bunny bag, which had also gotten wet.
Seeing this, Su Xianbai asked in concern, "What should we do now?"
"Let me take you home through the portal, I really wasn't paying attention." Unexpectedly, the girl Dracula pulled Su Xianbai's sleeve and said, "Wait a minute, Su Xianbai.
My vacation isn't easy to come by, and I don't want to waste it." Hearing this, Su Xianbai finally understood her intention.
After that, the two decided to rent a hotel room. While Dracula went to take a shower, Su Xianbai felt extremely confused. He thought to himself, "Finally, we've rented a room. This is the first time I'm doing this with a girl, and she's the king of Star Spirit, no less. Although we've had physical contact before, the atmosphere right now still makes people feel tense." As he thought this, he glanced at the bathroom and saw the alluring figure of the queen, which made an indescribable feeling surge through his body. In the bathroom, the king of Star Spirit was cleaning herself. Suddenly, Dracula remembered the conversation with Wu Yu. Wu Yu had said to her, "Now that you're in love, if you truly love him, be brave and pursue him. That kid is still so clueless, you have to be more proactive, or someone else will take the chance."
Following Wu Yu's advice, Dracula decided to practice.
After finishing her shower, she gently stepped out of the bathroom and called out to Su Xianbai. He heard her call, startled and confused. He asked, "Are you done with your shower?"
Dracula responded, I'm done. You should come back and admire my body.
Su Xianbai gently glanced in her direction, only to see Dracula draped in a delicate bath towel, accentuating her smooth, flawless skin, with curves in all the right places, her long, silky legs unmarred by a single mosquito bite.
Dracula looked at Su Xianbai with her sparkling blue eyes and softly asked, "Do you like the way I look?"
The question left Su Xianbai stunned, staring blankly at her body without knowing what to say.
He could only mumble in response.
Before Su Xianbai could collect his thoughts, Dracula skillfully untied the bath towel, revealing her entire body.
She hesitated for a moment before asking, "So, what do you think now? Do you like it? I want to hear what's on your mind."
The scene before him, like a beautiful dream, left Su Xianbai feeling empty. The more he looked, the more captivated he became, and in the end, he could only respond in a dazed voice, "I like it.
I really like it." On this side, Wu Yu had to take over Dracula's duties, managing everything while also worrying about her friend. "Dracula, are you really able to handle this whole dating thing? If you can't let go of the arrogant demeanor of the King of Star Spirit, you might be forever alone. This time, don't care about what others think. For your own happiness, try again. Don't disappoint me, Dracula."
Meanwhile, over by Su Xianbai and Dracula, she boldly pressed Su Xianbai down beneath her.
The male protagonist, now as obedient as a puppy, lay still, resigned to his fate. He thought to himself, "Is there no way out for me now?" Dracula began breathing heavily and said, "I regret it, Su Xianbai. Let's date for 3 days. Let's stay here and date." Upon hearing this proposal, Su Xianbai was startled and flustered, but he didn't refuse. He replied, "But I haven't showered yet." At this point, the King of Star Spirit didn't care about such trivial details. She said, "Don't worry about those little things." With that, she pounced on him, her fiery movements scattering clothes in all directions. The scene shifted to a pyramid emitting a powerful sonic wave. A purple eye slowly opened. A person wearing a black cloak said, "I can sense it now, that's the wavelength of the ancestor rank predator." After its wavelength appeared temporarily, it disappeared again. A person sitting beside asked, "Where is the Dark Emperor?" The cloaked figure replied, "I've tried my best, but I can't sense the wavelength of the Dark Emperor." When Yu, now angry, took a bite of an apple and said, "Humph, where was the last place Ling Kuan's wavelength appeared? Take me there right now." The cloaked figure answered, "It's another origin, far away. I don't think this is so simple. Perhaps we should wait for the elder to sober up and discuss it when he returns." However, when Yu ignored the other's words, showing only anger as he said, "Humph, as long as there's an ancestor rank predator there, the Dark Emperor must be there too. I've been waiting for news about him for decades now. I can't wait any longer. If you don't want to fight me, then take me there now. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing Wen Yu's anger, the person in the black cloak had no choice but to compromise. He sighed and said, "Do as you wish, I won't argue with you." 3 days later, a glaring yellow spatial rift appeared in the sky above Killing Island. It released a massive energy beam down to the ground, signaling the arrival of Wen Yu. He spoke, "Ling Kuan must have appeared here. I can indeed sense some of its wavelengths, but they are merely traces of remnants left behind. It seems it has been defeated. What's unexpected is that there are people here who can stop the 10 divine beasts, the Dark Emperor. But now that I've arrived, this can no longer happen. I will make sure the Dark Emperor is reborn once again." At the hotel, Su Xianbai and Dracula had just finished after 3 days and nights. The boy lay on the bed, panting heavily, completely satisfied. Dracula spoke, his voice full of gratitude, "These past 3 days have truly been exhausting for you. This may be the happiest time of my life. Now, I feel so full of energy, as if I've returned to my 18-year-old self. It feels amazing. Moreover, after absorbing your energy, my strength seems to have made a breakthrough."
Hearing this, Su Xianbai responded, last time on Killing Island, my energy hadn't been fully absorbed by you. But perhaps thanks to the effort over these 3 days, the energy in my body has now reached a perfect balance with my physique. I've grown stronger than before. This could be considered a form of cultivation, right? Hearing the words cultivate, the King of Star Spirit became so angry that her body trembled slightly. She quickly turned to look at Su Xianbai and asked, cultivate? Then her expression softened, full of affection, and she asked, so, if there's ever a chance for cultivation like that in the future, could you come to find me? This proposal left Su Xianbai stunned. He asked again, are you serious? Have we not satisfied you even after 3 days and nights? Seeing this, she put on a seductive expression, lightly touching his face, and said, you've already seduced my heart. Dracula, for the rest of my life, I only want to cultivate with you. The small, soft hand on his face made his heart beat unnaturally fast. He thought to himself, why is my heart beating so fast? This feeling should be happening to her, not me. Have I been caught in her trap? At that moment, Dracula moved closer and whispered, Su Xianbai, I've fallen in love with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed a passionate kiss to his lips. Outside, the crowd was buzzing with conversation. Is this real or fake? Did I see that right? When did their relationship develop to this point? This is definitely the hottest gossip of the century. King of Star Spirit and Su Xianbai walked hand in hand, a couple in the early stages of love, always in this kind of state. Indeed, they were a perfect match of beauty and talent. Su Xianbai truly commanded admiration. Noticing the many people talking about them, Su Xianbai turned toward the young lady Dracula and asked, is it fine not to wear glasses? Others might recognize you. The young lady answered gently, I've come to think more freely. I just need to be by his side, I don't care about anything else. This is my business, and others have no right to interfere. At the same time, in a corner of the continent, the intelligence agents sent by Wu Yu finally found what they had been looking for. A man and a woman approached and said, we've found it. The ancestor-level guy has fired a total of 9 beams. This is one of them. The girl in the witch's outfit was Bo Lulu. As soon as she smelled the scent coming from the fruit of the Sling, she spoke in disgust, it's truly disgusting, it still carries the scent of a predator. It seems these 9 rays of light are actually the 9 eggs laid by this giant fish. The platinum-haired man continued, the giant fish is a mammal, it doesn't lay eggs. This is likely the newborn of an ancestor-rank predator. Hearing this explanation, the witch girl appeared somewhat embarrassed, her expression indicating that she was deep in thought. She thought to herself, although he makes some sense, why is he so arrogant? If he hadn't helped me on Killing Island, there's no way I would have listened to him. At this moment, the platinum-haired boy said, go get that thing, take it back to Star Place, and the mission will be complete. Upon hearing the platinum-haired boy's command, the girl in the witch's outfit was stunned, letting out a small sound of surprise, why do I have to go get it? I'm a girl, you know. Hearing this, the boy pushed his glasses up arrogantly with one hand and said, sorry, I have a habit of cleanliness. I can't touch dirty things like that. The girl could only feel resentful and angry, flying toward the gem on her broom while inwardly complaining, why did I have to choose someone like him as a partner? He doesn't understand anything about cherishing the beauty at all. Damn, this is so frustrating. At that moment, the platinum-haired boy suddenly realized something felt off, it seemed like someone was standing behind him. He glanced over his shoulder but saw no one. Puzzled, he murmured, was that just my imagination? Meanwhile, a girl in a red dress was hiding behind a tree, thinking to herself, well done, Wei Yang. You should be colder toward other girls. And to think she tried to use her name to get close to our Wei Yang, what a joke. Long Yin said, don't worry, because he won't be able to take anyone's child away from their mother. At that moment, Bibrulu approached the egg, using her power to lift the foul-smelling object off the stone, then turned back to call out to Long Wei Yang, I've finished handling it, let's go back and wait for further orders. Suddenly, at that moment, he realized something and shouted, Bibrulu, watch out behind you. When she startled and turned around, she saw that Wen Yu had been standing there for who knows how long. His appearance shocked her, and she thought to herself, who is this person? Why didn't I sense him at all? Is his target also this egg? Seeing them, Wen Yu sneered and said, so it's just a bunch of low-level humans, and you dare to touch the property of the Dark Emperor? As he looked arrogantly, he continued, why haven't you stopped yet? He then swung his weapon, slashing toward the two of them, but Wei Yang managed to block it. He reassured Bibrulu, don't be afraid, I'm here. He immediately cast triple-layered frost shield. Seeing Wei Yang fighting to protect her, the witch didn't want to appear inferior, so she spoke up, I'm coming too. Magic protective shield. Together, they fought back against Wen Yu, but their strength was no match for him. After a brief battle, Wei Yang and Bibrulu were struck by Wen Yu, sending them flying far before crashing into a rocky wall. The sorceress immediately apologized, saying, I've dragged you into this. If you hadn't come to help, I wouldn't have let you end up in such a sorry state. Upon hearing this, Wei Yang coughed painfully a few times, replying, now is not the time for such things. The important thing right now is to figure out how to deal with that damned bastard. Before the two could steady themselves, Wen Yu landed on the ground, raised her hand to take the egg-shaped stone, and asked, why do you want to use something from the Dark Emperor to deal with him? What does this have to do with you? Did he send you here? Answer my question honestly, and I'll consider sparing you. At that moment, Wei Yang struggled to get up and said to the sorceress, this guy's strength is not ordinary. The two of us are no match for him. I'll find a way to hold him off. You should use this chance to escape. Upon hearing Wei Yang's words, the sorceress firmly refused, saying, how can I leave? I will fight alongside you. But Wei Yang continued, please listen to me. If you don't, neither of us will survive. If I die, please handle this matter with Longyan. Tell her I've already forgiven her. Hearing these words, Wei Yang made Bibrulu unable to control his tears, silently blaming this foolish person. Seeing the two of them like this, when you spoke up, it seems like you don't want to answer me. This is not a wise choice. If you want to seek death, then I will grant it to you. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared from somewhere in the sky and struck near them. At the same time, Wei Yang's mother appeared. She stood in front of the two, looking heroic, her face full of anger as she said, who do you think you're going to answer to? As soon as he saw the person in front of him, Wen Yu showed some disdain and replied, another one seeking death? Not bad, seems more interesting than these two kids. You're the one who killed Ling Kuan, right? But before he could finish his sentence, he was hit with a punch, his mouth twisted, and sauce sprayed everywhere. The immense power sent him flying 7,740 meters away. The woman in the red dress shouted, I am his mother. The power of maternal love is truly terrifying, shaking the heavens and the earth. The woman was still very angry, saying, dare to touch my precious child? Even if you're the heavens themselves, I won't forgive you. The two witnesses to this scene froze in place. The witch thought to herself, isn't she the mother of Long Wei Yang? She's really too powerful. But when Wei Yang saw his mother appear here, he looked very surprised and asked, why are you here, Mom? Seeing Wei Yang ask, the mother pretended and said, I was just out for a walk, and suddenly ran into you. But as soon as she said that, she suddenly realized something was off. Wait, did I hear that wrong? Did Wei Yang just call me Mom? It's been such a long time since he called me that. Just that one word Mom made the woman feel utterly joyful, it's so touching, I could die from it. Just hearing Mom made me feel filled with hope. This is the light of love. But just as the mother-son emotions were rising, Wen Yu suddenly barged in and interrupted. He seemed very angry and shouted, haven't tasted the punch of a fist in a while? If you're just here to entertain me, you're strong, but still weaker than the one who killed Ling Kuan. You're not the one I'm looking for, and I have no reason to kill you. Hearing Wen Yu's sarcastic words, Wei Yang's mother was confused and thought to herself, what the hell is this person trying to do? Unexpectedly, Wen Yu suddenly laughed loudly, woman, come here with me, and in the future, we will bear strong children together.
Hearing these words made Wei Yang's mother truly furious. She exhaled toxic breaths filled with rage, and her power spread throughout her entire body. Her eyes flashed, her strength enveloped her, and she growled, "Stop spouting nonsense. Who do you think you are to demand that I bear a child for you? Having Wei Yang is more than enough for me."
At that moment, her body radiated a dazzling, blinding glow.
Witnessing this overwhelming power, the witch couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable! Is this truly your mother's strength? She seems to love you a lot." But Wei Yang remained silent, unsure of what to say.
On the other side, Wen Yu was also bewildered, thinking to himself, "This power feels so familiar.
Could this woman be?" Right then, Wei Yang's mother transformed into an archangel.
It turned out that she was an S9 rank star guard, with her true form being that of an archangel. Long Yen said, "It's been a long time since I've used my abilities. Today, I might as well use you as practice."
Seeing this, Wen Yu seemed to realize something and immediately said, "An archangel? This is the power of divine blessing. Looks like I now have a reason to kill you." At the same time, at the Star Place Research Institute, Ling Kuan's model was finally successfully crafted.
The male protagonist looked towards Ling Kuan's model and complimented, "This body, you've really made it beautiful." Meanwhile, Ling Kuan, within the plastic fish body, had eyes that sparkled like stars upon witnessing the model of their own body.
It couldn't contain its excitement and exclaimed, "This is amazing! A body made of titanium alloy would be perfect. This is my new body."
Seeing Ling Kuan so excited, Su Xianbai immediately set a condition. "First of all, it's not yours yet.
You need to tell me everything about the infinity of darkness. If you satisfy me, this body will be yours." The fish thought to itself, "Sorry, the Dark Emperor, no one can resist a body made of such exquisite titanium alloy. Yeah, it's really easy to be tempted."
Then it began to tell the story of the ancient times, when Earth was still a chaotic mass.
Back then, two great angels were born. One was the angel of the gift of light, the Holy Light Emperor, and the other was the angel of the infinity of darkness, the Emperor of Darkness. The Holy Light Emperor spread light to all things, bringing life to the world. The Emperor of Darkness once again drew the energy from all things, causing the world to fall into death. It was precisely because the principles of the two were different. The Holy Light Emperor and the Emperor of Darkness had also fought many times. Their war eventually evolved into a conflict between two forces, and as soon as this battle began, it became a 100-year-long war. In the end, the Dark Emperor was no longer a match for the Holy Light Emperor, to the point where his body was destroyed. In order to rise again in the future, we, the 10 sacred beasts, exerted all our strength, and finally succeeded in protecting the heart of the Emperor of Darkness, the infinity of darkness. We wanted to take him away from the battlefield, to find a place full of life to replenish his energy. But something happened. In order to stop the Dark Emperor, she too had abandoned her physical body, summoning all her strength and sealing the dark heart with her own. Because the light heart sealed ours, our power became unstable, and eventually created a rift in the world. Then, we crossed over to this world. And because of our arrival, the dimension experienced some abnormalities. It was from here that the flesh-eating creatures appeared, and from this point onward, humans began to develop supernatural abilities. Upon hearing the story told by Ling Kuan, Su Xianbai said, "So, the person really knows how to shift the blame cleanly, huh? Is it really just a coincidence that we crossed over here?" Hearing Su Xianbai's words, Ling Kuan appeared naive, not understanding what was going on. He panicked and said, "What do you mean by that? I don't understand anything." At this moment, the male protagonist looked toward Ling Kuan and continued, "You all are eyeing this continent, aren't you? The energy of this continent is so abundant that it could resurrect the Dark Emperor, am I wrong?" Hearing Su Xianbai's words, which seemed to hit the mark, Ling Kuan was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. He thought to himself, "He's really sharp, there's nothing I can hide from him." After listening for a while, Dracula finally spoke up, "The 10 sacred beasts you mentioned, are they you and those 9 beams of light? All of you are ancient-level carnivorous beasts, right? What is your relationship with the Dark Emperor?" Seeing Ling Kuan remain silent, Su Xianbai threatened, "Spill it quickly, or I'll turn you all into fish fillets."
Upon hearing this, Ling Kuan hurriedly reassured, "Don't worry, I'll tell you everything. I'm just a pet of the Dark Emperor, but I'm also his vessel."
Upon hearing the words vessel, Dracula was confused.
At this moment, Ling Kuan continued to explain, "The Dark Emperor's power is to steal and absorb the strength of all things. Although he is a god of the earth, he doesn't possess unlimited power." Ling Kuan said, "We are his vessels, so we bear the responsibility, not the power. As long as he needs us, we will willingly offer our strength at any time. Therefore, it is only when the 10 sacred beasts gather and pour all their strength into the dark heart that he can be awakened."
Hearing this explanation, Dracula thought to himself, "So this guy is just a vessel? More like a battery charger. Although you little ones contain his power, he doesn't treat us like the Dark Emperor. I've absorbed a lot of Xianbai's power, but he never treated me like a charging device." She shyly glanced at him. Meanwhile, Su Xianbai, looking angry, said to Ling Kuan, "I am your master now. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Do you understand?" The more she looked at him, the more enchanted she became, thinking, "Because I am a friend of Xianbai, and moreover, I am growing stronger." The fish, now subdued by its titanium alloy body, shouted, "Xianbai is the master." "Master, I have something I must remind you. The dual cores inside your body are incredibly powerful. They are your gift, but also your curse. The Dark Emperor and the Holy Light Emperor are both within you. Once this information leaks out, you will become the common enemy of both the Imperial Guard of the Dark Emperor and the Crusaders of the Holy Light. At that point, you will fall into a deadly cycle of pursuit and danger." Hearing that, Su Xianbai just snorted lightly and said, "So it turns out I'm the final target, huh? Anyway, it's not like there's just 1 or 2 people targeting me, let them be. Let's see what they can actually do in the end." Looking at his confident demeanor, a sudden voice called out, "Su Xianbai. I've been looking for you for a long time." He turned to look and saw it was Lucifer. Upon seeing her, Xianbai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Lucifer, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Lucifer's body was burning with heat, sweat dripping down her face. She was panting heavily, her voice fragmented, "My left chest. My left chest feels uncomfortable." As she spoke, she touched her chest, looking both alluring and anxious. Hearing this, Dracula furrowed his brows, his face showing displeasure, and coldly said, "If your chest isn't feeling well, go see a doctor. Why are you calling Su Xianbai?" Realizing Dracula had misunderstood, Lucifer hurriedly explained, "You're misunderstanding. It's not what you think. I feel like a huge force just descended, and this power feels very familiar, like it comes from a part of my origin. That's why I feel uneasy." Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai fell silent, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, he slowly said, "The power you're sensing. It's similar to the infinity of darkness that I have." After hearing the explanation, Dracula felt less worried. She secretly thought, "That was really scary, I almost thought they were here to steal my Su Xianbai." At this moment, Su Xianbai continued, "This power of hers shares the same origin as hers, which means it shares the same origin with me. According to Ling Kuan's information, this power is most likely the guard of the Dark Emperor. Your master must not reveal his whereabouts, or else it will be the end." Ling Kuan interrupted. Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai became extremely angry and shouted, "You bastard, I don't need you cutting me off. Besides, they've come right to my door, how could I just shrink back? Find that guard, I have to face them at least once." Seeing this strong demeanor, Lucifer was momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "Such charm, his presence makes it impossible for me to resist." Over at Wen Yu and Long Yen, the two were preparing for a fierce battle. Long Yen said, "You'd better watch closely, see how my mother handles that stubborn fool." She thought for a moment before replying, "Bring it on." Seeing the surge of angelic light, Wen Yu silently thought, "Showing off power. This type of attack won't hit us." All that could be seen was a gigantic ball rushing towards Wen Yu, but he quickly dodged it.
In his mind, he thought, the power is strong enough, but the speed is still a little slow. While Wenyu was still underestimating his opponent and turned to see where Long Yan was, she suddenly appeared right in front of him. Her long, powerful legs kicked out, accompanied by a cold voice, "What are you looking at?" Long Yan's sudden appearance left Wenyu completely stunned. He thought to himself, impossible. How could she get to me so quickly? Before he could react, a crushing kick landed on his face, sending him flying straight down as if he had fallen into the depths of hell. Long Yan, still speaking with a tone full of anger, coldly said, "I don't know why, but from the first time I saw you, I felt an intense disgust. This feeling is exactly like when I see that person. I can't control the urge to crush you now. So, let's end this with this move." She shouted loudly, "Angel of light, holy light rains down." Immediately, thousands of brilliant rays shot towards Wenyu. On the other side, Wei Yang watched the entire battle, speechless and in shock. In his heart, he thought, "I can't believe my mother is this strong. Is this really all her power? At this rate, she's way beyond the SN9 level." After launching the attack, the ground was destroyed, creating a large crater. Long Yan stood at the edge of the crater, secretly satisfied as she thought, "Wei Yang, I hope I haven't disappointed you this time. With this level of destruction, that bastard should have been dead by now." Looking down below, she saw the image of Wenyu being pinned down. However, Wenyu's eyes were wide open, confused. He silently thought to himself, "I've gotten myself into a big mess. I need to unlock my energy quickly." Suddenly, a brilliant beam of purple light shot down from the sky. Long Yan was shocked, both surprised and angry, thinking, "What's going on? He's not dead yet, and still has an escape route?" It turned out that in order to traverse the dimensions, Wenyu had to seal off a portion of his power. The previous attack from Long Yan had only destroyed 3/4 of his strength. At this moment, Wenyu appeared incredibly arrogant, sneering coldly as he spoke to Long Yan, "Next, I'll show you what true hell feels like." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger at Long Yan, and a beam of purple light shot out, piercing through her arm. Long Yan, caught off guard, had her arm instantly severed from her body. She was horrified, unable to believe her eyes as she looked down at the severed limb. "No way." Long Yan trembled as she clutched her bloodied arm, her eyes burning with a mix of anger and pain. She thought to herself, "Damn it. I absolutely cannot fall. If I fall, Wei Yang will have no one to protect him." On the other side, when Wei Yang saw his mother severely injured, he became filled with rage. His hands clenched tightly, his strength reaching its peak. He shouted loudly, "You bastard! I will not forgive you." Brulu, standing beside him, tried to calm him down. "Long Wei Yang, calm down. You're no match for him." But in that moment, Wei Yang paid no attention to anyone's advice. He tightened his grip on his weapon, gathered all his strength, and flew straight toward Wenyu, shouting, "Now I will deal with you." Seeing her son charge forward, disregarding the danger to protect her, Long Yan was both shocked and panicked. She screamed to stop him, "Don't do it, Wei Yang. Don't risk your life like this." However, Wei Yang's actions only made Wenyu more contemptuous. He sneered, mocking, "Foolish humans. You want to find a way to die?" Without hesitation, Wei Yang unleashed his ultimate ice funeral. A massive block of ice suddenly appeared, freezing Wenyu's entire body. Wei Yang gripped his scythe tightly, preparing to land a finishing blow, shouting, "You'll pay for this right now." But just as the scythe was about to strike, a purple laser shot out from the block of ice. It pierced through Wei Yang's body, rendering him unable to resist. Blood splattered everywhere as his body collapsed to the ground. Witnessing her son's defeat, Long Yan was consumed with rage. She screamed in agony, "Wei Yang! You bastard Wenyu, let my Wei Yang go!" The ice block, under Wenyu's power, gradually began to crack. His figure remained intact. With a calm demeanor, he spoke. "You truly overestimate yourselves. Even if you all join forces, you still can't stop me. Why not offer your strength to the divine beast instead?
Becoming a part of the divine beast is only possible thanks to the rebirth of the Dark Emperor. For insignificant humans like you, this is a great honor. At that moment, Long Yen was consumed by rage. She unleashed a massive energy sphere and hurled it straight at Wen Yu, shouting, "Shut up! Stop spouting nonsense! I'll cut you into 100 pieces." But before the sphere could reach him, Wen Yu swung a sharp spear toward Long Yen. The spear strike sliced through her attack, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. Witnessing her mother's defeat, Wei Yan also charged forward, but her fate was no different. Mother and daughter both fell, utterly defeated. The witch standing nearby could no longer stand idly by. She cursed under her breath. "Damn it! Today, I'll risk everything against you." She then began chanting a spell. Within moments, a radiant golden sphere appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Wen Yu was momentarily surprised and muttered, "What the hell is that?" It turned out to be the Great Fireball technique. However, upon closer inspection, he scoffed in disdain. "You think petty tricks like this can take me on?" With that, Wen Yu inhaled deeply, absorbing the golden sphere into his mouth. He smirked and murmured, "Truly, hoist with one's own petard." Then, he exhaled the fireball straight toward the witch. Seeing the fireball hurtling towards her, the witch was stunned, so frightened that she couldn't move. All she could think to herself was, "It's over. I can't defeat this guy." In the end, all three of them were defeated, lying helplessly under Wen Yu's hands. He stepped on Long Yan's body, causing her to cough up blood and scream miserably, "Eh." Seeing this, Wen Yu was exceedingly pleased with himself. He smirked, "You share the same source of power as the Holy Light Emperor? How disgusting. Time to start the sacrifice with you." Long Yen, seeing the hopeless situation, silently apologized in her heart, "Wei Yang, I couldn't protect you. I'm so sorry." Just as Wen Yu's spear was about to pierce Long Yan's body, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Wen Yu, irritated that someone was in his way, turned to shout, "Who dares to block me?" When he recognized that the newcomer was Su Xianbai, his gaze subtly shifted. He thought to himself, "When did this person arrive? How did I not sense him?" Su Xianbai shouted loudly, "You're grown up and still fighting? Are you tired of living?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Yu suddenly felt his heart race inexplicably. A strange thought flashed through his mind, could it be that I've fallen in love with him? He immediately broke into a cold sweat, stepped back several paces, and thought to himself, "What's going on? What is this sound? Is it my heartbeat?" Realizing something was off, Wen Yu quickly leaped several thousand feet away from Su Xianbai. Wen Yu appeared to be extremely vigilant, continuously wondering to himself, "What's wrong with me? Why is this happening? My heart is racing, am I afraid?" Moreover, Su Xianbai's grip was incredibly strong. Just a signal from him made Wen Yu's hand tremble. Although the man appeared outwardly calm, why did Wen Yu feel such fear towards him deep inside? This feeling was truly strange. Wen Yu continued questioning in his mind, what about his breath? It feels both familiar and repulsive at the same time. Even in his dying moments, Long Yan still worried about his son, silently praying, "Don't die, Wei Yang, don't die." Meanwhile, Wei Yang and the little witch stared wide-eyed, breathing heavily, unable to speak, utterly confused by Su Xianbai's sudden appearance. At this moment, Su Xianbai spoke coldly, "You're the guard of the Dark Emperor, aren't you? You really are quite ruthless." When you heard that Su Xianbai knew his identity, it was as if something clicked in his mind. He asked aloud, "You know who I am? So it seems that you're the one who killed Ling Kuan." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "We'll take care of the wounded. You definitely need to deal with this bastard." When you turned around and saw Dracula and Lucifer riding on Ling Kuan, ready to back up Su Xianbai. When he saw that Ling Kuan was carrying Su Xianbai's people, when you felt a surge of panic. He stood there, dumbfounded, with wide eyes and an open mouth, unable to comprehend what was happening. "Ling Kuan? Isn't he supposed to be dead? And who exactly are these two?
A person stood there, radiating the power of the gift of light, while the other emanated the energy of the Dark Emperor. When you couldn't understand why they stood next to each other without anything happening. This feeling was so strange, as if two opposing strongmen had somehow come together in an inexplicable harmony. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Before Wenyu could react, Su Xianbai quickly moved forward and delivered a powerful punch, sending Wenyu flying far away, spitting out blood.
Su Xianbai smirked and said, "Seems like you're wondering the same thing, huh?"
Wenyu was astonished, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Su Xianbai shift to stand right in front of him within mere moments.
He asked in disbelief, "How can you be so fast? Is this the speed that humans can possess?"
Su Xianbai smiled lightly, and with a punch that appeared gentle but contained immense strength, he sent Wenyu flying 100 meters, crashing into the cliffside. Wenyu coughed and hacked, quietly marveling to himself, so, not only his speed, but his strength is terrifying as well. Before he could regain his senses, Su Xianbai had already flown over and landed in front of Wenyu. He stood there, coldly staring into Wenyu's eyes, and said, after being hit so many times, "You must have figured it out by now, right?" Su Xianbai casually walked towards Wenyu, who was lying collapsed against the cliff, muttering, "Do you hear me? Do you know who I am?" Meanwhile, Su Xianbai began to emanate the power of the Dark Emperor, making the air around them heavy and oppressive. Seeing this power, Wenyu could only stare in shock and disbelief. He thought to himself, "This feeling. It can only be the Dark Emperor. This person is the Dark Emperor." Wenyu hastily knelt at Su Xianbai's feet, pleading for mercy for his subordinates.
"Blind as I am, I failed to recognize your majesty.
I, Wenyu, am guilty and deserve to die 1,000 deaths." In his mind, a fleeting thought passed through. Though he had realized this long ago, it had only now become fully clear: humans could not possess power that limited them.
However, if it were His Majesty, everything would make sense.
Though his appearance had changed drastically, the essence of the infinity of darkness remained unchanged. At this moment, Su Xianbai switched to the energy of Guangqi and Si, and asked,
"Weren't you blinded once before? Can't you see me clearly now?" Wenyu, surprised and confused, raised his eyes to look again. Su Xianbai reiterated, "Take a good look. Who do you think I am?"
The brilliant radiance of Su Xianbai made Wenyu stammer as he realized.
"Guangqi and Si, you are the Emperor of Radiant Light. Damn it, you dare to toy with me. Go to hell."
In his fury, Wenyu hurled an energy orb towards Su Xianbai, but to Su Xianbai, the speed was far too slow.
He easily dodged it, feeling utterly indifferent to Wenyu's actions.
At this moment, Wenyu's gaze landed on the jade pendant on Su Xianbai's body.
He hesitantly asked,
"The centers of Holy Light Emperor and the infinity of darkness are both on your body.
Which side are you really on? Who are you?" Hearing Wenyu's question, Su Xianbai merely smiled and replied,
"I am neither the Dark Emperor, your majesty, nor the Holy Light Emperor that you often speak of.
I do not stand with either side.
In fact, I am the one who will crush you, or the power of the Dark Emperor and Holy Light Emperor will merge within the body of Su Xianbai."
Su Xianbai's words terrified Wenyu completely. He thought to himself, "Crush me? This person is really arrogant.
He is very powerful now, I can't face him directly." Then Wenyu decided to play his trick, raised his hand, and shouted loudly,
"Don't get too cocky, killing me won't be easy."
But instead of striking Su Xianbai's body, Wenyu punched the rock, causing the entire mountain to seem as if it were about to explode.
At that moment, he took the opportunity to flee.
As he ran, he felt pleased with himself, thinking, "Ha, that fool has let his guard down. As long as I hide in this forest, even a god wouldn't be able to find me." He continued to think, "That fool spouted nonsense again, not choosing any side.
He thinks he can go up against the Dark Emperor's guards and the Holy Light Emperor's Templar Knights? Truly naive. After all, he's just a frog at the bottom of a well, too naive indeed.
Although I couldn't gather all 10 divine beasts, as long as I send the intelligence from here, he will die without a place to be buried. As for Su Xianbai, after the smoke cleared, Wen Yu was nowhere to be seen, but Su Xianbai appeared completely calm, silently standing with his arms crossed. Looking at him, I said, "You haven't even had the chance to grab your weapon, and you've already fled? Does he think I won't be able to find him if he hides deep in the mountains?" At this moment, Su Xianbai called out, "Where's the sword?" Dracula unexpectedly drew out her sword, and the words from Dracula's chest began to glow. Seeing this, Lucifer was baffled, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Dracula's body started to heat up. She said, "Xianbai is summoning my blood blade, such things should have been mentioned beforehand." Then, from her body, she swiftly summoned the sword made from the blood of her chest, sending it flying toward the south of my main house. Seeing this, the Elven Queen secretly complained. Such a sudden move really put people in an awkward position. Su Xianbai caught the sword with remarkable skill, lifting it up to inspect it, and said, "Dracula, it seems your sword really likes to be held by me. Let me test how strong we are once more." He continued to swing his arms, striking out with basic sword techniques, effortlessly slicing the mountains in half as if cutting through butter. Hearing the loud noises, Wen Yu turned around in panic, sweat pouring down like a stream, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, is this real or fake? How the hell did they still find me, even though I was hiding so well?" Before long, Su Xianbai appeared, saying, "The fox's tail is already exposed, guard the Dark Emperor now." He leaped towards Wen Yu and said, "Don't run anymore, you're sure to die." Realizing he was about to be defeated by Su Xianbai, Wen Yu thought to himself, "Damn it, I've followed the Dark Emperor into battle countless times. Has there ever been a situation this tragic? This is just bullying. I can't die here, especially not at the hands of someone wielding the power of the gift of light." Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Seeing that Wen Yu was so stubborn, Su Xianbai called out, still unwilling to give up. "Why are you so stubborn? Don't blame me if I go hard on you." Meanwhile, Wen Yu had opened a tunnel, preparing to escape. He thought, "I will survive and return. I'll bring back the secrets from here, and then lead the Dark Emperor's guards to wipe all of you out." Seeing Wen Yu preparing to flee, Su Xianbai immediately swung his sword and said, "I already told you that you were bound to die, why didn't you believe me?" Then he used a swift slash to sever Wen Yu's tunnel. At the pyramid, the black-cloaked subordinate standing guard noticed Wen Yu's actions and realized something. Not only did he unlock the energy, but he also forced him to open the tunnel. Could it be that Wen Yu is in danger? Like a thunderstrike, the man in the black cloak couldn't believe his eyes. He said, "How could this be? Wen Yu's bodyguard was killed, and what was transmitted through the tunnel wasn't Wen Yu, but only his bloody head." The three guards who had opened the tunnel were no less shocked. After a while, one of them spoke, "I told you so. We should have waited for the elder to return and decide, but this man acted on his own." Even though Wen Yu's strength isn't at the same level as the team leader, he was still considered one of the strongmen of the guard. Who would have thought he would meet such a tragic end? The right guard, Luo Xian, assessed Su Xianbai through this event. That person has the strength of a strong man. Not only did he kill, but he also sent us the head. She threw her black cloak aside, revealing her long white hair and a beautiful face, with one eye covered. She said to the two remaining guards, "This is an overt challenge to the guards of the Dark Emperor. Aside from the Holy Light Emperor, no one dares to confront us. Immediately summon all the squad leaders. We are subordinates of the Dark Emperor, we cannot allow others to look down on us. Once the Elder returns, we will kill to avenge Wen Yu." At Xianbai's location, he casually slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at Wen Yu's headless corpse and the light trails emanating from it. He thought to himself, "Is this the energy of the guard? It's actually quite a bit, I'll absorb it all." With that, the energy poured into him. Xianbai relished it. After a while, Dracula, standing on a swarm of bats, flew over to Xianbai. She asked, "Have you dealt with him already?" "I still want to help you." He confidently responded, "I can handle him on my own." Dracula successfully landed and said,
here's the situation, Xianbai. Although they were severely injured, I used the blood-stopping technique to stem the bleeding. Their lives are not in danger. Xiaofei has already taken them to the hospital. Su Xianbai breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. It's thanks to you that they're safe. Dracula, a little anxious, said to him, Xianbai, now that the enemy is dealt with, could you return the sword to me? Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her gaze shifted away as she shyly said, you know that sword is also a part of my body. If you keep holding it like this, my body will become weak and helpless. Upon hearing this, Xianbai felt guilty and apologized for taking her belongings without permission. After a while, the two of them sat down and began talking. Xianbai sat on a huge green egg, causing Dracula to have to look up at him. He asked, are you sure there's no problem with us killing the guard of the Dark Emperor? We still don't fully understand the one who declared war on us. Xianbai calmly responded, they've already targeted us, whether we kill the guard or not doesn't really matter. In exchange for this outcome, he slowly shared his thoughts with Dracula, once we show fear, their army will come for us. At that point, the entire star place will be destroyed. On the other hand, if I bring back the head of this one as a warning, it will instill more fear in them, buying us more time. Dracula was increasingly astonished, silently admiring him, impressive. He's thought this through so thoroughly. She then asked him, what do you plan to do next? Su Xianbai patted the egg he was sitting on a few times and replied, we need to awaken this egg first. Then, we'll capture all the predators of ancient level. His face was grim with contemplation, as long as we can get their help, we will have the upper hand. Moreover, we will also have another opportunity to negotiate with the Dark Emperor. This plan of Xianbai's made Dracula somewhat doubtful. Negotiating with the Dark Emperor, could something like that truly succeed? Su Xianbai replied to her, this is just my thought. If it succeeds, we might avoid a large-scale battle, if it succeeds. Before she could finish speaking, Dracula suddenly stood up in anger, shouting loudly, then let's go all in with them. With me here, no one will dare to lay a finger on him. Her reaction startled Xianbai, and he wondered why she had become so suddenly emotional. With a determined look on her face, Dracula said, tell me, what should we do to awaken this egg? I will definitely help you. Su Xianbai hesitated for a moment, and then, feeling a bit guilty, said, we need to go to the state of women to find Bai Umo. These words caused Dracula to lose the confidence she had earlier, becoming confused and trembling as she asked, who are you looking for? At the state of women, Bai Umo was relaxing in the pond. She wondered, it's been so many days already, why hasn't Xianbai come to find me? Could he have forgotten our appointment? The more she thought, the angrier she became. She silently blamed him, you clearly said you would stay with me for 20 days. And now, you want to do whatever you please. Are you planning to break your word? Suddenly, a voice from behind responded to her, who says I want to break my word? Xianbai, holding the giant egg with one hand, stepped out from the teleportation circle. His stance was cool and imposing as he spoke to me, did I not come to find you? The moment she saw him, Bai Umo was so overjoyed that she stood up in excitement, exclaiming, Xianbai, you really came. Every time I need you the most, you always appear. Do you know how lonely I've been during this time? With that, she quickly tossed the giant egg aside. Xianbai followed her lead, discarding the massive egg. Unable to contain herself, she shouted, now, let's fulfill our promise. I can't wait another minute. With her seductive figure and flushed face, Bai Umo gave Xianbai a flirtatious glance and asked, would you like to try the taste of a playful couple? Suddenly, Dracula appeared from nowhere, breaking the atmosphere. Bai Master, you're overthinking, he said. Bai Umo was startled and shocked when she saw him. Dracula stared at Bai Master, and the faint smell of sour vinegar wafted through the air. Xianbai, and I came running all the way to State of Women, not to watch you two take a bath. Xianbai, feeling uneasy, immediately fell silent. In contrast to the two of them, Bai Umo's expression suddenly became excited. So, what do you want? Should the three of us bathe together? Her words immediately flustered Dracula. 3 people bathing together? How could you say such shameless things? Dracula responded, his face full of displeasure. Bayumo smirked triumphantly, what's wrong? Are you scared now? I saw it a long time ago. You have feelings for my Xianbai, don't you? By Xiaoma, should I be the petty one here? The 3 of us bathing together, I won't mind. After all, the more people, the more stimulating, right? After hearing this, Dracula was so stunned that he couldn't speak. Su Xianbai, in his heart, sighed, truly deserving of the title by master. A while later, Dracula coldly replied, stop joking. How could the man I, Dracula, like be shared with others? Besides, as the Star King, I can't bathe in such a small pool. Though he repeatedly rejected with his words, after a while, their clothes were found discarded on the shore. Dracula soaked in the pool, her face flushed with contentment. I never expected such a small pool to have such a special scent, she remarked. Bayumo, on one hand, asked her, though her words said no need, her body was quite honest. Dracula, you've never bathed with Xianbai, have you? She asked, a curious look on her face. Dracula awkwardly replied, what's bathing? I've done far more impressive things. Bayumo, of course, didn't believe her words. She smirked and said, with your hesitant and indecisive personality, what could you possibly have done that's impressive? I think you're just bragging. I'm not like that. Xianbai prefers me to be the one who takes the initiative. Dracula was provoked by this comment, becoming irritable as she retorted, I'm no longer the same as I was before. I've changed so much in order to pursue Xianbai. You wouldn't understand the things between us. Seeing the 2 girls bickering over him, Xianbai felt awkward. How did things end up like this? I didn't come here to watch the 2 of you fight over me. He then spoke up, I'm here because I want to borrow the soul summoner. I needed to lure out more predators, then move their energy to this egg. This is the best way to awaken it. Mentioning the soul summoner, Bayumo immediately thought of Xianpang from before, wasn't it the magic I took from her? A moment later, the flag was taken out and placed beside the giant egg. According to Su Xianbai, this soul summoner required fresh blood to operate, as that was the only way to attract predators from all around. Regarding this, Dracula was completely confident. No problem, leave this to me, she said, then used her power to summon surge blood. Drops of blood enveloped the soul summoner, and the scent of fresh blood spread through the air, dispersing in all directions. The 3 of them stood with their arms crossed, waiting. Su Xianbai told the other 2, all right, from here on, we just need to wait in silence. Right now, I need this more than ever. No matter how many predators come, I will turn them all into my nourishment. To resist the Dark Emperor's army from another dimension, my strength alone isn't enough. I'm not just going to subdue all the ancient level predators, I also want to share my energy with many others. He suddenly called out the names of Dracula, Bayumo, and Lilith, startling the 2 women. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lilith sneezed. He spoke seriously to the 2 people, I want all of you to become stronger with me, to form a team capable of fighting against the Dark Emperor. A while later, a team of demonic predator granite giants, following the scent of blood, arrived at Xianbai's location. The leader looked at the 3 of them with disdain, and everyone from a distance could already smell the strong stench of blood. The result is only a few of you? Truly, you and your family have disappointed me greatly. This little thing isn't even enough for me to use as a toothpick. Without letting him say any more, Bayumo immediately rushed forward, delivering a kick that shattered the leader's head into 100 small stone fragments, while not forgetting to defend his companion. Xianbai is not a small thing, he's one of the strongest in the world. Dracula also drew his sword, leaped into the air, and said, that's right, I can prove it with this little matter. With just a few basic sword strikes, Dracula cleaved one of them into pieces of stone, standing proudly and asserting, I can only say, you will always be able to trust Su Xianbai. The male protagonist, at this moment, stood with his arms crossed next to the soul summoner, calmly watching the 2 girls deal with the stone army.
Suddenly sensing someone approaching, he glanced at them, and in the end, had managed to lure in a few skilled ones. Two loving cats appeared beside the elder brother. No wonder they had such a strange attraction that drew us here. Seems like this flag is up to something. They were divine-level predator twin cats.
The white one was by Ling Ji. It looked at Su Xianbai cautiously. You've lured so many predators here. What exactly are you planning?
The twin sister, the orange cat named Orange Ling Ji, was much more aggressive. Sister, stop wasting words with him. Kill him first, then figure things out.
Su Xianbai coldly glanced at them and said, Kill me? That's quite a bold statement.
Well then, let me see what you're really capable of.
Orange Ling Ji sneered contemptuously. What's with that overly confident tone of yours? You act like you're absolutely certain you won't end up as bait.
She dropped to all fours, her hands bracing on the ground, ready to accelerate. Let me show you a little something, the strongest move of our sister. With that, she immediately moved, her speed so fast it was impossible to see her figure. Su Xianbai remained standing with his arms crossed, watching her flaunting her power, and coldly evaluated, not bad, your speed is so fast that even my eyes can't keep up. Bai Ling Ji stood to one side, watching her younger sister perform, silently evaluating in her heart, my sister can only have speed like this, but it takes a lot of effort.
She's the only one I've ever encountered.
The most exaggerated thing is that her chest has grown way too large, which really hampers her agility. Even though her chest is this big, she still manages such speed. That's really impressive. My sister can't lose to her. Orange Ling Ji moved closer to Su Xianbai, and in the blink of an eye, she had jumped right behind him. She smiled smugly, thinking to herself, fool, are you so scared by my speed that you don't even know which direction to go anymore?
Well then, let me send you to meet the god of death.
Su Xianbai suddenly reached out and grabbed her leg, leaving the cat demon stunned. After that, there was a whirl, and Xianbai grabbed her leg, throwing her to the ground, knocking her unconscious.
Realizing she might have been a bit too harsh, Xianbai waved his hand and said, Sorry, I went a bit overboard.
Seeing her sister defeated in an instant, Bai Ling Ji's smug expression disappeared, and she immediately panicked, calling out, Sister, are you alright?
The orange cat was now unconscious, its mouth foaming, not making a sound.
Bai Ling Ji immediately extended her claws, You bastard, you've completely driven me crazy. Wait until I tear you into 100 pieces. After saying that, she swung her claws at Su Xianbai, executing the frenzied sharp claw tear technique. He looked at her indifferently, this move is not bad. He lightly dodged her claw strikes, still evaluating that they were too slow. Bai Ling Ji, now enraged, thought, how could he dodge my attacks so easily? This is impossible. It looks like I'll have to use that technique. Her eyes shone with a greenish light, and her hand, extending her claws, prepared to strike with the heavenly net and earthly web technique. However, when she launched the attack, the figure in front of her had already vanished.
In an instant, Su Xianbai was behind Bai Ling Ji, no need to struggle anymore.
It's over. He gently struck the back of her neck, causing the white cat to collapse unconscious onto the ground. That night, the predators within 100 miles of the state of Women were all wiped out by the three of them. The energy of these predators was also absorbed by Su Xianbai. The twin cats had transformed into two adorable cats, one white and one orange. When Dracula saw them, her eyes immediately lit up, these cats are so cute, can I take them home as pets? Su Xianbai didn't hesitate to reply, if you like them, I'll give them to you. I didn't absorb all their energy, which is why they look like this.
Dracula happily looked at the two small cats while thanking Xianbai. In contrast to her, Bai Yuemo wondered, why would anyone like these things?
I still prefer bigger pets. After dealing with the predators, Su Xianbai glanced towards the main event of the day. Next up was the important part, the egg of an ancient-level predator. The three of them all turned their attention to the enormous egg, and Bai Yuemo suddenly felt uneasy. Is it really okay to release this monster? Dracula's face flushed bright red. Not only is it fine, but who knows, some indescribable things might even happen. Bai Yuemo gave her a sideways glance. What kind of fun are you talking about? Dracula didn't answer the question. Nothing,
you wouldn't understand even if I told you.
Seeing that an argument was about to break out, Su Xianbai quickly intervened, saying, I'm about to start, you two help me keep watch. Xianbai stood facing the egg and reached out with one hand to touch it, telling himself, I must control the energy precisely. As long as I can reach the level where it can recover, I will stop immediately, that way I can also control it more easily later. He spoke to it, Go outside, divine beast of the Dark Emperor.
The egg immediately developed cracks, then split in two.
A creature shot out from the egg, soaring straight into the sky, leaving only the shell on the ground.
The three of them looked up simultaneously. Has it succeeded? That's another predator ancient level creature.
The ancient bird was currently in its juvenile form, called Depang. Upon being released, it flew several circles in the sky. It's been so long since I've seen the sky.
The feeling of flying is really great.
I truly never expected I would have the chance to soar up into the clouds. The three of them looked up at it flying in circles. That one is extremely excited, completely ignoring our presence.
Xianbai thought, maybe it's been trapped for too long. He shouted at it, Hey, have you had enough flying? If you're done, come down and meet your master. I'm the one who gave you this freedom. The ancient bird looked down at them disdainfully, Master? You humans think you can be my master? Do you think that just because you let me out, you can control me? How naive.
He firmly declared, I have only one master, and that is the Dark Emperor. Dracula reminded him, You'd better get the situation straight. The energy on him was all gathered by those three.
Bayumo immediately grew agitated and cursed at him, That's right, you ungrateful fool. Do you believe I can't kill you within minutes? In contrast to her, Su Xianbai coldly gazed at it.
It seems you still haven't figured out who holds the upper hand here.
I'll give you only one chance. Do you acknowledge this, master?
As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. Looking up, the energy shot straight into the sky, causing the ancient bird to gradually lose its initial confidence.
Is this a trick? Can a mere human really cultivate to such a level? The ancient bird thought. But it quickly realized that mere martial strength alone would not earn its recognition.
I possess supreme vision, able to see through all things. This sight has become so powerful that it perceives the very essence of existence, lies, truth, schemes, and deceptions.
Past lives and the present, I can see them all.
Even the gods in the heavens must reveal their true form before me, let alone mere mortals like you.
One glance from my eye can pierce through your very garments.
Acting on its thoughts, the ancient bird immediately used its vision to see through the three people below. The ancient bird first looked at Bayumo, noticing the clothes she wore underneath.
Umo wondered what he was doing. That guy has been glaring at us for a while now, what does he actually want? Umo asked.
Dracula responded, I don't know, but there's something strange about his gaze. It feels like there's no secret between us in front of him, it's as if he can see right through everything inside you. After observing, the bird commented, It's nothing but two women with excessive nourishment, nothing worth looking at. Next, it was the turn of the man. He stared at Su Xianbai, his eyes filled with light and darkness in parallel.
Holy Light Emperor and the Dark Emperor are both within his body, is this really happening? He wondered to himself.
Not only could he see through the body, but he could also glimpse Xianbai's memories.
After observing, he couldn't help but blush. This man has gone through so much, it's unbelievable. This is the kind of experience every man dreams of.
Su Xianbai spoke up, cutting off his train of thought.
Have you seen enough? You should answer the question I asked earlier.
Seeing Su Xianbai's demeanor, the ancient bird had no choice but to rethink about him. The oppressive aura he radiates truly belongs to a king.
This is really the posture of a leader, and I absolutely cannot refuse him.
This man might very well be on par with the Dark Emperor, and it's not impossible that he even surpasses him. After some careful thought, Depang began descending.
That guy is coming down. Has he made up his mind? Umo spoke up. Seems like he knows his place. Dracula commented.
Depeng lowered his head before Su Xianbai and said, I, Depeng, am willing to serve my master, willing to be a horse or a cow for my master.
Su Xianbai nodded with satisfaction. Very good, young ones are easy to teach.
After taming the ancient-level predator Depeng, Su Xianbai assigned it a difficult task to watch over the three of them. He sat down on the grass, releasing the excess energy in his body. In addition to providing energy for Depeng, he said, there's still a lot of excess energy in my body.
Next, it's your turn. I want both of you to become stronger. This immediately excited Umo, really? Then let's get started. I've been looking forward to this, and I've been tired all night. I'm in need of Xianbai's energy replenishment.
In contrast to Bai Master, Dracula seemed worried. Practicing with 3 people is really difficult.
Can't we just do it one by one? Besides, I've never tried cultivating outside of this wilderness. Is it really okay? Umo looked at her with an exasperated expression. Why are you moving so slowly, like a tortoise? Didn't you say you've become more proactive?
When Xianbai and I decided to cultivate, it was always going to be outside in this wilderness.
Being here will definitely be softer and more comfortable than your home. If you don't want to join, then don't.
Umo whispered into the ear of the shy girl beside him. When the time comes, Xianbai and I will train separately. You'll just have to stand by and watch.
Dracula immediately exclaimed, absolutely not. Her outburst surprised Umo. Why such a strong reaction?
In his heart, Xianbai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this matter has to be left to Bai Master. After some persuasion from Umo, Dracula shyly said, training with 3 people is not impossible. I'll try my best, please let me join. Su Xianbai reminded them, this time, there's a lot of energy, and the process will be extremely difficult.
Are both of you prepared?
The 2 beautiful women made up their minds, let's do this.
I won't back down.
Hearing this, Xianbai responded with satisfaction, very good, then our cultivation officially begins.
After a night of intense cultivation, the crowing of a rooster heralded the start of a new day.
Bai Umo woke up, full of energy, stretching and basking in the early sunlight, feeling refreshed and at ease, with a sense of vitality coursing through her body, just like Xianbai.
Not only Bai Master, but Dracula was also brimming with vitality, responding, I feel the same. I've never felt my energy so full before.
I think I might be able to rival Muxia now. Xianbai sat aside and spoke to draw their attention. It seems that both of you are very satisfied with your cultivation.
How about we test the results of your training?
Hold your breath, focus your mind, and unleash your power to its fullest.
Let me see how much you 2 have really grown.
The 2 of them immediately followed his instructions, holding their breath and concentrating their power. Dracula, full of confidence, exclaimed, Xianbai, look at my results.
Dracula, I haven't been lazy for a single minute.
Of course, Bai Master, who was standing beside them, was not one to back down, saying, I'm the one who worked hardest in this cultivation.
Bai Umo, I won't lose to you. With that, 2 bursts of power were unleashed, shaking the entire forest. Depeng, who was keeping watch from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, what's going on? Is it an earthquake?
It seemed that the night of cultivation for the 3 of them had not been in vain.
Su Xianbai smiled in satisfaction and said, incredible, this power is truly astonishing.
If I could help everyone cultivate to this level, defeating the Dark Emperor would absolutely be within our reach. 2 streams of power radiated outward, forming a large crater.
Even Bai Umo, upon seeing the result, couldn't believe it. She wondered, is this the result of cultivating together with Xianbai? I become stronger again, and not just a little stronger.
Dracula, from the other side, couldn't contain his pride and said, Bai Master, don't get too smug too soon.
It seems my cultivation was much harder than yours.
It turned out that the crater created by Dracula's power was even larger than Umo's.
Bai Master, unwilling to back down, retorted, you were always a bit stronger than me to begin with. The crater being bigger than mine is normal, so what's there to brag about?
She then turned to Xianbai with a gentle smile and said, "If it's really not enough, I can always seek Xianbai for more cultivation." At the Holy Light Emperor's city, night had fallen. In the stillness of the space, only Lilith could be seen still awake. She leaned back on the rooftop, gazing at the scene before her and murmured to herself, "This long and dull night. Indeed, only here can one feel the most at ease. After all, this place offers the most beautiful scenery in the Holy Light Emperor's city." In her line of sight was a mountain range shaped like the face of Xianbai. The more Lilith looked, the redder her face became. She thought to herself, "It's so beautiful. Even if it's just a stone statue, it can still bring someone joy." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. It was the voice of someone approaching. "So, you're here, Lilith." Her face was flushed. Lilith quickly turned to look at the newcomer. How did you get here?" Following Lilith's gaze, Lai saw the statue and teased, "So, you're admiring your own sculpture? But honestly, who could blush over a stone statue? Really?" After a while, Lisa also looked up at the statue and sighed, "It is beautiful indeed. Even if it's just a stone statue, it can still bring someone joy." Lilith, at a loss for words, glanced at the person sitting next to her and said, "Didn't you just say that there's no one in the world who would blush over a statue?" Lisa replied nonchalantly, "My problem is that I don't think far ahead." Thankfully, Xianbai designed the teleportation gate for the Holy Light Emperor city. The city has now escaped from its previous difficulties. Life is getting better for everyone. Lilith also agreed with her, "That's right, Xianbai is indeed a reliable man. If it weren't for him, the Holy Light Emperor's city might have already been attacked and harmed by those divine officials." Seeing the object reminded her of someone, and Lisa began to think of a certain man. "Speaking of which, I do miss him a bit now. This statue is good, but it's still not as good as the real person." Lilith also started to ponder, "That's true, I wonder what Xianbai is doing now." Suddenly, Lisa turned to ask a crucial question, "But, have you and Xianbai been intimate with each other?" Lilith immediately froze upon hearing this. "Why are you asking me such a personal question?" In contrast to her, Leah gently replied, as if asking casually, "If you don't want to talk about it, then there hasn't been anything." Lai immediately spoke up, "Of course there has been." Her face flushed red as she said to Lisa, "We have been intimate a few times before." Lisa was stunned upon hearing this. "Not just once, really? That's quite excessive, it makes others envious." She then recalled the happy memories with Xianbai, feeling a bit jealous in her heart. "When I was seriously ill, Xianbai kissed me once to help treat my illness." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Are both of you here?" The two girls were startled and immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Xianbai was sitting on the roof across from them, watching the two of them. "It's so late, and you still haven't gone to sleep? Are you up on the roof to admire the moon and stars?" His face was reflected in Lilith's eyes, and she immediately began to cry, then stood up and ran toward him, shouting as she ran, "Xianbai, you've finally come? I've missed you so much." Seeing the girl rush toward him, Xianbai could only sit there in confusion. On the other hand, Lisa stayed where she was, looking up at the two of them with joy and silently sighing, "What a pity, she beat me to it." A moment later, Xianbai blushed as he looked at the girl who was now straddling him. "Lilith, what are you doing? It seems like your hands are in the wrong place." Hearing this, she looked at her hands. "What's wrong? Wait, is this what I think it is?" Indeed, she had grabbed the wrong thing. Her face turned bright red, her nosebleed uncontrollably gushing down. Xianbai gently reminded her, "You're kind of hurting me right now." Lilith shyly took a few steps away from him, sitting down abruptly on the ground. She awkwardly said to him, "I am so sorry, earlier I couldn't control myself. It was all my fault. I made you hurt, and I really didn't mean to grab your precious thing." Xianbai slowly sat up and turned to her, saying, "It's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore. After all, this is the first time." The girl on the other side of the rooftop, hearing the conversation, immediately blushed and thought to herself, "Grabbing Xianbai's precious thing is so stimulating? It's not like this is the first time doing it, right?"
Xianbai smiled and continued, besides, isn't the more excessive thing something you've done before?
Lilith, embarrassed, told him, "Don't say things like that anymore, it's so awkward."
You know I'm really sensitive.
A gust of wind blew by, and the air was still where Lisa stood. Her body trembled, thinking about doing something even more excessive than grabbing a precious thing.
Oh my god, what exactly have you two done?
Lisa began to imagine, and an image of Xianbai pinning Lilith to a warm bed flashed in her mind.
The embarrassed girl asked, "Hey, do you think we've gone a bit too far?"
Xianbai arrogantly replied, "No, it could even go a little further."
Then, the pieces of clothing were thrown onto the floor one by one.
In that moment, her defenses collapsed, and her entire body turned to stone before gradually breaking into fragments. It was only then that Lilith noticed the girl who was crumbling on the other side.
She didn't know what was going on in Lisa's mind and silently wondered, what's wrong with Lisa? She looks so disappointed. Did she suffer some kind of blow?
Lisa sat down heavily on the rooftop, her whole body drained of energy, her mind racing with disjointed thoughts. So it turns out I'm not as attractive as I thought?
On the road of love, I've completely lost to Lilith.
Xianbai suddenly spoke loudly, "Lisa, the reason I came to find you tonight is actually to ask for your help.
I want to build an elite team, and I feel that you two would be perfect. Will you join?"
His words pulled Lisa back to reality.
She stared at Xianbai in surprise and asked, "You came all the way here to invite me?" "But I don't know anything about combat." He smiled and said, "It's fine.
I'll help you both become stronger."
"Don't you have the ability to predict the future? If you have more abilities, you may be able to predict even more." Not quite believing her ears, Lisa asked again, "Really? I've never tried before." Xianbai encouraged her, "Just give it a try.
As long as an esper keeps growing stronger, they can continue to develop even more potential abilities." He then turned to Lilith.
"But before that, there's something I need to do. Lilith, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" She responded immediately, "No problem at all. Whatever Xianbai wants to borrow, he can have." A while later, both girls stared in astonishment, their eyes sparkling with amazement, their mouths agape at Xianbai's creation. He returned to them and asked, "Well? My swordsmanship isn't bad, right?" The two girls couldn't help but praise him. "Yes. Truly incredible, absolutely incomparable."
On the mountain ahead, beside a stone statue of Xianbai, stood two more statues, one of Lilith and one of Lisa, both sculpted by his own hand.
Lilith marveled endlessly, to be able to carve me and Lisa to look so lifelike.
This doesn't just take exceptional swordsmanship, it also requires remarkable artistic skill.
Xianbai replied humbly, "It's nothing special. I just had an interest in the arts before, that's all." Lilith smiled and asked him, "But Xianbai, why did you carve our statues here?"
Xianbai innocently replied, "I see my statue standing there all alone, and I want them to stand there with me." This made Lilith collapse in disbelief. That's really bold, to say such daring thoughts so calmly.
Is Xianbai trying to say that he wants to relieve his loneliness by having him there? Looking at the girl overflowing with passionate love, Xianbai asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you're not misunderstanding what I'm saying?" Looking at the other side, Lisa, writhing on the roof, wasn't much better off. He wants me to be with him? This is clearly a proposal.
This statue must be his vow of love for me.
Does he want to be with me until old age, never to part?
Lisa, lying on the roof, kept thinking, just moments ago, he was being affectionate with Lilith, and in the blink of an eye, he's already expressing his love to someone else.
Is this how men are?
Seeing this, Xianbai felt even more awkward. It seems like it's getting more and more misunderstood.
After a lesson from Xianbai, Lia and Lilith finally regained their sanity.
Lisa seriously said to him, "Sorry, I can't control my emotions. I've always lived in the inner palace, and no man has ever spoken to me like that. It's only natural that I couldn't control myself for a moment."
"Xianbai, you have to understand me."
Lilith, who was standing beside her, also refused to back down. "Xianbai does understand me. I am naturally a sensitive person, but if I receive a bit of stimulation regularly, I wouldn't be able to bear it.
The way I acted just now is understandable.
Xian Bai, holding a flag, stood to one side and immediately interrupted with a sharp tone. I've figured it out.
Both of you are people with extraordinary skills. The needs of both of you can wait until after we've finished the task.
First, we need to eliminate all the predators near the Holy Light Emperor's city. I saw a predator ancient level egg over there, and I need to absorb a lot of energy to tame it.
Afterward, I'll distribute the energy to both of you, so that you can become stronger. After hearing Xianbai's plan, Lilith felt disappointed. Do we really have to wait until after taming the predator ancient level before we can begin? That's such a pity. I thought I could already get some of Xianbai's energy now.
Lisa was excited and eager to take action. If that's the case, let's quickly go find that egg.
The sooner we finish this, the better. I've been looking forward to it.
Xianbai shyly made a request. Alright, but before that, you two need to wear bikinis. At the mention of bikinis, question marks appeared above the heads of the two girls, who were confused and didn't understand.
After a while, the three of them arrived at a beach outside the Holy Light Emperor city.
Xianbai explained, let me give you both the gist of the situation. De Peng saw an egg fall into this sea area, so we need to go into the water and find it.
Lilith immediately responded, it's at the bottom of the sea again, but where are we supposed to change into bikinis? She hesitated, looking at him, and asked, do we have to change right in front of you? Isn't that a little too direct?
Lisa, although pretending to be reluctant, replied, but we'll be together sooner or later, and if you're really insistent, we can agree.
Not wanting to disappoint the two girls, Xianbai pointed toward the forest behind them. Change into bikinis? Isn't there a forest over there? Go change there. Upon hearing this, Lisa immediately froze.
The two girls took their things and headed into the forest.
Lilith didn't forget to remind someone, Xianbai, you have to be honest, no peeking.
Xianbai closed his eyes and reassured her, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person.
If I look directly. In the quiet forest, the two girls took turns undressing.
Outside, Xianbai had already changed into his swimsuit, but his mind was restless. I really can't wait any longer.
Who knows, maybe they're secretly hoping I'll take a peek at them. Just a quick glance, and they'll understand.
Unable to resist, Xianbai turned his head to look and was immediately startled.
The two girls had already finished changing, making him somewhat regretful as he asked, that fast? Lisa struck a pose, showing off her outfit. Well, Xianbai, how's my bikini? Pretty, right?
Xianbai stared without blinking and replied, very beautiful.
It would be even better if you wore nothing at all.
At that moment, Lilith shyly removed the towel wrapped around her, revealing her cow-patterned bikini. I think my bikini looks a bit odd.
If you don't like it, I can go change. Xianbai immediately praised, absolutely stunning. It would be perfect if you wore nothing at all.
I supported with all three legs. After a while, the group began to take action. Everything is ready, let's head to the sea. The three of them swam down into the deep ocean.
Lisa looked toward the glowing light. It seemed there was something over there. Could it be that egg?
She swam toward it, determined, this time, I must find it.
I have to make Xianbai see me differently. Sure enough, she saw a blue egg. I found it. The predator ancient level egg finally allowed me to find it. If I can make this egg hatch, then I can be with Xianbai.
What she didn't know was that, somewhere nearby, a large fish was silently swimming toward her.
Lisa, excited, turned around. I must quickly tell him.
But facing her were two glowing red eyes and the sharp, exposed teeth of a giant shark.
Lisa turned pale. Could I really be so unlucky? Before I even become Xianbai's wife, I'm going to end up in the belly of a fish? This can't be how my future is supposed to go.
The shark opened its massive mouth, trying to swallow Lisa. Its movement was so fast that she could only close her eyes and raise her hand to block in front of her. Is this it?
Am I going to end here?
Suddenly, Lilith rushed forward and delivered a kick to the shark. Unable to open her mouth, she could only curse it silently. Rotten fish, go eat crap.
The shark, its cheek swelling from the kick, teared up in pain before swimming away. Only then did Lisa crack open her eyes. Huh? I'm not dead yet? Lilith. She saved me.
Overwhelmed with gratitude, she immediately threw her arms around her savior, her heart brimming with appreciation. Thank you, Lilith.
I really thought my life would end here. You truly live up to being the pride of our holy light emperor city. Lilith was hugged so tightly that she was on the verge of suffocation, her face turning pale as she clung to Lisa, too tight. I can't breathe. Lilith gradually lost consciousness, running out of air. Am I going to be buried at the bottom of the sea too?
Lisa, seeing her motionless, widened her eyes in shock, shaking her frantically in silent panic. Lisa, what's wrong?
Don't die on me.
Suddenly, a hand grabbed both of their waists. Xianbai, using both hands, hurled them onto solid ground, saving them first, then worrying about the rest later. The two girls were flung from the water into the air, landing safely on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Xianbai was pleased when he saw this. Very good, safe landing.
He approached the giant egg. Next, it's your turn. This is my ultimate skill.
He exerted all his strength to shoot, then immediately crouched down, making a gesture as if preparing to kick a soccer ball. He kicked with all his might, and the giant egg soared like a ball, flying above the water's surface.
Xianbai quickly followed, then landed safely with the egg.
He turned to the two girls and asked, "Sorry, I was a bit reckless earlier.
Are you two all right?"
Lisa immediately knelt down, her face drenched in tears, blaming herself. It's my fault, Lilith ran out of breath because of me, I'm to blame.
I caused her to drown.
She looked at Xianbai in confusion, seeking help. I don't know how to perform first aid.
Lilith won't die like this, right?
I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life.
At that moment, Lilith lay unconscious.
Xianbai looked at her and made a decision. Artificial respiration, I have to give her artificial respiration.
Without hesitation, he bent down to perform the procedure.
He thought to himself, recalling the first 8 steps. First, I need to lift Lilith's chin, then pinch her nose.
Take a deep breath. After noticing her chest expanding, Xianbai stopped blowing air and quickly withdrew his mouth.
He performed the air-blowing action several times, about 20 times per minute.
Lisa stared at the two of them in astonishment. Huh, is there such a benefit?
Then she looked blankly. If I had known earlier, I should have choked on a few more sips of water.
A mouthful of water was spat out. Lisa looked at Lilith in surprise. Did you just vomit seawater? Xianbai also breathed a sigh of relief. It's a success.
Lilith sat up, coughing continuously. She asked the two people beside her in confusion, it seems I lost consciousness just now.
What happened earlier? Did Xianbai save me?
Lisa blushed and answered her, yes, earlier, Xianbai gave you a passionate kiss, and that's when you woke up.
It was miraculous. Upon hearing this, Lilith widened her eyes in surprise. A kiss on the lips? Can that really save someone? I've never heard of such a thing before. Could it be the legendary true love's kiss that can awaken a lover?
Her face lit up with excitement, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at the man. It turns out Xianbai is the prince destined for me, and this is the best proof. Seeing her gaze, filled with admiration, Xianbai couldn't help but feel happy. Don't look at me like that, it was just a special emergency measure. Xianbai thought to himself, it seems that in other worlds, there are no actions like artificial respiration. He looked at Lisa, but when she had spoken carelessly in the ocean, she was also startled after hearing it. You know about this too? Indeed, nothing could be hidden from Xianbai. She embarrassingly confessed, I learned it from Bayumo when I was at State of Women. Besides swearing at others, I actually learned a few other special techniques there. Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the surface of the sea, interrupting their conversation. Xianbai frowned and looked toward the ocean. What's going on? I haven't even used the soul summoner yet. Did the predators from the sea come on their own? A proud voice rang out, it's you, isn't it? You dare to bully my people. No one in this sea dares to touch me. You've really picked the wrong person to mess with. The three of them whispered to each other after hearing it, "This voice sounds really familiar.
I also feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Could it be?"
A woman stood atop the column of water. She was sitting on the shark that Lilith had earlier punched, causing it to swell up. The shark, furious, complained, "The ones who hit me are them, especially the woman in the middle. She was incredibly ruthless.
You must avenge me." The cold-hearted girl looked down and said, "Is the woman still leading? Then I will deal with her."
After taking a closer look, she was suddenly shocked. It's Su Xianbai, along with the king of Holy Light City and the head of the knights. Xianbai casually said to her, "Aren't you a subordinate of the great priest? The daughter of the sixth priest of the sea, Ariel, are you here to cause trouble?" Ariel naturally blushed and awkwardly replied, "No, my pet seems to have had a small scuffle with you all, so I've come to atone." Lisa smiled with interest and said, "No need for atonement.
How about you join Xianbai's elite team instead? Don't you have the power to rule the sea?
With you, the future will surely be promising."
Ariel was surprised and asked, "There's a spot for me? Can I join the team with Su Xianbai, just like the great priest in Linglong?"
The shark, at this point, was on the verge of tears, thinking to itself, "It was clearly supposed to be revenge for me, so why has it turned into an apology now?"
After a while, the flag was planted next to the enormous egg. Xianbai asked everyone, "Tonight, we will clear out the predators of this sea area. This is a tough mission. Are you all ready?" Everyone shouted in unison, "We're ready."
Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "I was wondering what that enticing scent was that led me here."
So, it's a bikini party. A girl made of water, a divine predator, a slime elf AI, looked at them with interest. Moreover, there's even a little pretty boy here. He's just my type.
If you guys don't mind, let me borrow him for a few days.
My body is very slippery, you know. I guarantee it'll feel much better than with them. So, how about letting me love you more? My techniques will make you remember me for a lifetime. Follow me, and you won't regret it." Xianbai looked at the one seducing him with disdain. "Flirting with me so blatantly in front of Lilith? You're playing with fire, aren't you?" AI licked her lips with amusement. "Playing with fire?
You should call it having an intense desire instead." Before she could finish speaking, Lilith was already in front of her, sword in hand, warning her coldly, "Dream on.
Xianbai's desires will never be for you."
Lilith's blade sliced AI's body in half, turning her into two streams of water that splashed onto the ground as Lilith landed gracefully.
Xianbai casually looked at the puddle of water on the ground.
The liquid was still swirling violently, as if the slashes from earlier had no effect at all.
Sure enough, the water immediately gathered, reforming into AI's complete body.
She leaned in close to Xianbai, let out a soft chuckle, and said, "I'm not some sticky goo, I'm a smooth slime elf.
If you don't believe me, you can touch and see for yourself."
She took Xianbai's hand, gently coaxing him, "Come on, don't be shy, just feel it a little." Xianbai stared at the figure before him, his face turning red.
This unfamiliar sensation made him hesitate, yet he couldn't help but be surprised.
The predators he had encountered before were always brutal and cold, but now, this one was gentle and bold.
Could it be that all the ruthless ones had already been wiped out by him?
When his hand touched that place, the sensation was truly extraordinary, smooth and incredibly soft.
AI looked at him proudly.
Seeing the astonishment on Xianbai's face, she smiled and said, "Little brother, you seem quite surprised. But this is just the beginning of my abilities." She gently pressed her bosom against Xianbai's chest and continued to entice him. "There are even more impressive techniques yet to come."
Xianbai, intrigued, asked, "Something even more impressive?" AI smiled and replied, "Duplication magic so you can experience it firsthand." A little later, many AI appeared simultaneously, staring at him. Xianbai, surprised, thought to himself, "So, they're trying to win with numbers? But if their skill level is only this, their charm still isn't enough." AI looked at him with suspicion, wondering what he was thinking.
The other clones began to twist their bodies and complain, "My body is not just a mere clone like this, I can also change into many different forms based on your thoughts.
As long as you want it, I can make them appear before you. Whatever you like, I can satisfy you, even adjusting the size of my breasts to match your wishes."
Lilith, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but be stunned and admire her. "That's impressive, she can even adjust her own body."
Lisa also couldn't suppress her admiration, saying, "That's really domineering. It's been a long time since I've seen such a powerful ability, it's truly excessive."
AI blushed and moved closer to him, smiling as she said, "So, what do you think?"
"I've shown my sincerity like this, and you're still not willing to come with me?"
Xianbai stood firm in his decision, replying, "Of course, I can't go with you.
I have something important to do."
He smiled at her and said, "But you really are special.
If you don't mind, you could come with me instead. After all, now is the time when I need people.
You could join my elite team."
AI, hearing that, asked in astonishment, "Elite team, you say?"
Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a series of vines emerged from below, surrounding each person. The vines coiled tightly around them, and AI trembled, asking, "Where did these vines come from?"
"There's so many of them, it's really annoying. They're tying us up like this, I'm almost suffocating." At this moment, Lisa, too, was tightly bound by the vines, feeling exhausted and confused. "What's happening? It feels like the energy in my body is disappearing.
These vines seem to be draining the essence from my body."
One by one, everyone was ensnared by the vines, lifted up into the air.
A girl in a blue dress, her hair covering her face, suddenly appeared.
She spoke, "I think I just heard something rather interesting. Your elite team, can I join?"
It was the divine predator, the lethal Dryad Green. Surprisingly, she had the face of a vile man.
The man grinned lecherously and said, "My strength is immense." Xianbai's group stared in shock. "What's going on?"
"That person clearly has an incredibly hot body, so why does he have the face of an old man?"
"It's disgusting.
The force from his face is so intense."
"Is he some kind of freak?"
Xianbai expressionlessly rejected him. "No, my team cannot accommodate you.
Your aura is completely different from theirs. You've already taken all the ugly bastard traits from those black cat movies."
Green, upon hearing this, was enraged to the point of trembling. He clenched his fists, exuding killing intent, and said, "The thing I hate most in this life is being called ugly."
"You refused the celebratory wine but want to drink the penalty wine?
You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me for what happens next." He unleashed tendrils of vines toward them.
"Prepare to give up your lives.
I will drain you all dry, not leaving a single drop. Even if you regret it later, it'll be useless. You'll become dried husks for me."
AI was startled upon hearing this. "Dried husks? That sounds like we'll wither away." Ariel, feeling fearful, anxiously said, "No. Doesn't that mean I'll end up like salted, dried fish? I don't want to turn into something so withered."
Green, in a fit of rage, continued to drain their life force. "This is the outcome of provoking me.
In just a few minutes, you'll be dead."
He suddenly froze, feeling that something was wrong. The speed at which he was absorbing their energy was not like before.
"This isn't right.
I'm not absorbing their energy, my own powers are continuously draining away."
He was trembling, his hands and legs shaking, as he looked toward Xianbai and said, "Is it you? The one who absorbed my energy?" Xianbai's body was enveloped in a layer of multicolored light. He looked at him indifferently and replied, "Now you're reacting?"
"Honestly, I don't know how much energy I've absorbed, but you're the first one who dared to absorb my energy." Xianbai tensed, his cold gaze fixed on him.
"You've messed with the wrong person."
Green fell to his knees, panic in his eyes as he pleaded, "I know I was wrong, please spare me. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything for you."
Xianbai coldly responded, "You can't do anything here. You can only become my nourishment. Accept your fate."
Green cried out in fear, "Stop!" But before he could finish, he was drained dry, his body withered and collapsing to the ground. His energy was absorbed by Xian Bai. This scene made AI rethink him. Impressive, he drained the female fertilization in an instant, and his energy seems even stronger than before. Is this his ability? She blushed and thought, I can follow him, he definitely has a bright future. After everyone's efforts, mainly thanks to the protagonist, all the predators in the waters of Holy Light City were eliminated. The energy of these predators had entered Xian Bai's body, once again thanks to the protagonist. Lilith and Lisa looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Xian Bai's power is truly formidable. It won't be long before he shares his energy with us. I wonder what Xian Bai's energy will feel like. AI and Ariel widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Why are they looking forward to it so much, and why are they blushing? What exactly does this energy sharing they're talking about involve? Ariel replied, I'm not too sure either. But since we can now join his squad, perhaps we'll get a share too. Xian Bai spoke up, telling them, my body can no longer withstand this energy. Now it's time for you all to take on the burden. Don't worry, everyone will get a share. AI and Ariel pointed at themselves before responding, we've just arrived, yet we're already receiving energy? That doesn't seem quite right. We've spent years in rigorous training and only managed to grow a little stronger. For those with special abilities, energy is even more important than life itself. Something this valuable should be left to them after all, they are the core of everything. Xian Bai smiled, only when everyone is good can it truly be called good. I will be fair to everyone, absolutely impartial. He sealed his energy, but now, there's still a difficult issue. There are 4 of you, so who will go first? Lisa and Ariel spoke up, we've never experienced this before. There's still a lot we need to learn. Ariel agreed, that's right. Let's have a senior demonstrate first. Seizing the opportunity, Lilith immediately stepped forward, if that's the case, let me go first. Even though I'm not particularly skilled in this. Blushing, she shyly said, but compared to the rest of you, I suppose I can be considered a senior. This is my responsibility. I'll do my best, so watch closely and learn. She moved closer and embraced him. Xian Bai, you may begin. At that moment, Xian Bai's eyes burned like fire as he responded, then I shall respectfully comply. A while later, Lisa was so astonished that she covered her mouth with her hand. So this is how energy is shared? Incredible, far more powerful than I imagined. In contrast, AI blushed and seemed intrigued. You have quite a talent for this. It suits my abilities perfectly. Only Ariel widened her eyes, looking at the 2 others with a vague expression. It really is stimulating, so it turns out doing it like this can make one stronger? AI spoke first, everyone must have learned by now, so there's no need to hold back anymore. Ariel asked in confusion, did you already know so quickly? AI proudly lectured the younger ones, practical experience is the only true standard to test the truth. Whether you've learned it or not can only be known through practice. After finishing, AI, along with the other 2, immediately rushed towards Xian Bai, who was still feeling hot. Everyone, let's go together. He panted heavily, looking at them, 3 of you together? Then I'm not scared either. Their clothes flew up into the air and then landed on the ground. Dizzy all night, by the time dawn broke, the energy-sharing ritual was finally complete. Many people who had worked hard all night were now satisfied and went to sleep. On them was a deep mark from Su Xian Bai, and the power of the gift of light had changed them. At the same time, although Su Xian Bai had fought all night, he still hadn't slept. He stared intently at the egg, now cracked in 2. In the sky, a girl looked at him and asked, Young man, you are the one who awakened me, right? He calmly replied, That's right, it was me. This person was the ancestor rank predator Arachne. She arrogantly commanded, Kneel. If you agree to serve me, I can grant you one wish, any wish you desire. He coldly looked at her and said, In that case, become my little sister. Upon hearing this, she was furious and shouted, I am Arachne, how dare you ask me to be a little sister to a mere human?
Are you seeking death? Su Xianbai could only shake his head, silently thinking, I just wanted to save some effort.
After a while, Arachne, her body covered in bruises, finally became obedient. She bowed her head and said, Big brother, your strength is truly impressive.
Little sister is completely at a disadvantage. From now on, my life belongs to Big Brother.
While Su Xianbai continued to tame the ancestor rank predators, in a distant place far from Star Place, underground activities also began to emerge. On the battlefield of the Holy Light Crusade, a red-haired girl with white wings, wearing armor, stood amidst the blood-soaked scene. Looking at the scattered remnants on the ground, she muttered to herself, defeated again.
If it weren't for the Holy Light Emperor's reinforcements arriving too late, the crusade wouldn't have ended up in such tragedy.
This person is Rielna, the former general of the army of the Holy Light Crusade. Cold and resolute, she made a firm decision, starting today, I will never fail again. At the heart of the Holy Light Crusade, on a bustling street full of passers-by, all eyes suddenly turned toward one person, that's the former general of the army, Rielna.
Why has she returned alone this time? Could it be that she's lost another battle? The looks from the people were filled with suspicion and a distinct lack of goodwill. How many times has she lost now? Too many to count. Ever since Rielna took command of the crusade, we haven't won a single battle. Rielna walked alone amidst the whispers of the crowd. Every time, she returns alone. Could it be that in order to survive, she abandoned the crusade's officers and soldiers?
With someone like her leading the crusade, we will never win a battle. She is a disgrace to the soldiers who have fallen, and even more so, a disgrace to the title of hero bestowed upon her by the emperor. Reaching the grand hall, Rielna stopped and addressed the guard at the gate. Rielna requests an audience with the Holy Light Emperor.
The guard replied, the emperor knew you would come. He instructed that you must repent before the statue of the emperor. You are to kneel here for 1 day and 1 night, after which the emperor will see you. Rielna knelt before the golden statue in front of her.
In her heart, she blamed herself. As a former general of the army, losing a battle is naturally my responsibility. Even if the emperor does not say it, I would still come here to reflect on myself. Every time, it was just 1 step away, almost enough to wait for reinforcements, almost enough to defeat the Dark Emperor's Imperial Guard. But in the end, the result was the annihilation of the entire army.
Damn it!
Suddenly, a stone flew from the crowd, hitting her, accompanied by curses. You shameless thing, how dare you show your face again?
Why didn't you die on the battlefield? Return my child to me.
A woman holding a spiked iron rod charged at her, striking her head with it, shouting as she beat her, my daughter followed you, and she's still not back.
Give me back my daughter's life. Blood began to flow from Rielna's head, but the woman did not stop. She screamed in fury, you wretched thing, today I'll beat you to death. Other shouts rang out, die.
Atone for the soldiers who died.
Rielna closed her eyes, enduring the blows in silence, ignoring the bloodstained iron rod.
After venting her anger, the woman panted heavily, dropped the rod, and coldly said, I'm exhausted. I'll spare your life today.
Rielna's head had now tilted completely to one side.
The woman turned to leave, not forgetting to leave behind a warning, don't let me see you again.
If we meet again, I'll hit you once more.
Gradually, everyone dispersed, leaving Rielna alone, kneeling in front of the statue. Above, a man stood observing her, a mocking smile on his lips, once the mainstay of the Holy Light Crusade, the general who bore the heroic title of Rielna, and now reduced to a rat beaten by others.
The reputation of the immortal General Rielna has been utterly shattered. Beside him, another woman replied, isn't it thanks to your majesty? If you hadn't repeatedly made things difficult for her in secret, she wouldn't have ended up like this.
The man turned and coldly replied, if anyone is to blame, it's her own straightforwardness, not knowing how to make others like her, unlike you.
The woman then smiled seductively, if your majesty likes my cleverness so much, why not come over here? Come, take me.
She was none other than the general of the Central Army, Bia.
Pretending to pout, she asked him, could it be that the stubborn woman is more interesting than me?
The emperor grinned lewdly, licking his lips as he answered, "In this world, there is no woman more interesting than you." The next day, after 24 full hours had passed, Rielna slowly stood up, looked at the guard, and said, "Can you take me to see the emperor now?" Her entire being silently burned with rage. In her heart, she thought, "This time, I must get a clear answer from him. The reinforcements had agreed with me, why haven't they arrived yet? Why did they disappear at the very moment I was hanging by a thread? The emperor entrusted him to me, told me to help him ascend the throne. I fulfilled that duty and have always followed the emperor's will. But why is the emperor treating me like this?" The guard respectfully replied, "General Rielna, please follow me." Rielna followed the soldier, her gaze briefly sweeping over her own body. The wounds seemed to have completely vanished, and her skin was even smoother than before. The female guard who saw this couldn't help but wonder to herself, "Immortal General Rielna. Could it be that she truly possesses an immortal body?" The guard led her through a massive gate. Rielna frowned slightly and asked, "Isn't this not the way to the Grand Hall?" The soldier explained, "General, you have been away on campaigns for a long time and may not be aware His Majesty has not handled state affairs in the Grand Hall for quite some time. Now, he usually deals with national matters in his bedchamber." That was also the place where the emperor spent his days holding two beautiful women in his arms. Suddenly, a girl was thrown out, her body covered only by a loosely draped piece of cloth. The emperor, furious, strode forward and bellowed, "This isn't your first time serving me, so why can't you satisfy me?" The girl trembled, tears welling up in her eyes as she whispered, "I'm sorry. Next time, I will try twice as hard to make sure your Majesty is pleased." The second-generation emperor, wearing only a pair of shorts and a robe, frowned as he looked at her and coldly said, "Next time? You no longer have a next time. In my harem, among so many women, only Bia truly understands me." His expression turned intoxicated, his voice filled with pleasure. "Only she can bring me to the peak of ecstasy. Right now, I just want you to hurry and bring Bia to me." As if granted relief, the girl immediately bowed in obedience and ran off. At that moment, Rielna had already arrived. When the emperor saw her, he smirked and said, "Rielna, have you repented before my sister's statue yet? Is it now time for you to plead for forgiveness before me?" His gaze swept over her from head to toe, unabashedly inappropriate. He let out a mocking remark, "It's been a long time. Your body has grown even more voluptuous." He not only stared lewdly at the sensitive parts of her body but also grinned in a degenerate manner, "Anyway, Bia hasn't arrived yet, so why don't you take her place for now? I'm quite thirsty at the moment. If you satisfy me, I might consider not pursuing the consequences of your failure. What do you think? This is very beneficial for you." Rielna's face darkened with fury. Gritting her teeth, she said, "What do you think war is? A child's game? Every soldier who dies on the battlefield leaves behind a blood feud with the Imperial Guard of the Dark Emperor. This grudge is soaked in blood, and do you think a single word from you can erase all of it?" Upon hearing this, he immediately pointed at her and shouted angrily, "How bold! Do you dare speak to this royal lord in such a manner? I am the ruler of the Holy Light Crusade, the Holy Light Emperor. One word from me could have you stripped naked and lying on my bed. Have you forgotten the will of my sister? She entrusted you to help me ascend to the throne, regardless of everything. Now, are you planning to rebel?" Rielna remained calm, but her eyes flashed with indignation, and energy began to surround her body. She took a step closer to him, speaking as she approached, "While the Holy Light Crusade and I bathe in blood on the battlefield, all you think about is romance. No wonder our reinforcements are refusing to come." When Rielna approached, the emperor was terrified, his face immediately turning ashen. He stammered, "Don't come any closer. Do you know what you're doing? This is treason." Rielna looked at him coldly, her gaze sharp as a knife. "If the emperor knew you had turned into this, she would definitely support my decision." She stared at the trembling man before her, her voice resolute, "I will take away the most precious thing you have."
He was panic-stricken, his eyes filled with fear, yet he still tried to maintain a defiant tone. Take me down? Do you have the right? The blood of the Holy Light Emperor flows in my veins. I am the legitimate heir of the crusade. No one has the right to strip me of my position. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck directly in the face by a powerful kick. Rielna didn't stop. She placed her foot firmly on his face, her gaze as cold as ice. The one who helped you rise to power was me, so I also have the right to bring you down. You have dishonored the title of Holy Light Emperor, and I will never forgive you. As soon as she finished speaking, Rielna delivered a forceful kick, sending him flying. The impact shattered the wall, with dust and debris rising into the air, creating a loud noise that drew the attention of everyone around. The crowd was stunned, whispering in confusion. What's going on? Did someone fall? Another person responded, I'm not sure, but it looks like something flew out from inside. As the dust settled, they saw the emperor lying sprawled on the ground. He was coughing up blood, his body in tatters, his form shattered, no longer carrying the imposing stature of a king. The crowd around immediately panicked. It's the Holy Light Emperor again. How could he be beaten so terribly? Who has the audacity to do this? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, filled with majesty. If you don't want me to be the former general of the army, just say it. I'm ready to strip off my armor and leave. Rielna hovered in midair, her cold gaze sweeping down below. Her voice reverberated through the crowd, but you're wrong for involving tens of thousands of soldiers from the crusade. This is not the action of a true monarch. The crowd trembled once again, buzzing in discussion. It's Rielna who defeated the Holy Light Emperor. Doesn't she fear death? I think I heard some pretty harsh words. Rielna cast a cold, icy stare down at the useless figure lying on the ground. You weren't so despicable before. If the Emperor were still alive, would you dare to be so arrogant? The Emperor, despite his pain and humiliation, roared in fury, Stop using my sister to suppress me. I've had enough. You don't even understand what I want. All my life, my sister has intervened, arranged everything for me. She's dead now, and now you appear. He snarled, his eyes bloodshot. You rely on the title of hero that my sister gave you, and you dare to point your fingers at me. But remember this, I am the king here. I will do whatever I want, and no one has the right to stop me. He continued, at my age, what's wrong with liking women? With all the wealth and glory I have, why shouldn't I enjoy it? I want to tarnish your hero's reputation. I want to make you a failure, to take revenge on those who once controlled me. You will pay the price. What can you do to stop me? Rielna coldly uttered each word, her voice sharp, I will take your life. She raised her hand, drawing a bright sword, its golden light shimmering. The crowd around them was stunned. It's General Rielna's ultimate technique, Golden Holy Spear. Is she really going to strike? This is the death of the dynasty. Without hesitation, Rielna charged forward, the sword aimed directly at the Emperor. He froze, his body stiff, only able to stand there, staring at the deathly figure coming toward him. As the sword's tip was about to touch his face, he panicked, tightly shut his eyes, and yelled, Bia! Save me! He fearfully collapsed to the ground. When he felt no strike come, he timidly opened his eyes and saw the tip of the sword only a few centimeters from his face. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with doubt. Has it stopped? He looked up and saw a familiar figure, the figure of the woman he knew so well, so familiar that even with his eyes closed, he would recognize her. He cried out in desperation, as if finding a lifeline, Bia! Save me! The woman Bia stood in front of him, her eyes full of arrogance. She immediately turned and shouted, Holy Light Crusade, listen up! Former general of the army, Rielna, has betrayed us, plotting to assassinate the Holy Light Emperor, a crime beyond measure. No interrogation needed, execute her on the spot. Never would I have imagined there would be so many hidden guards here, all of them elite soldiers. As she finished speaking, a group of bodyguards charged forward, surrounding Rielna.
She coldly surveyed her surroundings, unable to believe there were so many hidden guards, all of them an elite force. She shouted at the person below her, "Bia, you knew from the start that I would turn against him today." The other person shamelessly denied it. "You can't say such things. I was just guiding the patrol guards nearby, and happened to encounter you while you were attempting to assassinate your majesty."
She landed next to the useless man, coldly asking, "Did I say something wrong?"
He just stared at the two mounds in front of him, drooling with desire, then foolishly smiled. "You're right, your chest is the biggest, everything you say is correct. My face hurts now, I need Bia to give me a massage." She then gently called out, "Come here, your majesty, I'll help ease your pain." He immediately pressed his face into the valley, with Bia embracing him to comfort him. "Don't worry, this is the warm island of yours.
With Bia here, no one can harm your majesty."
She glanced at the crowd around her, who were whispering, and immediately raised her voice to threaten, "You villagers dare to gossip about your majesty? I'll cut out your tongues." She looked up at the sky, the battle still raging on. A smug smile spread across her face as she said, "Rielna, even if you grow wings today, you won't be able to fly.
Once I overthrow you, the power left behind by the Emperor will be completely destroyed by me." Rielna, standing aside, remained unaffected. "You think you can capture the general with just these people? You're underestimating me."
A wave of guards fell to the ground as if they had fainted.
The Emperor, witnessing this, grew frantic. "What now?"
"Your guards have all been defeated by her." Bia, with an unreadable expression, smiled. "Your majesty, no need to panic, I'm here.
She won't be able to stir up any trouble." Rielna immediately landed on the ground, staring directly at them. "The Holy Light Emperor looks so frail now because of you, doesn't it?"
"Bia, while I've been out there on the battlefield, you've begun using your body to win favor with His Majesty, plotting to control him with your large breasts. You've been gradually manipulating my power, tarnishing my reputation, all because you're afraid of the minister appointed by the Emperor for me.
You're afraid that I might stand in the way of your ambitions."
That useless fool loudly defended his lover. "Shut up.
I won't allow you to insult Bia." She looked at him smugly and said, "Did you see that?
The truth is, your majesty and I are in love."
"No one believes your speculations."
"On the contrary, the treason you plotted has now been exposed." Rielna sighed in frustration. "Even at this point, you're still speaking for that vixen. If you're going to rule as a king like this, don't blame me for showing no respect to the Emperor." In the blink of an eye, Rielna vanished from her position. A sword flashed across the Emperor's body, swiftly ending his life. She coldly spoke, "Holy Light Emperor, I've taken your life." The crowd around them gasped in shock.
"What just happened? Rielna, did she just strike down your majesty?" Someone else replied, "I don't know. It all happened too fast, I couldn't see clearly."
The useless fool turned to his lover.
"Bia, why didn't you protect me earlier?"
She smiled and answered, "I'm truly sorry, her sword was just too fast.
I couldn't react in time." He collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from him like a stream, muttering, "Was this intentional?" Then he fell silent, breathless. The crowd erupted in turmoil. "The Holy Light Emperor is dead." It was Rielna, she killed the Holy Light Emperor.
Bia smugly looked at Rielna. "So, you've finally made a move against your majesty.
The fact that you managed to hold back until now is quite impressive. But the thing is, your majesty is my true love. If you take his life, what am I supposed to do? Sleep alone from now on?" Rielna remained expressionless as she looked at her. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Using my hands to kill him?"
"I could tell from your expression you haven't stopped smiling." She smiled, but shamelessly denied it.
"Nonsense. Right now, I'm absolutely enraged." She ascended into the air, looking down.
"I warned you not to spout nonsense."
"Your thick-headedness is truly infuriating. No matter what happens today, I will execute you and avenge your majesty."
Her eyes gleamed.
"Die, Rielna." Rielna was stunned.
Before she could react, she saw her arm turning gold. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock.
General Bia's power golden eye.
No matter the object, once caught in that gaze, it transforms into a golden form. Rielna coolly observed her golden arm.
You think cheap tricks like this can defeat me?
You're underestimating me far too much. After speaking, she immediately used a sword to sever that arm. She raised the sword and looked towards Bia. Even if I accidentally get hit, as long as I cut off the part that turns into gold, it's fine.
This is nothing to me. In front of my healing ability, your golden eye has no effect at all.
Bia still smugly looked at the person below. Immortal General Rielna really does have some skill, but even the healing ability, no matter how strong, has its limits.
What would happen if your entire body turned into gold? And what about an area-wide attack like this? Upon hearing this, Rielna widened her eyes in shock.
As soon as Bia finished speaking, she used her golden eye in a Gatling style, turning everything below into gold. Rielna continuously dodged the golden beams raining down on the ground, secretly thinking, she really came prepared.
If I keep getting hit like this, I'll be in danger.
She suddenly noticed that the people below were all turning into gold after being hit, and she couldn't believe it. The attack is no different at all? This Bia, in order to deal with me, is willing to make so many people lose their lives.
She's completely insane. Rielna looked up, silently thinking, it seems I can no longer drag this battle out with her. If I do, she'll destroy the entire fortress. There's only one way left.
Fly up, and deal with her.
Ignoring everything, Rielna charged straight towards Bia. Yellow patches gradually appeared on her body. Victory or defeat rests here.
The Holy Light Crusade soldiers died for the Emperor.
I must defeat her.
Bia smiled, smugly. As expected, you can't do anything. These fools chose to charge at me, and your compassion is your fatal weakness.
She stuck out her tongue in provocation. Rielna, you've fallen into my trap. Suddenly, from below, chains shot out from all directions, striking Rielna.
They pierced through her body, leaving her frozen mid-air.
Rielna couldn't believe her eyes. These are the weapons of the city's guard. Why are they attacking me? Disappointment flooded her body.
Even in this moment, she couldn't believe they still didn't trust her. A guard activated a weapon and shouted, "The murderer who killed the Emperor has been hit. The murderer who killed the Emperor has been hit."
Rielna helplessly looked at them as Bia slowly approached her and said, "Now do you understand?
A defeated foe like you still dares to kill the Emperor in front of them.
Who would believe the words you speak?"
Bia began casting a spell. "Rielna, this time you've lost, and you've lost completely." She unleashed her power, and a blinding streak of light appeared. Rielna could only remain motionless, her heart filled with self-blame. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I can no longer continue your cause." Another blinding streak of light flashed, and Rielna, along with the chains that pierced her body, turned to gold. Bia recalled the events earlier and thought with a strange feeling, "Just now, I thought I saw a flash of light.
Was it an illusion?"
She looked at the figure before her and, feeling pleased, walked away. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. After all, she's already turned to gold.
My greatest enemy is no more.
She grinned widely. From now on, I will be the ruler of this place. At the same time, far away from the Holy Light Crusade, a young man had just woken up.
Xian Bai, still dealing with the early morning blues, suddenly saw the toilet bowl glowing. Then it disappeared and transformed into a figure with wings behind it. He stared in confusion and bewilderment. "Oh my god, what's going on? A toilet genie?" The light disappeared, and Rielna was now kneeling on the ground. What is this? Am I dead? Why am I here? Could this be hell? It's nothing like I imagined.
She looked up ahead, and the first thing that caught her eyes was something dangling between Xian Bai's legs. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to say a word. Xian Bai immediately pulled up his zipper, having forgotten that he was in the middle of peeing.
Rielna's mind started racing. That thing is huge. In the crusade, except for the Emperor, everyone is a woman. This is the first time I've ever seen one of these. Are all men this big?
She suddenly spoke to the person in front of her.
If I'm not mistaken, you're the Grim Reaper, aren't you? Xianbai stared at her, bewildered, not understanding what she was talking about. Rielna blushed and continued, everyone who comes to hell is accompanied by the Grim Reaper. Just now, were you preparing the purification ritual? I'm already dead, I won't resist.
Please, Grim Reaper, purify me.
Xianbai looked at her in confusion, having no clue about any rituals or purification.
You suddenly jumped out of my toilet, what exactly do you want? Rielna crawled towards Xianbai and said, I want to meet the Emperor as soon as possible, so please, dear messenger, purify me.
Allow me to remove your pants for you.
Xianbai immediately grabbed his pants and stopped her. Wait a moment, why do all the women want to take off my pants?
Can't we talk things over slowly?
Rielna, however, remained persistent. I have let down Emperor's expectations, I must personally repent to Emperor. Please, messenger, hurry up and don't make things difficult for me. Xianbai looked at her and thought to himself, wait, if I pay close attention to the breath emanating from her, it seems somewhat familiar. Moreover, she mentioned Emperor.
Unless she is.
In the kitchen, Ping Er was busy cooking. Lately, the master has been occupied with subduing the ancestor rank predator, his body must be exhausted. As his dutiful wife, I must take on this responsibility. She smiled as she looked at her ginseng soup. It probably wouldn't be too much to make a nourishing soup for the master to replenish his strength, right? She brought the pot of soup into the room and called out, Master, your breakfast is ready, please allow Ping Er to help restore your strength. Upon entering, she immediately saw Xianbai pressing the head of a girl down.
The girl kept complaining, Great messenger, why do you always refuse? I understand now, you must like the feeling of being passive, right? He reached out to stop the girl. I can't bear it, little sister. Please have some self-respect. Your ability to make associations is truly quite peculiar. Ping Er widened her eyes at the scene in front of her, then called out to the other person, Master, what are you doing? Xianbai hurriedly explained in embarrassment, Ping Er, don't misunderstand. I was forced into this. I'm a decent person, you know.
After a round of explanations, Rielna clarified everything, and the three of them happily enjoyed a nutritious breakfast together.
Xianbai, upon hearing the full story, nodded in understanding. So that's how it is.
You really are a member of the Holy Light Crusade?
Ping Er asked him in surprise, did you already figure it out?
He replied, I had some suspicions.
At that moment, Rielna asked, if you're not a messenger of hell, then I'm not actually dead. But why was I portaled next to you? Xianbai explained to her, it's simple. Someone must have saved you and then portaled you here. Rielna still felt confused. But I don't know anyone in this world. Who would go through the trouble of saving me?
To answer her question, Xianbai pulled aside his robe to show her the object on his chest.
Other than her, who else could it be? Rielna stared intently at the circle in front of her, then immediately stood up and asked, the gift of light, isn't that the energy core of the Emperor? Why is it on your body?
She propped her feet up on the chair, leaning towards Xianbai. I get it now, you're definitely the reincarnation of the Emperor. You sensed the danger to your subordinates, which is why you risked everything to save me. Her face suddenly turned bright red, and sweat poured down her face.
I'm not wrong, am I, sir? Xianbai responded, the direction may be right, but the details are lacking.
I am not the reincarnation of the Holy Light Emperor, and the one who saved you is not me.
Suddenly, Xianbai also began to feel his body warming up. He turned to the person beside him and asked, Ping Er, why does the atmosphere feel so strange? It seems like my body is getting hotter and hotter.
Ping Er replied, if the master says so, Ping Er also feels a bit of heat.
Xianbai asked, what kind of soup did we drink?
Ping Er innocently answered, it's a soup made from ginseng, velvet antler, and tiger bone. Leader Bai said that this soup would help boost the master's energy and enhance a man's fighting strength. Xian Bai was left speechless, and the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. Xian Bai looked at her helplessly. I have always been a man among men, haven't people already recognized that? Why would I need this? On the contrary, it seems like you two can barely handle the effects of this powerful tonic. At that moment, Rielna had moved closer to him, her eyes filled with reverence. Your Majesty, please stop pretending. I know it was you who saved me. The reason you won't accept me must be because you're blaming your subordinate for failing to protect your legacy. Please punish me. Your Majesty, direct your anger at me. Rielna suddenly sat on Xian Bai's lap, her movements so natural that he didn't have time to react. Her arms wrapped loosely around his neck, and his hands, by instinct, rested on her smooth, white thighs. She looked at him with concern, her voice gentle yet firm. Your Majesty, why are you still indifferent? I have truly repented. Can't you see my sincerity? Her gaze showed both remorse and a deep, unmasked desire. Please, let out your anger. If not, I will forever live with self-blame and anxiety. Xian Bai froze, beads of sweat falling incessantly, his mind racing as he searched for a way to escape this situation. She has completely accepted me as her Your Majesty. No matter how I explain, she won't believe it. What am I supposed to do now? He silently lamented, his heart filled with confusion. Her eyes welled up with tears as she rested her head on his shoulder, full of grievance. Tears streamed down like a waterfall. Maintaining their increasingly intimate posture, she whispered in a choked voice, Your Majesty, if you have saved me, then why won't you forgive me? It would be better if you just let me die by your own hands. Xian Bai glanced down at the frail girl in his arms, remaining silent all this time. In his mind, he thought, it seems the only way to resolve this is to go along with her wishes. With that decision made, he reluctantly stepped into the role of the Holy Light Emperor. He spoke sternly, Fine, if you wish for punishment, then I won't hold back. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and began spanking her. Crisp slaps echoed through the air, each impact sharp and resolute. The girl clung tightly to his neck, pressing her body against him, trembling softly with every strike. Her voice rang out between cries of pain yet full of submission. Yes, punish me like this, Your Majesty. Strike me without mercy. As long as you forgive me, I will endure however you wish to punish me. Xian Bai struggled to stay in character, widening his eyes as he bellowed, Do you think a few strikes are enough to quell my anger? It won't be that easy. Do you not realize how furious I am? The situation grew ever more tangled, but Xian Bai had no choice but to continue playing his role to console the girl in his arms. He raised both hands, his face stern, and said, Next will be my ultimate move. Rielna panicked but couldn't hide the excitement in her heart. Are you going to attack with both hands at the same time? With 2 layers of offense like this, can I even withstand it? Before she had a chance to prepare, he suddenly struck her buttocks repeatedly with both hands. The sound echoed sharply in the air, causing her to shut her eyes tightly, her breathing becoming rapid, sweat soaking her body. In her mind, she whispered to herself, This is the punishment His Majesty has for me. No matter how difficult it is, I must persevere. The two were so absorbed in their punishment ritual that they didn't notice Ping Er standing outside the door. Her eyes were wide open, intently observing every move in the room. After a moment, Ping Er mumbled softly, Such a powerful technique. Inside, the figurine on the table shook slightly from the impact. Rielna was now exhausted, breathless, and weakly lowered her head, saying in a faint voice, Although the process was extremely dangerous, I have persevered to the end. Your Majesty, I have endured this cruel punishment. May I now be forgiven? Xian Bai, who was sitting at the dining table with his arms crossed, replied thoughtfully, Considering your attitude of admitting your mistake, I will temporarily forgive you. Upon hearing this, Rielna was overjoyed, rushing over to pull a chair and sit beside him, cheerfully exclaiming, Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Xian Bai looked at Ping Er with a sincere gaze, his smile bright like sunlight. Ping Er widened her eyes, her whole body suddenly trembling with emotion, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. A romantic feeling rose within her. Is the master
confessing to me? Rielna, standing beside them, was also surprised, her face flushing red.
In her heart, she thought, I really admire him. I can't help but feel moved as well. In the spacious, beautifully decorated house, a loud, powerful shaking sound suddenly echoed. The statue on the table was jolted and fell to the floor. After the intense commotion, the two girls lay peacefully asleep beside Xianbai, their faces clearly showing satisfaction. Xianbai closed his eyes, his expression also one of contentment and peace. However, not long after, he opened his eyes and found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar setting. Surrounding him were bizarre images, as if in a strange and surreal world. He reached into his pocket, glanced around, and exclaimed, "This is strange, wasn't I just lying down asleep? How did I end up here?" Before him was a blurry scene, resembling the inside of a castle, but everything was smeared and indistinct. The shapes and colors seemed to be blurred, as if he was standing in the middle of an unfinished painting. Xianbai widened his eyes, even more confused, murmuring, "Where is this strange place? What's happening here?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in the empty space, "Su Xianbai, what are you still standing there for? Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xianbai was startled, instinctively looking around, his hands still in his pockets. He slowly stepped up the stairs, his gaze cautious, and he called out loudly, "Who's there? Who's calling me? I advise you to show yourself. If you dare to pretend to be a god or a ghost in front of me, the consequences won't be light." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl appeared before him. Her entire body radiated a brilliant golden light, and she sat proudly on a magnificent throne. She sat with her legs crossed in a seductive manner, her eyes filled with amusement as she gazed at him, flashing a smile. "Few people dare to speak to me like that. Indeed, you are special." She raised her hand to lightly stroke her cheek, her gaze never leaving Xianbai. Her voice was sweet but laced with hidden meaning. "Not only are you not afraid of my appearance, but you also dared to take the virginity of my most talented subordinate. How interesting. The more I see of you, the more I like you." Xianbai stepped closer to her, squinting as he asked seriously, "You're the leader of the Holy Light Crusade, right? And also the embodiment of the gift of light? You are the Holy Light Emperor?" The girl smirked confidently and replied, "Correct. That's me." He frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on her. "So this is an illusion you've created? You brought me here, what do you really want?" She slowly rose from the throne, gliding gently down to stand before him. The smile on her lips became utterly captivating, her voice soft and coaxing, "Don't be so fierce. Can't you be a little gentler with me? I'm not going to eat you, you know." She placed her hands behind her back, gently floated down, getting closer and closer to him. Her voice rang out, tinged with a hint of choking emotion, "For many years, I've been trapped in the meteorite mass of this research institute. It has been truly painful. Thanks to you, I've been set free." Xianbai responded calmly, his tone composed, "It's just a coincidence, it's not really due to any effort on my part." Her entire body glowed brilliantly, and suddenly a spark of lightning flashed in her eyes. The distance between them quickly narrowed. He unexpectedly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Without saying a word, she suddenly cupped his face in her hands, gazing at him as if she wanted to engrave every detail. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming with a smile, "I just want to get a good look at you. You look so ordinary, how can you attract so many girls?" Xianbai's face was nearly deformed from her grip, and he thought to himself, "The Holy Light Emperor doesn't seem to have any ill intentions." His eyes, whether accidentally or purposefully, flicked down to her dazzling chest. Not only was it large, but it also shone brightly, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly, "This is definitely the first time I've seen such large and radiant. Impressive." Before he could get a good look, she noticed. She giggled and pulled him closer, pressing her head against his face. "You just secretly looked at my chest, didn't you?" Xianbai, caught off guard and embarrassed, blushed slightly but quickly defended himself. "How could that be? I was just looking the wrong way."
She looked at him, her gaze full of teasing, her voice sweet yet provocative. You really think one thing and say another, don't you? Is it because of this illusion that you can't let go? Fine then, let me change it to something that'll make you feel more at ease. In the blink of an eye, the space around him suddenly changed. He was startled to realize he was standing in a bedroom. A sense of caution briefly flickered in his heart. What exactly is this woman planning to do? Her voice rang out, soft but filled with hidden meaning. So, how is it? This illusion making you feel more natural, huh? He turned around, searching for the source of the voice, and immediately his gaze locked onto the bed. There she was, sitting cross-legged on it, her hands folded in front of her, her posture both seductive and bold. She gave a slight smirk and said, laughing, "How is it? Seeing me, the leader of Holy Light Emperor, sitting on the bed like this, can you handle it? If not, come over here." She raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of provocation, her voice continuing to beckon. Don't hold back anymore. I know you're already excited. But in complete contrast to her thoughts, Xianbai showed no interest. He crossed his arms, standing straight, his gaze cold as he looked at her, and then replied decisively, "You don't need to waste your effort trying to seduce me like this. I've long been immune to this beauty trap." Upon hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes showing a trace of confusion. What? I've done all this, and he still isn't moved? He spoke to her seriously. Rielna once told me that in the Holy Light Crusade, apart from your deceased younger brother, there were no other men. You don't need to keep pretending anymore. She was startled, her eyes widening as she stared at him. His hand pointed directly at her, making her entire body tremble involuntarily. While she remained seated on the bed, he casually turned away, leaving her behind. Xianbai walked to the corner of the room and sat down on a chair. The woman glanced away shyly, remaining silent. Her hand gently rested on her neck, her body shifting slightly as if trying to conceal something difficult to say. He lounged in the chair, half sitting, half reclining, stretching his legs comfortably. His gaze never left her as he spoke calmly. Gaining control over the Holy Light Crusade seems quite beneficial for me. But since this is a transaction, it must be fair for both sides. He glanced at her, his eyes scrutinizing. And what about you? What is it that you desire most? She slowly turned away, looking somewhat anxious, sweat beading on her forehead. After a while, she lifted her head, her expression serious. You've seen it for yourself. Right now, I am nothing more than a mass of energy. She paused, then looked straight at him, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Don't you possess a miraculous material called gel silica? I want you to use that gel silica to shape me a new body. I, too, long to possess a new physical form. She sat on the bed, looked at him, and said seriously, moreover, with the support of the Holy Light Crusade, when you face the Imperial Guard of the Dark Emperor, your chances of victory will also be higher. This deal is beneficial to you. He chuckled lightly and agreed with her. That's right, I accept this deal. Suddenly, he realized something, but, from now on, I can't call you the Holy Light Emperor anymore. It sounds too unpleasant. Hearing that, she asked, then what should I be called? He replied, don't you have a name? If we use a name, it will feel more personal. She was momentarily startled, realizing that she had never had a name. She exclaimed, a name? It seems no one has ever given me one. He rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, then said, you don't even have a name? Well, I'll give you one. Xianbai looked at her and smiled, saying, how about the name Fei Fei? It sounds nice and is easy to remember. She touched her face, a bit confused and unfamiliar. Fei Fei. From now on, this will be my name. It doesn't sound bad. Seeing that she agreed, he stood up and said, all right, since it's settled, you should take me out of this illusion now, shouldn't you? But she still didn't want him to leave. She replied, you can't leave yet. With that, she stood up, her gaze somewhat hesitant but resolute. There's still something important we haven't done. He was surprised, frowning as he asked, what is it? Her face suddenly flushed, an expression of embarrassment clearly showing on her face. Didn't you agree to sculpt a new body for me? But you still haven't measured my 3 sizes. How can you create a perfect body without that? She reached behind her neck, gently untied the string of her dress, and her face grew even redder. Her voice trembled as she said, I want my body to be perfect, so you must examine my body closely first. He looked at her, his eyes flashing with amusement, but he said nothing. In his mind, he thought, actually, after defeating De Ping ancestor rank predator, I gained the ability to see through everything. No matter how many layers of clothing she wears, she can't hide from my gaze. But seeing her shy yet eager appearance, I just can't bring myself to interrupt. If she's this determined, I'll let her have her way. Fei Fei's dress slowly slid down, gliding along her body until it reached her feet. Every bit of her youthful beauty was laid bare before him, and the space seemed to freeze in that moment. She stood there, both hands behind her back, her body slightly arched forward. Her voice was soft yet firm, you must look closely, don't miss any detail. He slipped his hands into his pockets, responding calmly, all right. His gaze never left her, silently observing every curve as she had wished. His eyes were fixed on her from head to toe, his face flushed, and his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Although he was accustomed to his ability to see through things, the sight of the Holy Light Emperor standing naked before him was still an overwhelming shock. She glanced at him, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, and asked gently, have you finished looking? I'm about to put on my clothes. But it seemed he wasn't satisfied yet. His hand clenched tightly, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice stammering yet earnest, if you wish to pursue perfection in every detail. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, I need to see your legs too. Didn't you say that no detail should be overlooked? Hearing that, she hesitated briefly but then agreed, I did say that. All right then, you can look. She slowly lifted her leg, removing her shoe. The atmosphere in the room grew more and more suggestive. She sat on the edge of the bed, one leg slightly raised, while he knelt on the floor, his gaze fixed intently. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Fei Fei, your legs. Embarrassed, she nervously asked, huh? Is there something wrong with my legs? He couldn't take his eyes off her feet, where her 2 white feet gently rubbed against each other, then replied, your legs are glowing. They're so beautiful. Like a work of art. His unexpected words startled her. Her face, already red, grew even more flushed. In her mind, she wondered, is he complimenting me? No one has ever praised me like this before. She grew increasingly amused, gently wiggling her foot in front of him. With a soft smile, she asked, do you want to touch it? Just looking with your eyes might not be enough to remember everything. His face flushed red as he swallowed hard and replied, you have a point. I have to try to know for sure. She smiled, her tone full of pride. Then I shall comply with your request. It was late at night, and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the dark sky. Ping Er gazed at him anxiously and whispered, Master, what's wrong? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Could it be that all his energy has been completely drained? Sitting beside him, Rielna was just as worried. Though sweat drenched her forehead, she could still notice something unusual in his expression. The 2 women stared intently at Xianbai's flushed face. Covered in sweat, he seemed to still be deeply enjoying himself. Suddenly, his eyes opened. In front of him were the 2 faces of Ping Er and Rielna. Ping Er frowned and said, at last, Master has woken up. Rielna stroked his hair and asked with concern, Your Majesty, are you all right? Startled, his face turned even redder as he quickly sat up in alarm. I am fine, it was just a dream. But you two, why are you? He looked at the 2 women sitting on top of him and asked in confusion, not only did you strip me, but you're also riding me like this. Could it be that the effects of your tonic still haven't worn off? He spoke, causing both girls to flush with embarrassment. Ping Er looked at him and replied, the effect of the supplementary medicine has fully taken effect on the master for a long time. I see that your complexion is still fine,
but you're sweating a lot, so I had no choice but to remove your clothes.
He sat cross-legged on the bed, pointed at his face, and asked in surprise, was I like that just now? Rielna answered, yes, and you were very hot.
Ping Er added, your expression also seemed a bit
excited.
He blushed, recalling Fei Fei's feet. I can't believe I had such a strong reaction.
That's not my usual style. Could it be because I touched Fei Fei's feet?
Ping Er sat with her legs crossed on the bed, looked at him, and asked, Master, what's wrong?
You seem strange today. Could it be that you're ill?
Xianbai didn't answer, only stared intensely at one point. That point was her feet. Seeing that he didn't respond, Rielna leaned closer to him, worried, and said, I'm very concerned about your well-being, Your Majesty.
Could it be that you're injured inside? Let me check your body.
He remained silent, his expression tense, sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes still locked on the lower part of her body. What he was looking at was Rielna's feet. He was stunned, his mouth agape, and suddenly asked himself, why am I paying attention to her legs like this? This is really a bit perverse.
I've never been like this before.
In the past, Asmod had tried thousands of methods, but I never felt moved. Yet, she missed this one, and I thought it wouldn't have any effect.
Now, I realize that legs are actually my weakness.
Sweat poured down his face as he suddenly felt a sense of fear. He thought to himself, if I want to become stronger, I must address this weakness, but it's not going to be easy. Seeing him silent, his expression strange, Ping Er knelt on the bed and anxiously asked, Master, why are you so distracted?
If something is troubling you, you can always talk to Ping Er. He replied, it's nothing. I just want some peace.
He dressed neatly, scratching his head as he walked, reflecting on his weakness, feeling truly embarrassed. He wondered what he should do to overcome it. Suddenly, he froze, his mouth hanging open as he stared.
In front of him were Asmod's long, slender legs.
She was lying on the ground watching a movie, laughing happily, seemingly watching an adult film that was far from appropriate. Her 2 feet hovered in the air, alluring and flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, she sensed the scent of a man and thought that Xianbai must have come closer to her. Thinking so, she quickly turned around to look, but he had disappeared.
She was surprised, is there no one? Could it be that I've been watching too many movies lately, making me more sensitive?
In fact, Xianbai was hiding behind the edge of the wall, thinking to himself that he shouldn't be doing this.
Watching adult films in public wasn't healthy. Moreover, why was everyone stretching their legs out like that?
Suddenly, he startled and turned to look in the other direction, peeking inside to spy. He saw Ling Long sitting on the bed, looking flustered, thinking, why do I feel like someone needs help?
Who is it?
Ling Long really wants to help that person. He then looked at her feet, swinging in the air, and thought, if not, Ling Long will feel very uneasy. She lifted her head, looked toward the door, and wondered, was there someone outside just now? At Star Place, in the research institute, he stepped up behind the short-haired girl and called out, Lixin, could you help me with a small thing? The girl jumped in surprise, her face turning red, thinking to herself, it's Xianbai. She immediately turned around, smiling as she placed both hands on her thighs and said, Master, it's so late, and you've come to find me.
Could it be that you want me to help with that matter?
She swung her leg, wearing black stockings, and continued, luckily, I'm the only one on duty tonight.
I can help with anything.
He touched his chin, looked at her, and said, I do have something I need from you, Lixin, but before that, there's something important I need to take care of first.
She asked him, what is it?
To her surprise, he pointed directly at her feet.
Looking at her alluring bare feet, he requested, could you put on some shoes? The black stockings are a bit uncomfortable. She was taken aback, wondering, do my feet smell?
I clearly took good care of them. Seeing her reaction, he hurriedly said, it's not about the smell. He blushed and admitted, it's just that I feel a bit embarrassed looking at your feet. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide in surprise. Oh my God, Xianbai really is the pervert of legends. But right after that, she looked at him and thought to herself, but I like it, because Xianbai is attracted to me. She took off her glasses, tilted her head to the side, her face flushed with a seductive glow. She thought to herself, it's only natural that someone like me, a grown woman, could earn the master's affection. She frowned at him, thinking to herself, tonight, I must take advantage of the fact that the research institute will be empty to trap Xianbai. While she was lost in thought, he suddenly spoke up, what are you thinking about, Li Xin? She quickly replied, nothing. In this room, only the two of them remained, but no one knew who the easier one to deceive was. She put on her high heels, stood up, and walked over, silica gel? I think the last batch I used to mold Asmod and Ling Long's bodies has run out. She asked herself, but then smiled confidently, but there's no need to worry. Something as good as that, of course, I kept a little for myself. He leaned back against the desk, happily complimenting her, really? You truly are reliable. She led him into another room. He curiously asked, isn't this your office? She replied, this is Dean Lu's office. After you killed him, this room became my personal storage. He frowned and explained, not happy, I didn't kill Dean Lu. Suddenly, she bent down, her backside brushing against the desk as if looking for something, and said, that doesn't matter anymore. After all, he died because of you. He quickly asked, wait, why are you crawling under the desk? She knelt down, raising her hips, her hands pressed against the ground. Her short skirt unintentionally revealed what was underneath. She said, in my impression, the silica was stored here. Strange, why can't I find it? Xianbai scratched his head, trying to avoid her gaze. He broke into a sweat and said, no rush, we still have plenty of time. She continued searching slowly. Suddenly, she looked up and said, I remember now, the silica box was placed on top of the cabinet. Looking up, she saw the gray box sitting on the top of the cabinet. She stepped onto a chair, stood on her toes, and bent down to rummage through the cabinet. She said, Xianbai, can you hold the chair for me? I placed the box too high. Blushing, he replied, He held the chair for her again. From below, he accidentally caught sight of her exposed backside. His face turned red as he quickly looked away, thinking to himself, if it was placed so high, why not just let me grab it? Why go through all this trouble? Besides, ever since I arrived at the research institute, she's been acting unusually excited. Suddenly, a realization struck him, could it be that Sister Li Xin is doing this on purpose? Is she trying to seduce me? She suddenly exclaimed, all right, I've got it. However, due to the quick movement, she lost her balance and leaned to one side on the chair. Then, she fell directly from the height, her body trembling with a bit of pain. She sighed, her face flushed, and her eyes wide open, ugh, it hurts. The scene at this moment was quite ambiguous. Both she and Xianbai had fallen onto the ground, sitting opposite each other. Her legs were inadvertently draped over his body, and his face was also flushed, sweat pouring down his body. He asked, Li Xin, it seems like you've been exposed. She snorted softly, her eyes wide open as she looked down, seeing her legs spread apart. Sweat soaked through her clothes, and her face turned even redder. She screamed in panic, "Ah!" Quickly, she placed her hands to cover between her legs, not daring to look directly at him. Tense, she said, Xianbai, you saw everything, didn't you? He sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly looking at her, and replied, are you talking about the bottom of your pants? I really did see it. A very obvious excess. She did not expect him to have such an attitude. Bewildered, she thought, you're admitting it so openly? What does this mean? This reaction seems unusual. If you've seen it, shouldn't there be a reaction like a fast heartbeat or blushing? She recalled the time Xianbai was with other girls. Clearly, when he's with them, he always acts intimate. So why, when he's with me, can he be so calm as if nothing's happening? I don't accept this. She took off her glasses once more, speaking frankly, I've tried to show myself like this, so why can you still stay so calm? What you're doing is, to some extent, disrespectful to others.
She leaned her face closer to him. Am I not attractive enough?
Her face showed a bit of grievance, her eyes shimmering with tears, gently brushing her hair. I must still be somewhat beautiful, right? Seeing her like that, he had no choice but to respond seriously. It's not just somewhat beautiful, you're extremely beautiful now. Hearing his answer, she became even more confident, sticking her bottom out, her upper body almost pressed against his. If I'm this beautiful, why are you holding back?
Are you just going to look at me like nothing's happening? Xianbai remained silent. She furrowed her brows, looking at him as if she guessed something. Do you have something on your mind? She tilted her head and then guessed. Maybe when you saw me wearing fishnet stockings, my embarrassed look is the scene you can't forget, right? Do you want that? He sighed deeply, finally sitting down on the ground, and honestly said, soon, I will enter another world to battle the Holy Light Crusade. But before I go, I've discovered a fatal weakness. He looked at her. I have no resistance to women's feet. If I can't overcome this weakness, my journey will surely fail. Li Xian knelt on the ground again, seemingly wanting to get closer to him.
She comforted him, saying, it's normal to like feet, there's nothing terrible about it.
It's not like it's a death sentence.
He looked at her in surprise and replied, you really are naive.
You think that way because you don't understand anything about the Holy Light Crusade. In the Holy Light Crusade, everyone is a woman, and it's extremely dangerous.
What's scary is that they all wear stockings. Facing her, he continued, if that were all, I could still manage, but if the worst-case scenario happens, it would be disastrous.
She widened her eyes, shocked, and asked, what's the worst-case scenario?
He thought of the alluring, fair feet and replied, it's when they use the nasty combo skill to target my white feet, and at that moment, I'll die without a place to be buried. Hearing this, she understood the seriousness of the issue, so that's how it is.
Now that I understand your worries, the next steps will be easier. He crossed his arms and asked, what do you mean?
She sat down, placed her glasses on her chin, thought for a moment, then said, the black stockings of Starplace are probably no less significant than their white stockings. The battle between white and black stockings, from here on, will be a particularly harsh special training.
He widened his eyes in surprise, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and asked, special training, aimed at weaknesses? Do you mean?
She took off her shoes and said, you're right, it means facing your own weaknesses head on. She lifted her leg in front of him, smiling sweetly as she said, if you're brave enough to face my leg directly, then you'll be able to overcome your weakness. His face immediately turned red, and he quickly turned away, feeling somewhat awkward. The difficulty of this special training seems quite high.
She responded, tonight is just a small trial.
Li Xian put a finger to her lips and made a mysterious gesture. As a grown woman, besides black stockings, I have many other types. After speaking, she thought about all the types of stockings she had. Fishnet stockings, stockings with straps, striped stockings, and even the ones with holes in several places, which were called torn stockings. She stood up in front of him and declared, this special training will be based on your performance to adjust the types of stockings. Gradually, the difficulty of the challenge will increase.
So, what do you think? Are you brave enough to accept my challenge?
He hesitated for a moment, then, with a confident determination, replied, I accept.
The next morning, when the sun was already at its peak, the special training of Xianbai and Li Xian had lasted throughout the night. At this time, the other girls had arrived at work, their faces were flushed, and they whispered to each other, hey, did you hear that strange sound? The girl beside her replied, I think I did hear something. The other girl said, that sound seems to be coming from Lu Din's office, doesn't it? The girl with the purple eye widened her eyes in surprise and quickly realized, that's right, and this sound even kind of resembles Li Xian. The other girl then said, I haven't seen her this morning. Could it be that she's really hiding in there? While they were talking, the door suddenly flew open, and in front of them stood Li Xian. She looked very tired. The other girls were surprised and asked, Sister Li Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are your clothes so messy? And you're panting, did someone bully you? Do you need me to help you call the police? Li Xian seriously looked around the room and said, everyone in the office, listen up. Stop everything you're doing and follow me. Right now, Su Xianbai needs your help.
She placed her hand on her chest and spoke sincerely. From now on, anyone who joins my special training will have the chance to help Xianbai overcome her weaknesses. Only when Su Xianbai becomes stronger will Star Place become more solid. The other girls were stunned, their eyes wide open, listening silently as she continued. As long as my special training is successful, all of you will be heroes of Star Place. She made a strong call, winning their hearts. We, the people of Star Place, absolutely cannot lose to the women of Crusade. She rubbed her legs together and shouted loudly, Star Place is the strongest. The sunlight illuminated the entire room. Xianbai lay on the ground, limbs spread wide, his body drenched in sweat, looking utterly exhausted. Breathing heavily, he said, I really didn't expect the training on weaknesses to be this difficult.
The battles I've fought before don't even compare to the danger I faced last night.
If it weren't for my strong will, the consequences would have been truly unpredictable. Although very tired, it seemed that this approach was somewhat effective. He frowned inside. The power of Li Xian is truly terrifying. It really makes a person keep a heart full of fear. Suddenly, the door opened.
Before he could even catch his breath, Li Xian entered, leading a group of people. She glared at him and said, Xianbai, you've probably rested enough. Try again. This is the extravagant meal I've prepared for you.
She, along with the other girls, looked at him with a range of expressions. Due to your outstanding performance last night, Sun has decided to increase the difficulty of your special training.
Xianbai blushed at the sight of so many girls. With a hint of fear, he asked, Don't tell me you want them to join this special training too? Are you trying to kill me?
Li Xian looked at him and smiled, replying, Don't misunderstand.
Why would it be just a few of them? That's not my style.
At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from the corridor. Dozens of girls were running toward his room, urging each other as they went, Hurry up, hurry up. Before long, they had filled the room. This was a golden opportunity to contribute to the Star Spirit Court, and no one wanted to miss it. One girl, excited, said, I never thought the first time I'd see Xianbai in person would be when he's participating in such a difficult special training session.
What would someone as famous as him look like if he were embarrassed? Just imagining it gets me so excited. In the sunlit room, Xianbai sat on the floor, looking bewildered, his gaze full of panic. Did you really call all the women in the research institute here? Li Xian confidently replied, That's right.
She glanced at the door, looked at everyone, and spoke seriously, Everyone, follow my command.
Do not act on your own.
The girls responded in unison, Don't worry, the discipline of the research institute is beyond question.
Then, they began counting, 3, 2, 1.
Xianbai sat still, his face flushed as he endured it.
Li Xian couldn't hold back her laughter and excitedly called out, Let the special training begin.
Time passed. It had been 3 days since they started. On a bright full moon night, Li Xian knelt on the ground, her hand placed on her chest, her disheveled clothes exposing almost her entire upper body.
Though exhausted, she still managed to speak. It's been 3 days of training.
I have no spare socks left, and I doubt the research institute does either. The room was an utter mess, with socks scattered everywhere. Xianbai sat on a chair, his eyes darkened, his entire body radiating a purple spiritual glow.
She continued, Xianbai, the special training ends here. I think you've overcome your weakness, haven't you? His face remained dark, expressionless. He replied, Thank you, Sister Li Xian, for your help. I feel great now.
With that, he grabbed his shirt, his entire body surging with spiritual energy. With a confident gaze, he declared with conviction, I've reached a completely new realm. Su Xianbai, after addressing the flaws with the help of Li Xian, finally shaped a new body for Holy Light Emperor Fei Fei. Fei Fei widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Is this body made from silica? He crossed his arms and smiled smugly. So, how is it? Isn't it exquisite? She looked at the body that had just been molded for her, still in shock, and exclaimed, It really is exquisite.
However, when she looked closely again, seeing her body in a position with both hands on the ground and her hips raised high towards the sky, she awkwardly said, "Do I really need to be positioned like this?" Xianbai scratched his cheek, his face turning red as he shyly explained, "It's just to test the functionality of the silica gel center, nothing serious." She eyed him skeptically and asked, "What is the functionality of the silica gel center? Why is your face so red?" Xianbai turned away, avoiding her gaze, and evasively replied, "You'll understand later. Anyway, just try to get used to your new body first." She didn't ask further, simply responding with a soft, "Okay." After a while, Fei Fei finally fully adapted to her new body. She was utterly amazed and exclaimed, "This is amazing." She sat on the chair, laughing with joy and said, "I can't believe it. The technology of silica is truly amazing. Is this what it feels like to regain freedom? It's truly miraculous." Seeing her happy, he smiled and replied, "You can try moving around first, to adjust to your new body." Upon hearing that, she leaned back in the chair, moving her limbs with agility. It felt smooth, and she happily commented, "My limbs are very flexible, just like my old body. Moreover, every detail has been perfectly restored. Your craftsmanship is indeed impressive." She placed her hand on her chest, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. "It seems I've exposed everything to you in this fantasy world. This was truly the right choice." He looked at her, smiling gently as he replied, "It's just a basic operation, there's no need to be so amazed. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters." Suddenly, she noticed a small notebook on the table and curiously asked, "What's that?" She picked up the notebook and looked at it. On the cover was an image of her along with the word Silica Gel Maintenance Guide. She opened it and began reading, her face instantly turning red, her heart racing. She thought to herself, "So this body needs to be maintained this way? This is really putting someone in a difficult position." After reading, she was startled to realize something. "Wait. My body used to assume that posture before. Could it be that Xianbai once performed major maintenance on me?" At this thought, cold sweat broke out all over her body, and her breathing became rapid. She immediately looked at him, her heart filled with anxiety. If that's really the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I am the Holy Light Emperor, a symbol of purity. How could I have done such a thing? The image I've worked so hard to uphold for so many years. Could it all be ruined?" Seeing her expression suddenly change, he immediately sat down beside her, worriedly asking, "Why is your face so red? Are you okay? Is there something wrong with this body?" As he moved closer, she felt even more flustered. Her face turned bright red, and goosebumps rose all over her skin. She instinctively backed away, her expression trembling with wariness. Raising a hand to cover her mouth, she fearfully asked, "Why did you suddenly come so close to me? What do you want to do to me?" Seeing her reaction, he was left speechless. In the end, he could only sigh and gently reassure her. "I just sat down on the sofa. There's no need for such a big reaction." Gradually, she calmed down and silently thought, "He's right, all those things earlier were just my own assumptions. That posture might just have been a coincidence. My tension really did cause me to lose face in front of the Holy Light Emperor." She took a deep breath, looked at him calmly, and said, "I was just a little too emotional. But it seems you've forgotten to give me wings." He smiled and replied, "I couldn't have missed something that important. Try pressing the realmal on your chest." She pointed to the droplet shape on her chest and asked, "Press here?" As soon as she pressed it, a pair of wings appeared on her back. She exclaimed in surprise, "It can even be controlled, it can stretch and fold. How convenient. Su Xianbai, your skills are truly remarkable." Seeing that the issues with her new body had been resolved, she suggested, "Since you've finished with my body, it's time to fulfill our promise. Next, we need to head to the Holy Light Crusade to deal with the monument." She looked at him, her expression serious. "This isn't something simple, it's not just about physical effort. You'll have to risk your life for me. Are you truly ready for this?
As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately stood up straight. His whole body exuded a powerful aura, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time.
It's understandable, he had put in a great deal of effort training with Li Xin. He confidently replied, I've already prepared everything. We're ready now.
Seeing his overwhelming confidence, which nothing could overshadow, she smiled faintly and said, Very good.
Looks like I didn't misjudge you.
She sat, her hands crossed over her lap, her gaze filled with trust. Meanwhile, he stood, hands in his pockets, exuding self-assurance. She continued, If everything is ready, we can set off now.
He nodded, We can leave, but I won't be taking the two of you. I've already chosen who will go.
Hearing this, she looked at him in surprise, unable to hide her astonishment.
Ha! I'm Holy Light Emperor Fei Fei. If you're not taking me, who are you taking? Is there someone better than me?
Before he could answer, the door suddenly opened.
Asmod walked in, arms crossed, cutting in between them.
Of course there is.
Haven't I already arrived?
This mischievous girl placed her hand over her chest, casting a smug glance at Fei Fei, her mocking smile impossible to hide.
Isn't the Holy Light Crusade made up of women? Trapping those fake innocent women? Asmod's specialty. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei's face turned dark with anger, and she immediately shouted, Are you mocking me? I don't see anything about you that's better than me. The little devilish girl chuckled lightly, still maintaining a teasing tone, and responded, I haven't said anything yet. Are you saying you want to go out on the mission with me? Are you jealous? Hearing this, Fei Fei glanced at Su Xianbai, silently wondering, jealous? Am I really jealous of Su Xianbai? She looked at him, but he innocently thought, what is she staring at me for?
Fei Fei didn't answer, but her gaze became pensive, her hand lifting to her chin as if she were carefully considering, could it be
that I've developed feelings?
At that moment, Ling Long entered.
She blushed, shyly speaking, I sense someone here needs help. May I bring Ling Long along? Ling Long will definitely be of assistance.
Fei Fei looked at Ling Long, quietly thinking to herself, this ghoul looks so embarrassed, she probably doesn't have any special methods to deal with women.
Su Xianbai definitely won't take her anywhere.
But what she didn't expect was that Xianbai immediately nodded in agreement. Alright then, the three of us will go together. Fei Fei froze, as if turned to stone. She sat down on a chair, twisting her body, feeling a sense of grievance and frustration.
She thought to herself, am I being compared to the two of them? Why? Why am I not as good as they are? Could it be that I'm really this bad?
The answer remained silent in the air. She blushed deeply inside. I used to be the Holy Light Emperor, adored by tens of thousands of people, but now I'm being ignored, cast aside like this.
Is this the impermanence of life? It was only then that Xianbai noticed her. He turned to ask, aren't you happy? She hurriedly replied, how could I be?
She raised a hand to cover her mouth, trying to appear composed, awkwardly maintaining an air of dignity. I won't be angry over this.
I really don't care. You can take whoever you want.
He looked at her and smiled gently, then calmly explained, you are the Emperor of the Holy Light Crusade.
Forcing you to kill your own people with your own hands. That's just too cruel.
He radiated the aura of a protagonist, his presence filled with understanding and kindness. He smiled softly, let me first conquer the Crusaders, then let the true Emperor, which is you, appear.
That would be the proper respect for you.
Her face turned bright red from his words. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her astonishment. She thought, I never expected him to be such a warm, thoughtful man. Unable to contain the surge of gratitude in her heart, she suddenly threw herself into his arms. She buried her face in his shoulder and whispered, thank you, Su Xianbai.
He modestly replied, it's still too early to thank me.
She lifted her face, her eyes affectionately gazing at him, her cheeks flushed, then I'll wait for you to return.
When that time comes, I will definitely thank you. Her arms tightly wrapped around his neck as she softly whispered in his ear, "With my body?"
Hearing this, his face turned bright red, and an indescribable feeling of anticipation surged in his heart. Seeing this scene, Asmod turned to Ling Long, his voice full of teasing. "I told you, she's just pretending to be innocent." Ling Long blushed and nodded in agreement. Indeed,
Asmod is right.
after bidding farewell to Fei Fei, the three of them Su Xianbai began their journey. Under her guidance, they headed to the headquarters of the Holy Light Crusade. A time vortex appeared in the sky, and then all three of them stepped out of the sparkling light, officially setting foot in the place. Before them was a magnificent city, fully equipped with modern conveniences, yet retaining its ancient and solemn grandeur, resembling a scene from the mythological nation of HL.
Su Xianbai looked around and softly spoke, "Is this really the headquarters of the Holy Light Crusade? Not bad."
Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a peculiar object in the city. It was a golden statue, intricately carved in the shape of a DNA strand, but it was bound by large chains, hanging suspended in mid-air. He immediately gave the command, "Asmod, go down and greet them, and while you're at it, destroy Rielna's statue." She smiled seductively, responding with a tone full of sarcasm, "As you command, my master."
Asmod took graceful steps down the staircase, her posture confident.
She stopped in the middle of the crowd of people, hands on her hips, and calmly spoke, "Hello, girls.
I've been sent by my master to greet you all." Two guards standing nearby, holding weapons, immediately shouted in a domineering tone, "Who are you? How dare you intrude on the Crusaders? Do you have a death wish?"
One of the guards, with long hair, scrutinized Asmod from head to toe, her gaze full of contempt. "Look at the way you dress, clearly not a respectable person.
Know your place and leave now."
The other soldier, her hair tied up, added, "That's right. If not, neither you nor your master will leave here unharmed."
Upon hearing this, Asmod grew angry.
She placed her hands on her hips, turned her face to the side, and coldly replied, "You can insult me all you want, I won't mind, I'm thick-skinned like that. But if you dare bring Xianbai into this, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Her eyes widened, violet light radiating from her pupils, and a powerful aura of spiritual energy surrounded her.
Her voice rang out, firm and commanding, "Are you seeking death?"
Immediately, all the female warriors of the Holy Light Crusade, without exception, knelt down in unison. They trembled, their faces pale, their eyes filled with fear and astonishment.
One of them whispered, "Huh? Why is this happening?"
Her body involuntarily collapsed to her knees. The long-haired girl, who once spoke boldly, now looked anxious, sweat pouring from her entire body. She asked herself, "Even though I'm kneeling in front of someone else, I don't feel humiliated.
On the contrary, I feel a strange sense of joy. What is going on?"
The girl with her hair tied up was trembling all over.
"This feeling is something I've never experienced before.
It's as if some deep desire within me has been completely fulfilled," she thought. Standing high above, Asmod rested one hand on her hip and placed the other on her chest, her face brimming with confidence. She looked down at the trembling girls kneeling on the ground, her eyes gleaming with mockery and satisfaction. Indeed, they were just a bunch of naive young girls. "I only released a tiny bit of my power, and you're already at your limit," she said, her tone dripping with amusement. She spoke coldly, "But this scene is quite rare. Consider it punishment for your disrespect toward my master." Lifting her head, she looked at Su Xianbai, a smug smile playing on her lips.
"So, Xianbai, how is it? Does this kind of apology satisfy you?" she asked.
However, he seemed largely indifferent, responding in a frosty tone, "I only asked you to greet them. There was no need to go this far." He shot her a slightly annoyed glance before turning back to focus on the main issue at hand. "Seeing your comrades turned into statues and suspended in the air, it's truly unpleasant for anyone to witness." Seeing his attitude, she turned away in frustration and replied, "I know, I'm leaving right now." In her heart, she thought, "Why does he have to be so harsh with me?
I was just standing up for him." Suddenly, she jolted in realization, "I get it now. Xianbai is this angry because those soldiers were nothing special. He just doesn't care about them.
Her face flushed red as she excitedly thought, if I come across someone truly exceptional at the Big Holy Light Crusade headquarters, I'll go all out and unleash my strongest move.
That sight will surely make Xianbai laugh.
From above, Xianbai sensed something unsettling about her expression and broke into a cold sweat.
Asmod seems to be getting curious about a few things, he muttered.
Ling Long turned to him and agreed, that's right.
She then asked, shall I help her figure things out? He quickly replied, no need.
You'll just end up learning bad habits from her. As Asmod ascended the stairs, a pair of high-heeled shoes suddenly appeared, blocking her path. A blonde-haired girl in a red dress stood before her, speaking coldly, you're the one who turned my soldiers into this pathetic state, aren't you?
She frowned in anger, daring to launch a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Crusaders again. What exactly is your intention?
She was none other than Rear Army General Karsha.
Asmod looked at her, equally surprised and sweating, saying, truly impressive, has she appeared already, so fast?
Then she grinned wickedly, her face flushed, and began to make her move. If you've come in person, then I must show a little something for Xianbai to see.
Karsha, surprised by the irrelevant reply, asked again, what do you mean? You ask one thing, but answer something completely different?
Asmod immediately clenched her fists, her entire body surging with power. The ground beneath her feet, even the gravel, was lifted by her strength. She lowered her head, closing her eyes tightly. It means you, like your soldiers, will fall under my ultimate move. Except for Xianbai, no one else has ever escaped from this technique. She immediately directed her power toward her younger sister Karsha, appearing before her, and shouted, temptation of love. In an instant, Karsha seemed to fall into a trance. She realized, so that's how it is. This person has used an illusion to attack. But before she could resist, she was completely controlled by this technique. Her whole body instantly collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Asmod confidently stood with her hand propped up, looking down at her with mockery. No matter who you are, as long as you're seduced by me, you must kneel before me and immerse yourself in the pleasure I bring. She smiled wickedly, craftily, and added, the deeper you fall, the harder it will be to escape, and in the end, you will die from exhaustion. At that moment, she appeared completely subdued. Asmod crossed her arms and stood watching as she knelt on the ground, shivering incessantly. The seductive curves of her body gradually became more apparent.
Asmod couldn't help but marvel, this one is truly exceptional.
From behind, parts of her body were exposed, her dress no longer able to cover her, and she continued to sink deeper into her kneeling posture, her hips rising high. The scene was quite unique, unlike the soldiers at all. Her body was drenched in sweat, her mouth agape, her eyes almost vacant.
Asmod turned away and walked toward the golden statue, saying, once I complete my mission, I'll leave her to Xianbai to deal with.
If I manage to capture this one, Xianbai will surely be very pleased. She raised her head and looked at the statue right in front of her. Indeed, leading me to fight the Crusaders was the best decision, because no woman can escape from my grasp. She stood in front of the chain, examining it, but both the statue and this chain are made of pure gold, quite intricately crafted. Destroying it would perhaps be a bit regrettable. However, she didn't notice that Karsha had stood up at some point behind her. She suddenly turned around, surprised as she looked ahead. Who's there? Her eyes widened in surprise as she saw the woman standing, radiating a powerful aura as she stepped toward her.
Asmod was astonished. What just happened? How did she stand up? Did my enchantment lose its effect?
But no, the red light on her body proves my enchantment is still working. She blinked, not understanding what was going on. Aside from Xianbai, no one has ever been able to do this. Even powerful beings like Baiumo and Lilith lost all ability to act in their consciousness when they were affected by my enchantment. She stared intently at the other figure, who was slowly walking closer. Why is he an exception? What is she relying on to be able to stand up? Suddenly, Karsha gradually disappeared and then vanished.
But Asmod quickly turned back, silently laughing as she thought of some trivial tricks.
She saw Karsha behind her, throwing a punch toward her back. The girl yelled, "Blast punch!" The tightly clenched fist shot up powerfully. Even though she was being controlled, her punch was strong enough to break the wall in front of her.
Asmod was also knocked to the ground.
The girl quickly lifted her foot to maintain balance, then used the momentum to sit up, sweating as she observed, blast punch.
This move is truly overpowered. If I even get grazed by the punch's wind pressure, I could be sent flying.
Asmod sat on the ground, closely watching Karsha throw random attacks. However, she really is terrifying.
What exactly has made her so determined to keep fighting like this? While she was still wondering, Xianbai shouted from above, "That's her instinct. She's fighting based on instinct." Xianbai looked down at Asmod and explained, "She's like me, fighting based on muscle memory."
Even though she's not conscious, her combat power doesn't diminish. Don't pay too much attention to the effects of the enchantment, just focus on the fight. Even if you use all your strength, you won't lose.
Asmod also woke up, realizing that in the past, she had paid too much attention to trivial matters.
Having understood her opponent's fighting style, she immediately drew her weapon, a heart-shaped wand, and once again summoned her spiritual energy. She murmured to herself, "I am the great magistrate of Killing Island.
As long as I stand firm, dealing with a blast is nothing to me."
She raised her heart-shaped whip and said, "Then let's use this little whip. It's enough to teach her a lesson." The two girls stood facing each other, the air tense.
Karsha suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Asmod.
She quickly swatted it aside. Looking at Karsha's move, the blow caused a deep hole in the city wall. Its power was indeed formidable. Asmod laughed and said, "Your punch is truly heavy, but my speed is faster." With that, she raised her whip and struck down.
Accept the teachings of the great magistrate.
She landed a hit on Karsha's face, and countless heart-shaped symbols flew out. Karsha cried out in pain and unexpectedly fell victim to the attack. Even though she had lost consciousness, she was still enraged and attempted to resist, her body trembling once again.
Asmod sneered, "Already starting to tremble?
Even though you've lost awareness, your body still feels the pleasure." She puffed out her chest and hips, holding a whip and swaying her body. "If that's the case, I'll make sure you enjoy it twice as much." She unleashed the succubus technique, the raging wind and rain style, launching hundreds of heart-shaped whip strikes at Karsha's body, hitting his backside, legs, and thighs. Seeing this, Xianbai quickly blushed and said, "Ling Lon, maybe you should stop watching and turn your face away." She turned away and replied, "As you command." However, having watched from the beginning, her face was now flushed. Ling Long was reluctant, thinking, "Although I don't want to disobey my master, I'm really curious.
What exactly is this raging wind and rain style?"
Ling Long glanced down and thought to herself, "I'll just peek a little, maybe I won't get caught." As soon as she looked, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock. She saw Karsha, glowing with a pink light, writhing and holding onto his backside. "Oh my god, this is way too exaggerated."
Karsha couldn't control himself, squatting with his legs spread, his hands on his head, with no clothes left to hide anything. The Asmod once again emitted a pink light.
She placed her whip down and said, "You've already reached your limit after just a few lessons?
I haven't even used my full strength yet. Truly disappointing. It seems your limit is only this much."
As soon as she finished speaking, she was suddenly startled and widened her eyes in shock.
Karsha's entire body was emitting a blinding golden light. She quickly stepped back, alarmed. What's happening? Is this blast concealing power like that?
Xianbai looked at the golden thunderous light below and, amused, realized, interesting, her breath has changed. Her body had sprouted wings similar to Fei Fei's. She spread her arms, and a powerful light enveloped her entire body. She shouted fiercely, "I am Karsha, the rear general of the Holy Light Crusade, and I bear the mission of protecting the Imperial City." Although her body was still under the magic control of Asmod, she remained strong and composed. She twisted her body, saying, "No matter how you beat me, humiliate me, I will not retreat." Her eyes widened as she firmly asserted, "Protecting the Imperial City is the mission that the Holy Light Emperor entrusted to me. It is the task given to me by the Emperor, which compels me to continue fighting." Asmod gripped the whip tightly, staring at her, thinking, this time, it's not about relying on instinct but directly restoring consciousness. Her sense of mission is so strong, she can resist my allure. This person is truly unbelievable. Saying that, she jumped up with the whip. The only one who can resist my allure is Xianbai. You should just disappear. Karsha also charged toward her, shouting, Rielna is the murderer of the emperor. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you touch this statue. The two girls collided head-on, and suddenly, a force appeared. To their surprise, Xianbai stood between them, holding each of their hands, stopping their attacks. He closed his eyes and spoke solemnly, Stop, there's no need to fight like this, risking your lives. Karsha was horrified, sweating, Am I seeing things? This is a full-force strike with 6 wings activated, and he stopped it so easily? My blast punch. Why didn't it have any power? He turned to look at her, sending chills down her spine, causing her to startle. She suddenly yelled, Who are you? What do you want? I'm not afraid of you. He didn't care, only arrogantly gazing at her, and said seriously, Ex-Army General Rielna is not the culprit. He extended one hand towards the statue, lifting it up, but Karsha quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, what are you trying to do? He didn't even glance at her, directly raising his hand towards the statue. Rielna is not a criminal, she doesn't deserve such humiliation. I want to prove her innocence. With that, he released an immense surge of power, directed straight at the golden statue. Both girls were stunned. Mouths agape, this power is terrifying. He clearly just waved his hand, yet it caused such great damage. Karsha felt defeated, dazed, knowing for certain she couldn't stop him. She thought to herself, if he were even a little more precise, the entire imperial city could be wiped out. Suddenly, she realized that the shattered statue had turned into countless tiny golden dust particles, falling softly through the air, shimmering. The golden light made the entire sky glow, a breathtaking sight. The golden dust continued to fall onto the city. People on the streets all looked up. Everyone gazed forward, the golden light is so beautiful. What is this? It seems like the statue of General Rielna has turned into golden powder. The gold fell and touched everyone. Suddenly, each person experienced a strange sensation, a truly magical feeling. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though they could feel everything General Rielna had gone through. The girls were overcome with tears. They had become her, living through everything Rielna had endured. Is this all that she had to suffer? So, she wasn't the sinner of the Holy Light Crusade after all. Another girl widened her eyes in shock. She sacrificed so much for us, yet we've always blamed her wrongly. This is truly too much. Karsha pointed down at the people below and asked Xianbai, What did you do to them? Why have they become like this? Did you use some kind of illusion? Do you think this is how you can control public opinion? Asmod, irritated, raised his whip and shouted, How dare you speak to Xianbai like that? Are you tired of living? Still want to make trouble? Should I beat you a few times? She was unafraid, glaring back and retorting, Then go ahead and try. Do you think I'm scared of you? The demon girl couldn't hold back and scolded, You're too arrogant. The two women argued back and forth to the point of giving everyone a headache. Xianbai had no choice but to interrupt, Stop bickering over such trivial matters. Don't you want to know the real reason why Rielna ended up in this situation? Both of them immediately turned to look at him. He told one of them, Extend your hand and feel it for yourself. She did as he instructed, and immediately, something about her changed. She widened her eyes in surprise, staring at the scene before her, a person with blue hair and a girl with black hair. She said, I heard that your majesty has sent reinforcements to the front lines for Rielna. He smiled and replied, Yes. Looking at the beauty kneeling between his legs, he said, Once the reinforcements arrive, she will be able to injure the forbidden army of the Dark Emperor. She's made a significant contribution this time. She responded, Your Majesty doesn't think Rielna's achievements and reputation are too great? She coldly stared at him and ordered, Send the reinforcements back. Rielna cannot win this battle anymore. He furrowed his brows, sweating, and hesitantly said, "She is the minister appointed by the emperor. Offending her may not be wise." But she used her beauty to her advantage, pressing herself closer to him. "The king of the Crusaders is your majesty, not her. Why should you care about her mood? As the king of a nation, your majesty should be above all others." She suddenly leaned back, raising her legs to the sky in a provocative manner and said, "I have come to help your majesty overthrow Rielna, bring power back into your hands, so that you can become a true emperor." Her legs rested on his body as she whispered softly, "I have shown my sincerity like this, surely your majesty will not refuse, right?" The man looked at her, his desire already burning. He licked his lips and replied, "I should reward you, not turn you away. How could I possibly refuse? From now on, I will follow your every command." Watching the next scene, Karsha suddenly turned red, breathing heavily, her body trembling violently. Her hands rested on her thighs as she tried to control herself. Asmod asked, "Xianbai, what exactly did you show her? Why does her expression keep getting more and more embarrassed?" He looked at her and replied, "It was just a glimpse of the emperor's daily life. I never expected it would stimulate her this much." Karsha kneeled on the ground, drenched in sweat, confused and thinking, is this what the emperor is like? Were those two conspiring to harm Rielna? If this is true, then Rielna being hung up that day. It really is pitiful. She anxiously thought, moreover, haven't I already become a criminal myself? Then, how can I possibly face the dead emperor with any dignity? She sighed, feeling embarrassed. Xianbai noticed she had calmed down, so he said, "What needed to be seen has already been seen, whether you believe it or not is up to you. I came here for two things." He stood before her, his voice clear and decisive. "The first is to clear Rielna's name, and the second," his face darkened with anger, "is to settle the score with the mastermind and take Bia's life." Upon hearing this, Karsha, kneeling on the ground, widened her eyes in fear, thinking, if he wants to target the entire imperial city, with his power, I can't possibly stop him. But she realized he only wanted to target Bia alone. Thinking that, she stood up and said, "If you came to find Bia, it's truly not a coincidence. Right now, Bia is leading the military, fighting on the front lines." She dared not look him in the eye as she said, "She probably won't be coming back anytime soon." Seeing this, he replied, "It's fine, there's plenty of time. We will wait for her outside the imperial city." Saying that, the two Xianbai turned around and laughed. "Let's go, Asmod, we need to find a place to rest first." She crossed her arms and asked, "How about the small forest? That way, we can fight outside with Ling Long." Suddenly, Karsha called out, "Wait a moment." He glanced back and asked, "What's up? Do you want to give us a place to stay?" She seemed a bit shy, looking down bashfully. "No, I just wanted to ask, you and the Holy Light Crusade don't have any relationship, so why go this far?" He smiled softly, turning around to respond, "Because I made a promise to a friend. Her name is Fei Fei, you know her too." Hearing the unfamiliar name he just mentioned, how would she know who that was? She froze, trying to recall. Fei Fei, why don't I remember having a friend like that? The three Xianbai looked at the house at the foot of the mountain. Asmod said, "That person says they don't want to, but still obediently arranged a place for us." He replied, "Although it's just a small corner outside the city, it's still better than camping outside." In contrast to the reactions of the other two, Ling Long put on a slightly flushed, embarrassed expression. What a pity, Ling Long was really looking forward to how the three of us would feel being outside together. Xianbai glanced at her, feeling as though he was understanding more and more. She looked toward the demonic girl and replied, "Asmod has shown me some study materials." She placed her hand on her other hand, her face turning a shy red, looking quite pitiful. Ling Long still has much more to learn. Ling Long always tries not to be lazy, as long as Xianbai needs me. Her face grew even redder. "I will always be ready to risk everything at any time." After hearing these words, Xianbai felt so moved that his face flushed. He stared at her in confusion, thinking, Ling Long is truly too innocent. That night, the sky was dark blue, the full moon gleamed, and the stars twinkled. Xianbai soaked in the large pond, I never expected that in this remote, desolate place, there would be a hot spring. To soak here is quite a pleasant experience. Not far away, behind a hill, Karsha was climbing up, clinging to the rocks. She thought, as the general guarding the imperial city of the Holy Light Crusade, this is my duty. She quietly observed their movements, perhaps it's not too much. She peeked her head out and thought to herself, I'm not the kind of person who enjoys spying, I'm just doing my job well. She blushed deeply, her eyes wide open, staring in disbelief. Just at that moment, she saw Xianbai emerge from the water, his muscles clearly defined, his skin gleaming, looking incredibly alluring. Karsha almost had a nosebleed from the sight, it was so thrilling.
Is that really a man?
His muscles were bulging, making him look irresistibly attractive, and she just wanted to touch them. He continued to wipe and massage his body, completely unaware that he was being watched. Karsha climbed higher, peering down, and the more she looked, the more embarrassed and hungry she felt. Her whole body trembled involuntarily, overwhelmed by a fierce desire. She had lived for many years, but this was the first time she had witnessed such a scene. I wouldn't mind dying for this. Suddenly, she noticed the mark on his chest. Wait, that stone on his chest is the gift of light and infinity of darkness. Her body radiated a heart-shaped pink aura, filled with intense longing. The Emperor and the Dark Emperor may no longer exist in this world.
How could this appear on him? Unless he and those two have some connection?
She couldn't take her eyes off him, her thoughts racing. Before, he mentioned that he and I shared a friend named Fei Fei.
Could it be that Fei Fei is the Emperor?
She guessed correctly, but immediately denied it. She lay on the ground, shaking her head vigorously. No, I can't think about this right now. She stretched out, resting her head on her arm, her eyes now shaped like little pink hearts, and she even drooled with longing. Watching men bathe is still more important. Suddenly, she lifted her head and noticed something below.
Karsha saw the silhouette of a woman hiding behind a tree near the pond. Isn't that her accomplice? What is she sneaking around here for? Like me, she's spying.
The figure behind the tree was Ling Long. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were full of delight. She was peeking at Xianbai from behind, thinking to herself, Ling Long has learned a lot of new things under Asmod's guidance. Now, I need to practice to reinforce what I've learned. Thinking that, she glanced down at her full chest, thinking, I have to come up with a reasonable excuse to approach Xianbai, one that can't be refused. Imagining bathing with him, she was nearly mesmerized. Only like this can I have the chance to be with Xianbai in the hot spring and soak with him. Thinking like that, she boldly stepped forward. As she walked toward him, she encouraged herself, go on, Ling Long, opportunities are for those who are prepared.
Karsha saw this scene and thought, she's going over there already, just watching isn't enough?
How despicable, I wonder what she's planning to do with that man. Ling Long stood there, not daring to take another step. She continued to think, just gather all the courage and say it.
The next part will be easy, because this is exactly what the movies from Asmod teach.
Finally, she gathered enough courage to speak. Xianbai, why are you here, showering alone like this? He turned around, surprised, and asked, Ling Long, why are you here? She blushed, trying to act as if it was a coincidental encounter, and said, Ling Long just wanted to go for a walk. I heard the sound of water, so I came to check.
Ling Long didn't mean to peek at Xianbai. This girl was really naive, confessing before even being caught.
Xianbai turned to look at her, speechless, but he understood everything. He thought her lying skills had improved a little. She bent down close to him and said, showering alone has a fatal flaw. Xianbai, do you know what it is? He replied, no. She said, it's that you can't clean the area behind your back. Her face flushed, she turned her gaze away and said, please let Ling Long massage Xianbai's back. Although Ling Long may appear fragile, my hands are not weak. I will make sure Xianbai feels comfortable. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her hands already equipped with back massage gloves. She thought to herself, perhaps Xianbai will not refuse my kind offer.
Xianbai understood her intentions clearly. He secretly smiled and thought, who brings a towel like this while walking? Truly, her intentions are strong.
In the end, he had no choice but to agree to her request. Since you've prepared so thoroughly, I suppose I have no choice but to trouble you. Both of them got ready, and that night, the moon was exceptionally full and bright, with a gentle breeze blowing. He stood with his back to her and said, "Ling Long, begin now. Apply a bit of pressure." He sighed, "This feels really good." Her hands continued to massage his back, making him break out in goosebumps. His face also flushed. He requested, "A little stronger, please." She silently complied, feeling a sense of delight, her face turning even redder. She raised her hand and said, "As long as Xianbai feels comfortable, Ling Long will be satisfied." She placed her hand on her chest, silently thinking to herself, "If Ling Long tries just a little harder, can we take one more step forward?" Karsha lay on top, watching all of this from start to finish. She exclaimed, "Truly cunning." She blushed, thinking to herself, using the back scrubbing trick to get closer to a man. Although it's through a towel, it's still too close to those muscles. She touched her chin and thought, her face flushed. She thought, "I've never touched a man's body before. I wonder what it feels like to touch those firm muscles." After a moment of reflection, Xian Bai and Ling Long sat on the shore. He looked at her and said happily, "It's been a long time since I've had such a comfortable bath." "Thank you, Ling Long." She blushed and replied, "It's something Ling Long should do." She placed both hands on her knees, her face bright red, too shy to look at him. Hesitantly, she asked, "Earlier, Ling Long worked hard to scrub your back, Xian Bai. To return the favor, may I ask a small favor of you?" He smiled softly, looked at her, and answered, "Sure, as long as I can do it, I'll agree." She still couldn't bring herself to look at him and hesitated for a while before finally speaking up. "Earlier, Ling Long worked up a bit of sweat, and Ling Long also wants to take a bath." She glanced at him, shyly asking, "Xian Bai, could you help me scrub my back?" He looked at her, sweating, thinking to himself, "I knew this would happen, but what's coming has to come." He then said, "If you've helped me scrub my back, it's only natural for me to help you in return." She didn't expect him to agree so quickly, her face turning red in surprise. "Really?" She thought to herself in astonishment, the Asmod tutorial video really works. She quickly stripped off all her clothes and set them aside on the shore, the water shimmering, glowing brightly under the moonlight. She turned her back to him, "Ling Long is ready. What about you, Xian Bai?" He smiled cheerfully, putting on the back scrubbing gloves, "I'm ready. You can take off your clothes." She blushed, turned to look at him, and shyly said, "That makes sense. Of course, I need to undress completely for a proper back scrub." She slowly slipped off her shirt, and Ling Long began to laugh as her top was now halfway down her back. Although still shy, by this point, she was moving quickly. Karsha, hiding above, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel jealous, thinking to herself, "Damn it, she's already undressed. Should I come up with a new excuse to catch up with her?" A sudden gust of wind brought something purple flying by, startling her. "What is this? This breath feels so familiar." Under the lake, Ling Long also recognized the scent. "This is Asmod's breath." Xianbai couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking to herself, "It's all here now, everything can end like a game. All I wanted was a peaceful bath." Asmod walked closer to the lake, seeing the two of them acting suspiciously in the water. She scoffed and said, "I couldn't find you in your room, so I came outside to look. Turns out, you're here." She sat down on a rock, crossing her legs, resting her chin on her hand as if watching a play, and mocked, "In the middle of the night, under the moonlight, are you two secretly bathing like a pair of lovebirds?" She tilted her head, frowning and questioning, "Even if you're demons, don't you know how to feel jealousy?" Xianbai raised her gloved hand and said, "Don't be mad, wasn't I planning to finish my bath and then come find you? Since you're already here, why don't we bathe together?" Asmod shook her long, slender legs and replied, "I'm not forcing you, but just so you know, this was your invitation." She quickly walked down to the edge of the lake, standing opposite Xianbai and said, "During the day, when you were protecting the women of the Crusaders, I felt very uncomfortable. You must compensate me for this." He placed his hands on his hips and boldly replied, "All right, how do you want to be compensated?" Her whole body emitted a purple fragrance that floated in the air, and she continued, "You must also scrub my back." He placed his hand on his chest and agreed immediately, "That's easy enough, I'll scrub both of your backs at the same time." But unexpectedly, Asmod spoke up, "Xian Bai, it seems you've misunderstood me."
He asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Don't you want me to scrub both of your backs?" Ling Long, standing beside them, also questioned, "Yes, isn't it better to have some fun?"
She ran her fingers through her hair, releasing more fragrance as her heart fluttered in the air.
Asmod looked at him alluringly and said, "I have no objections to bathing together, but just scrubbing my back isn't enough.
This method might not be able to soothe my soul, which has been wounded." She gazed at Xian Bai and seductively continued, "I want Xian Bai to scrub our entire bodies, only then will I feel better." Xian Bai turned to look at her, speaking seriously, "You want me to scrub from head to toe for both of you? This is truly your style." Ling Long stood beside, feeling incredibly happy, thinking to herself, "Is there another part for me too?" Xian Bai smiled proudly and said, "It's strange how both of you are so odd.
If you want it like this, let's do it right now. My strength is not small."
She didn't hide it and answered straightforwardly, "That's exactly what I want, I like it a little rough. The stronger you are, the more satisfied I'll be."
Ling Long blushed upon hearing this and couldn't help but admire her. Amazing, no wonder she's Asmod.
I didn't expect Xian Bai to agree so quickly after just a few words. I still have so much to learn. The two girls stood side by side, with their backs turned to him.
Asmod spoke up, "Let's go, I've prepared everything."
Ling Long added, "Ling Long is also really looking forward to it."
Xian Bai said eagerly, "Then I'll start now."
But just then, from the top of the hill, Karsha stood there and shouted, "Stop, I won't allow you two to do something like this." The two girls immediately turned around.
Asmod frowned and shouted, "Damn it." Ling Long also wasn't having it, turning around sharply and asking, "Who is the one trying to ruin our good time?" Her entire body emitted a faint pink glow in the shape of hearts. Her face was flushed, one hand resting on her chest pushed forward, and her hips sticking out behind her. With a look of discomfort from her sore back, she said, "The Holy Light Crusades people are doing something like this. It's really nasty. I'll pretend I didn't see it." As soon as she finished speaking, she sighed, looked away, and her voice had a slightly bashful tone, "Unless you allow me to join in."
Upon hearing this, the two other girls turned sharply, their faces full of frustration.
Asmod blurted out, "She really switched sides fast."
Ling Long next to her agreed, "Yeah, that's true."
Suddenly, Asmod recalled the battle between the two earlier that morning.
She smiled happily, proudly saying, "It must be because of the blows I dealt her yesterday that made her change." She's probably thinking about that scene, and it must have lit a smoldering fire inside her.
It has to be that way.
Receiving her agreement, the girl immediately jumped down, stood in front of him with her legs slightly apart, her face flushed. She spoke with a proud yet endearing tone, "If you reject me, I'll take back the house you're living in. When that happens, you'll have no choice but to live on the streets."
Xian Bai showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he calmly asked, "Are you threatening me?"
She turned her back, not caring whether he agreed or not, and began to undress. "I don't care much anymore.
Today, no matter what, I will have you. Do you understand my meaning?"
Xian Bai broke into a sweat, furrowing his brow as he looked at her. "So you're using my place to threaten me? This really puts me in an awkward situation." He turned to ask the two girls next to him, "What do you two think?" Asmod shrugged and replied casually, "Then let's bathe together. After all, I don't want to be outside." Ling Long nodded in agreement. "If she needs help, we should help her." Hearing this, Xian Bai turned back and calmly asked Karsha, "Did you hear that?" Karsha's eyes widened, her heart racing, her face turning red. She was surprised, thinking, "Are they really agreeing without hesitation? Don't they see me as an outsider? What should I do next? Am I really going to join them?" The night scenery was already beautiful, but the sight of the three women by the lake, revealing their bare backs, their faces glowing with satisfaction, was even more breathtaking. Though Karsha was deeply intrigued, she hesitated, thinking, clearly, my reason is telling me that this is wrong, but here I am, obediently sitting, waiting for the man in front of me to scrub my back.
What's become of my dignity? Finally, it was her turn.
Xianbai carefully scrubbed her back, inch by inch, his meticulous movements sending waves of pleasure through her, almost to the point of tears. Her mouth hung open, her eyes glistening, unable to hold back her thoughts. Oh, this exhilarating sensation is simply unbearable.
So this is what it feels like to have my back scrubbed?
A purple fragrance from Asmod suddenly spread through the air, unexpectedly rushing straight into Xianbai's nose, as if he had been struck by an aphrodisiac. Veins bulged along his arms as he roared, next, I'm going all out. My hands are strong, so brace yourselves.
Now, it was Asmod's turn.
The moment the towel brushed against her back, it felt as though an electric current surged straight through her brain. Her body was drenched in sweat, her mouth agape, eyes wide in shock as she thought, Xianbai's large hands, combined with the friction of the scrubbing towel against my skin, this sensation is truly magical. Then came Ling Long's turn. Tonight, it seemed that Xianbai had to work at full capacity. Ling Long was no less overwhelmed with pleasure, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open as she savored every movement of his hands.
Deep down, she thought, I can feel it. This sensation. Only Xianbai can bring it. So warm, so comforting. His strength is seeping through every layer of my skin. One by one, from one girl's back to another, until the cycle repeated and it was Karsha's turn again. She tilted her head all the way back toward the sky, completely unable to control the intense emotions surging within her. He is really strong. Although it hurts a little, it feels amazing. It's like both my body and soul have been purified. A night of going all out passed by. Early the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky, its dazzling light blanketing everything. On the ground, the three girls were still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up to put things back in order. Sleeping outdoors like this was definitely not ideal. Xianbai stood there, looking at them in exasperation, debating whether he should wake them up. He thought to himself, last night, they really exhausted themselves too much. His gaze lingered on each girl in turn. Ling Long, with her smooth, fair skin, looked absolutely adorable. Asmod exuded the charm of a mature woman, while Karsha had an innocent air, just like a young girl on the cusp of adulthood. All three were fair-skinned, beautiful, and what made him feel undeniably awkward was the thought. Last night, all three of them went through my hands. Xianbai ran a hand through his hair, feeling conflicted, and asked himself, what have I done? He recalled the events of the previous night. After the back scrubbing was done, the three girls had relaxed, sitting together to rest and chat. Asmod beamed, her face glowing with joy as she said, getting scrubbed down feels so refreshing. My body seems much softer now. Ling Long, how do you feel? Ling Long, with her innocent and naive expression, blushed and responded, it leaves an impression that she will never forget for the rest of her life. However, for Asmod, a seasoned individual, just a back rub was not enough. She glanced over and, half joking, half serious, said, indeed, this feeling is unforgettable for a lifetime, but I can't shake the feeling that something is still missing. She immediately turned to Karsha, who was standing in the pond, and loudly asked, hey, after being beaten by me so many times during the day, you must feel affected, right? You must feel it's still not enough, right? Asmod was indeed very skillful at rallying allies. And it was true that Karsha wasn't completely satisfied. Her face turned red, and she murmured, my body is indeed a bit too much. The feeling of the back rub is truly wonderful, but if we could take it a step further. I wouldn't object. That was all Asmod needed to hear. She immediately stood up, her whole body radiating spiritual power, a force like the aphrodisiac she carried with her. She smiled with hidden meaning and said, if that's the case, we'll go all out for you. Consider it a gift from us. After all, it's not just Karsha who should benefit, the three of us should all enjoy it together. Clever Asmod raised her hand to her mouth, hiding a mischievous smile, this is my ultimate charm. This time, Xianbai will certainly have to spend a night serving the two of you. Karsha was the first to wake up. She knelt on the ground, facing Xianbai, who was sitting on a high rock outcrop. He spoke calmly, "We did a lot of things last night, which one are you referring to?" Karsha's face turned bright red, and she dared not look him in the eye, awkwardly responding, "Don't act ignorant, you know exactly what I'm talking about." She lowered her head, feeling uneasy for a moment, then hesitantly said, "I'm talking about that, the thing that can only be done when two people are in perfect harmony with each other." Her words caught Xianbai off guard for a moment, but before he could react, Karsha pointed at him, bewildered and flustered. "You mean you've forgotten everything and refused to take responsibility? I've heard that's something only a husband and wife can do together. You have to take responsibility for me." Xianbai glanced away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't directly deny it, but his words were full of reasoning. "It seems you're misunderstanding something. Last night, you forced me, you're the one who should be responsible for me, not the other way around." Karsha froze, recalling the scene from the night before when she had thrown herself into his arms and demanded it. He continued, "Besides, you were extremely intense. I hardly had the strength to resist." Upon hearing this, Karsha panicked, unable to believe what she had just heard. Really? Did I force you? Doesn't that mean I become like that shameless woman, Bia?" She couldn't help but feel flustered, her hands trembling as she desperately searched for an answer in Xianbai's eyes. She knelt on the ground, her figure revealing a soft and graceful silhouette with round, shiny hips. She lowered her head, her face full of self-blame, and after thinking for a long time, she murmured, "Our Holy Light Crusade is supposed to be the incarnation of the Holy Angel. And yet, I forced a stranger to do such a thing with me. How could something so depraved be forgiven by heaven?" After a moment of self-reflection, she told herself, "But this? Perhaps it's not entirely my fault, nor his. So whose fault is it? It's Asmod's, of course." Suddenly, she stood up, her heart filled with determination. "I must take responsibility for him, make up for the mistake I've caused." However, her body wavered slightly, her steps unsteady, leaning forward. She muttered, "Maybe it's because my chest is too heavy." She walked over to Xianbai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone, his eyes calmly watching her. She spoke up, "You're Xianbai, right? Can you come with me for a moment?" Xianbai remained seated, his gaze flickering with a hint of suspicion. "What for?" She responded, her tone serious, "I have something to say to you." Without waiting for his reply, she immediately grabbed his wrist and pulled him along quickly. "Hurry up, we don't have much time." Xianbai, dragged along without the chance to resist, followed her while asking, "Where are you taking me?" She didn't answer, continuing to pull him along with a determined expression. Asmon and Ling Long were still sound asleep, but she couldn't be bothered to care. She simply replied, "Why ask so many questions? Just follow me, you'll know soon enough." Thinking of Ling Long still sleeping, Karsha softly said, "We must make use of the time." Asmod had not woken up yet, and Karsha realized this was the best opportunity to act before they did. She quickly led him to a small forest. Standing in front of him, Karsha clenched her fists, trying to gather all her courage. She glanced around and said, "The environment here isn't bad, and it's not crowded. Let's choose this place." Xianbai couldn't hold back and asked sharply, "What exactly are you trying to say that requires so much secrecy? Why hide it from them?" Karsha's face turned slightly red. She shyly replied, "I want to make up for the mistake I made last night." With that, she sat down on a nearby rock, straightened her back, and tried to appear confident. Her voice rang out clearly, "Last time, I took the initiative. This time, I'll return the favor. That way, we're even." The unexpected words left Xianbai stunned, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. Karsha, her face still flushed, turned her gaze elsewhere and urged him, "Hurry up, don't hesitate. I promise I won't resist you." Xianbai looked at her, his gaze softening. He spoke quietly, "So you want to make up with me?" However, he continued in a deep voice, "But it's not that simple.
Hearing this, Karsha was surprised.
She curiously asked, "Then why did you say that?"
Turning her face away, she shyly avoided looking directly at him.
After a moment, she whispered, as if to herself, "Is it that I'm not attractive enough? I've shown my sincerity like this. Do you really have no interest in me at all?"
Xianbai crossed his arms, his voice calm but no less sincere. "You're thinking too much.
You're clearly very attractive. With your figure, how could you not have a lover? I just don't want to force anyone into anything."
He continued seriously. "Moreover, think about what happened last night.
What occurred will definitely leave a lasting mark. I want you to never forget it for the rest of your life."
Unable to hold back any longer, Karsha suddenly let out a soft laugh, then stuck out her tongue, interrupting him. "Stop talking so much.
I don't want to hear any more explanations."
With that, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, pressing her lips to his in a passionate kiss. So this was her way of apologizing.
Xianbai blushed, sweat dotting his forehead. He hesitated and said, "This isn't quite what you think. Is it okay to go against the original intention? So, you brought me away from those two.
Karsha's eyes gleamed with a sparkling light, and she softly confessed, her voice full of longing. "Last night, I was still confused. But now, I want to experience it all again, and this time, more clearly." As soon as she finished speaking, the only towel she had wrapped around her was tossed aside, making everything clearer than ever. This time, Asmod could no longer be blamed.
Meanwhile, the sunlight grew increasingly bright, finally waking Ling Long and Asmod.
Ling Long rubbed her eyes, sat up, and looked around, asking with a worried expression, "Where are Xianbai and Karsha?
Could they have gotten into some kind of danger? I need to go find them immediately."
Ling Long quickly stood up, her eyes filled with determination.
Asmod, still half asleep, began paying more attention.
The secrets of the small forest seemed to be just beginning to reveal themselves.
Asmod had also woken up.
She sat cross-legged on a rock and leisurely said, "Don't rush, Ling Long.
No one can harm Xianbai." With her experience, she confidently continued, "Xianbai also needs his own space, right?
Let's wait here and not disturb him." The early sun spread everywhere, its gentle light decorating the scene with a more poetic touch.
Butterflies fluttered lightly down onto the bright flowers, creating a peaceful atmosphere.
In the forest, Karsha lay on the ground, breathing heavily.
She sighed, "My mind is blank, my body has no strength left."
Her hand rested on her forehead, her gaze absent, wondering to herself, "What's wrong with me?
Am I sick? Why do I feel this strange emptiness? Is this the aftermath of love?"
Xianbai, with his upper body bare, stood nearby with his arms crossed. He looked at the girl, gave a slight smile, and said, "This is called sage time."
She looked up at him in surprise, asking in confusion, "Sage time? What's that? Since when has the exhaustion after such an experience had such a beautiful name?"
He sat down on a nearby stone, crossed his arms, and explained in a calm yet meaningful tone, "Sage time is the feeling of emptiness that the brain experiences after a significant event. At that moment, the whole body relaxes, the mind becomes free, relaxed, and free of desire, reaching a state of selflessness. It's like what wise sages or saints experience."
Karsha remained silent, her gaze seemingly absorbed in his explanation, both understanding and reflecting on a new revelation in her life. She exclaimed in surprise, "Impressive, how do you understand everything so well?"
He replied calmly, "As someone experienced in bedwood, you'll know once you've had enough practice."
She sincerely said, "Then I must learn a lot from you."
She sat up, puffing out her chest and hips, her eyes sparkling, and continued, "But if I can enter the mode of a virtuous woman, it means that you and I are very compatible, right?" Now, thinking back to the scene earlier, she turned to look at him tenderly, feeling as if it were a dream. "I'm extremely satisfied with you. Just touching your skin, and I can feel happiness deep in my heart."
He asked in surprise, "Really? Just touching skin makes you feel happy?"
His question reminded him of the days before he met Rielna. It seemed he had experienced a similar strange sensation.
She raised her hand, smiling lightly. I'm not lying to get close to you. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Then, she touched his firm abs. The feeling was incredible, her whole body seemed to be jolted by electricity, her skin breaking out in goosebumps, her face flushed, mouth agape in pure delight. He stared at her intense expression, stunned as he thought, so there's a reaction after all. Although this kind of thing has happened before, this feeling is different from the others. It seems every girl brings a different sensation to me, how rich and varied. She couldn't control herself, her body collapsing to the ground, her knees slamming painfully. She sat on the floor, her hand resting on her thigh, gasping for breath. Did you see that? I wasn't lying to you. The fact that something so miraculous happened means we must have a destiny together, right? Her whole body trembled as she continued, her voice full of emotion. Xianbai, from now on, I will be your woman. I will do everything in my power to treat you well. She truly believed that the sensation she had just experienced was the feeling of falling in love at first sight. He blushed, looking at her but saying nothing. Suddenly, he noticed the circular mark on his chest. Could all of this be caused by the gift of light? At Star Place, in the residence of Su Xianbai, Fei Fei was lying down, watching TV. On the screen, a scene was playing where two couples were talking back and forth. The guy in the show held the girl's hand, firmly saying, "No, I won't allow you to leave me. The one I love most is only you." The girl blushed, stammering awkwardly, asking, "Really?" Fei Fei lay back with her hand on her forehead, relaxing as she watched the movie. Her legs were comfortably propped up, and she was no longer wearing the same dress as yesterday, but instead had changed into a casual outfit that looked both lively and cool. Fei Fei was leisurely sprawled out, watching the film with full attention, occasionally commenting on the characters. This man is so convoluted, he has no charm at all. Why doesn't he resemble Xianbai even a little? If he just spoke directly, it would be so much more satisfying. This typical romantic male lead image doesn't really suit me. At that moment, Rielna walked over, startling Fei Fei, who quickly sat up, looking toward the door, then called out, "Your Majesty, is it really fine for us to just wait here so leisurely? Don't you worry about Xianbai?" Rielna clasped her hands together, her face clearly showing signs of unease. The three of them are in a strange, unfamiliar world, and they have to face Bia and the many crusaders of holy light. Do you think something might happen to Xianbai? It was unclear whether she was genuinely worried or just missing him. In contrast to Rielna's concern, Fei Fei remained calm. She had great faith in Xianbai's team, so she said a few reassuring words to Rielna. "Don't worry, just relax and enjoy life. Although Bia is sly, she's definitely no match for Xianbai. And the Crusaders won't be able to cause him any trouble. Besides, I secretly gave him a little gift." It turned out that everything had been carefully planned by her in advance. Although she didn't directly participate, she still contributed a great deal of effort. She placed her hand on her lips, smiling cunningly, half mysterious and half confident, and said, "A power that can make him summon storms and ride straight ahead." Rielna looked at her in confusion, unable to guess what that was, so she straightforwardly asked, "Actually, what exactly is this power?" Fei Fei gently replied, "Everyone in the Holy Light Crusade is a manifestation of my energy. They are all mindless and under my influence." She lightly sucked on her finger, her face revealing wisdom, as if she had calculated everything. "Because I have a favorable impression of Xianbai, that feeling will also be present in their subconscious. Plus, Xianbai also possesses my energy core gift of light, so this influence will only grow stronger." Rielna suddenly blushed, thinking to herself, "So that's why. No wonder I lost control the first time I saw him." Now she understood everything. It wasn't a coincidence that Xianbai was so captivating. Fei Fei smiled lightly, leaned her head against the back of the chair, and looked at Rielna as if she had read her thoughts. She had known about the situation between Rielna and Xianbai for a long time, but she hadn't spoken of it. She only explained, "This kind of influence can have a very strong effect with even the slightest contact. If the level of contact escalates, the effect will increase as well. No matter who it is, they will fall into a deep hole that they cannot escape from." Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and she smiled lightly with an implied meaning,
instead of worrying about Xianbai's safety, you should be more concerned about the soldiers of the Crusaders. After spending a night at the suburban hot spring, Su Xianbai and her group returned to their lodging to rest. The generals began to recover their strength after exhausting so much energy, but it seemed she was still lost in the beauty of the scenery from the day before, sinking deeper into it and unable to pull herself out. In her dreams, she couldn't escape the image of Xianbai. Karsha, lost in the illusion, called his name, Xianbai. No, she thought to herself, isn't this too bold? In Karsha's dreamlike vision, the image of her and Xianbai was intertwined closely. Xianbai, with a daring expression, spoke with suggestive words, "This is nothing. What's more powerful is still ahead." Karsha heard this and blushed with embarrassment, yet she could not resist the intense attraction emanating from it. The dreamlike vision filled Karsha with such joy that her body in reality trembled uncontrollably. She curled herself up and continued to lose herself in that illusion. Beneath the small, quiet town in the suburban hot spring, the silhouette of a young woman was gradually making her way toward the straw house ahead. Reaching the tightly shut wooden door, she spoke up, "I've come to take care of the meals and rest for the three of you, as instructed by General Karsha. This is breakfast provided by the Crusaders, please open the door." As soon as the words reached inside, Xianbai quickly opened the door and replied, "Oh, Karsha is so considerate. Thank you, I'll take it from here." She responded, "No need for thanks, this is my duty." With that, she extended the tray of food toward him, and Su Xianbai hurriedly reached out to take it from the woman. At the same time, the two of them inadvertently brushed against each other in that brief moment. Even that fleeting touch was enough to startle the woman. She was shocked by her own reaction, wondering why her body was starting to numb. It seemed like she couldn't control herself anymore, feeling as if she was about to lose her balance. Why did I suddenly become like this? She asked herself. I only lightly touched his hand. How embarrassing. I'll never be able to face anyone again. In the woman's mind, everything was chaotic, even her legs no longer obeyed her commands, causing her to collapse downwards. Xianbai noticed the strange reaction of the girl in front of him and quickly asked, "Are you all right? You don't seem to be feeling well. Do you need me to check your condition?" Hearing this, the girl trembled even more. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and ran off quickly, waving her hand as she went. "I just remembered something important. Please excuse me." Xianbai observed her reaction and immediately realized that the issue was related to the gift of light. One fresh morning in the small town, Su Xianbai sensed someone arriving and went outside to open the door, asking, "Oh, who else is here?" As he stepped out, he saw four tall women who introduced themselves as the nursing team from the Holy Light Crusade, here to provide a general health checkup for him. A woman with shoulder-length hair standing beside them said, "We hope you'll cooperate with our work. Please take off your shirt first, we need to do a detailed check." Su Xianbai felt something was off. Right after the girl who had brought him food left, these people arrived to examine his body. It felt like something was off, but Su Xianbai still complied with their request, taking off his shirt to reveal his toned abs. Each muscle was clearly defined. After all, they couldn't really do anything to him, and besides, he was curious to see what they would try next. The moment the gray shirt came off, his sculpted physique was exposed, making the purple-haired woman flinch. She couldn't stop her gaze from locking onto the breathtaking sight before her. An indescribable sensation overwhelmed her, and to her surprise, a sudden nosebleed trickled down the moment she laid eyes on him. A solid, well-defined body, with perfect muscle contours. So this is what a man's physique is like? It's truly different. She couldn't hold back, she wanted to touch him. And it wasn't just her, the rest of the team also struggled to control their eyes. Su Xianbai stared at them in confusion, then thought to himself, if that's the case, I might as well take this opportunity to test the hidden effects of gift of light. After a brief silence, the purple-haired nurse stepped forward, placing her stethoscope against his body to examine him. Su Xianbai quickly said, "Just checking one side won't be enough. If this is supposed to be a full-body examination, then it should be done thoroughly. My heart is beating too fast, check it for me." Without giving her a chance to react, he casually grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. Suddenly, an electric current ran through her, causing the girl's body to jolt. Su Xianbai's actions were so hasty that she didn't have time to react and immediately collapsed to the ground. The others, witnessing the scene, were startled and immediately asked one after another, "What happened? Are you okay? What did you do to her?" Suddenly, the girl spoke up, her body still trembling uncontrollably. "Don't speak to him like that. Not only am I fine, but I actually feel more comfortable." Having said that, she quickly turned her face away, a strangely excited expression on her face. The nurse sat down on the floor, her hand placed on her chest to steady her breathing, then praised Su Xianbai's miraculous ability, calling him a treasure from head to toe. She had only lightly touched his hand. The nurse lowered her eyebrows, her cheeks flushed, and smiled contentedly. She mentioned that her whole body was gradually becoming numb, the sensation of excitement from touching Su Xianbai, and said, "If you don't believe me, feel for yourselves." The other nurses looked skeptical of her words. Given that it was her first time encountering a man, they thought she might just be exaggerating. They wanted to confirm her claims for themselves. Su Xianbai, however, remained calm and said, "If that's the case, then you all can experience it for yourselves." Respectfully, rather than defying orders, the female nurses immediately began to examine Su Xianbai's body. They had originally thought that Su Xianbai was just an ordinary man. With curious hands, they touched his bare, alluring body, quickly surrounding him. A tingling sensation gradually overcame them, and the nurses, unable to control themselves, involuntarily gasped. Indeed, the strange power was not something to be taken lightly. The sky slowly transformed into a mystical dreamscape. The nurses were swept into a sensation of bliss, carrying them to a sky full of stars, refreshingly cool and incredibly magnificent. They all marveled at the stunning scene, believing it to be a paradise, with clouds swirling in heavenly hues. This could only be a dream. One of them even felt that her entire previous life had been wasted, as she had never seen such beauty before. If this was a dream, none of them wanted to wake up. From the starry sky, a powerful gust of wind swept by, and a thunderous roar echoed through the space. A divine dragon twisted its body through the sky, leisurely and arrogantly gliding across the moon, full of grace. The divine dragon passed by the nurses, its scales shimmering like jade, each piece blending perfectly with the vast universe. Divine Dragon turned his head to look at the three female nurses and gently asked, "Are you all newcomers? Do you want to go enjoy the breeze?" One of them exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, "Enjoy the breeze?" The feeling of riding on Divine Dragon's back, taking in the vast scenery from above, and feeling the cool wind as if soaring through the blue sky was truly something to long for. Riding on Divine Dragon was an exhilarating experience. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making it hard for anyone riding to even catch their breath. Divine Dragon's massive, imposing body exuded a majestic aura. Just being on its back felt like becoming one with it, filling the rider with an overwhelming sense of joy and divinity. That miraculous sensation, as if one were being lifted to heaven, was unmatched by any earthly pleasure. The three nurses had never experienced such intense joy in their lives. Lost in their reverie, Su Xianbai, who was accustomed to situations like this, simply stood by, quietly observing. This was the effect of the gift of light. Anyone who came into contact with Su Xianbai would immediately fall into a state of uncontrollable excitement, unable to resist the rush. Even Su Xianbai didn't expect the power of the gift of light to be so potent. It seemed that under these circumstances, the Holy Light Crusade might just collapse on its own without a fight. After that fateful examination, subtle changes began to take place within the Holy Light Crusade. Members of the healing team, having witnessed the miracle that day, didn't hesitate to recount the entire story to others in the Legion. The rumor spread quickly, from one person to 10, then to hundreds. Before long, the entire imperial city knew about the hidden power of Su Xian by a strange ability that made it impossible to stop once touched. Curious to experience this special sensation, many people in the imperial city rushed to Xianbai's residence. Among them, two beautiful, confident women walked up to Xianbai. One of them spoke, "We are the most sought-after female attendants at the most famous maidservant shop in the imperial city."
From now on, we will be in charge of your meals and every need you have. We hope Lord Xianbai will take care of us.
It wasn't just the two maids, even the elite guards of the Holy Light Crusade voluntarily took on the responsibility of protecting Xianbai's safety. These guards worked meticulously, keeping a close watch on him 24 hours a day.
Witnessing the fervor of the people towards Xianbai, Asmod couldn't help but sigh. She turned to Ling Long, who was sitting next to her, and asked, "When you were with Xianbai, did you feel the same kind of frenzy as they do?"
Ling Long shook her head and slowly replied, "No. When I was with you and Xianbai, it was very pleasant, but only at the final step did I truly enter that crazy state. It's a gradual process, not something that happens in a rush."
Ling Long's answer made Asmod nod in agreement.
"However," she added, "but I have to say, the people of the Holy Light Crusade are different from us. They just need to touch Xianbai once, and they become so agitated, it's as if they lose control and go mad on the spot."
Asmod pondered and remembered the expressions of the people of the Holy Light Crusade when they touched Su Xianbai. Each of them seemed like a madman rushing to snatch Xianbai from us. Are their physiques that sensitive? Truly, it's admirable. Not long after, the entire Holy Light Crusade fell into despair because of Xianbai's abilities.
The imperial city of the Holy Light Crusade did not collapse on its own, but General Beers, who was stationed far at the front lines, had no knowledge of it. The soldiers guarding General Beers' camp were strict, ensuring there was not even the smallest opening. A soldier reported the situation. "The messenger from the Imperial Guard, Dark Emperor, has arrived."
General Beers, sitting inside his tent, issued the order, "Let them in."
Immediately, the messenger obeyed and entered the tent. The messenger arrogantly surveyed the person before him, noticing no sign of submission. He sternly questioned, "To meet me and still calmly have breakfast like that?
You are the first, General Beers."
He was none other than the great elder of the Imperial Guard, Dark Emperor, Lucky. He continued in a gentle tone, "A woman who can kill a king and plot treason to seize great power is indeed no simple character." This remark was a direct mockery of General Beers. The beautiful, charismatic woman leisurely raised her hand to her face, her sharp gaze fixed intently on the person opposite her.
General Beers smiled and replied, "It seems the esteemed elder has misunderstood something. The one who killed the king was Rielna, not me. I only followed orders when it was a matter of life and death."
Lord Lucky scoffed, "Whether it was Rielna or Beers, it makes no difference." He directly demanded of Beers, "Just tell me the real reason why you invited me here." Beers did not beat around the bush and complimented, "Lord, you truly have a refreshing personality.
I've invited you here to discuss cooperation.
The Holy Light Crusade and the Dark Emperor's Imperial Guard have been fighting for many years without any resolution." Beers' expression changed. "The Holy Light Emperor and the Dark Emperor are both dead now, and we have no reason to continue the fight. If Lord Lucky and I were to join forces and unite these two armies, who in this world could stop us?" Lord Lucky praised Beers' bold idea. However, he declined the offer of cooperation. Beers advised, "You shouldn't remain loyal to a man who's already dead." Lord Lucky spoke clearly and firmly, "The Dark Emperor is not dead."
General Beers naturally didn't believe Lord Lucky's words. "The Dark Emperor isn't dead? That's impossible. You can't be serious with such a joke."
Lord Lucky said, "We have detected a signal coming from a distant multiverse. We once sent someone to this multiverse to investigate, but after he returned, he had turned into a corpse. On his body, we found two familiar vibes: Infinity of Darkness and Gift of Life." General Beers was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she had just heard. If what Lord Lucky says is true, then not only Dark Emperor but even the Holy Light Emperor is still alive. Lord Lucky replied, "That possibility is not certain, but at the very least, we can confirm that these two light cores still exist. If this issue is not resolved, then the cooperation between us and General Beers will likely be impossible to proceed with." General Beers remained silent before finally coming to a conclusion. "Although everything sounds unbelievable, I more or less understand Elder Lucky's point now. As long as we travel to the alternate dimension and eliminate the threat, Lord Lucky will be able to cooperate with us." Lord Lucky affirmed, "If the Dark Emperor is still alive,
he would never commit a disgraceful act like betrayal. General Beers remarked, "Lord, you must be joking. The Dark Emperor's Imperial Guard has recently been secretly gathering military forces. It doesn't seem like they're aiming at anyone other than us." Lord Lucky was surprised that Beers knew their arrangement. Bribing a few Imperial Guards to become Beers' spies was not difficult for her. The Lucky Elder has long been prepared to enter the alternate dimension. Is it really to deal with those two dangers personally, or is it for the Dark Emperor? Each word Beers spoke seemed like an interrogation of Lord Lucky. He stopped listening to her and told her, "Stop right there, I'm only going to retrieve the Infinity of Darkness, which originally belongs to the Imperial Guard." Beers' eyes initially believed that what the man in front of her was saying was mere sophistry. Lord Lucky hurriedly took his leave. Beers smirked maliciously, "A person with your abilities, why bother working for someone who's about to die? Living in the past means nothing, people must look forward." Lord Lucky turned back to look at Beers, his gaze forward, pondering what Beers might be plotting. Beers continued, "You and I are of the same kind. People with talents like ours must live for themselves. Once we obtain the light cores, the whole world will belong to the two of us." Beers shifted, her seductive figure now on full display, sparking desire in anyone who saw her. "If Lord Lucky agrees to my terms, I can sign a pact with you right now, and I will never betray it." The inner turmoil surged. Lord Lucky asked, "To sign the agreement, how do you wish to sign it?" Helpless before the man's steadfastness, she wondered, wasn't her suggestion clear enough? Her body leaned forward. Beers laughed heartily, "Of course, with my body." Lord Lucky smiled, "Sounds quite good." The clothes were gradually removed, lying in a heap on the ground. Beers stripped off her garments, revealing her soft, fair skin. The sky slowly shifted into night, and a gentle breeze passed by, bringing with it a faint, delicate sensation. Beers shivered in admiration for the man before her. "No wonder you are the Elder Lucky, leader of the Imperial Guard Dark Emperor. Your weapon, though not young, is still worthy of admiration." Beers smiled in satisfaction. "Our ritual of cooperation is complete." Lord Lucky tidied his clothes, dismissing Beers' flattery. He said, "I will come find you again tomorrow." Beers sneered, "The Lucky Lord is really greedy, after a whole day of battle, still not satisfied." Lord Lucky appeared embarrassed, his face reddened. "What nonsense are you saying? We must depart now, to another multiverse to eliminate the danger." Lucky Lord leisurely stepped out of the tent at Star Place, Dracula's mansion. Dracula, lounging on the bed in a state of boredom, sighed and said, "Xian Bai has only been gone for a few days, and already I feel like life has lost its joy. I can't eat well, I can't sleep peacefully, and even when I lie here, I don't want to move." Dracula lay there all day, then remarked, "I just realized that I seem to be hungry, and I keep feeling nauseous. I've even put on a little weight. This is really strange." The purple-haired girl widened her eyes at Dracula's sudden words and asked, "The symptoms you're describing? Surely, it's not that." Dracula was puzzled. "I wonder why she's so agitated." The purple-haired girl, in a daze, replied, "Could it be that you're pregnant with Xian Bai's child?" Dracula was stunned by her words, her emerald eyes widening in disbelief at what she was hearing. From shock, Dracula's expression shifted to pure happiness. Tears of joy began to stream down her face. "I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant with Xian Bai's child." Dracula looked at her slightly rounded belly, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Finally, she and Xian Bai had the fruit of their love. This is fate. I am truly so happy. Dracula happily imagined the future of the two of them after Xian Bai returned to Star Place. "We can hold a grand wedding, then go to the beach for a romantic honeymoon. After that, together with Xian Bai and Xiao Xian Bai, or more precisely, our child, we will live a normal, warm, and happy life." Dracula, lying on the bed, continuously radiated a sense of happiness. The greatest joy in life is nothing more than this. It was something she never even dared to imagine, and she reminded herself, "I must have many children with Xian Bai." The purple-haired woman sighed, remarking that Dracula truly had a rich imagination. King Dracula of Star Place is a love-struck queen, blindly devoted without any deviation.
Suddenly, an earthquake of no small magnitude rumbled from outside Star Place.
The tremor reached Dracula, shattering the happy scene instantly.
The purple-haired woman thought it was just an earthquake, but Dracula felt that things were not so simple. I sense a powerful energy appearing in the dark sky.
Countless golden and light pink beams of light descended from the sky, crashing onto the earth.
These beams of light wreaked havoc on the ground, causing a significant earthquake. Amidst the earthquake, the fog gathered in one place. General Beers and Lord Lucky appeared together between heaven and earth. Lord Lucky sighed in relief. Finally, we've arrived.
This is the alternate dimension where traces of the light cores have appeared.
Beers thought this place seemed normal. Countless soldiers of theirs appeared, floating and covering an entire land. Beers remarked, "This place is vast, finding 2 stones here won't be easy." An Imperial guard slowly removed his hood and told Beers, "Let me handle this. I can sense the whereabouts of the light cores." Beers praised, "The Imperial guard truly is a hidden tiger." He was the Imperial guard Dark Emperor Bo, confident in his abilities. "No matter how vast this place is, I can easily locate the position of the light cores."
Bo executed his mental wavelength technique, full search, with a broad wave frequency spreading through space, probing every corner of it.
The waves spread out one by one, leaving no trace of air untouched.
However, to his surprise, nothing was found.
Bo was stunned. "Why is this happening? There is absolutely no trace of the light cores here." Beers wasn't particularly surprised. It seems that the light cores have some special methods of concealment.
Bo sighed, thinking to himself, "Our journey is likely to become much more difficult."
Beers stuck out her tongue, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She commanded the airborne forces, "Annihilate all of humanity in this multiverse, that way the problem will be solved once and for all." Holy Light City was a kingdom of knights, with a military force far greater than other cities. At present, most of the city was submerged in flames, with cries of agony echoing everywhere. The people, in panic, were fleeing, constantly screaming, "Help!
What is happening?"
Amid the chaos, no one could find an escape route from the raging flames. Relentless waves of attacks from the air continuously rained down upon Holy Light City, bringing with them despair and suffering. The Imperial Guard from above showed no mercy, relentlessly launching powerful strikes that made the citizens of the city scream in hopelessness.
One of them arrogantly mocked, "These people are so weak. Much easier than fighting the Crusaders. It looks like it won't be long before we can wipe them all out."
The Imperial Guards laughed with satisfaction, but their smugness only fueled the anger of the people.
Someone shouted, "You bastards! Do you think Holy Light City is just some random place?" The female swordsman soared into the sky, charging straight into the group of shadow guards.
She shouted loudly, "This is not a place for you to stroll freely." The sword in her hand shone brightly, moving as fast as lightning, so swift that no one could clearly see its movement. With the sword of the Judge Great Ring Cut technique, she delivered a fatal blow. The shadow guards stood frozen like statues, unable to react before their bodies were severed and shattered in mid-air. Their arrogance was swiftly extinguished. The female swordsman landed on the ground, her figure standing tall like a mighty tower, the only hope protecting the people of Holy Light City from their dire fate. She stood amidst the desolation, her eyes filled with fury, gritting her teeth as she saw the devastation caused by the enemy. Those bastards dared to turn the citizens of Holy Light City into this. Unforgivable. She looked up, her eyes gleaming with determination, and then spoke, "Holy Light, please save them." No sooner had her prayer ended than a brilliant beam of divine light appeared. It was the light of sacred redemption. The people who were enveloped by the divine light immediately felt at ease, their wounds healed, and their pain vanished.
Witnessing the swordswoman's miraculous technique, a clear voice echoed from above, "Well done.
Not only do you possess extraordinary combat abilities, but you also have excellent healing arts." Dark Emperor Imperial Guard, Right Guard Luo Xian, sat calmly above, her cold gaze sweeping down to observe those below. She praised her opponent, believing that anyone capable of killing Left Guard when you must certainly be connected to the female swordswoman standing before her. The female swordswoman furrowed her brow, not fully understanding Luo Xianxian's intentions. She asked directly, "Are you the leader of those people? I will decide whether to spare or end your life right here." Luo Xianxian chuckled arrogantly, her face full of provocation. "It seems talking isn't going to work, so let me force you to speak with my strength." At the same time, at the Sword Fairy Daughter Kingdom, the wind howled like waves crashing across every blade of grass and branch. Soldiers of the State of Women were suddenly attacked, their bodies hurled far away. The strength of the opponent was truly beyond imagination. A few soldiers struggled to rise, angrily interrogating the invader, "Who are you? Why are you attacking the State of Women? What is your purpose?" The opponent merely sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "What's my purpose? I'm looking for 2 stones, the gift of life and the infinity of darkness. Do you know where they are?" The man was none other than Centurion Alpha of the Holy Light Crusade. The soldiers of the State of Women were stunned and blurted out, "Aren't those the items belonging to Su Xianbai? Could it be that your target is him?" Alpha elegantly brushed off the dust from her body, her sharp gaze fixed on her opponent. "The figure over there seems to know something." Alpha spoke with a stern tone, "It's a pity. By order of General Beers, we must eradicate everything here, leaving nothing behind, not even a piece of armor." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Alpha shot forward with lightning speed. In an instant, her figure vanished, leaving her opponent confused, unsure of where she had gone. Just as the opponent managed to turn, Alpha reappeared behind them, her sword raised, ready to strike a lethal blow. Alpha smiled triumphantly, her voice cold, "It's too late to react now." However, before Alpha's strike could reach her opponent, a massive sword suddenly descended from the sky, aimed directly at her. The unexpected blow sent Alpha flying, her sword flying out of her grasp and vanishing into the air before erupting in a violent explosion. Alpha tumbled across the ground, both in pain and fury, shouting, "Who dares to ambush me? I will not forgive you." From above, a figure landed, their striking red shoes and overwhelming presence unmistakable. The person faced Alpha, their voice dripping with mockery and disdain, "Not forgive me? Who gave you the courage to say such things?" Queen Lisa appeared with an awe-inspiring, majestic presence. She coldly declared, "On this mountain, I am the boss. Aside from Xianbai, no one has the right to control me. Wandering around here is nothing but a death wish for you." Faced with Lisa's sudden appearance and her overwhelming attack, Alpha was sent flying and was utterly furious. No matter who the opponent was, in the eyes of the Holy Light Crusade, they were worth nothing. Alpha prepared to rally his forces, his gaze burning with rage. "I will end you, Lisa." From Alpha's sword erupted a dazzling golden light, shooting straight into the sky. It was the Holy Light Crusade's distress signal, summoning all soldiers to the area. Alpha let out a loud, arrogant laugh, "You're all as good as dead." Lisa watched the flare fade in the sky and sneered, mocking, "What a pathetic way to call for reinforcements." Immediately after, having received the signal, the Holy Light Crusade Silver Lance Killing Legion arrived. With a ruthless aura, a declaration rang out, "Anyone who dares to defy the Holy Light Crusade must die." Alpha looked at Lisa with wild arrogance, his smirk full of ridicule. "Do you see the consequence of daring to challenge me? It's too late for regrets now." Lisa tilted her chin, her gaze unwavering, her voice laced with disdain. "Who are you trying to scare? Calling for reinforcements? Anyone can do that." Queen Lisa soared into the air, standing majestically on the gleaming and beautiful sword blade. Behind her were tens of thousands of soldiers from the State of Women, their sharp eyes fixed on the swarm of insects in front of them. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the people of State of Women on our own land is no different from seeking their own death. Together with her bodyguards, the Flying Sword Battalion of Shu Mountain Sword Sect advanced in unison. Queen Lisa coldly issued her command, "Slay them all, leave no one alive." The warriors of the Flying Sword Battalion responded in unison, their spirits soaring, for the leader. "For State of Women. Slay them all." The power of the Flying Sword Battalion was indeed not to be underestimated. Their valorous spirit, unwilling to bow before any enemy, was the great force that helped them secure victory. Without delay, both sides charged at each other, the flash of blades and the overwhelming killing intent signaling the onset of a brutal battle. Not far from the state of women, in the waters near Holy Light City, the atmosphere on Killing Island grew tense after its reconstruction. The Holy Light Crusade could clearly sense the presence of a power, both familiar and terrifying, hidden on the island. Knowing they could not afford to be complacent, they immediately readied themselves for battle. Beneath Killing Island, the defensive forces had also prepared in full. Looking up at the sky, a female warrior remarked with a vigilant gaze, "These people are indeed formidable. Judging by their appearance, it seems they are targeting the master of the fortress. We cannot let them breach the master's domain." Not waiting for them to strike first, the master of the fortress coldly ordered, "Eliminate them all right here." Zhang Tianyu looked up at the Holy Light Crusade army hovering in the sky, the corner of her lips curling into a contemptuous smile. "Looks like the opponents this time are all women, huh? Well, that makes things easier. No need for you guys to step in, I'll take care of them myself." Noah turned to Zhang Tianyu, his eyes filled with doubt. "You're not thinking of using that move, are you? That could have some unpleasant consequences." Zhang Tianyu ignored the warning, flashing a teasing smile, as if Noah was being overly rigid. Veins of bluish purple began to surface on her neck, her grin laced with mystery and danger. Her bewitching gaze, both mesmerizing and terrifying, made it impossible to look away. She smirked, her voice dripping with arrogance. "Do these pure and lofty little angels even realize the other side of their own nature? Let me help them strip off that fake mask and unleash the most primal desires buried deep within their hearts." Zhang Tianyu showed no hesitation. She saw this entertainment of hers as nothing wrong. A pale pink mist began to spread from her body, light and delicate yet carrying an ominous aura. The Holy Light Crusade army quickly sensed something was off, panic rippling through their ranks at the sight of this strange fog. A desperate shout rang out from within their formation, struggling to maintain composure. "Stay alert! There's a chance this mist is poisonous. Breath retention, now!" Zhang Tianyu burst into laughter, her voice filled with mocking arrogance. "Breath retention? Useless. My lust poison doesn't spread through inhalation, it's transmitted through direct skin contact. Give up already. Resist all you want, let me see just how these noble angels look when they can no longer suppress their desires." The Holy Light Crusade had not yet realized how the smoke would affect their bodies when the poison silently infiltrated them. Desire began to overpower their minds, causing them to silently curse the vile and underhanded tactics of Zhang Tianyu. Their bodies gradually became hot, waves of heat spread throughout them, and strange images began to appear in their minds. A vast beach, boundless and full of sunlight, gradually emerged in their minds. The female warriors of the Holy Light Crusade were running and chasing each other on the golden sand, dressed in comfortable swimsuits, laughing and teasing each other in the cool water. Some were lying on floating rafts, their eyes relaxed and peaceful. They thought to themselves, "Everyone looks so happy. How long has it been? How long has it been since we could enjoy such peaceful moments?" Ever since the war with the Dark Emperor began, every day has been filled with conflict and bloodshed. Just being able to relax like this, even temporarily, makes us feel strangely happy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through, if only someone could come and apply sunscreen for me, that would be wonderful. Just as the thought crossed their minds, from beneath the cool water, a powerful surge of force suddenly rose. A tall, muscular figure appeared before them. A deep, warm voice echoed, "Did you just wish for something in your hearts?" Su Xianbai emerged, his strong body and sun-kissed skin exuding an irresistible charm, wearing a captivating smile. He tilted his head, his gaze playful as he looked at them. "Is it you? Little sister, do you need me to apply sunscreen for you?" In Zhang Tianyu's hand was a tube of sunscreen. As soon as she finished speaking, she poured the cream into her palm, a wicked smile appearing on her face. "My technique is both skillful and comfortable. Don't you want to give it a try?" The Holy Light Crusade was stunned, an indescribable feeling rising within them. Has the dream come true? Is this really the legendary paradise? But just as reality pulled them back, the female warriors still held their weapons tightly, murmuring incessantly, "Apply it generously, from top to bottom, don't miss any spot. Only then can we fully enjoy this paradise." In another corner, Hume Air and Ariel quietly observed, their eyes betraying their astonishment. They couldn't stop marveling at Zheng Tianyu's terrifying technique, truly a terrifying power. Even though the opponents are so numerous, in an instant, they lose all fighting capability. What's even scarier is that this power seems limitless. We must stay far away from her. Zheng Tianyu, with a look full of implication, turned to Noah and chuckled coldly, "If you want to cure this lust poison, there's only one way: find a man." "So, what now? Do you think with your old age, you'd forget your principles, and fall here on the battlefield?" Zhang Tianyu's words made Noah blush. He answered seriously, "I am of age, and besides, I am absolutely loyal to my master. Betrayal will never happen." Although they acknowledged that Zhang Tianyu's methods were truly terrifying, the Holy Light Crusade still believed that relying solely on these tricks was nothing more than a foolish dream if they thought they could defeat them. High Priest Bo appeared, holding the Holy Bo Book in his hands, and solemnly began chanting a purification spell to remove the poison from the Holy Light Crusade. "By the command of the Holy Knights, I beseech the gods. Oh, great Holy Light God, grant me your strength. I must guide the way of the Holy Light to those warriors lost in this intoxicated trance." The light from the High Priest's spell spread across the battlefield, gently enveloping the soldiers affected by the lust poison. The pure divine power gradually dispelled the toxins, pulling them from their haze. The Holy Light Crusade warriors woke, bewildered, looking around as if they had just awoken from a strange dream. Some whispered, "Where did the guy in the swimming trunks and sunscreen go? My front still isn't properly applied yet." The lust poison was completely dispelled, but many soldiers could not hide the sense of regret over the pleasure they had just experienced. That feeling, one they had never encountered before, now seemed like a fleeting dream. The High Priest solemnly stepped forward, his stern voice calming and encouraging the soldiers, "Enough. Have you forgotten the purpose of this journey? We are here for vengeance, to avenge the Emperor. The illusions you just experienced were nothing but a vile trick of the enemy. Aren't you ashamed of how you looked just now? Get up and regain your fighting spirit immediately." Earlier, High Priest Bobo had met with General Beers to discuss a plan to cooperate with the Shadow Guard. However, she had clearly expressed her firm refusal of this decision, stating, "I will never cooperate with cowardly scum like the Shadow Guard. The path of the Holy Light will never accept such filth." Beers casually decided to tell Bobo the truth about the Emperor's death. Beers said, "Back then, in order to stop Dark Emperor, the Emperor and she fell into a distant world. Humanity in the alternate dimension coveted their power, and as a result, they ruthlessly killed the Emperor and took the light cores. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. We can only unite with the Imperial Guard to have a chance of confronting the humans in the alternate dimension, those who now hold the light cores." Before Bobo could hesitate, Beers continued, "Don't forget that it was the Emperor who nurtured you. Now, the Emperor is dead without a body. Don't you want to avenge the Emperor? Don't you feel guilty for hesitating like this, given the Emperor's kindness to you?" Beers' persuasion completely overwhelmed Bobo. She felt ashamed for becoming so indecisive. "This time, I've decided to risk everything in battle to repay the Emperor's kindness." Back in the current situation, Zhang Tianyu did not expect anyone could cure her lust poison. She cursed, "I don't know where that person came from, but they're so annoying. I haven't even gotten enough of looking at those little angels controlled by desire." Noah, serious and on guard, replied, "Don't underestimate her. The one holding the magic book is no simple character. I can sense it, she is of the same type as me." Zhang Tianyu asked, "Is that person also a magician?" High Priest Bobo, using the name of the Holy Light and swearing to the gods, said, "I will kill every one of these filthy rats to avenge and cleanse the Emperor." The light blazed, and from the sky, countless specks of light appeared. These specks of light transformed into massive meteors, plummeting downward at breakneck speed. Below, Ariel and Humeyer stared in shock at the falling meteors, unable to believe that such a powerful spell could exist. The meteors crashed down onto her killing island, creating a cloud of dust. The sound of the stones striking the ground was like the roar of a waterfall, incredibly mighty. Contrary to Bobo's expectations, her killing island had a magical shield capable of resisting her. The stars are in spring. It seems that the magicians from alternate dimensions are not simple.
Noah cast a magical shield. If I weren't here, this island would be in real danger.
The master entrusted Killing Island to me, which is a great trust.
I will never fail the master's expectations.
Even if it costs my life, I will protect this island.
Noah raised his staff and unleashed the power of the gale, creating a wildly ferocious tornado. The Holy Light Crusade was immediately swept away by the tornado.
Before they could defend themselves, the power of the tornado rendered the soldiers immobile, stripping them of their ability to fight. The Holy Light Crusade thought for a moment and realized that Noah was a wind magician, so she had to charge straight through this violent storm to stop him. Otherwise, the entire army would be wiped out by him.
Noah cast the tornado spell, and the Holy Light Crusade landed behind him.
Noah had already detected her presence, casually complimenting her swift movements for narrowly avoiding his storm.
Was she the type of assassin skilled in stealth attacks?
The Holy Light Crusade thought that magicians were most vulnerable in close combat, but if she managed to break through to this position, it would be hard for him to escape danger. Suddenly, thorny vines wrapped tightly around the body of the Holy Light Crusade, rendering him completely immobile. His body was bound, and his weapon was useless. The Holy Light Crusade looked at the vines in front of him with frustration, feeling deeply embarrassed to have been ensnared by them. Several soldiers from the Silver Lance Killing Legion, under the command of the Holy Light Crusade, were suddenly ambushed.
Her plan was halted by the grotesque vines wrapping around her body. The woman leading the plan, shocked, exclaimed, "Damn it, what the hell is this? It's like it has a life of its own. This is terrifying, someone get them off me." She was furious. Clearly, we were so close to succeeding, and if it weren't for this thing, I would have definitely been able to kill him. She glared at her shattered plan as Noah regained control of the situation. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyu stepped forward, mocking her. "You think you can kill Noah just by relying on yourself?"
The woman immediately realized that this trick was Zhang Tianyu's doing and angrily shouted, "Damn it, so it was you!
Let me go!"
However, Zhang Tianyu paid no attention to her words and focused solely on what she was about to do. She pulled taut the long whip, which was surrounded by sharp thorns, and confidently said, "We don't just have Noah on our side.
If our master has ordered us to guard Killing Island, that means we have absolute strength."
The warriors of the Silver Lance Killing Legion Holy Light Crusade, hearing this, immediately turned pale with worry and asked, "It can't be." Ariel raised her hand, summoning a stream of water that flowed like drifting clouds, and then pleaded, "Come forth, guardian of the seas, please lend me your strength." Instantly, a massive whirlpool appeared beneath the sea, as if something of immense size was about to rise from the depths. Sure enough, a blue whale shot up from beneath the massive whirlpool, knocking back the powerful warriors of the Silver Lance Killing Legion. A series of angels were struck down mid-air by the sea creature. Those fortunate enough to avoid the recent attack immediately warned the entire legion, "Get out of the way, it's coming. If you get hit by it, you'll die with no place to bury you." The blue whale had barely surfaced before it quickly returned to the surface, creating a powerful shockwave on the water, causing the Silver Lance Killing Legion Holy Light Crusade to be submerged in the vast ocean. Ariel, standing above, watched the scene unfold, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she confidently declared, "I am the daughter of the sea. To fight me on the sea, you have no chance of victory." On the other side, Humayer was also using the Fox Spirit secret skill, Spirit Magic Ball, creating small orbs containing lightning. As soon as the magic balls were completed, Humayer controlled them to fly in a line toward the legion, gently saying, "Go play with them, my lovely little ones." The warriors on the other side, upon seeing the strange creatures approaching them, could only wonder, is this supposed to be a magic ball? It's so tiny, nowhere near as powerful as the high priests. They basically had no idea how powerful the small orb of magic before them was, so they remained indifferent and allowed it to stay nearby. It wasn't until the orb suddenly trembled, and the lightning within it grew stronger, that they realized the danger right before their eyes. Unfortunately, by the time the Legion became aware, it was already too late. The orb had grown larger, causing a violent shockwave in the sky that shattered the entire Legion. The lightning inside the orb inflicted severe damage, and those struck by it were injured to the point of unconsciousness, plummeting freely to the ground. After wiping out the Legion, Humayr smiled gracefully, gently brushing her hand over her ear, and said, "Now you understand the price of underestimating me."
The fox spirit's secret skill is not something your magic can compare to.
High Priest Boban, seeing his Legion being defeated gradually, angrily shouted, "Damn it, this is unforgivable.
How dare you reduce the Silver Lance killing Legion to this state? Do you think the Holy Light Crusade is nothing? You will pay for your actions. Prepare to face the punishment of the gods."
With that, Boban raised his hand, forming a triangle to invoke the power from the sacred book. She cast the forbidden book of magic, the ritual of divine punishment, and a series of golden characters began to flow from the pages of the sacred book. The golden characters from the book flew out, piercing straight into Ariel's chest, leaving her no time to react. Humayr fared no better, as she was surrounded by the strange golden characters, which repeatedly struck her body, rendering her immobile. Even Zhang Tianyu had to face the judgment of the gods. Her body was violently impacted by the golden characters, causing her to tremble in fear.
Seeing their panicked reactions, Bobo looked down from above and declared, "Do you understand the severity now?
Anyone struck by this spell will have their soul pulled out and eternally sealed within the forbidden magic book."
After enduring such damage, Zhang Tianyu's body could no longer withstand it, and she collapsed, unconscious.
Not only Zhang Tianyu, but Ariel and Humayr were also defeated, lying motionless on the ground.
Bobo looked down from above at the three women lying below and sneered, "So, you've all fallen, have you? It seems the ritual is complete.
Your bodies are now completely dead, and your souls will suffer endless burning by the spiritual flames in the forbidden magic book,
until your souls are completely shattered and dispersed."
Suddenly, Bobo realized that one person was missing from their group, Noah, the leader of the four. She then asked, "But it seems like there's one soul missing here.
Where did that magician go? Ever since I released the curse, he hasn't been seen. Could he disappear without any reason? That can't be."
Just at that moment, Noah appeared from thin air and suddenly spoke, "Of course, I can't disappear without a reason. But where we are, we have a very magical spell, called Divine Invisibility." Before Bobo could respond, Noah swiftly created a magical battle formation in the air, a burial array. However, Bobo didn't feel any fear in the face of Noah's magic.
She spoke up, "What's the meaning of this? Surely you don't think you can defeat me just by adding a few more magic arrays, do you? Your thoughts are laughable." Noah paid no attention to Bobo's sarcasm and continued to focus intently on casting the formation.
He quickly invoked a forbidden summoning, calling forth a frost dragon.
Immediately, a large ice dragon emerged from Noah's array, astonishing Bobo.
She quickly formed a shield around herself with Holy Guardian boundary, but she still couldn't anticipate that Noah was also familiar with summon magic. A barrier surrounded Bobo, protecting her from the powerful attack of the frost dragon. The creature's strong jaws clamped tightly around the golden orb, creating several small cracks on its surface. The frost dragon held onto the barrier orb and, with incredible speed, shot down towards the city below. It slithered across the ground, causing powerful tremors that sent rocks and debris flying in all directions. The frost dragon aimed at the space gate ahead and charged toward it. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted as the two objects collided with tremendous force. After a brief but violent shaking, the entire city seemed to be trembling. People began to gather near the spot where the dragon had crashed through, murmuring in excitement. Thick smoke and dust obscured their vision, but with such a large object, they could still see the dragon flying through the portal, its mouth holding a person. After that fierce impact, no one could be sure if the person the dragon held in its jaws was still alive. The chances were high that they had been impaled to death. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Bobo lying on the ground, badly wounded. Despite the severe injuries to her body, Bobo was still conscious, her body trembling from the pain. She silently blamed herself. Damn it, if I hadn't opened the Holy Guardian boundary in time, I would have been torn apart by that frost dragon.
That old magician, I swear I won't let you get away with this.
Bobo raised her hand to her forehead, her heart full of indignation toward Noah. However, in her current state, she could not afford to risk fighting him. At that moment, Noah had already moved down to the ground, standing directly opposite her, maintaining the initiative and threatening her. My people are trapped in the book by you.
How can they be freed?
If you tell me, I'll spare your life, so you won't die.
Behind Noah, a formation had already been set up, serving as a warning to Bobo.
Nevertheless, she merely sneered coldly and replied, don't dream.
I won't say a word. Your people are beyond saving now.
Seeing Bobo remain defiant despite the danger she was in, Noah didn't say another word. He raised his staff high and activated the formation beneath it, preparing to deliver his final words to Bobo. Not the answer I wanted.
Go die. The powerful staff plunged straight into Bobo's abdomen.
Instantly, the ground around her shattered under the force of the formation, with stones and debris flying up into the air. Receiving a direct blow to her stomach, Bobo no longer had the strength to resist. She let out a soft chuckle, then said, "Kill me, and your companions will surely die. Their souls won't be able to endure in the book for long."
Ha ha. However, Noah at this moment no longer paid attention to her words.
He coldly replied, "As long as there is a soul, they will not die.
The master will have a way."
Suddenly, a group of people in cloaks entered Star Place, causing chaos and disrupting the peace, which made Noah extremely angry. The veins on his angular face bulged. In fury, Noah said, "Indeed, when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkeys claim to be king. If the master were here, they would definitely die without a place to bury them." After finishing his words, Noah conjured countless blue magic orbs to deal with the intruders who had invaded and destroyed Star Place. Even with just himself, Noah could turn the situation around. At that moment, the magic orbs flew into the air, creating large explosions like fireworks in the bright sky. At the same time, in the government of Su Xianbai, a series of men in cloaks, who had intended to attack the mansion, suddenly lost control of their bodies and were pulled into the air, feeling no weight at all. This was all thanks to Ping Er's magic. She stood firm and clearly declared, "The master is not here." These days, Ping Er is responsible for protecting this house.
Don't even think about laying a hand on it.
A gravity field of 100,000 pounds will come crashing down. Ping Er sat on the porch, gently using her magic to overwhelm the group of opponents with a downpour of weight, causing the very ground to shatter. The members of the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard, after being battered by Zhao Ping Er, trembled like stray dogs. The remaining soldiers of Dark Emperor Imperial Guard, lying flat on the ground, unable to bear the shame of being defeated by a woman, charged together to attack Ping Er. At that moment, a torrential rain of bullets rained down on them from somewhere, like a storm. One of the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard members, stunned, thought to himself, "The firepower is so strong, how is this possible? There are no heavy weapons around here." The powerful downpour of ammunition was fired by Wang Shiryu, who, along with 2 large cannons and blazing flames, sneered and said, "You few dare to bully Sister Ping Er? Are you joking? At least bring an entire division if you want to have a chance." Before another member of the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard could even launch an attack, Ping Er was ambushed by strange strands of hair that pierced through his body, leaving him utterly astonished. Yen Yu also joined the battle. She used her hair to impale a man, then whispered softly, "Foolish man, feel the pain of love through your blood." Only 3 women stood on the government Su Xianbai, ready to engage in battle with the crowd below. On the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard's side, no one believed that such a small government could cause them serious losses, let alone that their opponents were only 3 women fighting a group of men. This made them feel incredibly humiliated. If they were stopped by these women, they wouldn't even dare to face the Great Elder. Thinking of that, the entire Dark Emperor Imperial Guard team quickly regained their composure. A man with white hair tied into a bun, full of rage, shouted, "Use all your strength and flatten this place for me." At that moment, a helicopter appeared in front of the government Su Xianbai. Wang Shiyu, upon seeing it, immediately felt displeased and muttered, "Who is that?
Bringing this thing here to steal my spotlight?" Yan Yu, as soon as she saw the helicopter, recognized who was coming. Sure enough, it was Li Xin.
From the helicopter's window, she loudly called out, "You girls, step aside a bit.
If you get hurt, I won't take responsibility." The Dark Emperor Imperial Guard, seeing the helicopter for the first time, couldn't help but feel confused.
Some guessed it was a giant bird, while others thought it was a special summoning beast. Li Xian looked down through the helicopter's glass window, observing the countless surprised and bewildered expressions of the people below.
She couldn't help but sneer. "Hicks! This isn't some strange bird. This is the G-28 armed helicopter, my special invention, Li Xian's masterpiece."
With that, she activated dozens of devastating missiles, their immense destructive power engulfing the ground below in a sea of fire.
Wang Shiyu, witnessing the chaos Li Xian had just unleashed, couldn't hold back his fury and shouted, "Are you trying to blow our entire place to pieces? For heaven's sake, be more careful." Li Xian hadn't expected the missiles to be so powerful.
She hurriedly apologized.
"Sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen."
Suddenly, something flashed past the helicopter at incredible speed.
Li Xian strained her eyes to see, but she couldn't make out what it was.
At the same time, one of the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard soldiers could no longer contain his rage.
He roared in fury and charged straight toward Li Xian's helicopter. "How dare you humiliate the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard like this? No matter what, I won't let you people survive. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will stop you."
From high above, he conjured a massive energy sphere, glowing with a mysterious black radiance, and aimed it directly at Li Xian's helicopter.
He bellowed, "You damned bird, die!
Dark magic twin magic bombs." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw two large orbs down at the helicopter. Suddenly, two sharp slashes tore through the air, cutting the energy orbs in half before they could reach their target. Zhang Zaiqin appeared, holding a sword, effortlessly destroying the twin magic bombs.
She moved quickly through the air, then spoke softly, "You couldn't win face to face, so now you're trying to ambush me?"
Before the man could react, Zhang Zaiqin charged toward him, delivering a fatal strike straight into his stomach. Fresh blood splattered, staining the air red. She landed neatly on the rooftop of government building Su Xianbai, her expression calm and serene, as though she were gazing at the sky. Quietly watching her fallen opponent, she spoke softly, "If you want to roam around this place, remember that only Xianbai rules here." Meanwhile, at the Holy Mountain Jedi Peak, a cold, desolate place covered in ice and snow year-round, Mumaster was living in seclusion at the mountain's summit. Holding his favorite cup of milk tea, he sighed to himself, "The weather's too cold, my milk tea has gone cold too." Suddenly, the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard arrived at this remote place.
Standing before Mumaster, they spoke with suspicion, "A man living alone on a mountaintop?
Old man, you're highly suspicious." Hearing this, Mumaster took a sip of his milk tea and calmly replied, "Don't misunderstand, I just don't want to work." Although they had heard the explanation, the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard still refused to let Mumaster go. They thought to themselves, the fact that he lives alone in this remote place must be to protect something important. Without hesitation, they brought out the infinity of darkness and began interrogating him. However, Mumaster paid no attention to the thing they were mentioning. He carefully set his bubble milk tea down on the ground, then nonchalantly said, "I don't need that. The only thing I protect is my milk tea." His words left the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard stunned. They could hardly believe that someone could love bubble milk tea to such an extent. Resolutely, they decided to teach him a lesson to extract information. But after a while, the ones who needed to be taught a lesson turned out to be them. Two of them were punched by Mumaster so hard that their faces were deformed, immediately changing their attitude. Not only did they stop opposing him, but they also began competing to buy milk tea for him and even suggested moving an entire milk tea shop to the gate of his house for his convenience. Despite this, Mumaster remained uninterested in their flattery. What he wanted was a direct conversation with their leader. Without hesitation, he ordered them to take him to meet their boss. Meanwhile, in Holy Light City, which was engulfed in flames, the brutal battle was coming to an end. A bloody scene unfolded as Lilith drove her sword through Luo Xianxian, bringing the tragic battle to a close. Surrounded by the raging flames, Luo Xianxian was on the verge of exhaustion. She weakly uttered her final words before collapsing. "Damn it, I never expected that in this distant foreign world, there would be a swordswoman of your caliber. We were indeed too careless."
Lilith did not show arrogance in response to this acknowledgement.
She simply gave her enemy a cold, sharp glance before replying, "Humph, there are many stronger people here than you think."
"You dared to make a move against Xian Bai? That's like throwing eggs at a rock. You won't have a good end.
Though my sword may not have taken your life immediately, it will cause you to die slowly, writhing in pain and regret.
Consider it revenge for what happened to Holy Light City."
With that, Lilith withdrew her sword from Luo Xianxian's body, leaving a stream of dark red blood pouring from the fatal wound. Luo Xianxian fell, her life ending in helplessness. After dealing with things at Holy Light City, Lilith quickly turned toward the space portal, heading to reinforce Star Place. On the other side, the picturesque landscape of State of Women appeared. Amidst the battlefield littered with the corpses of the Silver Lance Killing Legion from the Holy Light Crusade, Bayuemo stood tall, her face maintaining an air of calm after the fierce battle. She let out a soft sigh, then said, "Finally, it's over."
These people were truly not simple.
Their target was Xian Bai. "I'm afraid Star Place is already in grave danger." She continued, "I have to go to Star Place to deal with all of them. That way, when Xian Bai returns, he will definitely be happy and favor me first." Thinking of Su Xian Bai, Bayumo's mood immediately shifted, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. The space gate flashed, opening in front of Star Place, connecting distant lands. From the gate, Lilith stepped out, full of excitement, and as soon as she emerged, she loudly called, "Xian Bai, did you see? I am the first one from the Emperor's support." On the other side, Bayuemo had also just arrived at Star Place. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately mentioned Xian Bai with a hopeful expression, "Xian Bai, hurry back. After I finish dealing with these guys, we'll have a big battle. 300 rounds. Coincidentally, both Lilith and Bayuemo stepped out of the space gate at the same time, almost simultaneously setting foot on Star Place. As soon as they saw their mortal enemy, they instantly shifted from joyful to tense and hostile.
Bayuemo angrily spoke first, "Why did you copy me and come here? Do you think doing so will help you steal Xian Bai's heart?"
Lilith was not one to back down and calmly responded, "Although I also miss Xian Bai, I'm not as despicable as you."
These words infuriated Bayuemo.
She retorted sharply, "Despicable?
What I'm doing is out of love, bravely pursuing it. What do you know to say that?
The two faced each other, their gazes like bullets fired, creating a lightning strike in midair.
Neither of them was willing to back down.
Lilith responded, "Then I will strive for love, indifferent to the body." Suddenly, Dracula turned around calmly and spoke, reminding them, "Both of you, calm down.
Now is not the time to argue over jealousy."
Wu Yu, standing beside them, hastily turned to inform the two women of an important piece of news. "That's right, Dracula is carrying Xian Bai's child."
"No matter how much you argue, you will always come second."
However, Bayuemo and Lilith seemed to not fully comprehend, only expressing surprise. Together, they said, "Oh, so Dracula is carrying Xian Bai's child." But as soon as the words left their mouths, they realized something was wrong. Bayuemo couldn't believe her ears, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lilith, standing beside her, froze, her body stiffening upon hearing this news. She even felt as though her body was slowly cracking apart. Bayuemo couldn't bear the shock and collapsed to the ground in utter despair. "Xian Bai and I have made love countless times, yet nothing happened. Why is she so lucky?
I can't accept this. Is it because our frequency wasn't enough?"
Lilith was no better off, her expression changed drastically. Her dream of becoming Xian Bai's first wife was suddenly shattered.
She thought to herself, how could this be? Is it because my love for Xianbai isn't pure enough?
Noticing that both of their moods were sinking, Dracula urged, "You two, stop it already.
Look at the sky, we're in big trouble."
As soon as they heard Dracula's words, the two immediately calmed down and lifted their eyes to the sky. At that moment, a strange creature appeared in midair.
It was massive in size, resembling a giant eye.
Upon closer inspection, they quickly realized that it was indeed a grotesque eye, floating eerily in the sky. Meanwhile, Beers was on the other side, plotting the destruction of Star Place. She cast her magic, her lips moving incessantly. "I never expected this world to have so many annoying little flies.
Killing them one by one is far too troublesome. With this move, the entire city will be completely wiped out."
Lucky Elder, standing behind, witnessed everything and couldn't help but be astonished. Even though Beers is clearly the representative of light, she can still utter such dark words.
He sensed that Beers was an incredibly terrifying woman.
However, Beers believed differently. Light and darkness are inherently one.
Without the representative of light, how could there be darkness? The boundary between light and darkness within me seems so thin.
Suddenly, a surge of emotion overwhelmed Beers, and she furiously shouted, "Die!
All of you!" The swarm of golden flies charged forward in unison.
Immediately, the tightly shut eye suddenly opened, releasing a powerful beam of light that shone down below.
The entire Star Place was engulfed in the dazzling radiance. Every human and creature caught in the light was swallowed by it.
Instantly, all human activity came to a halt. Those who were moving, upon being struck by the light, were transformed into gold and rendered motionless. After bringing Star Place into her plan of destruction, Beers, along with Lucky Elder, gazed down at the scene below from a towering building.
Watching everything unfold, Beers couldn't help but feel elated.
She smirked and said, "Now the world is completely silent.
No one can stop me from finding those two stones anymore." Suddenly, Moo Master appeared right behind Beers and calmly asked, "You're the one who did this to Star Place, aren't you?"
Hearing an unfamiliar voice behind her, Beers jolted in shock. She spun around in disbelief, her face filled with alarm upon realizing that someone had not been turned into gold.
Lucky Elder, standing beside her, also hadn't noticed anyone approaching. He was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, "When did this guy get here? How did I not sense him?" Instinctively, Beers hastily took a step back. Then, with a defiant tone, she snapped, "Who are you? What do you want? Do you have a death wish? I bet you're the thief who stole the light cores, aren't you?"
Suddenly, a slap landed hard on Beers' cheek, catching her off guard and sending her flying effortlessly into the air.
Moo Master, still maintaining a calm expression, responded, "Speak politely to me. Respecting the elderly is basic courtesy."
In the inner city of Star Place, the battle was still raging fiercely. Thrown several meters away, outside the Star Place walls, a strong impact from above caused the entire fortress to shake violently. Beers, struck directly by Moo Master's blow, angrily cursed, "I told you, never strike the face. That damn bastard had the audacity to leave a scar on my beautiful face.
How am I supposed to face any man in the world from now on?"
Fury burned within Beers, and she thought that only chopping that old man into 100 pieces could satisfy the hatred in her heart. Meanwhile, Lord Lucky looked at Moo Master and thoughtfully remarked, "I know Beers' strength very well, yet this old man managed to slap her away so easily, leaving no trace. His power is immense, and it's obvious that he is the ruler of the alternate dimension." Moo Master gazed up at the sky, noticing the wide golden eye, and said, "He must be the mastermind who turned Star Place into gold. If we destroy him, everything might return to its original state." And so, Moo Master absorbed the power, decisively staring at the golden eye in the sky. Lord Lucky thought of him as a reckless fool, daring to turn his back on him. Indeed, it was an act of disrespect, and he would pay the price for this arrogance. Before Lucky could make a move, Moo Master reminded him, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that. If you dare to attack now, I'll shove this ball into your mouth first." Furious at Moo Master's arrogance, Lucky shouted menacingly, "Don't try to show off.
It's just a tiny energy ball, what threat does it pose? Mu Master said no more, directly launching the ball straight toward the golden eye. He commanded. Lucky. Open your eyes and see. The ball struck the golden eye in the sky at lightning speed. The golden eye was hit hard by the ball, and immediately emitted a bright cyan glow against the vast sky. Before it could fully release its energy, it shattered into smoke and mist. Lord Lucky's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. A single strike from Mu Master had destroyed the golden Shi. Truly, he was formidable. He seemed to be the strongest being in this multiverse. Lucky thought, if he could just eliminate him, everything would be over. Although the golden eye had shattered, Starplace remained unchanged. At this moment, Mu Master decided, perhaps I'll have to kill that woman who cast the spell. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent her flying so far away. He turned to Lucky, ordering him to stand still and not move. Wait until I deal with Beers, then I'll come back and finish you off. Lucky, enraged by the disrespect, thought to himself, do you think this is some public restroom? Come and go as you please? He lifted his chin and glanced down at his feet. Mu Master was slightly surprised when he looked down and saw a dark, ominous force surrounding the entire area. Lucky, now thoroughly enraged, began to cast dark magic and summoned the dark god to descend. From beneath the ground, a colossal iron hand pierced through the tiles, reaching high into the air. The power of the hand was such that every strike caused the fortress to crack and widen. After continuous impacts, the fortress finally crumbled. The creature with the terrifying hand revealed itself, the dark deity of evil, Darkness. Mu Master hovered in midair, gazing at the newly emerged monster, and sighed, I didn't expect a summoned beast to be this massive. If I manage to defeat it, I'll have to go to Dracula and demand a pension increase. Lucky summoned the dark deity of evil, beginning to display an immense arrogance and pride. Everyone knew that the Dark Emperor had created 10 divine beasts, but those were merely rumors circulating outside. In reality, the Dark Emperor owned 11 divine beasts, one of which was incredibly powerful and difficult to control, and thus, it was regarded as a failed product by the Dark Emperor. Lucky laughed loudly, Dark God Darkness is the strongest divine beast. With your terrifying power, the world will tremble in fear. Following Lucky's command, Dark God Darkness immediately released a tracking energy beam aimed at Mu Master, leaving him utterly shocked by the unexpected power. Wherever the energy beam passed, nothing remained intact, only an enormous source of power was left, and its speed was as fast as light. Mu Master stared in surprise at the overwhelming force he hadn't anticipated, sighing, this power truly cannot be underestimated. Can I withstand this attack? It's both dark and solid, this is definitely not simple. Meanwhile, Lucky appeared triumphant and provoked, Dark God Darkness, you don't need to hold back. Release all the fury you have been suppressing within, for now, there is no one left who can stop you. Lucky looked at Dark God Darkness with a bizarre expression because the Dark Emperor no longer existed. Provoked by Lucky's words, Dark God Darkness immediately unleashed its full power. It became an immensely violent and reckless machine, no longer obeying orders or being restrained by any force. Mu Master was somewhat surprised by the might of Dark God. I didn't expect this guy to gather all his power outside his body like this. Does he intend to annihilate the entire star place? A vast expanse of the sky was engulfed in a sea of pale purple smoke, and a terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the very fabric of space. The blast struck the city walls, causing much of the city to crumble. Lucky proudly observed the devastation before him, nodding in satisfaction, very good. This is exactly how the Dark God should be, flattening an entire city in the blink of an eye. Dark God Darkness stood arrogantly in the void. Now, a single strike from it could obliterate an entire sky domain. Nothing could defeat it. A single burst of its energy was enough to wipe out a city. Its power was so overwhelming that even the Dark Emperor had to abandon it. Truly incapable of recognizing true power. Lucky felt triumphant, believing himself to be the one with real foresight. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura caught his attention. It was the aura of Mu Master. That guy is still alive. Lucky opened his eyes wide, horrified by the situation before him. Mu Master had saved all of humanity and turned them into golden figures. It was truly unexpected how powerful he was. He enveloped his energy around the motionless people, guiding them to escape their peril. However, Mu Master was no longer the same as before. His strength had been exhausted, but he remained calm and spoke to Lucky. Don't think that destroying Starplace will end everything. You mock me for being old, yet you are foolish beyond belief. As long as humanity remains, Starplace will never perish. Mu Master was truly resilient. Lucky sneered, you have carried so many burdens fighting the Dark God, and still expect to win. What a foolish thought. Lucky immediately ordered Dark God to kill them all, and Dark God instantly launched a punch, charging forward with great force. A devastating blast of energy from Dark God was thrown directly toward Mu Master and the golden statues floating in mid-air. By this time, Mu Master had already allocated most of his energy to others, so he could not defend against Dark God's powerful strike. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Mu Master, thank you for protecting the people of Starplace. Please, rest for a while. The man heard a very familiar voice. It was Su Xianbai. He appeared from the mist and said, leave the next task to me. The energy sphere of Dark God Darkness flew rapidly towards Su Xianbai at an incredible speed. However, Su Xianbai only raised his hand and lightly touched the sphere, and instantly it became motionless, as if it were just an ordinary mist. Su Xianbai shrugged and said, Dark God Darkness, huh? That name is quite intimidating, but the energy hidden in this move is way too ordinary, not even enough for me to stuff anywhere. The energy sphere was immediately drained by Su Xianbai. His sharp gaze swept down, looking at the foreign object below, wondering, could Dark Emperor truly be so terrified that he's on the verge of collapse? Sure enough, Dark God Darkness began to grow weaker. It hesitated before the power of Su Xianbai, leaving Lucky unable to believe that the person before him could absorb Dark God's attack. It could be the infinity of darkness, and Lucky suspected that Su Xianbai had stolen Dark Emperor's power. Su Xianbai turned to Fei Fei beside him and said, I need to stretch a bit. Quickly take Mu Master and everyone from Starplace to a safer distance. However, Su Xianbai thought to himself, I wonder if Fei Fei has the ability to return the people of Starplace, who are in a golden state, back to normal. Fei Fei smiled and said, although my strength is not what it once was, I am still the Holy Light Emperor. Undoing the powers of the anomaly cast by my former subordinates is something I can still manage. Lucky began to feel tense, trying to make sense of the conversation between the two unexpected figures. Holy Light Emperor, she's still not dead? And Su Xianbai dares to casually speak to the Holy Light Emperor like that. Just who was Su Xianbai? Previously, Lucky had thought, Mu Master is the strongest here, but now he realized he had been mistaken. The situation was becoming critical. At this point, the only option left was to gather all forces and risk everything for a chance to escape. Su Xianbai could fully read Lucky's thoughts and immediately addressed him, saying, your calculations have no chance of succeeding, because I am not fighting alone. Holy Light Crusade, heed my command. The large brute and the one with the pointed head in front of us are mine, and all the other enemies on this planet must be eradicated. As Su Xianbai issued the command, Holy Light Crusade Karis appeared, furious that these rebels dared to use their name to stir up trouble. It was an unforgivable crime. Meanwhile, Rielna, who had just returned from the Crusaders' headquarters with the Holy Light Emperor after a few days, saw the Starplace in ruins. To her, this was her second home, and she would not forgive anyone who desecrated it. Lucky, in a passive situation, didn't expect that the Crusaders had returned under his command. Su Xianbai truly has a deep strategy. I didn't expect him to steal my home and block my only escape route. Lucky had no way out, so the only option left was to risk his life and fight with the Dark God world-destroying demon sword. Dark Godness wielded the huge dark sword and appeared before them, charging straight at Su Xianbai. However, before the sword could strike, Xianbai had vanished into thin air. No one could see what move he had made to affect the sword. Lucky stood frozen, unable to move. Xianbai looked down on the inferior sword, then declared he would show Lucky his greatest treasure, a Shuriform ghost god descends. Dark energy emanated from Su Xianbai, and it began to rage and spread throughout the space.
Lucky could not believe that the person before him possessed such immense power, and the air around them began to tremble.
Mu Master also couldn't believe it. Su Xianbai could truly control the ghost god.
Truly, the student surpasses the master. Mu Master thought to himself, perhaps I can retire in peace now. A blinding beam of energy covered the entire space, and a summoning form began to materialize. The ghost god in Ashura form hovered majestically in the air, its dark appearance exuding immense strength, and anyone who saw it could feel its power from afar.
Su Xianbai sneered, so, what do you think? Dare to give it a try? Which one is stronger, your dark god or my ghost god?
Seeing the fearful expression on Darkness, Lucky shouted loudly, don't let that thing scare you. He's definitely not the Dark Emperor, you don't need to be afraid of him. Lucky was so enthusiastic not because he believed he could defeat the ghost god, but because he was taking the opportunity to let the two fight fiercely and then make his escape. However, things didn't go as he had predicted. The dark god, Darkness, stood still, motionless, no matter how much Lucky urged. It felt as though thousands of cursed eyes were surrounding him, watching him closely. Lucky couldn't move, and the deep-seated fear within him suddenly surged up. He never expected Su Xianbai to have such power. The sensation Su Xianbai brought made Lucky feel like a little deer, its legs trembling, standing before a top predator. It was a feeling of helplessness that could only be felt in the final moments before life came to an end. Su Xianbai rarely used this form, so he needed to stabilize himself a bit more. He struck out with a palm to test his strength. The ghost god in Ashura form swung its arm forward, and the dark god, Darkness, was blown away by the force of the punch. Not only was it blown away, but with just a single opening strike, Su Xianbai sent the colossal monster flying hundreds of miles. Dark god Darkness took the hit directly, crashing violently into the cliffside. Lucky spat out fresh blood, feeling as if his bones had been shattered. The sheer power of that single palm strike was terrifying, something even a peak-era dark disciple might not have been able to achieve. Before he could even process it, dark god Darkness immediately lunged forward, pinning Lucky beneath him. The massive armored body crushed his frail frame, leaving him utterly powerless to resist.
Another fatal blow landed. At that moment, he felt as if he were both alive and dead, entirely incapable of fighting back. However, the ghost god before him showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing and continuing the assault. Ashura instantly chased after the monster that had been blasted away, yet his body remained unscathed. That was the price to pay for daring to challenge Starplace. Perhaps they could not bear the consequences, and their lives might very well end here. Ghost god Ashura expanded his massive form, unleashing a barrage of devastating strikes upon the enemy. Each blow sent rocks flying, shattering the ground into fragments, until finally, the relentless assault culminated in a cataclysmic explosion. Su Xianbai landed on the ground and said, "Your master is not even dead yet, and you're already fighting over the infinity of darkness to the point of bloodshed. How pathetic." Su Xianbai spoke to Dark Emperor from afar, "I've already cleaned up the sect on your behalf. Do you have any objections?" The Bagua symbol on Su Xianbai's chest began to glow, and Dark Emperor appeared, replying, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I have any objections to you? Those people's deaths aren't worth regretting." Dark Emperor asked Su Xianbai, "Didn't you make a silica gel body for the Holy Light Emperor? I'd like to have one too. That way, you can do whatever you want with me. Aren't you the best at that?" Dark Emperor wrapped his arms around Su Xianbai, pressing his body tightly against him, leaving no gap between them. Su Xianbai thought that Dark Emperor was being a little too hasty. This was something that needed emotional bonding first before continuing. Dark Emperor smiled faintly, "There's no one else here, you don't need to act. I've been inside you for so long, I know your tricks. Get on the bus first, buy the ticket later, that's your style." Su Xianbai remained unmoved by Dark Emperor's words, but suddenly he noticed a fly flying near. He told Dark Emperor to quickly return inside him and wait while he dealt with the fly first, then they would continue their conversation afterward. As expected, the Dark Emperor had just entered Su Xianbai's body when someone approached from behind. Su Xianbai sternly interrogated, "Wasn't getting punched by Mu Master enough for you? Do you dare come to me seeking death?
The person walked slowly, but showed no intent to confront Su Xianbai. She advised him to calm down. Beers, acting pitiful, explained, "Actually, everything was forced upon me by the elder of the Dark Emperor Imperial Guard.
This is not my will.
In my heart, I have always yearned for peace. I came to find you because I want to leave the darkness and join the light." Beers thought Su Xianbai was like any other man, that if he saw a beautiful woman acting pitiful, he would surely take her in. She said, "As long as I stay by your side, I will do whatever it takes." Su Xianbai sneered, thinking that Beers was trying to seduce him with her body.
But Beers was adamant, believing it was genuine affection.
She smiled coquettishly and said, "For a man like Xianbai, everyone who meets him will inevitably fall in love." Not wanting to say another word to her, Su Xianbai directly squeezed Beers' neck. Beers gasped, praising Su Xianbai for enjoying this kind of thrill. At this moment, she was nearly suffocating, but she had to seduce Xianbai, otherwise, she would surely die. Su Xianbai sneered contemptuously at Beers' appearance, deeming her unworthy of attempting to seduce him. He exhaled a puff of poisonous smoke from his mouth, causing Beers to collapse to the ground.
He raised his chin and said, "Didn't you want to follow me to climb higher? Using lust poison to punish you is more than fitting.
The victim of this poison will experience an insatiable desire.
If they don't bed someone within a day, they will surely die."
The lust poison spread, causing Beers' body to itch uncomfortably. She rubbed against her clothes that provided insufficient cover, her legs curling up as her body began to react strangely. This sensation felt like falling into a paradise, making it nearly impossible for the mind to resist. In this situation, there was only one way to resolve it.
Beers could no longer endure and cried out that she desperately needed a man.
She writhed in lust, "Damn it, where are all those nasty men I used to control?" She thought to herself, "Clearly, those pawns I used are nowhere to be found now." Her legs trembled, the desire rising higher and higher, and she could no longer stand. Beers coughed up blood, her mouth constantly muttering about her need for a man, and she ended with a weak breath, "How tragic for a beautiful but insatiably greedy woman to suffer such unimaginable consequences." The bright moonlight shone brilliantly in the sky, and the gentle breeze blew softly, brushing against the cold body. Beers had completely shattered into pieces, as if the earth and sky had created her only to return her to the void. Su Xianbai sighed, looking at Beers who had fully passed away. "Her energy is quite significant, but as for such filthy energy, I truly don't take it seriously." Time passed quickly, and half a year had gone by. Today, everyone gathered in front of the Star Place Palace. Perhaps everyone wanted to witness a historic moment with their own eyes. The new king of Star Place was about to ascend the throne. Behind the doors, the silhouette of a young man dressed in formal ceremonial robes, preparing for the most important moment of his life, could be seen. The door slowly opened, and Su Xianbai, dressed in elegant attire, stepped out with great pride, causing Lilith and Mo, who stood below, to stare blankly. Both couldn't take their eyes off the handsome man in front of them and continuously showered him with compliments. Facing the Queen of Star Place, Su Xianbai expressed his gratitude. "Dracula, you have worked hard all this time.
Thank you for your outstanding contributions to Star Place." Dracula seemed gentler than usual today.
Standing before a handsome man like Su Xianbai, she responded softly, "It's nothing, it's what I should do. Moreover, just thinking about the possibility of retiring and living life with you in the future, everything is worth it." Upon hearing this, Su Xianbai gently leaned in and reminded, "You can't say such things carelessly in front of the crowd."
Immediately, Dracula turned away, appearing embarrassed, and responded, "You're right."
She had been so overwhelmed with emotion that she unintentionally spoke words from the bottom of her heart.
Dracula's confession made Asmod feel a pang of jealousy.
However, Ling Long, who was standing nearby, seemed pleased and said, "From now on, everyone must take care of Su Xianbai and live in harmony with each other." Finally, the most important moment arrived: the coronation ceremony.
Dracula handed the crown to Su Xianbai and said, "Put this crown on, and you will be the new king.
You will bear a heavy responsibility and lead Star Place to its revival.
Are you willing to accept this?" After Dracula finished speaking, Su Xianbai answered without hesitation, I am willing.
As the crown was placed on Su Xianbai's head, the new king of Star Place emerged.
The crowd cheered incessantly, expressing their enthusiastic support.
Everyone shouted his name in joyous unison, and with the fervent support of the people of Star Place, Su Xianbai declared loudly, from this day on, I am the new king of all of you.
At this moment, the news of Su Xianbai's coronation had quickly spread across the world, sending everyone into a frenzy.
At the cold holy mountain, Mu Master was also watching the news on the television screen. He sipped from his cup of milk tea while praising Xianbai, well done, this is exactly what I needed to retire. Finally, I can rest easy handing my daughter over to you. At the same time, not far away, Noah, after reading the latest news in the newspaper, could not hide his joy and said, as expected of my master.
Following him was truly the right choice.
It won't be long before the master fulfills his dream of ruling the world for me. In another peaceful land, Lisa, the queen, looked at the newspaper in her hands, feeling happy for Xianbai. She said, he truly is the man who won my heart. Such an achievement is well deserved. Next, it will be our two nations who will form a powerful union through marriage. At the government of Su Xianbai, when night had fallen, Xianbai, having gone through a long day after the coronation ceremony, finally had some time to relax. He, in his usual clothes, stretched his body while saying, it's still the most comfortable to wear my own clothes. Even if I become king, training can't stop.
Time to start my night run.
Suddenly, Xianbai's gaze stopped at the side, and he saw Yuan standing at the gate of his mansion.
Noticing that she was still there despite it being late, he asked, is something wrong?
Mu Yuan stood there, her expression slightly shy, and she replied, actually, it's nothing special.
I just wanted to ask you, does our old engagement still count?
When you ascend to the throne as king, you promised to marry me.
I've always remembered that, so I've been waiting for you here.
I'm not as gentle or cute as Ping-Er, nor as noble and cold as Dracula. Compared to the other girls around you, I'm not special, but I really like you, and I want to marry you. Mu Yuan poured out her heart, causing Xianbai to stand in a daze, his eyes wide in astonishment. Just then, a voice came from behind them, I didn't expect you to confess to him in front of Xianbai's door.
This was the plan I thought of earlier. Xianbai and I are compatible in every way. We are the perfect match. Xianbai, you should marry me instead.
Bai Yuemo had been standing in front of government official Su Xianbai for who knows how long, trying to win the love of her life. Just as she finished speaking, another voice sounded from behind her, Bai Yuemo, stop daydreaming. Your proposal is too trivial to succeed. Hearing this, Bai Yuemo quickly turned around, thinking to herself, what's her problem, being so rude like that? Meanwhile, Lilith, ever so thoughtful, had already prepared a wedding dress and flowers. She softly said to Su Xianbai, I've put on the wedding dress.
Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? Xianbai, marry me, let's do it right here.
At that moment, Dracula appeared on a cloud under the moonlight, claiming the position of the main wife.
She raised her voice, looks like I've come a little late.
I didn't expect things to be this lively here. I am the highest ranked among the Star Guards, and if anyone is going to get married, it should be me first.
Su Xianbai suddenly found himself in a difficult position.
He held his face in frustration, thinking, I just wanted to go out for a bit, how did I end up in this situation?
This is such a hassle.
Just when it seemed like everything had come to an end, Ping-Er silently stepped forward and also voiced her intent to claim the love of her life. She hesitantly confessed her feelings that had been buried for so long. Can I say a few words about that? Seeing everyone being so proactive, Ping-Er can't just stand aside. Actually, my heart has belonged to the master for a long time already.
Would the master consider me as well? I really want to marry the master.
After a while, one by one, each person confessed their love to Xianbai. In the end, he finally gave his response. Xianbai spoke softly, all right, everyone, there's no need to compete anymore.
I understand everyone's wishes. If all of you want to marry me, then come here.
I'll take all of you. With that, Xianbai smiled faintly, looking incredibly charming, and the story came to an end.